Chapter 1 Problematic Youth. In the study of a general's mansion in an inconspicuous little country on the vast and boundless continent of kings, a 14-year-old boy with black hair was hunched over his desk, diligently copying medical books onto the table with his right hand. He kept rubbing his swollen buttocks with his left hand, and occasionally let out a painful cry of ouch, ouch. My father is so ruthless. Am I not his own son anymore? Grandpa is really something. All I did was accidentally blow up his alchemy furnace. Did he have to tell father about it and go on a trip to clear his head? The boy muttered and complained. The boy's name was Ashura, and he was the third son of Aphontian, the great general protector of the kingdom of Olai. The A family has been in charge of military affairs for 3 generations, protecting the country. Ashura's grandfather, Idulf, helped the royal family expand their territory and establish the country, thus building the family business they have today. His father, Aphontian, even formed the Iron Army, the mountain-shaking army, to serve as the strongest fighting force in the kingdom of Olai and protect the country. My mother, Lan, is a wood-type magician. She is gentle, virtuous, and skilled at managing the household. My maternal grandfather, Zongren, was also an outstanding physician and alchemist, and was highly respected in the kingdom of Olai. However, the kingdom of Kolai was merely one of the 14 vassal states of the Valensi Empire, and its power on the king's continent was as weak as an ant. General Aphontian and his wife Lan had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son is named Inaga, who is 18 years old this year. He is both scholarly and martial, and is a handsome man. Not only did he reach the first level of martial arts mastery early on, but he also deeply studied military strategy and tactics, and was able to lead troops into battle independently. The second son, Asupo, is 15 years old this year. He is obsessed with martial arts and has no interest in anything else except practicing martial arts. He has now reached the 3rd level of the warrior realm and is determined to take the entrance exam for the Augustus Academy in the second half of this year. The youngest daughter, named Azia, had already blossomed into a beautiful young woman by the age of 12. At such a young age, she has awakened the same wood-type magic as her mother and is already a 2nd-level magic apprentice, with unlimited potential for the future. However, the problem with this outstanding family lies with their 3rd son, Ashura. Ashura was exceptionally intelligent from a young age, especially possessing an extraordinary memory that allowed him to remember everything he saw, and extremely high comprehension. However, he didn't use his intelligence in the right way. He disliked both literature and martial arts, but preferred to climb on roofs, catching dogs and chasing chickens. He just loved one word: play. The tutors his family hired to teach him drove 3 away and made 2 of them faint from anger. Relying on his photographic memory, he would review his books beforehand whenever there was a test or inspection, which would allow him to handle the exam fairly well. His father, Aphom, was furious and threw him into the Hanshan army, hoping to toughen him up through the military atmosphere. But the Hanshan army turned out to be quite a spectacle. From time to time, the sound of drums signaling an emergency assembly would emanate from the military camp in the middle of the night. Officers and soldiers alike would rush out to assemble, completely bewildered. After standing there for half an hour, they would realize they'd been tricked, then grumble and swear as they went back to sleep. When the soldiers of the shaking mountain army squatted in the latrines, firecrackers would often cause the excrement and urine beneath them to splatter up to a height of 10 feet. The saddles of the war horses had been smeared with butter, so the cavalrymen dared not sit on them for training, lest they slip off and fall badly. Everyone knows which little devil committed each of the bad deeds, but Ashura always has a perfect alibi, and the officers can't find any grounds to punish him. All of this was a series of unexpected events meticulously planned by the young Ashura, which he thoroughly enjoyed and found very interesting. It wasn't until Han Dang, the deputy general of the Hanshan army, found a toad in his steamed bun at noon that the truth came out. This strong, middle-aged man knelt in front of the general's mansion, crying his heart out. They begged the general to take the 3rd young master away from the military camp, otherwise they would kneel in front of the mansion and refuse to get up. The 3rd young master of the family would have no choice but to be dragged back to continue to cause trouble for the general's mansion. Father Aphontian would always get so angry that the veins on his forehead would bulge, but whenever this happened, the old General Adolf would always stroke his beard and smile, saying, "My 3rd son will surely have a great future." The mother, Lan, was extremely protective of her son, and would hit the 3rd son a few times whenever Aphontian got angry. Lan, the mother, quickly hugged her child and glared at him angrily, as if to say, "If you hit my precious son again, I won't let you into bed tonight." The 4 siblings, however, had an unusually close relationship, and Ashura, who was always unruly, never bullied his brother or sister. Every time he caused trouble and was punished, his 2 older brothers would kneel down and beg their father for mercy, even offering to take the punishment in his place. The younger sister would immediately run to call her mother or grandfather to rescue her unrepentant brother. Ashura grew up day by day. Born into a family of generals, he never wanted to learn martial arts, believing that martial arts required suffering and that suffering would lead to unhappiness. However, because he was extremely talented, he gained insights from watching his older brothers practice martial arts while being punished by standing. He relied on the physical strength he honed through being beaten to surpass the level of martial arts apprentice and now advanced to the first level of martial arts warrior. Today's beating came from his sneaking into his maternal grandfather Qin Zongren's alchemy room. Somehow, she accidentally blew up her grandfather's alchemy furnace, destroying both the pills and the furnace. When she tried to sneak out, her grandfather caught her red-handed. Qin Zongren, the maternal grandfather, had always doted on this grandson, Ashura, because Ashura had an exceptional memory and remarkable comprehension, and could memorize medical books after reading them only once. In particular, the Qin family's unique skill of meridian opening acupuncture was taught for only 3 days, and students could master it within a month. Ashura found it interesting to watch her grandfather treat patients with acupuncture, so she patiently learned acupuncture. Old Master Qin was very pleased to see that the Qin family's unique skills had a successor. Until one day, when old Qin saw Ashura using acupuncture to make the black dog in the yard unable to walk and laughed heartily, the renowned doctor was so angry with his grandson that he was bedridden for more than half a month. Old Master Qin, who had just recovered and was planning to have his grandson reform and inherit his mantle, was shocked to see the mess in the alchemy room. Feeling that his time was running out if things continued like this, he grabbed Ashura and threw him at his father Refengtian's feet, then went off to travel and clear his mind without looking back. Upon learning the cause of the incident, Afengtian did not hesitate to give Ashura a complete childhood. This time, Qin Lan, the mother, was also angry that he had driven away her maternal grandfather. Surprisingly, she did not defend her own children this time, and the other 3 siblings also lowered their heads and dared not utter a word. After beating Afengtian for half a day, he realized that he couldn't subdue this unfilial son, so he comforted himself that he still had 2 good sons and a good daughter. He sighed and stopped, then said in a deep voice, "Go to the study and copy medical books. You're not allowed to eat until you finish copying them." After saying that, he turned and left, which led to the scene at the beginning where he was copying the book. The boy rubbed his bottom while rapidly copying the book, his speed astounding. He didn't need to read or copy the book at all, because he had already memorized the medical book perfectly. Now he just wants to finish copying this thick medical book as soon as possible. The young man's stomach can't afford to miss a single meal. Although the boy was muttering complaints under his breath, he was thinking about something else entirely. A secret he had never told anyone. Chapter 2: The Boy's Secret. Young Ashura harbors a secret he has never told anyone. That was when he was 10 years old, he awakened his magical talent, and it was a rare magical talent, lightning magic. After Ashura awakens, he can clearly sense the silver magical elements in the air. He clearly remembered his mother, Qin Lan, telling him stories when he was young, about her experience of awakening her magical talent. He knew he might also be qualified to become a magician. But why did he never mention this to anyone? He was afraid that if his family knew he had magical talent, they would demand even more of him to study magic diligently. How can he still have fun then? Therefore, Ashura never mentioned his lightning magic talent to anyone, nor did he ever learn any magic skills. It wasn't until his younger sister, Azia, awakened her with type magic talent that he secretly learned how to do magical meditation while his mother was teaching her the basics of magic. When he first meditated under the covers, he sensed silver lightning magic elements joyfully entering his body. He could sense that the lightning element had a very high affinity with him. What he didn't know was that along with the silver lightning element, some gray magical elements also entered his body through meditation, and disappeared as soon as they entered. As a complete novice in magic, he naturally couldn't detect it, and so the boy kept this secret from his family until now. It's no wonder his family didn't notice his awakening. On the King's continent, those with martial arts talent who can break through the martial arts apprentice realm and reach the martial arts warrior realm are extremely rare. Firstly, martial arts require talent and even family inheritance and teaching. Secondly, martial arts require resources, which are generally unaffordable for poor families. Martial artists are further divided into 9 major realms: martial apprentice, martial warrior, martial master, grand martial master, demon martial warrior, demon martial master, grand demon martial master, martial saint, and martial god. Each realm is further divided into 3 stages, with each subsequent stage becoming increasingly difficult to advance. Once you reach the level of a demon warrior, the power of your blood and chi within your body will be enhanced with attributes. Although it doesn't have the same power as magic skills, it can still increase damage to some extent. The ratio of martial artists to mages is 20-1, with mages being even rarer and more precious. Common magic types include earth, water, wood, fire, and wind. Other magic attributes include ice, lightning, light, darkness, and space. Magicians are further divided into 9 major realms: magic apprentice, magician, magician, grand magician, archmage, archmage master, grand archmage, magic saint, and magic god. Each realm is also divided into 3 stages. Advancing in the realm of a mage is more difficult than that of a martial artist, and requires a huge amount of resources. The reason for today's fight was that yesterday Ashura saw a record in his grandfather's medical book that when a magician refines pills, he can add his own magical elements to the pills, which can improve the quality of the pills. Curious Ashura secretly sneaked into his grandfather's alchemy room today. There was no one in the alchemy room at the time. Qin Zongren was refining a calming pill in his alchemy furnace to relieve the mental distress caused by his grandson. However, Ashura had never learned how to use magic and did not know how to release the lightning element within his body. Just when he was at a loss, his clever mind immediately came up with a solution. Although he didn't know how to manipulate magical elements, he understood the human body's meridians. Silently sensing the lightning magic elements within his divine sense, he guided the lightning elements to wander through his various meridians. At first, the lightning element obediently roamed and explored the various meridians, but before long, the lightning element grew bigger and bigger like a snowball, and became increasingly uncontrollable. The boy realized he had gone too far, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. The lightning element was moving faster and becoming more violently within his meridians. Ashura knew he couldn't delay any longer, so he gritted his teeth, concentrated his mind, and raised his hand to force the lightning element out of the Laogong acupoint in his palm. Then they saw a silver ball of light, about the size of a grape, slowly flying towards their grandfather's alchemy furnace, its size and brightness fluctuating. The boy was also full of doubt about the magical orb he had created. But he vaguely sensed a danger, an uncontrollable danger. He quickly moved to the door of the alchemy room, and peered inside, peeking out with half his head sticking out. The moment the magical orb he created made contact with the alchemy furnace, a thunderous roar resounded throughout the alchemy room. Then he saw that his grandfather's favorite level 3 alchemy furnace was covered in cracks from the explosion. The alchemy room was in complete disarray, and the pills in the furnace had been blown to pieces, let alone imbued with magical elements. The boy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and ran out of the alchemy room without thinking. He knew he had caused trouble, and now he needed to make sure he wasn't at the scene of the crime. Just as she was about to run out of the building, she bumped into her grandfather, who had rushed back after hearing the thunder. Old Qin could tell from the way his shifty eyes kept darting around that the matter was definitely related to him. So he grabbed the boy by the back of his collar and went to the alchemy room. When he saw the terrible state of the room, Old Qin was so angry that his veins throbbed. But he was stunned when he saw the alchemy furnace covered in cracks. Because his level 3 alchemy furnace was a treasured possession, forged from the earth's core iron. Its strength is so high that even Offictian's full force attack couldn't crack it, but the scene before us must have been created by this kid. Suppressing his anger, Old Qin asked, "You little brat, how did you manage to ruin my alchemy furnace like this? Tell me the truth." Ashura knew perfectly well that this matter could never be revealed, no matter what. With her neck stiff, she said, "It has nothing to do with me, Grandpa. I heard the explosion as soon as I got here, and I ran outside. I just happened to bump into you, and that's how you brought me here." Old Qin knew he was talking nonsense. With this kid's impulsive nature, the first thing he would do upon hearing of the explosion was to go and see what had happened, rather than running away like a guilty thief. Old Qin pressed him for answers several more times, but Ashura stubbornly insisted that it had nothing to do with him, claiming that it was Old Qin's fault for refining the pills that caused the furnace to explode. Enraged, Old Qin felt dizzy and eventually grabbed him, throwing him to a Fengtian who had rushed over, before going out to travel and clear his head. "I also plan to find another alchemy furnace." Just as the boy was writing furiously, the door to the house slowly opened a crack, and a little head with a bun hairstyle peeked out, sweetly calling out, "Third brother." Ashura looked up at the person coming down, threw down his pen, and slumped onto the desk. He stretched out his left hand towards the girl and said, "You finally arrived. I'm starving. Here, take it." The girl giggled and skillfully took out a large piece of braised beef from her bosom and handed it to the boy. He then picked up the pen the boy had thrown down from the table and helped him copy the medical book. The brother and sister performed this scene with such practiced ease. Whenever the boy was punished and couldn't eat, the girl would always find a way to bring him food and help him continue copying books. After munching on a few bites of braised beef, Ashura asked, "How is it? Has father calmed down?" The girl pouted and said, "You've really upset father, and mother is angry too. Usually, she asks me to bring you food and medicine, but this time she only asked me to bring you food. Eat quickly, my eldest and second eldest brothers are keeping father occupied ahead of us, I have to go soon." The mention of medicine made the boy feel even more pain in his torn and bleeding buttocks. He grimaced and complained, "Father is so unfair. Why does he beat me every day when there are 4 children? Am I not his biological child anymore? Fortune changes every 30 years. When I finally become the world's #1 martial artist, I'll definitely." "What do you want?" Before the boy could finish playing, a dignified voice rang out at the door of the study. Chapter 3: A shocking change at home. Upon hearing that majestic voice, Azura felt as if a mouse had seen a cat, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He stiffly turned his head and saw his father, Afongtian, standing at the door with a sullen face. The younger sister, Azia, also hurriedly put down her pen and stood at the corner of the table with her head drooping. Afongtian slowly walked into the room and asked, "Go on, what will you do after you become the best in the world?" Azura saw the cold smile on his father's lips, and the tragic experiences of being beaten in his childhood flashed before his eyes. He knew that a bad answer would lead to another painful experience. So he immediately flattered, "Once I become the #1 in the world, I will fly back to the kingdom of Allah in glory, bringing honor to my family and letting the world know that like father, like son. My achievements today are all thanks to your excellent guidance, father. It has attracted powerful figures from all sides to ask you how you raised such an outstanding son. I will have more children then to strengthen our family, and under your leadership, make our family the #1 family in the world." Upon hearing his third son's words, Afongtian's lips twitched, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but want to hit someone again. Meanwhile, Azia's face turned red from holding back her laughter. It was really hard to resist. Afongtian turned to look at her and said, "Have you finished your magic homework?" Upon hearing this, the girl dashed out of the study and ran off to find her mother without looking back. Ashura was furious upon seeing this, exclaiming in his heart, "What a disloyal bastard." But when he saw Afongtian's face, which was ashen, he didn't know what to do with his hands and could only force a smile that looked worse than crying. Afongtian was also looking at the tall, thin 14-year-old boy in front of him. He had a face like jade, eyes like shooting stars, a tiger's body and ape's arms, a burly belly and wolf's waist, and his black hair was casually tied behind his head. Aside from that cheeky smile on his face, what a dashing young man. Afongtian realized that his third son had grown up. But he is still so unruly. Maybe it's because I, as his father, have never had a serious conversation with him? Thinking of this, Afongtian sat down in the chair in front of the desk, while Ashura was still standing on the side of the desk, unable to sit down even though his butt was sore. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. After a short while, Afongtian looked at the boy and suddenly said quietly, "Do you remember? No matter how naughty you were, your grandfather always said that the third boy would have a great future." Ashura had no idea that his father would say something so nonsensical after waiting for so long. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Grandpa has a really good eye for people." Upon hearing this, the veins on Afongtian's forehead throbbed again. After a long time of self-reassurance, he finally managed to adjust his mindset and continued, "Among you 4 siblings, you are the most talented. If you focus on your cultivation, your achievements will be the greatest in our family." The boy was surprised by what his father said, and he cautiously replied, "I think my older brothers are also very talented." Afongtian glanced at him and said, "Your elder brother is indeed talented, but he is the eldest son of my family. Our family has served in the military to defend the country for generations. The Shaking Mountain Army must be commanded by a member of the A family. Your elder brother has spent a lot of time studying military strategy and tactics, so he hasn't been able to focus on his own cultivation. His martial arts achievements should be about the same as mine. Your older brother knows his responsibilities, so he has never mentioned going to the academy to study martial arts. He and Su Guoxiang's daughter are supposed to get married this year." Before Ashura could reply, Afongtian continued, "Your second brother is obsessed with martial arts and single-minded in pursuing it, but he is stubborn, inflexible, and has limited talent and aptitude. In the early stages, you can improve through hard training, but in the later stages, your progress will become slower and slower. Our family doesn't have any martial arts techniques to improve his combat power. If he can get into Augustus Academy this year, it will be one of his wishes. As for your little sister, she's quite talented, and just as playful as you are. Our family doesn't have the resources to support a high-level mage. Your mother is only a level 3 mage, and she was only able to become one thanks to the resources your grandfather accumulated by practicing medicine and saving lives for most of his life. Your younger sister will likely surpass your mother's achievements, but girls eventually have to get married. Ashura remained silent after hearing this, knowing that what his father said was true. But he didn't know why his father was telling him these things. With his older brothers in the family, there shouldn't be any need for him to do anything, right? Afontian seemed to have seen through his thoughts. After considering it for a moment, he said, "Our country of Olay is just one of the small vassal states of the Valenci Empire, and our family is just a minor hereditary general. With continuous wars in the surrounding areas and the civil officials in the palace impeaching our family for holding too much power, it is no exaggeration to say that we are beset by internal and external troubles. I have been stuck at the third level of the Great Martial Master realm for a long time, without any opportunity to break through. Your grandfather was at his peak as a second-level magic warrior. After serving his country and suffering several serious injuries, his cultivation level dropped to the first level of a great martial artist. We all know our own limits in martial arts, and we also know what we can bring to the family. If our family wants to continue peacefully, every one of you in the next generation needs to work hard. This world is not as wonderful as you imagine. Survival of the fittest is an eternal truth." After saying this, Afontian stood up, patted his son's shoulder who was bowing his head and remaining silent, and left the study without saying anything more. After standing there for a while, Ashura turned around, picked up his pen, and continued copying the medical book. This time, he wrote very slowly and carefully. "This is the first time in 14 years I've seen this boy so quiet." As the sun and moon rose and the sky began to lighten, he finished copying the medical books and fell asleep on the table. Seeing the furrowed brow of the sleeping boy outside the door, Afontian wondered if his conversation from the previous night was right or wrong. He sighed and turned to leave. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps and the panicked shouts of servants from the general's mansion. "Help! Something has happened to the eldest young master." The shouts startled Ashura awake from his sleep, and he suddenly had a very bad feeling. Ignoring the pain from yesterday's beating, he rushed towards the gate of the general's mansion. When Ashura rushed to the entrance of the general's mansion, he found that a large crowd had already gathered in one place. The father's angry roar, the second brother's cursing, the mother's weeping, and the servants' shouts mingled together. The boy slowed his pace, praying repeatedly that no bad news would come. When he reached the door, he saw his second brother kneeling on the ground with bloodshot eyes, holding his eldest brother who had been tortured beyond recognition. His mind went blank, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Anaga lay in Asupo's arms, covered in wounds. Blood stained his clothes from his knees. He was breathing weakly and unconscious. He had been thrown at the gate of the general's mansion by the murderer. Ashura stood there in a daze for a while, then suddenly ran back into the courtyard. A short while later, he brought back a set of silver needles and ran to Anaga, using the meridian-clearing acupuncture technique to stop the bleeding and save his elder brother. As he treated Anaga, he discovered that Anaga had multiple fractures and that his kneecaps had been removed. The boy could no longer contain his rage and roared to the sky, "AA!" Just then, several mocking laughs came from the street in front of the general's mansion. A young man in brocade robes emerged from the shadows of the street, accompanied by 4 martial artists. As he walked, he said, "Was he dead because he was screaming so pitifully? I clearly told someone to keep him alive. How could he be so weak and die so quickly? Ha ha!" No sooner had he finished speaking than Ashura rushed toward the young man like a shadow, holding a silver needle and aiming it at the young man's eye. He wanted to make sure this damned fellow could never laugh again. Before he could even reach the young man in brocade, a martial artist behind the young man kicked him several meters away. Ashura seemed oblivious to the pain, coughed up blood, got up, and charged at the young man in brocade again. The martial artist who had just attacked grinned and threw a punch, but a figure stepped in front of Ashura and exchanged a punch with the martial artist. The martial artist was forced back a few steps by the shock, and chuckled, "So this is all the great general of the mountain-shaking army is made of." Afontian stopped the enraged Ashura, suppressing his anger and asking in a deep voice, "So it was you who injured my son Naga? Why did you do this? Do you really think my family is easy to bully?" The young man in brocade robes, though blustering, said cowardly, "Tch others may fear you, Afontian, but I, this young master, am not. Listen carefully, I am Sang Koan, the eldest son of the Blackwater clan. Even the king of your country, Olay, treats me with utmost respect. What are you, a mere gatekeeper general, anyway?" The young man in brocade robes' words infuriated Afontian, and he also learned about the other party's background. The Blackwater family is a martial arts family in the kingdom of Olay. The family has many experts, and the patriarch and the grand elder are both at the 3rd level of magic warrior. In the small kingdom of Olay, they are an existence that is not restrained by the imperial power. Afontian said in a deep voice, "My family has no enmity with your Blackwater family, so why would you do such a terrible thing to my eldest son?" The young man in brocade robes, Sang Kuan, said viciously, "I have taken a fancy to your son's fiancée, Suinger, the youngest daughter of your prime minister, but that wretched woman actually refused to submit and shaved her head with a death wish. None of the women I've set my sights on have ever disobeyed me. So blame your son's bad luck. I'd like to see if that bitch still wants to marry him after I've crippled him, ha." Before Sang Kuan could finish laughing, a large sword whistled through the air and slashed straight at his face. The warrior behind him quickly pulled Sang Kuan behind him to avoid the attack. Sang Kuan was terrified, his face covered in cold sweat. Adolf stood in the center of the arena, holding a large knife and his hair and beard bristling, and said sternly, "You've gone too far in bullying my family. Do you really think I can't even lift a knife anymore?" Sang Kuan shouted angrily, "You old bastard, try touching me again. I know your cultivation level has dropped significantly. I have 2 Grand Martial Masters at the 3rd level here. You and your son can hold them off, but can the others? Dare to touch me, and I'll unleash a massacre upon your family. What, you want to mobilize the mountain-shaking army to annihilate me? Dare to touch the mountain-shaking army? Do you think His Majesty the King will tolerate you? He. Adolf trembled with rage. The old man had never suffered such humiliation. But to protect his people from harm, he had to put down his sword. At this moment, Asupa, who was holding a naga, suddenly raised his scarlet eyes and glared at Sang Kuan, vowing, "I will remember this grudge. I will definitely come to settle this score in the future. I will not let any of the murderers who harmed my elder brother get away with it." Sang Kuan was startled by Asapona's scarlet eyes. Then he said viciously, "I know you, Asubo. I've investigated you and your useless brothers. Your level isn't even good enough to catch my eye. By the way, didn't you want to apply to Augustus Academy this year, so you could come back and collect your debt from me after you graduate? Let me tell you, you can forget about getting into Augustus Academy. I will plant spies in the surrounding area to prevent you from successfully participating in the Academy's assessment. Today is because we're in Aulai City. Our Blackwater family had an agreement with your royal family years ago that we couldn't kill anyone within the city. Outside of Aulai, killing you is as easy as killing an ant. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Asupo's eyes turned even bloodshot, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. This Sang Kuan had not only injured his elder brother, but was also going to shatter his martial arts dream. Ashura remained surprisingly calm despite Sang Kuan's arrogant words. He stared intently at the faces of the men in front of him. He knew there was nothing he could do right now, but he vowed to make these guys suffer 100 times the pain his brother was experiencing now, to make them pay for their blood debts. The troubled teenager seems to have grown up in an instant. After laughing, Sang Kuan glanced at the crowd with disdain, spat on the ground, and arrogantly turned and left. Behind him, a boy stared intently at his retreating figure until they disappeared at the end of the street. Chapter 4: Breaking the Game. Half a month later, the general's mansion was completely silent. The servants walked very carefully, afraid of making the slightest sound. A naga, dressed in white, sat calmly in a wheelchair, showing neither joy nor sorrow. Holding a military treatise, "I haven't turned a single page in ages." Asupo no longer immerses himself in the training ground after his elder brother's accident, he often gets drunk. He was babbling incoherently and screaming incoherently. Adolf remained silent. The old man always went alone to the shrine or to his deceased wife's grave. He kept rambling on and on about how he was sorry to his family. The mother, Qin Lan, spent every day in tears, searching through the medical books her father had left behind before his travels, hoping to help her eldest son stand up again. She knew that even if her father were here, he couldn't make her eldest son stand up again, but there must be some miraculous medicine in the world that could help him rebuild his bones. But that was a rare treasure that a small general's mansion in the kingdom of Olay could not obtain. Every time she saw her eldest son sitting in a wheelchair, her heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Afontian still traveled between the military camp and the general's mansion every day, his face expressionless, only the 2 strands of white hair that had suddenly appeared at his temples added a touch of haggardness to this patriarch. Azia said nothing, and the usually lively little girl lost her smile. She practiced wood magic every day, having heard that yellow tear wood magic could heal the seriously injured. Having never even seen blue tear magic, she was determined to learn such yellow tear magic. Ashura locked himself in his room for 3 days and 3 nights without eating or drinking. No one knows what the boy was doing or thinking in the room. He only hated his own incompetence at the time. He wrote a letter to his future sister-in-law, who had shaved her head, telling her that her brother would definitely stand up again and marry her. He, Ashura, swore on his life that he would eradicate the Blackwater clan within 10 years. At the end of the letter, he solemnly addressed his sister-in-law, "Take care." 3 days later, at dawn, Ashura slowly walked out of his room and headed straight for the training ground. Standing in the center of the training ground, the sunlight shone on his still somewhat immature profile. Looking at the rows of weapons on the rack, he was about to pick one up but then withdrew his hand, seemingly both afraid and embarrassed. After a moment of silence, the boy grabbed a large sword from the weapon rack and began practicing the moves, relying on his memory of how his father had taught his brothers. The training ground was once the place the boy least wanted to come to, and the weapons on the weapon rack were the things he least wanted to take. Now, the boy's eyes are filled with determination. He only regrets that he realized his mistake too late and is angry that he touched the knife too late. Just as Ashura was practicing his swordsmanship with sweat pouring down his face, a loud bang rang out as something heavy fell to the ground. Ashura quickly turned his head to look and saw Asupo fall to the ground while holding the wine jar. Ashura rushed over and helped his second brother up, saying, "Second brother, drink less. I know you're upset, but you have to take the Augustus Academy entrance exam soon. You can't keep going like this." Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Asupo laughed sadly for a while before saying, "Shura, your sword skills are quite good. Second brother, I can't go to take the Augustus Academy exam. I'm fine. I'll stop drinking after 2 more days." "Don't worry." Ashura asked in surprise, "Why didn't you take the exam, second brother? Isn't getting into Augustus your ambition? Are you afraid of retaliation from the Blackwater clan?" Asupo gazed at the wine jar and said leisurely, "The Blackwater clan is an enemy I must eliminate. Why would I be afraid of the Blackwater clan? My elder brother can't stand up now, but my family needs me, and the mountain-shaking army needs me. I will finish what my elder brother didn't do, and I will protect the family. Augustus Academy is no longer important." After saying this, Asupo looked at his younger brother Ashura, who was stunned into silence. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Third brother, actually your talent is much higher than mine. You will be the hope of the family in the future. You should carry your second brother's dream to the academy and become a renowned powerhouse on this continent. This is my second brother's dream, and it's up to you to help him realize it." Ashura never thought of these things, never imagined that after his eldest brother fell, his second brother would also give up his own dreams and stand at the forefront of the family. He looked into Asupo's eyes and saw the helplessness and expectation in his second brother's eyes. He said nothing and nodded heavily. At that moment, a dignified voice, tinged with a hint of vicissitude, rang out from behind, "Third brother, are you really willing to go to the academy to cultivate?" Afontian slowly walked up to the two brothers and looked at them with a complex expression. Ashura didn't think too much about it and nodded in agreement. "Yes, father, I want to get into Augustus Academy. When I return after completing my studies, I will take revenge on the Blackwater family." Afontian looked at the two brothers and sighed slowly, "I have failed in my responsibilities as a father and have disappointed you." The two brothers shook their heads at the same time. Ashura spoke first, "The rise and fall of the family is everyone's responsibility. It is our turn to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the family." Looking at the boy with a faint sadness in his eyes, Afontian realized that the boy, who used to always be smiling, hadn't smiled in a long time. But they're right, the rise and fall of the family is now in their hands. Afontian said solemnly, "Your second brother is going to take over your eldest brother's position as Deputy General of the Hansan Army. Secondly, it is said that the Blackwater family has placed spies in various towns leading to Augustus Academy, carrying your second brother's portrait. Once they spot Subo, they will kill him without hesitation." Ashura immediately replied, "Father, don't worry about me. I'll head to Augustus Academy right away. I'm sure I'll pass the exam and get into the academy." Afontian shook his head and said, "You can't go to Augustus Academy. The Blackwater family is watching all the routes. I'm afraid you'll run into trouble if you go alone. Your grandfather and I can't leave the family and can't escort you to the academy. Furthermore, regardless of the academy, the entrance requirements are that you must reach the 3rd rank of warrior or the 3rd rank of mage before the age of 16 to be eligible for admission. You're only a first-level warrior now, and there are less than 6 months until the academy's assessment. You won't pass the assessment. The Academy only admits students every 3 years, and you'll miss the age limit next time." Ashura, his face full of resentment, lowered his head and pondered for a while before suddenly saying, "Father, I have a way to pass the test and enter the academy. The Valenci Empire doesn't only have one academy. If I can't go to Augustus Academy, then I'll go to the distant St. Gobain Academy. Although I am only a first-level samurai now, I believe I will definitely reach the third-level samurai within 6 months. I must get into St. Gobain Academy. Afontian was stunned by the boy's resolute words. After thinking for a while, he said, "This is not a child's play. St. Gobain Academy is on the other side of the empire, very far away from us. There are countless dangers on the way. You've never left Aolai City before. How can we feel at ease? Besides, you won't have time to improve your martial arts level while you're on the road. Even if you get to St. Gobain Academy, you won't pass the assessment. This method won't work." Ashura looked resolutely at his father and shouted loudly, "Father, please believe that I can do it. I will grow stronger at St. Gobain Academy and come back to wash away the shame of our Ashura family." Asupo added from the side, "Father, I believe in the third son. We all know he is the smartest and most talented." Afontian slowly said, "There are countless talented individuals in the academies. All the young talents of the King's continent apply to the various academies. Don't think you're so smart or talented, don't be a frog in a well." Afontian paused, closed his eyes and pondered for a while. "Since you are willing to go out and make your own way, then I will support you. But promise me one thing, before you truly mature, you must keep a low profile and grow quietly. Even if you don't get into the academy, you should still travel around and cultivate to become stronger. Your personality has been unconventional since you were young, and that's what I'm worried about. Our family can't afford any more changes. Can you grant me this request?" Ashura lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, "I promise you, I will keep a low profile and pretend to be weak while actually being strong." Afontian gave his youngest son a deep look and said, "Come to the training ground first thing tomorrow morning. I will teach you the family's secret technique, the thunderclap fist. After you learn it, set off to study as soon as possible. Don't let me down." After saying that, he turned and left. Chapter 5: Learning Boxing and Parting. The next morning, Ashura appeared early in the center of the training ground, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, waiting for his father's arrival. Afontian approached him, looking slightly tired. Looking at the handsome young man who was almost as tall as him, he felt a surge of pride for no reason. He thought to himself, "My offspring are truly exceptional, all 4 of my children are so outstanding." Meanwhile, Ashura, on the other side, looked at his father's barely suppressed smile with a puzzled expression. And he was puzzled to see slight nail scratches on the right side of his father's neck. What he didn't know was that after Afontian told Qinlan about his decision last night, Qinlan almost fought him to the death, and even took out her magic wand. After much persuasion, he finally calmed his wife down. He also had his own compelling reasons. The Blackwater family was using their connections to pressure King Olay to deal with the A family. Ashura's departure might be the best option. Composing himself, Afontian said sternly, "Time is of the essence. I will now teach you the family's secret technique, the thunderclap fist. You must memorize it carefully, and after you have mastered it, you must immediately set off for the academy. Understand?" Ashura nodded vigorously, "I will study hard." After saying this, Afontian said no more and immediately began to demonstrate the 8 moves of the thunderclap fist in the training ground. He demonstrated the martial arts techniques and shared his personal insights with the boy. Ashura stood aside, watching his father's every move without blinking. In the world of kings, martial arts and magic skills are divided into 5 tiers, from lowest to highest: white tier, green tier, blue tier, purple tier, and yellow tier. The higher the level, the rarer it is. The Thunder Fist, a family heirloom, is a blue-level martial art. The entire royal family of the Kingdom of Olay may not even possess purple-tier martial arts techniques, let alone yellow-tier ones. The blue-tier martial skill Thunderclap Fist is an extremely powerful and fierce fist technique. Once mastered, each punch will produce a thunderous sound and be accompanied by internal energy penetrating the body to injure the enemy. When you reach the minor level of mastery, there will be 2 thunderous sounds and 2 bursts of internal force. When you reach the major level of mastery, there will be 3 thunderous sounds and 3 bursts of internal force, each one stronger than the last. Afontian has devoted nearly 30 years to mastering the Thunderclap Fist, and has now achieved great success in it. Swift as thunder, powerful enough to pierce stone. Each of the 8 punches makes a thunderous sound, demonstrating that this boxing technique has been mastered to its peak. After the final punch and 3 thunderous booms, Afontian finished his work and calmed his churning blood. He turned to his third son, who was standing to the side, and asked, "This is my family's secret technique, the Thunderclap Fist. I've always wanted to teach it to you, but you wouldn't learn it. Now that you've seen me demonstrate it once, how much of it have you memorized?" Ashura tilted his head and thought for a moment before replying, I've memorized them all. After hearing this, Aphontion paused for a moment, then, remembering his third brother's extraordinary memory, he said, Very good, then show me how it works. Don't be afraid of making mistakes, just focus on feeling the power of the punches. After hearing this, Ashura took 2 steps forward and stood still, his youthful spirit radiating. He looked down and recalled the movements and key points of his father's boxing demonstration. He suddenly looked up and began to practice his boxing moves one by one. At first, Aphontion looked dignified, but the more he looked, the more frightened he became. His third son's punches were perfectly executed, and even some of the details were done very well. I'm not sure if I used the correct martial arts technique to generate power. But then came the thunderous sound of the final punch. Aphontion stood there dumbfounded, as if a bolt of lightning had truly struck his body. Ashura was overjoyed when he heard the thunder. He knew that the thunder sound meant that his thunderclap fist was correct, but unfortunately only the last punch produced thunder. He turned to look at his father, hoping that his father could give him some pointers. But when he looked at his father, Aphontion, he found Aphontion staring at him with his mouth slightly open, motionless. Ashura called out father twice before rousing Aphontion from his shock. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and slowly asked the boy, You fought well. Have you practiced the thunderclap fist before? Ashura shook his head and said, I know my eldest and second brothers know this style of boxing, but I've never seen them practice it before. I used to get a headache whenever I saw someone practicing martial arts. After hearing this, Aphontion slowly exhaled a sigh of relief and said, Then you should practice hard. Remember the key points of the movements and the way to exert force. When you can practice until every punch makes a thunderous sound, you can set off. The boy nodded emphatically and replied, I will try my best to master it as soon as possible. After hearing this, Aphontion waved his hand to let the boy continue, then turned and left with his hands behind his back. But his right hand, which was white from gripping so tightly, revealed the turmoil in his heart. Back when he was 14, Adolf taught him the thunderclap fist in front of him. Adolf practiced the movements and techniques 3 times before he finally memorized them. On his 8th day of practice, he finally unleashed a thunderous roar. He clearly remembered his father, Adolf, nodding and smiling with satisfaction, praising him as a promising boxing talent. Now it was his turn to teach his children boxing. The eldest son, Anaga, produced thunderous sounds in 4 days, and the second son, Asupo, produced thunderous sounds in 7 days. How could he remain calm when his third son, whom he used to beat 3 times a day, made a thunderous sound during his first drill? The occasional rumble of thunder from the training ground behind him told him that what had just happened was no accident. Aphontion sometimes frowned and sometimes chuckled. Suddenly, he punched a big tree passing by, making the tree shake and leaves fall. He cursed angrily, Where was that brat all this time? Ashura, unaware that he had hurt his father's fragile pride, was engrossed in practicing the thunderclap fist and did not leave the training ground for a single day. He would eat simple meals brought by servants, then go back to practicing his boxing. Several people were secretly watching him from the sidelines. Some stood with their hands behind their backs, some held wine jars, some sat quietly in wheelchairs, some had their hair tied in a bun, and some had white hair and beards. The boy practiced the thunderclap fist tirelessly until the first rays of dawn shone on the training ground. Every one of his 8 thunderclap fists was accompanied by the sound of thunder. Ashura slumped to the ground, chuckling to himself, experiencing a joy he had never felt before in his martial arts success. After watching, the figures turned and silently left. From their slightly relaxed gait, one could sense a glimmer of hope being born within the general's mansion. At noon, Ashura silently packed his things. He knew he didn't have much time left, and he needed to get to St. Gobain Academy as soon as possible to participate in the entrance examination, as this was his only chance. Just then, a belt was handed to him from behind, and the boy turned around to see his grandfather Adolf's kind smiling face. Adolf spoke first, Third son, wear this belt. It has storage space on it, and although it's only the size of a study, it will make things much more convenient for you when you're out and about. Ashura knew that the belt in front of him was a gift from the king to his grandfather when his grandfather helped establish the kingdom of Olai. This is the glory that my grandfather earned with his life, but now it has led him on a long journey. The boy choked back tears and cried out, Grandpa, I don't want to. Before the boy could finish speaking, Adolf waved his hand to stop him, saying, No need to say more, it's just a storage belt. Its greatest use is that it's useful to you. Grandpa can't give you much good equipment, but I hope everything goes well for your studies. The boy gritted his teeth and nodded heavily, then tied the belt around his waist and used his mind to probe the storage space inside the belt. The space wasn't large, but it was enough for the boy to carry some weapons, clothes, and dry rations. Adolf looked at his tall grandson with satisfaction, as if he were looking at himself in his younger days. At this moment, Jean Lan also entered the room carrying a wooden box, looking at her third son with a complicated expression. This youngest son is the most mischievous and the one who can make her angry the most, but he is also the one who is best at charming her and winning her favor. These are some medicinal pills left by your grandfather for treating illnesses and injuries. Although they are not of high grade, they are very practical. You should also take this set of silver needles with you. Be careful when you are out and about, and don't get hurt. Hearing his mother's nagging, the boy in the past would have covered his ears and run away long ago, but now he couldn't bear to interrupt her. It wasn't until Asupo pushed Inaga's wheelchair in that Asupo, who hadn't been drinking today, reverted to his usual martial arts fanatic persona. He pulled out a pair of swords from behind his back and said, "Shura, your second brother didn't have much to give you when you went out to train. These swords are of pretty good quality, you can use them for self-defense." Ashura chuckled as he accepted the twin swords, twirling them with his swords as he said, "Thank you, second brother. With these twin swords, I'll look even more like a master." Seeing his carefree attitude, Asupo felt much better. Even the usually taciturn eldest brother, Anaga, showed a long-lost smile after the incident. He took out a money bag and handed it over, saying, "Third brother, I don't have much to give you. Take this bag of gold coins for your journey." Ashura glanced at the money pouch but didn't take it. Instead, he frowned and asked, "Is this money for your sister-in-law's betrothal gift?" Anaga's smile faltered upon hearing this, and he then said with a wry smile, "The Blackwater family is very powerful. Although she resisted to the death, the Prime Minister Su family has already returned the betrothal gifts." He paused for a moment, then laughed and said, "Take it, I don't need it anymore. If you don't take it, I can save it for your second brother as a betrothal gift. Don't say I'm being unfair if you don't take it." Ashura looked at his older brother, who used to always protect him from danger, the older brother who always pleaded for him and took responsibility for his mistakes. Suddenly, he smiled slightly and said, "All right, consider this money as your investment in me, the future powerhouse. Once I become stronger, I will definitely repay you 100-fold. I guarantee this deal will be worthwhile for you." Anaga was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this, and nodded deeply before handing over the money bag. At that moment, a small, fair hand, as delicate as a scallion, was extended towards them. Clutching a few gold coins in her hand, with tears streaming down her face, Azia sobbed, "Then I'll invest in third brother too. Remember to return it to me 100-fold after you become a strong man." Ashura looked at his younger sister and hugged her first. Then, taking the gold coin she handed him, he said, "I, Ashura, keep my word and never cheat anyone, young or old. I will definitely return a large bag of gold coins to you as your dowry." Azia stopped crying and smiled, blushing as she hid in her mother's arms. The A family has always been frugal, keeping their children's expenses simple, and any extra money they have is given to wounded soldiers as compensation. These few gold coins were the girl's New Year's money saved up over many years, and also all her possessions. After Ashura packed all his belongings, he turned and left the room. His father, Afong Tian, hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Ashura turned around and said firmly, "I will definitely become a strong man and return to protect my family. Wait for me." After saying that, he gave everyone a deep look, as if trying to imprint them all in his mind. After watching, he didn't linger. He ran a few steps and jumped over the wall to get out. He knew there were spies from the Blackwater family outside the door, and he would be watched if he went out through the main entrance. The boy thought to himself, "Blackwater family, you just wait. Today you force me to climb over the wall and leave, but one day I'll come back and tear down your ancestral hall." The group of running and jumping boys disappeared at the end of the street. Chapter 6: The Tribulations of a Long Journey. At the entrance of an alley in the capital city of Olay, Ashura hid most of his body in the shadows. They carefully probed the direction of the city gate. This was the third city gate he had observed. At each city gate, there were people from Blackwater City, openly and secretly observing the people entering and leaving the city. Ashura knew that he would be hunted down as soon as he showed himself outside the city, and how to get out of the city had become the biggest problem for the young man. Fortunately, this city gate faces the opposite direction from Augustus's academy, and Blackwater City's defenses are also at their weakest point. Gazing at the bustling market within the city and the endless stream of people at the city gate, the boy grinned, a plan forming in his mind. He slowly retreated into the shadows of the alley. Before long, several children, seemingly out of town together, were seen playing. Not long after leaving the city, he hurriedly ran back, clutching a silver coin in his hand as he headed towards a crowded area. He ran and shouted, "Mother, there are silver coins in the bushes outside the city. We've picked them all up. I want to eat braised pork." Everyone was stunned. A woman who ran a snack business stopped one of her children, snatched the silver coin from the child's hand, and took a bite. Hiss. It really was a silver coin. The woman hurriedly asked where she had found her child. The child pointed proudly to the area outside the city and said, "We found it while playing in the woods not far from the city. Mother, I want to buy braised pork." The woman calmly took the silver coin and put it in her pocket. One silver coin was enough for her family of three's expenses for a month, enough to cover whether they could afford braised pork. Upon hearing this, the quick-thinking people in the market had already started running towards the outskirts of the city. Even those who reacted slowly knew what to do when they saw people running out of the city. A stream of people was seen shouting and running towards the city outskirts. The Blackwater family's men on duty here were also baffled as to what was going on. People were rushing out of the city, making it impossible to check those leaving. Before long, only a few vendors who hadn't had time to pack up their stalls remained at the market near the city gate, and they were filled with regret and remorse. After a while, Ashura appeared behind a large tree in the woods outside the city. He just ran out with the crowd. This was an event he orchestrated. The silver coin in the child's hand was given by him, and he taught him how to speak. The benefit was that if you did what he said, you could get a silver coin back. He also left a few more silver coins in the alley where he had previously hidden, which the children would surely see when they went to look for him. Ashura glanced back at the city gates of the capital of Olay, his eyes firm and deep. He carried the twin swords his second brother had given him and ran towards the city of St. Gabain. He doesn't take the main roads, but chooses side paths or goes through forests. Firstly, to prevent the Blackwater clan from tracking him. Secondly, to kill wild beasts to improve his strength, since the St. Gabain Academy's assessment standard is warrior level 3. Unexpectedly, he killed very few wild animals along the way. Most of them were bandits who wanted to rob him. He usually wouldn't kill bandits when he encountered them before. Until one day he saw a poor girl, the same age as Azia, being raped and killed by bandits. He no longer had any psychological burden when killing bandits. He understood the principle that killing was saving lives. Late at night, beside a stream in a forest, the black-haired boy, Ashura, is grilling a wild wolf for dinner. Ashura had always enjoyed studying food, and most of the small animals he had caught ended up in his stomach. He was deeply moved to be able to eat wolf meat now, and he also came to the conclusion that wolf meat doesn't taste very good. The boy has been away from home for more than 3 months, and he is on the road every day without daring to delay. The days of living in the open and killing bandits and tyrants have added a touch of wildness to him. The mischievous smile that used to be on his face has now been replaced by a wicked grin. He has broken through to the second level of samurai, and it seems that this breakthrough of a small level is a natural thing for him. His time surviving in the wild taught him a lot, but it also made him feel incredibly lonely. "I've always been a person who enjoys being around people, but I haven't had a proper conversation with anyone in the 3 months I've been away." The boy's temperament was tempered and he became less flamboyant, and he became calm and composed in the face of adversity. Looking at the moon in the sky, the boy sighed, "I wonder how things are at home? Has Grandpa come back? Has he healed my brother's leg? Will my sister-in-law still be waiting for him?" The boy muttered to himself, leaning against the big tree behind him, and slowly fell asleep. He really missed home. The next day, just as the sun was rising above the horizon, Ashura had woken up from his sleep and stretched. After confirming the direction, he headed towards St. Gobain City. His destination for the day was a town called Linquan Town. Ashura knew he had escaped the control of the Blackwater clan, and that continuing to walk across mountains and valleys would definitely prevent him from reaching the academy on time. So he needed to go to Linquan Town to buy a mount so he could get to St. Gobain City as soon as possible. Linquan Town is a small town. Legend has it that a spring in the city gushes forth a sacred spring, and drinking from it will enhance one's strength and prolong life. Upon hearing this rumor, the youthful Ashura also ran to the spring, lay down, and drank the spring water in large gulps. When he looked up, he saw a cow lying down by the spring, drinking water just like him, and his mood instantly soured. Ashura arrived at the horse dealership. A thin man in his 40s with a goatee immediately came over. He saw that although the boy was dressed simply, the air about him made him look like a young master from a wealthy family. He bowed and scraped, saying, "Sir, my name is Chaha. It's my honor to serve you. Tell me what you need, and I'll make sure you leave satisfied." Ashura glanced at him and said indifferently, "I'm going to see what kind of mounts they have." Chaha immediately stepped forward and led the way, saying, "Sir, this way please." Following Chaha's directions, Ashura arrived at the mount sales area, a place he had never been to before. A wide variety of mounts are on display in the animal pen for people to choose from. There are more than 10 breeds of horses alone, as well as tamed magical beasts such as wind wolves, earth dragons, unicorns, and even birds for transportation. Monster mounts need to be tamed. Once tamed, they will wear a beast taming ring, which will greatly reduce their ferocity and make them obedient to their master's commands. Of course, the higher the level of the magical beast, the harder it is to tame. Unless you raise it from a young age and develop a bond with it, a weak master cannot gain the beast's submission. Of course, some powerful families would raise magical beasts, which would submit to their people, obey their commands, and even fight for them. Ashura was very envious of those magical beasts, wondering if it would be very impressive to ride one. However, firstly, he was too weak to control the magical beast, and secondly, he was afraid of being too conspicuous and attracting unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, Ashura said directly to the man with the goatee, "I want to buy a dragon horse for transportation, the faster the better. Do you have any suitable ones?" Chaha was slightly disappointed after hearing this, as he had thought the boy would be a big spender. However, after a moment's thought, he said, "Sir, we have a dragon horse here, exceptionally fine and powerful, surely a steed that can travel 1,000 miles a day. But it still hasn't been tamed, it's wild and untamed. I wonder if you, sir, are interested in taming it?" Ashura found it interesting and immediately asked to be taken to see the dragon horse. Chaha led him to a stable, where a tall, black horse was bound by ropes. Its black coat was completely free of any other color, and it was exceptionally magnificent. 2 burly men around it took turns whipping it, and the black horse kept neighing, but its indomitable will was clearly heard in its neighing. Ashura made the 2 stop fighting and then circled the black horse twice with great interest. The black horse saw a black-haired boy, just like itself, circling around it, and snorted twice, looking at the boy with disdain. Ashura found the black horse's appearance even more amusing, but he also genuinely liked the black dragon horse. As for how to tame it, his eyes lit up and a wicked idea came to mind. He turned to Chaha and said, "You guys go out first, I want to talk to this dragon horse." Chaha was taken aback, but did not refute it. He turned around and left with the 2 animal trainers. The boy looked at the black horse with a grin, and for some reason, the black horse felt a little afraid of the boy when it saw his smile. The boy tilted his head and said, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" The black horse ignored him and simply raised its head. The boy took out a package and said, "I've learned some medicine since I was young. Here's a packet of silver needles. I don't know if they'll work on horses, but I hope you'll listen to me. I'll let you experience the joy of acupuncture." Although the black horse possessed spiritual insight and could speak human language, it was unclear what he meant by acupuncture. Is such a long needle a torture device? Are they trying to force me into submission through punishment? Ashura pulled out a silver needle and said, "With the first needle, I will make your left hind leg numb." Before the black horse could react, a needle flew out and pierced an acupoint on the black horse's left hind leg. Black horse didn't feel any pain, but its left leg suddenly went numb and it almost fell. Black horse looked in horror at the grinning boy who took out another needle. The boy then said, "This injection will make your right leg numb." After saying that, he threw another needle and stuck it into the black horse's right hind leg. The black horse immediately slumped down and squatted on the ground. The dark horse is still struggling to get its hind legs up. Ashura slowly pulled out another silver needle and said with a grin, "This needle should be used to prick your front. Oh, no, I forgot you have a leg in the back. With this needle, I'll make you lose all feeling in your crotch too." With that, he was about to flick his wrist and send the needle flying. But this time, the dark horse held onto the sleeve tightly. The black horse looked at the little devil in front of it, its eyes filled with fear and pleading. It slowly knelt down on its 2 front legs. Chapter 7: The Mysterious Man in Black Robes. On a road near a dense forest in the wild, a black-haired youth, carrying 2 swords, rode nimbly atop a jet-black steed. The man and his horse had been running at full speed all day without showing any signs of fatigue. The boy glanced at the dim sky and the surrounding terrain, patted the horse's head, and said, "Blackie, let's find a water source ahead and stop to camp." The black horse snorted helplessly. The boy had given it the name Black Charcoal. Although it disliked the name very much, it wanted to avoid being pricked by the boy's terrifying silver needles again. Having found a campsite with a water source, the boy jumped off his horse and rubbed his sore groin. I patted Black Charcoal and let it go eat grass and drink water on its own, without worrying at all that Black Charcoal, wearing the beast taming ring, would run away. Ashura entered the jungle intending to catch some wild game to fill his stomach. He left the camp and walked for quite a while but found no trace of small animals. Having endured the elements, he had clearly become an experienced hunter. Just as he was about to venture deeper into the jungle, his ears twitched, and he quickly climbed to the top of a large tree next to him. He drew a short knife with his right hand, wrapped his left arm around the tree trunk, concealed himself among the leaves, and slowly lowered his breathing rate. Before long, a rustling sound was heard in the dense forest, and soon a group of men in black robes emerged. With wide robes and sleeves, and black cloaks covering their heads, Ashura couldn't see the faces of these people from his vantage point. The black-robed leader walked to the diagonal front of Ashura's hiding place, looked down at the road below, and said in a hoarse voice, "This is the only way those dwarves can pass. We'll set up the ghost lock formation here later. Tomorrow, follow my orders and don't let a single one escape." The men in black robes behind them responded in unison, "We obey the envoy's command." A large number of men in black robes quickly ran towards the road and dispersed, forming a circular area with a radius of 10 feet. Judging from their running techniques, they were all formidable martial artists. Some were digging pits to fill them in, while others were inscribing magical runes. Ashura could see everyone's movements clearly from the tree. Although he didn't know what kind of formation these people were setting up, he had seen a general introduction to formations in his grandfather's miscellaneous books. Any formation needs to be set up in advance, requiring the drawing of magic runes and the placement of energy magic cores. The final step in setting up the formation is the so-called formation eye, which is also the key to breaking the formation. After an incense stick had burned for a while, the leader of the men in black looked at the results of everyone's hard work and nodded in satisfaction. Then, after walking 8 steps to the right and 9 steps back, a small black flag was planted on the ground behind a large tree. The moment the flag was planted in the ground, a series of ghostly screams erupted from the 10-jang-wide circular area before returning to silence. After the man in black chuckled for a while, he waved his hand, and the men in black robes disappeared into the dense forest. Ashura initially thought it was the Blackwater clan chasing after him, but judging from the situation, it was clear they weren't after him. He could sense danger from these people. However, he was now in a dilemma. He guessed that the group of men in black robes were hiding not far away, and he was afraid that if he made a move, he would be discovered and cause unnecessary trouble. The boy's biggest worry was that the silly horse might come looking for him if he didn't return for a long time, which would expose him. He didn't think he could escape with his second dance samurai skills, and he kept praying for safety. The boy clung to the tree, tense all night. His beloved black horse didn't appear as he wished, and the feeling of being tense and staying up all night was extremely unpleasant. The boy just wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible, so as not to delay his chance to take the entrance exam for St. Goban Academy. The surrounding dense forest remained quiet, without a single insect chirp or bird call. No one knew where the group of men in black robes had hidden. They endured this until noon, when Ashura was starting to feel drowsy. Suddenly, the sound of horses' hooves came from afar, and Ashura instantly snapped out of his daze and looked into the distance. A convoy of vehicles slowly approached from the end of the road ahead. As the caravan slowly approached, Ashura discovered that it was actually a caravan of dwarves. A total of 10 wagons fully loaded with goods were followed by more than 20 dwarf warriors. They were short but muscular, dressed in leather armor, all with large beards, and carrying the same weapon, battle axes. The dwarf leader's battle axe was almost as tall as him, and his bulging muscles exuded power. He walked at the front, looking around. He seemed to frown slightly, but he didn't stop. This was the first time Ashura had ever seen dwarves. He had never left the kingdom of Olay before, and everything outside was new and exciting to him. He had heard his grandfather say that dwarves were all short-tempered, but kind and simple-minded. Dwarves are especially skilled in forging and are also heavy drinkers. However, the dwarves are not friendly to humans, and it is difficult for humans to gain their friendship. Ashura guessed that the black-robed men's target was these dwarf warriors in front of him, because the black-robed leader last night had said things like a bunch of dwarves. Ashura instinctively felt that those men in black robes were not good people. He couldn't bear to see the dwarf warriors fall into the trap, but he dared not do anything and could only worry about them in his heart. When the dwarf caravan had fully entered the Tenjang area, the horses pulling the carts seemed to be startled and stood still. The dwarf chieftain finally sensed the danger and waved for the caravan to stop. The dwarven warriors raised their battle axes in a defensive stance, warily watching their surroundings. "Dwarves, you've finally shown up. I've been waiting for you for ages." As this hoarse voice rang out, figures in black robes emerged from all corners of the dense forest and surrounded the dwarf caravan. The dwarves showed no fear, on the contrary, they were full of fighting spirit. The lead dwarf warrior slammed his battle axe into the ground and roared, "Who are you? Were you the ones who attacked our tribe before? Are you prepared to face the wrath of the dwarves?" The sound was so loud that the leaves on the trees rustled and fell to the ground. The black-robed leader said disdainfully, "No need to ask who we are. Just call me master from now on. Obediently come back with me to forge iron. You bunch of dwarfs are still quite useful." No sooner had he finished speaking than the dwarf chieftain was about to charge at the man in black robes with his giant axe, for dwarves were not good with words. But their overwhelming rage and sharp giant axes were their best response. But before the dwarf leader had gone far, many scarlet chains suddenly sprang up from the ground and bound all the dwarf warriors. The dwarf warrior leader, enraged, brandished his giant axe and slashed at the chains, but the red chains seemed to flow like water, instantly regenerating after being cut, causing the dwarf warriors to move more and more slowly. The man in black robes chuckled, "Once you enter my ghost lock formation, you are lambs to the slaughter. Dwarfs, don't resist, just obediently become my slaves and forge iron." The dwarf warriors ignored him and kept trying to break free from the strange red chains. The leader of the black-robed men looked displeased and said in a sinister tone, "Since you don't know what's good for you, then kill a few of the disobedient slaves." With that, he waved his hand, and the black-robed men surrounding him drew their weapons and charged at the dwarf warrior. Because the dwarf warriors were bound by chains, it wasn't long before some of them were injured and wounded. The dwarf leader fought 4 black-robed men single-handedly without being at a disadvantage. The black-robed leader snorted coldly after seeing this, drew his black dagger, and attacked the dwarf warrior leader. Chapter 8: The Friendship of the Dwarves. The black-robed leader was clearly quite strong. Ashura's strength made it impossible to discern his martial arts level. He could only hide in the tree and worry for the dwarves. With the arrival of the black-robed leader, the dwarf warrior leader was clearly at a disadvantage, and his giant axe swings became increasingly sluggish. Just when the man in black thought the battle was over, the dwarf warrior leader suddenly roared, full of fighting spirit. Then his muscles bulged, and a faint red flame ignited around his body, while the blood-red chains binding him loosened. Then the dwarf leader used one of his powerful martial arts techniques to send the 5 black-robed men surrounding him flying. All 5 were injured and collapsed to the ground. Even the black-robed leader coughed up blood, clearly seriously injured. Ashura was thoroughly entertained, having never seen such an intense fight before. The dwarf warrior leader must have used his innate combat skill, which suddenly boosted his combat power to a whole new level. Seeing that the dwarf warriors had a slight advantage, Ashura felt much more at ease, and at the same time, he became even more eager to become stronger. After knocking away 5 people, the dwarf leader turned around and helped the other dwarf warriors kill the man in black. Seeing that most of the dwarven warriors were injured and wounded ignited his anger, and he turned to stare at the black-robed leader who had just been injured. With a roar, he charged forward, raising his axe high, intending to cleave the black-robed leader in 2. The black-robed leader was both shocked and furious. He hadn't expected this dwarf to be so powerful. "It seems I underestimated this race." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he grabbed at the chests of his 2 wounded subordinates with both hands. Then, with a single claw, he tore open their hearts and shouted, "Blood sacrifice demon binding." As he moved, the great formation suddenly shone with bloody light, and the chains that had been loose on the dwarf warrior leader suddenly tightened. Then several chains appeared and tightly bound the giant axe, which was held in mid-air, preventing it from moving forward. The dwarf warrior leader tried his best but could not break free of the chains. His already short body was now completely wrapped in red chains. The other dwarves saw their leader trapped and tried to rescue him, but were held back by the other men in black robes. The leader of the black-robed men stood up with a strange, mocking laugh. He dusted himself off and walked up to the dwarf warrior leader, saying, "You dwarf, how dare you defy me? Do you really think I can't handle you? Once I place the seal on you, you will be my strongest slave." He. "Don't worry, I will continue to capture more dwarves to keep you company. It is an honor for your dwarf race to become a slave of our great organization, Bloodstained." The more Ashura listened from the tree, the more terrified he became. What do these black-robed men want to capture so many dwarves for? And I've never heard of this organization called Bloodjow that he mentioned. Judging from their behavior, they seem like an evil organization, especially since they use their own subordinates as blood sacrifices to activate array skills. They are incredibly ruthless. The dwarf warrior leader was filled with shame and anger. He mustered all his strength to swing his giant axe, but the axe was bound by chains and could not move down an inch. Upon seeing this, the man in black robes burst into laughter, and as he laughed, he took a step in front of the dwarf chieftain, the giant axe raised by the dwarf warrior less than a fist's distance away from him. The black-robed leader looked at the dwarf warrior leader with a mocking expression and said, "Come on, try and chop it down. Do you have the guts to chop it down? Be my slave obediently, you dwarf." After saying that, he reached out and patted the dwarf warrior leader's angry face. Suddenly, the red chains that had bound the dwarf and the giant axe flashed and then disappeared. The giant axe, propelled by the dwarf warrior's momentum, cleaved down with tremendous force, easily slicing the unsuspecting black-robed leader in two from his left shoulder. Everyone stopped fighting and stared blankly at the scene before them. The dwarf warrior leader was also thrown forward by the sudden disappearance of the restraints. He had no idea what had happened. Only the black-robed leader, whose body was not quite dead yet, slowly turned his head to look behind him. A man stood under a large tree not far away, one arm shielding his face, the other hand clutching a small black flag, the very flag he had planted the night before. The black-robed leader tried to say something, but blood gushed from his mouth. His eyes remained wide open, unwilling to close them for a long time, as if trying to see clearly who the person who had ruined him was. Everyone realized what had happened, and the dwarven warriors, no longer bound by the red chains, unleashed astonishing fighting power. The black-robed men, now in disarray after the death of their leader, lost all will to fight and were relentlessly pursued and slaughtered by the dwarven warriors, turning the tide into a one-sided massacre. Ashura stood behind a large tree, using his arm to shield his face while nervously watching the battlefield while clutching a small black flag. He was terrified that some men in black robes might leave the battlefield and come looking for revenge. Fortunately, the battle ended soon afterward. The men in black robes fell one after another, and only the heavy breathing of the dwarf warriors remained on the battlefield. Ashura secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that none of the black-robed men had escaped. Not wanting to cause any more trouble, he faced the battlefield and slowly retreated. But the dwarf warrior leader suddenly shouted at him, "Stop," and then strode towards him. Ashura had just witnessed the terrifying charge of the dwarf warrior leader, the only difference being that this time he didn't raise his giant axe. Yet this aura still made Ashura's hands and feet feel cold and his spine go cold. The dwarf warrior leader rushed in front of Ashura, warily eyeing the boy who was still shielding his face with his arm, then glancing thoughtfully at the flag he held in his hand. Ashura looked down at the approaching dwarf warrior, afraid that the seemingly dim-witted dwarf might misunderstand something. He quickly said, "I meant no harm, I just helped you." He then recounted in detail how he got there the previous night, how he was trapped in the tree and witnessed everything, and how he was surrounded by dwarf warriors. After listening to Ashura's story, the dwarf warrior leader first removed the red flames covering his body. As the red flames disappeared, the dwarf warrior's morale suddenly weakened. He took out a large barrel of liquor from his portable storage space, opened the lid, and started gulping it down. Some of the dark red liquid dripped from his beard onto the ground, and Ashura could smell a distinctly strong odor of alcohol. Seeing the dwarf drinking like that, I couldn't help but secretly marvel. Grandpa was right when he said that dwarves were addicted to alcohol. Ashura didn't know why he was so bold as to get involved in the battle. Perhaps his inner kindness played a decisive role. All he could do was destroy the magic array. He covered his face with his arm to avoid ruining the black-robed man's plans, and to see what he looked like so he could vent his anger on him. After the dwarf warrior leader drank most of a barrel of strong liquor, he clearly felt much better. Seeing Ashura still covering his face with his arm, he suddenly burst into laughter. He then reached out and pulled Ashura in front of him, giving him a big hug. His strong arm patted the boy's back firmly, and he said sincerely, "Thank you, my friend." As the dwarf leader pulled, Ashura's raised arm was also pulled away, revealing his youthful appearance. But this heartfelt hug almost made the boy faint. The two slaps the dwarf warrior gave him on the back made him wince in pain, unable to speak for a moment. The dwarves around him burst into laughter when they saw Ashura like this. The dwarf warrior leader noticed the boy's frail physique, scratched his head sheepishly, and said again, "My friend, my name is Kassa." "What's your name?" After saying that, he handed the wine barrel next to him to the boy. Ashura leaned against the tree, catching his breath. A strange thought suddenly popped into his head. His father still loved him. He had hit him so many times since he was a child, but none of those blows were as hard as this dwarf's slap. He quickly shook his head to dismiss the strange thought, looking at the group of dwarf warriors before him with fervent eyes. The boy's mood brightened considerably, and he smiled and said, "My name is Ashura, and I come from the kingdom of Olay." He casually took the wine barrel from the dwarf warrior leader. The barrel was quite heavy. The boy, imitating the dwarf warriors, gulped down a mouthful. What Ashura didn't know was that if a dwarf who was addicted to alcohol was willing to share his wine with you, it meant that you had gained the dwarf's sincere friendship. What the boy didn't know was that the dwarf Kassa had given him the war god's wine of the dwarves. The liquor is strong, like lava flowing down your throat, and it also has amazing effects. Chapter 9 War God Wine. When Ashura was young, he was mischievous and often stole his grandfather's and father's wine to drink, which gradually made him a good drinker. But he never expected the dwarf's wine to be so strong. Ashura's face turned red and his whole body turned bright red after just one sip. As the alcohol took effect, his internal energy surged uncontrollably, breaking through his third-stage warrior level. Ashura was both surprised and delighted. Unexpectedly, a sip of wine allowed him to break through to the third level of warrior, which also met the requirements for admission to St. Gobain Academy. The problem that I was worried about that I wouldn't be able to cultivate enough while traveling and therefore wouldn't be able to get into the academy due to insufficient martial arts level was solved so easily. The boy was overjoyed. He then lifted the barrel and took a large gulp of the dwarven wine, nearly falling over as he lost his balance after it entered his mouth. This time, although his blood and energy were still surging and he was full of vitality, he didn't have the same breakthrough feeling as after the first sip. The dwarves around couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter at the sight of the boy's drunken state. Seeing the boy's predicament, the dwarf warrior leader Kassa guessed what he was thinking and said, "My friend, this is our dwarf race's war god wine, the finest wine in the world. Drinking it has the effects of invigorating blood circulation, healing wounds and relieving pain, restoring combat power, clearing negative status effects, enhancing fighting spirit, and strengthening the kidneys and enhancing male virility. Of course, the first sip has the best effect. Have you broken through a minor realm? Each subsequent bite is not as potent as the first, but they all have various beneficial effects. Once you've married, take a sip of this every night, and I guarantee you'll be full of fighting spirit every night." Ashura quickly waved his hand to interrupt the dwarf, who was talking increasingly outrageously. The dwarf, who was not good with words, seemed to become eloquent when it came to fine wine. He was still a naive 14-year-old boy, full of longing and curiosity about contact with the opposite sex, but he didn't have the face to talk about these topics openly. Ashura handed the wine barrel back and bowed deeply to the dwarves, saying, "Thank you for sharing this fine wine. I really enjoyed it, and it helped me improve my cultivation level by a small margin. I've never tasted such good wine before." The dwarf warriors were overjoyed to hear Ashura praise their god of war wine, finding it even more pleasing than praise for their bravery. Kassa was overjoyed and grabbed Ashura's arm, saying, come on, come back to our tribe with me. You're our friend, and I'm going to introduce you to everyone in our tribe. There's plenty of wine and roasted meat." As he spoke, he pulled Ashura toward the convoy. Ashura quickly grabbed the hand that was gripping him like an iron clamp and hurriedly said, "I can't do it this time, Kassa. Although I really want to visit your tribe, I have more important things to do. I need to enroll at St. Gobain Academy. The journey is long and I don't even have 3 months left. I don't know if I can make it in time. I can't waste any more time having fun." Kassa stopped and turned to look at the anxious-looking boy, knowing that he did indeed have something important to do. He said helplessly, "All right then, St. Gobain City is still far from here. The kingdom of Byron and the kingdom of Yeti are at war ahead, and the roads are blocked. You will have to take a detour. Time is indeed of the essence." Ashura was astonished upon hearing this, but luckily he encountered a dwarf and received the news. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he were to plunge into the territory of a warring country and then try to get out. Perhaps this is what they mean by good deeds being rewarded. After regaining his composure, Ashura asked, "Kassa, do you know who these men in black robes are? Why are they attacking you?" After hearing this, Kassa silently walked to the black-robed leader who had been dismembered and lifted his black cloak, revealing a pale-faced bald man underneath. After searching his body, he found a storage belt. The mark of the storage space would disappear after the owner died. Opening the spatial belt revealed some gold and silver coins, as well as some pills and a change of clothes. The only thing of any value for investigation was a map made of animal hide. When the map was opened, Kassa's face turned furious. He said in a deep voice, "I don't know who these black-robed men are either. Our tribe was attacked by them some time ago. When they couldn't defeat us, they besieged our tribe. Our purchasing teams were often attacked by them, and many of our people went missing as a result. I led the team out to purchase supplies this time. If it weren't for your help, our team would probably have been killed too. This map marks the locations of several of our dwarven tribes. It seems that other dwarven tribes have also been attacked. A goblin tribe very close to us was also attacked. I need to go back and report everything to the chieftain." Ashura was also surprised after hearing this. Who would provoke the dwarves' anger? This race is notoriously short-tempered. At this moment, Ashura noticed that the leader of the black-robed men had a black sun and moon tattoo on his body. "This tattoo makes me feel uncomfortable all over." Ashura said, "During the battle, I heard him say that he wanted to capture you and send you to an organization called Blood Moon to forge iron. I don't know if you've heard of this organization." Kassa shook his large, bearded head. Never heard of it. Apart from buying some daily necessities, we dwarves basically don't interact with other races. We never provoke any organization, yet someone actually has designs on us. Are they prepared to face our battle axes? Kassa angrily swung his giant axe, which seemed to be taller than him. Ashura, standing to the side, swallowed hard, afraid that the battle axe might accidentally brush against his body. The person whose body had grazed the battle axe was still lying on the ground in two pieces. At this moment, the other dwarves also piled up the spoils they had collected from the dead man in black robes in front of them. Ashura looked at the pile of items, but there weren't any particularly valuable ones. Ashura asked Kassa, "What should we do with these spoils?" Kassa said nonchalantly, "Take whatever you like, I just need that map to go back and report." Ashura didn't stand on ceremony after hearing this. He collected some healing pills into his storage belt, but didn't touch the gold coins, silver coins, or other items. He heard that dwarves often needed to buy daily necessities, and that these gold and silver coins might be more important to them. Seeing Ashura's behavior, Kassa also looked at the boy with newfound respect. "I'm convinced this young friend is really great." After thinking for a moment, he reluctantly took out 2 barrels of War God wine from his storage belt and said, "My friend, since you are in a hurry, I won't force you to stay. Take these 2 barrels of War God wine and drink them on the way. Next time you pass by, you must stop by our tribe and have a good drink. Our tribe is located in a cave on Mount Phalang ahead." Ashura's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 barrels of War God wine, and he happily put them into his storage belt. This kind of wine with magical effects is a rare find. While keeping the wine, he said to Kassa, definitely, I'll come visit you guys when my academy is on holiday. You should also be careful of that organization called Blood Zhao. If all else fails, your tribes should unite and fight against that organization together." Kassa's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he thought it was a great idea. Human brains are indeed much smarter. Ashura also hugged and said goodbye to the other dwarves one by one. The friendship among dwarves is simple and sincere. Then he waved and ran back to the previous campsite. On the way back to the camp, Ashura suddenly pulled out a small flag from his chest. This was the key point of the formation that the black-robed leader had set up earlier. Ashura felt uncomfortable looking at the little flag, so he waved his hand and threw it into the river in front of him. The small black flag drifted away into the distance, rising and falling with the river. Ashura rushed back to the camp and saw his black horse still leisurely grazing, looking at him with a peaceful expression. Ashura was furious and walked towards Black Charcoal with a cold laugh. Black Charcoal was in a good mood. That little devil of a master hadn't returned for almost a day and a night. Had he forgotten about him? If he doesn't come back in a few more days, I'll be free. I can leave this place and run free. Before it could finish its sweet dream, it saw a boy with a mischievous grin walking towards it. When it saw that smile, its 5 legs trembled, and it immediately ran over obsequiously, rubbing its head affectionately against its master's arm. Ashura was about to deal with the rebellious horse, but then he remembered that he had already wasted a day and should hurry on his way. With a cold snort, he mounted his horse and galloped off in the direction of Saint Germain. What the boy didn't know was that 3 days after he left, 2 men in black robes stood on the rocks by a nearby river. One of them, holding a small, wet flag, said in a hoarse voice, "This is the battle flag I lent to the Nile envoy. Its presence here means he has already failed." He then paused and said, "Who exactly ruined our plan? If he's carrying my array flag, I'll find him sooner or later with the soul imprint on it." But he actually threw away the array flag. It seems this person is either a powerful expert or a master of array formations. Another person said, "Now that a powerful figure has appeared, it means someone is targeting us. Notify all personnel in this area to cease operations and conceal themselves pending further orders from the organization." The figure then vanished from the boulder. The strong man who threw the flag, as the 2 men in black robes guessed, was galloping away on horseback into the distance. The boy's simple decision saved him from a huge crisis. But he also seems to have been drawn into a huge conspiracy. Chapter 10: Arrival at Saint Gabain. Under the cool moonlight, a black-haired youth galloped wildly on horseback along the main road. Carefully maneuvering the galloping horse, he dodged the branches extending from the trees on both sides. Riding a horse at night is a very dangerous thing, but Ashura didn't care about that. Today is the second day of the college's admissions assessment, which will last for 3 days in total. If he can't reach Saint Gabain City tomorrow, all his efforts will have been in vain. Fortunately, he knew he was very close to Saint Gabain City. The boy brandished his whip, and the black horse beneath him, sensing its master's anxiety, dared not misbehave and ran with exceptional obedience. Finally, at sunrise, when the sky was turning a pale white, the boy saw a huge city wall built against the mountain in the distance. He knew he had arrived in Saint Gobain City, and the Saint Gobain Academy he wanted to attend was located within this magnificent city. Ashura was extremely excited at this moment, thinking of the hardships he had endured along the way and the expectations of his family. The boy stood on horseback and let out a long whistle. The burden that had been weighing on his heart eased considerably, and his youthful spirit was clearly revealed. As more and more passers-by gathered on the road, they began to scrutinize the dark-haired boy, as if he were a country bumpkin coming to the city to see the world. Ashura didn't care about the opinions of those around him, but his upbringing in the general's mansion made him immediately sit back on his horse. Black Charcoal sensed the joy in its little devil master's heart and happily ran towards the city. St. Gobain City was built on a mountainside because of St. Gobain Academy. Although the city is not large, it is a city of freedom. Here you can see people of all races and social classes living here. Young students of St. Gobain Academy could be seen everywhere in the city. These students are the pride of the King's continent. When they graduate and leave this holy city, they will be young powerhouses. The continent of kings where Ashura lives has 4 powerful empires: the Valensi Empire, the Pagadan Empire, the Sindbai Empire, and the Kalanan Empire. The 4 empires were vast in area and their strength was almost equal. The kingdom of Olay, where Ashura was born, was one of the 14 vassal states of the Valensi Empire. The 4 empires' territories are connected end to end to form a ring, with the largest and most dangerous region on this continent, the monster forest, in the middle. Even the strongest in the world dare not easily venture into the depths of the monster forest, where high-level monsters and endless beast tides would tear everything apart. Beyond the 4 great empires lies the endless sea, and no one knows how vast it is. Is there land on the other side of the sea? Are there other civilizations there? There are many academies on the continent of kings, but the 8 most famous ones are the most renowned. Each empire had 2 renowned academies, the St. Gobain Academy and the Augustus Academy of the Valensi Empire, and the Barto Academy and the Romeo Academy of the Pagadan Empire. Anas Academy and Tasia Academy of the Sind North Empire, and Berna Academy and Bardori Academy of the Karainen Empire. The 8 academies train countless powerful individuals for the 4 great empires every year, but they are not subject to the empire's control. Moreover, the 8 academies share another common feature: they are all built at important passes leading into and out of the monster forest, protecting humanity from the greatest threat, the monster tides. Therefore, young powerhouses who graduate from the 8 academies are loved and supported by the common people, and are also important targets for various forces to win over. Of course, there are other academies on the continent of kings. These academies may be royal academies, funded by a certain power, or specialize in a particular field. Many strong individuals have emerged from this, but in terms of overall teaching strength, the 8 academies are still stronger. Geographically, Augustus Academy is closer to the kingdom of Olay, but due to the threat from the Blackwater family, Ashura came to the St. Gobain Academy in the Valensi Empire. He was filled with curiosity about everything in St. Gobain City, which was also bustling with activity due to the academy's triennial entrance examination. Ashura didn't even need to ask for directions, he simply followed the flow of people toward the academy atop the city's hills. There were already quite a few people gathered there, so that must be the admission assessment point. Ashura, pulling Black Charcoal alone, pushed his way forward, because there were just too many onlookers. Local residents came to join in the fun, spies from various factions gathered first-hand information on the future powerhouses, and noble ladies came to choose their future husbands. Even if they are not the principal wife, marrying a student of St. Gobain Academy is a good outcome for them. Similarly, some students also need the influence and resources of noble ladies' families to support them in advancing further. For some outstanding students who pass the Academy's entrance examination, invitations from noble ladies will be delivered to them immediately. Further arrangements depend on the mutual consent of both parties. Ashura finally managed to squeeze into the assessment site. There weren't many candidates there, which meant that most of the students had already completed their assessments and been admitted to the Academy a couple of days ago. Ashura was excited and thrilled, his heart filled with uncontrollable joy at the thought of becoming a student like St. Go. He then tidied his disheveled hair, which had become messy from running around, and quickly walked forward to the assessment point. 3 examiners, 2 men and 1 woman, were sitting at a long stone table directly in front of the examination point. They were all dressed in the Academy's instructors' uniforms. Apart from the male teacher in the middle who was a bit older, the other 2 mentors were quite young. All 3 of them were serious and had a very business-like attitude. Ashura stepped forward and filled out a personal resume form, which only contains simple personal information and hometown address. After taking a deep breath, I took my resume and handed it to the young male teacher among the 3 instructors, whose sign read Martial Arts Assessment Point. I respectfully handed the resume to him with both hands. The young male mentor took his resume and quickly glanced at it, then looked at the young but tall and well-proportioned boy in front of him. He said calmly, "Trainees awaiting assessment, grasp the chi and blood testing stone and activate your chi and blood power to test your martial arts level." After hearing this, Ashura glanced at the red stone in front of the male instructor's stone table, steadied his mind, grasped the stone, and activated the blood and chi in his body. The red stone immediately emitted a red light, which was intense but not dazzling. After seeing the red light, the young male instructor calmly said, "The assessment result is Samurai 3rd Dan." Ashura was overjoyed to hear this, because he knew that the Academy's admission criteria required martial arts practitioners to be at least at the 3rd level. He met the admission criteria, but the crowd behind him whispered and even laughed gleefully. Before Ashura could figure out why everyone was laughing like that, the young instructor continued, "The assessment result is invalid. You are not allowed to enter the academy. Please leave." These words were like a bolt from the blue, striking the boy's ears. The laughter from the crowd behind him grew even louder. Ashura couldn't believe what he was hearing. He then angrily retorted, "Why aren't you qualified? Aren't the admission standards for the 8 major academies only the 3rd rank of warrior or the 3rd rank of mage? I clearly met the assessment criteria, so why won't they admit me to the hospital?" The young male instructor seemed to have anticipated his reaction and calmly said, "Because the academy has filled its quota of warriors at the 3rd level, the academy recruits 1,600 warriors at the 3rd level or above and 300 mages at the 3rd level or above every 3 years. In addition, there are 100 students in special programs. The school provides teaching resources for about 2,000 students, which is also the college's saturation enrollment number." Then the voice became stern again, saying, "The 2,000 places for trainees were filled yesterday. The path to becoming a strong person is reserved for those who are proactive and prepared. You're so lazy, only arriving on the last day of the assessment. Do you even value this opportunity for hospital admission? Go back and see if you can go to another regular college." Ashura felt no shame for being reprimanded, because he knew how many hardships he had endured to get here. The instructor was unaware of his situation, and he didn't want to defend himself further. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he continued, "Since the student quota is already filled, why are you still sitting here recruiting?" The young male instructor didn't expect Ashura to react so quickly. The other students who were late and couldn't enter the academy either made a scene or cried. It's rare to see a young man so calmly asking questions. The male instructor said flippantly, "Because we still have enrollment slots for genius students, if you reach the martial master level now, you can also enroll. It's a pity you don't meet the requirements. Go back now, don't affect the trainees who take the test later." After hearing this, Ashura numbly turned around and walked away, his heart filled with inner turmoil. What should he do? He can't just go back like this. He's the hope of his whole family. But what can he do now? Representatives from various factions and admissions officers from various ordinary academies gathered around Ashura. They all sent out invitations, trying to recruit the young man into their faction or academy. Perhaps because of her young age and unfashionable attire, few noble ladies approached her. The commotion from the gathered crowd only made Ashura's mind more confused. At that moment, a luxurious silver-white carriage, escorted by guards, weaved through the crowd and arrived at the assessment point. Chapter 11 Quotas for Genius Students. This is an extremely luxurious silver-white carriage. The 4 white horses pulling the cart were all of the finest breed, pure white, and far superior in quality to Ashura's black charcoal. The carriages are adorned with the family crest of intertwined lightning bolts and scepters. Ashura didn't know which family it was, but seeing the guards driving the carriage gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He must be a high-level expert. A family that can afford to have such an expert drive must be a powerful and influential family. As soon as the silver carriage appeared, the crowd that had been surrounding Ashura abandoned him and all went to watch the owner of the silver carriage. Ashura curled his lip in disdain, then also began to pay attention to the carriage. He wanted to see if the scions of wealthy families who came later would also be turned away from the academy because they arrived late, just like him. As the carriage gradually came to a stop, the powerful driver announced something to the passengers and slowly opened the carriage door. A stunningly beautiful girl with silver hair stepped down from the carriage. Although the girl is young, she is already an absolute beauty. With her fair skin and delicate features, she wore a well-fitting silver dress, which, combined with her long silver hair, made her appear even more noble and unapproachable, causing others to unconsciously feel a sense of inferiority and distance. Ashura was also stunned by the girl's beauty. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. But right now, he was preoccupied with how to pass the exam and get into the academy, and he wasn't captivated by the girl's beautiful and noble demeanor. The three mentors did not show any extra enthusiasm because of the girl's appearance or the power of her family. The young male instructor's eyes lit up, and he subtly straightened up. After bowing slightly to greet the three mentors, the silver-haired girl filled out her resume. He strolled up to the young female instructor whose sign read Magician Examination and handed her his resume. The young female tutor's eyes widened slightly after seeing the information on the form. He then regained his composure and said seriously, "Students, grasp the magic testing stone, activate the magic power within you, and we will test your magic attributes and level." The silver-haired girl nodded after hearing this, and without making any preparations, she directly grasped the white magic testing stone on the stone table. The magic testing stone suddenly lit up with a bright silver light, exceptionally bright. Immediately, a series of exclamations rang out from behind. The young female instructor exclaimed in surprise, "A lightning mage, and at least at the first level of mage." The onlookers behind her gasped, then began to discuss the girl. Some speculated about the girl's age, some about her family background, and some even guessed what level of magic power she would become in the future. The gasps and whispers of the crowd did not elicit any reaction from the silver-haired girl. She still maintained her aloof and noble demeanor, as if she had long been accustomed to all of this and used to the praise and admiration she received from others. She asked softly, "Teacher, have I passed the test to be admitted to the academy?" The young female instructor was still in a daze, thinking about how many talented students there were this year. Several students who met the criteria for genius students have arrived in the past 2 days, and today's beautiful girl is an even rarer genius lightning magician. It seems this year's freshmen are very strong. I wonder who will win the title of Rookie of the Year. The older male instructor coughed softly, and the young female instructor immediately snapped out of her daze. Slightly embarrassed, but quickly put on an enthusiastic attitude and said, "Of course you passed. You are a rare lightning mage, and that alone makes you qualified for admission. Moreover, you've even reached the first level of magic, making you a genius new student at our academy. Cadet Clara, welcome to St. Gobain Academy." Following the female instructor's affirmative words, enthusiastic cheers erupted from the surrounding area. Everyone witnessed the admission of a genius student. Perhaps this girl named Clara will become a famous and powerful magician in the King's Continent in the future. This will be something everyone can brag about to their friends in the future. The girl named Clara was delighted to hear this. After all, she was only 14 or 15 years old. Because he was delayed in breaking through to the level of a magician, he arrived at the academy on the last day to participate in the assessment. But the mentor's approval made the girl extremely happy. Just as the girl happily accepted the St. Gobain Academy badge from her female instructor and wanted to express her gratitude, a sudden young voice shouted, "Wait a minute, mentor. Does that mean that any lightning mage is a genius student and can get an extra spot for admission? I just heard you say that." Everyone stared in astonishment toward the source of the sound, only to see a tall, black-haired boy hurriedly squeeze out of the crowd. It was none other than Ashura, who had just passed the martial arts test. No one knew what this kid was up to. Wasn't he just turned away because the martial arts quota was full? Why is he asking about magicians? Has he gone mad from the shock? Or is he trying to make his presence felt in front of his supervisor and hoping the supervisor will give him a break? The boy ignored the crowd's chatter and stared intently at the female instructor behind the stone table. The silver-haired girl Clara also turned to look at the tall boy. The girl's first reaction upon hearing the shouts was that someone was trying to get her attention by yelling. Because so many boys had pursued her before, foolishly trying to attract her attention in their own cleverness. But when she saw that the boy's burning gaze didn't linger on her for a moment, but instead looked past her to the mentor behind him, she realized she had misunderstood this boy who was about her age. While secretly relieved, she was also slightly unhappy. A girl's thoughts are always hard to fathom. The young female instructor frowned. Seemingly annoyed at being interrupted, he said, "Not every lightning-type student can get the title of genius student. It's just that lightning magic users are very rare, so the academy stipulates that any lightning magic user can be admitted to the academy for further study." As soon as the female instructor finished speaking, Clara noticed that the black-haired boy who had asked the question had his eyes light up, though she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. Then the boy asked loudly again, "Teacher, are you sure? Any new lightning mage can be admitted to the academy? The young female professor replied impatiently, I'm sure, can I change the school's admission rules? After she finished speaking, I felt like something was off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Before she could figure out what was wrong, the black-haired boy strode forward and quickly wrote another resume, placing it on the stone table in front of the young female mentor. Then he grabbed the white magic testing stone on the table with both hands and shouted, Light up! Amidst the boy's shouts and the bewildered gazes of the crowd, the magic testing stone, held in the boy's hands, emitted a faint silver glow. Chapter 12 First Day in the Hospital. Gazing at the faint silver light emanating from the testing stone, everyone froze on the spot, as if petrified. Staring blankly at the boy who was still struggling to manipulate magical elements and light up the magic testing stone, even the three instructors were too shocked to speak. Ashura was secretly anxious. He doesn't have much lightning magic left in his body, so why hasn't the instructor announced the assessment results yet? Didn't we just agree on this? I can't hold on much longer. Aside from a few occasional meditations after awakening, Ashura, who had never practiced magic before, was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. The faint, bright silver light seemed to be extinguished at any moment, like a candle flame. Beneath the bright silver light, a mysterious gray glow flickered intermittently, but no one noticed it. At that moment, an incredulous voice rang out, Lightning Magic, Level, Magic Apprentice, Level 1. The young female instructor's halting voice saved Ashura, and he quickly put down the magic testing stone. He didn't even bother wiping the sweat from his forehead, his eyes fixed intently on the young female instructor. Thunder rumbled in everyone's minds. Everyone was puzzled as to why a martial artist would possess magical talent, especially the rare lightning-type talent. Why would a mage with lightning talent choose to be a mediocre martial artist instead of practicing magic? Wouldn't a noble magician be more appealing? The silver-haired girl Clara also opened her mouth slightly in astonishment. She couldn't understand what this boy, who had awakened lightning magic just like her, was thinking. She clearly remembered the wild celebration and revelry her family had for her when she awakened her lightning magic talent. Grandpa even designated her as the #1 young person the family should cultivate. Could it be that this young man has just awakened his magical talent? Seeing everyone staring at him blankly without saying a word, Ashura couldn't help but ask the female instructor, Dear instructor, shouldn't you give me the academy badge? The female tutor, who had just heard his question, snapped out of her reverie and frowned as she looked at the boy in front of her. Finally, with difficulty, he said, although you're a lightning mage, your strength level. Before the young female instructor could finish speaking, Ashura interrupted, Instructor, that's not what you just said. Everyone heard that. You said that the academy's admission criteria are that only rare lightning magicians can be admitted. You can't just take advantage of my young age and go back on your word, can you? Looking at the whispers and discussions among the onlookers, the female mentor felt a little flustered and turned to look at the other two mentors. The older male instructor in the middle glanced at Ashura with displeasure. This dark-haired young man set a trap for his female colleague from the very beginning and even incited onlookers to exert pressure. He's so young but full of bad intentions, and now he needs to step up and end this farce. He then summoned the other two mentors, and the three whispered among themselves for a while before finally reaching an agreement. The middle-aged male instructor smiled and looked at Ashura, saying, Since you are a lightning mage and so eager to study at the academy, then without violating the academy's admission principles, congratulations on passing the assessment. Welcome to St. Gobain Academy, student Ashura. Upon hearing this, Ashura jumped up excitedly, finally fulfilling his long-cherished wish. But seeing the middle-aged male instructor's meaningful smile, Ashura felt that he had some ill intentions. Ashura accepted the academy badge from his mentor with both hands. I love it no matter how I look at it, and I can't stop giggling to myself. Clara, the silver-haired girl standing nearby, had just witnessed the incident and was thinking about what it would be like to put herself in someone else's shoes. She probably wouldn't have done any better than the boy when he was in the same predicament, because she wouldn't resort to shameless tactics. She felt a sense of admiration and curiosity towards this boy of the same age, and she clearly heard the boy's name Ashura. Just as the two of them were laughing foolishly and curiously, the middle-aged male teacher's voice rang out, Keep your student badges safe, they have functions such as scoring, trading, and message transmission. This is also proof that you are a member of the academy, so please remember not to lose it. You can be admitted now. Once admitted, the information in your badge will guide you on what to do. The two of them quickly bowed and replied in unison, Yes, mentor. Then, the silver-haired girl Clara walked towards the academy gate without looking back. Meanwhile, the black-haired boy Ashura turned around to look for the black charcoal tied to the roadside tree stump, and led his black horse toward the academy gate. A new chapter of school life is about to begin for two young boys and girls. Passing through the towering academy gates, which are dozens of meters high, the scenery inside suddenly opens up. Towering trees and ancient-style teaching buildings form the main combination, and students dressed in samurai outfits and magic robes can be seen passing by on the academy roads everywhere. There was no other attire in the academy besides the academy uniform, except for newcomers like Ashura who wore their own clothes. There was a lot of noise going on not far ahead, and a group of people had gathered together. Ashura took a closer look and realized it was the silver-haired beauty who had entered before him, surrounded by a group of male upperclassmen who were showering her with attention and trying to get her contact number for the badge. The girl's frequently furrowed brows clearly showed that she was extremely annoyed. Ashura pursed his lips without saying a word, then turned and walked in the opposite direction. But Clara, surrounded by people, saw him turn around, and the girl became even angrier. Ashura strolled through the academy, overwhelmed by its rich history. Sculptures of strong individuals graduating from academies can be seen everywhere. Their remarkable achievements inspired generations of students to strive for excellence. Ashura became more and more excited as he watched, eager to become stronger. He didn't expect the school to erect a statue in his honor for posterity. He simply wanted to become powerful enough to return and resolve his family's crisis. He recalled the conversation between father and son before he left, and his father's words, "Before you truly grow up, you must be patient and discreet." He decided to quietly grow stronger so he could return and avenge his elder brother as soon as possible. At that moment, a message came from his badge, which he silently read with his mind. The sign read, "New student Ashura, please go to your dormitory, room 138. You will have your own private room there. Please put away your belongings. If you have a mount, please board it at the academy's mount area, where someone will take care of it for you. All freshmen shall assemble at the Aries Square at dusk. Anyone who is late or absent will be expelled immediately. Please be aware." After reading the message, Ashura first entrusted black charcoal to the academy's mount. Black charcoal was overjoyed to see several Maras jumping around excitedly inside the mount area. Ashura was speechless. But then he remembered that he had spent 10 gold coins to buy it, and he slowly calmed down his urge to beat it up. Following the map on the academy badge, Ashura eventually made his way to the dormitory area. It has to be said that the academy is really big. Ashura spent most of the day exploring and still hadn't seen half of it. It was already close to dusk. The dormitories are all independent two-story buildings, with the boys' and girls' dormitories separated on opposite sides of the road. Ashura found dormitory number 138, inserted the academy badge into the hole in the door, and the dormitory door opened. The space inside is not large. The first floor has a living room and a dining table. The staircase leads to 4 bedrooms on the second floor, 3 of which are already occupied. Ashura called out twice, "Is anyone there?" Seeing that no one responded, he guessed that they had headed to the Aries Square, so he quickly went to the last empty room to take a look. The room was even simpler, with a wardrobe, a desk, a chair, a single bed, and bedding. There were no other items besides that, and Ashura had nothing else to place. I closed the door and left the dormitory, running towards the freshman assembly point War God Square. Chapter 13 Academy Rules. When Ashura arrived at the War God Square while running and asking around, a large group of new students have already gathered here. They looked around at their classmates as if they didn't know each other very well, and a small group of boys from one dormitory were chatting in hushed tones. Every now and then, whispers and lewd laughter could be heard about which girl had particularly large breasts or long legs. Ashura was also experiencing communal living away from home for the first time, and he was very curious about everything around him. He looked around at his classmates, and suddenly his eyes met a pair of cool, clear eyes. Ashura looked closely and realized it was Clara, the silver-haired girl who had participated in the assessment with him that day. Ashura finally encountered someone he could recognize and happily waved to the girl. But the girl haughtily snorted and turned her head away. Ashura's hand, still raised in midair, looked a little awkward. He helplessly touched his nose and turned to look at the other students. At that moment, with the sound of a bell, 2 mentors flew into the sky above the square, one a warrior and the other a magician. The 2 mentors hovered in mid-air above the plaza, quietly watching the new students below. This scene was incredibly visually impactful for the new students. The new students screamed and shouted as they looked up at their mentors in the sky, showing their sincere admiration for the strong. Ashura was also excited. He didn't know what level of powerhouse could fly, but he was certain that the Blackwater clan didn't have any powerhouses who could fly. What glory and honor it would be to fly back to the kingdom of Olay. just as Ashura was immersed in his own fantasy. One of the powerful figures in mid-air spoke, his voice not loud but seemingly ringing in the ears of every new student. Quiet. The square fell silent instantly. A burly middle-aged man among the instructors stepped forward and said, "Greetings, young ones. I am Philman, the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at St. Goban Academy, and this is Sanan, the Dean of the Magic Academy." After he finished speaking, a refined middle-aged magician next to him removed his hat in salute. "On behalf of St. Goban Academy, I welcome you and hope you will achieve great things during your time at the Academy. Furthermore, I would like to tell you about the college's rules and your future study arrangements." All the new students looked up and listened attentively to Principal Furman's speech. Principal Furman said solemnly, "First of all, no matter where you come from or what family or power you have behind you, once you enter the Academy, everything depends on yourself. Your family's influence has no place in the Academy. Don't even think about using your family's influence to do anything, or you will be expelled from the Academy." Upon hearing this, some of the students in their fine clothes changed their expressions, while others remained unconvinced. Without pausing, Philman continued, "All cultivation resources in the Academy must be earned by yourselves. Gold, silver, and even jewels have no value here. Only Academy points can be exchanged for various cultivation resources. Academy points are earned through your own ranking within the Academy and by completing Academy tasks. Of course, you can also use them to trade items privately." Upon hearing this, all the trainees began to discuss among themselves. Those from ordinary families were greatly encouraged, while those from wealthy families felt indignant. This move by the Academy has effectively narrowed the gap between all students. Dean Philman continued, "There aren't many rules or restrictions in the Academy. You can completely plan and manage your own time. You can attend whichever professor's class you want, or even skip classes and cultivate on your own. The Academy won't interfere at all. However, the Academy will only give each student a maximum of 9 years of study time. Within those 9 years, as long as you reach the 3rd level of Grand Martial Master or the 3rd level of Grand Magician, you can apply for graduation. The college will issue you a graduation certificate. But if you don't meet the graduation requirements within 9 years, you won't get a graduation certificate, and your descendants will not be admitted to any college." Hearing this, all the students gasped, but those who could pass the test and come to the Academy were all exceptionally talented individuals on this continent, and everyone was confident that they would graduate smoothly. The two deans nodded in satisfaction at the reactions of the new students. They had heard that there were some promising students in this class, and they would see if they could be nurtured into talents who would bring honor to the college. The only thing they compared themselves to the deans of other colleges was how outstanding their own students were. The other rules of the college will be briefly mentioned in the badges, so I won't repeat them all here, Fairman continued. However, one thing is certain, fighting is strictly prohibited in many areas within the Academy, and violators will be severely punished. The new students below nodded in agreement. They were all the pride of their respective regions and were inevitably young and impetuous. This rule of the Academy had avoided a lot of trouble. After looking at the students and finding no objections, Furman said, "Now that the Academy's rules have been explained, Dean Sanan will tell you about the arrangements for you in the near future." Dean Saning smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Dear new students, I believe you have all been assigned to your respective dormitories. Tomorrow, we will divide you into classes according to your situation. The badge notification will inform you which class to report to, and you will be given a school uniform after reporting. No other clothing is allowed in the Academy besides the school uniform." Dean Sanan's voice was gentle and pleasant to listen to. But what he said next sent a chill down the spines of the new trainees. After you are assigned to classes, a class teacher will be in charge of your cultivation progress. Of course, the Academy is open and free, but there will be a small assessment in 3 months. Most of you are currently at the 3rd level of Warrior or Mage. The Academy requires everyone to break through to the level of Martial Master or Mage within 3 months, except for students in non-combat professions. Your homeroom teacher will lead you to undergo an assessment as a class. The assessment will involve using martial arts or magic to inflict fatal damage on a test dummy. Students who do not meet the level requirements or whose damage output in the assessment is insufficient will be eliminated from the Academy. Do you all understand? As Dean Sanan finished speaking, a heated discussion broke out in the Academy below. I thought that once I passed the exam and entered the Academy, I could relax and have peace of mind. I didn't expect that there were still various challenges waiting for the students. Dean Sanan was actually quite satisfied with the chaotic scene in the square below. He continued, addressing the students, "Don't be surprised. The academy will have many more comprehensive assessments and tasks in the future, and those who fail to complete them will be eliminated. Everyone will get used to it gradually. Our graduation rate is around 50% in previous years. Of course, we also have an accidental death rate of less than 30%, so everyone should keep up the good work. After he said that, the square fell silent. A graduation rate of about 50%? I've never heard of that before. Come to think of it, how could those students who haven't graduated have the nerve to come out and loudly proclaim that they haven't graduated? What about the less than 30% accidental death rate? How can going to school be so dangerous? While everyone was still confused, Dean Saining said seriously, cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't strive and fight, you will be just a speck of dust on this vast continent. If you master your skills and become a powerful figure who surpasses everyone else, then you will be the brightest star in the night sky. So, students, your future is in your own hands. What kind of people you will become from now on, you will find the answer during your time training at this academy. Good luck, everyone. Dismissed. After speaking, the two deans turned and flew away, disappearing from sight, but their words lingered in the minds of the young students for a long time. Chapter 14 Roommates and Class Assignment. Ashura left the plaza quite late, his mind still preoccupied with the words of the two deans. He wanted to become stronger, to receive guidance from powerful individuals, and the first time he saw a powerful being flying through the air deeply impressed him. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the dormitory. When Ashura opened the dormitory door, he found 3 teenagers sitting on chairs in the living room. As soon as he entered, all 3 of them turned to look at him. Ashura guessed that these 3 were his future roommates and forced a stiff smile. Before he could speak, a distinguished-looking young man in brocade robes stood up and smiled. You must be the latecomer from dormitory number 138. I heard that the students who arrived on the last day were all admitted through the special admissions program for geniuses. The young man in brocade spoke in a way that was as pleasant as a spring breeze. Upon hearing the information he revealed, the other 2 also began to scrutinize Ashura more closely. Ashura blushed and said awkwardly, No, I was just lucky. The other 3 in the dorm thought he was just being modest and didn't want to say more, but the young man in brocade laughed and said, We're all in the same dorm, so don't be modest. We'll be living under the same roof for 9 years from now on, so let's look after each other. You're all from the Valencia Empire, right? Let's introduce ourselves. My name is Jinza, a 3rd-level water mage. He then looked at a blonde boy sitting in a chair. Although the blonde boy was simply dressed, his demeanor clearly indicated that he came from a prominent family, and his every move exuded elegance. The blonde boy nodded slightly to Ashura and said, My name is Arthur, and I am a 1st-level martial arts master. Ashura clicked his tongue in amazement upon hearing this. There were so many geniuses in the academy. These are the trainees who have reached the assessment standards after March. The last shy boy with messy, bird's nest-like hair stood up and said, My name is Angelo, you can call me Xiao Luo. I'm a student studying weapon and equipment forging. Ashura thought of what the instructor at the door had said about the academy recruiting 100 students who were not combat majors, and guessed that Xiao Luo was probably a talent in that area. At this moment, all 3 looked at Ashura, waiting for him to introduce himself. Ashura immediately straightened up and said, My name is Ashura, and my cultivation level is warrior level 3. After Ashura finished speaking, the 3 of them looked at him with suspicion. Ashura knew they were still thinking about how he got in using a genius student spot, and he was just about to tell them about the admissions assessment. But the young man in brocade robes, Jin Zhe, smoothed things over by saying, All right then, let's all help each other from now on. May I ask how old you are this year? Ashura announced his age. The 4 boys were all born in the same year, but in different months. In order of age, the dormitory's eldest son is Jinza, the 2nd eldest is Arthur, the 3rd eldest is Ashura, and the 4th eldest is Angelo. After a brief exchange, everyone seemed to have run out of things to say and sat in the living room staring at each other for a while. Finally, the cool 2nd brother Arthur said, I'm going back to my room to rest, which broke the awkward situation. The 4 greeted each other and went back to their own rooms. Ashura was overjoyed to see the simple single bed when he returned to the dormitory. After 6 months of living in the open, this was the first time he had slept in a bed since leaving home. The boy lying in bed suddenly felt an urge to cry, but he held back his tears. He knew that tears wouldn't help him now. He could only rely on himself. In just one day, he had already met 2 classmates who were a level above him, and he felt immense pressure and a sense of urgency to become stronger. Lost in thought, the boy drifted off to sleep without realizing it. The next morning, Ashura, who had developed the habit of getting up early to travel, woke up early and did some simple exercises. The boy used his consciousness to examine his school badge, which contained a short message instructing him to report to classroom 13 in the teaching building, as indicated on the map. Ashura walked out of the room and saw that the eldest brother, Jinza, and the second brother, Arthur, were having a simple breakfast in the restaurant downstairs. The college has a cafeteria that provides free food, but most students buy their own meals and keep them in their backpacks or storage space to eat whenever they want. It saves time spent eating at restaurants, which can be used for cultivation and is more convenient and free. The eldest brother, Jinza, guessed that Ashura had arrived late yesterday and probably hadn't bought any food, so he smiled and handed him a roasted meat bread. Ashura thanked them repeatedly and sat down to eat. The fourth brother, Angelo, hadn't gotten up yet. It was unclear how their majors were arranged. After finishing their meal, the three brothers were not in the same classroom. After a brief farewell, they headed to their respective classrooms. Ashura, dressed in a tight-fitting samurai outfit, wondered what kind of teaching program would be held today. But when he arrived at the target teaching building, he sensed something was wrong. Because all the students entering and leaving this teaching building, whether they were new or returning students, were wearing magic robes, while he was the only one standing dumbfounded at the entrance of the teaching building dressed in samurai attire. Ashura then had a devastating thought: could he have been assigned to a magic academy? But he's never practiced magic before. A mere first-level magic apprentice, what a disheartening start. Ashura suddenly recalled the meaningful smile of the middle-aged teacher at the entrance during the assessment, and the young man gritted his teeth in anger. He secretly vowed to himself that he would pluck that professor's beard someday. But what to do now? The boy thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and stepped into the historic magic school building. When Ashura found classroom 13 and stepped inside, he discovered that the once empty classroom was now even quieter. The 8 or 9 students who arrived early in the classroom stared in surprise at the black-haired boy dressed in samurai attire. Ashura ignored their gazes and went to sit down in a window seat in the back row. A chubby boy directly in front of Ashura snapped out of his daze, turned around, and asked Ashura, "Excuse me, did you come to the wrong classroom? There are no martial arts classes in this building." Ashura didn't know how to answer, and could only say helplessly, "I also think I went to the wrong class, but this is where I came to register." The chubby boy was also confused by Ashura's words, and the other classmates also felt that Ashura was a strange person, so they stopped paying attention to him. They chatted and socialized in 2s and 3s, and when a student occasionally walked in, it no longer attracted everyone's attention. Until a girl with long silver hair walked into the classroom with light steps. Everyone was once again petrified. If Ashura's strangeness stunned the students, then the girl's beauty made them lose focus again. The girl calmly walked into the classroom, at which point a thin male student dressed in an elegant monk's robe immediately gave her a bright smile. He pulled out the empty chair next to him and said to the girl, "This beautiful lady, please sit here." As he spoke, he made a very gentlemanly gesture for her to sit down. But the girl didn't even glance at him and walked straight past him through the passageway. The skinny boy immediately felt embarrassed, but everyone's eyes still followed the girl. No one noticed his embarrassment, which calmed him down a bit, and he quickly sat back down in his seat. Ashura recognized the girl who had just entered as Clara. It made sense when I realized she was also a lightning mage. No wonder we were in the same class. When he recognized the girl Clara also saw him. There was no way he could resist his eye-catching outfit. Even though he tried his best to sit in the back and be invisible. Clara was also taken aback by his incongruous attire, but then, thinking of the boy's quirky behavior at the assessment site, she couldn't help but smile slightly. That smile nearly made the chubby boy in front of Ashura lose his soul. The chubby boy had only one thought in his mind: the goddess actually smiled at me. What shocked the chubby boy even more was that the goddess in his heart actually walked towards him. Finally, I sat down diagonally behind him, to Ashura's right. Although I wasn't sitting next to Ashura, there was only a narrow aisle between us. The chubby boy was so excited he dared not move. His mind was filled with thoughts like, why is the goddess sitting there? Is she so she can see me anytime? How should I present myself? Can my hairstyle enhance my profile? After Clara sat down, she glanced around briefly, then suddenly tilted her head and stared at Ashura without saying a word. Ashura was also a little confused by the girl's appearance. He thought to himself, didn't she refuse to greet me yesterday? What's she up to today? But then he thought better of it. A man should be magnanimous and just say hello to her. Ashura forced a smile, raised his hand and then lowered it again, saying awkwardly, long time no see. This clumsy greeting actually made the girl burst out laughing. The silver-haired girl, Clara, said with a sweet smile, "Fool." Chapter 15: The Magic Apprentice of Class 13. When Ashura heard the girl greet him with a slightly teasing tone, The boy's face immediately darkened, and he turned his head to the side, vowing in his heart that he would never pay attention to this stupid woman again. Clara found his sulky expression even more amusing. From the time she grew up, all the boys she knew, except for those from her family, were polite and charming. Like a peacock spreading its tail feathers, they surrounded her, showing her their best side, and this seemingly clumsy black-haired boy made her feel so different. She was filled with curiosity about the boy, so she sat down next to him as if by some strange impulse. They spoke softly, and no one could hear what they were saying. They only saw the silver-haired girl covering her mouth and chuckling at the boy, seemingly mocking the black-haired boy's clothes just like them. At this moment, several boys quietly moved to the back seats, only thinking about getting closer to their goddess. The other girls in the class could only purse their lips helplessly when they saw this. After all, they didn't have the courage to compete with the silver-haired girl's appearance. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the back of the classroom, a pleasant bell rang. At the same time, a young female instructor whose looks were no less than Clara's walked into the classroom. The female teacher was beautiful and charming, yet possessed a noble and elegant demeanor. Her purple magic robe accentuated her stunning figure, making her even more alluring, and she exuded a more mature and sophisticated aura than Clara. After the female instructor stood in the center of the podium, she said warmly, "Hello, new students of Magic Class 13. I am your homeroom teacher, Ella. From now on, I will be leading Class 13 of Magic. You can come to me with any questions about magic training. I hope we can get along well in the days to come. Thank you." A well-organized and confident introduction brought the once shocked crowd back to their senses. The boys were incredibly excited. Two goddess-level beauties in such a small class. Coming to St. Gabain was a real stroke of luck. Ella is an outstanding student who has just graduated from the academy, and her grandfather, Ivy, is a famous magic professor at the academy, whose strength has reached the terrifying level of a grand magus. Ella grew up with her grandfather, and her parents were high-ranking officials in the empire, so after graduating, Ella stayed at the academy to teach. He himself has reached the excellent level of a second-stage mage, which is enough for him to be the class teacher of the freshman class. As Ella stayed on to teach at the school, many outstanding male students from her cohort who were pursuing her also stayed on to teach and continue their pursuit, but so far none of them have won Ella's favor. Ella was a little nervous about being a homeroom teacher for the first time, but fortunately, the academy assigned her the smallest class, Magic Class 13, because it was her first time teaching a class. They are all lightning magic users, and there are only 14 students in total, 7 men and 7 women, which shows how rare lightning magic users are. Otherwise, the school wouldn't have made an exception and admitted a new student specializing in lightning-based mages. Because if a lightning mage grows up, they will be the one with the highest damage among mages of the same level. Ella was initially pleased with herself for being assigned to an excellent magic class with fewer students and easier management. The student information form she received, however, did not bring her any joy. On the bright side, 4 out of the 14 students in the class have already reached the level of a magician, a higher percentage than any other class. The bad thing is that the student information sheet clearly states that there is a magic apprentice in her class. She couldn't believe it was true and ran to her best friend's office, who was in charge of admissions, to question whether the student information had been written incorrectly. The young female mentor who was in charge of admissions at the time told Ella about the admissions process, and Ella couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Kind-hearted, she wasn't worried that this poor student would drag down her class's grades. Rather, she was afraid that the poor student would be eliminated from the academy in the assessment 3 months later. So she also remembered the name of that poor student very well, Ashura. She secretly resolved to give that struggling student more guidance and care, hoping to help him catch up and avoid being eliminated, otherwise she would only have 13 students left. Ella blushed slightly when she saw the excited looks on the faces of the new students. Suddenly, I noticed that many of the front row seats that should have been in high demand were empty, and the students were sitting mostly in the back. When she saw the silver-haired girl in the back row with surprise, all her doubts vanished. She smiled and said, "Now, please stand up and answer." Ella called out the names of the students in the class one by one, glancing at the students who were standing up after each name was called to get to know them. When she called Clara's name, the boys in the class cheered. She smiled without paying much attention, but when she saw the last name on the roll call, her expression turned serious, and she said, "Azura." At the same time, a tall, well-proportioned boy with black hair stood up and answered, "Here." Ella stared at the boy, wondering if he was Ashura. How can I help him improve his skill level? Will being too deliberate hurt his self-esteem? Ella was brainstorming in her mind, while the students in the class had no idea what she was thinking. All I could see was the beautiful homeroom teacher staring intently at that strange, dark-haired boy. He actually is our class's lightning mage. Why does our homeroom teacher think of him like that? Could she be infatuated with him? This guy isn't that much more handsome than me. The crowd whispered among themselves, and even Clara frowned slightly. Ashura had no idea what went wrong with him. Did my handsome look shock my homeroom teacher? Surely not. Ashura, being a young man, was easily embarrassed and couldn't resist the beautiful teacher's affectionate gaze. He called out, "Professor, may I sit down?" This call also roused Ella from her reverie. She realized she had lost her composure, her beautiful face flushed red again, and she hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." Such unusual behavior caused everyone's eyes to dart back and forth between the two, and several girls even sensed a hint of gossip. Ella paused for a moment before saying, "Starting today, we will officially begin teaching in classes. Each instructor's course schedule will be posted on the bulletin board outside the main classroom. This classroom is our classroom, but classes are not always held in this classroom. Students can randomly choose their favorite courses and instructors. Our goal is to pass the assessment test in 3 months. I hope everyone can work even harder, and I will do my best to help you." After saying that, he gave Ashura a deep look. "Let's also elect class officers. Since our class is small, we'll just elect one class monitor and one academic representative. The 2 class committee members should work together to manage and serve the students well. Students who want to run for office can stand up and give their campaign speeches." After listening, everyone looked at each other without saying a word, probably because they were all afraid that taking on the role of class committee member would affect their own spiritual practice. Seeing this, Instructor Ella smiled slightly and said, "I forgot to mention earlier that students who serve as class committee members will receive extra academy points." As soon as these words were spoken, all the students in the class rushed to sign up, because the dean had mentioned the importance of the college points yesterday, and everyone wanted to get as many points as possible. But as soon as a voice appeared, the classroom fell silent for a moment and then burst into enthusiastic applause. That voice was Clara applying to be class monitor. There was no opposition or thought of competing with her. After all, her looks were everything. Teacher Ella happily said, "Then Clara will be our class monitor for class 13, and who wants to be the academic representative?" As soon as she finished speaking, several boys were eager to try, but Ashura, who was watching the show from the side, noticed that Clara glared at him, as if to say, "Go and sign up to be the class monitor." Ashura immediately backed down, looking out the window and avoiding eye contact with her. Just kidding, a first-level magic apprentice as class monitor? The other classes would laugh themselves to death. In the end, the skinny boy who had previously arranged Clara's seat was successfully elected as the class monitor. The skinny boy's name was Kyle, and he was also a first-level lightning mage. His family was also very powerful. He was incredibly excited to be paired with Clara as a class representative, his eyes burning with excitement as he frequently glanced back at Clara in the back row. Clara, however, sat there expressionless, internally cursing someone 1,000 times over. Finally, Instructor Ella distributed school uniform magic robes to all the students in the class. After instructing everyone to henceforth wear their magical robes and school uniforms, the classes at St. Goban Magic Academy officially began. Chapter 16: Confusion and Heart-to-Heart Talk. Ashura donned the uniform of the St. Goban Magic Academy, a dark green magic robe. Only after putting on the school uniform did the boy no longer seem so out of place among those around him. Then began his first class in his college life, a basic magic course taught by his homeroom teacher, Ella. As expected of an outstanding graduate of the academy, Ella's good looks and the fact that she was a beauty made all the freshmen in the class listen attentively. However, there was one exception. Ashura, who sat in the back row, had never learned any knowledge related to magic. "I only learned about the magic meditation method from my 4th sister, and I only tried meditating a few times out of curiosity about what magical elements looked like." Now he's making a freshman with absolutely no magical background attend high-level magic courses. Despite the boy's exceptional intelligence, he was so anxious he was sweating profusely, as if he were listening to gibberish. The students were all listening attentively, and no one noticed Ashura's strange behavior behind them. Only Clara, who was listening attentively, sensed that Ashura was in a bad mood, but she didn't say anything, only occasionally glancing at the boy silently. The Magic Academy has classes in the morning, and students can practice freely the rest of the time. There are 5 days of classes a week and 2 days off on the weekend. Ashura listened attentively to 4 classes that morning, with 4 different teachers teaching 4 different magic courses, 2 of which were dedicated to lightning magic. Despite Ashura's intense focus on learning, his foundation was too weak, and he couldn't understand a word the teacher was saying. After all, he was several years behind his classmates in terms of academic progress, and families that could produce magicians were all families with considerable strength. The cultivation resources and the personal guidance he received were beyond the reach of the third young master of a small vassal state's general's mansion, which is why he currently lags far behind his classmates on the path of magic. Ashura knew that if things continued this way, he wouldn't be able to close the gap between himself and his classmates within 3 months. The evaluation 3 months later might get him fired. The boy felt incredibly frustrated, and also uncertain and confused about the future. Ashura pushed open the door to dormitory room number 138, his mind preoccupied. The 3 people sitting in the living room, drinking tea and chatting, also looked at him. The 3 were even more bewildered when they saw the magic robe on Ashura's body. Didn't they say yesterday that he was a 3rd dan samurai? How come he went to the magic academy? What secret is he hiding? Seeing the strange looks in the 3 people's eyes, Ashura, feeling dejected, didn't bother to explain anything. He waved goodbye and headed upstairs to his room. But the eldest brother, Jinza, called out to him, "Third brother, I have some excellent tea here. Sit down and have some tea and chat." Ashura, who was going upstairs, suddenly stopped when he heard the title third brother. His 2 older brothers always called him third brother, a nickname that instantly warmed his heart. Looking back at the 3 smiling boys, Ashura chuckled and said, "Great, I'm thirsty too." He then turned and walked towards the tea table. Wearing a magic robe, Ashura sat down without any regard for appearances, crossed his legs, and gulped down a cup of tea. He couldn't tell the difference between good and bad tea, he just wanted to drink it to quench his thirst. Seeing this, Jinza shook his head with a wry smile and poured him more tea made from precious tea leaves that were worth a fortune. The second brother remained aloof and reserved, carefully sipping his tea, as if he could discern the preciousness of the tea. The 4th brother looked at everyone with shining eyes, as if he had some good news to share. After Jinza, the eldest brother, finished his 2nd cup of tea, he poured more tea for him and asked, "What's wrong, third brother? You don't seem to be in a good mood. What happened? Did you confess your feelings to a beautiful girl and get rejected? If it's the former, tell us and we'll see if we can help you. If it's the latter, then we're afraid we can't help you." Ashura gave Jinza a grateful look. Because he didn't ask about the magic robes and school uniform he was wearing, but instead asked a simple question in a relaxed tone. If Ashura doesn't want to answer, he can just make up a little excuse and get away with it. Everyone will even sit down, drink tea, chat, and brag a bit. Ashura remained silent for a while before telling his 3 roommates about his current strength, why he didn't study magic back then, how he passed the exam to enter the academy yesterday, how he was assigned to classes today, and why he couldn't understand the magic lessons the teacher was giving. Of course, he didn't mention the threats his family faced or the details of his journey to the academy. He didn't know why he opened up to the 3 of them. Perhaps the term third brother allowed him to release some of the pent-up feelings he had suppressed for so long. The 3 of them were dumbfounded, never expecting that the story behind this seemingly harmless boy was so fascinating. "I never expected him to be so bold as to barge into the academy. It seems that he wasn't being modest or hiding his abilities yesterday, it was truly luck and courage that got him into the academy." None of the 3 were stupid. After a little thought, they understood the predicament the boy was in. "However, I couldn't think of a good solution for the time being." The eldest brother, Jinza, said in a deep voice, "Third brother, you and I are the only magicians in the dormitory. My progress in magic has been slow these past few years because I've been involved in learning how to manage the family business. But I can talk to you about magic basics. I'm a water mage, not a lightning mage, so I might not be able to handle the knowledge related to your lightning magic. Oh, and I'll also teach you a set of basic magic meditation techniques so you can accumulate more magical elements." After hearing this, Ashura sincerely thanked Jinza. Jinza waved his hand and said it was nothing, they were brothers in the same dormitory. The second brother, Arthur, thought for a moment and said, "I don't know magic, so there's nothing I can do to help you, but I have a cousin who is an earth mage in the upper grades. He is one of the top students in their grade, I can get him to tutor you." Ashura quickly thanked him, but said that with his current level of magic, Jinza's teaching was enough, and there was no need to trouble Arthur's cousin. The 4th brother, Angelo, first took out a bracelet from his storage ring. Then he said to Ashura, "Third brother, I don't understand magic either, but my family is a professional artifact crafting family. This bracelet is my masterpiece. It can increase the power of low-level magic skills by 20%. You're supposed to attack the doll during your 3-month assessment, right? This should be helpful to you, but it's a one-time use item. I can't make one that can be used infinitely yet." After saying that, she handed over the bracelet and scratched her messy hair sheepishly. Ashura took the bracelet handed to him and looked at the 3 pairs of encouraging eyes around him. His eyes were slightly red. He was deeply moved by the selfless help the 3 people gave him. He silently noted down the help the 3 people had given him, vowing to repay their kindness another day. In fact, it was his previous candor that brought the 4 of them closer together. He eliminated the 3 people's prejudices against him and also removed the barriers between the 4 of them. We're all young men in the prime of our lives, who can resist having a few close friends around them? If Ashura's self-explanation brought the 4 of them closer together, then Angelo's news further elevated the relationship between the 4. Angelo, his eyes shining, told the 3 boys some exciting news. That's the list of the top 10 most beautiful freshmen. I have no idea how this guy managed to get this information in just one morning. Angelo, with a lewd grin, revealed the names and basic information of the beauties, including their classes, saying that the current ranking was not in any particular order and that further evaluation would be conducted later to determine the final ranking. Ashura heard a familiar name, Clara. He curled his lip. The silver-haired girl was pretty, but she seemed to have some mental issues. How dare she call him an idiot? If it weren't for the fact that I'd most likely lose to her, I would have definitely knocked that high, straight nose off her. Angelo finished telling the last beautiful woman's information, still feeling quite unsatisfied. He smacked his lips, indicating that he would continue to refine and supplement the information. Suddenly, he said regretfully, we also have a beautiful alchemy student in our non-combat major named Tangwa whose looks are good enough to be in the top 10. It's a pity she seems to be blind, which greatly detracts from her image and prevents her from making the list. What a shame. After hearing the personal information of the 10 beauties, the 4 men's eyes gleamed with a wolfish light. I turned my head and looked at the girls' dormitory across the street from my dormitory window. The hormones of youth filled dormitory 138. Chapter 17 The Sound of a Boy's Heartbreaking. The 4 boys discussed this topic for a long time. Each person shared their personal opinions and the beautiful women they had seen that day. When Ashura mentioned the beautiful mentorella, Angelo said he knew her and had heard that the line of talented young men who pursued her stretched from the academy all the way to the monster forest. However, due to Ella's high standards and her grandfather Ivy's strict control over the grand magic conduit, no one has ever succeeded. Ashura casually asked, Little Luo, how did you get all this information? Angelo said with a smug look on his face, this is information that I and a few of my classmates majoring in weapon crafting found out this morning. It's guaranteed to be exclusive, first-hand information. Ashura laughed and said, then you're really skilled. You can sell this information for money. No, you can sell it for academy points. Sell them to those animals who lust after beautiful women, and you can make a fortune without even doing any tasks. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that the eldest brother Jinza's expression changed, and after a moment of contemplation, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He slapped Ashura on the shoulder and said, Third brother, your idea is brilliant. Fourth brother, you continue to gather information, and I'll be in charge of selling it. Let's exchange them for academy points. We brothers will split the points we get. With a burst of inspiration, Jinza stood up, put one foot on the chair, and began to speak of his business plan as if he were surveying the world. Ashura rubbed his shoulder, looking at his boss with a bewildered expression, who seemed like a completely different person. The fourth brother, Angelo, was rather naive. He immediately expressed his support after hearing what the eldest brother, Jinza, said, and promised to get first-hand information on the top 10 beauties list as soon as possible. The second brother, Arthur, said anxiously, one of you gathers information, one of you sells information, and one of you comes up with ideas, so what about me? I also want to get points, what can I do? After thinking for a moment, the fourth brother, Angelo, said, Second brother, I've thought of a job that's perfect for you. Our business is a bit dangerous, and you're the strongest right now. If we ever get beaten up by those beautiful girls' suitors, you have to rush to our aid and protect us. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Arthur's usually cool face as he weakly asked, I wonder if I can hold on. The eldest brother, Jinza, patted Arthur on the shoulder and said, We believe in your abilities, we have high hopes for you, second brother. And so, an organization that collects and sells gossip and rumors was born. After the 4 finished chatting, they each ate something and went back to their rooms to cultivate. Jinza then spent more than 3 hours in the living room on the first floor explaining the basics of magic to Ashura. He explained the same things that the elders of the Kanazawa family had told Kanazawa back then to Ashura. Finally, he even taught Ashura his own meditation technique, which Ashura immediately recognized as far superior to the meditation technique he had mastered. No need for further words, the brotherhood among the 4 has deepened considerably today. As darkness fell, Ashura returned to his room and reviewed the basic knowledge that Jinza had taught him that day. It seemed that he could now understand some of the basic magic knowledge that the lecturer had taught him that morning. He knew this was a gap that couldn't be bridged in a short time. But the boy dared not slack off, and sat on the bed and silently began to meditate using the meditation techniques he had just learned. He could clearly sense the magical elements in the air rushing into his body at a much faster speed than ever before. What he didn't know was that the meditation technique he had just learned was one of the top meditation techniques in the King's continent. Late at night, Ashura remained in a meditative posture. Normally, a mage, influenced by their own magic level, would exit their meditative state when the magical elements they gained through meditation reached their storage limit. However, Ashura had been meditating for 4 hours and should have stopped long ago. But the boy persevered through gritted teeth, his body still gathering magical elements through meditation, like a bottomless pit. As night passed, and only when the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon did Ashura emerge from his meditative state. He was overwhelmed by exhaustion from excessive mental exertion, but his magic level had somehow risen to the 3rd stage of magic apprenticeship overnight. Ashura was not complacent, because he knew that leveling up was easy in the early stages, but the difficulty would increase exponentially in the later stages. He was also amazed that he could meditate all night, and he felt something was wrong with his body. But he couldn't pinpoint the problem, and after thinking about it, he decided not to tell anyone. To avoid being used as a guinea pig and locked in an alchemy lab for dissection and research. Ashura calmed himself down and went out of the bedroom to wash up. He got up early today and went to the cafeteria to get 4 breakfasts to bring back for the 4 of them in the dorm to eat together. The regular meals on the first floor of the cafeteria are provided free of charge. The special delicacies and blood-nourishing monster meat on the second floor require academy points to purchase. After a brief chat, the brothers went to their respective classrooms. Ashura arrived at his Class 13 classroom, which was noticeably more lively than yesterday. It seemed that students from other classes were also attending the class, but Ashura didn't pay any attention. He had just walked to his seat from yesterday and was about to sit down when an arm blocked his way. Looking up, I saw Kyle, the class's academic representative. Kyle said calmly, "You'd better change seats." "I'll take this one." Ashura was completely bewildered. He turned to look at the expressionless silver-haired girl beside him and then he knew what was going on. Ashura's eyes darted around before he said sarcastically, "Why should I? I was sitting right here yesterday, and there are still my notes on the desk from yesterday. You, the class monitor, go to the front and listen to the lesson. What are you doing running around in the back to join in the fun?" Kyle was stunned by his words, then angrily retorted, "Black-haired brat, I've checked your background. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way, or I'll beat you up." As he spoke, he was about to reveal the magnificent magic scepter that his family had given him. Ashura chuckled and said, "What's wrong? You can't even take a seat, so you want to hit me? Come on, let me show you. I'll see if the academy expels you for committing violence on campus." After saying that, he straightened his back and leaned forward a little. Kyle was caught off guard by Ashura's shameless words, and he really couldn't make a move. He was so angry at Ashura that he couldn't speak. Clara, who was standing next to him with her ears perked up, seemed quite satisfied with Ashura's shameless words, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, Ashura suddenly said, "This seat is mine, but since we're classmates, it's not like you can't sit here if you want." Kyle was taken aback at first, then exclaimed with delight, "You're willing to give me this position? You're so kind." Before Kyle could finish celebrating, Ashura interrupted him, "Wait, I didn't say I'd just give it to you. You should pay a price for such a good position, right? How about this, I'll sell you this spot for 200 points, what do you think?" Ashura's words left Kyle frozen in place. Each new student badge has 100 initial points, and yesterday Kyle became the class monitor, and his homeroom teacher Ella rewarded him with another 100 points. But this scoundrel wants to take all 200 of his points just because he has a position? Seeing that Kyle remained silent, Ashura said with a hint of regret, "It seems that this position is not important to you at all. 200 points are not as important to you as they are. In that case, forget it. I'll see if any of the other students want to switch." With that, she turned to sit down in her seat. But Kyle grabbed his hand and said through gritted teeth, 200 it is, no going back on your word." Upon hearing this, Ashura jumped up with joy and immediately took out his badge to trade points with Kyle. Looking at his 300 points, he couldn't help but grin foolishly with happiness. But he didn't see the tiny sparks of electricity crackling from the silver-haired girl's hair behind him. Kyle quickly sat down in Ashura's previous spot and shook the stray hairs from his forehead. He stole a peek at his goddess with a charming profile view, and suddenly felt that 200 points were not expensive at all. After Ashura came to his senses, he looked around and saw that almost all the desks were occupied. I don't know if these students from other classes came to see Ella or Clara. Ashura scanned the room and found that only one desk was relatively empty. So he moved a stool from the back of the classroom and, to everyone's puzzled looks, plopped down next to the silver-haired girl's desk. He shared a desk with the girl, flashed a smug grin, and said, "Beautiful lady, don't mind squeezing in?" Clara looked at the grinning boy, but didn't respond to him. She simply moved aside to give him more space. He gave a haughty, soft humph. But at that moment, even louder than the girl's soft hum was the sound of a group of boys in the classroom breaking their hearts. Chapter 18: The Magician in the Training Ground. Kyle stared blankly at the dark-haired boy sitting next to his dream girl. That damn guy actually sat between him and the goddess, completely blocking her view. What use is this seat to me? This is outrageous. The other male students were also filled with hatred, thinking, if I go over and sit down, will the goddess not refuse me? What a pity, that black-haired kid beat him to it. Ashura hadn't expected to incur the wrath of the crowd, so he quickly shrank back and pretended to be looking at his notes, lowering his head as if he were doing so. Clara, standing beside him, seemed oblivious to his embarrassment. She was playing with a strand of silver hair in front of her, seemingly in a good mood. Soon the instructor walked in, and everyone except Kyle shifted their hostile gazes and began to listen attentively. But after 2 classes, Ashura's expression turned ugly. Because he can only understand a portion of the basic magic lessons, he can't understand any of the slightly more advanced lessons at all. Ashura knew that continuing like this was a complete waste of time, and he knew he couldn't afford to waste any more time now. He buried his head in his arms, deep in thought. Clara, who was next to him, didn't know what was wrong with him. She tried to poke him with her finger to make him stand up and listen to the lesson, but she pulled her hand back after reaching out. On the other side, the class monitor Kyle snorted disdainfully. He thought to himself, she's already sleeping in class after only 2 days? How could my goddess possibly be interested in such a bad student? I bet he's really annoyed with this guy by now, right? How can I get my goddess away from this jerk? Before Kyle could figure things out, Ashura suddenly stood up, his eyes seemingly sparkling with life. Without saying a word, he turned and ran outside, leaving his tutor and classmates stunned. I wonder if Ashura has something wrong with his brain or what. But the academy itself is free and open, and everyone quickly continued their studies and forgot about this little incident. The girl next to that empty seat just seemed a little unhappy. Ashura ran out of the Magic Academy and headed towards the training ground outside. He didn't suddenly go mad, he just thought of a way to stay here, a way he had no other choice. Dean Saining said that anyone who reaches the level of a martial artist or magician and can inflict effective damage on the test doll will pass. Although he is a 3rd-level magic apprentice at the Magic Academy, his martial arts level is 3rd-level warrior. If he trains diligently for the next 3 months, will he be able to advance to the martial master level and pass the assessment in one fell swoop? Ashura thought about it more and more and felt that it was feasible. Furthermore, the school rules do not state that mages cannot attend martial arts classes. The boy affirmed his own cleverness. However, when he arrived at the training ground, he attracted the attention of many students, who pointed at him and whispered among themselves. It's truly a once-in-a-century bizarre thing that a magician dressed in a magic robe came to the training ground. Ashura ignored everyone's stares and tried to find Arthur's class so he could attend their martial arts class and ask Arthur for advice if he didn't understand anything. But the training ground was too big, and there were nearly 2,000 new martial arts students. He hadn't found Arthur yet. Just as Ashura was wandering around the training ground like a silly goose, looking left and right, a shout stopped him. "Hey kid in the magic robe, what are you doing at the training ground?" Ashura looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged instructor wearing light silver armor looking at him. Upon closer inspection, Ashura realized that the instructor was the same middle-aged male instructor he had taken during his entrance exam. Ashura quickly replied, "I'm here to listen to the lessons at the training ground." "Instructor, you're busy, don't worry about me." After saying that, he wanted to leave this place of trouble. The middle-aged mentor also recognized him. After all, the dark-haired boy had left a deep impression on the mentor. After a moment's thought, the middle-aged mentor guessed Ashura's purpose in coming here, since the mentor knew Ashura's background. He then called out, "Since you want to attend a martial arts class, come over here." "I'm teaching a class right now." Ashura wouldn't dare attend his class. He had just been tricked by the middle-aged instructor a couple of days ago, and going to his class would be like walking into a trap. He quickly replied, "No need to trouble you, I'll just attend other instructors' classes." But the middle-aged mentor smiled meaningfully and said, "Since you want to find another mentor, I won't force you." As for the assessment, the middle-aged mentor hadn't finished speaking when Ashura stopped in his tracks. He knew that the middle-aged mentor had guessed his purpose in coming here. After all, he knew his background. The boy quickly turned around and ran to his middle-aged mentor, saying with a hint of flattery, "I was afraid of taking up your time. It is my honor to listen to your teachings." The middle-aged instructor was very satisfied with the boy's attitude and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Then go over there and regroup." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the group on one side. Ashura followed behind him, mentally cursing the middle-aged male mentor's female relatives 100 times over. But when he followed his mentor to the class he was teaching, he was stunned. Why were there so many people? There were about 100 people in this queue, while I saw that there were only 30 or 40 people from other classes. Could it be that this middle-aged man taught him well? The martial arts class also pointed and whispered about the boy in the magic robe, guessing his purpose for coming. Could it be a scheme orchestrated by one of their individuals? At this moment, the middle-aged male instructor spoke up, "Go in, kid. By the way, your name is Ashura, right? I remember you. If you want to take martial arts classes in the future, remember to come here, otherwise." Ashura replied with his head drooping, "Okay, uncle." The middle-aged male instructor was taken aback. This was the first time in all these years that someone had called him uncle. A vein throbbed on his forehead as he said, "My name is Engel, you can call me Mentor Engel." Ashura feigned seriousness and said, "Okay, Uncle Engel." Engel remained silent for a long time, then smiled instead of getting angry, and waved for Ashura to join the queue. He glanced at all the martial arts students and said, "This black-haired boy is called Ashura. He will be assigned to our Class 8 from now on. Now let's continue our combat training. Everyone, 10 people per group, attack me with all your might. Begin now." Ashura was stunned. Was martial arts class really this simple and straightforward? The 10 new martial arts students from Class 8 charged toward Instructor Engel. But soon, each student flew out of the encirclement in different ways, falling to the ground and crying out in pain. Ashura watched as wave after wave of classmates charged forward, only to be knocked away one by one. Ashura swallowed hard, wondering if he would be the one who flew the farthest if he went up. Thinking back to the 2 times he called me uncle just now, I wanted to slap myself twice. But then it was his turn to attack with his group of 10. Ashura's eyes darted around, and he followed the others as they charged toward Instructor Engel. With a few thud sounds as fists landed on heads, the squad was sent flying backwards without any doubt, lying on the ground howling in pain. But Instructor Engel frowned, as if something was wrong. He seemed to have only thrown 9 punches. He glanced at the students lying on the ground, and one student wearing a magician's robe who was writhing in pain easily caught his attention. Engel sneered, thinking to himself, "This kid dares to play tricks on me? I'll teach him a lesson." Ashura lay on the ground, mimicking the other students by shouting ouch, and twisting his body wildly. He had just pulled a trick, rushing forward with the others, but before he even touched Instructor Engel, he jumped back and flew away. He came here to learn martial arts, not to get beaten up. He felt absolutely no remorse. At this moment, the last team attacking Mentor Engel also rushed up, while Ashura was still pretending to be injured. Suddenly, a heavy blow landed on his back, causing Ashura to gasp in pain. A clump of fiery red hair covered his face. Ashura endured the pain and pushed away the body pressing down on him, only to find that his right hand underneath felt surprisingly elastic. He subconsciously pinched it, before he could even react to what was happening. The red-haired owner slowly turned his head to look at him. A handsome, sculpted face with exquisitely beautiful features asked coldly, "Does it feel good to touch?" Chapter 19 Gold Medal Sparring Partner Part 1. Upon hearing the girl's cold, murderous words, Ashura knew exactly where he had pinched her. He felt this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully, so he simply adopted a shameless attitude, pinching the girl's delicate buttocks twice with his right hand and commenting, "Really good." The girl was taken aback at first. This was the first time she had ever encountered such a shameless person, and she leaped into the air. She pulled a giant sword from her spatial ring in mid-air. Ashura was also well prepared, and the moment the girl sprang up, he did a somersault and then turned around to hide in the back of the crowd. The girl landed, drew her sword, and aimed it at the students behind her. She was tall, much taller than the average boy. With her curvaceous figure and stunningly beautiful face, her eyes shone like autumn water, exuding an indescribable heroic spirit. In addition, the horse-slaying sword she held in her hand, almost as tall as a person, made her seem like an ancient female war goddess in a mural, inspiring awe in all who beheld her. The students were intimidated by her imposing manner and took 2 steps back, wondering what had gotten into this young lady this time. Some of the male students who came to Class 8 specifically for her looked on with adoration, completely captivated by the wildness of the girl in front of them. The girl's eyes were like knives as she searched through the crowd for that wickedly grinning face that she wished she could slash. She was really angry today. No boy had ever dared to touch her but since she was a child. It was too embarrassing. I'm going to chop off his dog paws. Ashura hid in the crowd, head down, barely daring to breathe. He felt as if he had encountered a wild beast on his way to the academy. He thought to himself, has this girl gone mad? I absolutely can't stay in Class 8 anymore. I've only been here for less than 1 class and 2 people already want to beat me to death. Class 8 is too dangerous. Ashura didn't expect that if the other students found out that he had touched the red-haired girls, but it wouldn't just be 2 people who wanted to beat him to death. Mentor Engel watched from a distance, guessing that Ashura had gotten into trouble again. He's starting to like this kid. He's brought a lot of joy to his otherwise boring lessons. He continued, we won't take a break during this class, we'll move on to the next training exercise. He was afraid that if he mentioned get out of class was over, Ashura would definitely run away. Everyone immediately lined up and stood in line. The red-haired girl also temporarily suppressed her hostility and returned to the line, but the students around her stood a little far away from her. The girl's aura was still astonishing. Engel smiled, having come up with a good idea to teach that brat a lesson, and said, your attacks just now were completely disorganized. It's obviously all show and no substance. Since my course teaches you practical combat skills, then I want you to learn real skills. For now, I'll have you practice in pairs. After you learn any combat skills, you can spar with your sparring partners. Just be careful not to injure anyone. The martial arts academy students below were listening with great enthusiasm, but 2 people were absent-mindedly looking around, a magical boy and a red-haired girl. I am now announcing the sparring pairings, Ferrero vs. Shinji, Sans vs. Lisa. Instructor Ang announced the pairings of the students. When a student's name is called, they step out of the line, find an area on the playground, stand facing each other, and wait for the instructor to call start. As the number of people in the queue dwindled, Ashura broke out in a cold sweat. The fewer people there were, the easier it was for him to be exposed. He could feel a cold gaze locked onto him from the side, and he didn't dare to turn his head. Finally, with a smile, Instructor Engel announced, the last group, Magina vs. Ashura. In an instant, Ashura saw the students who had already walked onto the training ground looking at him with complicated expressions. There was envy, jealousy, reluctance, and pity, but no one suggested switching him with someone else. Magina? That name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Ashura turned his head to look diagonally in front of him, where a tall, red-haired girl was standing with her arms crossed, looking at him with a cold smile. Her rapidly heaving chest made her figure even more stunning. But Ashura was not happy to see such a sight. He turned to Instructor Engel and said, Instructor, I want to change people. I never hit women. Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked hard in the butt, sending him flying onto the playground and face-planting. The scene was completely silent. No one mocked him, and there were even more pitying glances. Ashura spat out the grass in his mouth and punched the ground. No woman had ever dared to kick his butt since he was a child. Hearing the clattering footsteps behind him, Ashura sprang up with his hands on the ground, and after landing, he assumed the starting stance of the family's martial art, Thunder Fist. He was angry and wanted to teach this little girl a lesson. Instructor Engel smiled even more broadly and uttered 2 words, begin. Before the words were even finished, Ashura charged towards the red-haired girl like a bolt of lightning. About half an hour later, Ashura lay sprawled out in the middle of the training ground, utterly dejected. His messy hair, puffy face, dark circles under his eyes, and footprints all over his magician's robes. Magina clapped her hands and tucked her fiery red hair behind her ear. With a wide smile, he was in a very good mood. The girl thought to herself, it feels so good to beat this guy up. I'll let you touch my butt. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she thought about it. Although this guy is only at the 3rd level of a samurai and his martial arts skills are not high and he is only so-so, he has a lot of dirty tricks and sneak attacks, and his reaction is very fast and his movements are extremely agile. I used all my strength to beat him up. It felt so good. Beating him up was much more satisfying than beating up the other students I sparred with, the girl thought to herself. Suddenly, the girl exclaimed in surprise, her blood and she surging and her bones cracking. Before long, amidst the astonished gazes of the students, Magina let out a roar, her aura instantly surging as she broke through to the second level of martial master. Magina was overjoyed, and her beautiful smile stunned the male students around her. Mentoring also expressed his appreciation to Magina, then mischievously said, "Magina, your rapid breakthrough is inseparable from your excellent sparring partner. You two should spar often in the future. Maybe you'll be able to break through to the third level of martial master soon. How about this, from now on you two will spar in the same group, and he will be your gold medal sparring partner." Upon hearing this, Magina's eyes immediately lit up as she looked at the black-haired boy lying motionless on the ground, still pretending to be dead. The students looked at each other and whispered among themselves, while Ashura had already mentally cursed Magina 100 times over. How is this girl so amazing? Her strength, speed, and reaction time are all far superior to mine. She hasn't even used her big sword yet, and this is the difference between levels? Once I can beat her, I'm going to slash her 100 times over. And that Uncle Ang, what a damn gold medal sparring partner. I'm practically a human punching bag now, and this little girl has broken through to another level. Only an idiot would mess around with her like that. I'm definitely switching classes tomorrow. As the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class, Ashura dragged his injured body toward the dormitory. The students on the road pointed and whispered about him, but he had no interest in paying attention to these onlookers. Unbeknownst to him, his reputation as a top sparring partner, amplified and spread by the students of Martial Arts Class 8, had already become the hottest topic among the new students. Chapter 20 Gold Medal Sparring Partner Part 2. Ashura staggered back to the dormitory and plopped down on a chair in the living room. Inside the house, the eldest brother Jinza and the second brother Arthur stared in shock at Ashura, whose face had been distorted. Then the second brother, Arthur, shouted angrily, "Third brother, which bastard beat you up like this? Is there no law anymore? Third brother, who is it? Second brother will avenge you. I'm going to duel him in the arena." As soon as he finished speaking, Arthur got up and hurriedly walked out. Ashura was deeply moved by Arthur's actions. This was the true behavior of a brother. Then, with tears welling up in his eyes, he shouted to Arthur, who was about to leave, "Second brother, avenge me. The one who hit me was a red-haired girl from the Martial Arts Class 8. What's her name, Magina? Yes, it's Magina. She's very tall and easy to spot. Give her a good beating. This is too much." Ashura was still venting about the grievances he had suffered that day, but Arthur, whose hand was already on the doorknob, suddenly stopped and turned around to ask, "What did you say was the name of the person who hit you?" "And it was a woman?" Ashura said with a wronged expression, "Her name is Magina. That little wench is fiercer than a man. She wields a big knife taller than a person, and she's ruthless. Look at my swollen eyes. Also, second brother, you'd better be careful. That little wench beat me up today and broke through another minor realm. It's outrageous. But I doubt she's a match for you either." Ashura was still rambling on, but Arthur shrank back and sat down in his seat. Ashura looked at his newly recognized second brother with a puzzled expression, before he could ask a question. Arthur said nervously, "Third brother, I may not be able to help you with this. First, she is my aunt's older sister, and we are relatives. Secondly, well, I've never been able to beat her since we were kids. You said she's broken through again. If I went back, I wouldn't be much better off than you are now, so..." Ashura fell silent after hearing this, and even the eldest brother, Jinza, didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Suddenly the door opened and the fourth brother, Angelo, ran in, saying as he ran, "Big news. I heard that a magician went to the training ground today looking for a beating. He insisted on being Magina's sparring partner, who was ranked 5th on the beauty list, and ended up getting beaten up, which actually helped Magina improve her skill level. Isn't that hilarious? Ha ha." Angelo enthusiastically shared the latest news and hot topics he had heard about the college. But noticing the awkward atmosphere in the living room, Jinza and Arthur looked at their third brother, Ashura, with embarrassment. Ashura finally understood why the name Magina sounded familiar. It turned out she was one of the beauties on the list compiled by Lao Si yesterday. How did word get out that I got beaten up? How am I supposed to stay at the academy after this? Ashura screamed in grief and anger and ran into his room. Jinza and Arthur immediately knocked on the door to comfort him. But the door wouldn't open for a long time, so I had no choice but to go downstairs. Not knowing what had happened, Angelo asked, "What's wrong with third brother? Why is he so agitated?" The eldest brother, Jinza, patted him on the shoulder and said, "The protagonist of the story you're talking about is the third brother." This time, Angela was petrified on the spot. After a long while, Angela weakly said, "Should I tell him that someone has offered a reward of 200 points to beat him up and see if it can help me improve my cultivation level?" Kanazawa. Arthur. Ashura, who was in the room, became angrier and angrier. In the end, he sighed and blamed himself for his lack of strength. After saying that, he reviewed the course of today's battle and summarized his gains and losses. Finally, rubbing his sore bottom, he sat on the bed and began to meditate. If he wanted to catch up with everyone, he had to make the most of every second. Since he couldn't understand the magic lessons, he would start with basic meditation. The next morning, in the classroom of Class 13 at the Magic Academy, Clara sat down in her seat and couldn't help but feel a little angry when she saw the empty chair next to her. Just then, a handsome magician from another class walked up to Clara and said, "Beautiful magician, may I sit in this empty seat and listen to the lesson?" After saying that, he tossed his newly styled hair. Kyle, standing next to him, immediately tensed up. Clara didn't even look up at him, and said indifferently, "There's someone here." The handsome male magician was momentarily stunned, unsure how to continue the conversation. Then Clara raised her voice again, "Didn't I make myself clear? This place is taken." The handsome male magician's face turned pale and then red. Listening to the whispers of his classmates, he finally gritted his teeth and slunk away from the classroom. Class monitor Kyle felt the world had become much brighter, thinking, "My goddess still cares about me, she rejected others for me." At this very moment, Ashura was sneaking along the other side of the training ground where the 8th class had previously lined up, observing as he went. He was determined not to attend the 8th class today. He made up his mind last night that he would only take the basic magic classes at the Magic Academy that he could understand. He would skip classes for more advanced magic skills and come to the Martial Arts Academy to train. The first 2 classes today were magic skills classes, so he came to the training ground. He saw a large class lined up waiting for their instructor to start the lesson. After confirming that he wasn't a student from Class 8, he confidently walked to the side of the line and stood down. The students in this martial arts class all looked at him with puzzled expressions. Ashura flashed his most charming smile and said, "Is it alright if I teach you a martial arts class?" "No problem, you're very welcome to join us. Who would refuse a top-notch sparring partner?" A mocking baritone voice rang out from behind. Ashura stiffly turned his head and saw the handsome middle-aged mentor Engel smiling at him from behind. Ashura felt like he wanted to die, but managed a stiff smile. "Good morning, Instructor Eng. You should go to Class 8. I'm doing fine here, so don't worry about me." Professor Engel laughed heartily for a while before stopping. Stroking his goatee, he said, "I taught the first 2 classes today in this class. This is Class 7, and I also taught the martial arts class." Upon hearing this, Ashura turned and tried to run away without thinking, but a large hand grabbed him by the back of the neck and pulled him back. Engel tossed Ashura back into the line, gave him a warning look, and then began to teach. Ashura had no choice but to follow the others to class. As he listened, he became engrossed and thought to himself that although the old man's character was not very good, his teaching skills were still quite good. Whenever Engel demonstrated martial arts moves, he would call Ashura up to be his demonstration partner, even though Ashura would get beaten up a few times as a result. But he doesn't reject such practice, it allows him to gain a deeper understanding of the key points of the movements. But the good times didn't last long. During the second lesson, Engel arranged for students to practice in pairs again. Ashura glanced around and breathed a sigh of relief, the red-haired which wasn't in this class. Instructor Eng called out with a smile, "Lanyu, I found you a top-notch sparring partner. Yesterday, Magina from Class 8 beat up this kid and improved her cultivation level. You'd better seize this opportunity, haha." "Ashura, stop hiding, come over here and stand in line." Ashura was speechless. He guessed that the news Angelo mentioned yesterday about him getting beaten up was spread by this old man. The boy clenched his fists, his desire to become stronger and beat up the old man growing stronger. He just didn't know what level of power the old man was. Just as Ashura was lost in thought about how to become stronger, a pair of long legs entered his field of vision as he was deep in thought. Chapter 21 Gold Medal Sparring Partner Part 3. Ashura hurriedly looked up and saw a girl with long blue hair standing in front of him. The most eye-catching thing about the girl is her 2 long, straight legs, giving the visual impression that her legs start right below her chest. Her face was cool and elegant, and her fox-like eyes added a touch of allure to the girl. Paired with a high ponytail of blue hair, she looks like a vibrant and youthful beauty. Seeing Ashura's gaze linger on her legs, moving from bottom to top and then back down, the girl narrowed her beautiful fox-like eyes but remained silent. As she squinted, Ashura's innate sense of danger immediately alerted him, and he no longer dared to stare at the girl's thighs. Ashura could tell with a grain of salt that given Angle's wicked ways, this blue-haired girl must be a formidable opponent, and he couldn't let her get beaten up for no reason any longer. He immediately shouted, "I object. I'm going back to my magic class. Find her another sparring partner. I think that big guy over there really wants to be her sparring partner. Why don't you switch to him?" As she spoke, she pointed at a tall male student who was peeking at the blue-haired girl and walked out. The tall male student immediately lowered his head in embarrassment and shyness. Instructor Angle ignored Ashura and simply said, "Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Ashura felt a gust of wind behind his head. He quickly rolled forward to avoid the kick from behind. The girl landed lightly after pulling her legs back, then adopted an offensive starting stance and beckoned to Ashura with her finger. This infuriated Ashura. What man could stand being beaten by young women every day? So Ashura immediately stood up and shouted, "Since you forced me to take action, then I won't hold back. You better watch out, behold my ultimate technique, the wind god leg. Hey! Take this leg." Hearing his imposing manner, the blue-haired girl named Lan Yu immediately became extremely alert and prepared to deal with him carefully. But when she looked closely, the boy who had finished shouting the slogan took off running out of the training ground. Lan Yu's face turned even paler with anger. She snorted and took long strides, catching up with the black-haired boy in no time. And so, two figures of young men and women appeared on the training ground, chasing and fighting as they fled. To be precise, one was chasing and attacking, while the other was desperately running away. The girl's speed was so fast that Ashura was in constant distress. He could only rely on quick reflexes to block and counter the girl's whip-like kicks. The magic robe bore even more footprints than yesterday. At the other end of the playground, the red-haired girl Magina looked around in the queue but didn't see the black-haired boy who always had a roguish smile from yesterday. In addition, the physical training class taught by the substitute instructor was a bit boring, so I looked around absent-mindedly to pass the time. Suddenly she saw two figures chasing and attacking each other wildly by the edge of the training ground. She immediately recognized the one running ahead as the black-haired bad boy she had been looking for. She also recognized the one behind her, Lan Yu from the Lan family. Their two families lived in cities that were not far apart, and they were both outstanding young people from the two families who were competing with each other. How did that bad boy end up hanging out with Lan Yu? Was he sparring with Lan Yu? Magina's mood instantly soured. There's a feeling of resentment, like when another child takes your favorite toy away. Ashura was kicked down and rolled several times before finally stopping when he hit a big tree. He was just about to get up and run again. A pair of long legs were in a split position, one leg against his neck and the other supporting him on the ground, and the boy was pinned against the tree by the girl. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of the second period. Ashura immediately grabbed the feet pressing against his neck with both hands, creating a small gap, and shouted, "Get out of class is over, I'm not fighting anymore. If you hit me again, you'll be assaulting other students without their consent, and I'll report you to the academy." The blue-haired girl, Lan Yu, was slightly out of breath. This guy was too cunning. Despite her exceptional speed, she had to use almost all her strength to chase this scoundrel who kept changing direction and launching sneak attacks. However, sparring with him is really interesting and very suitable for cultivating her family's martial arts. Only then did the girl notice that the bad guy was still holding her feet with both hands. She blushed and tried to pull her feet back, but Ashura was holding on too tightly and she couldn't. Lan Yu narrowed her beautiful fox-like eyes again, looking both embarrassed and annoyed. Ashura immediately let go of the tree and slid down to the ground, panting heavily. Lan Yu wanted to laugh when she saw the footprints covering Ashura's magic robe, but her girlish reserve made her hold back. He then said casually, "It was really fun sparring with you. Remember to come find me again next time." After saying that, she skipped away with her hands behind her back, her high blue ponytail swaying behind her head. Ashura grinned as he watched the girl's retreating figure, thinking, "Am I a masochist? Why would I ask you to teach me next time? Why should I? Just because you have long legs? I'll just switch classes next time. I don't believe that Angle can teach every class." Ashura sat on the ground leaning against a big tree, just about to get up and pat the footprints off his body. Another pair of long legs walked up to him. Ashura numbly looked up slowly and saw Magina looking down at him aggressively. Sunlight shone through the leaves and shone on the girl's fair face, making her look even more youthful and beautiful. Ashura swallowed hard, wondering what this crazy woman was up to. He flashed what he thought was a bright smile, but before he could even greet her, Magina suddenly asked coldly, "Did she enjoy hitting you? Who told you to be her sparring partner?" A sudden question left Ashura speechless. What did it mean? Did I have masochistic tendencies or something? Magina didn't wait for his reply. He bent down, looked directly into the boy's eyes, and said with an air of intimidation, "From now on, you're only allowed to be my sparring partner. Of course, I'll also protect you and won't let anyone bully you in the academy." After Magina finished speaking, the boy didn't reply for a long time. She looked down at him, following his staring gaze. The boy's deep cleavage was exposed directly in front of him because he was bending over. Magina let out a soft cry of surprise, quickly grabbed her collar and stood up, about to pull out the large sword from her spatial ring. Ashura knew trouble was brewing again and immediately shouted, "Don't get agitated, big sister. We're all on the same side. I'm your cousin Arthur's roommate. Let's talk this out." After hearing his words, Magina snorted coldly and said, "So you're Arthur's roommate, that good for nothing? Perfect, from now on I'll come looking for you in your dorm. Remember what I said." Poof. After speaking, Magina turned and gracefully departed, leaving Ashura standing there wallowing in self-pity. On the other side, Lanyu, in a good mood, skipped back to the ranks of martial arts class 7. It had been a long time since she had such a good fight. Suddenly she stopped abruptly and let out a soft cry, then began to tremble violently. The students around her noticed something was wrong and immediately called for their instructor, Engel. But just as Instructor Eng pushed through the crowd to the front, Lanyu raised her delicate face and said hesitantly, "Instructor Eng, I think I just advanced to the second level of martial master." After hearing Lanyu's words, everyone was speechless with their mouths agape, but Teacher Eng was the first to burst into laughter. The handsome middle-aged instructor said, "This Ashura is truly a lucky star. Yesterday, Magina advanced to the second level of martial master after sparring with him, and today you've also advanced to the second level of martial master after sparring with him. Is this kid some kind of rare treasure? Beating him up can help him advance in cultivation? Ah, that's hilarious." Lanyu couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, but he frowned slightly when he heard the name Magina. It turned out that he had helped that woman advance her cultivation level yesterday. Next time I'll tell him he'll only be my sparring partner from now on," the girl thought to herself. At this moment, Ashura had already dragged his tired body back to class 13 of the Magic Academy. He plopped down on the silver-haired girl's desk with a thud. Chapter 22 worth 500 points. Clara was startled by his movement of lying down. Seeing the boy's dirty magic robe with footprints on it, and a faint smell of sweat emanating from Ashura, Clara wrinkled her delicate nose. After thinking for a moment, she poked him with her finger and asked, "Where did you skip class? What happened to you?" Ashura merely raised his eyelids to glance at her before remaining silent. Clara got angry when she saw his listless appearance. It was the first time she had spoken to a boy, and she was being ignored like this. So she raised her voice and said, "I'm the class monitor. I'll tell the teacher if you skip class without permission." Ashura sighed inwardly, wondering why all the beautiful women seemed to want to oppose him. He replied lazily, "The dean already said that the college is a free place you can take whose classes you want." After hearing what he said, Clara remembered that the dean had indeed said that before, which made the girl's cheeks puff up with anger. The girl thought for a moment and then said, "That's no excuse for skipping class. The 3-month assessment is coming up soon, and you're not going to class." Before Clara could finish speaking, Ashura impatiently waved his hand to interrupt her, saying forcefully, "None of your business." These words struck Clara right to the heart. It was the first time someone had ever been harsh with her. The girl stubbornly raised her head, whether to show pride or to prevent tears from falling, it was unclear. At this moment, Kyle, the class monitor who had been eavesdropping nearby, perked up. He immediately shouted indignantly at Ashura, "How dare you speak to the class monitor like that? You're a bad student who doesn't strive for improvement and will bring shame to our class. Your behavior." Before Kyle could finish his impassioned rant, the silver-haired girl Clara suddenly shouted, "Mind your own business." Kyle and the rest of the class fell silent. Kyle, in particular, felt like his young heart had been hit with 1,000 blows. He was the one who wanted to cry the most right now. Ashura stared in surprise at the silver-haired girl who was still sulking and angry with him. He realized he had gone a bit too far. He shouldn't have vented his anger at being beaten by those 2 girls on Clara, especially since she was the class monitor. Thinking of this, he took out his notebook and wrote, "Sorry, I have no choice, I can't understand magic class." He then pushed the notebook in front of the girl. Clara had been thinking that she would never talk to this jerk again. But when she saw the notebook he handed her, she couldn't help but glance at it. Then she saw various expressions, such as astonishment, confusion, contemplation, realization, and relief, appear on the girl's sweet face. Clara learned about Ashura's background at the school gate. The girl was also very intelligent and could fully understand his current situation. Her previous unhappiness vanished as a result. Clara pursed her lips and wrote in her notebook, "So what are you going to do? Is there any way to pass the test? What have you been doing these past 2 days that makes you look so disheveled?" Ashura glanced at the notebook that was handed back to him, then picked up a pen and wrote down his plans and the events of the past 2 days, sharing them with Clara. The two of them wrote a whole notebook, one sentence at a time. It was the first time Clara had ever passed notes to a boy, and also the first time she had ever talked to a boy so much. Finally, Clara bit her pen and wrote in her notebook, "I don't know if the path you've chosen is the right one, but you can ask me anytime if you don't understand anything about magic." Ashura took the notebook and saw the girl's kindness written on it, which made him feel much better. He picked up his pen and wrote, "Okay, let me pass the 3-month assessment first." The two chatted for quite a while without realizing it, and then the bell rang abruptly to signal the end of get out of class. Neither of them paid attention in class, and they didn't even realize how fast time had passed. The girl who was still writing blushed slightly and quickly covered her notebook. Ashura stood up, stretched, told Clara keep it a secret and went back to her dormitory after school. Clara stealthily put the notebook into her spatial ring, like a thief. When Ashura returned to the dormitory, he saw that his eldest brother, Kanazawa, and second brother, Arthur, were already waiting for him in the living room. Seeing the two people's concerned eyes, Ashura felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that they were worried about him because of what happened yesterday. He greeted them with a smile and then sat down to ask Jinza for some tea. They were relieved to see that Ashura, though disheveled, hadn't returned with a bruised and swollen face. They guessed that Magina hadn't gone all out again, which put their minds at ease. Just as the three were chatting and laughing about their experiences and interesting things at the academy over the past 2 days, the fourth brother, Angelo, rushed in again, staring intently at Ashura without saying a word. The other three didn't know what was going on and waited for the fourth brother, Angelo, to give them an answer. Angelo said leisurely, "Third brother, I heard you got beaten up by Lanyu, one of the top 10 beauties of martial arts class 7, today?" Ashura was speechless. How did this fourth brother know all the news? The other two were initially surprised and then envious. Only a few days into the semester, the third brother had already established relationships with 2 of the top 10 beauties among the new students, although they weren't exactly good relationships. But it's enough to make these young people envious. If they knew that Ashura was sitting with Clara, one of the top 10 school beauties, they would be so jealous. Before they could finish expressing their envy, Angelo dropped an even more bombshell. "Third brother, did you know? After Lanyu beat you up, he also broke through to the 2nd level of martial master." Ashura, who was drinking tea to cool down, suddenly sprayed the tea all over Angelo's face. Angelo wiped his face and continued, "Third brother, everyone outside is saying that you can level up just by beating you up. Someone has already said they're willing to spend 500 points to beat you up. The new martial arts class knows you've been running around to different classes these past few days, and the strong students in those classes are all hoping you'll come to their class so they can spar with you. Third brother, your current worth is 500 points. Tell me, would you take on the job of getting beaten up for 500 points? I have a market for you." Ashura was about to say, "I'll take your grandpa," when he saw Arthur, the second brother, looking at him with shining eyes, even more excited than if he were looking at a naked beauty. Arthur said with a sly grin, "Third brother, I didn't expect you to have this skill. I, your second brother, have been stuck at the 1st level of martial arts for more than half a year. Let's keep the good stuff in the family. Why don't you spar with your second brother? Once second brother reaches martial master level 2, oh no, martial master level 3, second brother will help you beat up Magina and get revenge for you, okay?" When Ashura saw the second brother's murderous gaze, he was so frightened that he quickly ran behind the eldest brother, Jinza, fearing that Arthur would be unable to resist the temptation of leveling up and would beat him up. The eldest brother, Jinza, quickly stepped in to quell the farce. Arthur also slowly regained his composure. He's just very competitive, and he's getting anxious because he's heard that many people have advanced to the 2nd level of martial arts master. After asking Jinza a few basic magic questions, Ashura went upstairs to his room, feeling a headache coming on as he thought about his current situation. The thought that all the strong students from each class of martial arts freshmen were eagerly waiting to beat him up made him extremely depressed. How did things turn out like this? I just wanted to take a martial arts class. Despite his troubles, Ashura continued meditating until dawn. His body continued to absorb magical elements like a bottomless pit. He had asked Jinza about his meditation time, and Jinza was only allowed to meditate for about 3 hours before being forced to stop. He doesn't know what's wrong with his body, and he's not in the mood to think about it right now. The next morning, when Ashura walked to the training ground again, he had already decided that it would be better to be beaten by those 2 girls than to be beaten by the strong students from other classes. Between the two, Lanyu is slightly better because she doesn't slap Ashura in the face, which Ashura can accept more easily. As a result, at the entrance of the training ground, Ashura saw 2 girls with different hair colors, one blue and one red, waiting for him at the entrance. He turned around and ran towards the Magic Academy. Are you kidding me? Did those 2 plan to beat me up together? How could my physique withstand an attack from 2 second-stage martial arts masters? After seeing Ashura escape, the 2 girls at the door were clearly unhappy. Lanyu turned to Magina and said, "It's all your fault. He ran away the moment he saw you." Magina immediately retorted, "I was the one who asked him to spar first, and you dare to come and steal my sparring partner." Lanyu immediately retorted, "I didn't steal it. Teacher Ange assigned me as his sparring partner. Besides, he said he was willing to be my sparring partner." Magina said in disbelief, "I don't believe it. What's so great about you, you little vixen? He promised yesterday that he would only be my sparring partner." The 2 have never gotten along since childhood, and now they are even more at odds over this matter, arguing back and forth. Finally, the 2 started fighting right there in the training ground, and it ended in a draw before their respective instructors dragged them away. That same day, the sensational news that 2 of the most beautiful freshmen had gotten into a fight over a sparring partner spread like wildfire among the students. Chapter 23: The Highest Bidder Wins. Unaware of the situation, Ashura decided not to go to the training ground today. "Let's take a day off from class at the Magic Academy and give our bodies a break. After all, getting beaten up hurts the body." But before he even entered the classroom, his homeroom teacher, Ella, called him to her office. Ashura reluctantly followed Instructor Ella into her office and stood in front of her. Instructor Ella asked him to bring a chair and sit down. But he directly refused and made it clear that he wanted to stand and listen to his mentor's lecture. In reality, when he stood there and looked down, he could see a section of snow-white ravine. Ella looked at the boy with a slightly roguish smile, wondering how to ask him in a more appropriate manner. This wouldn't damage his confidence. Finally, forcing a smile, he asked, "Ashura, what level are you at now? Would you mind telling me?" Ashura said nonchalantly, "I'm currently at the 3rd level of a magic apprentice, and I feel like I'm about to break through to the 1st level of a magician." Ella was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect him to make such great progress in just a few days since the start of the semester. She really hoped that he hadn't slacked off before, otherwise he would definitely be one of the top lightning magicians in the class. She sensed a spiritual intelligence in the boy. Many powerful magic users have active and open minds, and Ashura possessed this quality. Ella then asked, "I heard from your classmates that you often skip class to hang out at the martial arts training ground. Is that true?" Ashura knew without a doubt that Kyle had complained about him. He should stay away from such a despicable person in the future. Ashura then confessed, "Yes, mentor, my foundation is too weak to understand some of the lessons. Rather than wasting time here, I'd rather go to the training ground to hone my martial arts." Ella was surprised by the boy's sincere answer, and she was secretly worried for him. He asked worriedly, "Ashura, how can your mentor help you? Just tell me, I believe that as long as you study hard, you can pass the assessment." Ashura looked at the homeroom teacher in surprise. The sincerity in his eyes seemed genuine. He then smiled and said, "I also believe I can pass the test. All you can do for me is to be on my side on the day of the test." "Well, tutor, if there's nothing else, I'll be going." After saying that, he waved and turned to go to the classroom. Ella didn't understand what he meant by his last words. After thinking for a while without any clue, I simply stopped thinking about it. He's a smart guy, and I believe he'll get through this. Ashura returned to the classroom and sat down next to Clara. The girl's unique fragrance made Ashura take a deep sniff. The silver-haired girl sitting next to them didn't react. Her face simply turned red to the roots of her ears. The 2 didn't pass notes, they just listened to the lesson quietly. During the morning break, Ashura's desk was piled high with challenge letters handed in from outside. Ashura was completely bewildered. Some wanted to spar with him to level up, while others wanted to challenge Ashura to a duel because they were jealous of Magina and Lanyu. Ashura threw them all into the trash can, angrily saying, "I'm so angry. I thought they were love letters, but they're all letters asking me to fight. Clara, standing beside her, smiled so much her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. With your bad temper, what girl would write you a love letter? Before Ashura could refute, a group of chubby boys rushed in from outside. One of them was the somewhat narcissistic student who had been sitting diagonally in front of him, named Nawe. He ran up to Ashura, drenched in sweat, and excitedly shouted, Ashura, I heard that two beauties, Lanyu and Magina, got into a fight over you at the training ground. Ashura, teach me how you woo girls. How do you do it? You're not even as handsome as me. Nawe was still talking non-stop, but the silver-haired girl who had just been smiling brightly had turned her head away, her quill pen almost bent and deformed from the weight. Ashura was completely bewildered. What? They're fighting for me? It's not about fighting me or a gang fighting? No wonder so many challenges came, and this is just them trying to cause me trouble. Ashura listened nervously to the rest of the magic lesson, and as soon as get out of class ended, he ran back to his dormitory. In the dormitory living room, Ginza and Angelo were whispering and drawing. Ashura leaned over to take a look and saw that they were editing juicy little cards for a list of the top 10 beauties. It seemed they were planning to make a living off gossip. Ashura didn't disturb the two of them. He went straight upstairs, lay on the bed, and thought about what to do tomorrow. Although he was beaten up these past 2 days, the near-real combat training has benefited him greatly, especially the two women who were stronger than him. He gave it his all each time, which greatly improved his skills. In the end, he decided to compromise with reality and negotiate with the two of them tomorrow. After figuring it out, he got up and continued meditating. He felt that his magic level was on the verge of breaking through, perhaps in the next few days. The next morning, before the morning classes even started, Ashura arrived early at the entrance of the training ground to wait for someone. This training ground was only for new students. Before long, Lanyu and Magina arrived at the training ground at almost the same time. Judging from their slightly damp school uniforms, they had both gone for morning training early in the morning. As expected, strong people are all self-disciplined and hard-working, which made Ashura feel a little ashamed. However, thinking that he had been meditating and cultivating all night, he felt much better. The two women were taken aback when they saw Ashura. Was he waiting for them? So the two of them sprinted to Ashura's side and each grabbed one of his arms to pull him to his class's line position. Ashura nearly burst out laughing and quickly shouted, Stop! Stop it now, you two crazy women! As soon as he shouted, the two women released their grip on his arms. Before he could even catch his breath, a whip kick and a heavy punch struck Ashura, sending him flying. Before he could even get up, two samurai shoes slammed heavily onto his chest. Ashura looked up and saw two girls angrily about to kill him. He quickly shouted, Stop, stop, stop! I'm here to negotiate. If you kill me, who will be your sparring partner? Upon hearing this, the two girls angrily withdrew their feet from him, coldly staring at Ashura, awaiting the boy's next words. Ashura got up from the ground and casually dusted himself off. He revealed an extremely refined smile and said, I heard that you two benefited greatly from sparring with me and both advanced to the second level of martial master, is that right? Indeed, sparring with strong opponents is the fastest way to grow. The two women didn't bother to reply to him after hearing this, and rolled their eyes in unison. Ashura didn't feel embarrassed and continued, I heard that you two got into a fight because of me yesterday. I think that's not a good thing. Since you both want to spar with me, don't fight and ruin your friendship. How about this, you two can use points to invite me to spar with you from now on. Whoever offers more points will spar with me. The points I'm charging are just for the hard work of healing my injuries and my service fee. With points, I can level up faster. A higher level makes me a better match for sparring with you guys, and you can grow faster under my guidance, right? Do you two know that someone is willing to spend 500 points to spar with me? There are plenty of people lining up to spar with me when I have the time. I'm a sentimental person, after all, I know you two well, and you've even fought for me, I can't bear to see you two fighting like this. So, you can place your bids now, and the highest bidder wins. Chapter 24 Final Assessment. The two women stared blankly as Ashura stood before them, eloquently recounting the negotiation plan he had devised the previous night. The boys' words were beyond their comprehension, they had never seen such a shameless person. The two women exchanged a glance, and with just one look, they achieved their first tacit cooperation. Magina said quietly, You're right. I think we can beat you up without spending any points. With that, Lanyu kicked Ashura, who was still trying to argue, away with a whip kick. Ashura was surprised by how unreasonable the two were, and saw them rubbing their hands together as they walked towards him, ready to fight. He quickly shouted, You two, calm down. Calm down. If you think the price is too high, we can talk about it. I didn't say we can't bargain. Our friendly price is 400 points, okay? Don't go any further, 300 points. 300 points, okay? I have a temper too, you know. I'll give in for the last 200 points. Isn't that generous enough? 100. 100 points a month. If that's not enough, I'm not coming to the training ground anymore. I mean what I say. The two women actually stopped when they heard this. After exchanging glances and whispering to each other for a while, they turned around. Seeing Ashura's dejected expression, Magina suppressed a laugh and said, "All right, it's a deal for 100 points a month. We'll try it out for a month first. If you dare to renege, we'll go to your dorm and beat you up." Ashura secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said impatiently, "Fine, fine, pay the points first, then experience it." With that, he took out his badge to trade points with the two women. The two girls were secretly laughing their heads off at his expression, but they maintained their aloofness on the surface and handed over the badges to transfer the points. But Ashura immediately became unhappy when he saw the points transferred by the two women, and shouted at them, "Can't you two count? Didn't we agree on 100 points a month? What do you mean by each of you transferring 50 points? The two girls suppressed their laughter, and Lanyu said calmly, "Let's split the bill, 1 day each. We've agreed that today you're with Magina, and tomorrow you're with me. Remember, no skipping work or being late, or you'll get a double beating." Ashura stared blankly at the two beautiful girls. Who said that all pretty girls are kind-hearted? Those two are totally bullying me, this big grudge. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Ashura's anger surged and his fighting spirit erupted. Before he could even assume the starting stance of his family's secret technique, Thunderclap Fist, a giant horse-slaying sword and a blue glowing dagger were already at his neck. Instantly, Ashura's imposing aura vanished, his hands silently falling to his sides. He stubbornly shouted out his last act of defiance, "It's a promise, you're not allowed to hit my face anymore." And so, Ashura began his training life, shuttling between magic academies and martial arts training grounds. He simply stopped listening to the magic lessons he still couldn't understand. He coaxed Clara, the beautiful girl in his seat, and asked her to take notes for him so he could study them later. Clara also made her notes very comprehensive, and with her own understanding, she tried to make them as simple and easy to understand as possible for the boy. Sometimes she would deliberately write down difficult questions on it, waiting for the boy to ask her for answers the next day. Training in the training ground was even more arduous. He was already no match for the two women, but then both of them advanced to the second level of martial arts master. Ashura found it even more difficult to defend himself, but the two women did not give up sparring because of his weakness. On the contrary, they enjoyed each fight very much and never got tired of it. Ashura broke through to the first level of martial master in less than a month through such sparring. This made the two women even happier, and they happily renewed their sparring memberships. Of course, the renewal process was also extremely brutal. Feeling confident he was back on his feet, Ashura got a double beating from the two of them. Time flies, and the third month since the freshman entered the college is almost over. The college's assessment is just around the corner. The new students were a mix of joy and sorrow. Some wanted to make a name for themselves through the assessment, while others even wanted to sign up to compete for the title of Rookie King. There are also those who aren't diligent enough usually and then feel they lack the ability to prepare at the last minute. In an open space in the freshman training ground, two figures were exchanging blows. The one with the slight advantage was Magina, a girl with fiery red hair, who was now attacking the black-haired boy in front of her with all her might. The black-haired boy was none other than Ashura, the academy's oddball. The news among the freshmen was that a magician would often go to the training ground to spar with two beautiful girls, and although he always got beaten up badly, he still would every day with great enthusiasm. Everyone thought the magician was willing to get beaten up to get closer to the two beauties, but little did they know how unfair the agreement of 100 points between them was. Ashura's school uniform mage robe was already tattered from sparring. A new magic robe would cost 100 points, but the boy was reluctant to exchange it. Earning those 100 points was no easy feat, it was a story full of tears. As their levels increased, their battles became more exciting and less one-sided. Ashura was beaten less and less during each practice session. Magina, on the other side, was actually becoming more and more alarmed as the fight progressed. She was astonished by Ashura's growth. Although he is still a small rank below her, they are already evenly matched, and she can't defeat this black-haired boy without going all out. She had privately observed Lanyu sparring with the boy and could clearly sense that Lanyu was not as composed as before. The speed-enhancing Lan Yu was struggling a bit when he was exchanging blows with the boy. They just gritted their teeth and kept quiet. Of course, the two women didn't use their family's powerful martial arts techniques either, as there were some techniques they couldn't control the damage from. Magina punched away the boy's thunderous fist, which was the first time she had encountered Ashura earlier this month. Ashura had ambushed her with this strange fist technique and struck her chest. Although she blocked the fist with her arm, as the thunder roared, the internal force of the punch struck her left chest. She didn't make a sound at the time, but when she returned to her dormitory and took off her clothes, she saw a light purple fist mark on her large, round left chest. The next day, she found Lan Yufei and asked her to continue sparring with Ashura. As you can imagine, the boy had difficulty walking the next day, which greatly displeased Lan Yu, who had changed the sparring partner's order. Ashura's martial arts skills have greatly improved after 3 months of sparring and honing. He has now vaguely reached the threshold of the second level of martial arts master, and his use of the thunder fist technique has become more and more proficient. He can now generate 2 thunderous sounds, which means 2 bursts of internal energy. However, he hadn't yet unleashed his thunderclap fist with 2 thunderous roars in front of the 2 girls. He wanted to give them a surprise when he advanced to the second level of martial arts master. He couldn't let 3 months of beatings go to waste. Ashura even practiced the thunderclap fist technique into his dual sword skills. He was quite comfortable using the dual swords his second brother gave him before he left home, but he didn't have any dual sword skills. The exceptionally intelligent young man then grafted the power of the thunderclap fist onto his twin swords, resulting in surprisingly good power. Ashura's magic level has improved remarkably. He meditates until dawn every day without fail and is currently at the 3rd level of magician. Of course, there is still a gap between him and the 1st level of magician required for the assessment. But the boy was full of confidence. He was confident that he could pass the test because he was already a genuine 1st level martial arts master. And so, the 3-month assessment for the new students after admission was fast approaching. The freshmen are all adjusting themselves to be in their best condition to face this important assessment. Chapter 25: The Day of the Assessment. One morning, the new students of St. Goban Academy got up very early, as they would be facing their first assessment since entering the academy. These top talents are full of confidence in themselves, and they have been preparing for this assessment for a long time. Ashura also got up early and, as usual, went out to get breakfast from the cafeteria for her 3 roommates and brought it back. The 4 roommates got along very well. In particular, their fabricated list of the top 10 most beautiful freshmen, coupled with half-true and half-false gossip, earned them over 1,000 points from selling information cards. This made the 4 brothers extremely excited. The eldest brother, Jinza, took the lead in declaring that the 4 of them would split the points equally. Ashura, who felt that he hadn't done anything, felt a little embarrassed, so he tried to do as much as he could to repay this little group. After the 3 finished breakfast, they encouraged each other and went to their respective classes to wait for the assessment. The 4th one, Angelo, didn't need to take the assessment and got up very late every day. When Ashura entered class 13 of the Magic Academy, almost all the students had arrived. Everyone ignored the black-haired boy, since he often skipped class. I heard that he started practicing martial arts to woo girls, which made these self-proclaimed noble magicians look down on him even more. There were also rumors that his magic level was very low. The only ones who were relatively friendly to the boy were the silver-haired girl Clara and the chubby Nawe. The 2 of them were among Ashura's few friends at the Magic Academy. Clara's closeness to Ashura might stem from their shared alma mater. Nawe, on the other hand, developed a liking for Ashura because of his poor academic performance, assuming he was a fellow underachiever. Nawe's biggest hobby is eating, and he spends all his points on the food available on the 2nd floor of the college cafeteria. Ashura had once gone up to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria and looked at the food items with clearly marked prices, which made him secretly gasp at how expensive they were. He couldn't bear to use all those points he had worked so hard to earn to satisfy his cravings. Everyone was whispering about the upcoming assessment. Clara turned her head and asked quietly, "The assessment is today. Are you sure you can handle it?" Ashura leaned back lazily in his chair and said nonchalantly, "How can a man say he can't do it?" Clara rolled her eyes at him. The girl was used to the boy's carefree attitude. Although he was a bit nonchalant, Clara enjoyed chatting with Ashura. Because Ashura wouldn't pretend to be flawless in front of her like other boys, trying every means to win her favor and approaching her with ulterior motives. Especially the little card that the college recently released, which lists the top 10 beauties of the college, and includes all sorts of random things about her habits and hobbies. This has caused a bunch of guys who are pursuing her to swarm around her like flies, which is incredibly annoying for her. If she knew that all her hobbies and interests were spread by this bad boy next to her, I wonder if she would still have any feelings for him. At this moment, Naoe, who was in the front row, turned to Ashura and said, "Ashura, after the assessment, let's go to the second floor of the cafeteria and eat our way out of all your points. You're going to be eliminated from the academy anyway, so don't waste your points." Upon hearing this, Ashura grabbed the notebook from the table, intending to throw it at Naoe's head, but Clara gave him a sharp look. He immediately put the notebook back on the table, embarrassed. The notebook contained Clara's daily notes for him, as well as their chat logs. If he dares to throw it out, Clara, a second-level mage, will immediately unleash a bolt of lightning to strike him. Yes, the genius girl Clara has already broken through to the second level of magician. The class's academic representative, Kyle, has also recently broken through to the second level of magic, which makes Kyle feel that he is the goddess's true love and only he is worthy of her. Ashura glared at Fatty Naoe and said unhappily, "You jinx, you should worry about yourself first." Hearing what Ashura said, the fat man shrank back. Although he was a first-level mage, he had not seriously studied magic skills. His basic lightning magic spells were unreliable, sometimes working and sometimes not. He was worried he wouldn't pass the test with the doll. Should he use that family heirloom magic skill? Just as chubby Naoe was lost in thought, the beautiful homeroom teacher, Ella, walked into the classroom. Ella was dressed very formally today. With a serious yet expectant look in his eyes, he addressed the 14 magic students in his class, saying loudly, "All students of Magic Class 13, please follow me to the magic testing ground to undergo your magic assessment." After saying that, all the students stood up and followed instructor Ella with solemn expressions to the magic testing ground. The magic testing ground is a large, circular area with an open roof that lets in sunlight, making the space exceptionally bright. When they entered, the students of Magic Class 12 had just finished their assessment. Several students walked out dejectedly, clearly having failed the assessment. One of the girls was crying her eyes out. This made the students in Class 13 even more anxious. Seeing everyone's reaction, Instructor Ella encouraged her students, saying, "Relax, everyone. Lightning mages are the highest damage magic type, so it's easier for you to pass the test puppet assessment. I know the abilities of each of you. I believe you can all pass this test." Everyone was invigorated upon hearing this. After 3 months of getting to know each other, Ella was not only beautiful and a great teacher, but also a person of impeccable character and professional ethics. She is very popular with her students, and her classes have the most auditing students. No wonder so many male teachers are pursuing her. At this moment, Instructor Ella's gaze fell upon the tall Ashura behind her. 3 months of martial arts training had made Ashura's physique even more robust and upright, making him stand out like a crane among chickens among a group of mages. The tattered magic robe made his muscles look slightly taut. She frequently pays attention to this student with this problem and always wants to help this student improve and catch up with the class's learning progress. However, Ashura was a very opinionated boy. He would just listen with a smile to her suggestions for studying, but afterwards he would still do things his own way. She even used her own points to buy the boy a new magic robe school uniform, but he politely declined. She was also a little annoyed, not knowing what she, as the homeroom teacher, could do. On this day of assessment, all she could do was give the boy an encouraging look. Ashura simply grinned as a response. Now it was the turn of Class 13 of Magic to begin their assessment. In the center of the arena stood a pure white test doll, about the height of a person. It was neither gold nor jade, and its material was unknown. It was covered with blue magic runes. On a high platform not far from the puppet, 3 magic mentors sat there, one presiding, one recording, and one judging the results. Especially the hook-nosed magician who made the intermediate judgment. He looked like a tough character who was not easy to talk to. At this moment, the male instructor in charge of the proceedings stood up and announced loudly, "Now we will begin the first magic test. The test method is very simple. As long as you can damage the test doll, you will pass the test. The test dummy will change color when it takes effective damage. Once the dummy changes color, you have successfully passed the test. Of course, only those at the mage level or above, with highly proficient magical skills, can harm the test dolls. I believe everyone is well prepared for the 3 months of hospitalization. Without further ado, I hereby declare the magic assessment test for Class 13 of Magic begins now." Chapter 26: The Confused Examiner. At the instructor's command, the students of Class 13 stepped forward one by one to be tested. The students unleashed their best magical skills to attack the test dolls, and some even drew their family-given magic wands to amplify their magical damage, feeling it wasn't safe enough. This is also permitted by the academy. Good equipment is also part of one's strength. Lightning magic truly lives up to its reputation as the most damaging magic. The lightning summoned by the first few students turned the test puppet blue before returning to normal. The hook-nosed instructor on the platform also announced the students' succession one by one. When the class monitor, Kyle, appeared, he straightened his flowing hair and pulled out a magnificent magic wand from his storage ring. At the top of the wand was a lightning attribute magic core the size of a pigeon's egg. Judging from the value of this magic wand, Kyle's family must be extremely wealthy and powerful. Kyle enjoyed the envious looks from his classmates, and then looked at Clara, hoping to see admiration in the girl's expression, but the class monitor Clara still looked at him expressionlessly. He even frowned slightly, seemingly displeased that his showy preparation time was affecting the exam's progress. Kyle felt a pang of disappointment, but he quickly rallied, believing that only he was worthy of the goddess in his heart. He chanted a magic incantation and, with the power of his magic wand, unleashed a 3-finger-wide bolt of lightning that struck the test doll. The test dummy was also struck by the lightning and emitted a red glow before instantly recovering. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The first student in their class to hit the doll and read the class monitor was truly impressive. Kyle was quite satisfied with his performance. He turned to look at his goddess, hoping she would respond to his efforts this time. Clara didn't even look at him this time, and was whispering something to the dark-haired boy next to her. This infuriated Kyle. What was so great about that black-haired kid named Ashura? I heard he's weak, and I also heard he spends all his time with 2 girls from the martial arts class. How could Clara be friends with such a scumbag? I'm burning with jealousy. But then the instructor announced, Kyle has passed the test. Next up is Clara. As soon as Clara heard her mentor call her, she immediately stopped whispering with Ashura, playfully stuck out her tongue, and ran onto the field. The girl's youthful and beautiful appearance immediately attracted the attention of all her classmates. Their class monitor was recognized as one of the top 10 beauties among the freshmen in the college. Having such a beautiful girl as the class monitor was a pleasing thing. After the silver-haired girl Clara appeared, she looked seriously at the test doll in the arena. The girl did not make any extra movements, but silently recited a magic incantation while pointing her right index finger down at the test doll. Then a bolt of lightning as thick as a fist struck down from the sky, hitting the test doll and making it glow red for a full 3 seconds before returning to its original white color. Everyone stared in astonishment at the scene before them. This silver-haired girl truly possessed both beauty and talent. A casual lightning spell is far more powerful than the lightning that Kyle casts with his magic wand. Kyle, the class monitor, turned pale and then flushed, but when he thought that it was only natural for the goddess to be better than him, he felt much more at ease. The hook-nosed mentors on the platform who made the judgments all smiled and nodded in agreement. After learning that she had passed, the girl bowed slightly, then skipped over to the black-haired boy, and the two continued whispering to each other. When Kyle saw it, he felt as if the lightning had struck him, and he was heartbroken. Next up, Nawe, the host mentor, continued to call out. The chubby boy, Nawe, walked nervously to the center of the field and took out a magic wand. Although the magic wand was not fancy, the hook-nosed instructor in charge of judging the results of the assessment opened his eyes wide in surprise. After Nawe finished chanting the magic incantation, he waved his magic wand, and a bolt of lightning, also 3 fingers thick, struck the test doll, but it missed. The lightning only grazed the test dummy's shoulder and landed at its feet, and the test dummy merely emitted a barely perceptible blue light. Everyone burst into laughter upon seeing this. Nawe was also extremely embarrassed and quickly continued to cast lightning spells to strike the test doll, but the more anxious he became, the more chaotic it became. He hadn't been serious enough about learning magic, and the lightning he summoned ended up landing all around the doll. The laughter grew even louder. Nawe had already depleted more than half of his magic power. If this continued, he would definitely be deemed unqualified. The instructors on the platform also frowned slightly. Just as Nawe was panicking, a voice shouted, "Calm down, stay focused. Imagine that doll as your food." Nawe felt a slight tremor in his heart when he heard that voice. He knew who the voice belonged to and looked back gratefully. He then turned his head and looked intently at the test doll, smacking his lips. Suddenly, Nawe closed his eyes and concentrated, silently reciting a passionate magic incantation. He then slowly raised his hands above his head. As the magic incantation was recited, a circular lightning bolt appeared above Nawe's head, and Nawe stood in the center of the testing area, holding the circular lightning bolt in his hand. As the last syllable of the magic incantation ended, Nawe suddenly opened his eyes wide, shouted "Thunder Circle Slash," and hurled the lightning ring in his hand at the test doll. With a loud boom, the lightning-shaped ring slashed at the doll at an extremely fast speed. Upon impact, it seemed to slice the test doll in two, and the lightning ring embedded itself in the doll's chest. A blinding red light immediately appeared on the doll, seemingly even stronger than the red light caused by Clara's lightning. A few seconds later, the ring of lightning and the red light disappeared together. The students stared blankly at the scene before them, unable to believe that such damage could have been caused by that gluttonous fat boy. Naue, with his hands on his knees, was panting heavily, clearly indicating that the magic skill he had just used had taken a toll on him. The hook-nosed instructor on the high platform looked as if he had expected it. The Yahina family's inherited magic skill, Thunder Circle Slash, was indeed domineering. It's just that this kid's ability is still shallow and he is not yet able to unleash its full power. He then said calmly, "Trainee Naue has passed the assessment." This sound brought the students back to their senses from their shock, and everyone wondered what kind of magical skill it was. Students with family backgrounds could probably guess that it was a family-inherited magic skill, but they didn't know which prominent family it belonged to. Of course, Clara recognized the magic skill. The mutual understanding among nobles was far greater than ordinary people imagined. But she was only happy for Naue's success. As for that mysterious magical skill, she does possess it, but this small situation wouldn't force her to use it. Naue was overjoyed, dancing with excitement. He had already decided what delicious food to eat in the cafeteria to celebrate, and he rushed back to his class. His classmates no longer looked down on him. He immediately gave Ashura a big bear hug, which made Ashura roll his eyes, while Clara smirked to herself from the side. Naue then started asking Ashura if his family's magic skill was cool and powerful. Before Ashura could even retort with a couple of sarcastic remarks, the instructor on the platform called out, "Next student, Ashura." The eyes of the students in the class instantly focused on him. Ashura calmly straightened his tattered magic robe and strode to the center of the field, stopping 10 steps away from the puppet. He then reached into his spatial belt and pulled out something. A flash of white light made everyone think he had drawn a magic wand, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a pair of swords. Ashura held a sword in each hand, twirling it in his hands and creating a flourish. He then adopted a starting attack stance similar to the Thunder Fist. Everyone stared at Ashura in utter bewilderment. What kind of magical skill required the use of dual swords? What kind of magical skill requires such a bizarre posture? Not only were the students below bewildered, but the instructors on the platform were also completely baffled. At that moment, Ashura let out a loud shout and then rushed toward the test doll. The distance was so close that it was almost instantaneous. In an instant, the boy swung his twin swords in a cross motion, aiming for the throat of the test doll. A muffled thud was heard. The test dummy's head flew high into the air. Chapter 27 Self-Created Magic Skill, Dynamic Light Wave. The test dummy's head rolled a long way on the ground before stopping. Ashura remains in the same pose, holding two swords, leaning forward, and with his arms outstretched behind him. He looked up at the test doll with a puzzled expression. Wasn't it supposed to change color as long as it was damaged? How come even though its head was chopped off, the doll was still white? Only the blue magic runes on its body had disappeared. The scene remained eerily quiet. Ashura looked at the dazed instructor on the platform, then at his equally dazed classmates. Had anyone told him whether the test doll had changed color or not? Just as he was puzzled, the hook-nosed instructor on the platform was the first to react, his lips trembling as he said, "Student Ashura, for deliberately damaging the test doll, is fined 1,000 academy points." What? Ashura couldn't believe his ears. He hadn't spent a single point since entering the academy, always thinking about accumulating more points for cultivation. He only had a little over 800 points so far. This hook-nosed guy actually wants to fine me 1,000 points. Ashura immediately retorted, "Why should I be the mentor? What can I do if the test doll is so weak? Didn't the dean say back then that whether it's a first-level mage or a first-level martial artist, as long as you deal effective damage to the test doll and make it change color, you've passed, right? Did the dean go back on his word? Or did you change the rules on the spot?" Ashura's accusation angered the hook-nosed instructor, who slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Outrageous! The dolls used in the Magic Academy's tests are magic-resistant dolls, completely incapable of resisting physical damage. You broke the test dolls and you still think you're right?" Ashura replied sheepishly, "Instructor, I didn't know that the testing of puppets was divided into attributes, and besides, the academy didn't explain it beforehand." Before the hook-nosed instructor could finish his excuse, he angrily said, "In my more than 40 years at the Magic Academy, this is the first time I've ever seen a magic student wielding dual swords to attack a test doll. You're still complaining that the academy didn't explain beforehand? You, get out of here." Seeing that his hook-nosed instructor was truly angry, Ashura dared not continue to argue, but he still asked, "Instructor, does that mean I've passed? The blue magic markings on the doll are gone, so does that mean it's changed color and I've passed?" The hook-nosed instructor stared at the black-haired boy in disbelief, his forehead veins throbbing with anger. He then angrily retorted, "Pass? You wish. Get out of here first. As for how to punish you, I'll decide after I report to the academy." Ashura's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, "This is bad. If this gets back to the academy, I'm in big trouble. I'll definitely fail and be expelled." Before he could even voice his protest, a pleasant voice rang out behind him, "I object." Ashura looked back and saw that the person speaking up for him was none other than his homeroom teacher, Ella. With a look of anxiety, Instructor Ella quickly walked up to Ashura and said to the instructors on the platform, "Instructor Kid, I don't think my student did anything wrong. It's true that we didn't explain beforehand that the test dolls were not resistant to physical attacks. My student Ashura is an outstanding student who is proficient in both magic and martial arts. He originally wanted to pass the assessment through martial arts, and he has the ability to do so. But because we didn't explain things clearly beforehand, which caused a misunderstanding, I, as the class teacher, also bear responsibility for this. I am willing to compensate the academy for the loss of the test dolls on his behalf. But please don't expel my student from the testing grounds, it's unfair to him. I also hope that Mentor Kid can give him another chance." After Ella finished speaking in a humble yet assertive manner, the hook-nosed mentor on the stone platform sat back down in his chair. As a senior instructor at the Magic Academy, he could disregard Ella's feelings, but he couldn't ignore the feelings of her grandfather, Archmage Ivy. The hook-nosed instructor named Kid sat down and pondered for a moment before saying, "Then let's do it your way. You can discuss the compensation yourselves, but I won't let him pass the assessment. I only have new magic testing dolls here, not martial arts testing dolls. Let him go ask the Martial Arts Academy. I can't help him pass the test here either." After saying that, she was about to announce the name of the next examinee. Hearing this, not only was Instructor Ella in despair, but Clara and Nave were also unwilling to accept this result. But since their examiner, Kid, had already conceded, they had no better option. Just as the group was getting anxious, they heard Ashura shout, "Wait a minute, Instructor Kid. If I admit my punishment for what happened before, can we just let it go? If I can use magic to hit the test doll and make it change color, does that mean I've passed the test?" Upon hearing this, Clara's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again, because she knew that her current level of magic was only at the third stage of magic, and that level of magic power was not enough to effectively injure the test doll. Unless they also possess powerful family magic skills like Nawe. The hook-nosed mentor, Kid, glanced again at the black-haired boy below the stage, secretly admiring his composure despite being in dire straits. But since he was the chief examiner, he had to ensure the fairness of the assessment. He nodded in agreement with the boy's words, and then took out a new doll from his spatial ring and placed it diagonally in front of the platform. Instructor Kid said, "Then I'll give you another chance. Prove to me right now that you have the ability to pass the test. I've never seen a student who is equally skilled in both magic and martial arts." Before Instructor Ella could say anything more, Ashura tugged at her sleeve, and the young man smiled warmly, saying, "Thank you, Instructor Ella. You've really stood by my side. Leave the rest to me." Ella was stunned by Ashura's words. She suddenly remembered the request the boy had made to her when she called him to her office 2 months ago. She hadn't thought of that at first, it was just out of a mentor's protective instinct towards their students. Seeing Ashura stand in front of her, Instructor Ella suddenly felt that this boy, who was 6 years younger than her, was so calm and tall, and had the feeling that he could stand on his own. She blushed and silently spat at herself, glanced at the boy's back, and slowly retreated to the back of the line. Ashura saw the test doll in front of him that was exactly the same as the one before. His mind raced. Things had exceeded his expectations. He hadn't expected that the test dolls would have different levels of magic and martial arts resistance. Now, under the watchful eyes of everyone, how was he supposed to pass the test? Ashura knew that if he used lightning magic like the other students, he would most likely fail the test. How to break out of the current situation became the biggest problem. Suddenly, the boy had a flash of inspiration. He remembered the magic skill that the fat man, Nawe, had just used. Nawe had mentioned that it was a magic skill passed down in his family. Ashura suddenly remembered that he also had a self-created lightning magic skill. Before coming to the academy, he even used that magic skill to blow up his grandfather's alchemy furnace. After that, Ashura never used that magic skill again, because he couldn't quite control that ball of lightning at the time. He privately named this magical skill, which he had figured out on his own, dynamic light wave. He acknowledged the power of the dynamic light waves. He was willing to risk it all, even if it seemed hopeless. Ashura then raised his right hand, palm facing the test doll, and used his mental power to mobilize the lightning magic elements in his body to flow through his meridians. The lightning magic elements within Ashura's body are now different from before. 3 months of continuous meditation have allowed him to accumulate a massive amount of lightning magic elements. The lightning element surged through his meridians like a snowball, growing larger and larger until Ashura was about to lose control. Ashura roared, "Behold my ultimate move, dynamic light wave." Immediately, a ball of lightning the size of an apple flew out from the acupoint in Ashura's palm. It flew towards the test dummy, sometimes large, sometimes small, wobbling and unsteady. Chapter 28, Passing the Test. As soon as Ashura unleashed the dynamic light wave from his body, he instantly felt dizzy and weak. It seems that while the lightning magic orb was drawing away the lightning magic elements from his body, it also consumed a large amount of his mental energy. Before he could think about the details, Ashura looked up at the still swaying and floating dynamic light wave, and his pupils dilated instantly. He remembered that 9 months ago, when he blew up his grandfather's alchemy furnace, the dynamic light wave was only the size of a grape. Now it was the size of an apple. Its size fluctuates wildly, clearly indicating its extreme instability. Ashura yelled, "Damn it, damn it, damn it." He quickly retreated backward, and when he returned to the queue, he saw Clara and instructor Ella looking at him with puzzled eyes. Without saying a word, he grabbed one in each hand and backed away. While retreating, he shouted, "Students, retreat quickly and lie down." The students around him looked at this oddball who was shouting and pulling the tutor and Clara to run back with question marks on their faces. No one understood the lightning magic he was using, and no one understood his actions now. Only Fatty Naue followed him and ran a few steps back without much hesitation. Before Ashura could even lie down, the drifting dynamic light waves instantly collided with the test doll. With a deafening roar, lightning spread outwards from the doll for about 10 meters, filling the area with lightning. A massive shockwave also erupted outside the area. The mentor's magic platform was the first to be hit, and it was directly enveloped by the lightning zone. Teacher Kid's eyes bulged out. He couldn't believe that such magical destructive power could be unleashed by a freshman. Fortunately, he was powerful enough to instantly cast a magical shield in front of the stands, blocking the advance of the lightning. The students in class 13 below were not so lucky. Fortunately, they were relatively far away and were only affected by the shockwave of the thunderstorm. One by one, they were thrown out, and even the heavy Naue, who was running backward, was blown off balance by the shockwave and fell several times. Ashura led the 2 dizzy women and ran the furthest backward, but he only felt a push from behind and stumbled forward a few steps. Ashura turned his head and looked at the scene, wiping away a cold sweat with lingering fear. The 2 women beside him were still in a daze. Naue, groaning in pain, was the first to get up, followed by all the other students who also cried out in pain as they slowly got to their feet. The magician's frail body couldn't withstand such a beating. When they got up, everyone was stunned because all the classmates around them looked like they had been struck by lightning, their bodies charred and their hair disheveled. Kyle, standing at the very front, only had white eyes and teeth. His golden hair was now a tangled mess of blackweeds, still smoldering. He was still in a daze, staring blankly at his surroundings. Several girls took out their personal makeup mirrors and looked at their makeup. They almost fainted and stared at the culprit, Ashura, with tears streaming down their faces. One of the girls had already drawn her magic wand and was planning to use Ashura as a test subject. Ashura immediately panicked and shouted, "Calm down. Calm down. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Seema, put down your magic wand." The 2 women beside them snapped out of their daze and immediately tried to calm everyone down. Fortunately, it seems that no one was seriously injured, but their appearance was greatly damaged. They need to take a good shower and clean up when they get back. Just as the students were noisily denouncing Ashura, a dignified shout came from the stands, "Silence." Everyone fell silent and turned to look at the hook-nosed mentor, Kid, on the platform. Mentor Kid was furious at the farce unfolding before him. He reached out and pinched the bridge of his nose, but despite his anger, he was surprised by the magical skill that the troublesome student had just used. Even with his knowledge, he didn't know which family's inherited magic skill this was. He estimated that the boy was not even at the first level of magic, otherwise he would not have thought of using martial arts to pass the level or using such a mysterious magic skill. The magical skills unleashed by a 3rd-level mage were actually as powerful as a full-force attack from a grand mage. He faced the power of magic directly in the thunderstorm area, but not at the center of the storm. Could the center of the storm have reached the power of a mage? Thinking of this, he was horrified. Although this magic skill had a long preparation time, slow casting speed, and slow attack speed, it was really not suitable as a combat magic skill. But its power is truly astounding. Opponents of the same level who are unaware of the magic's true nature will definitely suffer a terrible fate. Thinking of this, Mentor Kid glanced at the test doll in the center of the thunderstorm. The doll had turned completely black and was emitting a faint blue smoke. The blue magic patterns on its body had also become dull and lifeless. Seeing this, Kid's heart remained unsettled for a long time. The scene fell into an eerie silence again. The trainees calmed down and realized they weren't seriously injured, just aches and pains from the shockwave. At this moment, everyone looked at each other, and seeing each other's embarrassing moments, they couldn't help but want to laugh, but the occasion was so serious that all the trainees were holding back their laughter. Just as Ashura couldn't help but want to ask him again if he had passed the test. With a mix of anger and helplessness, Instructor Kid with his hook nose said, "Student Ashura, you have passed the test." After saying that, he took out a new test doll from his spatial ring and placed it in the center of the arena. As soon as he finished speaking, Ashura jumped up excitedly. The huge weight that had been pressing on his heart for 3 months was finally lifted, and he gave the two people beside him a big hug to share his joy. Only after the hug did he realize that he had just hugged his mentor Ella and Clara, who were standing next to him. Ella's behavior was alright, she only blushed slightly before smiling at him, seemingly genuinely happy for him. Clara, the girl, blushed like a ripe apple. When she saw him looking at her, she stomped her foot shyly, waved her little fist, and ran to the other female students. The youthful and beautiful Clara ran to the side of several disheveled female students, which made her stand out even more. Ashura scratched his head awkwardly, then said seriously to Instructor Ella, "Thank you for the opportunity you secured for me, Instructor Ella. Can I repay you in installments for the test doll points? I only have a little over 800 points right now. I'll transfer them to you first, and I'll pay you back the rest slowly." Looking at the black-haired boy in front of her, Ella realized that the hug she had just received had left her far from calm. This was the first time she had ever been hugged by a boy. Of course, she knew the boy had no bad intentions. She was also happy for her student who passed the assessment. She then smiled and said, "Congratulations, Ashura. Passing the test is all thanks to your own hard work. I'm so happy for you that you've improved so quickly. You don't need to return the points, consider it a reward for your progress. Furthermore, after you pass the test, the Academy will unlock places like the Magic and Martial Arts Pavilion and the Training Room, which require points to improve your training. You should save your points to improve your strength for the next assessment." Ashura was also very happy to hear this, but he insisted, "No, mentor. You have to pay back the points. I know that even though you are a mentor, you still need Academy points to cultivate in the Academy just like us. How about this, I'll owe you 1,000 points for now, and I'll pay you back when I can take on more missions and earn more points." We made a pinky promise, and then the boy extended his right little finger toward his mentor, Ella. When Ella saw this childish, playful ceremony, her girlish side was stirred. Although she was a mentor, she was only a girl who was 6 years older than the new student. He extended his right pinky and hooked it with the boy's pinky, and their thumbs were also touching. With a radiant smile, she said, "A pinky promise, 100 years from now, no exceptions." Chapter 29: The Academy's Oddities. After smiling and making a pinky promise with Ashura, Instructor Ella went to watch the remaining 2 students take the assessment. The male students around looked at Ashura with shock and envy. This kid had just hugged Instructor Ella and even touched her hand. That's not all, he just hugged our goddess Clara? Ashura didn't care about the stares from the boys around him. He wanted to raise his hand to smell his fingers, but then felt that it was a bit lewd and inappropriate. Just as he was pondering not washing his hands for days, a voice beside him said in a low voice, "Ashura, you're such a womanizer." Ashura turned his head in surprise and saw that Fatty Nawe was looking at him with a displeased expression. Ashura curled his lips and said, "We may be good friends, but if you keep talking nonsense, I'll sue you for defamation." Nawe became even angrier upon hearing this, and said angrily, "I'm talking nonsense? Why didn't you take me with you and run before that thing exploded? I was the closest to you, but you grabbed Instructor Ella and Clara and ran backward. Isn't that right?" Ashura looked embarrassed after hearing this. It was indeed as the fat man said at the time, but he couldn't admit it. He then retorted, "I couldn't pull you. You're heavier than both of them combined, how could I possibly drag you along? Besides, didn't I warn you? You seem to be fine." Just as the fat man was about to open his mouth to continue arguing with him, Ashura quickly waved his hand to interrupt him, saying, "Alright, fat man, do you remember who cheered you on during your assessment? If I hadn't told you to stay calm, you would have been eliminated by now. How about this, you don't need to repay me. Let's consider this a draw." The fat man was speechless after hearing this, as he could never win an argument with the quick-witted and eloquent Ashura. However, he was shocked to hear that Ashura had more than 800 points. You have to know that students can only be given 100 points per month, and most students have around 300 points after 3 months. Ashura actually had over 800 points. How could he not be shocked? What he didn't know was that Ashura's 800 plus points included not only his own 300 points, but also the 300 points he earned from working as a sparring partner for 3 months, and a share of the profits from the gossip about goddesses he made in the dormitory. Fatty Nawe had just been trying to extort money from Ashura, hoping Ashura would take him to the second floor of the cafeteria for a nice meal with points. Anyway, he had over 800 points, but Ashura's few words shut him down, which made the fat guy very unhappy. The last 2 test takers also passed the test without any major mishaps. This made Ella, the homeroom teacher of class 13, very happy. Although her class had few students, all of them passed, which made Ella, who had just become a teacher, feel exceptionally good. The students of class 13 were also very happy, but when they walked out of the testing area, they encountered the students of magic class 14 who were walking towards them. Faced with the unsuspecting students from class 14 pointing and whispering about their appearance, the students from class 13 were too ashamed to even lift their heads. They cursed Ashura, this scourge, in their hearts. The students of class 14 were even more terrified when they saw the miserable state of class 13. They wondered what kind of test they were about to face. Wasn't it supposed to be hitting the puppets? How did they all end up like this? One of the more timid girls was so frightened that she burst into tears. After the morning assessment, there were no more classes, and the students were free to do as they pleased. Ashura headed towards his dormitory, feeling really good. He is now finally a formal St. Gabain student. When he opened the dormitory door, the other 3 roommates were waiting for him in the living room. They all stood up and looked at him when he came in, but no one said a word. Ashura grinned at his 3 roommates and said, "You passed." The 4 cheered so loudly it seemed to lift the roof off the dormitory as they embraced and greeted each other. Ginza and Arthur finished their tests relatively early, and they both passed them smoothly. Ginza is now at the first level of magic. Although Ashura has never asked which family Ginza belongs to, judging from Ginza's demeanor, he is definitely not someone who was raised in an ordinary family. However, Ginza had a peculiar habit. He wanted to buy everything he saw, sensing business opportunities everywhere, and his eyes would light up at the sight of anything valuable. His lace cards were a huge success. Arthur had already reached the second level of martial arts mastery at a young age, and Ashura had sparred with him once when he was pestered by him. He sensed that his martial arts foundation was very solid and his martial arts skills were of high quality. But in Ashura's eyes, he seemed too upright, as if he had been taught by his first teacher in a rigid and inflexible manner. Ashura told Arthur his impressions of Arthur's martial arts skills. The cool boy remained silent for a long time before nodding in agreement. He had received formal martial arts instruction since he was a child. His practical experience is pitifully small. The opponents he sparred with all used proper fighting styles and only fought to a draw. He said he would learn more from Ashura in the future, especially from Ashura's endless sneak attack methods and cheating tricks. Ashura was very unhappy to hear this. Angelo, the 4th brother, had an even easier course. He was studying forging and there were no assessments at the academy. No one knew his exact strength, and his daily classes were very relaxed. He was the last to get up and the last to return to the dormitory. "My biggest hobby is collecting interesting stories from campus, sharing them with the other 3, and editing gossip about the school's most beautiful girls with the leader to earn points." Apart from the 4th brother inadvertently revealing his large family specializing in weapon crafting, the other 3 brothers did not specifically inquire about each other's family strength. They might tell each other in the future, or they might be afraid that revealing the power of their families would affect their pure friendship. But that afternoon, Angelo rushed back, knocked on the other 3's doors, and called them all down to the living room. He told them a lot of the rumors that were going around on campus. One of the main characters in the news is the 3rd brother, Ashura. This assessment revealed a lot of exciting news. For example, Monroe, the 2-handed swordsman from martial arts class 3, has already reached the 3rd level of martial master, and with one sword strike, he turned the test dummy purple. This shocked the entire academy. Furthermore, Deckel from magic class 6 also reached the 3rd level of a mage, and a single fire magic spell, explosive flame bullet, blasted the test doll to a purple color. He became the only mage in the Magic Academy to achieve a purple color. Hearing this, Ashura curled his lip. He felt that Clara could also make the test doll turn purple. He even beat the test dummy until it was black and smoking. What did he say? Angelo also revealed that more than 100 outstanding new students have signed up to participate in the Academy's Rookie King competition. The second oldest in the dorm also signed up, and they'll all go together to cheer him on. Angelo continued, Zalati, one of the top 10 beauties of Class 9, is a water mage who failed the assessment and will be expelled from the Academy. Rumor has it that her pursuit of the rising star martial artist, Monroe, delayed her cultivation, coupled with the weakness of water-based mages in attack. I heard that over 30 of her admirers went to the Dean's Gate to kneel and beg for her mercy. Ashura was listening to the gossip with great interest when Angelo suddenly changed the subject, saying, The most outrageous rumors are about you, third brother. Rumor has it that you used twin swords to cut off the head of the test doll at the magic testing ground, and then caused a huge explosion that injured your own classmates. In the end, it was only because your mentor Ella pleaded for you that you were able to pass the test. The scariest thing is that I heard you also acted like a hooligan and kissed the beautiful mentor Ella. Rumor has it that over 30 young male instructors from the academy want to duel you. Third brother, are you really that awesome? Ashura was stunned. Who spread such lies? My story is clearly a legendary and moving tale of overcoming adversity, fighting back against overwhelming power, and pulling off a stunning comeback with a final, powerful move. How come it's being portrayed as something like a mentally challenged scoundrel? Besides, I didn't kiss instructor Ella. I just gave her a quick, spontaneous hug. If I had kissed her, that would be one thing, but I've incurred the wrath of over 30 male instructors for no reason. Ashura grew angrier the more he thought about it. But the three people opposite him were looking at him with admiration. Suddenly, the fourth brother, Angelo, said tactfully, Third brother, now everyone in the academy calls you the number one oddball in St. Gabain. Chapter 30 The Guide. Upon hearing the words Academy Oddball, Ashura instantly lost his composure, drew his twin swords from his spatial belt, and prepared to go out and fight the person spreading the lies. The eldest brother, Ginza, and the second brother, Arthur, immediately grabbed his waist to stop him from acting impulsively. But Angelo casually remarked, Third brother, be careful when you go out, just don't run into those male instructors who are looking for you all over the academy. Ashura fell silent and quietly went upstairs back to his room. Ashura is quite carefree. As long as the rule against fighting indiscriminately within the academy remains in effect, he is safe. The boy recalled the twists and turns of today's assessment and summarized his gains and losses. Ashura knew he had passed today's test by sheer luck. He had originally intended to take a shortcut to pass. He never expected so many unexpected events. He knew that the dynamic light wave was very powerful, but he also knew that the magic skill was too slow to cast, and the enemy wouldn't stand there like a puppet and let him hit them. He had always wanted to find a way to achieve a balance, a way that would allow him to cultivate both magic and martial arts. His current cultivation speed isn't slow, but it's still far behind the top students in the academy. He's wondering if he should abandon one path and specialize in martial arts or magic. Would that speed up his cultivation even more? Given his limited knowledge and family influence, no one could give him good advice. He didn't know if there were any powerful individuals in the academy who had successfully cultivated both magic and martial arts. Perhaps he should go to the library to find the answer. He also harbors secrets that set him apart from others. Perhaps he can only find the answers himself. Ashura thought about it for a while and then stopped. Instead of letting his mind wander, he decided to seize the moment. He began meditating on magic again. The depleted mental energy was being replenished, and just before dawn, a loud laugh rang out in the dormitory. Ashura's magic level had advanced to the first stage of magic. The next morning, Ashura hummed a little tune as he went to the training ground to hone his martial arts skills. He was overjoyed by the breakthrough in his magic level. He was supposed to sit in on the martial arts class 8 today as agreed, and of course, he was also Magina's sparring partner today. Magina arrived earlier than usual today, and Lanyu from class 7 next door also finished her morning practice early and arrived at the training ground early. When the two saw Ashura casually appear at the entrance of the training ground, they both breathed a sigh of relief and smiled brightly. Ashura swaggered over to Class 8's line. Magina, who was about the same height as him, moved in front of him and teased, I didn't expect you to pass the academy's assessment. I thought my 50 points were going to go down the drain. Ashura's mood instantly soured, and he fantasized in his mind, little wench, wait until I level up, and see how I deal with you. Thinking this, he glared at Magina's perfectly developed breasts a few times. Magina felt extremely uncomfortable seeing the look in his eyes, knowing that this bad boy wasn't as honest as he seemed. I was determined to teach him a lesson during today's sparring session. But before the instructor could even arrive to start the class, the arrival of one person caused a gasp from the students of Class 8. A tall, handsome young man with short, needle-like hair and a resolute face walked gracefully toward them, carrying a bouquet of flowers. The female trainee next to him had stars in her eyes, while the male trainee's eyes showed more inferiority and fear. From the female students' exclamations, Ashura learned that the boy who had come here was Monroe from Class 3, who was said to be the #1 martial artist among the new students. As Monroe approached Ashura with flowers in her hands, a terrifying thought suddenly crossed Ashura's mind, and her eyes gradually filled with fear. Fortunately, Monroe stopped beside him and tenderly handed the flowers to Magina, who was standing next to him. Ashura patted his chest and regained his composure. Then, Monroe said in a magnetic voice, "Magina, please accept my flowers and love. I wish to protect you forever with my two-handed sword." Ashura got goosebumps all over his body when he heard this. He didn't expect that the strongest newcomer, Monroe, had such a heavy taste, liking Magina, this violent woman. But when Ashura looked at Magina to see how she would answer, Magina suddenly glanced at Ashura. He then coldly said to Monroe, "I have a knife in my hand and I don't need you to protect me. Take your flowers and leave. Otherwise, I won't be polite." Hearing such cold words, Monroe was not discouraged at all. Instead, his gaze became even more determined. He declared with high spirits, "I will become the strongest among this year's freshmen, and I will stand before you again once I win the Rookie of the Year award." After saying that, he took the flowers and turned to leave. The surrounding classmates chattered incessantly, and Ashura also stared at Monroe's retreating figure in amazement, thinking that such a straight-laced man was truly rare. But then a cold voice rang out from behind, "Why didn't you step forward and stop him just now?" Ashura was stunned when he heard this. He turned around and was startled to see Magina staring at him with a gloomy and terrifying gaze. Ashura quickly jumped back a distance, saying in horror, "What are you doing? He's looking for you, why should I stop him?" Magina laughed after hearing this, but Ashura felt uneasy seeing her laugh. He was extremely sensitive to danger and turned to run without saying a word. As he expected, the practice session started before the lesson even began. Ashura dragged his aching body toward the Magic Academy. He didn't know what he had done to offend Magina. Just because she saw someone chasing her, she wanted to beat him to death. Why doesn't she go and beat up Monroe? It's not like I sent Monroe. Just as he was angrily walking into the Magic Academy, a voice called out to him, "Ashura, please wait a moment. Can you spare a moment to talk to me?" Ashura looked in the direction of the voice and saw a male instructor with a thin build but a large head and some graying temples calling out to him. Ashura recognized this person. He seemed to be the male instructor who was in charge of taking notes in the stands during yesterday's assessment. The instructor hadn't said a word throughout the entire process and had a very low profile. Ashura asked, "Master, what brings you here?" The male instructor walked up to him and said, "Ashura, we met yesterday. Here's the thing, I have a favor to ask you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yuanda, and I am a tutor who teaches magic theory at the academy. I watched your entire assessment yesterday. I was amazed by your dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, and your final magic skill left a deep impression on me. I've always had a theoretical hypothesis about the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, and I think I can help you with that." At this point, Instructor Yuanda looked at Ashura with expectant eyes, but Ashura's expression changed and he decisively refused. "I'm sorry, Instructor, I don't need your guidance. I'm only practicing dual cultivation of magic and martial arts because I find it interesting right now. Maybe I'll give up on one of them in a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Instructor Yuanda quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I meant no harm. I've spent my whole life studying magical theories. I believe that magic and martial arts can be better combined to greatly enhance the strength of dual cultivation martial artists. But I've only been researching, and I'm struggling to find the opportunity to transform my research findings into cultivation results. The Academy has always had very few students who are proficient in both magic and martial arts, and most of them have uneven progress in both. Until I met you yesterday. I feel that you are the one I have been looking for. Therefore, I hope you can take some time to learn about my research findings. If successful, you will forge a unique path to becoming a powerful individual." Ashura was quite shocked after hearing this. He needed someone to guide him on the path of cultivating both magic and martial arts. But he didn't rush to agree to anything from this strange mentor. He wanted to know what kind of strong person this mentor Yuan was. Could I become his guide on his path of cultivation? Chapter 31 An Opportunity. Ashura walked into magic class 13 absent-mindedly, even though he didn't agree to anything from instructor Yuanda. However, if what mentor Yuanda said is true, it might lead him down a path to becoming a strong person. Should he gamble? Ashura fell silent as soon as he entered the classroom, his mind preoccupied with the idea of cultivating both magic and martial arts. Clara noticed that the boy, who usually leered at her or flirted with her in class, was unusually quiet today, so she poked him with her slender finger. Ashura glanced at her flirtatiously and said, "Why are you touching me? Missing men?" Clara was so angry at his words that she didn't want to talk to him anymore. But after a while, she couldn't resist her curiosity and asked softly, "Hey, is something wrong?" Ashura didn't look at her this time. He just lay on the table, staring blankly ahead, and said, "You said there are two paths. One might be risk-free, but in the end you can only become a moderately powerful expert. The other path is completely unknown, and we don't know how it will end, but if we succeed, we might become one of those powerful figures who stand like statues in the academy. Which path will you choose?" Clara was surprised that the boy would say something so abruptly, and it seemed like he was asking for her opinion. The girl didn't answer him hastily. After thinking quietly for a while, she said, "Didn't you already decide which path to choose? Why are you asking me again?" After saying that, Ashura sat up straight with a jolt, looked intently at Clara, and said affectionately, "You understand me best." Then he opened his arms to hug Clara. Clara was initially flustered by his gaze, but then she saw his sly grin and outstretched arms. The girl snorted and quickly began chanting a magic incantation. Ashura immediately jumped back and pretended to be nonchalant as he went to bully the fat boy, "No." Clara's lips curled up in a smile. She hadn't chanted any magic spells, she was just trying to scare him. But what if he had insisted on hugging her? The girl bit her lip slightly, her heart filled with lingering fear or regret. After returning to his seat, Ashura pondered how he should proceed on his path to becoming stronger. After figuring it out, he planned to proceed in 2 steps simultaneously. He first sent a message to his 4th brother, Angelo, asking this well-informed younger brother to find out more about teacher Yuanda. Secondly, he planned to go to the academy library, which had just opened to freshmen, in the afternoon to look for growth biographies of past academy graduates and even powerful figures on the continent who had similar experiences to his. "I want to learn from the growth experiences of others to guide myself." In less than a class period, Angelo sent teacher Yuanda's materials to Ashura. Ashura read the information carefully and saw that it read, Yuanda, age 57, unmarried and childless, a 3rd-level wood-type archmage, and a mid-level teacher at the academy. He mainly lectured on the theoretical knowledge of magic. Because his courses were dry, boring, and difficult to understand, few students attended his classes. Because of his unusual appearance, the trainees nicknamed him Yuandatu. He is passionate about the study of magical theories and has written more than 30 related papers, but they have not received any attention. Furthermore, due to severe physical injuries, his magical abilities have stopped improving. For 30 years, he devoted all the points and salary he received from teaching to magical research. He has no bad habits whatsoever. When Ashura saw the detailed personal investigation report, he first admired Lao Si's intelligence capabilities, and then hesitated as he looked at instructor Yuan Da's personal abilities. Grand Mage Stage 3. To be honest, Ashura is confident he can reach that level before graduation. Even the young instructor Ella is a powerful mage. In this continent where strength reigns supreme, especially in academies where geniuses gather, teacher Yuanda, a grand magician of the 3rd level, may not receive much respect. No wonder he only took notes during the freshman test and didn't say a word from beginning to end. However, not long after, Ashura began to respect his mentor Yuanda. A mentor who had no children, no bad habits, and devoted everything to the research of magical theories deserved respect regardless of his achievements. So Ashura slowly got up and left the class that had just begun. Clara pursed her lips, took out her notebook, and began taking notes for the boy during class. Ashura silently walked to the door of a large classroom. He had already found out that instructor Yuanda was teaching in this classroom. Ashura wanted to sit in on instructor Yuanda's teaching level, but when he craned his neck to look from the doorway, he was stunned. In the huge classroom, only 3 students were sleeping on their desks, but teacher Yuanda was not affected at all and was earnestly delivering his carefully prepared course on the podium. The snoring of the students below was so jarring, but instructor Yuanda was focused on speaking and writing on the podium, as if he wanted to share his understanding of magic over the past 30 years with the whole world. Ashura stood at the door, staring blankly at everything before her. When Instructor Yuanda turned his head casually, he saw Ashura at the door. Instructor Yuanda, who had just been giving a lecture with great enthusiasm, was instantly filled with shame and lowered his waving hands. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time. Just then, a discordant voice rang out, "Hey, Yuandadu, why aren't you lecturing? I was so tired from meditation last night, your lectures are so much more comfortable to listen to and help me sleep." The freshmen, who had just woken up, showed no respect for their teachers. They woke up students from the other two classes, and the three of them, chatting and laughing, walked past Ashura as if no one else was there and left the classroom. Instructor Yuanda glanced at the boy, his lips trembling as if trying to explain something, but after opening his mouth for a long time, he still couldn't make a sound. Perhaps the boy in front of him no longer trusts him. But then steady footsteps sounded, and Professor Yuanda looked up in surprise. The boy didn't say or ask anything, but simply walked firmly to the center of the first row of the classroom and sat down, silently looking at Professor Yuanda in front of him. Instructor Yuanda was stunned for more than half a minute, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. He casually tossed the lesson plan he had prepared onto the podium and then continued to loudly explain his lesson on the principles of magic. He was explaining his most prized artwork to everyone like a mad artist, completely immersed and full of passion. Ashura, the only listener sitting below, merely frowned slightly, listening intently as the somewhat eccentric mentor displayed his talent. As the morning bell rang, it was time for the class to end. Professor Yuanda was sweating and panting. He had just been a little too excited. But his eyes were fixed on the black-haired boy in the classroom, as if waiting for the boy's verdict. Ashura slowly stood up, looked into Instructor Yuanda's eyes, and said slowly, "Instructor Yuanda, to be honest, I didn't understand 90% of what you just said." Upon hearing this, Instructor Yuanda felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His body trembled uncontrollably. Was it still not working? Is it still that no one is willing to believe in themselves? But what the boy said next made him unable to believe his ears. The young man said softly, "But I really want to become stronger. I want to so badly. I'd even be willing to be a test subject for your research. Should I believe you, Professor Yuanda?" Professor Yuanda was so excited that he opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to express something or make a promise, but he couldn't say anything and lowered his head in a bit of dejection. The boy smiled slightly, then suddenly became serious and said, "If you had promised me you would become stronger, I would have turned around and left. But since you're unsure, I'll give you a chance. It's also a chance for myself. I have a magical problem that's been bothering me, a problem of my own, and also my secret. I'm revealing it to you. If you can give me an answer, then I will readily accept your teachings and guidance from now on. If you can't give me an answer to this question, then please keep the secret for me forever." Chapter 32 Demonic Arsenal. Ashura, lost in thought, strolled along the path leading from the academy to the library. He had just told his mentor, Yuanda, about his magical secret that he could continuously meditate and absorb magical elements like a bottomless pit. Professor Yuanda was so shocked that he was speechless. Then he was as happy as a child who had received a new toy. It seemed that he had a new research topic. Ashura demonstrated his meditation process and released some lightning magic. Teacher Yuanda asked a few questions and took notes, then solemnly promised to give Ashura the answers as soon as possible. Ashura didn't know if it was the right thing to tell his secret to a mentor he had just met. He's no longer a naive boy. He knew that if his mentor, Yuanda, betrayed him, endless trouble would follow. There might even be madmen capturing him for research. But deep down, he felt a sense of closeness to that short, ugly man. Considering his actions, just as Ashura said, give him and yourself a chance. Let's take a gamble. After figuring this out, Ashura no longer hesitated and strode to the library that the academy had just opened to them, the new students. Only students who had passed the academy's 3-month assessment were qualified to enter this historic library. The St. Goban Library is located to the east of the college's famous war tree, which is also very mysterious. It is said to be thousands of years old and rumored to have developed sentience. There are 4 tree holes in the trunk at the bottom of the war tree. The one in the east is a library with a huge collection of books, and the one in the north is an armory where the academy collects and sells weapons and equipment. To the west is the herb hall, where the academy buys and sells medicinal herbs for cultivation pills. To the south is the magic and martial arts hall, which collects and sells magical skills and martial arts techniques. The most lively area is the library on the east side. Firstly, the books in the library are free, and anyone can browse them, but they are not allowed to take them out of the library. The first floor inside has a wide variety of books covering categories such as mainland history, daily life encyclopedia, Warcraft encyclopedia, weapon and elixir introductions, etc. There's a magic door on the second floor of the library, which is only accessible to students or instructors of mage or magic warrior rank or higher. Lower ranking students will be ejected. It mostly contains biographies or cultivation experiences of historical powerhouses. It's also said to contain maps of dangerous forbidden areas on the King's Continent and adventure diaries of powerful figures. Secondly, there is a task wall in the square at the East Gate, where academies or students can post tasks, and of course, those who complete the tasks will be paid accordingly. This is also a great place for students to earn points. Every day, many students gather here to take on tasks that suit them. Most of them are returning students. After completing tasks to earn points, they go to the other three venues to spend those points to buy what they need. Of course, the square under the shade of the trees on the east side is also a place for students to set up stalls to sell or exchange items. Every afternoon, hundreds of people come here to set up stalls until dark. So the East Square is always bustling with activity. Ashura looked around curiously, finding everything new and interesting, especially the stall area, which he loved to browse. The old students sell all sorts of strange things. Some sell weapons and equipment, some sell martial arts pills, and some sell magical beasts and pets. Some male students would put up an old tree root and claim it was a 1,000-year-old vine, saying that eating it would allow them to level up by leaps and bounds. Another student displayed a monster egg, claiming it could hatch into an earth dragon, which would then be a level 7 monster that he could command at will. There was also a tattered magic book on display, claiming it was an ancient forbidden spell for those destined to cultivate. These people had one thing in common: they would enthusiastically try to sell it to any new student they met, but the final price would never exceed 300 points. Ashura could guess what these senior students were up to, but doing business here was all about your own skills. If you could find a bargain, that was your skill. If you got scammed, you couldn't blame anyone else. Ashura stood for a long time in front of a female mage senior who had a hot figure and deliberately unbuttoned a few buttons on her magic robe. The senior was selling intimate apparel, and she was honest and fair to all. Every now and then, male students would come over, grab the clothes, quickly pay their points, and leave. Ashura stared at the price for a long time without even asking, until the female senior got so angry that she buttoned up the top 2 buttons herself. Only then did Ashura reluctantly wipe his drool and leave. Some might say that Ashura is still so lecherous now that he's always with 3 beautiful school beauties. Actually, Ashura has a very clear understanding of himself. Just by looking at the way those 3 beauties are, you can tell they're not just ordinary heiresses from ordinary families. The third son of a general from a small country is not of equal social standing. He can flirt a little and take advantage of the situation, but it is unrealistic for him to have any improper thoughts about the 3 beautiful women. So Ashura didn't even think about it that way, or rather, it's no use thinking about it now. Besides, those 3 young ladies didn't unbutton their collars to give him any fake treatment. The boy has reached the age where he can get an erection in the morning. When Ashura pushed through the crowd to the library entrance, he saw a male instructor wearing a senior instructor badge sitting at the door, telling the new students coming in and out that the books inside should not be destroyed or taken out. His sharp, eagle-like eyes swept over the students coming and going. Ashura also listened to the instructor's instructions at the door and entered the tree hole in the library. As the light dimmed and brightened, Ashura looked at the space in front of him in disbelief. 1 word, big 3 words, extremely big. Inside, hundreds of students were reading the books they had chosen in front of various bookshelves. There must be a spatial barrier inside the tree hole, otherwise the tree hole couldn't hold such a large space. Ashura casually searched for biographies in the library. He wanted to see if there were any other powerful figures in history who were in the same situation as him, but he spent several hours searching the entire first floor of the library without ever completing the search. Ashura shook his head. There were very few biographies on the first floor. Most were historical accounts. Perhaps the biographies of powerful figures Ashura needed were on the second floor of the library. Ashura once again desperately wanted to become stronger. However, the vast number of books in the library overwhelmed Ashura. He had never liked reading cultivation books since he was a child, but preferred to read his grandfather's various miscellaneous books. What he enjoys most is seeing the different customs, cultures, and unique products of various regions on the mainland. This filled Ashura with curiosity about the continent, and he hoped to explore every corner of it in the future. Ashura reluctantly walked out of the library, having made a decision to make time to read various books there in the future. Just as he was about to return to his dormitory, he suddenly stopped. He turned his head and headed south toward the magic armory. He currently has over 1,000 academy points, and he wants to see if there are any martial arts techniques suitable for him in the magic weapon armory. As he arrives at the academy, he witnesses the martial arts techniques of various genius students. He felt that relying solely on his family's Thunder Fist martial art would make it difficult for him to stand out in the martial arts academy. Especially the two young women who were sparring with him, they already knew all 8 moves of the Thunderclap Fist by heart. Except for the second strike when he exerted force, Azura hadn't shown them yet. Azura could guess how to block the other 8 moves as soon as he raised his hand. This is making things increasingly difficult for Azura. So Ashura planned to go to the demon armory to take a look. He also had a little scheme to rely on his extraordinary memory to memorize all the martial arts techniques and then go back to slowly cultivate them. When he arrived at the magic armory, there was still a middle-aged instructor guarding the entrance. However, the instructor didn't say anything, as if there were no rules to be told. Ashura also entered the tree hole of the magic armory. There was a fork in the tree hole. On the left was a sign indicating the entrance to the tree hole, which was marked with a magic wand symbol. On the right was a sign indicating a sword and shield symbol. Ashura walked straight into the right-hand weapons storage area. When Ashura saw that their family's treasured martial art, Thunderclap Fist, was a blue-level martial art of the same caliber, there were about 800 martial arts manuals here. The boy was completely stunned. Chapter 33 Martial Arts and Swordsmanship Ascending the Tower. Upon seeing these more than 800 blue-level martial arts techniques, the profound knowledge of the Holy Goban Academy's library made Ashura feel once again how insignificant he and his family were. Ashura shook his head slightly and smiled wryly. Then his eyes lit up again. He didn't look at any of the blue-level martial arts techniques, but instead looked at the more than 100 purple-level martial arts techniques. If there are higher-level yellow-grade martial arts techniques in the armory, he won't even look at purple-grade martial arts techniques. He was ready to use his brilliant brain to memorize the martial arts techniques, but when he opened the purple-level martial arts manual, it was discovered that he could only see the description of the martial arts techniques, and couldn't see any other words after that. This left Ashura somewhat dumbfounded. Unwilling to give up, he went back to look through the blue-level martial arts manuals, only to find that he could only see the introduction. Nothing else could be seen. Ashura realized how naive he had been. No wonder even the instructors at the entrance didn't talk about the rules inside. Because the rule here is to pay points to read. Ashura took another careful look at the labels on each martial arts bookshelf. Besides the name and level of the martial arts technique, there is also a value called borrowing points. It means you can use points to enjoy the right to read this martial arts manual. Ashura clicked his tongue and roughly estimated that the blue-level martial arts technique required about 800 to 2,000 borrowing points. Purple-level martial arts skills cost at least 10,000 points. Of course, white and green-level martial arts skills are free to read judging from the gray layer above. Probably very few people will even bother to look at them. Ashura thought his 1,000 points were a lot among the new students, but when he came here, he found that there weren't many martial arts skills to choose from. Ashura actually owes instructor Ella 1,000 points. It said that magic skill books cost even more points. Ashura took a deep breath, calmed the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and began to perk up as he flipped through the 1,000 blue-level martial arts manuals. He wanted to read the introductions of all of them before choosing the martial arts manuals that suited him best. After all, I'm short of money. Fortunately, Ashura is intelligent and quick to understand. After an unknown amount of time, he had read through all the descriptions of blue-level martial arts techniques. Ashura thought for a while, then quickly flipped through the entire book from beginning to end. After the boy had read through the introductions of all the martial arts books for the 3rd time, he was holding a book on martial arts and swordsmanship in his hand. A sword technique called Ascending the Tower. The description of the technique is simple. Sword technique is like ascending a tower. With each floor you ascend, the scenery is vastly different. Swordsmanship involves continuously slashing with the power of chi and blood according to martial arts techniques, with each slash being stronger than the last. For a cultivator, your talent is the upper limit of how many strikes you can make. Even if you keep practicing this sword technique, it will only allow you to make a few more strikes at most. The creator of this sword technique was a wandering swordsman who was rumored to be able to unleash 18 strikes. But it seems that 18 strikes were not the limit of this sword technique. The borrowing points for this sword technique book are exactly 1,000 points. Ashura gritted his teeth and affixed his badge to the martial arts nameplate. When you have 20 badge points left, you can finally look at the swordsmanship ascent skill. Ashura had no idea what time it was, but he eagerly sat down on the ground and opened the book on ascending the tower with his sword, carefully reading and studying it. It seemed the boy was the only one left in the magic martial arts hall. It wasn't until the sky was fully bright that Ashura rubbed his eyes and emerged from the martial arts hall. He checked the time. He'd actually been studying martial arts techniques all night. He quickly took out some dry rations from his spatial belt and ate as he walked, thinking about the climbing tower sword technique. Ashura walked to the line of martial arts class 7, where class had already begun. Instructor Engel, who was giving the lecture, glanced at the boy in the magic robe. This is the first time the boy has been late in a long time. Instructor Eng didn't give him any trouble, but simply started the students' sparring sessions ahead of schedule. Lanyu looked at the somewhat absent-minded boy in front of her and felt that he was acting strangely today. She frowned slightly and coughed lightly twice. Ashura snapped out of his daze, saw the blue-haired beauty opposite him, grinned, and said, "I won't play with you today, I'm going to find Magina." The blue-haired girl, who had just been looking arrogant, immediately became like a cat with its fur standing on end upon hearing those words. She sprinted behind Ashura and delivered a sidekick to the boys, but Ashura was no longer the weakling he was a few months ago. Sensing the strong wind behind him, he immediately flipped forward to dodge the attack. He then maintained a defensive stance and shouted, "What's wrong with you? What's gotten into you?" Lanyu snorted coldly, and without replying, charged towards the boy with all her might. An hour later, Lanyu rode on Ashura's back, pounding his back with her little fists. Ashura lay on the ground, head in his hands, still stubbornly arguing. Finally, Lanyu couldn't stand him any longer and asked what was on her mind. "Why did you go to see Magina?" Ashura felt he had been unfairly beaten. "If you had asked earlier, I would have answered you sooner." Ashura then told Lanyu, slightly annoyed, "I've just mastered a very powerful sword technique, but I haven't used it yet. I wonder how powerful it is. I want to find someone to test it on." "Your strengths are speed and explosiveness, while Magina's strengths are offense and defense. That's why I'm afraid of hurting you, and I think it's more suitable to test my skills on Magina." Lanyu felt a warmth in her heart after hearing this, knowing that he meant well. However, she also felt that he was underestimating her. After all, she was a level above him. The girl then sat up from the boy's back and pulled out a blue glowing dagger strapped to her right thigh. She said disdainfully, "I'd like to see what kind of amazing swordsmanship you can learn. Bring it on, don't worry, you can't hurt me." Ashura got up from the ground and stretched his sore shoulders, thinking to himself, "Let's test the knife on this little wench." Thinking of this, Ashura drew his twin swords from his spatial belt. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and recalled the path of his martial arts technique. Suddenly opening his eyes, he ran, drew his sword, and slashed in one fluid motion. Lanyu used his dagger to withstand Ashura's swordsmanship, easily parrying the boy's strikes. He thought to himself, "That's it?" After his first right-hand strike was blocked, Ashura didn't stop at all. He turned around and swung his right hand down again. Lanyu also countered with a reverse grip on his dagger. And so it went, one strike after another. Ashura's attacks were relentless, and Lanyu met each one head-on. Ashura used the ascending tower sword technique for the first time and found it increasingly satisfying. He felt that this sword technique was very suitable for him, and every slash made him feel excited. Apart from the fact that it was a bit exhausting, he felt very comfortable. Lanyu became increasingly alarmed as she received the blows. At first, she didn't feel anything, but after the ninth strike, each strike felt like a massive wave crashing against her dagger, one wave higher than the next, giving her no chance to breathe. But she gritted her teeth and refused to dodge or evade, choosing instead to take the blow head-on with the dagger. But when Ashura unleashed his 15th strike, perhaps 15 strikes were the boy's current limit, he roared and swung the strike heavily. With a clang, the girl's dagger was knocked away and she staggered back several steps. Ashura hadn't even had time to celebrate his new martial arts technique when he saw it. The girl raised the hand holding the dagger and looked at it. Blood was flowing from the cracked tiger's mouth. Lanyu looked at the tiger's mouth and then at Ashura. Then she burst into tears. Chapter 34, I accepted a bounty mission. Under a secluded shady tree in the training ground, Ashura was clumsily bandaging Lanyu's outstretched, delicate hand. The girl still had tear stains at the corners of her eyes, and her lips were pouting high. The girl's injuries weren't serious, even less so than the injury she usually sustained while practicing martial arts, but for some reason, she had just burst into tears of grievance. The moment the girl started crying, Ashura covered her mouth and led her to this shady spot. If others saw him make Lanyu cry, Lanyu's suitors would come and tear him apart. It took a lot of coaxing and pleading to finally stop the girl from crying, and then the boy bandaged her up. Ashura had never done this before, so he had no choice but to tear off a piece of cloth from his inner garments under his magic robe to bandage Lanyu. The girl pouted, annoyed that his clothes were covered in sweat. She took out a clean handkerchief from her spatial storage and had Ashura bandage her wound. Ashura was quite angry, but he still obediently bandaged her hand. After all, her life was more important. Looking at her right hand, which was wrapped up like a dumpling, the girl pouted and said, "So ugly." Ashura didn't reply, turned around and wanted to leave the training ground, planning to go to the demon armory to see the sword technique of the one who climbed the tower. But Lanyu stopped him, insisting that Ashura buy her something delicious to make up for it. Ashura was in a bind. He really shouldn't have challenged this old lady to a duel. However, he was still quite satisfied with the power he displayed in the ascending tower sword technique. He showed the badge to the girl. It only had 20 points left. Lanyu knew he had just spent points to learn swordsmanship, but she didn't want to let him off so easily. She made him accompany her to the second floor of the cafeteria after school to buy some snacks worth 20 points. Ashura had no choice but to agree, and then he asked Lanyu, "Hey, how's my swordsmanship? Isn't it amazing? It cost me 1,000 points." Lanyu tilted his head and thought for a moment before commenting, "This is a blue level technique, right? The first 9 strikes are nothing special, but after the 9th strike, it can reach the power of a purple level technique." Upon hearing this, Ashura exclaimed with ecstasy, "Really? Then I've made a killing with those 1,000 points. Ha 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 ha." Seeing his smug look, Lanyu poured cold water on him, saying, "However, your swordsmanship has obvious flaws and weaknesses. I've found 2 so far. First, the sword momentum cannot be interrupted. It must be delivered one strike after another. If an opponent stronger than you forcibly breaks your sword momentum, you will be unable to increase your damage output. Secondly, your swordsmanship requires every strike to land. I suspect that if a strike misses, it will dissipate the momentum. No opponent can withstand your attacks like I can. Although a continuous sword technique can lock onto an opponent, if the opponent is faster than you and dodges one of your strikes, your sword momentum will be broken, and you won't be able to unleash the power of the next strike." Ashura was dumbfounded. After all, he was an elite scion of a great family, and his insight and knowledge were beyond those of ordinary people. In just a dozen or so exchanges, he discovered the flaw in Ashura's ascending the tower sword technique. It seems the academy really does reward you with points. There's no way you can learn a purple level cultivation technique for just 1,000 points. However, Ashura was not discouraged. At least he felt that he could deal damage with a purple level martial skill. The upper limit of climbing the tower was still very high. He was not yet able to use the 18th strike of the founder of the martial skill. Reaching the 18th strike might just be a yellow level martial art. Lanyu wanted to annoy him with his smug face, but seeing the boy's expression change after hearing it, and then quickly returning to his carefree self, the girl was both angry and amused. The two of them didn't return to the queue, and chatted and laughed under the shade of the tree until school ended in the morning. When it was time for the two of them to go to the cafeteria as agreed, Ashura was in a dilemma. Because they were traveling with Lanyu, the other students kept pointing and whispering about them, and some of the boys even glared at Ashura with gritted teeth. This put Ashura under a lot of pressure. He wanted to walk a few steps faster to create some distance between himself and Lanyu, but the girl just followed him at a leisurely pace, her face flushed, without saying a word. It seemed as if she was afraid he would run away. The two arrived at the second floor of the cafeteria and looked at the dazzling array of food items that could be purchased with points. Ashura bluntly said, "You can see I only have 20 points. You decide what to do." Lanyu glared at him, seemingly scolding him for being stingy, and then carefully selected the food. "Finally, I chose a special flower tea that is said to have beauty and skin-nourishing effects, which cost exactly 20 points. Ashura paid the points with a pained expression, while Lanyu happily took the cup of flower tea with her uninjured left hand and sipped it slowly. But as they turned around to go back to their dorms, they saw the tall Magina standing behind them with her arms crossed, looking at them with a forced smile. Her arms crossed made her breasts appear even more magnificent and impressive. Ashura didn't dare look any longer and quickly looked away. He awkwardly uttered a meaningless remark, "Come and eat." Lanyu, standing beside him, raised an eyebrow and smiled at Ashura, saying, "The flower tea is delicious." "Thanks." Then, humming a little tune, she walked away. Ashura didn't dare to answer, and with his head down, he quickly walked past Magina. After reaching the first floor, Ashura let out a long sigh. Before he could even decide what to eat for lunch on the first floor, a text message from Magina appeared on his school badge, "If I don't get that herbal tea after school tomorrow, you're dead." Ashura suddenly lost his appetite. This was just extortion. But he dared not speak out against his anger. He actually wanted to test his knife skills with Magina again tomorrow. "But I don't have any points left." How am I going to buy flower tea tomorrow? Should I talk to Magina and ask her to give me 30 points for next month's training fee? Or should I have her prepay next month's fee? Ashura shook his head, feeling that if he said that, he would definitely get beaten up on the second floor of the cafeteria. Finally, Ashura decided to check the quest board at the library entrance to see if there were any suitable quests for him. He wanted to earn some points to complete tomorrow. So he strolled over to the library's task board. Because he had just finished eating, there weren't many people in front of the task board yet. Ashura glanced at the list of various academy missions. But he looked at his current strength and realized that he couldn't do training missions. He could only do physical labor tasks such as cleaning and tidying up the library. But physical labor only earns 1 or 2 points at a time, while a cup of flower tea costs 20 points. Ashura is a young man determined to become a powerful figure in the king's continent. He has no time to waste his cultivation time doing hard labor. Then he saw the bounty task board next to him, where students posted all sorts of tasks, some with more points and some with fewer. Ashura quickly browsed through the bounty missions in the logbook, and suddenly he saw a mission that shocked him. The message read, "Obtain Magina's personal belongings from Class 8 of the New Warriors. Mission reward, 1,000 points." Ashura couldn't believe that Violent Woman was worth so many points. He checked the release time and saw that it had just been released. Without thinking, Ashura put his badge on the taskbar and accepted the task. He felt like he'd gotten a great deal. That was 1,000 points. Ashura excitedly ran back to his dorm. Lying on his little bed, he was thinking about what to use to complete the mission. He definitely couldn't tell Magina about this, otherwise he would not only fail to get the item but also get a beating. Suddenly he remembered something he needed to get from Magina. In an instant, he flipped himself up like a carp leaping out of the water. I happily began a whole night of meditation. Chapter 35 Dual Element Mage. The next morning, Ashura hummed a little tune as he walked toward the Magic Academy. He seemed to be in a good mood today, probably because he felt that the 1,000 points were already his. Today, he will first go to the Magic Academy to listen to his homeroom teacher Ella's class, and then go to the training ground to spar with Magina. After all, it's best not to skip your homeroom teacher's class. But as soon as he stepped into the gate of the Magic Academy, he saw the short and diminutive instructor Yuanda waiting for him. Professor Yuanda's eyes were bloodshot, but he was unusually excited. Ashura's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his question had been answered so quickly? Ashura then followed instructor Yuanda to the classroom where they had met last time, but there was no one there. After closing the door, Master Yuanda spoke directly to Ashura, saying, "I think I found the answer to why you can meditate continuously." Although Ashura could guess that there must be a result, he did not expect that his mentor Yuanda would give him the answer so quickly. Perhaps this unassuming middle-aged man can really guide him. Before he could ask a question, instructor Yuanda took out something and handed it to Ashura, saying, "Use magic to activate it. Don't stop until I tell you to." Ashura immediately recognized it as the magic testing stone used when new students enrolled. He didn't know what his mentor Yuanda was up to, but he still followed his mentor's instructions, took the magic testing stone, and used his magic to light it up. The testing stone lit up with a silvery white light, displaying the strength of an Ashura lightning mage at the first level. But teacher Yuanda leaned closer and stared intently at the magic test stone. Then he laughed with a sigh of relief, just as I expected. "Ashura, take a close look at the testing stone and see if there's anything different." Ashura was still completely bewildered. He carefully examined the magic testing stone in his hand, but he couldn't find anything unusual about the silvery white magic testing stone. Just as he was about to ask instructor Yuanda a question, he suddenly noticed that beneath the silvery white light of the magic testing stone, there was also a faint gray glow. Because the silvery white light of the lightning element was too dazzling, the gray light seemed inconspicuous. Ashura stared blankly at the layer of gray light. He still didn't understand what the gray light represented. Then, instructor Yuanda excitedly said, "You saw that gray light too, didn't you, Ashura? That gray light means one thing: you are a dual elemental mage. Gray represents spatial magic. You are a dual elemental mage, specializing in both lightning and spatial magic." Ashura was stunned upon hearing this. He had never known that he was a dual elemental mage. Although there were quite a few dual elemental mages in the academy, he knew of more than a dozen new students who were dual elemental mages. But he's probably the only dual elemental mage in the academy who can use both lightning and spatial magic. Before Ashura could reply, instructor Yuanda continued, "You can absorb magical elements continuously precisely because you are a space-type mage. The spatial magic elements you absorb through meditation make your body like a storage space, capable of storing even more magic elements. Most space mages are single element mages. They can't meditate and absorb other types of magic like you do. Therefore, you have an innate talent for magical cultivation. Although you started late in your magical journey, as long as you persist in meditation, your magical achievements will far surpass your martial arts achievements. Professor Yuanda became more and more excited as he spoke, seemingly even happier than Ashura. Ashura was more shocked than excited after hearing this, knowing that what his mentor Yuanda said was probably true. He discovered inconspicuous gray spatial magic elements by carefully examining the source of his magical storage. Perhaps because the color was too dark, he hadn't noticed the existence of these spatial elements before. Ashura remained silent for a long time before suddenly raising his head and looking intently at his mentor, Yuanda, who was smiling at him. Ashura bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Instructor Yuanda, for clearing up my doubts. I will also keep my promise. But I have 2 more requests to make of you. First, please continue to keep my dual magical abilities a secret. I don't want to attract too much attention from the academy. Secondly, please give me guidance on how I should cultivate. I want to cultivate both martial arts and magic simultaneously, but I don't want the levels of the two to be too different. I want to develop in a balanced way. Can you tell me how to do that?" Instructor Yuanda looked at this young man who was not arrogant because he was the only dual elemental mage of the academy, specializing in both lightning and spatial magic. He greatly admired the boy's mature and composed character. And when he heard the boy ask him for advice with such respect and humility, he was extremely excited. He even answered with a slight tremor, "Before meeting you, I was less than 50% confident in successfully teaching a student who cultivates both magic and martial arts. After seeing the skills you displayed when you passed the test, I'm 60% confident. Now that I know you are a dual elemental mage of lightning and space magic, I am 70% confident. I don't know how high I can ultimately take you, but as long as we trust each other and cooperate sincerely, I believe the sky's the limit for you. You will be the most dazzling star in the vast cosmos." Ashura, seeing his mentor who was even more excited than himself, was also deeply moved. He solemnly performed a standard apprenticeship ceremony and said, "Please teach me, Master." Instructor Yuanda quickly helped up this outstanding young man, who was probably the only student in the entire academy willing to believe in him. He knew the weight of his responsibility. He could not betray that trust. He also had to prove that his more than 30 years of research had not been in vain. Instructor Yuanda was not good with words, but Ashura saw the answer he wanted in his eyes. So the two agreed that from now on, they would still be in the same classroom in the afternoons, where teacher Yuanda would work with him to study how to cultivate both magic and martial arts, and how to maximize his talent potential. Instructor Yuanda said he would go back and find more information to develop a complete training plan with Ashura. Although he hadn't slept or rested since the day before yesterday, he felt incredibly excited. It was as if he had become 20 years younger. Ashura was equally excited. He secretly slipped into the classroom and sat there in a daze. Clara, who had originally intended to give him notes, was annoyed again. She wondered what this rascal was daydreaming about now. In fact, Ashura was just thinking about how to cultivate spatial magic. There were probably only 3 or 4 spatial magicians in the entire academy, a pitifully small number. Spatial magic skills are said to be extremely rare and expensive. It can't just be used for meditation to absorb more magical elements. Ashura would sometimes frown and sometimes grin foolishly, leaving Clara completely baffled. She guessed that the boy had a secret he wasn't sharing with others, and she felt that she couldn't understand him anymore. Ella, the homeroom teacher on the podium, also noticed the black-haired boy's unusual behavior. She wanted to call on him to answer a question, but she was afraid that he wouldn't be able to answer and would embarrass him, and then he would skip her class too. She had heard about some of the boy's behavior in the training ground. After all, it was hard not to attract attention when there was only a boy wearing a magic robe practicing martial arts in such a large training ground. This led to the female instructors at the Magic Academy laughing at her behind her back for a long time. Ashura remained lost in thought until the end of get out of class. Before Clara could speak to him, he dashed out of the classroom, causing Clara to grit her teeth in frustration. Before Clara could even react, Ashura dashed back, bracing himself on the desk in front of Clara, gazing lovingly at the silver-haired girl before him. As a blush slowly crept onto the girl's cheeks, Ashura said softly, "Beautiful lady, lend me 20 points. Clara. Chapter 36, Completing the Bounty Mission. After borrowing 20 points from Clara, Ashura rushed to the training ground. The boy was extremely excited. He had a big deal worth 1,000 points to do today. After entering the training ground, Ashura ran excitedly to the ranks of the 8th martial arts class, staring intently at Magina. Magina thought Ashura would avoid her today, but now the look in Ashura's eyes was making her feel uneasy. She even noticed that when the instructor announced the sparring session, Ashura grinned happily. This made Magina feel that something was wrong, because Ashura always had a bitter face whenever he sparred with her before. But she wasn't afraid of any tricks Ashura might pull, since he couldn't beat her anyway. With that thought in mind, Magina walked confidently with Ashura to the edge of a spacious area. Ashura, still smiling, said, "I just practiced a new sword technique yesterday. Let's have a match today. You'd better go all out." With that, he drew his twin swords. Magina was slightly relieved to hear this. It turned out he was happy because of the new martial arts technique. "I'd like to see what this guy is really capable of." With that thought, he pulled out the imposing horse-slaying saber from his spatial ring. Without wasting words, Ashura drew his sword and charged forward. After exchanging a few probing blows, Ashura roared and locked onto Magina, unleashing his ascending tower sword technique. One strike after another, each faster than the last. The offensive surged like a tidal wave. Magina easily dealt with the first few strikes, but after the 9th strike, the sword's momentum clearly became much more violent. She also focused her attention on dealing with the attack. On the 14th strike, she stopped trying to withstand it head-on. She used her agility to dodge the downward slash and then used the broad blade of her saber to sweep and force Ashura back. Forced back, Ashura felt his sword momentum immediately decrease and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What Lanyu said yesterday was indeed true. If I can't lock onto my opponent firmly, and their movement speed is faster than mine, then if I miss with my strike, my momentum will be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Ashura stopped pondering and instead shouted, "Behold my yellow rank martial skill, whoever I look at will get pregnant." With that, he charged forward menacingly. Magina was taken aback by Ashura's words. It wasn't that she was afraid of any yellow-level martial arts technique, but as a young girl, she instinctively felt a little scared when she heard the name of that technique. So she held the sword horizontally in front of her in a defensive posture, even squinting her eyes and not daring to look directly into Ashura's eyes. However, Ashura made a faint slash at Magina's face and then quickly turned around to appear behind her, seemingly unleashing another slash during the turn. Magina immediately realized she'd been tricked by this scoundrel. She swiftly turned, brandishing her sword and delivering a side kick to Ashura. Unexpectedly, this kick sent Ashura flying quite a distance. Ashura let out a miserable scream in the air, then rolled a few times on the ground and lay motionless. He cried out in pain, "Ouch, ouch," and then refused to fight anymore, saying he wanted to rest for a while. Magina stared blankly at the boy lying on the ground. She vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. However, she was certain that with Ashura's skills, it was impossible for him to be kicked away by her kick just now. Magina squinted her beautiful eyes and scrutinized the rogue boy on the ground, but she couldn't figure out what went wrong. Ashura lay on the ground for a while, but when Magina ignored him, he reluctantly got up and stood up. The two then practiced back and forth for a while until the bell rang. Ashura was about to run out when Magina grabbed him by the collar of his magic robe. Magina didn't say anything, but just raised her eyebrows in a threatening manner. Ashura waved his hand dismissively and said, all right, let's go buy you some herbal tea, it's no big deal." Ashura's sudden generosity left Magina even more confused. She looked at Ashura suspiciously, and Ashura quickly walked out to demonstrate his guilty conscience. As the two walked side by side toward the cafeteria, they still attracted a lot of attention and whispers from the other students. There was no way around it, the influence of a beautiful woman was simply too great. Ashura, on the contrary, strode briskly toward the cafeteria with his head held high today, a stark contrast to his timid demeanor yesterday. Magina, on the other hand, seemed a little embarrassed. Upon arriving at the second floor of the cafeteria, Ashura readily paid his points to buy a cup of nourishing herbal tea and handed it to Magina. The girl accepted the tea with a slightly flushed face. Ashura said impatiently, "I bought you the flower tea, so don't bother me anymore. I'm leaving now." Without waiting for Magina's reply, he turned and headed downstairs. Little did he know that as soon as he stepped down the cafeteria stairs, Magina, holding a cup of herbal tea, followed him out with a frown. At a nearby table, several girls were staring in horror at their roommate, a silver-haired girl, who was eating with them. The monster meat steak in the girl's hand was charred black from being electrocuted. As Ashura walked out of the cafeteria, he fiddled with his academy badge. He had just informed the person who issued the mission that he had completed the mission and asked the person to come to the lakeside park in the center of the academy to make the transaction. Ashura was in a great mood. He was a little excited at the thought of getting 1,000 points soon. 1,000 points was an amount that the academy could only distribute every 10 months. Ashura was getting a little carried away by the thought, but behind him, a girl drinking flower tea was silently following him. The handover location was set at a bench in the woods, a place with dense foliage and few people, often a romantic spot for young men and women to talk and flirt at night. Ashura waited there for a while and then saw a sleazy man who was even fatter than Nawe walk over. Neither of them spoke, but silently sized each other up. The fat man who came here looked sleazy no matter how you looked at him. He had small brown curly hair, and apart from his big face, his eyes, nose and mouth were very small. Wearing a school uniform 1 year ahead of Ashura's, but not the uniform of martial artists and mages, but the same uniform as Angelo, the fourth brother, from the Forging Academy. This surprised Ashura a bit. Just as Ashura was about to decide how to start the conversation, the lewd fat man opposite him spoke first. "Brother, did you take on this mission? Did you bring the goods?" Upon hearing that the main character had arrived, Ashura did not rush to take out the quest items. Instead, he asked, "Senior, have you prepared your 1,000 points?" The sleazy fat man knew he'd come to the right person after hearing this, and impatiently waved the academy badge in his hand, saying, "Don't worry, it's just 1,000 points. As long as the item is right to me, I'll transfer it to you immediately." Ashura was surprised by the fat man's wealth and arrogance. Then, he took something out of his spatial belt and showed it to the fat man as if it were a treasure. It was a long, fiery red hair, not much in number, but each strand was as red as a flame. The sleazy fat man's eyes lit up when he saw the strand of hair, and he reached out to snatch it. But Ashura was one step ahead and immediately pulled his hand back. He said calmly, "Senior, I've shown you the item. You said you wanted personal belongings, but this is much more valuable than personal belongings. This is Magina's hair, which I just cut less than 2 hours ago. So tell me if it's good or not." The sleazy fat man knew from his expression that the kid in front of him was going to raise the price, and he wasn't one to be easily bullied. He then pursed his lips and said, "Who knows if it's true or not, or if you got it from other girls to fool me? Let me check it first." Although he said that, his eyes never left that strand of long hair. Seeing his hypocritical attitude, Ashura scoffed, "Senior, you're underestimating me. If you don't believe me, ask around. Kyle from Magic Class 13 has always been a model of honesty and trustworthiness. How could I possibly ruin my reputation as an honest young man for something like this? I went to the cafeteria with Magina at noon today. A lot of people saw it. You can ask around if you don't believe me. Besides, look how many beatings I endured and how much suffering I went through to do this little bit of hair for you. Look at all these scars on my body, I risked my life for them." Ashura continued rambling on and on. He knew that the fat man's actions were dishonorable and he wouldn't go around asking questions, so he was just spouting nonsense, half true and half false. The lewd fat man looked shocked upon hearing this, then impatiently interrupted him, saying, 1,200 points, the extra 200 is your hard-earned reward." Without a second's hesitation, Ashura immediately handed over the hair in one hand and the badge in the other. When the two badges touched, Ashura's badge sent a text message indicating that 1,200 points had been credited to his account. Chapter 37: How to Become a Tycoon. At this very moment, on a bench in the lakeside park around the college, a fat man and a tall magician, one holding an academy badge and the other holding a lock of hair, were both grinning in a lewd manner. While Ashura was still pondering how to spend those 1,200 points, the fat man patted him on the shoulder with a greasy hand and said, "Brother Kyle, the things you brought are really good, I love them so much." Ashura immediately put on a big smile and said, "Right, senior? I'm all about sincerity. You like Magina? Why are you collecting her personal belongings?" The chubby guy smiled shyly and said embarrassedly, "One day I accidentally bought a card for the top 10 campus beauties among the freshmen. I saw Magina's introduction in it, and I immediately fell for her fiery red charm. I often secretly glanced at her a few times, and the more I looked, the more my heart fluttered. Yesterday I couldn't resist posting a task. I thought I'd receive something like a cup she drank from or a spoon she ate from, but you gave me such a big surprise. I'm going to keep it close to my body." Ashura clicked his tongue as he looked at the lewd fat man holding the hair with a look of ecstasy. So these are customers of their dormitory's lace-themed business cards. They must be customers developed by their boss, Ginza. Ashura immediately patted his chest and assured him, "Senior, as long as you can afford the points, I can get you any clothes, pants, belts, and socks that Magina has." Upon hearing this, the fat man excitedly grasped Ashura's hands and exclaimed, "Really? Is it really possible? I have plenty of points, so don't worry about it." If you can arrange for me to have a meal with Magina, I'll give you 10,000 points. Ashura's mind went blank for a moment, and he could hear nothing else around him. Only one thought echoed in his mind: 10,000 points. Ashura re-examined the sleazy fat man, wondering if all the senior students were this rich, or if this fat man had some extraordinary talent. So Ashura pretended to be friendly and said to the fat man, "Don't worry, senior, I'll go back and figure out a way to get things done for you, but it will require points to pave the way, and sometimes it will require some bribing. I'm not asking you for points right now, I just don't know if you can afford the cost of those points." After hearing this, the fat man said proudly, "Brother Kyle, I can't speak for anything else, but in terms of points, there aren't many people in our academy who have more than me, Saman. Besides, I'm not a combat-type student, so apart from indulging my hobbies of eating and drinking, there's nothing else that requires me to spend points." Ashura then asked, "Senior Saman, I see you're wearing the Forging Academy's uniform. Are all the students at the Forging Academy as wealthy as you? How can I become as excellent and wealthy as you?" Ashura's few words made Fatty Saman feel quite smug. The fat man puffed out his belly and proudly said, "I am one of the best magic rune inscription masters in the Blacksmithing Academy. Many magic and martial arts students spend points to have me inscribe magic runes on their equipment, which is why I have so many points. But brother, this isn't your line of work. You can't earn points like I do. But Kyle, when you need to inscribe magic runes on your equipment, come to me and I'll give you a 20% discount." Ashura managed to extract all the fat man's secrets in just a few words. Wow, the magic rune inscription masters are really that amazing. You make others beg you and earn tons of points. Ashura expressed his envy. He also wanted to become a magic rune engraver like that, so that he wouldn't have to spend points to find someone else to engrave magic runes for his equipment. Thinking about this, Ashura felt he should take action and go to the library to see if there were any books on magic rune inscription, or go back and ask that unreliable fourth brother. Ashura then chatted casually with Fatty Saman for a few minutes before preparing to leave. He made a deal with Fatty that if he ever got any of Magina's personal belongings again, he should contact Fatty immediately, and Saman would definitely give him a high price. Watching the black-haired boy's departing figure, Fat Saman said sincerely, "Brother Kyle is a really good guy." After saying that, Fatty Saman, with a look of infatuation on his face, grabbed the strand of fiery red hair with both hands and held it above his head, immersing himself in his own fantasy in the sunlight of the forest. Suddenly, a blade of light carrying red flames pierced through between his hands, and the red hair in his hands was instantly burned and curled up and disappeared. Fat Saman was stunned for a moment, then glared at the other person in a rage. He wanted to see which bastard had ruined his treasure. At that moment, he forgot that he was a non-combat professional and wanted to rush up and fight the other party. But when he saw who it was, he froze on the spot. Because the girl standing in front of him had fiery red hair and a terrifying sword, it was clear that she was the beautiful girl he had been dreaming of. Before he could even shout out excitedly, the red flaming saber was already placed on his shoulder. He could clearly feel the scorching heat emanating from the blade. The small curly hair on the side of his head curled even more from the heat. The fat man immediately began to tremble uncontrollably. He never expected such a beautiful woman to be so terrifying with a knife. Magina coldly said, "Tell me everything about you and that guy from earlier. If you dare to hide a single word, I'll scrape off all your fat and use it as fuel for lamps." The fat man's urge to urinate instantly transformed into a warm stream flowing between his legs. Magina wrinkled her nose and glared at him. Startled, the fat Saman stammered out the truth about his deal and communication with his good brother Kyle to the angry girl in front of him. After listening, Magina sneered twice, looked at the lewd fat man in front of her, and said in a low voice, "If I ever see or hear that you are collecting anything about me again, I will definitely cut you into pieces and bury you in this forest as fertilizer. And another thing, you're not allowed to lead him astray from now on. Do you hear me? Fat Saman?" He understood the first sentence, but he really didn't understand the second one. Whom will he corrupt? His brain isn't quite working properly right now, but he can see Magina's raised eyebrows. He immediately shouted, "I heard you. I heard you. I'll never do it again." Magina slowly pulled the saber from the fat man's shoulder, and the fat man, Saman, felt as if his collarbone had been broken. He wanted to go to the herbal medicine shop to buy some medicine to treat his injuries and also go back to his dormitory to change his pants. He no longer felt any affection for Magina, only deep fear. The girl wielding the sword was simply terrifying. After Magina withdrew her knife, she ignored the lewd fat man and turned to walk back, mentally stabbing him 1,000 times over. She had a feeling that the bad guy was up to something today, and she never expected that he would actually try to exchange her hair for points. Magina grew angrier the more she thought about it. She had even unconsciously activated her family's amplification martial arts technique just now, wondering how she could deal with that bastard. The wicked guy she was thinking of was currently searching through books on magic rune inscription in the library. Chapter 38, asking the fourth brother for advice. The wealth of the fat man Saman deeply affected the young Ashura. Ashura was now so eager to learn the skill of magic rune inscription. He had spent half a day in the library flipping through books related to rune inscription. The library at St. Goban Academy was truly rich in books, and he had already gained a basic understanding of rune inscription. He knew that inscribing magic runes required powerful mental strength and an understanding of complex magic runes. The magic rune inscription must be completed in one continuous stroke without pause or interruption, otherwise, it will be immediately invalidated. The main function of magic runes is to enhance martial arts and magic, and there are also magic runes that can be used for instant cast offensive or defensive skills. Some rune sets can even unleash powerful skills, but as time goes by, more and more high-level runes slowly disappear into the annals of history, making rune engravers even more precious. Ashura estimated that it was getting late, and he still needed to discuss his dual cultivation plan of magic and martial arts with instructor Yuanda, so he hurriedly left the library to go to the Magic Academy to find instructor Yuanda. Professor Yuanda was already waiting for him in the large classroom, but the two didn't have much in-depth communication today. Instructor Yuanda is still communicating with Ashura about his daily cultivation routine, gradually getting to know Ashura, and won't rashly propose a cultivation plan right away. Ashura was very cooperative with instructor Yuanda, telling him about his own situation and the problems he encountered in his cultivation. The two discussed until dusk. Instructor Yuanda told Ashura to come find him whenever he had time, and that he would be waiting for him in this classroom that afternoon. Ashura also asked instructor Yuanda if he knew anything about magic rune inscription. Instructor Yuanda replied that he had not studied it. When Ashura returned to the dormitory, he saw the eldest brother Ginza and the fourth brother Angelo still studying the latest copywriting for the lace cards in the living room. Ashura gritted his teeth, turned around, and went to the second floor of the cafeteria. He spent 100 points to buy a lot of food and returned to the dormitory, calling the other three to come and eat with him. Although all three are from prominent families, this is evident from the fact that they all possess spatial rings. However, they hadn't really eaten much of the food provided by the academy, as they wanted to save their points for cultivation. The three of them were also very curious as to why Ashura was suddenly so extravagant today, since this guy's mage robe was already tattered and he was reluctant to change into a new one. The four chatted about interesting things at the academy while eating, with Angelo mostly revealing information and the other three listening. Ashura interjected, asking Angelo if he knew Saman. Angelo replied that he did. Saman was the most outstanding magic rune inscription artist of the previous year at their forging academy, a powerful senior whom Angelo aspired to surpass. Upon hearing this, Ashura immediately seized the opportunity to ask some questions about magic rune inscription, which Angelo didn't initially pay much attention to. The further we went, the more knowledgeable my third brother became in asking questions. Some of them required him to think carefully before he could answer them. Ginza and Arthur just ate and laughed without saying a word. Finally, the fourth brother, Angelo, realized what was going on and asked Ashura with a smile, "Hey, third brother, do you want to learn magic rune inscription?" Ashura scratched his head sheepishly. He didn't mention that he had cut off girls' hair to sell for points, feeling somewhat ashamed. He had only heard that Saman earned a lot of points by doing magic rune inscription, and he was very envious. He also wanted to learn this skill to see if he had the talent. Angelo was also speechless about his third brother. Although the basic requirement for magic rune inscription was strong mental power, it was not so easy to succeed. He was able to achieve some success only because of the talent inherited from his family. The reason he gets up late every day is because of the fatigue he suffers from after practicing the family's secret method for cultivating mental strength. What he didn't know was that his third brother meditated all night without sleeping, and his mental strength had long been trained to be extraordinary. Angelo thought for a moment, afraid of discouraging his money-grubbing brother's confidence, and said tactfully, "Third brother, you can give it a try, but everyone has their own expertise, so don't delay your own cultivation progress. The inscription of magic runes mainly involves the control of mental power. You are a magician and have this foundation. However, I cannot tell you about my family's core mental power cultivation method. However, I can show you the spiritual cultivation method for the collateral descendants of the family, but I cannot teach you it personally. Please understand. I also have a book on magic rune diagrams that I can lend you. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me, and I'll tell you everything I know." Upon hearing this, Ashura excitedly grasped Angelo's hands and thanked him repeatedly. Although he hadn't fully opened his heart to the other three in the dormitory, he would always remember their kindness in helping him. Before Angelo had even finished eating, Azura wanted to learn how to inscribe magic runes from him. Angelo wasn't about to let such delicious points-earning food slip by, and Arthur was fighting him for a piece of monster rib. So he took out a thin booklet from his spatial ring, about a dozen pages long, covered with densely packed words. He tossed the booklet to Azura and told him it was a method for cultivating spiritual power, then fought with Arthur over the monster ribs. To his surprise, before he could even finish eating the half of the monster rib, Azura had already returned the booklet to him. Angelo initially thought that Ashura had given up after reading it, but to his surprise, his third brother said that he had remembered it and wanted to see the analysis of the magic pattern diagram again. Not only Angelo, but Arthur and Kins were also stunned, because in that short time it would have been enough to read the booklet once, yet the third brother said he had memorized it all? At the insistence of the three of them, Ashura recited the booklet from memory, and after he finished, all three of them fell silent. To be honest, the three of them had heard some rumors about the third oldest in their dorm, and of course, they were all negative. Eccentric was his defining characteristic at the academy. Arthur almost got into a fight with other students because they were mocking Ashura, but he never mentioned it to Ashura. Although they lived in the same dormitory, Arthur couldn't understand this third brother at all. Apart from some amazing ideas, he didn't find anything outstanding about him or hear that he had any talent for cultivation. Arthur and Ginza have known each other since childhood. Although they have never mentioned their families, both families are among the top in this continent, so they can be considered old friends. Although they had just met Angelo, Angelo's family was not to be underestimated. However, Ashura was definitely not a member of the top families they knew, although they never looked down on Ashura because of that. However, being able to memorize the entire obscure and difficult mental cultivation method in such a short time is extremely rare among the outstanding scions of these top families. What devastated them even more was that after Angelo handed the two-finger-thick magic rune diagram to Ashura, Ashura carefully flipped through it under the watchful eyes of the three of them, then closed his eyes and pondered for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea before returning the magic rune diagram to Angelo. This time, none of the three paid any attention to Ashura and silently returned to their respective rooms. Ashura was still savoring the knowledge he had gained from the various magic rune diagrams. He even dipped his finger in the tea on the table and began to draw magic runes on it. Normal magic rune engraving requires the blood essence of high-level magical beasts as pigment and the tail feathers of a bird called Ninely as the engraving brush. Ashura didn't have either of these materials, so he didn't know if he could become a magic rune engraver. He could only familiarize himself with the patterns of these magic runes first. This was something he was determined to master besides his cultivation. Chapter 39 Martial Arts, Chasing Wind and Lightning. The next day at the training ground. Ashura once again missed his ninth strike during the battle using the ascending tower sword technique. This was the third time he had missed. Ashura, slightly out of breath, looked at Lanyu, who was looking at him smugly. Today, Lanyu no longer confronted him head-on. Instead, she used her agility to dodge each strike as it began its ninth, preventing Ashura's sword momentum from continuing. The boy was seething with hatred but utterly helpless. As soon as the bell rang, Ashura left in a hurry without looking back. Lanyu pouted and stomped her foot in dissatisfaction, then turned around and went to the 7th class's line. Ashura also skipped his magic class. His destination was the Magic Martial Arts Hall. He knew that his ascending sword technique needed to be paired with a speed-based movement technique, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hit his opponent and wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of his martial arts. He recalled a description of a movement technique he had seen before, which was also a blue-level martial art called Chasing Wind and Lightning. This martial art has a unique feature. It is originally a blue-tier martial art worth 1,000 points, but as long as the user has wind or lightning magic within them, the skill level will be upgraded to a purple-tier martial art. It is precisely because of this demanding condition that almost no one learns this movement technique, which has led it to remain a blue-tier movement technique. Which mage would want to learn a movement technique? But now there's this oddball, Ashura, who has the requirement to cultivate lightning magic. He coveted this martial art for a long time, but he still chose the tower climbing saber technique, which strengthens attack. Now that he has just used the points from selling Magina's hair to exchange for that martial arts manual, he can't wait to learn it. Upon arriving at the Magic Martial Arts Hall, he quickly located the magic martial arts technique using his extraordinary memory. He reluctantly paid 1,000 points and then began to carefully study it. After reading it, Ashura understood that the martial arts technique itself was a blue-level movement technique, but it contained a section of wind and lightning magic incantations that could give the caster a magic speed boost. Combined with his own movement technique, he could immediately raise the martial arts level to purple. If one possesses both wind and lightning magic, their martial arts level can even be raised to the yellow rank. After silently memorizing the entire martial arts manual, Ashura was full of confidence and wanted to find time to practice the wind chasing and thunder chasing technique. After estimating the time, I realized that classes at the Magic Academy would be over, so I headed to Magic Class 13. But as soon as Ashura got to the classroom and was about to sit down, Clara pulled her seat to the middle of the desk and spread her arms out, taking up the entire desk and leaving no space for Ashura. Ashura was completely baffled, tilting his head as he looked at the silver-haired girl who was still pouting and angry, wondering what he had done to offend her. The students around them were all looking at them with curiosity, and Ashura was a little overwhelmed. In the end, Ashura silently left the classroom through the back door. Clara was still sulking, thinking about what she could do to make him forgive her. That jerk actually borrowed her points to buy other girls that flower tea. She didn't even drink that 20-point herbal tea. I won't let him get away with it unless he buys it for me too. Clara was still thinking about how to make things difficult for Ashura when she heard no sound from behind. She turned around and saw that Ashura had already turned and left the classroom. This ignited Clara's anger. No one had ever dared to ignore her like this before. She stood up abruptly, grabbed the hem of her magic robe with both hands, turned around and chased after him, leaving everyone in the classroom looking at each other in bewilderment. Clara chased after Ashura out of the classroom and ran for a while before seeing him walking down the corridor to another classroom. The girl gritted her teeth, ran a few steps, and kicked Ashura in the butt with her long leg. Ashura was thinking of going to find Instructor Yuan De to discuss his cultivation issues. As he walked, he was thinking about cultivation when suddenly his ears twitched. His martial arts instincts kicked in, and he turned around to dodge the sneak attack. He raised his right palm like a knife and prepared to chop at the attacker's knee. But as he turned around, he saw that beautiful face, which was angry but still lovely. He quickly withdrew his hand and caught the girl's thigh. Clara didn't know any martial arts, she just wanted to kick that bastard hard to vent her anger. But the despicable guy turned around and dodged the kick. Because she kicked too hard, she fell into Ashura's arms. When Clara threw herself into Ashura's arms, both of them were stunned. Clara had her hands pressed against Ashura's chest, and Ashura's right hand was still holding Clara's long, slender legs under her magic robe. They looked like a young couple being intimate. Before the two could react, several girls from other magic classes who were walking over from a distance exclaimed in surprise. Several girls were shouting excitedly that it was too bold and too romantic, while Clara's pretty face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. Although Ashura was also very embarrassed, he still pinched the smooth thigh in his hand without making a sound. Clara's face turned even redder, and she reached out to pinch Ashura's soft flesh at the waist. But hearing more footsteps approaching from afar, the two immediately separated and ran into different corridors. Clara ran back to the Magic Class 13 classroom in one breath, her pretty face still slightly flushed. She lay on the table for a long time without saying a word, and the people around her seemed puzzled by the subtle glances she received. Ashura ran to a secluded spot, sniffed the air with his right hand, and looked completely intoxicated. He didn't know what had gotten into that young lady, and he had forgotten that he had lent her 20 points. Humming a little tune, he walked into Instructor Yuan Da's empty classroom. In Professor Yuan Da's classroom, the only sounds besides snoring were his passionate teaching voice. Upon seeing Ashura enter, Instructor Yuan Da reluctantly touched his nose, glanced at the students sleeping soundly in the classroom, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Everyone, study on your own," before walking towards Ashura's desk. Ashura didn't laugh at his unpopular mentor. Instead, he explained in detail to his mentor, Yuan Da, the drawbacks of his current practice of the Ascending Tower Saber technique and the advantages of the wind-chasing thunder movement technique that he had chosen today. After listening, Instructor Yuan Da pondered for a moment, first affirming Ashura's judgment in the martial arts technique he had chosen, and then engaging in an in-depth discussion with Ashura about the problems he was encountering in his cultivation. This time, Instructor Yuan Da presented the training plan he had prepared for Ashura, which combined magic and martial arts. Because Ashura's dynamic light waves can circulate and unleash magical elements in the meridians, which is similar to the activation of a martial artist's blood and chi. In the future, as long as Ashura continues to meditate and accumulate magic reserves within his body, his magic level will also increase as his martial arts level improves. This is because he now casts magic skills through his meridians, and his meridians are strong enough to support higher levels of magic. Instructor Yuan Da consulted many historical records and biographies of powerful individuals who were proficient in both magic and martial arts. He discovered that their skills generally had higher damage output than those of single-skill martial artists or magicians, which he speculated was due to the increased power from the combined damage of their dual skills. The wind chasing and thunder chasing skills that Ashura just learned today further validate this idea. Instructor Yuanda boldly judged that if one cultivates both magic and martial arts, the levels of both will mutually enhance and increase. Ashura nodded frequently as he listened to the teachings, finding many of Yuanda's ideas to be in agreement with his own. He felt that this mentor was definitely not the good-for-nothing that outsiders saw him as, but a person of great wisdom. Chapter 40: Secretly Becoming Stronger. Just as Ashura was deep in thought about his cultivation plan, his mentor Yuanda suddenly took out his mentor badge and clashed it with the student badge on Ashura's chest. Ashura looked at Instructor Yuanda's actions and the extra 8,000 points in his account with surprise. Instructor Yuanda smiled shyly and said, "I'm just an intermediate instructor. I've spent all my points on magic research over the years, and all I have left are these 8,000 points. You can use them to save up and exchange them for a set of purple-level martial arts techniques or a magic book. I hope they can be of some help to you. Of course, because you are a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, your cultivation path is different from other students. The combination of your magic and martial arts skills needs to be improved through actual combat. The more you fight with all your might and go through life and death battles, the greater the improvement will be for you. Therefore, your future cultivation path will be several times more arduous than others. Of course, everything I have said is currently just speculation, and you will need to verify and strive for it in the future. I believe your abilities will only grow stronger, and your future will be even brighter." Ashura gazed quietly at his unassuming mentor, his eyes welling with tears after hearing his words. Since fleeing to pursue his studies, burdened by family hatred, he had received help and support from many people. And the mentor in front of him is probably the most selfless person who wants him to become stronger. Looking at the worn-out magic robe on Instructor Yuanda, the 8,000 points were the result of his years of hard work and thrift. But he still gave it all to me without reservation, without asking for anything in return. Ashura shook his head, preventing the tears from falling. He didn't say much, but simply returned a bright smile and asked, "You think so highly of me, Lao Yuan?" Professor Yuanda was taken aback by the affectionate address, then replied shyly, "Only you believe in me. That's why I support you unconditionally." Ashura was left speechless by this answer. Old Yuan was really honest. He immediately stood up, stretched, and said seriously, "Then, Old Yuan, please begin my special training. I can't wait to become stronger. You just wait to become the mentor of the future god of magic and martial arts." Time flies, and 6 months have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 6 months, Ashura still went to class to learn magic in the morning and to the training ground to hone his martial arts skills. In the afternoon, I went for exclusive training with mentor Yuanda, and in the evening, I continued to meditate all night or practice drawing magic runes in my dormitory. Of course, he has gradually caught up with the magic lessons, and he is no longer completely suppressed by the two girls during sparring. Lan Yu and Magina also felt immense pressure because of him, and they began to train themselves intensely. But what the two of them didn't know was that Ashura had been holding back during their recent sparring sessions. Firstly, he couldn't go all out in sparring, since they weren't enemies, and even if he went all out, he couldn't control the damage. Secondly, Ashura always remembered his father Afigtian's instructions to him before he left, to keep a low profile and conceal his brilliance before he fully matured. So he didn't want others to pay too much attention to him, but in reality he was already a newcomer at the 3rd level of martial arts and the 3rd level of magic. This level is already the level of the top batch of freshmen in the academy. This is also the rank that Monroe and De Keller, the two champions who participated in the Rookie Challenge, are stuck at, and of course, they are on the verge of breaking through. Currently, no new students in the academy have broken through to the level of Grand Martial Master or Grand Magician, but only one new student, Ashura, has reached the 3rd level of both Martial Master and Magician. Ashura watched the red-haired girl wielding a sword fiercely slashing at him, and focused on using the Wind Chaser and Thunder Chaser to dodge the attack. Magina had already used her family's enhanced martial skill, Battle Flame, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to suppress Ashura. That scoundrel took the opportunity to pretend to take advantage of her unintentionally. She was amazed by Ashura's growth, and she also secretly watched his sparring with Lan Yu. Apart from his speed advantage, Lan Yu didn't have many ways to deal with this guy. Of course, they still have powerful skills they haven't used yet, but the boy's growth has put a lot of pressure on them, so they are training harder than ever before and are currently on the verge of a breakthrough. Ashura was quite satisfied with his improved strength. He hadn't used his full power either. The dual cultivation of magic and martial arts had boosted his strength even more than he had imagined. He was extremely grateful to Instructor Yuan for his guidance. He had been enjoying a relaxed and pleasant time lately, with the only minor incident being the leg-touching incident, after which Clara ignored him for a while. It wasn't until he had a flash of inspiration and bought a cup of anti-aging flower tea worth 20 points for the girl that Clara resumed her previous relationship with him, which made him realize that girls' thoughts are really hard to fathom. He's currently stuck on the edge of a breakthrough, and he plans to ask his mentor, Yuan De, today how to achieve it. With the 8,000 points Yuan De gave him last time and the recent share of the school beauty's frilly cards, he's accumulated 10,000 points. He's wondering if he should get a purple level skill to help him break through. In the afternoon, Ashura arrived at Master Yuan De's classroom on time. Master Yuan De was already waiting for him in the classroom. Master Yuan De was extremely satisfied with this disciple. He was intelligent and had exceptional comprehension, and he was also incredibly hardworking in his cultivation. His cultivation level improved rapidly in just a few months, and he saw the potential of a future powerhouse in this disciple. Ashura asked casually, "Old Yuan, I've recently hit a bottleneck in my cultivation level. What do you suggest we do?" Instructor Yuan De pondered for a moment, seemingly making a decision, and then gritted his teeth and said to Ashura, "I think it's time to start your next training plan." Ashura became interested upon hearing this and looked at Instructor Yuan De with shining eyes, but what Instructor Yuan De said next left him dumbfounded. Instructor Yuan De said with difficulty, "I told you before that only through combat can you better hone your martial arts skills, unleash your potential, and better combine your magic and martial arts. Therefore, I believe your next training location will not be the academy, but the monster forest behind the academy." Ashura was stunned upon hearing this. Everyone on the entire King's continent knew how terrifying the demon beast forest was. Even martial saints wouldn't dare say they could escape unscathed from a beast tied in the demon beast forest. The various colleges were established at the pass of the Warcraft forest to guard the area. Every day, many explorers or mercenary teams enter the monster forest behind them to hunt monsters, obtain resources and magic cores from them, and also dig for rare and precious materials in the monster forest. But I've never heard of anyone going to the Warcraft forest to train in order to level up. After all, the Warcraft forest is extremely dangerous, and the further you go in, the more dangerous it becomes. Countless adventurers have never made it out of this perilous forest. At Ashura's current level, he might only be able to wander around the edge of the monster forest, but many poisonous insects, poisonous gas, swamps, and other such things would instantly kill him. But seeing the earnest yet reluctant look in Professor Yuan Da's eyes, Ashura let out a long sigh of relief. He then said nonchalantly, "All right then, let's begin the next stage of the cultivation plan. Are the magical beasts in the Warcraft forest delicious?" Chapter 41 Requesting Leave. In the office of Ella, the instructor at the Magic Academy. The beautiful instructor, Ella, looked at the black-haired boy in front of her in surprise. The boy had just asked her for leave, saying that he was leaving the academy to cultivate on his own and would not be coming to class for a while. St. Goban Academy has always given its students the greatest freedom. Students can arrange their own training as they please, as long as they pass the assessments at each stage of the academy and successfully meet the graduation requirements to graduate. But she really didn't want to approve the application of this 16-year-old boy, because even she, his homeroom teacher, had never seen him attend a class properly more than a few times, and she had heard that he was still practicing martial arts at the training ground. She did not object to students practicing both magic and martial arts, but she was completely unaware of Ashura's level and cultivation progress. This dark-haired boy never discussed academic issues with her. She simply couldn't understand this student. Now he wants to take leave from the hospital to cultivate again, without saying where he's going or how long he'll be gone. This student is really giving her a headache. Ella looked at Ashura with slight displeasure, her right hand rhythmically tapping the table, just about to use her authority as a teacher to reject Ashura's request for leave. Before she could even speak, Ashura immediately pulled out a cup of herbal tea from behind her back and placed it on her desk, saying in a fawning tone, "Teacher, you've worked hard. Have a cup of nourishing herbal tea to pamper yourself." No girl could resist the temptation of a cup of beauty-enhancing herbal tea. She pursed her lips slightly, looked at the boy who was looking at her with a fawning smile, and sighed inwardly, saying, "Fine, I agree to let you go out and cultivate on your own, but you need to agree to 3 requests." Ashura immediately flattered, "Master, please speak, I'm listening." Instructor Ella said sternly, "First, you must ensure your own safety while you are away from the academy. You must be responsible for yourself and the academy. Secondly, the college will arrange an assessment test a year from now. It is very important, and you must return before the test, or you will be expelled from the college. Third, since you're going out to cultivate alone, it means you're very confident in your cultivation plan. If your strength doesn't satisfy me when you return for the assessment, I won't allow you to go out to cultivate again, or I'll expel you directly. Understand?" Ashura clicked his tongue in amazement. In fact, Ella's 3 requests were not excessive. She supported him as always, acting as a good teacher. Ashura thought for a moment and replied weakly, except for the first one, which I can't guarantee, the rest are fine. Upon hearing this, Ella, who was drinking her beauty-enhancing herbal tea, sprayed a mouthful of tea all over Ashura's face. Ignoring his loss of composure, he raised his voice and shouted, "What? What are you trying to do? What dangerous training are you doing, a student?" Ashura awkwardly wiped the tea off his face and looked at the emotionally charged female mentor opposite him. For the first time, he felt a sense of awe towards this mentor. He knew his mentor meant him very well, but he also had reasons why he had to go. Ashura immediately reassured him, "Don't get agitated, master. I was just giving an example. Just think of it as me being afraid of choking on my food, okay?" This answer clearly did not satisfy Instructor Ella. She was still glaring angrily at the student who had asked the question, her cheeks puffed out. She couldn't tell which of the boy's words were true and which were false. But she sensed that if she disagreed, he might still skip class. Rather than letting him skip class and disappear, it's better to grant his request. At least next time he needs something, he'll come to her to communicate. She sullenly sat back down in her chair, and after a long silence, she said in a deep voice, "Remember these 3 things you promised me, come back as soon as you're done cultivating." Ashura breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and then readily agreed with a grin. Ella was both angry and amused by his expression. She then waved him out of the office. Ashura gave a wry smile as he left the office. He truly had no confidence in meeting the first requirement. That's the monster forest. Just thinking about the unknown dangers made him feel like he had a thorn in his side. Now he needs to make some preparations before setting off again, and also say goodbye to the people he knows well. Ashura returned to the classroom of Magic Class 13 in low spirits, only to find that another student from another class wanted to sit in his empty seat, but was coldly chased away by the silver-haired girl next to him with a few words. Countless male students wanted to sit in his spot, but Clara seemed to refuse anyone else except him. Sometimes he would return from the training ground covered in sweat, and the other magic students around him would look down on him, thinking that no noble magician should be so slovenly. But Clara never looked down on him. She even prepared a towel for him to wipe his sweat. Besides Clara, only Fatty Nawe in this class could talk to him. His classmates all thought he was a weird and bad student, but he knew that he was now strong enough to beat his classmates to a pulp. Aside from Clara, he had always sensed a deep sense of danger emanating from this young girl. Ashura sat back in his seat expressionlessly, remaining silent for a long time without joy or sorrow. A moment later, a notebook with neat handwriting was placed beside him, with a concerned question asking what was wrong. Ashura took the notebook and casually wrote, "Nothing, I just wanted to tell you something. I'm going to be away for a while, and it might be a long time. Don't save this seat for me. I'm planning to hold an auction. Whoever gives the most points will get it. I'll give you all the points as a treat for your youth-preserving herbal tea. Drink as many cups as you like." When Ashura handed the notebook back, he could clearly hear the girl next to him let out a low gasp, ignoring the strange looks from the other students. Clara hurriedly wrote in her notebook, "Where are you going? What are you going to do? You dare." Ashura felt a warmth in his heart when he saw the words in the notebook that were both concerned and threatening. Although this young lady had a bad temper, she was still a good person. He was tutoring her and taking notes for her. He always remembered her kindness, which is why he planned to auction off the seat before leaving so that she could have some points. This was perhaps the only thing he could do for the girl. He didn't rush to reply in his notebook. Instead, he slowly lay down on his desk and remained silent. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid of going to the monster forest, a paradise for monsters and a forbidden land for humans. But he knew that his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts made it much harder for him to level up than ordinary students, and he couldn't improve his strength quickly without fighting. Of course, if he studies and practices step by step at the academy, he will gradually improve his strength, but he can never become one of the strongest students. He also needs to improve his strength as soon as possible and return to the kingdom of Olay to resolve the troubles of the Blackwater family. He also wanted to be like the powerful figures sculpted in the academy, inspiring awe in his enemies, protecting his loved ones, and being revered by future generations. Chapter 42 Farewell Before Departure. Seeing that he hadn't responded for a long time, Clara couldn't wait any longer. She felt a little helpless. The girl poked Ashura's arm with her slender finger, then gave him a sharp look and pointed to the notebook on the table. Ashura then came to his senses and quickly wrote in his notebook, "I want to go out and gain some experience. I have a cultivation plan that requires me to leave the academy. I'll probably be gone for a long time. Instead of keeping this seat, I might as well transfer it and earn some points. When the notebook was returned to Clara, the girl was even more at a loss. After agonizing for a while, I wrote, "Is it absolutely necessary to go? You're still very smart, and I think you'll do well in the college. If you dare mess with the seating arrangement, I'll never talk to you again." Ashura took the notebook that was repeatedly handed to him, nodded with a wry smile, and didn't say anything more. Perhaps he didn't know how to answer the girl's next question, and only hoped that he would be alive to sit in this seat again in the future. Clara was so angry at his shameless behavior that she gritted her teeth, but she didn't know what to say or write. She didn't know what the instructor on stage was talking about during the class. Her mind was a complete mess. Just as the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class, she was about to chat with Ashura some more, but the guy got up and whispered a few words in the ear of the fat guy Nawe in front of her. Nawe looked up at Ashura with a shocked and confused expression. Ashura simply smiled, patted Nawe on the shoulder, and then left the classroom. Clara's expression was frighteningly cold, whether from anger or disappointment, which deterred several students from other classes who wanted to strike up a conversation. Ashura then went to the training ground and strolled over to Class 7 of martial arts. He was already a celebrity in the training ground. All the new martial artists knew that there was a strange guy in a magic robe who came to the training ground every day. They were chosen as sparring partners by the two strongest female freshmen from their martial arts classes 7 and 8, and they got beaten up every day. Many new martial artists envy Ashura for being able to spar with two beautiful female martial artists, but firstly, they are too proud to do so, and secondly, being beaten up by beautiful women every day is not a pleasant thing. So despite having countless suitors, none of them considered Ashura a rival, because no one would believe that the oddball who gets beaten up every day would be favored by two beauties. When Lanyu saw the black-haired boy swinging towards her, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up, as if she was in a good mood to see Ashura. She strode over to Ashura with her ridiculously long legs. Before she could even speak, Ashura waved his hand and said, "No fighting today. Come with me to find Magina. I have something to tell you too." Lanyu's smiling face instantly fell, and she said unhappily, "Shouldn't you be sparring with me today? Why are you looking for Magina?" Ashura looked at the proud girl without explaining, but simply stepped forward, pulled up her school uniform sleeve, and dragged the reluctant beauty to the training line of martial arts class 8. Magina didn't expect Ashura to bring Lanyu to find her. Confused, she was beckoned by Ashura to a big tree on the side of the field. She and Lanyu exchanged a glance, and Lanyu shook her head at her. Then the two of them looked at the bad guy who had called them here. Ashura squinted at the two stunning beauties, each with their own unique charm. They were truly a feast for the eyes. As long as he didn't go too hard during sparring, being their sparring partner would be a wonderful thing. Lanyu and Magina met Ashura's lecherous gaze. They exchanged a glance, one drawing a saber from his spatial ring and the other drawing a blue glowing dagger from the scabbard on his right thigh. Seeing that things were about to go wrong, Ashura quickly waved his hand and said, "Stop, stop, stop. I'm not here to fight you. I have something to say to you too. Put your knives down." The two women stopped in their tracks, coldly staring at the infuriating guy, but neither of them put away their weapons. Ashura swallowed hard and quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "Give me your badges, and I'll refund 10 points to each of you. I'm going to be away from the academy for a while, and I probably won't be back for a while. You two better work hard, or you'll be crying when I get back." Hearing such provocative words, the two women should have given him a good beating, but neither of them moved. Instead, they slowly lowered the knives in their hands. Magina, who was rather impatient, frowned and asked, "Where are you going? I've never heard of any student going outside the academy to cultivate in less than a year." Lanyu chimed in, "That's right, why did you suddenly want to run away? If it's really necessary, we'll go easy on you next time, just don't go out, okay? Without you, sparring is so boring." Ashura was speechless after hearing this, and said indignantly, "I don't believe you two can't feel it. I'm no longer the weakling you two used to bully. I'm afraid that if I hurt either of you, someone else will come after me, especially that top freshman Monroe. If he finds out that I hurt Magina, he'll drag me to the dueling arena to fight to the death." Upon hearing this, Magina, who had already lowered her sword, instantly raised her cleaver and said sternly, "I have nothing to do with that Monroe. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." When Ashura saw that Magina was really angry, he stopped making flirtatious remarks. He quickly added, "Anyway, I've already made it clear to you two that I won't be coming to the training grounds for a while. I'll be leaving in a few days. I won't refund the points you don't want now." The two girls wanted to say something, but seeing the other person beside them, they couldn't say anything. They could only watch as the boy waved to them and walked away. Ashura didn't know that in the days after he left, several fearless martial arts students volunteered to be sparring partners for the two women. However, the two women were ruthless, and one by one, the sparring partners lay on the ground with broken bones and tendons. No more fools dared to come looking for trouble. Everyone admired that eccentric magician for managing to keep these two ladies completely at ease. After Ashura strolled back to the dormitory, he knocked on the doors of his three roommates one by one and called them into the living room. The four of them have developed a very harmonious relationship after spending a year together, and their shared business of making lace cards has firmly bound them together. Last month, they published another set of news cards featuring the new top 10 masters, following the top 10 beauties. This made them a fortune again. Young people love to show off, and some students even challenged the top-ranked newcomers on the leaderboard to duels in the arena to secure a place among the top 10. Ashura looked at the other three and calmly announced his decision to go out and gain experience. All three were astonished, wondering what the most mysterious third brother in the dormitory was up to. After a moment's thought, the eldest brother, Jinza, took out a waist token and handed it to Ashura. Ashura knew this object was extraordinary the moment he reached out and took it. It was very heavy, and the material resembled jade but was not gold. The character gold was engraved on it. The eldest brother, Jinza, said with a smile, "Third brother, I haven't talked to you about my family before. My family is Gold Lion Trading Company, and I am the eldest son of the current patriarch of Gold Lion Trading Company. This token is my keepsake. If you encounter any difficulties while you are out there training, you can seek help at Gold Lion's shops." Upon hearing Jinza's words, Ashura and Angelo gasped, while the second brother Arthur showed no reaction, seemingly already knowing Jinza's background. Gold Lion Trading Company is one of the four most powerful trading companies in the King's Continent. Gold Lion Trading Company has shops in every city on the mainland. Its financial resources and connections are unfathomable. And Jinza, who is with them day and night, is likely to be the next heir of the company. This is something that can't help but shock them. No wonder Jinza is so keen on anything that can earn points. He's a natural-born businessman. Before the two of them could recover from their shock, the second brother, Arthur, handed them a token. There were no words on it, only the majestic and lifelike image of the flaming lion, the guardian beast of the Valencia Empire, was engraved on it. Arthur then said, "Third brother, I don't know why you suddenly want to go out. I guess your journey won't be easy. This is my token. I am the second prince of the Valencia Empire. With this token, it is as if I am here in person. You can seek help from the general's mansion in any city of the Valencia Empire." Ashura was even more bewildered. Arthur was actually the second prince of their empire. According to etiquette, he should have knelt down. But this cool second brother didn't give him any sense of kingly dominance. Especially since his hometown, the Kingdom of Olay, was merely a vassal state of the Valencia Empire, Arthur probably didn't reveal his origins until now, perhaps to avoid giving him any psychological burden. Ashura looked at the two tokens in his hand and his heart was filled with unease. He knew the significance of these two tokens and why the eldest and second eldest brothers had revealed their backgrounds today. It's not about showing off to him, but rather representing the deep affection between them. After thinking it over, he turned to look at the fourth brother, Angelo. Angelo scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Third brother, you know my background. I don't have a token either. If I had a token, the most I could get is a 20% discount on equipment at my family's equipment shop." The other three exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Sincere friendship filled the entire dormitory with laughter. Chapter 43: The Monster Forest. The next morning, in the library east of the War Tree of the Academy, Ashura was engrossed in reading a plant atlas of the Warcraft Forest, a warm smile on his face, a stark contrast to his dejected state a few days ago. With one less worry on his mind, Ashura decided to cling to these two powerful figures after Jinza and Arthur discussed their family's influence yesterday. He also told the other three about his family affairs, that is, why he came to St. Goban Academy, which was far away from his hometown. Upon hearing this, Jinza and Arthur were filled with righteous indignation and planned to send a message to their families to destroy the Blackwater clan and avenge Ashura. However, Ashura stopped their good intentions, as he wanted to protect his family through his own strength. "If he doesn't return to the academy in a year, then please ask the two of you to eliminate the Blackwater clan and protect his family." With no worries left, Ashura's mood instantly brightened, and the monster forest didn't seem so scary anymore. He is currently in the library reading various books about the Warcraft Forest, making final preparations for his expedition into the Warcraft Forest. He didn't plan to go to the Magic Academy or training grounds again. He would focus on studying the books about the Warcraft Forest these next few days. The vast collection of books in the St. Gabain library gave him a lot of confidence. The descriptions of monsters and plants in the books, as well as some maps of the monster forest, reassured him considerably. With his extraordinary memory, he quickly reviewed and memorized the relevant information, and he also had a general idea of the route to enter the monster forest. Several messages came through the badge. The top one was from Fatty Nawe, who used his last few points to buy some food for Ashura to take on the road. Clara also sent him a message asking why he didn't come to class today and when he decided to leave. She can lend him her magic wand, provided he returns it to her as soon as possible. The message Lanyu sent him was that she had prepared a dagger for him to take with him when he went out for self-defense, because his twin swords were not strong enough. Magina's message was that she had prepared a set of soft armor for him, which she lent him to use for self-defense when he went out, and urged him to come back soon so that he could return it to her as her sparring partner. The three roommates also used the points earned from the latest issue of the lace-themed cards to buy food and emergency medicine for Ashura. Ashura was deeply moved, realizing that besides his family, so many other people cared about him. He secretly vowed that he would definitely come back alive and repay them if he had the chance in the future. After spending 3 whole days in the library, Ashura had a long talk with his mentor, Yuanda, all night long. The next morning, Ashura changed into a neat black martial arts outfit, with the soft armor Magina lent him underneath, a dagger given to him by Lanyu at his waist, and the twin swords given to him by his second brother Asupo on his back. He resolutely crossed the back mountain of the academy and headed towards the entrance of the monster forest. He refused Clara's offer to lend him the magic wand, partly because the item was too valuable and he was afraid he wouldn't be able to repay the favor. Secondly, he had never used a magic wand to assist in casting spells. He trusted his twin swords more than a magic wand. When he passed through St. Goban Academy and arrived at the entrance to the monster forest, there was a small town, or rather a camp, where most of the people were mercenaries and adventurers. The town is called Triumph Town. It has only one main street, which, apart from food shops, has weapon shops, medicine shops, herbal medicine shops, pawn shops, bars, casinos, and brothels. There are also shops that specialize in buying magic cores and rare treasures. Many adventurers and mercenaries bring the best items they risked their lives to bring out of the monster forest to sell here. The money they earned was then squandered in the town's bars, casinos, and brothels, since they were living hand to mouth. Of course, there are also powerful mercenary groups that take on missions or hunt down monsters in the monster forest to earn rewards. These powerful mercenary groups should not be underestimated. Such mercenary towns can be found at many entrances and exits of the Warcraft forest. Too many people want to make a fortune in the Warcraft forest, but every day some people are left behind in this forest forever. Ashura took a deep breath. Instead of rushing into the forest, he headed to the adventurer's bar. The books in the library told him that he would get the most information about the monster forest at the adventurer's bar, and that many monster forest quests would be posted on the bar's quest wall. Of course, you have to buy a glass of rum before you can enter the bar. Rum is also the favorite drink of adventurers. Ashura, however, does not like this drink. Its cloudy appearance makes him feel a little nauseous. He sat down at a table by a pillar and glanced around at the various adventurers and mercenaries. Most of them were strong, muscular men, dressed in various kinds of leather armor and suits of armor, which looked rather crudely made. There were also a few magicians wearing tattered robes who still maintained the noble demeanor of magicians. The adventurer's bar is noisy, with shouts, curses, and other vulgar language assaulting your ears. Fearing that his youthful face would attract unwanted attention, Ashura covered his head with a warrior's cloak, hiding his face in shadow. He then looked at the taskboard on the wall, which contained all sorts of tasks, such as those requiring monster cores, monster leather armor, various herbs, and even monster eggs or baby monsters. Others were treasure hunters or searching for the remains of explorers, transporting goods, or drawing maps, and some even wanted to kill their enemies in the Warcraft forest. Ashura was secretly amazed by the wide variety of tasks available. The immediate impression this town gave Ashura was one of chaos. Ashura sat in the adventurer's bar for a long time but didn't get any useful information. It was mostly just boasting and idle talk. Several shifty-looking men approached him, trying to sell him some kind of powerful pills or animal-repelling medicine, but he chased them all away. While it was still early, he got up and left the adventurer's bar, crossed Triumph Town, and his figure slowly disappeared into the dense forest. Ashura walked along a path on the outskirts of the monster forest. This area was on the outskirts of the forest and there wasn't much danger. Because of the many people coming and going, a narrow path had been worn through. Ashura, wielding twin swords, did not lower his guard just because it was the outskirts of the monster forest. He had experience in wilderness survival when he came to the academy to study, so he was not too nervous at the moment. Whenever Ashura hears people walking or talking around him, he hides behind a tree and waits for them to pass before reappearing. He remembered a sentence from a Warcraft biographies he read: in the Warcraft forest, what is more dangerous than the monsters or humans? This is a place beyond the reach of human morality and law, and Ashura knows that with his current strength and life experience, he cannot avoid the dangers from his own kind. Therefore, he decided that this training was destined to be a solitary journey. Chapter 44: Forest Trials. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 months have passed. In the dense forest on the outskirts of the monster forest, a black-haired boy was confronting a level 4 monster, an armored beast. The young man was none other than Ashura, who was out on a training mission. At this moment, Ashura's samurai clothes were tattered and torn, and through the holes in the clothes, one could clearly see many large and small wounds on the young body. The boy's once youthful face now had some stubble, which, combined with his sharp eyes, made him even more dashing. Ashura seems to have grown taller again. More than 3 months of living in the open and exposed to the elements has made the boy suffer a lot, but of course, he has also gained a lot. The spatial belt his grandfather had given him was already overflowing with treasures like magical beast pelts, and also contained 2 level 4 magical beast cores. This made the boy both delighted and annoyed that the spatial belt was too small. Ashura's current martial master level 3 should be able to fight against level 3 magical beasts of the same level as him, but because of his powerful strength in both magic and martial arts, he can kill level 4 magical beasts that are above his level. Of course, he also chose to fight some level 4 magical beasts that were not so strong in attack, such as the level 4 magical beast Ironclad beast in front of him, which was a level 4 magical beast with super strong defense but average attack power. The Warcraft books in the college library were of great help to him. Through these 3 months of real combat with monsters, especially when fighting monsters of a higher level than himself and level 4 monsters, Ashura felt that his use of magic and martial arts had become more integrated. Now, his family's martial art, Thunderclap Fist, can produce 3 thunderous sounds with every punch, and leaves a charred fist mark on any magical beast it hits. This is related to his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. The lightning element can directly inflict damage on the target through his fist, something his father, a Feng Tian, could not achieve. The ascending tower sword technique, after 9 strikes, inflicted paralysis on the monster with each slash, causing it to slow down for a few moments as if struck by lightning. His wind chasing and thunder chasing movement technique is as fast as lightning, and even a level 4 magical beast would have a hard time outrunning him. Of course, behind the improvement in strength, the boy also suffered a lot. In the first few nights, his face was swollen from being bitten by poisonous insects while meditating. The excruciating pain on the back of my hand from being scratched by the leaves of poisonous plants all night long, not to mention the dozen or so large and small wounds left on my body after fighting the monster. Aside from the facial wounds, which he treated with scar-reducing ointment to fade, he kept all the other wounds on his body after they healed. Seeing these scars reminds him of how he was injured and how to avoid such injuries in the future, thus teaching him a lesson. Ashura looked at the armored beast in front of him, grinned wickedly, and then quickly closed in and used the ascending tower blade technique, slashing at the same wound on the armored beast's neck with each strike faster than the last. The armored beast roared angrily, dodging his sword strikes while charging at Ashura with brute force. However, Ashura, using his wind chasing and thunder chasing technique, skillfully dodged the armored beast's charge and firmly targeted its wounds to unleash his sword techniques. On the 15th strike, the armored beast finally succumbed to the damage and collapsed with a mournful cry. Ashura was delighted to see this. The last time he killed the armored beast, he had to use the 16th strike of the ascending tower to kill it. This time, he had clearly improved. Ashura glanced around to make sure there was no danger, then walked up to the ironclad beast's head, took out the dagger Lanyu had given him, and slashed into the beast's skull, searching through it. There was nothing he could do. His twin swords couldn't cut through the armored beast's hard skull, and after days of fierce fighting, the swords were worn down to the point of being unusable. Suddenly, Ashura was overjoyed and used the tip of his dagger to pick out a yellow magic core the size of a peach pit. This was the earth-type magic core of the ironclad beast. Generally, the higher the level of a magical beast, the higher the probability of it dropping a magic core. Ashura had killed more than a dozen level 4 magical beasts before he finally dug up his 3rd magic core. He had never dug up a single magic core from a level 3 magical beast. Although it was only a level 4 magic core, it made the money-grubbing Ashura very happy. This level 4 magic core could be exchanged for 300 gold coins in Triumph Town, and 1 gold coin could cover the food expenses of an ordinary person on the continent for a year. He planned to save up some money to buy a pair of swords. He was already used to using swords as a weapon, and even when using magic like lightning, he would habitually raise his swords and swing them down heavily. Aside from its magic core, the only valuable thing about the ironclad beast was its steel-like leather armor. Triumph Town had places that recycled leather armor to make equipment, but Ashura's spatial belt couldn't hold that much leather armor, so he had to give up in frustration. Ashura found a stream, washed off the bloodstains left from the battle, then climbed up a big tree by the stream, leaned against a wide branch, and took out a piece of dry food to replenish his strength. Although this is the outer edge of the monster forest, the monsters here are generally not very strong. Theoretically, it is possible to start a fire and cook food, but he is afraid of attracting high-level monsters or other adventurers, so he rarely starts a fire to cook food to avoid unnecessary trouble. Only after killing a few succulent level 3 magical beasts did he find a cave to hide in and have a barbecue. I gradually developed pretty good barbecue skills. As he ate, Ashura pondered how he should plan his cultivation next. He knew he was about to break through a level, it was just a matter of time. Unfortunately, his spatial belt is full now, and he needs to return to Triumph Town to dispose of the items in it, otherwise he won't be able to store any good things he comes across. So he decided to return to Triumph Town the next day or two to deal with the items in his space before coming to the forest to train. After making up his mind, he glanced at the corpse of the armored beast on the ground not far away, and with a thought, he jumped down from the tree. He pulled out his dagger again and separated the armored beast's corpse, then scattered the pieces into the woods by the stream. He then climbed up the big tree above the corpse and quietly waited for other magical beasts to come and devour it. The thick stench of blood immediately spread, and soon several level 2 magical beasts came to gnaw on the armored beast's corpse. Ashura ignored these level 2 magical beasts completely, he simply held his breath and waited quietly for his prey to take his look. After several pairs of green eyes emerged from the dense forest, the level 2 magical beasts instinctively fled, and soon 5 three-eyed magical wolves emerged from the forest. It glanced at the armored beast's corpse on the ground with greedy eyes, then seemed to smell the scent of humans and hesitated slightly. However, their appetite overcame their reason, and the 5 three-eyed wolves immediately stepped forward and began to feast. Ashura sighed repeatedly in the tree, wondering how he had attracted so many 3-eyed demon wolves. Although the 3-eyed dire wolf is only a level 3 magical beast, a pack of level 3 dire wolves is incredibly powerful, especially since they are very fast and can coordinate their attacks. After seeing that you are injured, it will circle around you, slowly exhausting you until you lose your strength before delivering a fatal blow. So Ashura originally didn't intend to provoke these 5 beasts, but then he thought that he would be leaving tomorrow, and he might not be able to find such a suitable opponent in the next few days. With that thought in mind, Ashura no longer hesitated and seized the opportunity to swoop down from the tree. Upon landing, he swung his twin swords, cleaving the 2 three-eyed demon wolves, still tearing at the armored beast's corpse, in half at his feet. Chapter 45: The Violent Bear on the Earth. The books in the Academy Library describe the 3-eyed demon wolf as having a copper head, an iron back, and a tofu waist. This monster's weakness was its waist, which is why Ashura was able to kill both 3-eyed demon wolves in one strike. The remaining 3 three-eyed demon wolves leaped away instantly, their fierce faces and fangs staring at the human before them. The tragic death of their companion only fueled their ferocity. The 3-headed demonic wolf instantly surrounded Ashura in the center. Ashura dared not be careless. He leaned against a large tree, facing the 3-headed demon wolf, holding his 2 swords in his hands, one facing forward and the other backward, assuming a defensive stance. The 3-eyed demon wolf couldn't resist attacking Ashura first. 2 demon wolves jumped up and bit Ashura's throat, while another demon wolf bit Ashura's calf. As Ashura slashed at the heads of the 2 demonic wolves in mid-air with his twin swords, he dodged the sneak attack from the wolf that was biting his leg. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. The 2 demonic wolves that had been slashed were sent flying, shook their heads, and stood up again. As Ashura found out, just as the book described, the 3-eyed wolf's head was indeed hard. So he took the initiative to attack the 2 demon wolves, intending to slash at their waists. But the demon wolf was cunning enough, constantly dodging attacks on its waist with its speed, and even using its head and back to take the Ashura's attacks head-on. The 3-headed demon wolf and Ashura fought fiercely, but before long, a crisp sound rang out. Ashura's right-hand sword snapped as it slashed at the demon wolf's back, and his other sword was also bent to near its limit. Seeing that the human's weapon was broken, the 3-eyed demon wolf howled even more ferociously and slowly approached Ashura. Ashura cursed his bad luck, then threw away the other knife and pulled the dagger Lanyu had given him from his right boot. This dagger was no ordinary weapon, it gleamed with a cold blue light and could cut through iron like mud. Ashura hadn't used it to fight the 3-headed beast because he was worried that the battle would end too quickly and wouldn't serve as a valuable training opportunity. He believed that based on his combat experience, he was far superior to the students in the academy, and few students could do better than him when surrounded by 3-headed, 3-eyed demon wolves. He glanced at the sky and saw that it was getting late. He decided to finish the fight before dark, so he licked his lips and prepared to deliver the fatal blow to the three beasts. Before he could retaliate, the three-headed, three-eyed demon wolf turned and fled as if it had been frightened. Ashura was completely baffled by what he was seeing. Could it be that these three beasts knew I was about to unleash a killing move and were scared away by my domineering aura? Before he could think about it, he suddenly felt the light dim and heard the sound of trees breaking behind him. Ashura quickly turned around and held his sword horizontally in front of him, but after seeing the scene behind him, he shouted "Damn it," and fled like the three-headed demon wolf using the wind-chasing and thunder-chasing technique. A 5-meter-tall, mountain-like level 5 magical beast, the Earth Bear, stood upright, staring at the human who had intruded into its territory. The Earth Bear roared and unleashed its innate skill, Gravity Mud. Monsters of level 5 and above all have innate skills. The Earth Bear's innate skill, Gravity Mud, creates a muddy effect with gravity suppression in an area of 100 meters around it. Any species weaker than it will be affected and become sluggish. The greater the difference in strength, the more severe the impact. Ashura, whose strength level was far lower than his, instantly felt as if a 1,000-pound burden was pressing down on him, causing his speed to decrease significantly. Ashura had read about the level 5 magical beast, the Earth Bear, in the books in the library. Normally, the probability of encountering such a powerful magical beast in the outer areas of the magical beast forest is extremely low. It's such a low probability that he encountered it, it's possible that the fight with the three-eyed demon wolf lured it over. Ashura felt a bitter taste in his mouth. For the first time, he felt his life was threatened. Looking at the Earth Bear rushing towards him on all fours, he knew that he would not be able to escape the Earth Bear's control area in this state. This can't go on. Rather than being caught up and torn apart from behind by sharp claws, it's better to fight to the death and see if there's any chance of survival. Ashura is not an indecisive person. Once he makes a decision, he takes a deep breath to dispel some of his inner fears. Suddenly turning around, he used his dagger as a blade to unleash the full power of the ascending tower blade technique, and with the full force of the chasing wind and lightning movement technique, he charged towards the Earth Bear. The giant bear chasing behind suddenly turned around and drew its sword to fight back when it saw the weak human in front of it. It was stunned at first, and the big head couldn't figure out what was going on. This was different from the behavior of the humans it had killed before. Before it could react, Ashura's first strike had already landed on its shoulder, the tip of the dagger slicing through its thick fur, and blood gushed out instantly. Although it only scratched the skin and did not cause any serious injury, it was enough to provoke the ferocity of the giant bear. This weak human had actually managed to hurt it. The Earth Bear roared so loudly that it made Ashura's eardrums ache and he even felt a little dizzy. But he dared not slacken, dodging the Earth Bear's claw and then slashing at the Earth Bear's body with a second and third blow. This time, he was unable to concentrate his attacks in one place. The Earth Bear's massive size and ferocious claw strikes made him busy dodging. In order to ensure that his sword momentum continued, he could only barely swing his sword to use the ascending tower sword technique on the Earth Bear. Ashura had already unleashed his 8th strike, his body already bearing wounds. The Earth Bear's claws had grazed him, leaving several bloody gashes. In such close combat, and with a significant level difference, Ashura had skillfully avoided fatal injuries. He was in a very bad state. Under the pressure of the gravity swamp, his vital energy was being consumed twice as fast as usual, and the blood loss caused by his injuries was also taking away his strength. Fortunately, he had enough magical power stored in his body to allow him to continuously use the wind-chasing and thunder-chasing movement technique. Ashura knew his chance lay in the final few strikes of the ascending tower sword technique. He could only execute the 16th strike so far, and had never yet unleashed the 18th. He didn't know if the power of those final strikes would give him a glimmer of hope. On the other hand, although the Earth Bear had several wounds, they were only superficial injuries. It was not known for its speed. The boy in front of it was as agile as a monkey, and its attacks always missed, which made it even angrier. But when Ashura unleashed his 9th strike, the Earth Bear shuddered. A numbing sensation, like being electrocuted, swept over its massive body. It realized that the human swordsmanship had suddenly become much more lethal. It knew it had to deal with the black-haired boy as soon as possible, so it raised its 2 front paws high and slammed them heavily onto the ground. The sudden slam of the Earth Bear on the ground nearly knocked Ashura over, causing him to stagger. In that moment of instability, the Earth Bear's right paw slammed down on him. Ashura underestimated the intelligence of this demonic beast. If he had dodged, he would have had a chance to avoid the claw attack. However, after making a dodging move, his sword technique for ascending the tower was interrupted on the 10th strike, and he never had the chance to use it again. In a flash, Ashura made a crazy decision. He swung his right hand in the 10th strike of his ascending tower saber technique, aiming for the Earth Bear's chest, while his left hand unleashed the strongest blow of his family's thunderclap fist to meet the Earth Bear's incoming right claw. Chapter 46: Fighting for Life. With a beastly roar, Ashura flew out and crashed into several large trees, using his sword to prop himself up and avoid falling. His left hand hung limply at his side, his left arm was broken and he could no longer fight. The Earth Bear also suffered a cut to its chest fur, with blood staining its fur, but it was not a fatal injury. The hidden force from the 3 thunderous sounds coming from its right claw only slightly blocked its claw strike. Apart from the claw feeling a little numb, it caused no damage. It was furious. No human it had ever seen had injured it so badly. It was determined to tear the human in front of it apart and bite off his head. But the clearly badly wounded Ashura charged at it again, knife in hand. Ashura knew its chances of winning were dwindling. It had no choice but to fight for its life. The 11th, 12th, 13th were swung out in quick succession. The Earth Bear's innate skill, gravity mud, has weakened considerably over time. Although Ashura is seriously injured, he becomes stronger with each battle. The surge of adrenaline was intensely stimulating his nerves, putting him in a state of high tension and concentration. This was the first time he had come so close to death. He had no other thoughts in his mind. He knew that if his offensive faltered, it would be his death. When Danglu unleashed his 16th strike, it slashed diagonally across the Earth Bear's right shoulder. The knife clearly struck the bone, a fatal wound. The roar of the Earth Bear clearly revealed its pain and rage. However, Ashura was already covered in blood. After unleashing the 16 blades of ascending the tower, his vital energy was almost completely depleted, and the several wounds on his body made him wince in pain with every movement. Ashura thought to himself, "Am I going to have to stay in this godforsaken place?" His right hand, which was raising the knife, was about to lower it when it suddenly stopped. He still had so many dreams to fulfill, his family was waiting for him to return home in glory, and he hadn't even kissed a girl yet. How could he die at the hands of this beast? Ashura and the Earth Bear roared together and charged at each other. Ashura leaped high into the air, channeling the last vestiges of his life force to unleash the 17th strike of his ascending tower technique, aiming for the Earth Bear's right eye. Meanwhile, the Earth Bear used its uninjured left paw to grab at the abdomen of the airborne Ashura. 2 sounds of flesh breaking rang out simultaneously. A dagger was stuck deep into the hilt of a blade in the left eye of the Earth Bear, and it flailed its claws wildly in pain, trying to pull the dagger out. Ashura knelt on the ground, clutching his abdomen with his right hand, blood gushing out. The Earth Bear's claws tore through the soft armor Magina had given him. Without this soft armor, that claw strike would have torn Ashura apart. Despite the soft armor protecting him, the full force of the level 5 magical beast still left a huge, palm-length wound on Ashura's abdomen. Ashura's fighting style was entirely about trading injury for injury. His plan was to risk injury to unleash his 17th strike and severely damage the Earth Bear. Ashura, seeing the Earth Bear writhing on the ground in agony, disregarded his own injuries and rushed to the bear, using his remaining right hand to unleash a thunder fist that struck the hilt of the knife stuck in the bear's left eye. With 3 muffled claps of thunder, the roar of the Earth Bear abruptly ceased, and its massive body lay sprawled on the ground, bleeding profusely. Ashura knelt on the ground, looking at the dead level 5 magical beast before him. After a long while, he suddenly burst into laughter, a release of his pent-up emotions after surviving a catastrophe. No one would believe that he, a novice martial arts student at the 3rd level, could have single-handedly killed a level 5 magical beast, the Earth Bear. But his laughter turned into a cry of pain. As the battle ended and his adrenaline subsided, waves of pain washed over him, almost causing him to faint. But he knew he couldn't afford to faint here. Any level 2 magical beast could easily take his life. Ashura bit the tip of his tongue to keep himself awake. He then bent down and stuffed the protruding part of his intestines back into his body. The injury to his abdomen was too severe, and he could feel his life force draining away. He quickly took out a few pills to stop the bleeding and heal the injury and swallowed them. Then, using his only functional right hand, he pulled out the dagger and searched through the Earth Bear's brain, finally finding a yellow magic core the size of a walnut. He wanted to laugh, but the pain prevented him from doing so. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and he saw stars. Ashura glanced at the corpse of the Earth Bear. A level 5 magical beast is a treasure trove, with its fur and bones all having great value, but Ashura knew he didn't have time to deal with the Earth Bear's carcass. He gritted his teeth and chopped off the 4 claws of the Earth-burst bear, storing them in his storage space. To do so, he also threw out the corpse of a level 4 magical beast to free up storage space. After doing all this, he immediately clutched his abdomen and staggered toward Triumph Town. The dizziness from excessive blood loss and the exhaustion from depleted blood and energy surged through his mind like waves. Ashura was now like a walking corpse, relying solely on his willpower to keep going. However, after about 2 hours of walking, he could no longer hold on and collapsed in the bushes near a grove of trees not far from Triumph Town, completely losing consciousness. It was getting dark, and shortly after Ashura fainted, a small mercenary team of a dozen or so people escorted several carriages slowly approaching from a distance. This is a small mercenary group transporting specialties from the monster forest, led by a middle-aged knight named John. The mercenary team wasn't particularly strong, which is why they took on this mission of transporting goods on the outskirts of the monster forest. Behind the middle-aged knight, on the carriage, was a bright young girl dressed in red. The girl was about 16 or 17 years old, with red lips and white teeth, and exceptionally fair skin. A black braid hung behind her. The young girl was driving the carriage and following the procession, standing out conspicuously among the mercenary group of rough men. The middle-aged knight in front glanced at the sky and then shouted to the mercenaries behind him, "That's enough for today. Let's set up camp here tonight and keep watch at the sentry posts." At the middle-aged knight's command, everyone cheered and stopped the car to set up camp, rest, and cook. The girl in red ran up to the middle-aged knight and said sweetly, "Godfather, I'm going to the woods to gather some firewood to cook." The middle-aged knight John patted the girl's head affectionately, telling her to be careful and come back soon. The girl agreed and turned to run into the woods. The girl is the orphan of Rambo, the vice-captain of the mercenary group. When she was born, her biological father Rambo sacrificed his life to save Captain John. John then took her in as his goddaughter and treated her as his own daughter. The mercenaries were also grateful for the kindness shown to their former vice-captain and took good care of the girl. The girl lost her father shortly after birth, and her mother also passed away early due to excessive grief. When John, the commander, adopted her, he named her Daphne. The girl had always loved wearing red clothes since she was a child, which made her fair skin and beautiful appearance even more striking. Several young men in the mercenary group were enamored with her, and even fought and were jealous of each other for her sake. When Xiao Daifei reached the edge of the woods, she didn't rush to gather firewood. Instead, she looked around first, and after making sure no one was there, she walked to a patch of grass behind a tree, unbuckled her belt, pulled down her pants, and squatted down to pee. In a group of rough-and-tumble mercenaries, going to the toilet every day is indeed a hassle. Just as Xiao Daifei had finished urinating, she suddenly felt something touch her bottom. The girl looked down and saw a blood-stained human hand beneath her fair buttocks in the dim light. A girl's scream echoed through the woods. Chapter 47: A Narrow Escape. Upon hearing the girl's cry of surprise, the mercenaries outside the woods, except for a few who stayed behind to guard the goods, all grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the woods where the girl was. Fortunately, Daifei pulled up her pants first after hearing the footsteps of the crowd, otherwise the girl would have been too embarrassed to show her face. Commander John, spear in hand, charged ahead to Davy's side. Seeing that his goddaughter was all right, he was relieved and asked Davy why she had exclaimed in surprise. Although Daifei is young, she has been traveling all over the country with the mercenary group for many years and can be considered a tough woman who has seen life and death. It was just too sudden that made her lose her composure. Seeing that everyone had arrived, she blushed with embarrassment. Then, she mustered up her courage and walked to the spot where she had urinated. Upon closer inspection, she saw a person lying in the grass. She immediately stepped forward and turned the fallen person over, then quietly moved the person's wet arm to the other side. But when the man turned over, he was startled to see that although he was young, he was covered in wounds of varying sizes, and the blood had almost completely soaked through his black samurai outfit. The palm-sized wound on his abdomen was particularly shocking, with part of his intestines already protruding from his body. Those around were all taken aback and understood why the girl had exclaimed in surprise. In their view, this young man must have been a young master from some small family who had come out to gain experience, and who had been seriously injured by the monsters in the forest and died here. They had seen too many corpses like this in the demon beast forest, but what kind of demon beast had injured him so badly? The crowd began to discuss it. But when the girl saw that it was someone about the same age as her, she felt a little reluctant and subconsciously reached out to touch Ashura's pulse on his neck. Then she exclaimed, "Godfather, he's still alive. There's still hope for him." Upon hearing this, Captain John immediately stepped forward and checked the boy's pulse. After carefully examining the unconscious boy's clothes, he concluded that the boy did not appear to be a villain or someone being chased by enemies. He then instructed the others to carry the unconscious boy back to the camp. Daifei instructed everyone to carry Ashura to the carriage where she usually rested, which was also considered her boudoir. The space wasn't large. Besides some of the mercenary group's belongings, there was a small bed where she usually rested and slept. For a small mercenary group like theirs, who had always traveled far and wide, having a small courtyard and a room that truly belonged to her was a long-held wish of the young girl. Since the mercenaries hadn't set up their tents yet, they had to carry Ashura to her little bed. Dai Fei herself also possesses some first aid skills and is responsible for caring for the wounded and treating their wounds within the mercenary group. She asked the other mercenaries to help get some hot water, and then she prepared to treat the unconscious boy. But at that moment, Commander John stopped her from getting into the car, frowning as he said, "Daughter, have you thought it through? We don't know him, so it's better to avoid trouble." After hearing this, Dai Fei glanced at the unconscious boy in his wet sleeves. Her face flushed red as she replied, "Godfather, I believe he's not a bad person. He was injured by a magical beast. If we don't save him, he won't survive the night. He's so young. I must save him." John nodded in agreement. His daughter's kindness was her most precious virtue. He simply told them to be careful and then went off to busy himself with setting up camp. Dai Fei took the basin of hot water handed to her and climbed into the carriage. She used scissors to cut open the unconscious boy's shirt and remove the damaged soft armor. Looking at the young and strong body of the unconscious boy in front of her, Dai Fei's face turned red to the roots of her ears. But seeing the wounds on the boy's body, she suddenly felt heartache. Dai Fei immediately shook her head and focused on treating Ashura's wounds, first wiping the blood off the boy's body with strong liquor. They stuffed the protruding intestines back into the boy's abdomen, and the boy seemed to wince slightly in pain. Upon seeing this, Dai Fei immediately became much gentler. She took out an embroidery needle from the cloth bag at her waist and plucked a strand of hair from her head to thread through the eye of the needle. She then stitched up Ashura's abdominal wound as if sewing clothes. Fortunately, the girl was quite skilled at needlework, and the stitched wound looked rather delicate. They also stitched up the other wounds that needed stitching, crushed the herbs and applied them to the wounds, then bandaged them with gauze. After setting the bed left arm back to its original shape and applying herbal bandages, the girl burst out laughing when she saw the boy covered in bandages. After the girl lifted the curtain of the carriage and stepped out carrying a basin full of blood, she noticed several young mercenaries from the mercenary group peeking around. When they saw her looking at them, they quickly turned away and pretended to be nonchalant. The girl disliked these immature peers and had heard that they had fought tooth and nail over her. It's as if she's treated like merchandise. Nobody asks how she feels. At this moment, a rather burly young man stepped forward and said, "Dai Fei, this stranger's origins are unknown. Since you saved him, you should let him leave quickly." Upon hearing this, Dai Fei immediately glared at the tall young man and said unhappily, "Can't you see how badly he's injured? He hasn't woken up yet. Since I saved him, I'll wait for him to recover." The tall young man immediately retorted, "But he's taking up your carriage. Where are you going to sleep tonight if he's here?" Dai Fei then understood why these young people had gathered here. She said angrily, "It's none of your business. I can just make do in the carriage tonight. You don't need to worry about me." After saying that, he picked up the basin and walked away. The few young people around him looked at each other, glared at the carriage with resentment, and then dispersed. That evening, the mercenaries sat around the campfire, eating a simple meal and boasting about everything under the sun. The young girl, Dai Fei, finished her dry rations early and returned to the carriage with a bowl of thin porridge. Several pairs of eyes around her followed her into the carriage, looking sad and disheartened. Dai Fei wanted to feed the unconscious boy some thin porridge, but the boy's tightly closed lips prevented him from eating. The girl hugged her knees and leaned against the carriage, watching the boy. This was the first time she had saved someone outside of a mercenary group. Watching her help the boy remove his soft armor, she had never seen such exquisite soft armor before. It was clearly not an ordinary item. But the wounds on the soft armor were shocking to her. What kind of monster could have caused such great damage? Why would someone so young choose to venture alone into the monster forest? The girl pondered this, then leaned against the carriage and fell asleep. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone into the carriage, the campfire in the camp had long since gone out, and the mercenaries had not yet gotten up to pack and set off. Ashura, who was lying in the carriage, suddenly twitched his fingers. As he opened his eyes, he reached for his sword in his storage belt. However, his left arm, which had just been fixed yesterday, dislocated again due to his subconscious movement. Ashura let out a soft cry of pain, a sound so faint it still woke the sleeping girl beside him, who was leaning against the car window. Chapter 48, Good Fortune Will Surely Follow. Dai Fei looked at the boy in front of her, who was covered in sweat due to weakness and pain. He exclaimed in surprise, "You're awake? You're incredibly lucky. Do you know how much your intestines came out yesterday? Luckily you found me. I saved you." Ashura had just woken up from his coma and instinctively wanted to reach for his knife to defend himself, but the wounds all over his body made him sweat profusely from the pain. Before he could figure out where he was, a bright young girl next to him started chattering away. Ashura's mind was completely blank, and he could only stare blankly at the girl looking down at him. Seeing that he didn't reply for a long time, Dai Fei reached out and touched Ashura's forehead again, saying to herself, "Were you originally mute, or did you lose your ability to speak after being injured?" Ashura stared speechlessly at the girl. He understood that it was this girl who had saved him, but he wasn't mute. He was about to say thank you. But his throat felt like it was on fire, and when he opened his mouth, he made a hoarse sound that was almost like a mute's. The girl looked at him with even more sympathy after seeing this, and before Ashura could speak again, she said, "So you really are mute? Don't worry, you're in our beta mercenary group now. How did you end up in the monster forest? What kind of monsters did you encounter? Where is your home? Are you coming with us, or should I help you find your family and send a message for them to come and get you?" Ashura was even more speechless when he heard that he was being treated as a mute. However, he thought to himself that he didn't know his current situation, and it might be safer to be a mute in an unfamiliar environment. So he simply kept quiet and tried to sit up, but every movement caused pain throughout his body, especially the wound in his abdomen, which started bleeding again. Upon seeing this, Dai Fei immediately stopped Ashura with displeasure, saying, "Don't move. Do you know how badly you're injured? Can you hear me? If you can, give me a response." Ashura nodded, his face full of shame. Dai Fei, on the other hand, said happily, "It's a good thing you're just a mute. Wait a minute, I'll go heat up some porridge for you." After saying that, she ran off in a flash. Ashura thought the girl was a bit too lively, but he was extremely grateful to her for saving his life. He knew that without her help, he would probably have been devoured by the monsters by now. Ashura used his uninjured right hand to reach his storage belt, took out several healing pills and swallowed them, intending to check his injuries. But he was suddenly stunned, because he realized that he had actually broken through, and his levels had both reached the first stage of Great Martial Master and the first stage of Great Magician. The characteristic of Ashura's dual cultivation of magic and martial arts is that he circulates the power of blood and magic elements through his meridians, so his martial arts level and magic level are interconnected, and he breaks through both simultaneously. Breaking through a major level is much more difficult than breaking through a minor level. Ashura came to the monster forest from the academy to train in order to break through a major level, and yesterday's life or death battle allowed him to achieve his goal. It seems that what instructor Yuanda said was right: the closer the battle is to life and death, the faster he can break through. Ashura carefully sensed the power of the Grand Martial Master and the Grand Magician. This time, the level breakthrough took much faster than he had expected. Although he is lying motionless in bed now, he believes that once he recovers, if he encounters the Earth Bear again, he will not only be able to kill it easily, but also escape unscathed without any problem. Before he could finish fantasizing about how powerful he was now and how he would bully Lan Yu and Mag Ina when he got back, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Captain John leaned in to take a look at Ashura lying there. Ashura also instantly became alert and looked at the middle-aged martial artist, both of them maintaining a guarded distance in their eyes. After a while, Commander John spoke first, saying, "You are the one my daughter, Davies, rescued last night." Ashura nodded to indicate that he understood. Commander John frowned and then said, "Where is your family from? I can send someone to inform your family to come and take you back." Ashura shook his head this time. Commander John frowned even more deeply. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Our beta mercenary group is heading to Pro City. Once you've recovered from your injuries, you must leave on your own. You should arrive in Pro City by the latest. Do you understand?" After listening, Ashura pondered for a moment, then nodded. He knew that Pro City was a large city southwest of St. Gobain City, not far from St. Gobain Academy, and he expected to arrive in about 10 days. He estimated that he would recover to about 70–80% in less than 10 days, and his Grand Martial Master level also increased his recovery speed. Seeing Ashura nod, Commander John lost interest in continuing the conversation. He turned and left the carriage to arrange for the team to depart, as the boys' injuries posed no threat to them. He believed that Ashura was a young nobleman who had run away from his family after a conflict, and possibly an unloved illegitimate son. Bringing him to Pro City was already doing him the best he could. Not long after he left, Dai Fei, a girl in red, jumped into the carriage with a bowl of thin porridge. Looking at the weak Ashura, she asked, "What did my godfather just say to you?" Ashura stared at her and shook his head. Dai Fei said uncertainly, "He didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Don't worry, we're all good people." Ashura remained silent, but this time he nodded. Seeing him nod, Daifei smiled more and handed the thin porridge to the boy, saying, "Have some porridge, it will help you regain some strength." Ashura was starving, but he couldn't sit up, and he couldn't hold the bowl with his other hand. Daifei noticed his predicament, gritted her teeth, blushed, scooped up a spoonful of porridge, and fed it to Ashura. Ashura didn't hesitate and drank the porridge. Seeing his expression, Daifei chuckled inwardly and continued to feed him the entire bowl of porridge, her face flushed, until he still seemed unsatisfied. Daifei covered her mouth and laughed, "You've just been seriously injured, eating too much won't help you recover. I'll treat you to meat buns once you're healed." Ashura's mood instantly improved when he saw the smiling girl in front of him, and he grinned with her. Over the next few days, the young girl Daifei drove the carriage with the group towards Pro City, chattering away to Ashura along the way. Ashura is now pretending to be mute and can only act as a listener, but the girl keeps talking non-stop about the interesting things she has experienced in her life. Sometimes Ashura wanted to meditate and cultivate, but the girl's incessant talking made it impossible for him to calm down. So he could only stare blankly at the ceiling of the carriage. The mercenary group traveled non-stop all day, taking a short break at noon to eat some dry rations before continuing their journey. Other mercenaries would often ride up to the carriage and tease Ashura. The gist of it was that he was a weakling and asked if he was awake yet. If he was awake, he should come out and stop hiding in the girl's bed, which made everyone laugh. Daifei was always the one who chased away these flirtatious mercenaries. Ashura could still sense several unfriendly gazes fixed on his carriage. Although there was no murderous intent, there was a lot of resentment in them. After setting up camp for the night, Daifei finished her meal early, then skipped back to the carriage with a simple meal to continue feeding Ashura. Then she hugged her knees and leaned against the carriage, continuing to talk to Ashura until she said she was sleepy and fell asleep sitting there. Only then did Ashura have a little time to meditate and cultivate. Ashura wondered if this girl had been mute before and only learned to speak yesterday, otherwise how could she have so much to say? 5 days passed in this way, filled with the girl's incessant laughter. On the morning of the 6th day, Ashura looked at the girl curled up asleep beside him. He slowly got up and walked out of the carriage. Chapter 49 The Mute Speaks. Ashura slowly stepped off the carriage without alerting Daisy and the other mercenaries. In the early morning, only 2 mercenaries were on guard outside the camp, yawning and keeping watch over the depths of the forest. Ashura's injuries had healed by half. He removed the bandages and looked at the wound on his abdomen that the girl had stitched up. The wound had healed, and the girl's stitched hair was embedded in the newly grown tender flesh. Ashura genuinely thought the stitching looked quite nice. "The broken bone in my left hand has healed, and although I can't use my left arm with full strength yet, I can move it freely." Ashura glanced at the wound on his abdomen again, feeling deeply saddened. He had truly been incredibly close to death at that moment, but thankfully his desperate fighting style ultimately brought him to victory. He believed that no other freshman in the academy could have done better than him back then, not even Monroe, the top freshman martial artist. Thinking of this, Ashura's confidence soared. He stretched out a big yawn, his bones cracking and popping. The past few days lying in the carriage had left him sore all over. Just then, a figure rushed out of the tent with a long spear and locked onto him. It must have been that his stretching motion was noticed. It was Commander John who came out. He was horrified to see Ashura standing in the middle of the camp, still stretching. He clearly saw the serious injuries the boy had suffered 5 days ago, yet the boy was able to walk on the ground in just a few days after such severe injuries, which was hard not to frighten him. Ashura saw Captain John gripping his spear tighter and tighter. He immediately gave a friendly smile and spread his hands to show that he meant no harm. Seeing his actions, Commander John did not lower his spear, but coldly asked, "Has your injury healed, sir?" Ashura smiled and shook his head after hearing this. Captain John continued, "If your injuries are not serious, please leave on your own. Our Beta mercenary group has no intention of getting involved in any disputes." After hearing this, Ashura understood Commander John's concerns. He first nodded and then shook his head. Before Commander John could ask any more questions, everyone in the camp heard the noise and came out to check the situation. When Daifei opened her eyes and found no one on the bed, she was startled. Then she heard voices outside and lifted the curtain to look out. When she saw the mute boy who had listened to her every day standing shirtless in the center of the camp, she happily jumped off the carriage and ran to his side, asking excitedly, "Mute, you're all better? You recovered so quickly? It seems I took good care of you." The girl was still chattering away. She didn't think as much as her godfather did. She was simply happy for Ashura's recovery. Ashura smiled at her and said, "Thank you." Daifei then replied nonchalantly, "Don't mention it, I just..." The girl suddenly stopped talking, staring wide-eyed at the black-haired boy in front of her. After a long while, she stammered, You're not mute? Ashura laughed loudly and said, I never said I was mute, you're the one who thinks I'm mute. The girl blushed deeply upon hearing this, stomped her foot, and ran back to her carriage. Upon seeing the girl's appearance, the older mercenaries burst into laughter, while the younger mercenaries glared at Ashura with hostility. Commander John asked Ashura again, Sir, what are your plans next? Hearing the question, which seemed to imply that he was being asked to leave, Ashura gave a wry smile and said, Commander John and my friends, first of all, I am grateful for your help. I am willing to pay a certain reward to repay your kindness this time. Secondly, my injuries haven't fully healed yet. I'd like to go to Pro City with you. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions, and I haven't gotten involved in any disputes. I'll leave on my own once we get to Pro City. John and the others exchanged glances after hearing this. John, as the leader of the group, pondered for a moment and then replied, You can come with us to Province. I hope what you say is true. The other person who saved you was Dai Fei. You just need to express your gratitude to her. Ashura smiled and nodded in agreement, but the girl in red, contrary to her usual behavior, hid inside the carriage and refused to show herself again. It wasn't until Commander John ordered the mercenary team to set off that the girl in red, Daisy, reluctantly stepped out of the carriage and sat at the front to drive it. Ashura didn't go into the carriage again, but casually sat down on the side next to her, watching Dai Fei drive the carriage forward. Ashura couldn't help but laugh when he saw the girl pouting so high, and then asked, You've been talking so much these past few days, your mouth never stopped, how come you've become mute now? The girl, Dai Fei, ignored him completely and turned her head away from him. Ashura is quite experienced in coaxing girls. He had coaxed Lan Yu and Magina quite a bit back in the academy. With a quick glance, he took out a snack that Naoe had given him when he left the academy, a juicy, long, thin plant fruit coated with royal jelly from the level 4 magical beast, the Tukubi Queen, from his storage belt. Ashura doesn't usually eat snacks, nor does he want to throw away the points earning food, which is why it's come in so useful now. He held the sweet-smelling snack to the girl Dai Fei's lips. Dai Fei's eyes were immediately glued to the snack. The girl had never seen such a treat before, and the sweet aroma alone told her it was incredibly delicious. But she didn't reach out to take it. Her upbringing and manners wouldn't allow her to accept gifts from others so easily. Ashura said sincerely, Eat it. You are my savior. This is part of my reward to you. I will not harm you. Trust me. After hearing this, the young girl Dai Fei bit her lip and said arrogantly, I saved you not for any reward or compensation. It's just that you weren't meant to die. Besides, I'm not afraid of you at all. I'm a third Dan samurai. If you have any bad intentions, humph. After saying that, the girl waved her little fist. Ashura immediately shrugged, indicating that he knew what was going on, and then handed the snack covered in royal jelly to Dai Fei. The girl was still struggling with her thoughts. After glancing at Ashura, she said, You're really wicked. You lied to me and said you were mute. I only told you so many of my secrets because you were mute. I thought the mute wouldn't reveal my secret, but you weren't so annoying when you were lying motionless in the train carriage. Ashura was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this, and repeatedly begged for forgiveness, saying, All right, it's all my fault. I was really too injured to speak at the time. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else what you told me. Please forgive me, this snack is my apology. Hearing his attempt to appease her, Dai Fei, the young girl, stopped being angry. She gave a soft snort, reached out and took the snack, and eagerly took a bite. The sweet taste filled her mouth. She had never eaten such a delicious snack before. The girl's eyes narrowed into crescent moons with happiness as she ate snacks. Ashura had seen this expression on Fatty Naoe before, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The girl guessed he was laughing at her from his teasing expression. She blushed slightly, shook her little fist, and then threw the carriage reins to Ashura. Grabbing the snacks, she jumped off the carriage and called out to Commander John after a few leaps, wanting to share the snacks with her foster father. When Captain John learned that the snacks were from Ashura, he hesitated, but he couldn't resist his daughter's coaxing and took a bite of this delicacy he had never seen before. The girl, Dai Fei, then returned to the carriage that Ashura was riding in. She did not take back the reins, but let Ashura continue to drive the carriage while she ate sweet snacks in small bites. The girl resumed her usual talkativeness, chattering away incessantly. Ashura would play along and joke with her, telling jokes that made the girl burst into laughter. The young mercenaries around him were nearly crushing the reins in their hands. They wished they could replace Ashura. Such a pleasant conversation with a young girl only exists in the dreams of these young people. Chapter 50 Black Wind Mercenary Group. Ashura and Dai Fei chatted as they drove the carriage. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was time to set up camp for the night. The two talked a lot along the way. For example, Ashura asked their mercenary group why they chose the more dangerous route to the outer edge of the monster forest. Daifei replied that their mercenary group could only accept missions with limited commissions. Taking the route around the outer edge of the Warcraft forest would save time and reduce the exploitation by city officials, allowing everyone to earn more money to support their families. Ashura then asked the girl what her wish was. Daifei said that her dream was to own a shop in a city and sell delicious food. She believes that being able to eat delicious food is the happiest thing in the world. But when Ashura asked her what kind of food she could sell, she said she didn't know. Until today, the only delicious food she thought was meat buns sold in the city. But today, after eating the royal jelly snacks that Ashura gave her, her understanding was completely overturned. Daifei only asked the question she most wanted to know: what was the boy's name? And why did he come to this place? Ashura did not evade her question and told the girl that his name was Ashura, that he came from the distant country of Alai, and that he had come here to train himself and increase his strength. He did not reveal his identity as a Saint Gabain student. At noon, Ashura took out another snack for Daifei, but the girl shook her head and refused this time. First, she thought the snack must be expensive. Secondly, she was afraid that if she got used to these delicious foods, she would be sad if she couldn't eat them anymore. When Ashura saw Daifei like this, he was immediately reminded of his sister, Azia, and the two shared the same kindness and gratitude. He was also a little homesick, wondering if his family members were doing well. When they set up camp for the night, Ashura ate around the campfire just like everyone else. Every mercenary had a loud voice. One of them, a bearded mercenary named Taylor, asked Ashura what kind of monster had scratched him. Ashura replied shyly, "I didn't see clearly what kind of magical beast injured me. After I was injured, I just ran away as fast as I could." His answer made everyone burst into laughter. Taylor teased him a few more times, but he didn't get angry and chatted and joked with the mercenaries. But trouble soon came knocking. Several young mercenaries surrounded him, saying they wanted to spar with him. Beside her, Daifei, like a protective mother hen, stood in front of Ashura with her hands on her hips, scolding the young people to leave. Ashura simply smiled faintly and said, "My strength is limited, and I am now seriously injured. I'll just admit defeat." Seeing that he backed down, the young men felt they had gained enough face, made a few sarcastic remarks to him, and then dispersed. Daifei, however, kicked him in anger at his lack of ambition, and sat back down in her previous seat. On the king's continent, the strong are always revered. The bearded Tyler handed Ashura a flask. Ashura glanced at the flask and took a big gulp. The murky, strong liquor made him cough, and everyone burst into laughter again. Taylor hooked his arm around Ashura's shoulder and asked if this weakling was still a virgin. He said he'd find a prostitute he knew in the next town to take his virginity. Daffy angrily snatched the flask from his hand and returned it to Taylor. Only Commander John remained silent, secretly observing Ashura. He had a feeling that this young man was not simple after all. He was so badly injured that he definitely couldn't get out of bed now. When everyone had finished eating, chatted, and gone to rest, Daifei suddenly became hesitant. Ashura just smiled and didn't say anything. He went to find a big tree next to the fire, leaned against it, and pretended to be resting. This relieved both Daisy and Commander John, who was watching him from a distance. Daisy lowered her head and pondered for a moment before running back to the carriage, bringing out the blankets that Ashura had used to cover himself, and handing them to him. With a flushed face, she said, "Your injury hasn't healed yet, and the ground is damp. You can use this blanket." Ashura said, "How could I possibly use your bedding?" But he immediately took the bedding and spread it out on the bed. Seeing his shameless behavior, Daifei really wanted to kick him a couple of times. She said angrily, "Since you've already dirted it, I won't cover myself with it unless I wash it." After saying that, she turned around and went back to the carriage. Ashura watched the girl's departing figure, but only smiled and said nothing. The bedding was covered with bloodstains, left behind when she saved him, and he remembered them all. He estimated that the girl didn't have a second set of bedding to change into, and he would make up for it when they arrived in Pro City. He then leaned against a big tree, covered himself with a blanket, and entered a meditative state. He was used to meditating all night like this. He was still full of energy and showed no signs of fatigue the next day, and he was able to accumulate a lot of magical elements, so he didn't want to slack off even for a night. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the trees and shone on Ashura's face, he slowly opened his eyes and stretched. Feeling the surging power within him after his advancement, he was really excited to try out the new realm of power of Grand Martial Master and Grand Magician. He felt that he was several times stronger than before. His internal injuries have recovered by nearly 60%, and his wounds have almost completely healed. Yesterday, Dai Fei asked him why his injuries recovered so quickly, and he said that his family's traditional medicine for treating injuries had miraculous effects. He even gave some to the girl. The girl accepted the medicine with great joy, saying that it would be of great use to their mercenary group and could save several lives. As the mercenaries emerged from their tents to pack their gear and prepare to depart, Ashura reached out to help them pack, and they returned his kindness with smiles. Of course, a few middle-aged mercenaries were also joking around with him, this weakling, while cleaning him up. Ashura also followed their example, constantly greeting the female relatives of the mercenaries. Amidst the laughter and scolding of the crowd, everyone finished packing up the camp and set off on their journey again. As usual, Ashura plopped down in Davies's carriage, holding a piece of jerky he'd swiped from Big Beard Taylor. He broke off half of the jerky and handed it to the girl. The girl didn't hesitate to take the jerky and, while eating it, scolded him for learning bad things from those mercenaries. The few young mercenaries around him were itching with hatred and decided that they had to spar with this black-haired kid tonight no matter what. As the procession continued until noon, before Commander John could even order a meal and rest, Ashura, sitting in the carriage, suddenly twitched his ears. He then shifted his body sideways on the carriage, blocking Dai Fei's path. At the same time, several whooshing sounds rang out, and Captain John shouted a warning, "Watch out for enemy attack." No sooner had he finished speaking than the two mercenaries were shot off their horses by arrows. Fortunately, they were not seriously injured. The mercenaries immediately raised their shields and formed a battle formation to meet the enemy. Judging from their practiced movements, this was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. At the same time, more than 30 burly men armed with weapons sprang out from the woods. Judging from their clothes and appearance, these men were definitely not good people. A burly man in black iron armor, who was the leader of the group, walked out laughing and shouted arrogantly, "You pass through our Black Wind mercenary group's territory without paying a toll? How can you be so ignorant? Do you want to die here and be fed to the monsters?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Beta mercenary group all changed their expressions. They had heard of the Black Wind mercenary group's reputation. They were a group of inhuman bandits. They specialize in burning, killing, and looting in the monster forest. Their leader, Kid, is a powerful Grand Marshal Master of the first level, a level higher than their Captain John, who is a Grand Marshal Master of the third level. Everyone instantly felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 51. I shouldn't have provoked her. Commander John's expression turned grave upon hearing this. Then, in a humble tone, he said, "Gentlemen, we are from the Beta mercenary group. We are just passing through this area. We hope that Commander Kid will do us a favor. We are willing to use part of our commission to treat the brothers of the Black Wind mercenary group to drinks." Upon hearing this, the Black Wind mercenary group on the other side laughed even more wildly, and their leader, Kid, arrogantly said, "Since you know my name, you must understand how big my appetite is. Quickly bring out your gold and silver treasures to pay tribute to our brothers." The members of the Beta mercenary group were extremely angry and frustrated, but there was nothing they could do. They were no match for the Black Wind mercenary group in terms of strength, and they understood their leader's intentions. It was just a matter of paying money to avoid further trouble. Commander John looked dejected and resolute, and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "We are transporting a shipment of goods to Pro City, consisting of herbs and other items from the monster forest. The total cost is 100 gold coins. The employer gave us 50 gold coins as a deposit. I am willing to hand over all 50 gold coins in exchange for our safe journey." The members of the Beta mercenary group were both shocked and helpless upon hearing this. They fully understood their leader's actions, but their hard work over the past 2 months was about to be ruthlessly plundered. But Kid, the leader of the Black Wind mercenary group, spat out a mouthful of scorn and said, "Do you think I'm a beggar? 50 gold coins aren't even enough for us brothers to have a good time at the brothel in the city for 2 days. Hand over all 100 gold coins." After hearing this, Captain John suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "The employer only gave us 50 gold coins as a deposit. We took this route through the outer edge of the monster forest to save money. Now we're giving you all 50 gold coins. The remaining 50 gold coins can only be received after we deliver the goods in Pro City. Does Commander Kid intend to come with me to Pro City to collect them?" Commander Kid snorted heavily after hearing this. Of course, he wouldn't dare go to Pro City to get those 50 gold coins. He was still on the city's wanted list. Not to mention the city lord of Pro City, whose strength is unfathomable. Even a random general in the city would be someone he couldn't contend with. He glanced sideways at Commander John and said rudely, "Consider yourselves lucky, you bunch of poor bastards, that you left 50 gold coins and all the horses. I'll spare your lives this time. The members of the Beta mercenary group were in an uproar upon hearing this. Horses were more precious than their lives. How could they transport goods without horses? This undoubtedly cut off their livelihood, so the crowd immediately voiced their angry opposition with great passion. Ashura was still observing the development of the situation. He had previously thought that it would be best to lose money to avoid disaster. Once he arrived in Pro City, he would sell the items in his spatial belt and then give the Beta mercenary group 50 gold coins. It's better to avoid trouble, but I never expected that this Black Wind mercenary group would be so ruthless, even trying to steal our horses. Before Ashura could react, Daifei suddenly appeared behind him, holding a longbow and pointing it diagonally at the Black Wind mercenary group opposite him, shouting, "Godfather, we can't agree to them. Without horses, our Beta mercenary group will have nothing. How will we take on any more missions? Let's fight them." As soon as she shouted these words, Ashura sighed inwardly, and Captain John also nervously scolded her to return to the rear of the group. But the bandits of the Black Wind mercenary group opposite them stared wide-eyed. They hadn't expected to find such a beautiful young woman in their group, and she seemed to be a virgin. Leader Kid leered at Daifei, clicking his tongue in amazement. "I never thought I'd find such a gorgeous young lady in this desolate wilderness. You don't need to hand over the horses. Just give me 50 gold coins and this young lady so I can ride them for a few days. Isn't that more exciting than riding a horse?" "Ha ha." The surrounding bandits chimed in. "Boss, once you've tamed this little red horse, let the brothers have some fun too. We've been itching to get off." Leader Kid laughed and cursed. "Gasang, you bastard, your thing is practically growing mushrooms, and you still dare to mess with my woman? You should go find your widow lover in the town ahead." Hearing the Black Wind mercenary group's foul language, the members of the Beta mercenary group's expressions changed drastically, but they simply hid Daifei behind their backs, and no one was willing to back down. Everyone waited for the commander's order with the determination to die. Commander John even raised his spear, ready to fight Kid to the death. Suddenly, Daifei remembered something. While crying, she turned to look at Ashura, who was leaning against the carriage watching the show, and whispered, "When the fighting starts, run behind me, run as far away as possible, and I'll hold off these bandits for you." Ashura looked at the girl who was crying like a little kitten and smiled helplessly. It seemed that she couldn't keep a low profile even if she wanted to. He then jumped off the carriage and, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, slowly walked to the front of the procession. Everyone looked at the weakling in the group with confusion, wondering what he was up to. Several familiar mercenaries called for him to stop, but he didn't respond. Daifei turned pale and tried to pull her back, but the mercenaries around her didn't dare let her go forward and instead shielded her behind them. Even the Black Wind mercenary group, who were still spewing profanities, looked at the tall young man walking towards them with puzzled expressions. As the black-haired boy walked, he muttered to himself, "I didn't want to fight because my injuries hadn't healed yet, but you guys just had to bully her? That's a lovely girl I haven't even been able to touch, so you guys deserve to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Ashura unleashed his full power in the wind-chasing and thunder-chasing movement technique, charging towards Leader Kid. This was the first time he had used the wind-chasing and thunder-chasing movement technique at full power since advancing to the Great Martial Master level. He approached Leader Kid as swiftly as a bolt of lightning. Leader Kid was also shocked. He did not expect that this seemingly weak boy would have such terrifying strength. He was also a first-level Grand Martial Master, but he only knew one set of green-level movement techniques. As the lightning-enhanced wind chaser and lightning-chasing movement technique closed in, he could only raise his hands to protect his chest. Ashura unleashed a powerful thunder fist with his right hand, striking Kid's arm. Kid felt an immense force strike him, causing his arms to go numb and forcing him to stagger back several steps. Before he could even react, 3 muffled thunderclaps exploded in front of his chest. The internal force of the thunderclap fist directly passed through his arms and armor and slammed into his chest. Kid immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering minor internal injuries. Just as Leader Kid was about to reach for his knife to retaliate, a powerful hand grabbed his throat and lifted him up. He struggled, his face contorted in terror, trying to pry open the hand that was choking him, kicking his legs wildly. The Ashura holding him up said calmly, "Black Wind Mercenary Group? I hate organizations with black in their names." As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm was summoned from the sky and struck Kid, who was being lifted into the air. All that was seen was a bright flash and a clap of thunder. Leader Kid, just like his black armor, was charred black and emitted a faint wisp of smoke. Ashura casually tossed the lifeless Leader Kid back to the ground, then wiped his right hand on his clothes as if it were dirty. He then looked at the stunned Black Wind Mercenary Group members around him. He grinned wickedly and said, Aren't you going to run? Then you can all stay here. Chapter 52, Dividing the Spoils. After a short while, Ashura pulled out the dagger that was stuck in the back of a member of the Black Wind mercenary group and scanned the corpses of bandits scattered on the ground around him. He flashed what he thought was a bright smile at the terrified members of the Beta mercenary group in the distance. But everyone broke out in a cold sweat when they saw his smile, especially the middle-aged mercenaries who often teased him. They hadn't lost their fighting spirit when they first met the Black Wind mercenary group, but now, seeing the sickly boy they had lived with day and night for several days, his terrifying strength and ruthless methods made their legs tremble. The young mercenaries who intended to spar with Ashura were filled with fear. The black-haired boy who always appeared weak seemed even more terrifying than the magical beasts in the monster forest. Captain John had just helped Ashura kill 3 members of the Black Wind mercenary group. He had guessed that the young man was quite strong, and had been watching the carriage's movements intentionally or unintentionally, but he never expected it to be so terrifying. He was extremely nervous, fearing that the boy might harm their Beta mercenary group again, and they would be no different from the corpses on the ground. The only one who was extremely excited was Dai Fei. The girl was shouting excitedly, but she was also a little afraid of the corpses at the boy's feet and did not dare to go forward. Ashura, without any airs, glanced around and, finding no survivors, strolled toward the Beta mercenary group. However, the group inadvertently took a step back as he approached. Only Dai Fei skipped and jumped towards Ashura, but when she got closer, she saw that he was covered in blood and curled her lips in disgust. He handed him a handkerchief to wipe the blood off his body, then looked at Ashura with eyes full of admiration. As Ashura wiped away the bloodstains, he whispered to Dai Fei, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and tell your godfather to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. What are you all standing there for?" Upon hearing this, Dai Fei's eyes lit up, and she immediately ran to Commander John and whispered a few words to him. Commander John hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Ashura. Seeing that the boy wasn't even looking at him, he gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to clean up the battlefield. After hearing this, all the mercenaries glanced at Ashura before starting to bury the body and collect the spoils of war. About half an hour later, Ashura changed into clean clothes and crawled out of the carriage. He looked at the spoils piled up like a small mountain next to the carriage and was a little confused. The mercenaries watched the carriage from a distance, and the young girl, Daphne, was pulled behind John by the captain. She was so angry that she didn't say a word, as if she had been given a gag order. Captain John said, "Lord Ashura, thank you for your help just now. Our Beta mercenary group will remember it. Here are all the spoils of war. We have collected them all for you, and you can take them all." Ashura was speechless for a moment after hearing this. He glanced at Daphne, who was making faces at him from behind John. He said, half laughing and half crying, "Commander John, please don't be so formal with me. Daphne saved my life, and everyone has taken good care of me. It's only right that I do my part in today's situation. I won't keep these spoils, I'll distribute them among my brothers as a way of thanking you all for helping me these past few days." John wanted to say something more, but Ashura waved his hand to stop him from continuing, and instead told Daisy that he was going to take a nap and to call him for dinner. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the carriage. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries in the distance could not contain their joy. No longer afraid, they swarmed to the carriage to grab the spoils of war. The young girl, Dai Fei, also ran towards the spoils of war, but she had just reached out and grabbed a few items when she was pushed to the back by the burly mercenary behind her. The girl was so angry that she started yelling and rolled up her sleeves, ready to charge into the crowd again. Luckily, Captain John shouted, "Distribute equally, no looting." This restored order to the chaotic crowd. Meanwhile, Ashura was hiding in the carriage, covered with a blood-stained blanket, but he was sweating profusely. The intense exercise just now seemed to have reopened the wound in his abdomen. But he was still very excited, because he had almost instantly killed a strong opponent of the same level. As expected, Instructor Yuan De had not lied to him. The more one cultivates magic and martial arts, the more powerful one becomes in the later stages. One is almost invincible among those of the same level and can even kill opponents of higher levels. How could he not be excited? Dai Fei excitedly lifted the curtain of the carriage and walked in, not caring whether Ashura was asleep or not. She started chattering excitedly as soon as she came in. One moment she was saying that Ashura was so cool just now. Nobody expected that he was so powerful at such a young age. He vented her anger and saved the Beta mercenary group. Then he asked why a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and killed Captain Kidd when he mentioned him. He then mentioned that they had just divided the loot equally, with each person receiving items worth nearly 20 gold coins, potentially 2 years' worth of income for each of them. Everyone was very grateful to him. Commander John has acquired a spatial storage belt, which will make transporting supplies much more convenient for them in the future. Ashura was afraid she would see his embarrassment, so he tried his best to calm himself down and put on the air of a master. He was also happy that Dai Fei could still believe in him so unconditionally. He listened as the girl drove along, talking about her spoils of war, until they arrived at their campsite for the night. Ashura stepped out of the carriage. He could clearly sense that the mercenaries were working even harder. When everyone saw him come out, they unconsciously stopped what they were doing and just stared at him, instead of avoiding or backing away as they had done before. Ashura smiled calmly and walked to the newly lit fire, shouting at the bearded mercenary tailor, "Quickly bring me your precious wine jug, shouldn't you buy me a drink?" Hearing Ashura's words, the surrounding mercenaries relaxed. Taylor quickly handed him his flask, and Ashura, as usual, took a big gulp of strong liquor. He's also started to enjoy drinking strong liquor like rum. The burning sensation as he swallows it sends shivers down his spine, and he likes that feeling. Seeing that the boy was still as approachable as before, Taylor was no longer so reserved. After a few drinks, he insisted on taking Ashura to the best brothel in Pro City for some fun. He also acquired spoils worth more than 20 gold coins in the afternoon, and the camaraderie among the mercenaries was genuine and intense. Before long, everyone patted their chests and promised that when they arrived in Pro City, they would take Ashura to brothels one by one. As they talked, they started comparing which of their lovers was better in bed, arguing so heatedly that they were almost about to come to blows. In reality, these mercenaries who risk their lives don't have that much extra money to go to brothels. Most of them just go to the brothels in the slums for a quick fling. 20 gold coins might not even be enough to cover the cost of a meal in those large brothels. Ashura was happy to chat and joke with these rough men, and before he knew it, it was time to rest again. Ashura patted the dust off his buttocks. He strolled over to Dai Fei's carriage and, amidst the amused gazes of the crowd, slipped into the carriage. Commander John, standing by the fire, gritted his teeth, picked up the rifle beside him, and prepared to rush into the carriage. Before anyone could stop Commander John, Ashura emerged from the carriage carrying a set of blood-stained bedding. He glanced at Commander John, a glance that sent a chill down Commander John's spine. Ashura spread the bedding around the fire where he had been sitting, intending to continue his meditation all night. He recalled the girl's panicked and shy expression when he went into the carriage to get the bedding. Ashura found it hilarious just thinking about it. Chapter 53 Gold Lion Trading Company. And so, in the midst of everyone's relaxed days of chatting and laughing, the Beta mercenary group finally arrived at their destination, Pro City. Looking at the majestic city gate, Dai Fei was not in a good mood and spent the whole morning with a sullen face. Ashura didn't say much. After all, they had come this far and were about to part ways, but he wanted to do something for Dai Fei before he left. As soon as they entered the city gate of Pro City, Commander John spurred his horse to Ashura's carriage and said, "Lord Ashura, we are going to hand over goods in a while. Could you wait for me in the central square of Pro City?" Ashura assumed they didn't want him to see the employer during the handover of goods, so he readily agreed and said he also had something to discuss with Captain John. And so Ashura said to Dai Fei, the girl who deliberately turned her head away from him, "See you later." He jumped off the carriage and walked to the other end of the street. Dai Fei pursed her lips to stop the tears from flowing, and looked ahead as the carriage led the way for the procession. Commander John sighed softly and urged his horse to catch up. After Ashura left the group, he headed towards the market in Pro City. He then pulled out his black cloak, pulled the hood over his head, and hid his youthful face in the shadow of the hood. Just as he reached the market entrance, a thin, middle-aged man strode up to him, bowed deeply, and said, "Sir, are you here at the market to buy or sell something? I am Hughes, a local who has lived here for over 30 years. I can provide you with all the information and services you need in Pro City. Just pay me 10 silver coins for my hard work." Ashura didn't rush to reply, but instead sized up the shrewd man named Hughes. Although Hughes couldn't see the face of the person in front of him, he always felt that the eyes under the straw hat could see through people's hearts, which made him feel a lot of pressure. After a moment, a hoarse voice said, "I want to both sell and buy things. I can give you 20 silver coins, but you have to let me sell at a high price and buy at a low price. Do you understand what I mean? Don't make me unhappy. If I'm unhappy, believe me, you definitely won't be happy either." Ashura deliberately lowered his voice to intimidate the man who had taken the initiative to talk to him. He knew that if he showed any weakness, he would be seen as a lamb to the slaughter. The gaunt man named Hughes bowed even lower, ignoring the sweat dripping from his forehead, and readily agreed, "Don't worry, sir, I will serve you wholeheartedly and make you satisfied." After speaking, Hughes slightly raised himself and humbly asked Ashura, "Sir, would you like to buy or sell something first?" Ashura thought for a moment and said, "First, let's sell some level 4 magical beast pelts and corpses. Also, if the price of level 4 magic cores is right, we can sell them too." Upon hearing this, the gaunt man, Hughes, immediately replied, "Then let's go to Gold Lion Trading Company to make the transaction." "Rest assured, sir, Gold Lion Trading Company always offers fair prices." Ashura was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, not expecting to encounter the family business of the dormitory leader. However, he then realized that Gold Lion was one of the 4 major merchant houses in the King's continent, so it was perfectly normal for it to have a branch in Pro City. He was very happy to sell it to Gold Lion Trading Company, so he had Hughes lead the way. When Hughes led into the outside of a magnificent 3-story shop, Ashura secretly marveled at how large the Kanazawa family's business had become. Upon entering the store, the interior decorations became even more magnificent, with various goods displayed on the counter shelves for customers to choose from, and the store was bustling with people and a large flow of customers. Ashura suppressed his curiosity and didn't look around, because he noticed that Hughes, who was leading the way, was also looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. Not long after they entered the shop, a shop assistant approached them to inquire about their needs. Upon learning that they were there to buy level 4 monster materials, the shop assistant led the two to a private room on the first floor and respectfully knocked on the door 3 times. Only after hearing the reply from inside did he respond to the two, saying, "Our appraiser from Gold Lion is here, and the seller can now go in to complete the transaction." After hearing this, Ashura glanced at Hughes, who immediately bowed and said, "I'll be waiting for you at the door." Ashura nodded in satisfaction and casually tossed 2 silver coins into Hughes's arms. Hughes immediately caught the coins, beaming with joy and praising the master's generosity. Ashura stepped into the private room and saw a wealthy-looking old man with a white beard sitting opposite him. Ashura bowed slightly in greeting, and the old man simply responded and told him to bring out the magical beasts for the trade. Without further hesitation, Ashura took out all the level 4 magical beast corpses from his storage belt space. There were 8 magical beast corpses in total, 6 hides, a jumble of bones, teeth and other materials, and some herbs. He placed them all on the long table in front of the old man. The old man then looked directly at the man in black robes, even though the man hadn't spoken a word or removed his hood since entering. But the old man, being shrewd and experienced, had seen all sorts of people. Judging from the black-robed man's exposed hand as he took the item, the man must not be very old. The wounds on these magical beasts indicate that they were inflicted by the same person with a knife. The young man who could kill so many level 4 magical beasts alone in the magical beast forest must be no ordinary person. The old man's attitude had improved considerably, and he said with a smile, "Young man, I see that every magical beast has a hole in its head. How was your luck? Did you find any magic cores? If so, bring them all together and sell them. The price will definitely satisfy you." Ashura stiffened slightly upon hearing this, and the old man smiled knowingly. Ashura cursed under his breath, calling himself an old fox, and then took out 3 level 4 magic cores from his spatial belt. The old man nodded in satisfaction when he saw that there were 2 earth-type magic cores and 1 water-type magic core. He then examined the quality of the monster's corpse with his hand, pondered for a moment, and said, "I'll give you a round number of 300 gold coins for all of these. As for the level 4 magic cores, 2 earth-type cores will cost 300 gold coins each, and 350 gold coins for the water-type core. What do you think?" After listening for a moment, Ashura took out 4 bear paws from his spatial ring and placed them on the table. Upon seeing the giant bear's paws, the old man behind the table immediately sat up straight, measured the size of the paws with his hands, and knew that this was an adult giant bear. The old man took another look at the young man hiding in the cloak. A young man who could kill a level 5 magical beast was an elite existence on this continent. The old man chuckled and said, "Young man, you're remarkable. You actually managed to slay a level 5 magical beast. As for the other materials, bring them out. I can offer you 1,000 gold coins for a level 5 magic core." Ashura simply shook his head. Seeing that he was still so cautious, the old man found the young man amusing and laughed heartily. "These will be 1,500 gold coins for you, how about it?" With that, the old man stretched out his right hand. Upon seeing this, Ashura extended his right hand and shook hands with the old man, signifying the confirmation of the transaction. The old man then instructed his men to count the items, thus settling the accounts and settling the money. The old man took a crystal card from his subordinate and said with a smile, "This is a crystal card issued by the 4 great empires. It can store gold coins. There are already 2,750 gold coins stored here. You can withdraw the gold coins at the Imperial Bank or spend them in the shops at any time. Ashura reached out and took the crystal card, seeing a value of 2,750 on it, something he'd heard of but never seen before. However, he figured Gold Lion wouldn't try to cheat him over such a small amount of gold, otherwise, he'd have asked his boss, Jinza, for reimbursement. Ashura replied solemnly, "Thank you." He then said goodbye, turned around and left the private room, intending to leave the Gold Lion Trading Company with Hughes. But a voice called out from behind, "Please wait, sir." Chapter 54, Keeping a Mistress. When Ashura heard the voice calling out to him, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. But after looking around, he loosened his fists from his sleeves, slowly turned around and glanced behind him. The person who called out to him was a middle-aged man in a suit, who gave the first impression of being refined and cultured. The middle-aged man stepped forward and said with a smile, "Hello, sir. I am Pato, the person in charge of Jinlalai Trading Company in Pro City. I heard from my subordinates that you just completed a transaction with us. Here I am giving you a blue-level VIP card from Gold Lion stores. From now on, you will receive better prices and services when you make transactions at Gold Lion stores." After hearing this, Ashura understood the middle-aged man's intention and reached out to accept the blue-level VIP card, bowing slightly to the middle-aged man to express his gratitude. After hesitating for a moment, he said in a low voice, "Mr. Pato, thank you for the VIP card. I may have to come and trouble you again later." This statement startled Pato, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "Gold Lion welcomes you anytime, and I will do my best to provide you with service." Ashura suddenly realized that there was a reason why Gold Lion Trading Company could grow so big with such service. It would be hard not to get rich. After Ashura left the Gold Lion Trading Company, Hughes immediately stepped forward and asked eagerly, "Sir, what are your next needs?" Ashura replied without hesitation, "How much would it cost to buy a well-located shop in Pro City? It doesn't need to be big, but preferably with a second floor or a backyard where people can live." After listening, Hughes pondered for a while before looking up and saying, "Sir, there are basically no shops in good locations in Pro City that are selling them, but there is a grain and oil shop that might be able to sell them. Because the shop owner's son owes a lot of gambling debts, the shop owner is almost desperate, but he is still hesitant about whether to sell the shop. I heard that he intends to sell the shop and move to another city to develop his business." Ashura was intrigued by this, as these street thugs were usually the most well-informed about such matters. However, he showed no reaction and continued in a mysterious tone, "What do you think of this shop? How much do you expect the owner to sell it for?" Hughes immediately patted his chest and assured him, "The location of that shop is really good, with a small courtyard in the back and about 3 or 4 rooms, which will definitely meet your requirements. As for the price, I think it should be around 400 gold coins, because the shopkeeper's son owes the casino nearly 400 gold coins." After listening, Ashura pondered for a moment, then said to Hughes, "Then it's 400 gold coins. I don't care how much you pay to buy the shop, I'll give you 400 gold coins, and the rest is yours. I want to get the shop as soon as possible." Hughes was stunned. He was afraid he had misheard. This enormous fortune was going to fall on him, a hoodlum who made his living by guiding people. He immediately knelt down and promised that he would handle the matter as soon as possible and asked Ashura to wait for him there for a while. Having said that, as if afraid that Ashura would change his mind, he got up and ran towards another street, with Ashura silently following behind him. I saw Hughes run into a well-located grain and oil store and talk to a middle-aged man with a worried face for a long time. Ashura was very satisfied with the shop. The location was quite good, not far from the Gold Lion store he had just visited, and the small courtyard where people could stay perfectly met his requirements. He wanted to buy the shop and give it to Dai, fulfilling the girl's dream of opening a delicious shop and giving her a place to settle down so she wouldn't have to run around with those rough men anymore. As for the cost of buying the shop, it was the first time in Ashura's life that he had been so generous, because he felt that spending some gold coins to repay his benefactor in the face of a life-saving grace was really nothing. Even though he killed a group of bandits to protect the girl, he still wanted to give her more. Hughes must have succeeded in his negotiations as well. He ran out of the shop with a face full of excitement, but as soon as he turned the corner of the alley, a strong hand grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Hughes, shrinking back, turned his head and immediately said obsequiously, "Sir, the shop deal is done. The shop owner can give you the deed anytime, and your whole family can move out immediately. As for the price of 400 gold coins you mentioned." Ashura understood what he meant, and said in a hoarse voice, "I'll give you 400 gold coins. I want the deed now, and it would be best if the shopkeeper moved out right now, understand?" Upon hearing his reply, Hughes trembled with excitement. He was about to kneel down and kowtow to express his gratitude when Ashura lifted him up again, urging him to complete the transaction as soon as possible. So, in less than an hour, Ashura, holding the shop's deed, watched the original owner hurriedly load a cart full of goods and leave, and shook the deed in his hand. Ignoring Hughes, who was gradually going mad with 50 gold coins beside him, he strode towards the central square. When he arrived at the edge of the square, he saw the members of the Beta mercenary group waiting for him there, especially Dai Fei, who was standing on tiptoe, craning her neck and looking on with anticipation and anxiety. Ashura removed the hood from his samurai robe and strolled toward the Beta mercenary group. Seeing him approaching from afar, Dai Fei finally felt relieved. She had been worried that he would leave without saying goodbye, but now that he was back, she turned her head away and refused to look at him. Ashura approached the members of the Beta mercenary group, looked at them eagerly, and asked with a grin, "Did the delivery go smoothly? What are you all waiting for me for?" The bearded Tyler chuckled, "The handover is all done. The brothers made a fortune this time, all thanks to your help. The brothers are waiting here for you to fulfill your promise and plan to take you to see the world." He then winked and grinned lewdly at Ashura. Ashura instantly understood what Taylor and the others meant, and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. He was still a virgin, and usually joked around with these rough men with crude language. But when it came to something serious, he was unwilling to waste his virginity on a prostitute. At this moment, Commander John stepped forward to help Ashura out of the predicament, saying, "The brothers want to thank you for saving their lives and would like to invite you to a restaurant in the city for a drink to express their gratitude." Ashura nodded slightly after hearing this, thinking that these rough men were still quite loyal and affectionate. He replied with a smile, "I appreciate your kindness, brothers. It's not easy for everyone to earn money, so don't spend extra gold coins for me. Otherwise, what's the point of the loot I left you?" Before Commander John could say anything more, Ashura interrupted, "Commander John, everyone disperse. I have something to discuss with you and Davy." After hearing this, everyone looked at each other and tactfully walked away, but the girl Dai Fei still walked closer with a reluctant expression. Ashura pulled out the property deed with his right hand and tossed it to Dai Fei. Amidst their puzzled looks, he said, "Dai Fei saved my life this time, and I've always wanted to repay her in some way. I just bought her a shop with a yard. From now on, she'll be the boss and can open the delicious shop she wants to run." Both of them were so shocked that their mouths dropped open. They never expected Ashura to give her such a valuable gift. Dai Fei didn't even dare to look at the deed and immediately tried to return it to Ashura, saying, "Why did you spend this money? It's too valuable. I can't accept it." When Dai Fei chatted with Ashura before, she learned that the boy was not from a noble family and did not have much savings. But this time, he bought her a shop right away, which shocked Dai Fei, who usually wouldn't spend a single silver coin. Ashura neither accepted the deed nor paid her any attention. Instead, she looked at Captain John and said, "There are several rooms in the courtyard of that shop, enough for your whole family to live in. The shop is in a great location. You should be able to do a good job with any business here. You don't need to be mercenaries anymore. You can live a peaceful life." Commander John was equally shocked. After hearing Ashura's words, he realized that he had underestimated the boy. But he still shook his head and said, "I may not be able to enjoy it. I still have a dozen or so brothers who rely on me for food. We're not mercenaries and we don't know how to do anything else." "I understand what you mean. I will let Daffy stay in Pro City." Ashura could understand his concerns after hearing the first few sentences, but the more he listened, the more something seemed off. Dai Fei, her face flushed, stepped forward, grabbed his sleeve, and pulled him aside. With a shy smile, she asked in a low voice, "Ashura, do you want to buy a house and support me?" Ashura. Chapter 55 Tokens and Requests. Ashura was completely dumbfounded by this sudden question. Dai Fei had traveled all over the country with the mercenary group since she was a child, and heard a lot of gossip from these rough guys in various cities. "I've heard too many stories of wealthy city businessmen buying houses for young women and keeping them as mistresses, spending their nights there whenever they feel like it." When she saw the house deed that Ashura had given her, she immediately thought of those gossip stories. But she was also worried about her godfather, and she was afraid to live alone in such a big house. Ashura hadn't thought of these things before, but after thinking about it along with her point of view, she realized that life is indeed wonderful. But when he saw the sharp, fatherly gaze of Commander John not far away, he immediately returned to his serious demeanor. He gave the girl a sharp rap on the forehead and said seriously, "What are you thinking? I just don't want to see you running around all day. What happened a few days ago was so dangerous. I just want you to have a stable place to live. Besides, Commander John also has a family, right? You could have his wife come and live with you. Besides, opening a restaurant has always been your dream. Dai Fei's ears turned bright red after hearing this. She knew she had misunderstood the boy, but why did she feel so disappointed? She bit her lip and shook her head, saying, I don't trust my godfather. I'm not useless in the team. After hearing this, Ashura looked at Davies and then at John, and sighed inwardly. It seemed that this would not change their decision, so he asked the two of them to follow him to two places first. He first took the two to the shop he had just bought. Although the girl, Daisy, didn't say anything, the longing and love in her eyes had already betrayed her. Captain John also kept nodding and praising the shop. He then led the two to the Gold Lion Trading Company, still keeping his hood up. The father and daughter didn't know why he had brought them there. They've never been to Gold Lion before. Is he going to buy something for Dai Fei again? As soon as Ashura entered the Gold Lion store, he said to the clerk who came to greet him, Could you please ask Mr. Pato to come here? I have something to discuss with him. The shop assistant politely replied, Sir, do you have our store's VIP card? Ashura then took out the blue VIP card he had just received and showed it to the clerk. The clerk immediately said respectfully, Please wait a moment, sir, I will call Manager Pato over right away. After saying that, he took a few steps back and went to invite the person over. The father and daughter behind him were somewhat reserved, but also surprised by Ashura's VIP card. Supervisor Pato, still exuding elegance, walked towards Ashura. Pato extended his right hand from afar, walked up to Ashura, and shook hands, saying, My lord, it's a pleasure to see you again. Is there anything I can do for you? The father and daughter behind them exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with disbelief. Ashura said apologetically, Mr. Pato, I'm really sorry to bother you so soon. May I speak with you in private? Upon hearing this, Pato immediately said, Then let's talk in my tea room. I'm about to brew a pot of the finest green tea. Let's sit down and talk while we drink. With that, he led the way to the second floor. Ashura told the father and daughter behind him to wait for him in a moment, and then a shop assistant led the father and daughter to the rest area and brought them pastries and tea. Ashura followed Pato into an antique-style tea room. The furnishings showed that the owner had very high taste, and every single ornament was worth a lot of money. Pato warmly invited Ashura to sit down and casually picked up the tea set to start brewing tea. But Ashura didn't waste any time and said seriously, I've come here because I need your help with something. After saying that, he took out the token given to him by his boss, Jinza, from his spatial belt. The moment the token was taken out, the teapot in Pato's hand crashed onto the tea table and shattered into pieces. Pato rushed to Ashura's side, took the token with both hands, and examined it carefully for a few moments. Then he knelt down with a thud and cried out, Welcome, young master. Pato was unaware of your arrival and has failed to greet you properly. I deserve to die. Ashura was stunned by what he saw and quickly helped Pato up to explain the origin of the token. Pato didn't feel embarrassed after hearing this. Instead, he took the boy in front of him even more seriously. The fact that the young master could hand over the token representing his identity to this boy shows that the two have a very close relationship. This is an excellent opportunity for him to show his face in front of the young master, and he must seize it. Pato then treated Ashura with even greater enthusiasm, bordering on fawning. Ashura felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't expected the token from Jinza to be so powerful. He didn't presume to be arrogant and stated his two requests. The first request is that Gold Lion Trading Company can give the Beta mercenary group some special escort missions so that they no longer have to wander around the outskirts of the monster forest. Ashura knew that if he wanted Daisy to stay in the city, he had to make sure the Beta mercenary group was settled. This request was no problem for Gold Lion Trading Company, and Pato immediately agreed. The second request was that the Gold Lion Trading Company could secretly help look after Dai Fei, the young girl in the shop he had just bought, so that she would not be bullied in Pro City in the future. Pato gave a lewd smile that any man would understand, and patted his chest to assure her that no one in Pro City could touch a hair on Dai Fei's head, and that no other man would be allowed to enter the backyard of that shop. Ashura was speechless again. He knew Pato had also misunderstood, but he didn't explain anything. Perhaps this misunderstanding would make Pato pay more attention. After agreeing on their request, the two chatted happily as they walked downstairs. The father and daughter downstairs immediately stood up and looked at Ashura. Before Ashura could speak, Pato greeted Captain John and enthusiastically discussed with him the matter of wanting to cooperate with the Beta mercenary group for a long time. This surprised and delighted Captain John. A behemoth like Gold Lion Trading Company would never normally pay attention to a lowly mercenary group like theirs. He glanced gratefully at Ashura beside him, knowing that all of this was inseparable from the boy's help. Dai Fei, who was standing nearby, also heard the olive branch extended by Gold Lion Trading Company, and she realized Ashura's purpose in bringing them here. It seems this scoundrel still wants to keep me as his mistress. Dai Fei blushed so deeply her ears turned red, and she lowered her head, too ashamed to look at Ashura. Seeing her expression, Ashura knew she had misunderstood again, so he immediately whispered an explanation. Don't overthink it. I just want to repay your life-saving grace. I don't mean anything else. You can stay in Pro City without worry. But after saying that, Dai Fei still didn't look up, but large tears silently dripped to the ground. Ashura panicked even more when he saw this scene, not knowing what he had done or said wrong, and he was so anxious that he scratched his head and ears. Dai Fei suddenly raised her head, her tear-streaked eyes looking firmly at Ashura. Ashura felt like a heartless man at that moment, and a wave of guilt washed over him for no reason. Dai Fei said earnestly, I'm willing to listen to you and stay in Pro City, to live in that shop. I'll do whatever you say, but can you please not abandon me? Although I know I'm not good enough for you, I fell in love with you the moment you stood up for me and wiped out the Black Wind mercenary group. I'm so afraid of the days when I won't be able to see you again. As she finished speaking, tears silently slid down her cheeks again. Ashura listened in silence and sighed softly. He opened his arms and embraced the girl. Chapter 56 Black Market. Ashura wasn't without feelings for Dai Fei, especially after hearing the girl express her feelings so openly. He realized that avoiding her any longer wasn't a solution. He simply pulled the girl into his arms to offer her the greatest comfort. Dai Fei was also very shy about Ashura's bold actions, burying her head on Ashura's shoulder and not daring to look up at people, especially not at her godfather, Commander John. Commander John didn't say anything after seeing this, but he sighed with slight resentment. But Pato, the manager beside him, chuckled and pulled him aside, giving the young couple some space. After hearing Dai Fei stop crying, Ashura slowly said, You have to listen to me first. I can't promise you anything right now. I have very important things to do. Right now, I just want to cultivate and become stronger. I promise you I'll come to see you when I have time. Without even looking up, Dai Fei wiped her tears on Ashura's shoulder and choked out, You're lying. Ashura was a little exasperated, but continued to coax the girl, saying, What I, Ashura, say goes. Don't worry. Dai Fei blushed upon hearing this, lightly spat at him, stepped out of Ashura's arms, and looked at him with red eyes. After a long pause, he nodded and said, You have to keep your word. You can't lie to me. Ashura said helplessly, What good would it do me to lie to you? Just listen to me. Dai Fei obediently nodded this time, and the two of them then realized that everyone around them was looking at them with gossipy expressions. Dai Fei let out a soft moan and buried her head in Ashura's arms again. Ashura, on the other hand, was quite shameless, because he was still wearing a hood. After telling Captain John that they were going to the shop, the two of them ran out of the Gold Lion Trading Company hand in hand. They chatted and laughed all the way to the newly purchased shop. The two then tidied up the shop briefly, and Ashura planned to take Dai Fei to buy some daily necessities. As soon as Ashura stepped out of the shop, he noticed several pairs of eyes watching him subtly. When they saw that Ashura had noticed them, they did not look away. Ashura guessed that these were the experts sent by Gold Lion Trading Company to protect Dai Fei. He didn't expect Pato to act so quickly. It seems that the token has a lot of influence. Afterwards, they bought a lot of daily necessities like a young couple and brought them back to the shop. Before the two could whisper to each other, Captain John walked in with a blank expression. Daisy immediately returned to the room she had chosen, feeling embarrassed. Captain John said to Ashura, Sir, shall we find a place to talk? Ashura readily agreed and followed Captain John to the shop's front desk. Captain John then said, First, on behalf of the brothers of the Beta mercenary group and their families, I thank you for your recommendation and help. This has undoubtedly given us an easy way to make a living. But as a father, I beg you not to toy with my daughter's feelings. She is kind, and I don't want to see her sad and heartbroken. After listening, Ashura remained silent for a while before saying, Recommending the Beta mercenary group to Gold Lion Trading Company was entirely my way of putting Dai Fei at ease, so you don't need to thank me. Besides, as you've seen, I didn't want to have too much to do with Dai Fei before, because I also had my own difficulties. But now that things have come to this point, and we haven't done anything wrong, I'm willing to stand with her. Who can predict what will happen in the future? But I promise to give her 3 years to think it over. Maybe she'll forget about me when she meets someone she truly loves. If she treats me the same way 3 years from now, then I'll take her back to meet my parents. After listening to the boy's words, John nodded in satisfaction and said, I heard Daphne call you Ashura. Can you tell me where you're from? Ashura didn't hide anything and said, "My real name is Ashura, and I come from the distant western country of Olay." Commander John said he knew about the kingdom of Olay, and that he had once been on a mission to transport goods to the kingdom of Olay. Ashura was quite surprised to hear this, and then said, "My father is Afomtian, the protector general of the kingdom of Olay. My family is currently being threatened and persecuted by other forces. If you ever have the chance to visit Olay again in the future, please pass on a message to my family. Tell them that Ashura is doing well and has now achieved his wish. Tell him not to worry, and that I will definitely return in 3 to 5 years." Commander John was slightly surprised to hear this. It turned out that the young man also had his own worries. He solemnly promised that he would definitely find an opportunity to convey the message in the future. Ashura secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and then shouted behind him, "Come out, stop hiding." Dai Fei walked out from behind the door, looking hesitant. Just as she was about to explain something, Ashura pulled her back to the inner courtyard. The two sat facing each other in the room. Ashura held Dai Fei's hand and said, "You heard what I just said. I may not be able to stay here for too long. I will be back soon. Be good." Dai Fei didn't reply, but just pouted and looked at him for a long time before saying, "I want to hear your story. I want to know your secrets. I always feel that you are so mysterious." Ashura smirked and replied, "All right, then I'll tell you about myself." Ashura then recounted how mischievous and lazy he was as a child. She told Dai Fei everything, including how she carried the deep hatred of her family to study at St. Goban Academy and how she ended up in the monster forest. Besides concealing the details of the men in black he encountered on the road and his tragic past as a sparring partner at the academy, he also kept quiet about his experiences. He told Dai Fei almost everything, leaving Dai Fei stunned. She never imagined that the young man had been through so much. Dai Fei's interesting stories from childhood to adulthood had already been told by the girl on the way when Ashura was injured. In the end, the two of them slept in each other's arms on the small bed in Dai Fei's room, fully clothed. Nothing excessive happened. They simply confided their innermost thoughts to each other. For the first time, Ashura didn't meditate and slept soundly through the night. The next day, Ashura planned to leave Pro City. He wanted to return to the academy to discuss his next training plan with instructor Yuanda. He completed his original breakthrough plan in just 4 months. After a long and reluctant farewell to Dai Fei, I repeatedly promised to return as soon as possible. Ashura donned the hood of his samurai robe once more and headed towards the gates of Pro City. But after walking 2 intersections, he heard someone call him sir, and when he turned around, he saw it was Hughes, the one who had led the way. Hughes had changed into a presentable outfit and was no longer the street thug he once was. Upon seeing Ashura, Hughes immediately prostrated himself and cried out, "My lord, what else do you need? Hughes is happy to serve you." Ashura clicked his tongue in amazement. Did this guy think I was a rich, foolish sugar daddy? But if labor is offered to you, you might as well use it. Ashura thought for a moment and said, "Besides Gold Lion Trading Company, what other shops in Pro City offer goods for trading?" He wanted to inquire about the trading value of level 5 magic cores, but Hughes said without hesitation, "Sir, besides Gold Lion Trading Company, there is a good place to buy and sell goods. I wonder if you would be interested." Ashura raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where?" Hughes replied, "That's the black market in Pro City. All sorts of strange items are traded there, and most of it is barter. Would you like to take a look, sir?" Ashura was intrigued and waved his hand, shouting, "Lead the way." Chapter 57 Cabin's Prison. Ashura, wearing a hood, followed Hughes to a hidden door in an alley. After paying the entrance fee of 40 silver coins to the several burly martial arts guards at the gate, the two entered through the hidden door and walked down the stairs for a long time. During this time, Ashura even took out a dagger and held it in his hand. He regretted that he had been too arrogant and followed Hughes to this basement, which was a good place to kill and rob. Fortunately, he saw light and the noise of people. This was an underground plaza with a high crystal dome connecting to the outside sky, making the underground light not dark at all. The underground plaza was filled with hundreds of martial artists and mages who were planning to buy and sell, with stalls of all sizes scattered throughout the plaza. Most people, like Ashura, wore hoods to cover their faces. Ashura was also visiting this kind of underground black market for the first time. He asked Hughes about some of the rules of the underground black market, but Hughes also knew very little about them. So he told Hughes to wait for him at the door while he went to wander around the center of the square. Ashura wandered around the black market square. He never asked the price, but just listened quietly to how others traded. He roughly understood that most of the transactions here were barter, but gold coins could also be used to buy things. If the seller's offer is too high and you are not satisfied, you don't have to buy it. But if you bargain down and the seller agrees, you have to buy it. Otherwise, you'll disrupt market rules and black market regulators will come and kick you out. Everyone adheres to this basic rule of trading. After learning this, Ashura wandered around the market, and there were many things that he coveted. But now, besides a level 5 Earthbear magic core, he only has a dagger that Bluefeather lent him and a tattered suit of armor that Magina lent him that still have some value, and he needs 2,000 gold coins to exchange for items. But those items can't be easily traded with anyone, and he's still having a headache about how to return the armor to Magina. Although he is now very confident that he can beat that violent woman, he always cherishes the kindness others show him. Then he walked to a stall that was crowded with people. The stall owner was a thin martial artist. His goods are all quite rare, including several exquisite pieces, so several martial artists gathered around his stall, chatting with him about prices. One of the burly men picked up a broken sword from the stall. Although the sword was broken, it was clearly made of an extraordinary material. The burly man probably wanted to repair the broken sword, but was afraid he wasn't confident he could do it perfectly. Just as the burly man was hesitating, the wiry martial artist who ran the stall spoke up. "This broken sword is no ordinary item. You should be able to tell that it's extraordinary. This is a treasure I found in the land of fallen gods." The martial artists in front of the stall all changed their expressions slightly when they heard about the land of fallen gods, and they showed more respect to the lean man, because those who could come out of the land of fallen gods were all strong people. Ashura only saw records about the land of fallen gods in the Academy's library. It wasn't too far from here, in the northwest of Pro City, where the great battle between powerful gods took place in the past. The souls of various powerful gods who died in battle still wander in the land of fallen gods, and they will indiscriminately attack any living beings that enter there. Although their current strength is only 1 or 2/10 of what it was in life, more than a dozen saint-level powerhouses have perished there in history. It is a forbidden land for living beings, but also a treasure trove. Countless powerful figures have perished here, leaving behind countless treasures. However, the wandering spirits of gods and the extremely unstable spatial rifts could kill anyone who ventured in to explore for treasure at any moment. Therefore, it was one of the major forbidden zones on the King's continent. The stall owner was able to bring out treasures from there. Although the items he brought out were probably some remnants from the outer perimeter of the land of fallen gods, they were still valuable enough to be exchanged with other people. At this moment, the burly man holding the broken sword said, "This sword is not bad, but it is a broken and damaged piece. I don't know if I can repair it. How much do you want?" The lean stall owner continued, "I'll trade you 2,000 gold coins or a top-quality piece of armor for this sword. As for repairing the broken sword, you can use this bracelet to refine and fix it." As he spoke, the stall owner picked up a pair of ordinary-looking, white bracelets that resembled wristbands from the corner of the stall and handed them to the burly man. The burly man took the bracelet, examined it, and asked, "What's so special about this bracelet?" "I don't see anything special about the material." The stall owner said somewhat awkwardly, "These are also treasures I brought from the land of fallen gods. This pair of bracelets is in perfect condition, and the inner wall has a prison called cabin. I've tried it. This bracelet has a special function, it can suppress the wearer's own strength. It's divided into 3 levels, with the highest level suppressing it to less than 50%. The people at the stall were baffled. The burly man threw the bracelet back to the stall owner and said, "What's the use of this piece of junk? Who would be stupid enough to suppress their own strength? It doesn't look like a good material. Don't try to fool me with your story." The stall owner wasn't angry after hearing this. He casually placed the bracelet in a corner of the stall and said, "I didn't say I would charge you for the bracelet. I just gave you the bracelet as a gift when you bought the sword. After all, it's a treasure from the land of fallen gods. It might be able to repair the broken sword." The burly man curled his lip and said, "I don't want that piece of junk. Give me a discount on this sword." The stall owner, upon hearing this, retorted firmly, 2,000 gold coins, not a penny less. If you don't want to buy, there are plenty of others who will. While the two were still haggling over the price, Ashura walked up to the stall, picked up the bracelet called Cabin's Prison, and examined it carefully. The words Cabin's Prison were indeed written on the inside of the bracelet. The magic runes on it looked ancient and mysterious. After studying them for a while, Ashura found that apart from limiting the wearer's strength as the stall owner had mentioned, they didn't seem to have any other functions. Based on the name of the bracelet, Ashura speculates that it was probably a kind of torture device used in the past to limit the wearer's strength. Aside from its rarity, it's really nothing special. No wonder neither the stall owner nor the buyer was very interested in this item. But Ashura felt that it could be used to conceal his true strength. As the power of his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts gradually became apparent, he was afraid of revealing his true abilities when sparring with Lan Yu and Magina, and he didn't want to be too high profile in the academy. So he picked up the captain's prison cell and said to the stall owner, "Would you sell this bracelet for 10 gold coins?" The stall owner immediately said unhappily, "This is a treasure from the land of fallen gods. Are you kidding me for 10 gold coins?" Ashura continued, 20 gold coins. This time, the stall owner arrogantly turned his head to the side and completely ignored Ashura. Without saying a word, Ashura put down the bracelet and turned to leave. But the stall owner grabbed his arm and said, 20 gold coins is too low, add some more. Ashura replied without hesitation, 20 gold coins. If you don't sell, then pretend I didn't say anything. After saying that, he tried to break free from the stall owner's hand and leave. The stall owner sighed inwardly when he saw his posture. Although this was the only complete item he had brought out from the land of fallen gods, he had only been here for half a month and this was the only buyer to make an offer. He compromised and said, "Take it, let's open for business." Ashura's lips curled up slightly inside his hood, and he waved his hand, taking out 20 gold coins and handing them to the stall owner. Amidst the disapproving looks from the others at the stall, he picked up the bracelet and turned to leave. Chapter 58 50% Suppression. After buying Cabin's prison, Ashura also purchased several pieces of magical beast blood for drawing magical runes on the black market. He then took Hughes and left the underground plaza where the black market was located. I chatted with Hughes on the way. Hughes used the difference he made from helping me buy a shop to buy a house in a decent location. He plans to become a real estate agent and stop wandering the streets aimlessly. He was equally grateful to Ashura, and this time Ashura offered him a reward, but he resolutely refused. Ashura said he would contact him again if needed, asking him to gather intelligence on Pro City. He would inquire about any information that might be helpful to Ashura's cultivation when they met next. At the main road outside St. Gabain City, an ordinary black dragon horse is carrying a hooded warrior, galloping rapidly towards St. Gabain City. The visitor was none other than Ashura, who had been away from the academy for more than 4 months. The boy was brimming with youthful vigor, perhaps due to the confidence that came with his advancement in strength. After entering the city, Ashura immediately returned to St. Gobain Academy, just as it was the afternoon self-study time for students. Ashura entered the academy and pondered for a moment. Instead of going back to his dormitory, he went to the Magic Academy. At that moment, the person he wanted to see most was Instructor Yuanda. He wanted to share his joy of advancing his strength with his mentor on the path of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, and Yuanda was the only mentor who knew his background. When Ashura arrived at the Magic Academy, he should have gone to the instructor's office or dormitory to find Instructor Yuanda. But he still went to the classroom where they often discussed cultivation issues, almost as if possessed. It turned out that the gaunt Professor Yuanda was writing something on the lectern in the classroom, and didn't even notice him approaching. Ashura chuckled and patted Instructor Yuanda on the shoulder. Only then did Instructor Yuanda look up as if he had been electrocuted, staring at the young man dressed in samurai attire. He then excitedly grabbed the boy's shoulders and exclaimed, "You're back?" Ashura was also very excited and replied with a grin, "Old Yuan, you're back. Did you miss me?" Instructor Yuanda carefully examined Ashura from head to toe, and asked hesitantly, You've broken through?" Ashura had been waiting for this very sentence. He arrogantly took out the level 5 Earth Bear magic core from his spatial belt and placed it on Instructor Yuanda's table. He had not sold this magic core all this time for this moment. He said arrogantly, "Just killed him, he's still hot." Instructor Yuanda looked at the level 5 magic core on the table and then at the young man in front of him, his mouth agape for a long time before he could speak. Ashura seemed to enjoy the shocked gaze of his mentor. Yuanda, the young man longed for recognition. After all, he has put in so much effort to achieve such strength. Ashura thought that Instructor Yuanda would next say something like, "Impossible, right? Or where did you get that magic core? Or how could a great mage like you kill a level 5 explosive bear?" But the first thing Professor Yuanda said was, "You must have suffered a lot, kid?" One sentence almost made Ashura burst into tears. Instructor Yuanda didn't doubt his ability to kill a level 5 magical beast, but instead cared about the hardships he had endured over the past few months. Ashura, forced to smile, lifted the top of his samurai uniform, revealing more than a dozen large and small scars on his upper body. Especially the palm-sized wound on the abdomen, the stitched-up part was still fresh, tender flesh. After reading it, Instructor Yuanda silently wiped the corner of his eye. He truly regarded Ashura as his own child. Then, Instructor Yuande asked Ashura to sit next to him and told him in detail about his experiences over the past few months. Ashura recounted his adventures over the past few months in great detail, especially the encounter with the level 5 Earth Bear when he was a martial master at the 3rd level, which he embellished to make it sound incredibly thrilling. After hearing this, Instructor Yuanda was deeply moved. For the past few months, he had been worried about Ashura every day, guessing that he would experience some tough battles. He never expected that he would encounter and kill the level 5 magical beast, the Earth Bear. He was incredibly proud of his student. When Ashura finally mentioned the prison and cabin that he had bought and his thoughts on using the bracelet, Instructor Yuanda pondered for a moment and then said, "Let me see that bracelet." Without a second thought, Ashura took out the bracelet and placed it in Instructor Yuanda's hand. Instructor Yuanda didn't know much about magic runes, so Ashura explained the bracelet's function to him in detail. When the bracelet is placed on someone else's wrist, it creates 3 layers of seals that suppress that person's strength. At the very least, one can suppress their strength to about 50% of their original power. Unlocking the first seal can increase their strength to about 70%, unlocking the second seal can increase their strength to about 90%, and unlocking the last seal will completely unlock their power, allowing them to reach 100%. Of course, if Ashura wears it himself, he can completely control the unsealing of the seal. After pondering for a long time, Instructor Yuanda said, "Your idea is correct. Perhaps this bracelet really will be useful to you, not just in terms of helping you hide your strength. I suspect that if you wear it while cultivating and suppress your cultivation level, it will have unexpected effects. Don't remove the last seal easily. After you completely remove all 3 seals, your strength may reach 120%. But I estimate that once you've unlocked all the seals, resealing them won't have that explosive power boost." Ashura's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had only wanted to buy it to hide his strength, but he didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. Without hesitation, he took Cabin's prison with him, and then activated all the seals with a thought, instantly suppressing his strength to 50%, roughly between the 3rd level of a mage and the 1st level of a grand mage. If tested with a magic detection stone, he's still at the 3rd level of a magician. The sudden drop in strength was still a bit hard for Ashura to adjust to, but he trusted Instructor Yuanda's judgment. Seeing Ashura's unconditional trust in him, Instructor Yuanda was very pleased. He handed Ashura a thick stack of papers on his desk and said, "This is the next training plan I made for you. Take a look. Based on your current state, I think there are still many things that need to be changed. The general direction should still be to improve your strength through combat. Of course, if you encounter an opponent like the Earth Bear again, you must immediately release all the seals and never hold back." Ashura nodded seriously after hearing this. Although he was impulsive, he would never joke about his own life. The two then chatted for a long time. Ashura wanted to give the level 5 magic core as a gift to Instructor Yuanda, but Instructor Yuanda sternly refused. He believed that such important cultivation resources should be reserved for his students to improve their strength as quickly as possible. When Ashura returned to the dormitory at dusk, dormitory number 138 immediately erupted in excitement. The 3 roommates thought Ashura would come back and brag about how he had become stronger in the past few months. Ashura only talked about trivial anecdotes and told Jinza that he had used Jinlalai Trading Company's connections in Pro City. Jinza didn't care at all, and didn't even ask who their family's person in charge in Pro City was. On the contrary, Angelo told Ashura that many freshmen in the academy had already advanced to the level of Grand Martial Master and Grand Magician, which surprised Ashura greatly. He had gone through life and death to reach the level, but he never expected that the new geniuses would catch up with him so easily. What bothered him even more was that Lanyu, Magina, and Clara had all broken through to new levels. This made him, who had initially felt good about himself, secretly heartbroken for a long time. Chapter 59 Morning Exercise Bet. In the early morning, Lanyu, dressed in a smart martial arts school uniform, was jogging along the bluestone path by the lake in the lakeside park of St. Gobain Academy. Despite her exceptional talent, she was still among the most hard-working students in the academy. Every morning before class, she comes here to run and warm up, to get her body moving. As Lanyu ran, wondering why that awful guy hadn't come back yet, she noticed footsteps following her at a leisurely pace. She could even feel the person behind her staring intently at her buttocks. This infuriated her, and she stopped, wanting the person behind her to run past first. But as she stopped, the person behind her also stopped. And he even clicked his tongue as if he hadn't had enough of watching her wiggle her hips while running. Lanyu couldn't hold back any longer. She tossed her waist-length blue hair and turned around to scold the unreasonable guy behind her. Before she could even speak, a hateful face that had been appearing in her dreams lately, with a roguish grin, casually leaned against a roadside tree and looked at her flirtatiously. Lan Yu felt her heart suddenly beat twice as fast. She wanted to continue to maintain her usual aloof expression, but she couldn't suppress the upturned corners of her mouth. She opened her mouth a few times but still couldn't say a word. But the brat's first words almost made Lan Yu want to kick him to death. He provocatively said, "Why has your butt gotten bigger in just a few days? Have you been eating too much and gotten fat?" The girl's face immediately darkened, and she said fiercely, "I'm glad you got back so quickly. I haven't had a sparring partner in a long time. It never feels as good to fight anyone else as it does to fight you." Ashura's lips twitched upon hearing this. He really wanted to break all the seals on Cabin's prison and have a good fight with this girl, to let her know how powerful he was, that he was a ruthless character who could even kill the Earth Bear. But after touching the bracelet, he gave up. He wouldn't easily break his final seal. Perhaps one day when he breaks the last seal, it will directly increase his level. After trying to calm himself down, Ashura said, "My cultivation time is very precious right now. I don't have time to play games with you. I'm here to return your dagger." As he spoke, he took out a dagger with a deep blue blade from his right boot and tried to hand it to Lan Yu. But when Lan Yu saw that he had taken the dagger from his boot, she immediately became furious and grabbed the dagger by the tip between two fingers. He muttered under his breath, "You bastard, you actually put my dagger in your boot. How am I supposed to use it now? It stinks." Ashura, however, didn't take it seriously and said provocatively, "You don't need to give it to me. I've been using it quite well lately." Lan Yu wrinkled her pretty nose, snorted, and said, "You wish?" But after she got the dagger, she felt that the bloody smell of the dagger was much stronger than before. Seeing that Lan Yu had retrieved the dagger, Ashura felt that the matter was settled and turned to leave. But as soon as he turned around, the girl appeared in front of him like a gust of wind, blocking his way. Ashura said irritably, "What? A good dog doesn't block the way." Lan Yu didn't argue with him. Instead, she smiled and circled around him once with her hands behind her back before saying disdainfully, "I thought you went out to gain experience and improve your skills, but it seems you haven't made any progress." Upon hearing this, Ashura confidently raised his head and said, "Do you know how powerful I am now? It'll scare you to death if I told you. Get out of my way, I don't have time to be your sparring partner right now." Lan Yu retorted with considerable displeasure, "You dare. Now that you're back, you have to continue being my sparring partner. If you dare to run away, I'll beat you up. I'm a Grand Martial Master level 1 now." Lan Yu thought that Ashura would be surprised or even scared after she revealed her strength as a first-level Great Martial Master, but the boy just pursed his lips. He said with a hint of disdain, "You're just a Grand Martial Master, I don't think you're that great." These words made the young girl Lan Yu unhappy. Among the newcomers, there are no more than 10 people who have broken through to the first stage of the Great Martial Master. He actually looked down on her and didn't even intend to be her sparring partner. How could he tolerate this? He then tried to take out the dagger that had just been returned and settle the score with Ashura. Upon seeing this, Ashura quickly said, "Fighting is not allowed in the academy. I'm not going to the arena with you. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll report you to the academy." Lan Yu scoffed at the cowardly behavior of that bad boy. She had finally managed to get him back, and she wouldn't let him off easily. Lan Yu tilted her head, and her mood instantly improved as she thought of a good idea. He chuckled and said to Ashura, "Since you're unwilling to fight me here, let's make a bet and compete in something else. Didn't you say you've become more skilled and powerful lately? Then let's have a speed contest. Starting from the tree you're leaning against, you win if you can bump into me on the way around the lake, and you lose if you can't. If you lose, you have to continue being my sparring partner. You're not allowed to go back on your word." Ashura pursed his lips after hearing this, but after thinking about it carefully, he rolled his eyes and smiled again. "What if I catch you while you're running this lap, and I win?" Seeing his mischievous smile, Lan Yu unconsciously took a few steps back. Her greatest advantage was her speed. She was confident that no freshman of her level could keep up with her speed at full power, which is why she made a bet with Ashura. Lan Yu thought for a moment and felt that she had no chance of losing, so she replied firmly, "If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me." Ashura chuckled wickedly, leering at the girl's shapely figure, and said, "Anything is fine, right? Well, if I catch you, you'll have to kiss me." Upon hearing this, Lan Yu gritted her teeth and said, "You bastard, dream on. You think you can beat me? You think you can take advantage of me?" Ashura, impatiently picking at his ear, said, "Want to bet or not? If not, I'm going back to prepare for my magic class." Lanyu instantly realized that he was just putting on an act, trying to get her to give up the bet first. She said arrogantly, "Why wouldn't we bet? It's a deal. If you can't catch me, you won't be my sparring partner. See how I deal with you then." After saying that, the girl took 2 steps back, turned around, and ran along the lakeside stone path like a gust of wind. Ashura revealed his signature wicked grin again, instantly breaking a seal and restoring 70% of his strength as he chased after the blue-haired girl. At this time, there were already a few martial artists who came out for their morning exercise on the stone path around the lake. They all looked at the 2 people chasing each other in surprise. Lanyu turned her head to look at Ashura, who was chasing closely behind her, and she was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect that bad guy to be so much stronger than before, especially his speed, which can keep up with her now." But she hadn't used her full strength yet, so the girl gave a haughty snort and then used her family's movement technique to her fullest extent, her speed increasing dramatically as she rushed forward like a streak of blue light. As she increased her speed, the footsteps behind her grew farther and farther away, becoming increasingly indistinct. Chapter 60 Got you, little cutie? Tap tap tap. Lanyu ran quickly along the stone path of the lakeside park around the academy, turning her head back to observe the road behind her as she ran. She hadn't seen that wretched guy in a long time. The girl gave a haughty snort, thinking that he was still as stupid as ever. "How could you possibly catch up with me with your speed? You'd better continue to be my sparring partner." With this thought in mind, the girl's steps became lighter, and she could already see the tree at the starting point in the distance. She turned her head to look behind her again, but she could only see a few scattered students doing their morning exercises. She had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Before she could turn around, a figure suddenly rushed out from the bushes in front of her, charging straight at her. Lanyu was already lost in thought when the sudden figure rushed out caught her off guard. Since she was already rushing forward at full speed, the 2 figures quickly approached each other. But the girl, with her extraordinary body control and flexibility, instantly twisted her body to the side, trying to pass by that figure. But the figure seemed to have anticipated this, and also shifted half a step to the side and opened its arms. He held the girl who had bumped into him tightly in his arms. A mocking voice said, "Got you, little darling?" Lanyu crossed her arms over her chest, staring blankly at the boy who was holding her, watching him utter those frivolous words with a sly grin. After a few breaths of stunned silence, the girl's fair face instantly flushed red. As he forcefully pushed the boy's chest open, a devastating kick was also launched out. Ashura's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly pressed down with both hands to block the furious attack. The huge impact sent his body flying, barely managing to dodge the vicious blow. Before Ashura could even open his mouth to protest his innocence, a blue figure instantly appeared in front of him, followed by a series of crackling sounds. Ashura, who had broken through one layer of the seal, was struggling to hold on and would be kicked from time to time. The speed of the angry blue feather was truly terrifying, and it seemed that even if he broke through all the seals, he still could not defeat her in terms of speed. Before half a cup of tea could be brewed, Ashura was grabbed by the throat and slammed against a tree by the roadside by an angry blue feather. Ashura's hands gripped the slender wrist at his throat. He opened his mouth and struggled, crying out that he was innocent. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting me for no reason? Let go of me." Lanyu's face was still flushed, whether from anger or from the recent hug, it was hard to tell. The girl spat lightly and said, You scoundrel. We agreed on a bet, and you went back on your word. You. Lanyu was a little speechless. No boy had ever dared to hug her before. Although she didn't dislike the feeling she had just experienced, her girlish pride made her too angry to continue speaking. Ashura, however, said nonchalantly, "Where did I cheat? Didn't you say that catching you on this lap would be the win? Don't worry about how I caught you, as long as I catch you before you finish one lap, I win." Lanyu calmed down and figured out what had happened. It turned out that this bad guy had never intended to run along the road with her in the first place. Instead, he ran to the bushes before the finish line and waited for her to rush over. She had guessed that this bad guy wouldn't easily agree to her bet, but she didn't expect him to be this bad. He found a loophole in the rules of the game, beat her, and even took advantage of her. The girl grew angrier the more she thought about it, and unconsciously increased the pressure on her hand. Ashura felt the hand gripping his throat tightening, and knowing he couldn't provoke her any further, he quickly raised his hands to beg for mercy, saying, all right, I admit defeat, okay? I'll be your sparring partner." The girl only came to her senses when she heard his shout, and her hand unconsciously loosened its grip a little. Ashura immediately broke free from her chokehold, touched his neck, squatted on the ground, and gasped for breath. He was naturally dissatisfied, but he felt there was no need to reason with a girl. This was a lesson he had learned from his henpecked father since childhood. Just as Ashura was squatting on the ground, secretly peeking at the pair of long legs in front of him that were longer than his life, he was. That slender, snow-white hand grabbed his collar again and lifted him up. Ashura stared in horror at the girl breathing heavily before him. Her bright, unwavering eyes made him feel uneasy. He secretly prepared to break the second seal, and if all else failed, he would escape back to the monster forest. As if she had made up her mind, the girl grabbed Ashura's collar. She tiptoed slightly, closed her eyes tightly, leaned forward, and tremblingly pressed her cherry lips to the boy's lips. The kiss, almost like a collision, was brief and fleeting, but Ashura stared wide-eyed in disbelief, as if his soul had been ripped from his body. He only wanted to verbally gain some advantage over the girl. He never imagined that the proud girl would honor the bet. The brief kiss didn't bring Ashura any sweetness. Instead, his lips were slightly sore from the impact. One thought lingered in his mind: I was forcibly kissed, I'm no longer pure. The girl, Lanyu, also trembled and half opened her eyes. She didn't know why she was so bold. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. But seeing Ashura's expression, which seemed to have suffered a great injustice, she became even angrier. Just as they were about to raise their hands to teach him another lesson, a soft snap sound behind them pulled the two, who were still lost in thought, back to reality. The two quickly looked towards the source of the sound and saw two female martial arts freshmen staring at them with their mouths agape, their posture suggestive. One of the girls dropped her water bottle on the ground, and the other two girls were still in shock. What did they just see? Lanyu, one of the top 10 beauties among the freshmen, actually forcibly kissed a black-haired boy in the grove. The boy seemed reluctant. Good heavens! Such huge gossip had landed on the heads of these two girls. The two women exchanged a glance, seemingly able to imagine the uproar that would ensue if they spread this news. Ashura and Lanyu instantly felt like they'd been caught cheating. Neither of them had experience dealing with this situation and felt completely at a loss. The two had different ideas. Shura felt that being forcibly kissed by a girl would ruin his reputation. Lanyu, however, kept having the urge to kill someone to silence them. How embarrassing it would be if this got out. Before she could make a decision, the two freshman girls had already turned and disappeared. Lanyu gritted her teeth and could only acquiesce to the fact that the matter had been exposed. She glared angrily at the young Ashura, who was completely bewildered by her gaze. He opened his mouth, but didn't dare to say anything that would upset the girl's unstable emotions. Lanyu stared at him for a long time, and finally suddenly said, "It's all your fault." Humph! Then she stomped hard on Ashura's foot, turned around and ran outside. Ashura winced in pain, silently reciting those long legs several times before calming himself down. Humming a little tune, I planned to go to the college cafeteria to get something to eat. Although the boy was grumbling, the corners of his mouth were turned up, clearly indicating that what had just happened hadn't angered him much. As for how much pride he felt, only he knows. Chapter 61: A Disheveled Escape. But as Ashura walked out of the woods toward the cafeteria, a number of boys suddenly appeared around him, brandishing weapons and threatening to kill him as they brushed past him. Moreover, there were more and more boys like this. Ashura was puzzled and did not stop any boy to ask him what was going on. Just as he was about to go to the training ground, he overheard two boys talking as they ran behind him. "Hurry up, don't let that bastard get away. He dares to hit on my goddess, the beautiful Lan. I'll twist his neck off." "I also heard that the blue goddess forcibly kissed him? I don't believe it. When I catch that bastard, I'll torture him to find out if he used any underhanded methods." Another freckled boy chimed in, "Of course. If even outstanding guys like you and me can't win the favor of the beautiful Lan, what makes that black-haired kid so special? When we get to the woods around the lake, we have to keep looking for that black-haired kid. I'll drag him all the way to the arena." Hearing the conversation between the two people behind him, Ashura neither turned around nor made a sound, silently pulling the hood of his academy samurai uniform over his head. They then observed the martial artists, who were charging into the woods with murderous intent, from the shadows of the trees along the roadside. When he discovered that two other senior martial arts masters had also rushed into the woods with weapons, Ashura turned around and walked out of the academy gate without thinking. The boy's body was still trembling slightly. He didn't think he was afraid, he just felt he needed to go out and gain more experience. He now hopes that there is a black-haired boy in that forest who can help him bear everything. Although the idea is not very ethical, he is really a little afraid of those murderous sycophants. He really couldn't understand it. Although many students had pursued Lanyu when he was in the academy. But it wasn't nearly as crazy as it is now, and there were even upperclassmen mixed in. What he didn't know was that as Lanyu broke through to the great martial master realm, her increased strength made her beauty stand out even more. In the world of kings, everyone admires the strong, especially those whose beauty surpasses their strength, who captivate young male students. This was also fueled by the gossip cards from Ashura's dorm. But the girl Lanyu never accepted any of the boys' advances, and even somewhat rejected these annoying suitors. Until today, when the two girls swore that they saw Lanyu forcibly kissing an unknown black-haired boy in the woods, the news swept through the boys' dormitory area like a storm. Most of the self-important students initially did not believe it was true, especially Lanyu, who took the initiative to kiss the boy. Based on their understanding of Lanyu, even the most outstanding guy wouldn't let a goddess throw herself into his arms. But the two girls were willing to swear on their martial arts future, and they spoke with great conviction, which caused many boys to erupt in resentment and come to the lakeside to cause trouble for the black-haired boy. Ashura at the doorside thought about where he could go, and decided to go to Pro City again to look for cultivation opportunities. If all else failed, he would go to the monster forest. So the boy let out his ordinary dragon horse again, feeling glad that he had gone to see Instructor Yuanda yesterday, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to go to the Magic Academy today. Thinking of this, Ashura mounted his horse without hesitation and spurred it on, galloping towards the city of Pro. What Ashura didn't know was that there really was a black-haired boy in the woods by the lake, whom Lanyu's suitor had dragged out of the woods. He was also a strong student in the first year. That boy also had a fiery temper. He was inexplicably surrounded by a group of freshmen and subjected to unwarranted accusations and insults. He immediately became angry and went to the arena with a group of suitors. After defeating 7 or 8 new students, he was outnumbered and called on several of his friends to help him. When the new students saw that he had come to help, they also started calling on each other to come to the arena to help. The people who came also went up to the arena for no apparent reason. In the end, even the strongest students from the highest grade of the academy were drawn into the fray. The arena hadn't been this lively in a long time. On that day, the female protagonist, Lanyu, was also cornered in the downstairs living room by several girls in the dormitory and interrogated about what had happened. Some of the female students who knew her guessed that the black-haired boy was probably the magician who had sparred with Lanyu before. That was the name of the boy that Lanyu mentioned most often before, but it had been a long time since that eccentric magician had been seen at the training ground. Lanyu curled up, hugging her knees, sitting on the chair, pouting and remaining silent. She still doesn't know why she was so bold back then, but it seems that apart from her heart pounding, she doesn't feel any regret. My roommate told me that many of those so-called suitors went to the lake to ambush Ashura. At first, she was a little worried, but then she thought that the guy was so bad that even she could be tricked, so how could those people possibly catch him? Thinking of this, the girl's originally cold and handsome face suddenly broke into a smile. The 3 girls surrounding her exchanged glances when they saw this charming smile, thinking that they were doomed and that the goddess Lanyu had fallen for her. In another girl's dormitory not far away, 3 girls were chattering about the gossip they had just heard that day. Magina had just come out of the shower room and was drying her wet hair. The loose bathrobe couldn't hide her stunning figure, and whenever the 3 girls saw her, they felt secretly inferior. They wondered how such a perfect woman could appear in their lives, so perfect that they couldn't even muster the will to compete. While drying her hair, Magina listened to the 3 girls talking about the shocking news. They heard that Lanyu from the next class had forcibly kissed a boy in the grove by the lake. Magina's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she went over to find out what was going on. The other 3 girls were seeing Magina with such a gossipy look in their eyes for the first time. They discussed the matter even more enthusiastically, as if they had witnessed it with their own eyes. But when she mentioned that the male protagonist was a black-haired student, Magina paused in wiping her hair. She calmly asked again, "Do you know who that black-haired boy is?" The 3 girls all shook their heads, but one of the girls in the same dormitory said that Lanyu's suitor had caught a black-haired boy in the woods by the lake. He was said to be an upperclassman, and now he had gone to the arena to fight. Magina gave a faint reply, then went back to her room to change into her martial arts academy uniform before hurriedly leaving the dormitory for the arena. When she saw the black-haired student in the arena from afar, she turned and left, her eyes seemingly spitting fire. She was certain that the male protagonist couldn't be the black-haired student. She had known Lanyu since she was a child. Lanyu was a proud and talented girl just like her. How could she possibly be interested in the black-haired boy on the stage? She guessed who the black-haired boy was, and it was precisely because she guessed which boy it was that a nameless flame of jealousy rose within her. When that guy came back, he didn't come to see her. Instead, he went to see Lanyu and they even had a rumored romance. At this moment, Magina missed Ashura terribly, and she vowed that when she saw him, she would use all the martial arts techniques she knew on him. Meanwhile, rumors about Lan Yu were circulating in the Magic Academy. The school beauty scandals were always a topic of conversation. A stunningly beautiful girl with silver hair was frowning slightly. When she heard that the male protagonist was a black-haired boy, her heart skipped a beat, and she had an uneasy premonition. She then glanced at the empty seat next to her. She sighed softly and took out a notebook, gently opening it. Looking at the two different handwriting styles on the notebook, she slowly revealed a sweet smile, while the male students around her sat upright, secretly observing the girl. I gradually became infatuated with that captivating smile. Chapter 62: The Floating Palace, a place of fear for ghosts. The rumors surrounding Lan Yu didn't die down all day, and even in the evening, you could still hear boys and girls in the dormitory area talking about it enthusiastically. It is said that some boys who admired Lan Yu went to the girls' dormitory where Lan Yu lived to ask her for an explanation, but they didn't even get to see Lan Yu. She was kicked out of the girls' dormitory area with a single word: "Get out." The boy, who was feeling down, even tried to drown himself in the central lake, but fortunately, his roommates managed to stop him. This farce only fueled the already high level of the scandal's popularity. At that moment, a figure furtively opened the door of a boys' dormitory. As soon as he stepped inside, a wary voice asked, "Who is it?" The man immediately stopped and replied, "Boss, it's me, Angelo." At that moment, a faint candlelight lit up the living room, where Ginza and Arthur sat with solemn expressions. Angelo, who had just entered, felt even more uneasy when he saw the two of them like this. Angelo asked hesitantly, "Did Azura text you too?" Ginza and Arthur exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Ginza replied, "He said he suddenly had something to do and would have to go out for a while longer." Then the living room fell silent again. The lively Angelo couldn't help but ask, "Do you think that black-haired boy by the lake might be Ashura?" Upon hearing this, Arthur immediately put his hand to his mouth to make a shushing gesture, then listened intently to the sounds outside the door. He then replied with a grave expression, "Whether it's true or not, this absolutely cannot be told. It's said there was bloodshed in the arena today. If they find out it was Azura who did it, he might have run away, but we'd be in big trouble." The other two also gasped simultaneously. Angelo said sullenly, "I was planning to report on this in detail with our gossip news. What great material." Ginza and the other man grabbed Angelo's arms. Ginza said in a deep voice, "Stop here. Isn't it chaotic enough? If they find out that it was our dorm that did it, I'll run away right away too." Angelo shrank back, and the three of them looked at each other in silence. Angelo couldn't help but ask another question, "Do you guys really think Lan Yu forcibly kissed Ashura? Third brother is such a closet pervert. I never thought he was particularly popular with girls." The other two didn't know how to answer the question either, and they couldn't believe it was true. Who would have thought that the seemingly harmless Azura would be so ferocious? After 3 days of rapid travel, Azura finally arrived in Pro City before sunset, and felt a pang of regret as he looked at the city he had just left. He intended to go to the shop he had just bought to find Dai Fei, but after taking only a few steps, he saw a familiar figure. It was none other than Hughes, the former henchman. Hughes was now walking happily in one direction of the city. Ashura tied the dragon horse to a tree stump and quickly chased after Hughes in the direction he had gone, stopping him at a corner. Upon seeing his benefactor, Hughes immediately bowed respectfully and greeted him. Ashura asked Hughes, "Where are you going? You seem so excited. Are you going to gamble?" Hughes immediately replied awkwardly, "Sir, I'm not going to the casino, but I will place a bet and play a few rounds. I'm going to the Dark Arena, Floating Palace, in Pro City to watch the fighting matches." The Floating Palace? This was the first time Azura had heard this name. Seeing Ashura's blank expression, Hughes explained, "The Floating Palace is the Dark Arena on the King's Continent. Almost every large city has a floating palace. The Floating Pagoda Palace organizes all sorts of battles and also sets up betting pools based on the strength of the martial artists participating in the competitions. As for why it's called the Dark Arena, it's because the participants are basically ruthless martial artists who kill without hesitation. There are no rules here. The winner decides the life or death of the loser. Participants will also have a points token. 1 point represents a victory, or it can represent a life. As long as you decide to participate tonight, the Floating Palace will arrange an opponent for you, or you can choose your opponent yourself. When a strong opponent of the same level challenges another, if the challenged party refuses to enter the arena, half of the points in their badge will be given to the challenger. When the challenge is completed, you can obtain all the points in the opponent's badge by either killing them or letting them live. When a low-level martial artist challenges a high-level martial artist, a high-level martial artist cannot refuse, and losing the match will also result in having all points cleared. The points earned at the floating palace can be exchanged for many valuable items or money, which is a major reason why it attracts desperados to participate. There are also star contestants in the floating palace. They all came up through the ranks by crawling and fighting their way up from piles of corpses. They all share a common trait: extreme brutality. They basically never leave any survivors. Their bloody methods also stimulate the audience's frenzied nerves. Of course, players with high-ranking badges also enjoy superior treatment at the floating palace. If you win a competition that day, the floating palace will satisfy all your desires for delicious food, fine wine, and beautiful women. After hearing Hughes's introduction to the floating palace, Ashura was filled with curiosity about the place. He suddenly remembered a quote from his mentor, Yuanda: "What's more dangerous than the monsters in the Warcraft forest are the humans in the forest." At the time, his mentor Yuanda wanted to warn him to be careful of the humans appearing in the monster forest, but he felt that the floating palace seemed to be more dangerous than the monster forest. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. He felt he had found a new place to level up. When we arrived at this underground dark arena with Hughes, the air inside seemed to be filled with a violent and frenzied atmosphere. We watched as the spectators, holding their betting slips and tickets, went into a frenzy, cheering for the players they supported. Cheers and curses mingled in the bloody air, constantly stimulating everyone's nerves. He watched several matches with Hughes, and the brutal and ruthless moves of the warriors on the field left a deep impression on him. One of the bearded warriors had his arm chopped off and then forcibly gouged out the other man's eyeballs, stuffing the flesh and blood into his mouth. With a sinister grin, he punched his opponent, who was in a state of confusion due to blindness, breaking his neck. He brutally tortured and killed his opponent while riding on his back, and then strolled off the ring amidst the wild cheers of the audience, carrying his severed arm and the badge from his opponent's corpse. Hughes, standing beside him, was still shouting excitedly because he had bet on the victory of the bearded man known as Bloodhand, and the fight had made him a small profit. Ashura asked Hughes how often the dark arena opened, and Hughes told Ashura that it opened every 3 days, always in this place. Ashura told Hughes that he had something to do and then slipped away. However, he did not leave the floating palace, but instead went to one side of the underground martial arts arena. This is where the participating martial arts fighters register. Chapter 63: Iron Badge. Inside the registration area, a scantily clad, sexy woman watched the hooded martial artist with great interest. She could tell from the newcomer's physique that he was still very young. So she unconsciously licked her lips and said, "Where did this virgin come from? What do you want? You want to go to the arena too? Then come with me to bed and test your strength first." Ashura blushed upon hearing this, but he forced himself to remain calm and replied in a low voice, "I want to register for the competition. I will come here to participate in the battle in 3 days." The scantily clad woman said with a forced smile, "It's not good to be looking for death at such a young age. Why don't you give me a free ride first?" With that, she reached out and touched between Ashura's legs. Ashura immediately took a step back and shouted, "Auntie, we're not a good match." The exposed woman's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, and then a surge of furious energy erupted from her body. Ashura seems to be at the 3rd level of a great martial master, which is much stronger than him. Ashura felt a little flustered and was considering whether to take a step forward and bring his little brother closer to the woman's outstretched hand. Before he could even think it over, the scantily clad woman snorted and said unhappily, "If you want to die, give me a name and I'll give you a badge." Ashura lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Ghost-fearing." It was late at night when Ashura emerged from the floating palace. He raised his hand and looked at the iron floating palace contestant badge in his hand. On the front is a skull that seems to be choosing its prey, while on the back is engraved his name, Ghost Sorrow, who participated in the deathmatch. He didn't know why he chose this name, he just blurted it out on a whim. He wondered if he had signed up as Jinza or Arthur back then, would it have given their respective enormous families a huge shock? Ashura chuckled to himself a few times at his mischievous idea, then suddenly looked at the iron badge in his hand with a heavy heart. The badges of the floating palace are determined by your deathmatch score. You start with an iron badge. You earn points by participating in deathmatches. When you reach 100 points, you will be given a bronze badge, which means you have defeated 100 opponents. When you obtain the bronze badge, you can exchange your points with the floating palace for any valuable items such as martial arts skills, equipment, and elixirs. It can be considered a benefit that the floating palace provides to the strong. Since Ashura can't get any academy points, he set his sights on getting points from the floating palace. After all, he doesn't have a prominent family behind him, so he has to rely on his own hard work. Ashura tightened his cloak, led the dragon horse he had previously tied up back, and strolled to the entrance of the shop he had bought. Ashura felt a gaze locked onto him, and without making a sound, he took out the token given to him by Jinza and waved it in the night sky. Then I felt that gaze disappear. Ashura was very satisfied with the arrangements made by Pato, the manager of Gold Lion Trading Company. Sure enough, someone was doing their best to protect the shop, which put his mind at ease. Without even knocking, he tied his mount to the door, then climbed over the shop's courtyard wall and quietly walked to the back courtyard. After glancing at the clean and tidy courtyard, Ashura looked at the girl's room, where candlelight was still burning. He tiptoed to the door of the room, opened a crack, and peeked inside. He saw the girl sitting quietly at the table, reading a book by candlelight. Ashura, seized by a playful impulse, squeezed into the room and silently walked behind the girl. After glancing at the medical book in Dai Fei's hand, he swung a gust of wind and extinguished the candlelight. The sudden extinguishing of the candle startled Dai Fei, who was engrossed in her book. The girl gasped in surprise and frantically fumbled for the flint on the table to relight the candle. Before the girl could relax after the room was brightened up again, a gust of wind from behind extinguished the candlelight once more. Dai Fei realized something was wrong and nervously called out behind her, Who's there? Come out." But no one answered her in the dark room. Dai Fei tried to pick up the flint to light the candle, but at that moment a sinister ghostly wail sounded behind her. "Why I died so tragically, why I haven't eaten human flesh in so long." Hearing the ghostly scream, Dai Fei was so frightened that she dropped her flint and stone. She backed up against the corner of the wall, her face pale as she stared into the dark room. She suddenly realized that she had a dagger at her waist and was about to pull it out to protect herself. One hand grabbed her wrist holding the knife, while the other reached for the girl's neck, accompanied by a series of strange, twitching laughs. Dai Fei's tense body suddenly relaxed, and her big eyes blinked in the darkness as she looked at the person in front of her with a smile. The hand gripping her neck stiffened slightly, and then Ashura said, "How did you guess my answer?" Dai Fei smiled faintly and said, "I could smell your scent when you reached out and touched my neck." Ashura looked at Dai Fei in surprise, seemingly wondering how her nose could be so sensitive. Just as he was about to reach for the flint to light the candle, Daisy grabbed his hand. Before Ashura could react, the girl's cherry lips were pressed against his lips. Ashura wasn't exactly a good boy either. He took the opportunity to pull the girl into his arms and kiss her passionately. The two somehow rolled from the table onto the bed. Just as they were about to take the final step, Ashura suddenly stopped, gasped for breath, and scrambled off the bed. He grabbed the iced tea from the table and gulped down most of it. Dai Fei also snapped out of her daze, grabbed the blanket next to her and covered her face, then secretly opened a crack to see what Ashura was doing. After calming down, Ashura sat down on the edge of the bed again. Hearing the girl's slightly rapid breathing, he felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he put his hand under the girl's blanket again. Dai Fei let out a soft whimper when she was attacked, pulling the blanket down a little, but she couldn't pull out the hand that was causing the trouble. He stared at Ashura in the darkness, puzzled, as if waiting for an answer. Ashura scratched his head awkwardly with his hand outside, and slowly said, "I feel it would be irresponsible of me to continue like this. I have too many uncertainties right now. Also, I have a hurdle to overcome in 3 days, and I don't know if I can get through it. This is distracting me, and I'm actually quite nervous right now." After hearing these brief words, Dai Fei suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the boy and tightly hugged his hand that was playfully touching her chest. She asked quietly, "Can't you not be so tired? It feels like you're forcing yourself to do so many things." Ashura's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he suddenly felt like he had met a kindred spirit. Although he hadn't spent much time with the girl, she understood him. Ashura slowly lay down on his side next to the girl, and began to talk to her about the story of his hometown and why he forced himself to become stronger. The girl listened, sometimes crying and sometimes laughing, and gradually Ashura coaxed her to sleep. Hearing the girl's even breathing, Ashura slowly withdrew his hand from her chest, raised it to his nose, and took a deep sniff. A slight sense of loss lingered in his heart, but Ashura steadied himself and began magical meditation on the girl's bed. The boy had grown accustomed to this state of all-night meditation over the past year. Perhaps the improvement in his strength was even more captivating to him than the girl before him. Chapter 64 I Want to Fight 10. When Dai Fei woke up in the morning, Ashura was already practicing martial arts in the courtyard. The girl blushed slightly as she buttoned up her clothes, hurriedly got up, washed up, and went to make breakfast for Ashura. For 3 days, Ashura did not leave the courtyard, focusing on cultivating his martial arts skills and adjusting his condition. Meanwhile, Dai Fei was busy with her food shop, which she had turned into a pastry shop. She hired a few people to manage the shop during the day, and business was doing quite well. Every evening is the time for the two of them to read books together, chat, and playfully touch each other. The magic meditation continued late into the night. Through his interactions with Dai Fei over the past 3 days, Ashura felt that the young girl Dai Fei had a high level of comprehension and a great talent for medicine. He would write down whatever came to mind, the medical skills he had learned from his maternal grandfather, Qin Zongren. He also included many of his insights and experiences, and placed the thick stack of notebooks under the girl's pillow. It was evening on the third day. Ashura straightened his samurai clothes, took out a demon mask and put it on his face. He had asked Dai Fei to buy it for him. Ashura didn't disturb Dai Fei in the shop in front. He leaped over the wall and disappeared around the street corner in a few flashes. When Ashura, wearing a mask, walked to the registration area, the powerful, scantily clad woman looked him over with great interest. She clearly recognized the fledgling from that day and said provocatively, "Oh, baby, you missed your big sister, didn't you? Come in and let your big sister pamper you." Ashura glanced at the woman's full breasts and concluded that they were large and sagging, not as firm as a young girl's. The scantily clad woman seemed to understand the deeper meaning in his eyes, gritted her teeth, and said, "Trying to get yourself killed tonight?" Ashura calmly asked, "How many players of my strength are there tonight?" The scantily clad woman pulled out a testing stone and tossed it to Ashura. The force was so great that Ashura's hand, which caught the stone, went numb. Women really do hold grudges. The scantily clad woman opposite her was also taken aback. She had originally wanted to embarrass this clueless young man. With her strength, it would be impossible for someone below the great martial master level to withstand it, but the strength level shown by the testing stone was clearly that of a martial master level 3. What she didn't know was that Ashura had suppressed his strength to half through Cabin's prison, and the testing stone was now showing his current strength. The scantily clad woman behind the desk gave Ashura a deep look before handing him a list of martial arts masters at the 3rd level who would be participating in the deathmatch that night, along with a brief explanation of their strength. Ashura glanced at the list of contestants at the 3rd level of martial arts master, which included exactly 12 people, including himself. The strongest is a martial artist with 63 points named Sane. His weapon is a giant axe. According to his profile, he once challenged a grand martial master of the 1st level and fought to a draw. Both of them were exhausted and the outcome was still undecided. Ashura didn't think much of it, pointed to Sane's name and said to the girl, "He's the one for tonight." The scantily clad woman sneered, "Do you really want to die? Do you know how strong your opponent is? He hasn't left a single survivor so far." Ashura smiled slightly behind his mask and said, "I just want to pick the ones with high scores, so I don't have to go through the trouble of scoring one by one." The scantily clad woman smiled indifferently after hearing this. She had seen too many arrogant and ignorant people, and she couldn't quite figure out this young man in front of her. But to challenge Shaun right from the start, they really don't know the meaning of death. She gave a wicked smile, said nothing more, placed the Ghost Sorrow name tag next to Sane's, and asked the backstage staff to calculate the odds for the two. Seeing that the girl was not interested in paying attention to him, Ghost Fear simply shrugged and followed the staff to a lounge to wait for his turn. It would be impossible for Ashura not to be nervous, but fortunately his true strength was at the 1st level of the great martial master. If all else failed, he could open the 3 layers of seals to save his life, which put him at ease. When the arena's host called out Ghost Sorrow's name, Ashura took a deep breath, stood up, and followed the staff to the contestants' passage. As they walked out of the passage, a lot of laughter and curses erupted from the scene. Most of them were gamblers who had bet on Sane to win and were frantically insulting and cursing Ashura. Ashura disliked the environment, and the insults directed at his family fueled his anger. His family is always his Achilles heel, and the reason he cultivates so desperately is simply to protect his family. At that moment, a series of heavy footsteps came from the opposite passage, the thumping sound seeming to strike everyone's hearts. A giant, shirtless, emerged from the opposite passage with his head bowed. The giant was bald with red eyes, his massive body covered in hideous scars. He held a giant axe that seemed even larger than Ashura's, and grinned as he looked at the black-clad boy in front of him. With a roar, the entire underground arena seemed to tremble slightly. The appearance of the giant Shaun further fueled the crowd's enthusiasm, and the arena was filled with frenzied shouts. The gamblers, holding their bets on winning against Sane, were even more excited, wishing Sane would immediately twist the head off the guy opposite them. Ashura's heart tightened when he saw Sane's giant axe. His right hand instinctively reached down to touch the dagger in his boot, but he suddenly froze when he remembered that he had just returned the dagger to Lanyu. Ashura was ashamed of his own brainlessness and could only focus even more intently on the giant opposite him. The host was delighted by the high level of excitement in the arena, but Sane's opponent completely dampened his interest in introducing Ashura. Introducing a dying man seemed like a waste of his time, and who cared what the name of the dying kid on the other side was? After a grand introduction of the giant Shaun, the match began hastily. With a sinister grin, Sane shouted, "Kid, I heard you chose to challenge me. As a newcomer, you have no idea what a foolish choice you made. Of course, you should be more careful next time you make such a choice." After saying that, he charged straight at Ashura. Despite his bulky build, he was surprisingly fast when he sprinted. He raised his giant axe high, intending to cleave the masked young man in black in two with a single blow. He could even imagine the feeling of the young man's blood splattering on his face. But his all-out axe struck the solid ground hard, sending sparks flying and making his arm go numb. Yet, the boy was nowhere to be seen beneath the axe. Just as he was about to look up and search for the boy's figure, a fist crackling with lightning magnified infinitely in his pupils. Sane only felt 3 muffled claps of thunder ring in his mind before he collapsed with a thud as if his brain was spinning. As the giant Shaun fell, Ashura's figure appeared beside him, and everyone's first reaction was how fast he was moving. Ashura stepped on the chest of Sane, who was trying to get up after falling to the ground, and knocked him down again. Immediately afterwards, a barrage of punches rained down on Sane's face. The giant on the ground, who had initially struggled, was now only splattered with blood and no longer had his chest heaving. The arena was deathly silent. The sound of fists pounding into flesh was even more chilling than the sound of Sane's footsteps when he entered. While Sane wouldn't claim to be the strongest at the martial master level, he is certainly one of the most powerful individuals in that rank. However, the other top fighters at the same rank are either recovering from injuries or didn't come tonight. Ashura vented his anger by punching the giant's head on the ground, which made him feel a little better. Finally, he slowly stood up and looked around at the audience. No one dared to meet his eyes behind the grotesque mask. The host belatedly reported, "The winner of this match is Ghost Sorrow." This unfamiliar name is destined to be remembered by the audience. What shocked the audience even more was that the masked young martial artist shouted, "Let the other 10 martial arts masters at the 3rd level come out. Tonight I'm going to fight 10 of them." Chapter 65 Bronze Badges. When Ashura emerged from the underground arena of the floating palace wearing a demon mask, the badge in his hand had been replaced with a more exquisite bronze badge. He was so angry that he really wanted to fight 10 people, but in the end, only 4 martial artists of the same rank had the courage to step forward. The rest of them voluntarily admitted defeat and gave him their points. The remaining 4 ultimately lacked the courage to step into the ring. Perhaps if all 10 were still alive, they would have had the courage to fight. But when they saw the staff dragging Satan's enormous body out, they really regretted coming out. In the end, one of them couldn't withstand the pressure and took the initiative to admit defeat, handing over his badge. The other 3 followed suit and handed over their badges as well. After handing over the badges, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They knew all too well how strong Sane was, yet he hadn't even lasted a single round against this grumpy kid. How could they not be terrified? As a result, Ashura's points surged to 110 tonight, and according to the rules of the floating palace, he will replace his bronze badge. The scantily clad woman at the registration desk also looked serious and stopped teasing him. Her words became much more formal. The floating palace also promised to provide the victor of the night, Ashura, with all kinds of delicious food, fine wine, and beautiful women. Ashura could enjoy himself here until dawn, if he wished. However, Ashura simply picked up some of the exquisite pastries and put them into his storage belt, then left the floating palace without saying a word. The scantily clad woman stared thoughtfully at the departing figure. Suddenly, she snapped to attention and bowed respectfully towards the darkness behind her, saying, "Greetings, Elder Walker." "What are your instructions, Elder?" A middle-aged man dressed in ordinary clothes emerged from the shadows behind them. He did not answer the woman on the ground, but stared intently at the departing Ashura. The woman on the ground cried out, "Elder, this kid is acting strangely. Should I send someone to investigate him?" Elder Walker chuckled and said, "Interesting. No need for that this time. Even the most talented genius is still just a low-level martial artist if he hasn't fully developed. Don't worry about him too much. We'll pay attention to him again when he gets the silver badge." After saying this, he disappeared into the house. The young woman respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Ashura didn't go straight back to the shop. Instead, he took a winding, circuitous route through the streets. Only after confirming that no one was following him did he leap back to the courtyard behind the shop. Before even entering the courtyard, a low sobbing sound could be heard. There, a young girl named Dai Fei was leaning against the backyard doorframe, tears streaming down her face. Ashura felt a warmth in his heart. It felt so good to be cared for. This time he wasn't joking. He quickly walked behind the girl, but unexpectedly startled Dai Fei. It turned out he had forgotten to take off the ghost mask. He secretly blamed himself for his carelessness. Before he could even take off his mask, a soft, delicate body, wet with tears, threw herself into his arms. Ashura tightened his arms around the girl's trembling body. His embrace seemed to bring her a sense of security, and the tight hold stopped her trembling. With tears in her eyes, Dai Fei asked, "I thought you didn't want me anymore. I saw the medical book you left behind, and I remember you saying you had a difficult time in 3 days. I remember everything, but there's nothing I can do to help you." Ashura didn't let the girl continue. Instead, he sealed her cherry lips with a deep kiss and then carried her into the house. That night, the boy no longer cared about anything and no longer acted like a gentleman. The two of them, still a little clumsy, struggled until dawn, completing their physical transformation. This was one of the few nights that Ashura didn't meditate all night. Having completed his first time, Ashura looked at Dai Fei, who was still fast asleep, and felt a surge of pride. His smile became even more roguish. Even after Ashura had practiced his martial arts in the courtyard for 2 hours without seeing Dai Fei get up to cook, Ashura knew that the girl wasn't being lazy, but rather that she was genuinely exhausted from his antics the night before. Ashura remembered the exquisite pastries he had taken from the floating palace the night before. He put them on a plate and placed them on the table in front of the girl's bed. He left a note saying he was going out for a walk and then turned and left the courtyard. Ashura had a clear goal this time. He went straight to the largest weapon shop in Pro City. He wanted to buy a pair of swords as his weapon, and he didn't want to make the mistake of not having a weapon last night. The reason he was able to defeat Xian so quickly last night was because he got angry at the curses from the audience and secretly opened a layer of the seal to restore his strength to the 7th level. Although he suppressed his strength to 70% using Cabin's prison, his physical strength and reaction speed were still at the level of a Grand Martial Master. His use of the wind chasing and thunder chasing movement technique made it impossible for Sane, who wasn't known for his speed, to even touch the hem of his clothes. But he searched through all the weapon shops and still couldn't find suitable dual swords. The ones he liked were too expensive to buy, and the ones he could afford weren't to his liking. After all, he had used Bluefeather's dagger before, and he always felt that holding ordinary weapons would hinder his performance. An unsuitable weapon could cost him his life, so adhering to the principle of better to have nothing than something bad, Ashura didn't buy any weapons. Having gained nothing, Ashura returned to the small courtyard behind the shop, which he had entered by climbing over the wall instead of going through the main gate. As soon as he entered the girl's boudoir, he saw Dai Fei stuffing the pastries he had left into her mouth like a hamster. Seeing Ashura's astonished expression, Dai Fei blushed and tried to swallow the pastry, but the more she tried, the less she could swallow it. She choked and rolled her eyes. Ashura, both amused and exasperated, handed her a water glass from the table. Dai Fei quickly took the water glass and drank it down in large gulps, but her movement caused the thin blanket on her chest to slip off, and Ashura couldn't take his eyes off the 2 snow-white mounds in front of him. Dai Fei also realized that she had exposed herself. She let out a soft moan and pulled the blanket over her head, shrinking into the blanket. Ashura felt he hadn't been a bit gentlemanly, so he chuckled, took off his clothes, and crawled into the girl's bed. The earth shook for another 2 hours, and the conquest only ended when the sun was about to set, amidst the girl's pleas for mercy. Ashura looked satisfied, while Dai Fei lay in his arms like a lump of mud and fell into a deep sleep. Ashura got up refreshed and meditated until dawn. For the next 2 days, Ashura did not bother Dai Fei again. He was afraid that he would become too engrossed in the pleasures of love and affect his performance in the duel tonight, since the duel was not only about winning or losing but also about life and death. When Ashura reappeared at the registration counter of the floating palace in the evening wearing a ghost mask, the scantily clad woman behind the counter stared at him intently, but did not flirt with him as she had before. Ashura felt uncomfortable being stared at, so she coughed lightly and took the initiative to speak. "Who are my opponents at this level tonight? Let me see the list." Upon hearing this, the scantily clad woman stood up, braced herself against the counter, and leaned slightly forward towards Ashura, completely disregarding the fact that her ample breasts were fully exposed to him. She said seductively, "I never thought I would misjudge you. I didn't think I underestimated you, but your strength has completely exceeded my expectations." As she spoke, the woman handed Ashura a list, saying, "Because of your appearance, there are only 4 martial arts masters at the 3rd level participating today, and none of them are opponents you would consider." Ashura glanced at the list, mainly looking at the opponent's scores. The highest score was only 12 points, and Ashura immediately lost interest. After a moment's thought, Ashura said, "Could you please show me the list of participants for the Grand Martial Master level?" The scantily clad woman seemed to have anticipated his words, and immediately handed a list to Ashura, which included more than 20 Grand Martial Master level experts who could participate tonight. Without a second thought, Ashura pointed to the last place Grand Martial Master contestant with only 8 points and said, "He's the one tonight." Chapter 66 Twin Blades Shine. Looking at the contestant named Valet that Ashura pointed out, the scantily clad woman gave a wicked smile and said, "Have you thought this through? Although he ranks last among the Grand Martial Masters, it doesn't mean he's the weakest. It just means he hasn't participated in many competitions. Have you thought this through?" Ashura looked at the woman in front of him, unsure which of her words were true and which were false. He gritted his teeth and said, "It'll be him. I don't know anyone anyway. If I really can't beat him, I'll give him all my points and ask him to spare my life." The girl laughed so hard at his ridiculous words that Ashura felt dizzy. The woman, finally catching her breath, said, "Once you're in the ring, your life or death is entirely up to you. Many beg for mercy in the ring, but very few survive. Even if your opponent is willing to spare your life, the gamblers who bet on you to win will demand that you be killed. So, life and death may be just a matter of a single thought. Have you thought it through?" After listening, Ashura felt that what the big-breasted woman said was quite reasonable. If he didn't have the strength of a first-level Grand Martial Master, he wouldn't dare to risk his life. Ashura said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. Get me done." The girl smiled and nodded at him after hearing this. Ashura was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly remembered something and stopped. He looked at the puzzled woman and said, "Now that I have a bronze badge, can I exchange my points for items with you?" The young woman thought he had something to say, and after hearing this, she asked in return, "What do you want?" Ashura asked directly, "What level of dual swords can I exchange my current points for?" The woman tossed her hair aside and shouted behind her, "Bring me those radiant twin blades." A shadow seemed to flicker and then vanish from the darkness behind her. A moment later, a subordinate shrouded in a black robe handed a pair of golden swords to the scantily clad woman. The young woman casually picked up the twin swords and said, "These twin swords are called Radiant. Their previous owner was a magic warrior who died in the arena, taking his opponent with him. He left these twin swords behind. If you like them, I can offer to charge you 100 points." Ashura accepted the pair of golden swords. To be honest, he didn't really like the weapons, because their dazzling gold color was a bit too much for his low-key style. But when he received the twin swords, their weight immediately revealed their extraordinary nature. He then practiced the climbing sword technique a few times and found the pair of swords to be very handy, and slightly longer than the pair of swords he had used before. When he mobilizes his chi and blood to unleash his martial arts skills, his twin swords have a hidden skill that emits a dazzling golden light, making it impossible for his opponents to open their eyes and look directly at his martial arts skills. No wonder his twin swords are named Radiant Light. Ashura didn't hesitate to take out the badge and hand it to the girl, feeling that he had gotten a great deal. The woman didn't stand on ceremony with him. After deducting 100 points from his score, she handed the badge back to him. She then said, "Ghost Sorrow, your match will be around the third game. Get ready." Ashura nodded after hearing this, picked up his twin swords and walked to the restroom next door. He wanted to familiarize himself with the twin swords as soon as possible, so he practiced his climbing sword technique in the restroom. Just as he was getting into his practice, the staff knocked on the door to let him in. He quickly composed himself, put the twin swords into his storage belt, and followed the staff to the competition entrance. When Ashura's grotesque face appeared in the center of the arena, two voices emerged. One voice was still those of the gamblers who cursed Ashura, while the other voice, though sparse, was clearly cheering for Ashura. Clearly, Ashura's previous strength has been recognized by some viewers. Ashura even saw Hughes holding a betting ticket for the arena, cheering him on enthusiastically. With Hughes's shrewdness, he should have recognized Ghost's identity. Ashura looked at his opponent, Valet, who was about to face him. Valet was a muscular contestant with his arms crossed over his chest, looking unusually calm, with a hint of disdain in his eyes as he looked at Ashura. Ashura felt a chill run down his spine. He could sense danger emanating from the other party. He silently opened a seal on Cabin's prison and took out his twin swords, Radiant Light. Valet, on the other side, smiled contemptuously when he saw Ashura draw his sword. He thought to himself, "This guy is quite alert, but he dares to challenge me despite being above his level. I've only participated in fewer deathmatches, and my strength is about to break through to the second level of Great Martial Master. Today, I'll show him just how big the gap in strength between different levels is." Vale didn't waste any words with Ashura. As soon as the host finished introducing the two sides and announced the start of the match, Vale rushed forward and threw a punch at Ashura's face. Valet excels in strength, and his martial arts techniques are all powerful and destructive, extremely fierce. Ashura dared not underestimate this punch, and crossed his twin swords to slash at it. But at the moment the fist and swords clashed, Ashura was actually forced back 2 steps by the immense force before he could regain his footing. He stared in horror at Valet's fists, only to see that both of Valet's fists were covered with a layer of almost transparent silver gauntlets, on which magical runes appeared and disappeared like tattoos. Valet scoffed, "Now you know how powerful you are? You think you can challenge those above your level just because you beat a few trash of the same level? You won't have any reason to die at my hands, Valet. Remember, in your next life, don't mess with the people you shouldn't have." After saying that, he swung his fists and charged at Ashura. Valet didn't even use any combat techniques, but just used his silver gauntlets to exchange blows with Ashura. Ashura was bombarded and suffered repeated defeats, facing imminent danger, but he gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on. The audience outside the ring was initially extremely excited, watching Valet bombard the shaky ghost, and they were incredibly thrilled. It's rare to see someone take on a challenge that's too high up, especially a newcomer like Ghost Sorrow who's just appeared out there. Taking on a challenge that's too high up is practically suicide and just giving them money. But after a long time, even though their voices were hoarse from shouting, the situation on the field was still one-sided. But Valet just couldn't defeat Ashura, and the audience started to boo impatiently. Valet in the arena also noticed that this kid was unusual. Regardless of his strength, his tenacious endurance was something that no martial arts master could possess. Valet roared and unleashed his blue-level martial skill, the Shattering Gold Fist. The punch immediately became incredibly powerful, and Ashura's twin swords were almost knocked off his grip by the force. Before Valet could even let out a smug grin, Ashura, who seemed on the verge of defeat, steadily parried his attacks and began to retaliate with each strike. Valet couldn't believe that the roles of offense and defense had instantly reversed. As Ashura unleashed a barrage of sword techniques and martial arts skills at him, he began to struggle to keep up and fell into a disadvantageous position. Especially after the 9 strikes, Valet could even feel the pain of the blade slashing through his fists, which shocked him so much that his hair stood on end. You should know that even the martial arts of a strong master at the first level of a Grand Martial Master cannot break through the defense of his gauntlets. As fear grew in Valet's heart, he fell further and further into a disadvantageous position. The audience was dumbfounded, not understanding why Valet, who had clearly had the upper hand before, was now being hacked down like a tree stump. The current situation is that Ashura has broken the second seal of Cabin's prison, recovered 90% of his strength, and with his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, he can naturally crush strong opponents of the same level. As the 14th strike of the tower was unleashed, accompanied by a cry of pain and a flash of blood, Valet's right arm was cleanly severed from the shoulder by Ashura. Chapter 67, Returning to the Academy. The audience stared in astonishment, mouths agape, at the severed arm flying through the air. Valet was so terrified that he begged for mercy repeatedly, ignoring the pain in his wounds. But Ashura's response was only a dazzling blade of light, and Valet's body was cleaved in 2, blood and internal organs splattering all over the ground. Ashura took a few deep breaths. Killing his enemies no longer brought him any discomfort. Ashura then tore off the gauntlets from Valet's 2 severed arms and removed Valet's storage belt. According to the rules of the Floating Palace, the victor can take everything from the loser. He had long had his eye on this pair of gauntlets. The magical runes on them clearly indicated they were no ordinary item. At this moment, the audience in the stands erupted in heated discussions, with screams and curses, and shots that seemed to lift the dome off the sky. But everyone present knew that this ghostly Sorrow who left wielding twin swords was definitely a powerful and domineering individual. After defeating Valet, Ashura did not ask the Floating Palace to arrange more opponents for him. He was far from being as relaxed as he appeared. His hand holding the knife was still bleeding slightly, and his internal energy was greatly depleted. He was afraid that if he showed any weakness, other contestants would challenge him, so after calculating his score, he ignored the teasing of the scantily clad woman and quickly left the Floating Palace. Through these months of life and death training, his strength, speed, and reaction time have become his strengths, making it difficult for ordinary strong individuals of the same level to defeat him. However, he has not yet achieved a complete integration of martial arts and magic, and he does not want to reveal his dual cultivation of martial arts and magic, lest someone with ulterior motives discover the truth behind the mask. After winding my way back to the shop's backyard, I saw a frail figure leaning against the doorframe, gazing towards the entrance. Seeing him jump into the yard, Dai-Fei, with tears in her eyes, rushed into Ashura's arms. Ashura sighed softly, and the two embraced silently in the courtyard for a long time without exchanging many words. The girl in his arms knew how hard he had worked. The next morning, Ashura slowly emerged from his meditation, glanced at the girl on the bed whose eyes still bore traces of tears, covered her with a blanket, and quietly left the room for the courtyard. He looked down and recalled the gains and losses of last night's battle, summarizing where he could have done better and where he could have improved. He was still slightly dissatisfied with the timing of when he opened the 2 layers of seals last night, feeling that he should have held on a little longer. Afterwards, I did a set of thunderclap fist in the courtyard to warm up my body. More than half a month had passed since he last left the academy. Ashura felt that his last communication with his mentor Yuanda was a bit rushed, and many cultivation-related issues had not been resolved. Furthermore, there was a damaged set of soft armor in his storage belt, and he didn't know how to return it to Magina, which gave him quite a headache. I glanced at the storage belt I'd taken from Valet last night. It contained nothing of value except some gold coins and pills. The martial arts masters who participated in the previous competition were mostly desperate criminals, and very few of them would bring storage equipment or valuable items. Most people live for the moment and don't care about the future if they had the means to survive. No one would risk their life in a Buddhist temple. Firstly, Valet was a powerful martial arts master. Secondly, he felt that Ashura was challenging him beyond his level by displaying martial arts master skills. Therefore, he brought all his wealth with him, which can be considered as Ashura making a small fortune. As for the gauntlets, Ashura loved them to the extreme. The gauntlets were as thin as cicada wings and clung tightly to his skin. The magic runes on the gauntlets enhanced their strength, increasing both his defense and offense by 10%. What's even more amazing is that when the gloves are not in attack or defense mode, no one can tell that you're wearing them, and you can't even feel that you're wearing them yourself. The ability to increase both attack and defense by 10% is also terrifying. Ashura felt that if he had had these gauntlets last night, he could have killed Valet without opening the second layer of the seal. What he didn't know was that these gauntlets were a family heirloom of the Valet, whose family was once a prominent family in the Pergadon Empire. The family later declined due to the loss of talented members, but this pair of boxing gloves is one of their family's most important treasures. The gauntlets accompanied the down on his luck Valet to the city of Pro in the Valenci Empire. Valet, who was about to advance to the second stage of the Great Martial Master, never expected to be defeated by Ashura. Ashura felt that having these gauntlets would give him more confidence in the battles he would face after entering the floating palace. He was even studying the magic runes on it, wanting to replicate these ancient runes onto other equipment. After eating the loving breakfast that Dai Fei had made for him, Ashura took out the medical manuals he had written for Dai Fei and explained the key points to her one by one. The medical manual recorded on the paper is the culmination of the life's work of Qin Zongren, a renowned physician from the kingdom of Olay, located east of the Valenci Empire. His medical skills were quite different from those in Prey City in the west of the empire, especially his acupuncture skills, which Dai Fei had never heard of before. Dai Fei's talent in medicine also surprised Ashura. She understood many key points very quickly, even faster than Ashura, who always prided himself on being smart. He even considered introducing Dai Fei to his maternal grandfather, Qin Zongren, and asked his grandfather to take her as his apprentice, believing that his grandfather would be very happy to see an apprentice with excellent aptitude and understanding. But then she thought that if Dai Fei really became her grandfather's apprentice, then her generation would be a generation higher than his. He couldn't possibly have the nerve to sleep with Dai Fei, so he quickly put the idea out of his mind. The medical instruction continued from dawn till dusk, from the desk to the bedside. After a personal demonstration of bone palpation and acupoint identification, Ashura suggested that he wanted to go back to St. Goban Academy and leave the next day. Dai Fei blushed and hid under the covers without saying much, only telling him to focus on his studies and not to rush back to see her. Ashura blushed at this. Little did Dai Fei know that he had returned so quickly because he had become the public enemy of the boys in the academy after being forcibly kissed by a girl, and had been forced to flee back to Pro City for refuge. The next morning, Ashura bid farewell to Dai Fei and rode his horse to St. Goban City. After 3 days of travel, he returned to the familiar St. Goban Academy. It was early morning, more than an hour before class. Ashura sneaked into the academy, changed into the Magic Academy's robes, pulled the hood over his head, and went to the cafeteria, which was the busiest place at the time. I listened to the conversations of the other students in the cafeteria and received both good and bad news. The good news is that there are far fewer people talking about Lan Yu forcibly kissing him. The bad news is that more and more students are breaking through to the first level of the Great Martial Master realm recently, which has given him a new sense of crisis. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a sexy figure out of the corner of his eye. Magina had finished her breakfast and was walking out of the cafeteria, surrounded by countless hot eyes fixed on her departing figure. Ashura thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and followed Nagaina out of the restaurant. He pulled his hood down further and followed the beautiful figure to a clearing by the lake in the grove of trees. Chapter 68. The bet reappears. This is an open space by the lake, with tall shrubs that block the view from the road, providing excellent concealment. Nagaina has been coming here every day after breakfast to practice her martial arts for an hour before going to the training ground for class. The red-haired girl was unleashing her full power at a wooden target in the center of the arena, the sounds of her punches echoing as she watched Ashura behind the bushes, secretly marveling at the spectacle. Thinking to himself, this woman is still so violent, especially with that ironwood target with an abstract human face drawn on it. Ashura couldn't help but think it looked like himself when he was grinning slyly. This greatly displeased Ashura, who let out a soft snort. It was this soft hum that alerted Nagaina, who was focused on practicing her boxing. She shouted sharply at the bushes where Ashura was hiding, "Who's there? Come out!" Seeing that he had been exposed, Ashura reluctantly emerged from behind the bushes, taking off his hood as he went, and said, "Don't shout, it's me." Nagaina's eyes lit up the moment she saw the newcomer. She was about to say something when she seemed to remember something, and her face immediately turned cold as she stared at Ashura with a gloomy expression. When Ashura saw Nagaina's unfriendly expression, he felt a chill run down his spine. He touched his belt, wondering whether to take out the soft armor and invite a beating, or to take out his twin swords to save his life. The two stared at each other in silence for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Ashura felt uneasy under Nagaina's gaze and took the initiative to speak. "Well, I just got back. I wanted to talk to you about something. Please don't get excited and listen to me." Nagaina crossed her arms as usual and looked at Ashura with a cold smile, saying, "You just got back? I heard that someone came back half a month ago and did something that shocked the academy by this lake." Upon hearing this, Ashura immediately denied it, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. I don't know anything. I have something important to discuss with you today. Promise me you won't get angry." Nagaina snorted at his shameless behavior, haughtily raised her chin, and gestured for him to get to the point. Ashura glanced at the girl's ample bosom, then chuckled and said, "First of all, thank you for lending me the soft armor before. It was a great help. But something went wrong, and the armor got a little damaged. Do you think it can be repaired? If not, I can compensate you." As he spoke, he took out the damaged soft armor from his storage space and handed it to Nagaina. Nagaina took the damaged soft armor and was secretly shocked. This set of soft armor was a 14th birthday gift from her family's elder. There were two sets of armor, one for men and one for women. She always wore the women's set close to her body, while she impulsively lent the men's set to Ashura. The elder even joked at the time, if Nagaina meets a boy she likes, she should give him another set of male soft armor to wear. Thinking of this, Nagaina's pretty face flushed slightly, but the tear in the abdomen of her soft armor made her frown. She knew the capabilities of this soft armor all too well. Unless a powerful magic warrior of that level unleashed a full-force attack, it was impossible to break through its defenses. However, the damage to the abdomen was clearly not caused by human intervention. It looked more like claw marks from a monster. Where did this annoying guy go and what did he go through? Ashura looked at Nagaina, who was frowning and whose expression was uncertain, and said weakly, "I didn't mean to. Can it be fixed? If not, I'll compensate you." His words pulled Nagaina back to reality, and she glared at him, saying, "You still have the nerve to give it back to me in this state? What have you been doing lately that ruined my soft armor like this?" Ashura just chuckled and rambled on, without directly answering her question, only saying that he was willing to compensate her for her losses. Nagaina grew angrier the more she listened. Looking at that smug, smiling face that often appeared in her dreams, she wanted to punch him more and more. Nagaina said resentfully, "I see you haven't improved much since you went out. You fight me now. If you win, you won't have to pay for the soft armor. If you lose, you'll have to come back and be my sparring partner until you graduate. That will be your compensation for the soft armor." Ashura's lips curled up slightly upon hearing this, and he said provocatively, "You keep your word?" Nagaina was slightly taken aback. She felt that this annoying guy was more confident and composed than before, as if he was no longer afraid of her powerful strength, which made her wary. She felt that Ashura agreed too readily, but since she had proposed the bet, she had no reason to back down given her strength. Nagaina haughtily raised her chin and said, "You think you can get away with this? Come here and get a beating. I've been itching to get my hands on you lately." Upon hearing her reply, Ashura stretched, wanting to see if his recent cultivation progress could close the gap between him and these academy's top talents. Ashura dared not be careless. He drew the radiant twin blades from his spatial belt and silently broke 2 layers of seals on Cabin's prison, restoring himself to 90% of his strength. As he broke 2 seals, Magina's sixth sense instantly detected the change in his aura. Although she didn't know how this bad boy had done it, Magina decided to treat this bet with caution. She took out a set of fiery red heavy armor from her spatial ring and instantly put it on. The fiery red armor, combined with her fiery red hair, made her look majestic and awe-inspiring. With the giant sword she drew, she looked exactly like a female war goddess appearing before Ashura. Ashura was stunned when he saw Magina, who was armed to the teeth. He cursed inwardly, thinking that he had planned to use his Grandmaster's explosive power to take down Magina in an instant, but the woman's cautious attitude as if facing a formidable enemy made him secretly annoyed. Ashura knew in his heart that Magina was not one of those desperate warriors in the floating palace. Obviously, she had a prominent family background and must have top-notch cultivation resources and guidance. The fiery red heavy armor she wore had magical runes that appeared and disappeared intermittently, shimmering with iridescent light. Even Ashura felt that he couldn't easily break through the defenses of this heavy armor. This is an innate advantage, and Ashura has always faced up to this resource gap and has never felt that it is unfair. His mind raced. Since it was difficult to win in a direct confrontation, the only option was to outsmart the enemy, just like last time. The boy's lips curled into that roguish grin again, and Magina's teeth itched with hatred at the sight of it. He raised his sword and charged towards Ashura. Ashura cursed under his breath, calling her a madwoman, and raised his twin swords to meet Magina's slash head-on. After a deafening roar, both sides took a step back, secretly shocked. Ashura was astonished by Magina's immense power, comparable to that of a level 5 magical beast, the Earthburst Bear. Magina's first thought was that this guy must have advanced to the first level of the Great Martial Master realm. His growth rate was too fast. But why did he seem to have the aura of a martial arts master before? Suppressing her doubts, Magina focused even more intently on her battle against Ashura, the two exchanging blows in the woods by the lake. Fortunately, there were hardly any students by the lake at this time, otherwise they would definitely have been attracted to watch this exciting battle. Chapter 69: Outsmarting the Enemy. Magina grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. In just 6 months, this scoundrel had grown so powerful that she now had to fight him with all her might. When she asked him to be her sparring partner before, she used less than 50% of her strength, yet she still managed to make him run away with his tail between his legs. But now, he can hold his own against her in a direct confrontation. It should be noted that Magina, as the pride of the Valencia Empire, has enjoyed top-tier cultivation resources and education since childhood. The power unleashed by her devilish figure is something that ordinary strong individuals of the same level cannot withstand. But the fact that this magician in the magic robe could withstand her attacks without being at a disadvantage filled her with both shock and anger. It seems that I've been getting this guy to be my sparring partner for so long, but it's actually benefited him. Ashura on the other side was in even more pain. Every slash from Magina made his blood surge. He wanted to use the ascending tower blade technique, but each time he could only swing a few times, his combo was interrupted by Magina's powerful slashes. This is also a drawback of the climbing tower knife technique, and a weakness he cannot avoid at present. But instead of using his speed and agility to dodge Magina's attacks, he engaged in head-on clashes with her every strike. Because if he wanted to defeat Magina, he needed to set a trap. As their fight intensified, their location gradually changed, no longer the open space behind the bushes. The surrounding trees also suffered, being cut down into pieces by the two men's sword energy. The commotion of their fight attracted students who were doing their morning exercises nearby, and they all rushed over to watch the spectacle. After another clash between the twin swords and the horse-slaying sword, Magina took a step back, while Ashura took 7 or 8 steps back to the side of a bush. Magina was slightly out of breath. It had been a long time since she had fought so wholeheartedly, which made her, who loved battle, extremely happy. Her gaze toward Ashura became even more blatant. Ashura felt a chill run down his spine from that gaze, and the image of Magina riding on top of him flashed through his mind. He quickly shook his head to clear his head. He then shouted at Magina, "Is that all you've got? You can't beat me like this. Hurry up and unleash your strongest attack, I'm in a hurry to get to class." Magina's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly after hearing this, as if she was truly angry. However, she hesitated because her martial arts technique was extremely powerful, and she didn't know if that bad guy could withstand it. But Ashura on the other side, of all people, shouted, "Mother Tyrannosaurus, have you thought this through? Otherwise, I might use my ultimate move first, and don't say I didn't hold back." At that moment, Magina heard only 3 words in her mind: Mother Tyrannosaurus. How dare he give me such an awful nickname? I'm going to tear that guy's filthy mouth apart. With that thought in mind, Magina no longer hesitated. She raised her hand and held the saber horizontally behind her, her body slightly crouching and leaning forward. Ashura's lips curled slightly when he saw her move. He had finally waited for Magina to use this move. During their long sparring sessions, Ashura had also gained some understanding of Magina's martial arts skills. The move she was about to use was called Gale Crescent Slash, one of her strongest martial arts techniques. Once the skill is unleashed, it will rapidly shoot towards the opponent, swinging the saber behind the user in a semicircle, causing immense damage. Ashura also noticed that Magina had moved the back of her horse-slaying sword forward and the blade back, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This little girl still knew her limits and didn't intend to cut him in two. Before he could think further, Magina on the other side shouted out the name of the martial skill, Gale Crescent Slash, whether to boost her own morale or to remind Ashura. Seeing Magina hurtling towards him, Ashura was prepared. He shouted Gale Crescent Slash, and unleashed a dazzling golden light from his twin blades. Hearing the shout, Magina was slightly startled, then her eyes were stung by the dazzling golden light. She unconsciously closed her eyes and swung the blade forward. But after a crisp crack, Magina, with her eyes closed, knew that it wasn't the sound of the blade hitting the weapon, nor the sound of the weapon hitting flesh. It sounded more like the sound of a blade striking a bush. As her body continued to surge forward in mid-air, before she could even open her stinging eyes, she suddenly felt her feet slip and fell into the lake with a plop. So this was a scheme devised by Ashura to outwit his opponent. Behind the bushes where Ashura was just now was a wide lake, but it was just hidden by the bushes and couldn't be seen. Ashura lured Magina here, and even retreated several steps to the bushes, which was part of the scheme. The constant head-on weapon clashes from beginning to end led Magina to mistakenly believe that he would always fight her in martial arts without dodging. When Ashura saw the charging half-moon slash technique, he knew the game was won. He didn't actually know the half-moon slash, he was just shouting it out to influence Magina's judgment. At the same time, the skill of dazzling light from dual swords stunned the girl's eyes, causing her to lose her judgment for a short time and fall into the water. Just as she had predicted, Magina, after falling into the water, cried out in panic, "Bastard!" She then flailed wildly in the water with her hands raised high, and the heavy armor she wore became a burden after falling into the water, dragging her body further down. What Ashura didn't know was that Magina almost drowned in the pond at home when she was a child because she was naughty. Fortunately, her mother saw her and saved her. This caused the girl to have a childhood trauma about water, and she has always been afraid of water and can't swim. Ashura was initially pleased, thinking, "This time I'll finally teach you a lesson, you little wench, for hitting me so roughly before." You can see that Magina's fingertips haven't been above the water for a long time, and the number of bubbles rising to the surface is decreasing. Ashura knew something was wrong and jumped into the lake. In the clear water, he saw Magina motionless, like a statue, sinking into the depths of the lake. Ashura was terrified, his hair stood on end. He hadn't expected things to get so serious. He had only intended to lure Magina into the lake. Since Magina has nowhere to put her weight on while in the lake, she certainly can't exert her full strength. Whenever Magina tries to get ashore, he will use his martial arts to force her back into the lake until she admits defeat. Unexpectedly, Magina couldn't swim and sank to the bottom of the lake after struggling for a few moments. If something had happened to her, Ashura would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. So Ashura swam desperately toward Magina. The girl was also falling very fast because of her heavy armor. Fortunately, Ashura grabbed her arm and struggled to swim upwards. The moment she broke the surface of the water, Ashura immediately picked the girl up by the waist and quickly carried her to the lake shore. But the girl in his arms remained with her eyes closed and showed no reaction. Ashura panicked for a moment, laid the girl flat on the grass by the lake, and reached out to remove the helmet from the girl's heavy armor. The girl's face was still pale, and she seemed to have stopped breathing. No matter how much Ashura called out and patted the girl, she didn't respond. In his anxiety, Ashura suddenly remembered the first aid medical skills he had learned from his grandfather. He took a deep breath and kissed the girl's pale lips. Chapter 70 Escape Again. Despite repeated attempts to breathe in and out, with lips touching and separating, Magina showed no reaction whatsoever. Ashura was sweating profusely with anxiety. Seeing that breathing through her mouth was ineffective, he roughly removed Magina's heavy armor. He intended to press on the girl's chest to help her heartbeat return, but inside the fiery red armor was a close-fitting soft armor, the style of which looked remarkably similar to the soft armor he had lent himself. Ashura didn't think about these issues in detail, nor did he have time to remove the girl's close-fitting soft armor. He had no interest in looking at the two snow-white peaks. He squeezed his hands into the ravine between the two peaks, stacked them together, and pressed them against the girl's chest repeatedly. Press down several times, then lower your head to exhale, repeating this process several times. Finally, as Ashura breathed into the girl's mouth again, Magina slowly opened her tightly closed eyes. But as soon as she woke up and opened her eyes, she saw that annoying guy leaning down and kissing her. Magina's eyes widened instantly, her mind went blank as if she were lacking oxygen, and her whole body seemed to have been drained of strength, leaving her limp and powerless. As if he could feel a breath being blown into his mouth, the bad guy in front of him immediately got up and put his hands inside his soft armor to press on his chest repeatedly. Just as the extremely anxious Ashura took a deep breath and was about to lower his head to kiss the girl's lips again. Looking down, he saw the girl staring at him with wide, incredulous eyes. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Ashura, however, was thick-skinned and calmly withdrew his right hand from the cleavage of the girl's chest. He said awkwardly, "You're awake. Don't overthink it. You fell into the water just now, and I rescued you. You don't need to be too grateful, it's just a matter of saving your life." Before he could finish speaking, a crisp slap echoed through the forest. Ashura covered his left cheek and glared angrily at Magina, who had sat up halfway up. Magina didn't seem to have fully recovered her strength. She supported herself with one hand on the ground and used the other to cover her loose, close-fitting soft armor to conceal her exposed skin. Biting her lip, her pretty face frosty as she stared at the bastard who had assaulted her, she coldly said, "You tricked me into the water, and then while I was unconscious, you actually kissed me and touched my breasts." Ashura looked at the girl who seemed about to cry, and his resentment dissipated considerably. Just as he was about to say something to explain, he suddenly noticed something and turned his head to look. Two girls were staring wide-eyed at the two men on the ground, and Ashura suddenly had a bad feeling about them. Ashura was a decisive person. He instantly sprang up and rushed towards the two girls. He wanted to control the two women before explaining, but when the two girls saw the murderous Ashura, they immediately screamed and ran away. Ashura was about to give chase when he saw many figures rapidly approaching from the woods. He thought to himself, "I'm doomed." He turned back to Magina, whose mind was in turmoil and who was still secretly grieving. He quickly said, "I really did try to save you just now. Believe it or not, a lot of people are gathering here now. Those two girls must have heard or seen something. Get up and straighten your clothes. I'm leaving now. We can talk about this another day." After saying that, he used his wind-chasing and thunder-chasing movement technique to disappear into the depths of the forest in a few flashes. Magina was still in a daze. All she knew was that the guy had bullied her and then run away. But when she heard countless footsteps approaching, she quickly took out a set of samurai clothes from her storage ring and put them on to cover up her exposed skin. Soon, 7 or 8 students appeared in front of Magina. The two female students who had been hiding behind the two male students peeked in their direction. When everyone saw Magina, dressed in a samurai outfit with her hair still wet, her face pale but her lips unusually red, they looked at each other. Magina stood up without a word, intending to leave. But a bolder boy stepped forward and asked, "Junior Magina, I heard that a dark-haired boy did something inappropriate to you. Is that true? Don't worry, we will definitely catch that guy and let you do whatever you want with him." Magina stopped in her tracks, turned to look at the boy, and coldly uttered a single word, "Get lost." After saying that, she turned and left without looking back, putting on her clothes. The boy looked extremely embarrassed, while the two girls behind him chattered excitedly, telling everyone some incredibly exciting news. They were drawn to the sounds of fighting in the woods and saw from a distance that it appeared to be a boy kissing a girl on top of him. As the two women approached, they heard a slap and a girl's intermittent accusations. "What do you mean by luring me into the water? What do you mean by kissing and touching my breasts?" When the two girls finally saw the two protagonists clearly, they were utterly astonished. The female protagonist was Magina, one of the top 10 beauties among the freshmen of the college, who was lying on the ground looking pitiful. The male protagonist shocked them both even more. He was the same boy who had been forcibly kissed by Lanyu in this forest last time. That's right, the two of them were the witnesses to the last incident where Lanyu forcibly kissed someone, and coincidentally, they witnessed the scene of the black-haired boy forcibly kissing Magina again. The male protagonists of these two shocking incidents are actually the same boy. More and more students gathered to watch, and most of the boys were filled with hatred and began searching around for the black-haired boy involved in the incident. Only the two girls excitedly recounted what they had seen and heard to everyone, swearing as they spoke, as if afraid that others would not believe them. As more and more people gathered, the news of Magina being forcibly kissed by the dark-haired boy spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Without a second thought, the male protagonist, Ashura, ran straight to the academy gate. He glanced back at the gate with a look that was worse than crying, then mounted his dragon horse and rode off towards Pro City. The female protagonist of the scandal unusually did not go to the martial arts training ground. Instead, she sat on the bed with her knees drawn up to her chest, lost in thought, her mind filled with the image of that bastard kissing her. She slowly realized that the guy must have been saving her at the time the pain in her chest was between her breasts, so if he wanted to take advantage of her, he shouldn't have touched that area. But no matter what, that despicable guy took advantage of her. What should she do? Where did that guy go? Will he deny it later? Will he hold a grudge against me for slapping him? Magina spent the whole day lost in thought. Although her roommates were full of gossip, none of them dared to knock on her door to ask her what was going on. However, when the rumor reached Lan Yu's ears in Class 7 of the training ground that day, the blue-haired girl silently went to Instructor Ange and asked to spar with all the boys in the class. The boys in the class were initially very excited and eagerly lined up, but Lan Yu coldly said, "Come on, all of you." When the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class, a group of male students with bruised and swollen faces tumbled and crawled out of the training ground. Chapter 71 A Thousand-Man Slayer, even ghosts fear him. Rumors spread like wildfire throughout the academy that the black-haired thug had fallen for Lan Yu and then raped Magina. Magina's number one suitor, Monroe, the top martial artist among the new students, was furious. He posted a reward in the academy library. Anyone who could provide information about the black-haired boy would be rewarded with 1,000 academy points. As the rumors intensified, Ginza, Arthur, and Angelo sat staring at each other in the living room of dormitory 138 for the entire afternoon. Ever since they heard about the black-haired boy that morning, the three brothers ran back to their dormitory without prior arrangement. The three of them didn't dare leave their dormitory all afternoon, keeping the curtains drawn and constantly glancing nervously out the window to see if any suspicious people were loitering at their dormitory entrance. They all guessed that the black-haired thug must be the third brother, Ashura, but they never imagined that Ashura would do something so crazy. The incident of forcibly kissing the 10 most beautiful girls in the academy was just a scene that appeared in the dreams of the three of them, but Ashura actually did it, and it is said that he also touched her breasts. The three of them are now worried that Ashura might have gone mad from practicing some martial arts technique and might have some kind of perverted idea like needing to replenish his yang energy through yin-yang cultivation. Angelo asked timidly, "Boss, can we go out tomorrow?" Kanazawa swallowed the rye bread in his hand with difficulty and asked Angelo, "How much food do you have left in your storage space?" Angelo gave a bitter smile after hearing this, while Arthur, who was standing next to him, put his hands on his head and said, "What on earth is Ashura doing? I'm so afraid he'll get beaten to death when he comes back." The three of them discussed it again in the living room and decided to stay in the dormitory for 3 days to see how things went. If anyone asked about Ashura, they would say that he had gone back to his hometown to handle some matters and had not returned for a long time. Having traveled for 3 more days with little interest, Ashura returned to Pro City. He was really at a loss for words. Whenever he went back to school and got involved with girls, nothing good ever came of it. He didn't know how long this farce would last. It seemed he would have to stay a while longer before going back. After making up his mind, he didn't go to Dai Fei's shop. He just glanced at the girl's busy figure from afar, then turned around and went to the street to find Hughes, and asked him to buy a separate small courtyard for him to live in for the time being. He was also worried that someone might find Dai Fei's shop because of him, and now that frail girl was also a family member he wanted to protect. Actually, he was worried that Dai Fei would ask him why he came back so quickly, and even with his thick skin, he was too embarrassed to tell the truth. Living in his own courtyard would allow him to focus more intently on practicing his martial arts. From then on, every 3 nights later, a black-haired martial artist wearing a ghost mask would challenge a powerful martial artist of the first level of the Great Martial Master in the arena of the Floating Pagoda Palace. Ashura's plan was simple. In the Grand Martial Master rank, ranked by points, he would challenge each of the strongest participants that night, starting from the bottom. "I usually challenge 1 person per night, and when I'm in good form, I challenge 2. Because he was wearing the cabin's prison, his strength was still displayed as that of a 3rd-level martial master. He challenged a 1st-level Great Martial Master, and the opponent could not refuse his challenge. Ashura was puzzled by the first few Grand Martial Master level experts he challenged, feeling that their strength was not as great as that of the first valet. But a very old, powerful martial arts master taught him a lesson. When he had beaten this opponent, who was about the same age as his grandfather Adolphe, so badly that he coughed up blood and flew backward, and saw the old man kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, he softened and turned around to let the old man go. But the instant he turned around, a throwing knife flew out from the old man's pleading hands. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, the knife would have slit his throat. The throwing knife grazed his cheek, knocking a piece off his mask, and blood dripped onto the ground. Ashura turned around, looking at the old man who was glaring at him with resentment. The old man dusted himself off and stood up, clearly having held back his strength earlier. Kneeling and begging for mercy was just a way to lower Ashura's guard and take advantage of his youth and ignorance of the dangers of the arena. Ashura didn't waste any words with the old man. He opened the second layer of Cabin's prison and used his ascending tower blade technique to chop the treacherous old man into 8 pieces before stopping. As he walked out of the arena, he was met with merciless mockery from the scantily clad woman who hadn't teased him in a long time. He didn't retaliate, but simply nodded indifferently. And so Ashura fought to the death in the floating palace of Pro City for half a year, giving it his all every night. The powerful individuals who survived in the floating palace were no ordinary people. Their various martial arts skills and insidious tricks broadened Ashura's horizons. He often won Pyrrhic victories, and even when he was covered in wounds, he never broke the 3 seals of his own prison. His skill level has also risen to the 2nd stage of Grand Martial Master and the 2nd stage of Grand Magician. Recently, he swept through the entire Grand Martial Master rank, leaving no other contestants in the Grand Martial Master rank besides him. Martial Master level experts dare not advance to the next level, and Grand Martial Master level experts dare not participate. The audience at the Floating Palace has long been captivated by this black-haired martial artist who wears a ghost mask in every match. Whenever he appeared, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, a stark contrast to the scene when he first entered the arena. The audience also made a fortune by betting on him to win, especially Hughes, who was the first to know him. He is now a well-known wealthy man in Pro City, and the common people on the street call him Lord Hughes. Because Ashura's battles are always against opponents of higher levels, especially when he challenges a powerful opponent of the 3rd level of Great Martial Master with the apparent strength of a 1st-level Great Martial Master. The audience's passion nearly lifted the dome of the underground arena on the continent of kings. The strong are always revered. Ashura was holding an exquisite silver badge in his hand, a badge issued after reaching 1,000 points in the Floating Palace. When announcing the matches each night, the host would preface the name of the strongman who possessed such a badge with a resounding title, Thousand-Man Slayer. The name Ghost-Slaying Demon resounded throughout the underground arena of Pro City. Martial masters from other cities came to the Floating Palace in Pro City to challenge Ghost-Slaying Demon and make a name for themselves, but without exception, they all became points on the Ashura badge. Ever since Ashura received the silver badge, the scantily clad women at the registration desk have stopped teasing him and always address him respectfully as Lord Ghostfira. She repeatedly offered to provide Ashura with delicious food and beautiful women, and even said that she herself could satisfy any of Ashura's needs at any time. But Ashura never agreed, for fear of revealing his still somewhat immature face beneath the mask. As for the more than 1,000 points from the Floating Pagoda Palace, he was not in a hurry to exchange them for items, because 10,000 points could be exchanged for a super yellow rank martial arts skill, which is more precious than ordinary yellow rank martial arts skills. Having 10,000 points will also earn you a gold badge, and an even more prestigious title, a warrior against 10,000. It is said that there are only 10 powerful warriors in the entire King's continent, each capable of defeating 10,000 men. Being able to become a peerless warrior in the Floating Pagoda Palace is enough for the Floating Pagoda Palace to provide him with a super yellow rank martial arts skill. This is currently Ashura's only way to access yellow rank martial arts techniques, and he will do everything in his power to achieve this goal. Now, Ashura's strength has been honed through constant battles, and he believes that none of the school's top students at the Grand Martial Master level can defeat him. This confidence was forged through countless life or death battles. Chapter 72 The King of Truancy is back. Ashura participates in almost every round of the Floating Palace deathmatch, except for a few matches where he was seriously injured and then rested for about a week. In his spare time outside of the deathmatch, he studied magic rune inscription, and in half a year, his magic rune inscription skills improved by leaps and bounds. It is now possible to inscribe basic magic runes onto ordinary equipment. His initial motivation for learning rune inscription was seeing that his senior, Saemon, who had bought Magina's hair, had earned a large number of academy points because he was a top rune inscription artist in the academy, which made Ashura extremely envious. But now that he has actually learned how to inscribe magic runes, he finds that he doesn't have time to earn more points from it. He really couldn't find the time to take on magic rune inscription tasks. He even used his sleeping time for magical meditation now. One day at noon, as Ashura was diligently inscribing magic runes, he suddenly sensed a vibration in the academy emblem. He took out his academy badge from his spatial belt and saw that it was a text message from his mentor, Ella. To be honest, he had almost forgotten about his beautiful homeroom teacher. Ella's text message was concise: Ashura, your leave period has expired. The academy's new assessment is about to begin. Please return to the academy immediately. Ashura tossed the academy badge in his hand, recalling the faces of the two beauties from the academy, Lanyu and Magina. Ashura gave a wicked smile, stretched, and then went out to lead his horse, galloping towards the direction of St. Goban Academy. On the quest wall of the St. Goban Academy library, the quest to find the dark-haired boy who bullied Magina is still prominently displayed. Ashura arrived at the academy in the evening and tied the dragon horse to the mount storage area. He deliberately tied his dragon horse to the outermost side of the storage area, the purpose of which was obvious: to make it easier for him to escape again next time. Ashura arrived at the academy in the evening. He was still wearing the hood of his school uniform and quickly walked into dormitory number 138 with his head down. When Ashura entered the dormitory living room, Kanazawa, who was making tea, was so startled that he dropped his expensive teacup. Ashura thought that his boss hadn't seen him in a long time and was so excited that he smiled and opened his arms to wait for Jinza to give him a brotherly hug. As a result, Jinza passed him like a gust of wind, ran to the living room window and pulled the curtains shut heavily. He patted his chest with lingering fear. Ashura was completely baffled by what he had done. Hearing the commotion, Arthur opened his dormitory door and looked down. He then yelled "Holy shit!" and banged on Angelo's door a few times, calling out to the fourth brother as well. The three of them stared at Ashura for a long time in the downstairs living room, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration. But more than anything, it was pity, which left Ashura completely bewildered. Before Ashura could speak, Jinza, the eldest in the dormitory, put his hand on Ashura's shoulder and said with a burning gaze, "Third brother, tell the truth, did you forcefully kiss Lanyu and Magina?" Ashura shook his head firmly after hearing this. Before the three of them could breathe a sigh of relief, Ashura said, "It was Lanyu who forcibly kissed me. The forced kiss on Magina was also a misunderstanding. I was trying to save her." As soon as Ashura finished speaking, he felt the hand on his shoulder tighten even more. The three people in the dormitory stared at him with bloodshot eyes. The leader, Jinza, gave an order: "Beat him up first." After saying that, the four of them started to play around, but they didn't actually fight. Instead, three of them pinned Ashura to the ground and kicked his buttocks. He kicked her while shouting, "Let you be arrogant, let you be cocky. What makes you think you can kiss a beautiful woman? What makes you so special? Don't you even think about your brothers? Do you know how much worry and fear you've caused us?" After beating him up to vent his anger, Ashura slowly learned the whole story. He discovered that the impact of these two scandals was even greater than he had imagined, especially since the suitors of the two beauties formed an alliance of more than 300 people to eliminate the sex fiend, and the leader of the alliance was Monroe, the strongest newcomer. Every day, people are sent to search for the black-haired pervert in the woods by the lake. The girls in the academy have been afraid to go to the woods by the lake lately because of the legend of the pervert. Ashura's lips trembled slightly. Just as he was about to retort, he saw Angelo take out a portrait from his bosom. The image above is a portrait of a boy with long black hair. The person in the painting bears a 5-point resemblance to Ashura. It was probably drawn by the two girls from memory. Angelo said, "Third brother, I infiltrated the Exterminate Sex Demon Alliance for your sake. Everyone in our alliance has a copy of this portrait. Our alliance's motto is, better to arrest the wrong person than let the guilty go free." Ashura was originally filled with the joy of returning home in glory due to his increased strength, but this news shattered him completely. No matter how powerful he was, he dared not face more than 300 fanatical sycophants. Ashura grabbed Angelo's shoulders with both hands and said earnestly, "Fourth brother, save me." Angelo circled Ashura scrutinizingly for a moment, then took out a pair of scissors from his spatial ring. The other two nodded in agreement. A short while later, Ashura, who had long, flowing black hair, changed to a simple short hairstyle. The short hair made Ashura look more energetic and capable. He has a kind of bad boy, cool vibe. Angelo was very satisfied with his haircutting skills. Ashura didn't care much, as long as he didn't get beaten up. Being bald was fine with him, but he was still a little embarrassed. The three brothers gave Ashura a few more instructions on what he should and shouldn't say, telling him to stay away from Lanyu and Magina, or he might really get beaten up and thrown into the lake to feed the fish. The three then became very interested in where Ashura had been and what he had been doing recently, but Ashura only talked about some trivial things he had seen and heard, without mentioning his experiences in the monster forest and the floating palace, which were somewhat unimaginable for the students of the academy. When he told the three of them that his strength had been upgraded to the first level of Grand Martial Master, the three in the dormitory were slightly surprised. Jinza and Arthur had also reached the first level of Grand Magician and the first level of Grand Martial Master, respectively. But Ashura's progress exceeded their expectations. Arthur even said, "Why are you going to the Magic Academy? Just come to the Martial Arts Academy. What they didn't know was that Ashura's true strength had reached the second stage of both Grand Martial Master and Grand Magician. Of course, there were also 7 or 8 strong freshmen in the academy who had reached the second stage of strength, but Ashura had already quietly moved to the forefront of them. The next morning, Ashura, dressed in a magic robe, obediently went to the cafeteria for breakfast and then discreetly followed the flow of people toward the Magic Academy. When Ashura silently entered the Magic Class 13 classroom, the classroom, which had not yet started class, was already bustling with noise. There were many more people in the classroom than before, almost all of them handsome male magicians, talking loudly as if trying to attract someone's attention. Ashura looked up at his previous seat and found it was still empty, but the silver-haired girl next to the empty seat seemed even more dazzling than before. Ashura didn't think much of it and plopped down in the empty seat. But the moment he sat down, the air in the classroom seemed to be sucked out, and there was complete silence. Chapter 73 Special Training in the Warcraft Forest. Ashura felt as if he were sitting in the mouth of a giant dragon, with sharp, sword-like gazes all around him trying to pierce through him. Ashura, who was already uneasy, broke out in a cold sweat. Before Ashura could react, the silver-haired girl beside him said coldly without even looking up, "There are people here, get out of the way." Upon hearing this sound, the sharp gazes around immediately turned into gloating looks, as if this was not the first time such a scene had occurred. Ashura scratched his head awkwardly, then poked the girl's arm next to him with his finger after thinking for a moment. This was a gesture he often made during class. The girl beside him froze instantly, then turned around abruptly to look at him. Ashura revealed his most radiant smile, a row of white teeth gleaming. After matching the grinning, short-haired man in front of her with the figure in her memory, the silver-haired girl Clara's eyes instantly changed from bright to fierce. Ashura didn't get to see the smile of the even more charming young girl he hadn't seen in a year. Instead, the girl instantly pulled out her precious magic wand from her spatial ring. He chanted a spell, and the huge gem at the top of the staff pointed at Ashura's forehead. The battle-hardened Ashura immediately realized that Clara was about to summon lightning to strike him. Her body reacted instantly. She pushed the magic wand aside with one hand and quickly covered Clara's mouth with the other. Clara was not about to let this despicable fellow get away. She turned her head and tried to struggle to avoid the hand covering her mouth. With her other hand, she used her magic wand as a stick to hit Ashura on the head. Seeing that this young lady was not going to stop, Ashura instinctively reacted by wrapping one hand around Clara's slender neck and covering her mouth from the opposite direction, as if he were pulling the girl with her mouth covered into his arms. With her other hand, she grabbed Clara's wrist as she waved her wand, and said nervously, "It's me. What's wrong with you? I didn't do anything to you, did I?" Clara glared fiercely at Ashura with her beautiful big eyes. Her mouth was covered, so she couldn't make a sound. She could only use her other, uncontrolled hand to pinch the soft flesh on Ashura's waist. The two of them played around like a young couple for a while, then suddenly felt a bit quiet. The two looked around and saw that all the students in the class were staring at them with their mouths agape in disbelief. Clara's face flushed red instantly. She pinched Ashura's waist again, straightened up from her half-lying position in Ashura's arms, and pretended to flip through the books on the desk. Ashura awkwardly scratched his short-haired head. Just then, a fat man in the front row asked timidly, "Are you Ashura?" Ashura glanced at Naue, the chubby guy he used to be on good terms with, nodded, and said, "Long time no see, everyone." The classroom erupted into chaos again with a whoosh. Several boys and girls from the same class who had some connection with Ashura gathered around Ashura's desk, bombarding him with all sorts of questions. Basically, it's like saying, "You're finally back, you truant king. Where has Ashura been all year? You're the first freshman to be away from the academy for so long." Ashura simply said that he had some family matters to attend to and had gone home for a while. He had been cultivating in his hometown for the past year and had only just returned to the academy. As he said this, he clearly heard the silver-haired girl next to him, who had pricked up her ears, give a heavy humph. While everyone was still bombarding Ashura with questions, male students from other classes who were unaware of the situation were also asking the students from class 13 about Ashura's background. When they learned that he was an unknown, poor student, most of the boys just curled their lip in disdain. Just then, the bell rang for class, and a pretty female teacher walked into the classroom. It was Ella, the homeroom teacher of class 13. Everyone returned to their seats, and the boys around them glanced at Ashura's table almost imperceptibly. Instructor Ella noticed Ashura's return and breathed a sigh of relief. Ashura gave her an apologetic smile. Ella rolled her eyes at Ashura, a gesture so feminine it made the hearts of the male students in the classroom skip a beat. The reason why so many male students from other classes came to class 13 is not only because of Clara. There are always flowers representing love placed at the door of Instructor Ella's office. Instructor Ella first announced some shocking news. The Academy's latest assessment would be held in 3 days, and the assessment location would be the Monster Forest. Upon hearing this news, the young students gasped in surprise. The Monster Forest had always been a forbidden area for humans, a place that these young people dared to discuss but not explore. Even Clara, who was standing next to her, covered her mouth in surprise. Ashura, on the other hand, remained calm. He had survived alone in the Monster Forest for several months. Although he hadn't gone very deep, he had killed the Earth Bear on his own. With his current strength, he could kill the Earth Bear without taking any damage if he encountered it again. So when he heard that the assessment location was the Monster Forest, he didn't react much, but he was quite interested in how the assessment would be conducted, and it would be best if there were any rewards. After the gasps from Instructor Ella and the others subsided, she continued, "This assessment will be conducted in class units. One magic class will be paired with 2 martial arts classes as a team activity. Students from other classes can go back to their respective classes and ask their homeroom teachers for specific assessment details." With a whoosh, more than half of the students left the classroom, leaving only the 14 lightning magicians from class 13 looking at each other in bewilderment. The classroom hadn't felt this spacious in a long time. Instructor Ella smiled helplessly and continued in her beautiful voice, "This assessment focuses on familiarizing yourself with the Monster Forest. Each class will be accompanied by 2 instructors. The instructors will only intervene when you encounter dangers that you cannot handle. Otherwise, you will have to reach the target location on time on your own. You will have to solve all the problems you encounter in the Monster Forest on your own. You should cherish this group activity, because after this, you will be going to the Monster Forest in random groups of a few people to complete tasks. There will be no mentors to accompany you, and there will be casualties. Therefore, this team assessment experience is especially important." The students in class 13 breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, but they were also worried about the difficulty of the next assessment. Then Ella, the instructor, began her lecture. Ashura listened intently for a while, but found that he still couldn't understand most of it. A year without formal magic theory courses had left him unable to keep up. Although his magical strength is not low due to his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, he has not yet perfectly integrated magic into actual combat. Just as he was lost in thought, a notebook with neat handwriting was pushed towards him. Chapter 74: The Magician Carrying 2 Swords. Ashura looked at the familiar notebook in front of him and recalled all the memories he and Clara had of exchanging notebooks and chatting. He couldn't help but smile knowingly, but when he saw the words on the notebook, he couldn't smile anymore. The delicate handwriting on the paper carried a chilling undertone, reading, "You're getting more and more impressive, sneaking back to forcefully kiss 2 girls from the Martial Arts Academy." Ashura immediately slammed the chatbook shut, glancing nervously around. Clara, who had been watching him closely, became even angrier at his guilty look. Ashura took the pen from the girl's hand and wrote in the notebook, replying, "Don't talk nonsense. I just returned to the academy. I don't understand anything about forcibly kissing girls." Clara gritted her teeth and replied to the notebook's reply, "Why did you cut your black hair? My first thought when I heard the news was you." Ashura pursed his lips when he saw the notebook being handed to him again, thinking to himself that a woman's intuition is really accurate. He then made up some random excuse to steer the conversation off topic and started chatting casually with Clara. Clara was furious at his nonsensical replies. What angered her was that he had come back twice but hadn't come to see her. For the next 3 days, Ashura kept a low profile, no longer wandering around the training ground, and spent most of his time exchanging cultivation insights with Instructor Yuanda. When Master Yuanda learned that his beloved disciple had actually reached the 2nd level of Grand Martial Master and the 2nd level of Grand Magician, he was even more excited than when Ashura himself had advanced. But when Ashura took out the silver badge of the floating palace, Instructor Yuanda remained silent for a long time. When the 4th day of the Demon Forest assessment arrived, all the new students of the Magic Academy gathered at the main gate of St. Goban Academy. Instructor Ella and another fire magic instructor named Slade walked to the front of the class of Magic 13 students. Instructor Slade, seeing the Class 13 team, joked, "Your class has so few students, looks like this mission will be easy." Instructor Ella smiled but did not reply. She looked at the 14 lightning magic students in front of her and said seriously, "The mission map for this Beast Forest assessment has been issued to you through badges. Instructor Slade and I will be leading the team to take charge of you. We will be joining the teams from the other 2 martial arts classes soon." The students from Class 13 around them were all excited. Having their instructors leading the way made them feel much more at ease. It seemed like they were going on a picnic in the Warcraft forest. Just then, two teams of new martial arts students, each led by their two instructors, approached Magic Class 13 from the left and right. When Ashura heard the excited shouts of the fat man now way ahead, he turned his head and glanced to his left, almost scared out of his wits. He saw that the girl coming from the left was from the 7th class of martial arts freshmen, and the long legs of the girl with blue hair were too eye-catching. Ashura quickly turned his head to the other side, but the fiery red hair made him want to die. He quickly pulled the hood of his magic robe over his head, trying to move to the back of their magic class, but their class was so small that even if he moved to the back, he would still stand out. Clara had been watching Ashura closely. Seeing his unusual behavior, she glanced around and then kicked Ashura hard from behind. But Ashura seemed unresponsive, keeping his head down and remaining silent. With the three classes joining together, the boys in the team were the most excited. 3 of the top 10 beauties among the freshmen were in the same team, as was the beautiful and elegant mentor, Ella. This Warcraft Forest assessment was amazing. The boys excitedly scanned the figures of the various beauties, their eyes darting around in a blur. Only Ashura stood there motionless, wearing a hood, his heart filled with unbearable sorrow. Was the god of fate trying to torment him? He could sense 3 unfriendly gazes locked onto him, one from his left and one from his right, and a cold glance from his front every now and then. Lan Yu and Magina had their eyes on him from the start. Even though he was wearing a hood, the 2 girls recognized him at a glance because they knew him well. The 2 women looked at him with complicated feelings, lost in their own thoughts. Unconsciously, they stood on either side of Ashura while queuing up. The 2 women glanced at each other, their faces slightly flushed, and turned their heads away. Ashura followed the group like a zombie to the entrance of the monster forest. He knew that Clara was in front of him, Magina was on his left, and Blue Feather was on his right. He was completely devastated, terrified that those 2 old ladies would go crazy again and expose him, the black-haired pervert, to everyone. But the other boys were both jealous and envious of him. When the 3 classes reached the entrance to the monster forest, the handsome middle-aged instructor, Engel, shouted to them, "You are about to enter the monster forest. Be on your guard. Any carelessness could cost you your life. Now everyone take out your weapons, make sure your hands are ready to draw them and wield your staffs at any time, ready to enter combat at any moment. Understand?" After hearing this, the students took out their weapons and staffs from their storage space. Mentor Engel is right. Taking out weapons from storage space will take time, and such details can sometimes determine life and death. Only Ashura stood there blankly, unmoved. Seeing this, Instructor Ella frowned, walked over, patted Ashura on the shoulder, and asked, "What are you daydreaming about? Why aren't you taking out your staff? Instructor Eng just reminded you." Ashura was extremely embarrassed because although he was wearing a magic robe, he didn't have a magic staff at all. After thinking for a moment, he took out his twin swords, Yaoguang, from his storage belt and slung them behind his back using their sheaths. The crowd stared in disbelief at his strange behavior, then burst into a low chuckle, as it was the first time they had ever seen a magician carrying 2 swords. But Ashura remained unmoved by the jeers and whispers around him. He was still considering how to deal with the 2 ticking time bombs beside him. Instructor Ella was exasperated by Ashura's actions. This student was really giving her a headache. He then patted Ashura on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Are you deliberately trying to annoy me? Can't you give your homeroom teacher some face? What kind of magician carries 2 swords?" Ashura couldn't admit that he didn't have a magic wand, so he casually lowered his voice and replied, "I can protect you, Instructor Ella, with my dual swords." After saying that, I realized it was a bit inappropriate, but since I had already said it, I couldn't take it back. I could only laugh awkwardly twice. Upon hearing this teasing remark, Instructor Ella was taken aback at first, then blushed slightly and spat out, "You think you can do that? Fine, whatever you want, you can use your twin swords to protect your instructor then." Ashura was also a little confused by the answer, but the 3 girls next to them could hear their quiet conversation, and Ashura instantly felt immense pressure from the surroundings. He immediately lowered his head and stopped talking. And so, in front of Ashura was Clara, to his left was Magina, to his right was Lanyu, and not far behind him was his mentor Ella. Surrounded by 4 beautiful women, Ashura lowered his head and walked back into the monster forest. Chapter 75. You must take responsibility. Ashura followed the group cautiously through the dense forest on the outskirts of the monster forest. The college assigned each of the 3 classes to a different team and set a route for them. The team was required to reach the task location within a specified time to complete the assessment. The team's formation consisted of martial arts students on the left and right sides protecting magic students in the middle, while the instructors were scattered around the team. The team is following the planned route and is expected to reach its destination in about 20 days. This assessment was relatively easy, mainly focusing on familiarizing oneself with the Warcraft forest in preparation for the next assessment. It was a bit of a waste of time for Ashura, but he had no temper at all, because any slight movement on either side made him tremble with fear. He knew that the two beauties had already recognized him, and he was secretly glad that they hadn't turned against him yet. He walked on thin ice the whole way, afraid that if he walked too loudly, he would upset the two ladies. The mentor Ella behind him also sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere on his side. Knowing Ashura as she did, she knew he would never be so quiet. She didn't even talk to Clara, who was usually very close to her, though Clara often saw them passing notebooks to each other. The boys from the surrounding martial arts classes would occasionally approach the three beauties to chat them up, and even Ella, the instructor behind them, was quite helpless as she was pestered by a young martial arts instructor named Anthony. None of the three beautiful female students gave the boys who approached them a friendly look, but instructor Ella was quite helpless in the face of their persistence. Only Ashura, wearing a hood, walked forward cautiously like a wooden figure. Meanwhile, Kyle, the class's academic representative, wanted to switch places with Ashura. Kyle had been pursuing Clara for a long time, but he didn't get a single smile from the silver-haired girl. Seeing two other beautiful female students who are just as stunning as Clara today, how could he not seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Ashura was more than willing after hearing this. He was now even breathing very carefully, wishing he could go to the front to catch his breath. Just as he was about to leave quickly from the left front, he saw a tree stump directly in front of him being cleaved in two by a huge broadsword, with wood chips flying everywhere. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment, their faces full of question marks. Magina, to his left, sheathed her saber back into its scabbard. Although she wasn't wearing the fiery red heavy armor, her imposing aura was still quite domineering. Magina said softly, "This tree stump is really annoying." Ashura immediately retracted his left foot, which he had just stepped out, and returned to his previous position without making a sound. He waved to Kyle, telling him to leave quickly. Feeling embarrassed and confused, Kyle assumed that Ashura was disrespecting him once again, so he snorted and returned to his seat in front of him. Ashura instantly felt the oppressive feeling around him lessen considerably. Before he could even congratulate himself on his quick reaction, he heard Magina on his left say softly, "I misunderstood you about what happened last time." Ashura froze upon hearing this. He knew it was Magina speaking to him, and the content of their conversation relieved him somewhat. He quickly moved closer to Magina. He said in a thieving manner, "It's good that you know, but don't mention it again, especially don't say that I saw you at the time, understand?" Magina rolled her eyes at him after hearing this, and without answering him, she simply emphasized, "Go back and be my sparring partner after this assessment." Ashura immediately retorted, "Why should I?" He spoke those three words a little louder, and both Lan Yu and Clara looked at him. Ashura immediately lowered his head and shrank his neck. Magina said nonchalantly, "Just because you took advantage of me, shouldn't you take responsibility for me?" Ashura wished he could cover Magina's mouth. He retorted anxiously, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. What did I do to you? I only did it in a moment of desperation to save you. I don't care if you repay me for saving my life, but you can't cheat me." Magina retorted coquettishly, "I don't care. Everyone saw you bullying me, and now the whole academy knows you bullied me. Aren't you going to take responsibility for me? I'll go and ask my classmates to judge this." Ashura was in a real bind after hearing this, so he could only try to coax Magina into not telling anyone else about it. Otherwise, he could just live in the monster forest. There wouldn't be 300 people in the monster forest who would want to kill him. The two of them were chatting animatedly when Lan Yu, who was on the right, suddenly kicked a tree as thick as a bowl in front of them, snapping it in half. As he pulled his foot back, he casually remarked, "This tree is really annoying." Ashura immediately understood and moved to the right, saying guiltily, "What is it now? You were the one who initiated it last time, it had nothing to do with me. Don't cause trouble, I've lost my first kiss." Upon hearing this, Lan Yu blushed and said resentfully, "I don't care, but you still hugged me then. That was my first kiss too. Besides, if you hadn't made such an outrageous request, I could." At this point, Lan Yu's face turned red, and she didn't have the courage to continue. Ashura is really having a headache. He feels like he just can't reason with girls. He said helplessly, "I've been chased out of the academy by your suitors and haven't dared to come back for a long time. What more do you want? Isn't it time to vent your anger?" Lan Yu chuckled at his words, then covered her mouth and said haughtily, "I don't care, you have to take responsibility for me." You're not allowed to hide from me anymore and make me unable to find you. Ashura was sweating profusely after hearing this. He had been talking for so long and it was all his fault, yet the two of them were still making him take responsibility. Was there no justice in the world? Feeling so wronged, Ashura angrily ripped off his hood. The two girls next to him were taken aback when they saw his short hair standing on end, and then they both covered their mouths and chuckled. Ashura seemed a little helpless, but fortunately, things were out in the open, and neither of them seemed to want to drag him into it anymore. Ashura felt relieved, and his personality became more lively. He would chat quietly with the two beauties on either side of him from time to time, making them laugh. Clara in front of him looked unhappy, thinking about which tree to summon lightning to strike it down. Ella, standing behind him, was even more surprised. She hadn't expected that this sly boy from her class would be so popular with two girls from other classes. Ella thought carefully about the two rumors that were making headlines at the academy, and immediately smiled knowingly, as if she had learned some incredible secret. No girl dislikes gossip. When the young male tutor Anthony saw Ella laughing, he assumed it was because his boring jokes had worked, and he put even more effort into showing off his self-important oratory skills. But Ella didn't listen to a word he said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the short-haired boy who was trying to please everyone. After a morning of trekking, the group finally reached the first rest stop. Some of the weaker mages complained incessantly, as if they had never walked such a long distance before. They are currently on the outermost edge of the Warcraft Forest, which is also the flattest part of the journey. The journey ahead will only become more difficult and fraught with danger. Chapter 76 Attack and Chaos. Around noon, all the students rested at the first rest stop marked on the badge map. As the group ventured deeper into the dense forest, the surrounding trees grew denser, the air seemed to become increasingly stuffy, and the number of mosquitoes increased, especially among the more delicate female mages, who kept grumbling and complaining. The 6 instructors around him smiled without saying a word when they saw the students' miserable state, offering no instructions or guidance whatsoever. Once upon a time, they went through the same thing when they were young. But their smiles now seemed somewhat malicious. All the students sat on the ground, eating and drinking to replenish their energy, and chatting about the novelty of entering the Warcraft Forest for the first time. Ashura didn't sit down immediately, but stood there looking around for a while. Seeing him like this, Clara finally spoke to Ashura, saying, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get some rest." Ashura smiled slightly after hearing this, and muttered to himself as he sat down, "This spot isn't suitable for camping or resting. The trees are too dense, and we can't see what's around us at all." After saying that, he nudged Lanyu with his shoulder and said, "Shouldn't your martial arts class arrange for students to stand guard and keep watch?" Ashura's words startled Lanyu slightly, and Magina and Clara were also stunned when they heard his mutterings. Although the three of them were class monitors of 3 different classes, they never considered whether the campsite was suitable. "Should we arrange for someone to stand guard during breaks? After all, the Warcraft Forest is full of dangers." They just followed the map on the badge the school had arranged for them to camp here, so they came to camp. Nobody thought about these things except Ashura. The 3 beauties were all worldly young ladies. After a moment's thought, their expressions became somewhat serious. The 3 of them suddenly stood up and, just like Ashura had done before, looked around. Instead, Ashura, who was sitting on the ground, looked up at the 3 beauties and had a good eye feast. Magina and Lanyu exchanged a glance, and both of them found the strongest members of their class to arrange for guard duty in the left and right directions. Although the strong students in the martial arts class were a little confused by the class leader's arrangement, they all stood up and prepared to go out to guard the perimeter. The mentors behind him nodded in surprise. Before the martial arts students could even step out of their formation, several howls of wild beasts echoed through the surrounding jungle. The students were all stunned by the sound, and several girls screamed instantly. Several students sitting on the periphery got up and ran towards the middle of the group. Seeing that some people were running, more people followed suit and ran around in a chaotic manner. The group instantly descended into chaos. At that moment, several gray, magical beast figures charged towards the student group. Only a few outstanding martial arts students, such as Magina and Lanyu, got up and rushed towards the monsters. Ashura immediately pulled Clara, who wanted to help, up to the thickest tree trunk, swinging his legs and watching the chaos below with great interest. Clara initially wanted to break free from his arm and go down to help, but after seeing the monsters charging into the crowd from the treetop, she calmed down, glancing at the chaotic scene below and then at the gloating Ashura. The chaos didn't last long before it was stopped by a few people who rushed forward and shouted. Magina was holding up the corpse of a dead monster, looking angrily at the people running around in the camp. Only then did everyone suppress their fear. They were all stunned when they saw the magical beast in Magina's hand, and then they all lowered their heads in great shame. It turned out that what Magina was holding was the corpse of a level 2 magical beast, a grey wolf. The other magical beasts killed by the other students were also grey wolves. Level 2 magical beasts like grey wolves were easy for any of the students here to kill. But in reality, they were chased around by these beasts, and several girls even fell and got scraped. Before the students could recover from their self-reproach, Instructor Engel said in his loud, mocking voice, "So this is the elite of St. Gobain Academy?" A team of 100 people was chased away by 7 or 8 level 2 magical beasts, the grey wolves. The trainees were all blushing. The very first incident they encountered during this assessment shattered their pride. Mentor Koeng continued, "What surprised me was that not all of you were fools. There were smart people who realized they needed to stand guard and patrol, and there were also brave ones who took the initiative to confront the enemy. This showed me your potential. Although this assessment is simple, it's not the kind of outing you're imagining. This is the Monster Forest, a place fraught with danger. Several students from the previous cohort lost their lives in this assessment. I hope you will take it seriously. Our mentors won't tell you too much. You'll have to rely on yourselves for everything. We'll only step in if you encounter a danger you can't handle. Perhaps the next crisis won't be so simple." After hearing this, the trainees looked at each other in bewilderment, lost all interest in resting, and reorganized their ranks to prepare for departure. Kyle from Class 13 of Magic just tripped and fell flat on his face while dodging a magical beast, and now he's covered in dirt, which greatly affects his noble image. But when he looked up and saw Ashura jumping down from the tree, he instantly regained his confidence and shouted mockingly, "Ashura, you coward, you actually climbed a tree to hide from the monsters. That's hilarious. Ha ha." Before he could regain his confidence amidst the mocking laughter of Ashura, Kyle was instantly silenced as if he had been choked. Clara glared at Kyle, then looked at Ashura with a complicated expression. She knew that this bad guy was the only one who could find and solve problems, which showed that he was better than others. So why was his performance at the academy always so mediocre? As the group continued deeper into the monster forest, Magina, Bluefeather, and Clara demonstrated their leadership skills, managing both the formation and the perimeter security in an orderly manner. Magina and Lan Yu left Ashura's side and led the team forward one after the other, while Clara directed and coordinated from the center. At this point, the team will frequently encounter monsters on their way forward, mostly level 1 or 2 low-level monsters, but a few level 3 monsters have also been spotted. The students regained their confidence and rushed to kill the monsters they encountered. These low-level magical beasts are generally of little value, and no students bother with their corpses. However, Ashura put the corpse of a level 3 magical beast, the Greenwood Bull, into his storage belt. This action drew mocking glances from the surrounding students, who thought that Ashura was greedy for the small gain of a level 3 magical beast's corpse. In particular, a group of noble young men led by Kyle pointed fingers at Ashura, and words like country bumpkin and poor bastard could be faintly heard. Ashura was completely indifferent to this, but Clara felt indignant about it. But Clara later discovered that she couldn't see any emotional fluctuations in Ashura's eyes at all. It seemed that the students who mocked him had never caught his eye. The group, after stopping and starting along the way, arrived at the campsite marked on the map for the night. This location was by a lake, with several towering trees, a wide view, and flat terrain, making it an excellent spot for camping. The 3 beautiful female class leaders were very satisfied with this campsite. After exchanging camping details, each class arranged their own accommodations. Chapter 77 Camping. It was dusk, by a lake somewhere in the Warcraft forest. A group of students from St. Gobain were busy setting up camp and pitching tents. The tents of the martial arts students were on the outer perimeter, while the tents of the magic students were on the inner perimeter near the lake. At this time, under the leadership of the 3 squad leaders, the team had already arranged for personnel to stand guard and set up camp in an orderly manner. Only then did the trainees show some joy. After all, they were all young people, and their first time camping in the wild made them extremely excited. Everyone took out tents from their storage space and set them up. Some male students would take the initiative to help female students set up their tents, and some students from better-off families even brought out some luxurious tables, chairs, bedding, and other items to arrange for them to rest. Clara was also struggling to set up her tent. She had never set up a tent before, so it was a bit difficult for her. She refused several male martial arts students who offered to help her, keeping a close eye on Ashura, who was standing by the lake looking around. Pouting, she muttered resentfully, "That bastard didn't even come to help. Instead of setting up the tent and getting ready to eat and rest, what is he standing there for?" Ashura, who had been listening to her nagging, looked around for a while, then his eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly walked to a large tree by the lake. This large tree has a trunk that is as thick as 4 or 5 people can wrap their arms around it, and there is a huge natural tree hole near the ground that faces the lake. Ashura walked into the tree hole, which was as tall as a person, and looked around, quite satisfied. After jumping out of the tree hole, Ashura went to the lakeside and cut a large bundle of dry reeds, which he carried back to the tree hole. He then used the reeds to make a simple bed inside the tree hole, and Ashura lay down on it and stretched comfortably. The tree hollow faces the shimmering lake, and you can see most of the starry sky when you look up. It is truly a natural wooden house in a superb location. Before Ashura could even finish enjoying the beautiful evening view of the lake, a small head popped out of the tree hole. A pretty girl tilted her head and looked at him from the hole, her long silver hair falling naturally like the smoothest silver ribbon. For a moment, Ashura couldn't tell whether the scenery outside was more beautiful or the girl at the cave entrance was more beautiful. Clara looked at Ashura's tree hole, her eyes shining slightly. With her girlish heart, she was also very interested in this tree hole. Before she could even examine the tree hollow properly, she heard that rascal's voice rang out at the most inopportune moment. "How is it? My room is nice, isn't it? Come and sleep with me if you like." As he spoke, he moved to the side and patted the dry grass beside him. Clara gritted her teeth and didn't reply, but instead took out her magic wand and began chanting a spell. Ashura suddenly flipped over and tried to cover the girl's mouth. Clara blushed deeply and dodged away, glaring angrily at the scoundrel. Ashura pleaded, "Fine, I won't sleep then. But my house can't withstand your lightning. If you damage my house, I'll sleep in your tent tonight." Clara was so angry at these shameless words that she took her magic wand and tried to hit Ashura on the head, but Ashura jumped away laughing. Clara snapped, "Everyone else is busy setting up camp, and you're just slacking off. Go chop some firewood." Ashura knew he couldn't afford to anger this little miss, so he pursed his lips and jumped out to chop wood. Seeing Ashura leave, Clara glanced at the tree hole again. She really wanted to go in and lie down to see what it felt like, but she was too embarrassed. She stomped her foot and left to continue working on her tent. Ashura went to the outer woods to chop some firewood and ran into Magina, who was on guard duty there. He foolishly asked Magina to chop firewood for him, saying that Magina's horse-slaying sword was perfect for chopping wood. Magina sneered as she drew her broadsword and said, "This sword is more suitable for cutting you than for chopping firewood." Then another chaotic chase ensued. Only after Ashura ran out of Magina's warning range did the red-haired girl snort and return to her previous position to stand guard. Before the indignant Ashura could catch his breath, a long, straight leg came straight at his face. Ashura instantly ducked and leaped several times to dodge the attack, then roared at the graceful Bluefeather, "Are you crazy? Why did you kick me?" The tall and slender Lanyu replied nonchalantly, "Oh, it's you. I thought some kind of magical beast had jumped out from behind the tree. Turns out it's you, you big pervert." Ashura was furious when he heard this, but he didn't know how to refute her, so he could only mentally rape the girl 100 times. Lanyu knew Ashura was up to no good when she saw his lewd gaze. She raised her eyebrows and was about to draw her dark blue dagger to cause trouble for Ashura. However, the unusually sensitive Ashura quickly slipped away and ran away, making faces at Lanyu as he went. Lanyu was so angry that she wanted to chase after him and beat him up, but then she remembered her duty to guard the post. She slashed the big tree next to her with her dagger, and the dagger went all the way into the trunk. Lanyu's chest heaved rapidly with anger, making her slender figure, laden with fruit, appear even more alluring. Only when Ashura's figure disappeared into the dense forest did Lanyu chuckle out loud, muttering the words "big pervert." Ashura carried a large bundle of firewood back to the magician's camp from the far end of the camp, where he saw that the students had basically already set up their tents. The noble students even took out chopped firewood from their spatial rings and started a campfire, which made Ashura purse his lips helplessly. The surrounding students pointed and whispered at Ashura, who was carrying a large bundle of firewood. Those students who took out firewood from their storage space felt even more superior. Ashura left some firewood for Clara, and carried most of the firewood to his tree hole. At this moment, under the organization of the vice class leader Kyle, Class 13 of Magic set up a huge dining table, enough for the dozen or so magicians in Class 13 to sit down. Kyle ostentatiously took out various exquisite foods from his spatial storage and placed them on the dining table. The food was even served on silver plates, exuding a strong aristocratic air. Other trainees also shared the food they brought with them. Because their mages were generally physically weak, the team did not assign any mages to stand guard, so they could sit at the table early to enjoy their dinner. Clara was also pulled to sit down at the table by several girls in her class. She took out the several exquisite dishes she had prepared and shared them with everyone, but she kept looking at the busy figures under the big tree. At this moment, Fatty Nawe shouted to Ashura, "Ashura, come and eat. What are you dawdling over there for?" After hearing this, Ashura glanced at the table laden with food and was quite tempted, just about to head over and freeload a meal. Then several sarcastic voices rang out, "Does he need to be invited to eat for free? Do we have to invite him over? What good food will he bring? Does he just bring his mouth?" "Exactly. I just saw that he didn't even prepare a tent, he was planning to sleep in a tree hole, and I bet he didn't prepare any food either, he's like a wild man." Kyle was the most vocal among these sarcastic remarks, seeking revenge for Ashura's failure to switch places with him. Several vain girls said some very unpleasant things, which made Clara frown and feel displeased, and Fatty Nawe also looked embarrassed. The cacophony of laughter made Ashura frown. He was practically invisible, with mediocre grades and no family background. He had only been out of class for a year and didn't have many close friends. His good relationship with Clara even caused some male trainees to feel somewhat uncomfortable with him. Ashura pursed his lips and said, "No need, you guys eat. I didn't bring any food, so I'll just make something for yourselves. Enjoy yourselves." After saying that, he ignored the other students and turned to light the pile of firewood. Chapter 78 Barbecue Master. Ashura ignored the snobbish classmates and focused on lighting the fire next to his tree hole. Then he sharpened a long wooden stick, carried it and swayed to the lakeside, where he took out the corpse of the greenwood bull from his spatial belt. They quickly processed the hide and cleaned the internal organs by the lake, then used a sharpened wooden stick to pierce the carcass of the bull and carried it back to the camp, where they placed the strung bull on a wooden frame over the fire. The classmates who had just mocked him had actually been keeping an eye on the oddball's movements. When they saw that he was planning to barbecue a bull, they were briefly stunned before bursting into a cacophony of jerk laughter. Clara could no longer sit still upon hearing these jeers. They sounded so grating to her ears, as if they were mocking her. Even the exquisite food on the table now seemed nauseating to her. She was just about to get up and go find Ashura to share the food in her space with him when an elegant figure walked up to Ashura's side. Ashura was squatting on the ground tending to the fire when she heard someone call her name. She looked up but couldn't see the person's face. All she knew was that it was a female magician wearing a magic robe. This gave Ashura a direct understanding of the newcomer's magnanimity. The magnanimous female mage asked in a slightly excited voice, "Ashura, are you going to make a barbecue?" Ashura then recognized the voice as belonging to his homeroom teacher, Ella. He quickly stood up and replied, "Yes, Teacher Ella, some of the magical beasts in the monster forest are quite delicious." Upon hearing this, Instructor Ella excitedly exclaimed like a little girl, "You mean you can barbecue? Can I join? I've never grilled Warcraft before." Ashura paused for a moment after hearing this, then smiled and said, "Of course. It would be my honor to invite such a beautiful lady as you to my dinner party." After saying that, he performed a standard noble gentleman's invitation etiquette, turning to the side, bowing, and extending one hand in front of Mentor Ella. Without any hesitation, Instructor Ella gently placed her hand on Ashura's outstretched hand, completing the nobleman's invitation ceremony. Ella was beaming with excitement, looking more like a young girl who loved new things than a mentor. The magic students who had just been mocking Ashura were instantly stunned. Even Clara, who had stood up, froze in front of her seat, unsure whether she should go over. Kyle, realizing what was happening, immediately shouted defiantly, "Mentor Ella, please come and eat with us. Look how many delicious dishes we've prepared. We have dishes made by the best chefs in St. Gobain City. You're welcome to come and try them." Instructor Ella glanced casually at everyone and the food on the table, and replied with a smile, "No need, I like Ashura's dinner, you all eat." Kyle felt embarrassed upon hearing this answer, but what embarrassed him even more was that Clara, the goddess he had been paying attention to, casually said, "I have no appetite, you guys eat," and then walked towards Ashura. With stars twinkling in her eyes, Instructor Ella asked Ashura, "Is there anything I can do? I'd like to do something too." Ashura thought for a moment, then took out a box of sauce and a brush from his storage space and handed it to Instructor Ella, saying as if communicating with a friend, "Brush my secret sauce onto the grilled meat, and make sure it's evenly spread." Ella didn't pay attention to his tone and happily took the sauce and started brushing it onto the grilled meat. But then a voice suddenly rang out, "Ella, I've been looking for you for ages. I've prepared a lot of delicious food from the second floor of the restaurant tonight, and I hope we can have dinner together." The visitor was the young instructor Anthony from the Martial Arts Academy. It is said that Instructor Anthony's family is a count in the Valenci Empire, and he himself is a second-level magic warrior knight. He is young, handsome, and rich. However, after meeting Ella at school, he fell madly in love with her and pursued her. Like Ella, he stayed at the school as a mentor. This time, he used his connections to switch to the group that would carry out the mission with mentor Ella. Instructor Kira politely declined, saying, "No need, Instructor Anthony. I prefer being with my students. I've always wanted to learn barbecue skills from Ashura, and now I finally have the opportunity. So, I'm sorry, Instructor Anthony." Hearing this obvious rejection, Anthony was not discouraged, seemingly already used to such answers. He then said in an extremely gentlemanly manner, "Oh, that's perfect. I also enjoy studying food, so we can learn some grilling techniques together." Despite her smile, Instructor Ella turned to Ashura and asked in an unusually kind tone, "Ashura, is this convenient?" Ashura was still watching the show when Instructor Ella directly asked him a question. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Instructor Ella's kind smile was full of threat. Ashura pondered for a moment and decided to take a gamble, saying awkwardly, "Teacher Anthony, I'm really sorry, but my barbecue technique is a family heirloom. There's a rule in my family that this barbecue technique is passed down to women, not men, so it's not convenient for you to be here." As Ashura spoke, he kept glancing at Ella's facial expression. When he saw that Ella's smile became even brighter after he finished speaking, he knew that he had made the right bet. But the excuse he came up with at the last minute was so lame that he glanced at his mentor, Anthony, with an embarrassed look on his face. Anthony's handsome face was contorted, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Ashura immediately turned his head away to avoid looking. Fortunately, Instructor Ella picked up the conversation, saying, "Instructor Anthony, it seems inconvenient. I know a few friends who are quite good at grilling. I can introduce you to them sometime." Knowing that staying any longer would only create more awkwardness, Anthony turned and left with a displeased expression, glaring at Ashura as he went, leaving Ashura feeling utterly helpless. As Instructor Ella watched Instructor Anthony leave, she let out a long sigh of relief and winked at Ashura with great appreciation. Ashura was stunned by this very girlish and playful action, but the boy was not so easy to talk to. He leaned closer to Instructor Ella and whispered, "Dear Instructor Ella, I have done you such a big favor. How are you going to thank me?" Ella, the mentor who was standing next to her in the form of a little girl, immediately said, "What help? I don't know what you're talking about." Ashura sneered after hearing this, and stood up to shout in the direction where Instructor Anthony had left. Before he could even shout, a slender, white hand covered his mouth. He heard Instructor Ella say angrily, "I'm scared of you. You weren't this ruthless when you asked me for leave before." Ashura chuckled and immediately flattered, "How could I dare ask you for any benefits? It's just that I haven't received the 100 academy points I'm supposed to receive every month since I took a year off. Just give me those points." Instructor Ella rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly, "I prepared it for you a long time ago, but I haven't been able to give it to you since you left the academy. Bring your badge, and I'll transfer it to you right away." Ashura immediately began praising Instructor Ella's beauty and wisdom with even greater flattery, while handing his badge to Instructor Ella and watching as she transferred over 1,000 academy points to him from his time away from the academy. As the two were whispering and chatting, a soft voice sounded behind them, "Mentor Ella, may I join you?" Chapter 79 Earning Points. The two turned around at the same time to look at the newcomer. The graceful young girl stood behind them with a slightly blushing face, her long silver hair seemingly shimmering. Instructor Ella immediately replied happily, "Of course, you're very welcome. I just don't know if Ashura's grilling is any good. I don't know anything about barbecue." Ashura was a little annoyed. After all, it was his territory. Why didn't they ask him if he agreed? Just as he was about to open his mouth to assert his status as the protagonist, Clara calmly took out her magic wand. Ashura immediately shut his mouth and turned to get back to work. Clara and her mentor Ella chatted and laughed as they brushed Ashura's secret sauce onto the grilled meat, while Ashura added firewood and turned the aoki bowl over the grill. The students of Class 13, who were not far away, were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why Ashura's lousy barbecue had attracted two top beauties. Did all beauties like barbecue? The martial arts students not far away also looked at that small area with envy. Before they could even figure out what had just happened, two more beautiful figures walked up to the eccentric boy's barbecue fire, chatted with Instructor Ella for a few words, and then happily joined the barbecue team. This directly caused the members of Class 13 to lose their appetite. Except for the carefree knave who was still eating delicious food, the boys, including Kyle, were so angry that they were full. The two new recruits were Magina and Lanyu. After finishing their guard duty, they both headed towards Ashura. They had actually witnessed what happened at Ashura's place. Initially, the girls' reserve made them hesitate about whether to go forward, but seeing Clara join the small group first, they no longer hesitated and quickly walked over. Ashura was confused when he saw 4 beautiful women sitting in front of the fire. Fortunately, there was plenty of roasted meat from Aoki Maniu, so the girls probably couldn't eat much. He leaned against a big tree and lay down, crossing his legs and directing the newly joined Magina to keep turning the roasted meat over and over, while Lanyu chopped and added firewood to the fire, and Ella and Clara kept brushing the roasted meat with the second secret sauce. The 4 women wanted to kick Ashura for being so shameless, but they decided not to bother him because he was the one who provided the barbecue. The 4 women chatted casually, with Ashura occasionally chiming in, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. But as soon as Magina's stomach rumbled, her face flushed red, and she angrily shouted at Ashura, "How much longer until the roast meat is ready? Why doesn't it smell at all?" Ashura, half lying on the grass, glanced at the thick, hardened sugar coating on the greenwood bowl, which was the 3rd layer of royal jelly sauce that he had Ella and Clara brush on. Ashura slowly got up, walked to the huge roasted meat, and said, "Ladies, the exciting moment has arrived. Now it's time to witness the deliciousness." After saying that, he took out a gleaming sword and cut a slit in the thick layer of frosting on the back of the greenwood bowl. Instantly, a large amount of oil gushed out from the slit, and the hot oil and frosting merged and seeped into the roasted meat. A strong aroma of roasted meat filled the air and spread rapidly in all directions. The 4 women stared at the roasted meat in disbelief, their mouths watering involuntarily. The surrounding magic and martial arts students, drawn by the aroma, searched everywhere and gathered around the barbecue. The aroma of the roasted meat was even more enticing than the 4 beauties. Magina was the first to react and reached out to touch the meat, but before she could, Ashura slapped her hand. Magina blushed and glared at Ashura. Ashura said nonchalantly, "I'm afraid you'll get burned, so I'll divide the meat for you." After saying that, he leaped down from the tree and picked a few large leaves. Then he used a knife to cut 4 of the tenderest strips of meat from the roasted meat and handed them to the 4 women. Whether they were hungry or attracted by the aroma of the barbecue, the 4 women ate heartily without any regard for their image, praising how delicious it was as they ate. Ashura was quite pleased to see the 4 women enjoying their meal so much he remembered reading various books about food when he was a child. In addition, his experience in the Warcraft forest gave him some knowledge of how to grill Warcraft meat, which is why he was able to make such delicious grilled meat. Ashura was about to cut off a piece of roasted meat to fill his stomach when a hand reached out to grab it. Ashura immediately grabbed the outstretched hand in annoyance and saw that it belonged to a boy from Magic Class 13. His mouth was already watering. The boy, still a little annoyed at being stopped, said, "Ashura, I'd like to try your grilled meat too." He then tried to break free from Ashura's hand to grab the meat. But Ashura simply shook his hand off, saying unhappily, "How dare you? I didn't eat your food, so don't touch my roasted meat." Feeling humiliated after being rejected, the boy immediately shouted, "What's so great about you? All you can do is make this low-class barbecue. Everyone, let's go home, it's nothing good." But the onlookers around him completely ignored him, making his actions seem even more ridiculous. Just then, a hearty voice rang out, "Ashura, you're something else. Your grilled meat smells so good. Give me a piece to try so I can have it with my drinks." Then, the handsome middle-aged mentor Engel walked over with a smile, talking as he went. Ashura felt indignant thinking about the fear he had felt when he was dominated by Engel before. But he couldn't refuse Instructor Engel like he had stopped the magic students, so he suddenly had a brilliant idea. Ashura also said with a grin, "Of course you can have some, Instructor Ang, but I only grilled 1 piece of meat. There are so many other students around who also want some and have been lining up for a long time. So I think it's fair. Students who want some can pay me a service fee and I'll cut some meat for everyone. Of course, Instructor Ang, you certainly won't eat for free. Just pay me a small service fee like the students do. And of course, I'll give you a big cow's head, I guarantee you'll eat your fill." Engel's smile froze on his face. This kid was definitely not one to suffer a loss. Before Instructor Ang could respond, one of the onlookers shouted, "Really? How much service charge do you want? I'm not short of money, hurry up and give me a piece of grilled meat, it smells so good." Ashura gave the student who asked the question an approving look. "That's a good question." Then Ashura continued, "We're all classmates, and talking about the service fee would hurt the pure friendship between us. How about this, we'll charge you 10 academy points per pound of barbecue. Of course, if you want to eat my barbecue tomorrow, I need to prepare in advance. You can give me points to reserve your barbecue for tomorrow. I guarantee that tomorrow's barbecue will not be the same as today's." If you don't make a reservation, you'll have to use double the points to buy the barbecue. After all, I work quite hard at grilling these meats. Now everyone can use their points to buy this delicious Warcraft barbecue." After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence, followed by a chorus of curses that echoed throughout the camp. Chapter 80 Divided Equally. After hearing Ashura's words, the crowd began to express their dissatisfaction. "I think Ashura is so mercenary, and his prices are so outrageous." Even the 4 women behind him looked embarrassed, wishing they could stay far away from this guy. Ashura, on the other hand, faced the crowd nonchalantly. He was always very patient with his customers, so he didn't explain anything. He simply cut off a piece of roasted meat and ate it with his mouth full of oil. As Ashura ate the roasted meat with increasing relish, the shouts around him grew quieter, and everyone silently swallowed their saliva. At this moment, a chubby hand handed over his academy badge and urgently called out, "Ashura, quickly get me a pound of roasted meat so I can try it." Ashura's eyes lit up, and he immediately touched the badge with the fat guy Nawe to collect 10 points. He then enthusiastically cut a piece of roasted meat from Nawe's thigh and handed it to him. Nawe didn't mind that the barbecue was hot. As soon as he got it, he couldn't wait to eat it. He ate a pound of barbecue in 3 bites. After finishing, he closed his eyes tightly, as if he was savoring the taste of the barbecue. The surrounding trainees all silently watched Nawe, who had her eyes closed, waiting for her response. After a long silence, Nawe suddenly opened his eyes. Without commenting on the taste, he simply took out his badge and ordered 3 more pounds of roasted meat. Seeing Nawe's reaction, everyone secretly swallowed. Once the first person bought it, a second and a third followed, and soon all the students were eagerly taking out their badges to buy barbecue. Ashura frantically collected points and cut meat at the same time. The 4 women behind him exchanged glances, seemingly having reached some kind of tacit understanding, and also stepped forward to help Ashura sell barbecue. The barbecue was very popular with the students, and many of them, like Nawe, bought it again. Even Instructor Eng spent 100 points to buy an Aoki Minotaur head to go with his drinks. Kyle and the others couldn't bring themselves to buy Ashura's roasted meat, but they couldn't resist the aroma. So they asked a martial arts student they knew to buy them a few pounds of roasted meat. They took a bite of the roasted meat with a critical mindset, but were immediately won over by its deliciousness and scrambled to finish it. In no time, the roasted meat from the Aoki bowl was almost completely divided up by the students. Many students even paid their points to reserve the meat for tomorrow, including anonymous magic students like Kyle. Ashura beamed as he calculated the points in his badge. He earned 1,800 points selling barbecue tonight and had 2,000 points reserved for barbecue tomorrow. Ashura suddenly felt that life was so wonderful. He had made a fortune in these 20-odd days of training. Yellow rank martial arts skills were not a dream. Just as he was fantasizing about the academy points he would gain during this training period, 4 slender figures surrounded him. Ashura looked at the 4 women's meaningful gazes and scratched his head, puzzled. Seeing the 4 women's eyes fall on his badge, he seemed to understand something, and with a wave of his hand, he said domineeringly, "Don't worry, I won't charge you 4 for the barbecue, isn't that generous?" The 4 women were speechless. They had underestimated Ashura's shamelessness. But all 4 of them hesitated, looking at each other without saying anything. Finally, Magina was the first to lose her temper and said to Ashura, "Have you forgotten something?" Ashura was completely baffled by what she said. He pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out what he had forgotten. He tilted his head and looked at the 4 beauties with an innocent expression. Magina blushed slightly, but still insisted, "We haven't shared the points from the barbecue you sold with them yet. We grilled the barbecue together, and we sold it together." After saying that, her pretty face turned even redder, as if she was very embarrassed to say those words. The other 3 girls nodded in agreement. Ashura was dumbfounded after hearing this. He thought he was thick-skinned enough, but he didn't expect the 4 beauties to be even thicker-skinned than him. He immediately jumped up and retorted, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You wish." The 4 girls were initially a little embarrassed, but it was hard not to be tempted by so many academy points. They admired Ashura for earning so many academy points in such a short time, and they were glad that they had made the decision to come here for barbecue. Seeing Ashura's clueless reaction, the 4 girls were a little unhappy. Instructor Ella calmly said, "Fine, we don't have to divide them up then, but from now on, if anyone asks for leave, just strictly follow the academy's rules." Ashura stared wide-eyed at his beautiful and intelligent female mentor, unable to believe she would utter such heartless words. Ashura gritted his teeth, seemingly making some kind of compromise with Instructor Ella, and then turned his gaze to the other 3 women. The three beauties were even more direct, showing no intention of communicating with him, and simply silently drew their swords, daggers, and staffs. Ashura immediately raised his hands in a show of weakness and shouted, "Fine, fine, I'm scared of you all. I'll give each of you 100 academy points. Isn't that generous enough?" The three beauties' eyes lit up instantly, and they were about to agree when Ella, the instructor at the back, spoke up first. "Didn't you earn 1,800 points today? We're a team, so of course we have to split the points equally. 360 points each, no more, no less." Ashura stood frozen in place once again, staring at the four beautiful women in front of him whose eyes were glowing with emerald light. He silently drew his twin swords, radiant light, from his spatial belt, assuming a fighting stance, ready to break his third seal at any moment. Seeing his resolute stance, Instructor Ella smiled and drew her magic staff, unleashing the full aura of a second stage mage, her long flaxen hair fluttering in the wind. The other three beauties also picked up their weapons, smiling as they looked at Ashura. Ashura stared at the four people opposite him in silence for a long time, and finally silently took out his badge and handed it over. A moment later, Ashura lay expressionless in his tree hole, gazing at the sky outside the hole. Listening to the excited chatter of the four women outside, Ashura felt that a yellow-rank martial arts technique was slipping away from him. After an unknown amount of time, Ashura finally calmed down and sat in the tree hole to meditate silently. Apart from the martial arts students on the outermost outpost, the students in the camp gradually fell asleep, and the night in the Warcraft forest was peaceful and serene. In the middle of the night, Ashura, who was meditating, heard faint footsteps approaching his tree hole. Ashura immediately lay down on the dry reeds and pretended to be asleep. A little while later, a small head peeked into the tree hole. After seeing Ashura sleeping soundly, it seemed to hesitate for a long time before slowly moving into the inside of the tree hole, sitting down, hugging its knees, and looking up at the night sky. But then a plaintive voice echoed from inside the tree hollow, "Why are you here instead of sleeping?" The girl sitting at the cave entrance was almost startled and screamed. She turned her head angrily to look at Ashura, who had a wicked grin on his face. The bright moonlight fell upon the girl's exquisite face, making her appear even more breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 81 Starry Night Talk. Upon seeing the girl's beautiful face, Ashura's lust was aroused, and he climbed up to her and sat down close to her. Clara blushed and pushed him away with all her might. Ashura, without a care in the world, said, "Beautiful lady, what's on your mind? Are you having a change of heart and want to return those 360 points to me?" Clara playfully punched him a few times with her little fists, and said with a coquettish snort, "You wish. I just thought your tree hole was quite interesting, and the view was nice, so I came to sit for a bit." Ashura pouted and said, "Boring. You stay here and look at the stars. I'm going to sleep in your tent." Clara pinched Ashura hard as he pretended to get up, then paused for a moment and said apologetically, "Actually, I'm not used to sleeping in different beds, so I thought I'd come here to look at the stars." Ashura nodded after hearing this, looking like he knew everything, and said, "This is a sign of your insecurity. You've come to me looking for security, haven't you?" Clara blushed and said, "Stop being so vain," before burying her face between her knees. Ashura lay down beside the girl and slowly said, "Lie down and look at this starry sky. If you can't sleep in the future, just count the stars. You'll fall asleep while you're counting them. Look at all these stars in the sky, aren't they as dazzling and brilliant as I am?" Clara looked up and laughed, "You're shameless." Ashura wasn't annoyed. He patted the dry reed beside him and said, "Lie down. Do you think the starry sky is prettier than me?" Clara blushed and hesitated for a long time before gritting her teeth and gently lying down on her side, not daring to look at the boy beside her. Ashura rested his hands behind his head and chatted leisurely with the girl beside him about his youth and his future dreams. Clara listened attentively, occasionally chiming in with a light laugh. Under a dazzling starry sky, a young boy and girl lie in a tree hollow, chatting about the past and their hopes for the future. The scene is so peaceful and beautiful. They chatted until late at night, and Ashura actually fell asleep. When he woke up in the morning, the girl beside him was gone. It seemed that he had a wonderful dream last night, but he didn't gain any advantage in the dream. This made Ashura grumble a couple of times and get up and leave the tree hole with a slight dissatisfaction. The camp gradually became lively, and the trainees climbed out of their tents to wash up and prepare for departure. Occasionally, some trainees would discuss how delicious the roast meat was last night and what other good food they could eat tonight. Ashura washed his face by the lake, then stretched and turned his head to see the silver-haired girl Clara walking over with a towel, seemingly also wanting to wash up. Ashura greeted Clara casually, then watched the girl wash up, thinking to himself the wicked idea that if she crawled into his tree hole last night, he would crawl into her tent tonight. Although Clara pretended to be nonchalant, she was actually very uncomfortable being stared at by Ashura, that big pervert. Without bothering to wipe the water off her face, she glared at Ashura angrily and ran back to her tent. Ashura chuckled lewdly twice and strolled off to find his own team. He didn't have any tents to pack up, making him the most relaxed person in the entire camp. It took an hour for the trainees to finally get everything in order. The instructors didn't say much, leaving the trainees to organize themselves. Today's journey was more difficult than yesterday's. The deeper we went into the forest, the more difficult the path became, especially for a group of about 100 people, making the journey even more challenging. Interestingly, every time the trainees killed a level 2 or 3 monster, someone would bring it to Ashura to ask if it was tasty. Ashura accepts all comers, and if he finds a monster suitable for barbecue, he puts it into his storage belt, ready to show off his culinary skills again tonight. He had already made up his mind, tonight he would grill and sell the meat by himself, even if it killed him, he would rather be exploited by those 4 wicked women. During the march today, a martial arts student leading the way was bitten on the left cheek by a poisonous insect. His left cheek immediately swelled up like a steamed bun. The other students hurriedly took out all sorts of antidotes and medicines and applied them to the injured student's face, but the student was rolling on the ground in pain and his injury did not improve. Finally, Ashura couldn't bear to watch any longer. He scraped some sap from a tree by the roadside and applied it to the injured student's left cheek. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the swelling on the student's left cheek had noticeably subsided. Even Instructor Engel looked at Ashura with considerable surprise, not expecting this unconventional young man to have such insight. Ashura only used the medical skills he learned from his grandfather when he was young to provide relief. The reason was that the injured student had bought 50 points worth of barbecue for him that night, and his customer's face was swollen and he couldn't eat the barbecue, so what should he do if he wanted to get a refund for the points? The team arrived at the campsite for the second day without any major incidents. Today, the team set up camp a little later than yesterday, choosing a mountaintop location with relatively sparse trees, offering a wide field of vision that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Upon arriving at the campsite, Ashura didn't care where he would sleep that night. He secretly found a secluded spot and began preparing the barbecue ingredients for the evening. Before he could even light a fire, he suddenly turned around and saw 4 beautiful women watching him busily working with smiles on their faces. A surge of resentment welled up within Ashura. Lanyu said with a grin, "We've come to help. We're all a team. Just call us when you need to do something. It's too tiring to do it all by yourself." Ashura looked up at the sky helplessly, struggling to hold back the tears from her eyes. This was too cruel. In the end, the barbecue sale was completed under the strong coercion of the 4 girls. The 2,000 points he received yesterday were then divided up by the 4 girls, and Ashura dared not say a word in anger. Today's barbecue was also praised by the students, but the points required to reserve tomorrow's barbecue were not many, only a little over 800 points. Ashura quickly realized that if students always ate barbecue, they would lose interest. Even the most delicious barbecue would become tiresome if eaten repeatedly, especially since girls are naturally averse to greasy food. Moreover, his barbecue isn't cheap, and many people are still worried about wasting their points. Ashura couldn't allow the points business to stagnate, so he came up with a solution and started looking for a large soup pot to borrow. After asking around, no one had a pot, and no student had ever thought about cooking for themselves, so no one brought cooking utensils. Ashura was in a panic because his spatial belt had too little storage space and he hadn't brought a pot. Clara blushed and gritted her teeth as she pulled him aside, handed him a large, exquisite silver basin, and asked Ashura if this was all right. Ashura was overjoyed upon seeing this, and wished he could hug Clara and kiss her. He carried the silver basin and ran to the center of the camp, loudly proclaiming, "We won't have roast meat tomorrow, we'll have stewed meat, it'll be even better than roast meat." The students were very interested after hearing this, and they all came to place orders for stewed meat for tomorrow. Ashura grinned foolishly as he looked at the 1,000 points he had just received. Clara blushed and opened her mouth several times as if to say something, but then stopped herself. Chapter 82 Stewed Meat in a Silver Basin. Ashura couldn't find a suitable tree hollow tonight, so he planned to meditate and rest in the branches of the trees in the camp for the night. But Magina insisted that Ashura keep her company on night watch until midnight, because she was too bored by herself and wanted someone to talk to relieve her boredom. Ashura was originally determined to die rather than comply, but Magina promised to give him 100 academy points if he accompanied her. Ashura immediately stood up, took out his badge, and demanded to pay first before providing the service. Magina was also annoyed. She ignored all the boys in the academy who wanted to chat with her. Now, she put aside her girlish reserve and took the initiative to chat with this bad guy, but he actually made her pay points to keep her company. But when she glanced at Lan Yu's resentful gaze not far away, she felt a little smug and didn't care about giving that guy 100 points, since she had already snatched the points from him anyway. Ashura stayed with Magina for 2 hours, sitting next to her and bragging, occasionally throwing in a few dirty jokes, which made Magina blush and kick him a few times every now and then. After finally finishing his shift with Magina, he was just about to climb a tree to meditate and rest when Lan Yu grabbed him by the waistband and pulled him down. Lan Yu's request was simple: she would be on duty for the next 2 hours, and she would also spend 100 points to have Ashura keep her company and keep her entertained. For the sake of the points, Ashura sighed and followed Lan Yu to the duty station to chat. They talked for 4 hours straight, leaving Ashura with a dry mouth. He felt that this was much more tiring than his meditation practice. By the time he climbed the tree again, the sky was already beginning to lighten. He seized the remaining 2 hours to enter meditation, not wanting to slack off for a moment. The journey on the third day was even more difficult. Sometimes they would encounter mercenary groups coming to the monster forest. The mercenaries would leave as soon as they saw the uniforms of the St. Gobain students. They dared not provoke the powerful St. Gobain Academy, whose students might all have enormous backing. If it were just a small group of students, they might not care, but for such a large group operation, there would definitely be strong mentors accompanying them, so the farther away they were, the better. Nothing unexpected happened today. The students have adapted to the rhythm of the Warcraft forest and are able to protect themselves well. However, the mages of Class 13 were getting more and more disheveled. Their physical condition was really not suitable for traveling through the monster forest. They camped by the river again at dusk. This time, Ashura didn't hide. He shouted and directed the 4 women to work. Tonight, he planned to use the big silver basin Clara had given him to make stew. Tonight, he used 5 or 6 pieces of level 3 magical beasts, along with spices from the forest, to simmer in a silver basin over a low flame. However, this time, Clara whispered a few words to the other 3 women, and the 4 women looked at Ashura and the silver basin with complicated expressions. Ashura had no idea what they were up to. He scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew on it to cool it, and tasted it. He was very satisfied with the deliciousness of the soup, but the 4 women all turned their heads away and dared not look at him. Ashura found it strange. In the past, the 4 women would be very tempted by the food he made, so why were they acting so differently tonight? He didn't care about anything else, because students who had ordered stewed meat had already lined up around the pot after smelling the aroma. Ashura immediately greeted the 4 women with a big smile and invited them to sell stewed meat with him. Ashura even kindly said that he would scoop a bowl for each of them first, so that they wouldn't run out of food. However, the 4 women smiled awkwardly and shook their heads, indicating that they didn't need it. Ashura's stewed meat was also highly praised. The hot broth made all the students feel comfortable after drinking it. Even several mentors came to Ashura to buy stewed meat, especially Mentor Eng, who has been eating Ashura's cooking for the past few days. While everyone was praising the stewed meat, Ashura announced that tomorrow's dinner would be different from today's, and the students all eagerly took out their money to place orders. No one expected Ashura's cooking to be so delicious. Some students had already spent over 100 points on dinner without even realizing it. After Ashura sold all the stewed meat for tonight, he voluntarily shared his points with the 4 women. Seeing that there was still a little broth left in the silver basin, Ashura happily hugged the basin and started drinking. Before he finished drinking, someone tugged at his arm. He put down the basin and saw Clara with an unpleasant expression. Ashura sensed that the 4 women were acting strangely tonight, being unusually silent. Clara bit her lip and said, "Don't drink the soup. I have other food here. Eat something else." Ashura was even more confused, and casually asked while holding the silver basin, "Why? It would be such a waste to waste it." Clara took a deep breath, leaned close to Ashura's ear, and whispered, "This silver basin is where I usually wash my feet." With a loud crash, the silver basin in Ashura's hand fell to the ground, and he stood there dumbfounded. The other 3 women covered their mouths and chuckled when they saw him do this, while the surrounding students found Ashura a bit inexplicable. Ashura, his eyes vacant, turned to Clara. The girl blushed and lowered her head, unable to look at him. Ashura murmured, "You actually made me drink your foot bath water." Before he could finish speaking, Clara covered his mouth and said anxiously, "Keep your voice down, you don't want everyone to come to you for a refund of points, do you?" When it came to withdrawing points, Ashura immediately calmed down, staring at Clara with wide eyes, seemingly blaming her for not telling him sooner. Clara said a little embarrassedly in a low voice, "How was I supposed to know you wanted to use it to stew meat?" Besides, this is the only pot we can use for stewing meat, otherwise how are we going to sell stewed meat tonight? Ashura nodded as if resigned to his fate, gesturing for Clara to remove her hand. Clara quickly removed her small hand and wiped it on her magic robe behind her back. Ashura was so angry at her little action that his vision blurred. I didn't even mind drinking your foot bath water, but you actually complained about covering my mouth with your hand. Seemingly knowing that Ashura was not in a good mood tonight, Lan Yu and Magina did not ask him to chat with them. Ashura also found a rare moment of leisure and sat down to meditate behind a tree where no one could see him. In the middle of the night, Clara peeked out of her tent and saw that Ashura behind the tree was not asleep but meditating. With a complicated expression, she bit her lip and went back to her tent. Not only her, but Lan Yu and Magina, who returned from their night watch, also noticed Ashura meditating. They had been ignoring the fact that Ashura was a magic student, and that he was always wearing a magician's robe while practicing martial arts with them. Ashura's rapid growth in martial arts had already astonished them, but they hadn't expected him to be quietly meditating on magic all alone. They realized that this seemingly carefree guy was actually working so hard. Both of them felt a sense of crisis and nervously returned to their tent. The teachers accompanying him from the academy also noticed the young man who had been meditating and cultivating silently all night without a tent. Even Instructor Engel nodded approvingly from a distance. Chapter 83 Trust Me. And so, the students have been walking in the monster forest for 16 days, and have now entered the inner area of the monster forest from its outer perimeter. Now we can see level 4 monsters all the time. The students, with their superior numbers, can quickly kill them. Some outstanding students, in particular, were extremely excited when they killed a level 4 magical beast independently for the first time, demonstrating their formidable strength. Ashura reaped great rewards during his 16-day journey, making a fortune selling all sorts of dinners. The 4 girls with him were also in high spirits, looking forward to nightfall every day to sell dinner and then divide the points. However, now they can only receive a few hundred academy points each night because many students have found that they have unknowingly spent all the points in their badges on dinner. This caused some students to feel remorseful, and it also directly affected Ashura's dinner revenue. Currently, each of the 5 people selling meals has received over 5,000 points, and they are already planning how to spend them when they get back. Ashura plans to stop selling dinner after this meal tonight. As they ventured deeper into the forest, cooking at night became increasingly unsafe. The academy team was currently traveling along a mountain ridge, and would reach the designated assessment endpoint in 3 days. Ashura was clearing away the bushes obstructing his view with his twin swords. Behind her, Ella was struggling to deal with Anthony's overly solicitous advances. Sometimes, Ella felt that Anthony was even more childish than Ashura in front of her. Through her interactions with Ashura, a student in her class with this problem, she felt that although Ashura seemed unreliable at times, she could always react and make accurate and quick judgments when faced with a situation. Just like selling dinner every night, she was clearly plundering Ashura's hard work, which made her feel a little ashamed as a mentor. At first, she just wanted to make things difficult for this truant boy, but she didn't expect to end up selling so many points. This made her look at Ashura in a new light, and the points she received made her extremely happy. She was thinking of asking her great archmage grandfather, Ivy, for a magical artifact after returning to the academy, and giving it to Ashura as compensation. Furthermore, Ashura occasionally displayed a sense of familiarity with everything in the demon forest, which surprised Ella, who couldn't understand why Ashura had such extensive knowledge. Before Ella could react, a sudden shout rang out from not far ahead. The team hadn't been this panicked in a long time. Ella and Anthony immediately ran ahead to check the situation. Ashura sniffed the air, frowned, and followed them ahead. Several students were seen attacking a bright red python as thick as an arm. The snake had a lotus-shaped mark on its head. Although it was only a level 4 magical beast, it was extremely fast, moving through the group like a red line, making the students quite disheveled. Just now, this red python suddenly leaped down from the treetop and attacked a martial arts student. If the student hadn't had a good protective armor, he might have been seriously injured. It's rare for monsters to attack a large group of trainees; they usually leave or hide. But the red snake in front of them revealed its ferocious nature, showing no weakness in the face of the student's attack. Its body emitted a faint pink mist that caused dizziness and nausea when inhaled. When Ella and Anthony saw that it was a level 4 magical beast, they breathed a sigh of relief, but they still couldn't recognize what kind of magical beast the snake was, since there were tens of thousands of species of magical beasts in the magical beast forest. Suddenly, after being wounded by a student wielding a single sword, the ferocious red serpent beast lunged at Ella and Instructor Anthony in an attempt to escape. Instructor Anthony immediately drew his spear, wanting to show off in front of the admiring Instructor Ella, but just as he was about to strike, he heard an anxious voice behind him shout, "Don't kill it." Upon hearing the shout, Instructor Anthony hesitated slightly before thrusting out his spear. The spear tip accurately struck the red snake's head, and a burst of red mist erupted from the snake's head before its body immediately went limp and collapsed to the ground. Young Instructor Anthony smiled smugly. Suddenly, a figure rushed in front of him, glanced at the corpse of the red snake, and then nervously looked around. The two instructors and the students beside them all looked at this short-haired boy who was an excellent cook with a buzz cut, completely bewildered. It was one of the students who reacted first, saying with a hint of teasing, "What's wrong, Ashura? Are you planning to make snake soup tonight? You're heartbroken that the snake's head is gone?" Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this, especially Instructor Anthony, who curled his lip in disdain, thinking that a student who only liked to do small business could never amount to anything. But Ashura, who was usually so carefree, looked serious. His first words left everyone puzzled. He said anxiously, "Instructors, is there any way to ask other teams or academies for help? We need to call for help quickly, we're in big trouble." After Ashura finished speaking, everyone around him looked at each other in bewilderment. Instructor Ella frowned and asked, "Don't be ridiculous. This is no joke. You could be punished by the academy if you're not careful." Ashura stared intently into Ella's eyes and said firmly, "Trust me. I'll explain after you ask for help." When Ella saw that determined look in his eyes, she suddenly felt a pang of panic. The oppressive aura emanating from Ashura made her breath quicken, and the intense masculine presence made her feel flustered. But she only hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth, pulling out a magic scroll, and throwing it into the sky. The scroll instantly formed a red pillar of light in the sky that lingered for a long time, standing out brightly in the forest. Upon seeing this, Instructor Anthony immediately rebuked Ashura, saying, "Nonsense. You actually deceived Instructor Ella into using the SOS scroll. Do you know how much responsibility this will entail? If you can't give me a proper explanation, I'll have the academy expel you." Ashura glanced at Anthony with disdain, completely ignoring the male instructor's threat. His gaze seemed to be directed at an idiot. This enraged Anthony, who reached out to grab Ashura by the collar. Ella, the instructor beside him, stepped in front of Ashura, equally anxious, and asked, "I did as you said. Tell me quickly, what dangerous thing happened?" Because of the distress scroll, the 6 instructors and all the students stopped and surrounded Ashura, wanting to hear his explanation. Some students who had recently disliked Ashura earning points were also quietly mocking him. Ashura glanced around and quickly said, "Those of you who were here just now, smell yourselves. Do you have a nauseating, fishy stench? Some of you even have pinkish red stains." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly raised their hands and smelled their arms. Several students immediately gagged, and even Ella and Instructor Anthony had that nauseating smell. Before anyone could ask, Ashura said helplessly, "This snake is called the Crimson Lotus Serpent. It is known for its speed and venom. This snake is ferocious by nature, lives in groups, and is a growth-type magical beast. Its strength increases with age, and it can reach the level of a 7th-level Crimson Lotus Serpent King. When this snake dies, the red mist that erupts from its body will attach itself to its enemies, and its own kind of snakes will avenge it, fighting to the death. Everyone, we are about to face a swarm of Crimson Lotus Serpents. There may be a large number of them, and there might even be a level 7 Crimson Lotus Serpent King among them. Good luck to you all. Just so you know, the points used to reserve dinner tonight are non-refundable and non-exchangeable." Chapter 84 Crimson Lotus Serpent Swarm. Upon hearing Ashura's explanation, everyone broke out in a cold sweat, and even the 6 mentors' expressions changed drastically. Especially Anthony, who pierced the head of the Crimson Lotus Serpent with a single spear thrust, ignoring the shouts of Ashura behind him. Instructor Anthony shouted sternly, "Your name is Ashura, right? Don't talk nonsense. How could there be such a powerful magical beast here? How could you know that this snake is the so-called Crimson Lotus Serpent? Don't try to demoralize the troops." Ashura still glanced at him as if he were an idiot. Ashura was also angry. He had told him to stop, but he killed a snake just to show off. Now he was scared, wasn't he? If his shot causes any deaths or injuries among the students, Instructor Anthony cannot bear that responsibility. Ella, the mentor, anxiously asked Ashura, "Are you sure? What should we do next? How can we save ourselves?" Rescue will take some time to arrive, and mentors from surrounding teams are also on their way here. Instructor Anthony said unhappily, "Instructor Ella, you actually believe this kid's nonsense? A level 7 magical beast? Has he even seen what a level 7 magical beast is?" Before Instructor Anthony could finish speaking, Instructor Ella interrupted forcefully, "Shut up." I believe him. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings, especially among Instructor Anthony, who stared in disbelief at the beautiful woman he had long admired. She had actually yelled at him to shut up for a student who loved to take advantage of others. Just as Instructor Anthony's face was turning red and then pale with embarrassment, Instructor Engel's pleasant middle-aged baritone voice rang out at the right time. "I have read about the Crimson Lotus Serpent in a biography of the Warcraft Forest. It is not much different from what Azura said. Powerful mercenary groups are unwilling to provoke this thing." Hearing Instructor Engel's words, everyone became even more terrified. The young men and women around them all looked horrified. The mere mention of a level 7 magical beast was enough to make them tremble. Ashura was initially relieved to hear that his mentor Engel was supporting him. Finally, someone sensible was in charge. When Mentor Engel looked at him with a questioning gaze, he was speechless, but he also knew that this was not the time to be pretentious. After a moment's thought, he said, "Instructors, gather all the students together. No one should act alone. Also, is there any open area nearby that is easy to defend and difficult to attack? It's best if there are no trees or bushes to cover it." After hearing this, Mentor Engel said, "There is a deep valley and cliff nearby. There is less vegetation in that area. With our backs to the cliff, we can have one less side to defend." Upon hearing this, Ashura immediately decided, "Go there. Proceed at full speed. Once we get there, clear out a clearing." After hearing this, none of the students objected. They all rushed in that direction in a panic, and even the physically weak magic students were dragged along by the martial arts students. When Ashura arrived at the deep valley and cliff, he looked around. The surroundings were mostly rocks, with little vegetation, and behind him was a bottomless cliff. Although it's not a sheer cliff, it's still steep enough that you can't see the bottom at a glance. Ashura knew this was a good defensive location, and after a brief discussion with his mentors, they decided to set up a defensive formation here. So, regardless of their feelings, the instructors all instructed their respective classes to set up defensive formations, because they could not bear the responsibility if there were large-scale casualties among the students. Even they couldn't face the level 7 Crimson Lotus Serpent King. The formation still consisted of 2 martial arts classes protecting the magic class students in the middle, with 4 martial arts instructors standing at the very front of the group. Instructor Ella and the fire-type instructor Slade stood in the middle of the group. Instructor Slade kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and muttering something under his breath. If the instructors were so nervous, the students must have been even more so. Some of the female magical students couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere and burst into tears. At this point, no male trainees came forward to comfort the helpless female trainees. Their fingers, gripping their weapons, were white with tension. This was probably the first time they had faced life and death directly, and it was hard for them not to be nervous. Instructor Ella was equally nervous. She knew that her water magic was limited in its power against such a fast-moving serpentine magical beast, and she was especially afraid of accidentally injuring other students. This was also the first time she had faced such a dangerous situation, and her heart seemed to be pounding exceptionally fast. Just as she was so nervous that she was losing her composure, a tall but not imposing figure stood in front of her. His short black hair was as firm as steel needles, and he held 2 golden swords in his hands at his sides. Instructor Ella stared at the figure in front of her, remaining silent for a long time. Seemingly sensing her gaze, the boy in front of him tilted his head back and said with a smile, "I said before we set off that I would protect Instructor Ella." Hearing these slightly flippant words and seeing the boy's handsome profile, Ella's cheeks quickly flushed red. She spat lightly and didn't reply, but she seemed less worried and afraid. Ashura didn't receive a reply from Instructor Ella, but instead received a few soft hums. Upon closer inspection, he saw Magina, Lanyu, and Clara standing around him, and Ashura felt a little guilty and shrank his neck. Magina glared at him and said, "Don't run around later, just stand behind us, understand?" Ashura's face darkened, but seeing the stern looks in the girl's eyes, he swallowed back what he was about to say. Let them think what they want, it would be best if he didn't interfere. He hoped he wouldn't encounter the worst-case scenario. Everyone stared nervously at the dense forest before them. As darkness fell, they lit several fires around the area to provide light. More than an hour had passed by this time, and some people were already whispering that they might have been tricked by Ashura. But Ashura ignored the noise and suddenly his gaze sharpened as he shouted, "They're here." His shout silenced everyone, and they all turned to look nervously at the dense forest before them. Not long after Ashura finished speaking, a dense rustling sound arose in the dense forest, like the sound of gnawing on bones, which was terrifying. The trainees unconsciously took a step back, and even the instructors looked solemn. Instructor Engel shouted, "Courage! Perseverance! Indomitable spirit! Face the enemy!" As these battle slogans were shouted, it seemed to dispel some of the fear in everyone's hearts, and the trainees gripped their weapons tightly, waiting for the moment of battle. The rustling sound grew closer, and in the dim light, pairs of deep red eyes suddenly appeared one after another in the dark forest. Some were as small as fireflies, while others were as large as fists. They stared at the crowd coldly and without blinking. Several timid magic students collapsed to the ground. They lacked the physique of martial artists, and even if they tried to escape, they wouldn't be able to get to the front. Their minds were a complete mess, and they couldn't remember any magic spells at all. But when a pair of bright red vertical pupils, as big as lanterns, lit up in the forest, even Ashura gasped and inwardly smiled bitterly. He glanced at the girls around him, then thought about who he should grab and run away with. Chapter 85 Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Everyone trembled under the gaze of the countless crimson eyes in the dense forest before them, and no one doubted Ashura's earlier warning. If it weren't for Ashura's reminder to prepare in advance, they would have suffered heavy casualties if they had encountered this group of snake-like monsters in the dense forest. But they were not confident that they could defeat the swarm of snakes in front of them. The fear brought by the snake-like magical beasts enveloped the students. It was Instructor Engel who brought out his weapon, a giant axe, and shouted battle slogans to rouse the students. After all, the students were young elites from the King's continent. After a brief period of fear, they gripped their weapons tightly, trying not to let their legs tremble and awakening all the courage in their hearts. They knew they were about to face a battle to the death. Ashura noticed the somewhat oppressive atmosphere around him, but he didn't mock the other students, because he had been just as terrified when he first encountered the level 5 magical beast, the Earth Bear. At this moment, the Crimson Lotus snakes emerged from the dense forest, and the Crimson Lotus Snake King, with its lantern-sized vertical pupils, also revealed its body. Ashura glanced at the Crimson Lotus pattern on the Snake King's head and breathed a sigh of relief. With a slightly relaxed tone, he called out to the crowd, "Good news! This Crimson Lotus Serpent King is only at the peak of level 6, not yet level 7. Everyone turned and looked at him as if he were an idiot, and Ashura suddenly felt a little embarrassed by his shout. However, the instructors in the team secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A level 6 peak magical beast was not something they could not deal with together, but they still had to worry about the students behind them. The consequences of the level 6 peak Crimson Lotus Serpent King going berserk were unimaginable. Before everyone could figure out how to break the deadlock, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King on the other side raised its head high, and its body, which was as thick as 3 people could hug, gave everyone a powerful visual impact. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King unleashed a foul-smelling red mist at the students, and with a roar, thousands of Crimson Lotus serpents charged towards them. With a roar, Instructor Engel charged toward the Crimson Lotus Serpent King with his giant axe and 2 other martial arts instructors. They wanted to keep the Serpent King out of the battle, while they had no time to deal with the other level 3, 4, and 5 Crimson Lotus serpents. The battle was about to begin. The red mist spewed out by the Crimson Lotus Serpent King was its innate skill. The students felt dizzy and their reactions were slow, so they could not exert even half of their combat power. Just as the group of red lotus snakes was about to pounce, and the trainees were at a loss, circles of light blue water ripples suddenly appeared in the formation and spread outwards. As the water ripples passed over the students' bodies, most of the negative effects of the red mist were cleared away, and the students regained their full strength. It turned out that Instructor Ella had used the yellow rank magic skill, Water God's Blessing, with her magic wand to help everyone remove negative status effects and restore their combat power. The students were immediately invigorated. They glanced gratefully back at Instructor Ella in the center and then brandished their weapons to fight the swarm of Crimson Lotus serpents. Fortunately, most of them were level 3 or 4 Crimson Lotus snakes, and there weren't many level 5 Crimson Lotus snakes. In front of them, there was also Instructor Anthony wielding a silver spear, picking off each level 5 Crimson Lotus snake one by one. After the initial period of panic, the group gradually stabilized their formation and orderly blocked the onslaught of the Crimson Lotus serpents. However, the magic students in the middle were in a rather sorry state, as the lightning magic students' lightning skills were rarely able to kill the extremely fast swarm of red lotus snakes. Several magicians were so nervous that they couldn't even finish reciting the incantation and couldn't cast a single spell. The surrounding martial arts students guarded them with a hint of disdain, preventing them from being attacked by the swarm of snakes that rushed in. Only Clara's lightning was fast, accurate, and extremely powerful, killing a level 5 Crimson Lotus serpent in no time, which greatly surprised Ashura beside her. Seeing Clara cast magic for the first time, Ashura realized that lightning magic was indeed the most powerful magic skill. This made Ashura wonder if he should practice his lightning magic more. Then Ashura wielded his twin swords as a magic wand, each strike unleashing a bolt of lightning. In particular, his unique physique allows him to store a large amount of lightning magic elements through meditation. He doesn't care about magic consumption at all, only seeking to master the casting and increase the damage. This left Ella, the instructor behind her, dumbfounded, unable to believe that this was a student she had taught. Magicians are synonymous with elegance and wisdom, but a student who leaps and bounds around wielding dual swords, slashing and casting lightning magic, is hardly elegant. As the Crimson Lotus Serpent King was blocked by the combined efforts of 3 martial arts instructors, including Engel, and another instructor, Anthony, a magic warrior level expert, was about to kill a level 5 Crimson Lotus Serpent. Ella and Slade, 2 mages, were able to stabilize the formation with magic. The few fish that managed to escape were quickly killed by Magina and other outstanding students, and the red mist released after the Red Lotus Serpent died filled the open space. Although the trainees were occasionally injured, fortunately there were no casualties or deaths. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out, "You beast, how dare you!" The Crimson Lotus Serpent King, at the peak of level 6, swung its massive tail with all its might, sending the 3 martial arts instructors who were attacking it flying. Its eyes gleaming with ferocity, it charged toward the student's position. When Instructor Anthony, who was at the forefront, saw the ferocious Crimson Lotus Serpent King rushing towards him, large beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Instructors Eng and the other 2 shouted, "Block it," and rushed towards the rescue. However, the young instructor Anthony was afraid and did not dare to thrust out his spear. Instead, he stepped aside, exposing the students behind him to the path of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's advance. A series of screams rang out as more than a dozen students in front were instantly sent flying by the immense force of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's attack, their fates unknown upon landing. The students' defensive formation was broken instantly, and several students even considered retreating and running away. As expected, the higher the level, the higher the intelligence. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King, at the peak of level 6, clearly knew how to pick on the weak. It charged left and right in the students' territory, causing casualties. Engel glared angrily at Instructor Anthony, who was still sweating profusely, and then leaped towards the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. At this moment, a burst of fireball blasted towards the head of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King roared in pain, its scarlet eyes looking at Instructor Slade, who was holding his staff in the arena. Staring at him with those cold, emotionless vertical pupils, Instructor Slade felt a chill run through his body, and the staff in his hand seemed to weigh a ton and he could no longer lift it. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Instructor Slade, seemingly intending to swallow him whole. At this critical moment, Instructor Eng rushed to the scene and pulled Instructor Slade forward. Mentor Slade was nearly knocked unconscious by the fall, but it was better than being swallowed whole. By this time, the wounded were everywhere. Instructor Engel and the others were afraid of accidentally injuring the wounded, so they fought cautiously. The remaining surviving Red Lotus snakes also launched a counterattack with the Snake King. Ashura was about to pull Lan Yu and Magina back when he saw the 2 girls pick up their weapons without hesitation and rush towards the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, using their martial arts skills to inflict damage on the Crimson Lotus Serpent King in cooperation with their mentors. Ashura frowned repeatedly as he watched. He was about to pull Clara back when the silver-haired girl stubbornly refused to retreat even a step. She gritted her teeth and used the last of her magic to kill the remaining Crimson Lotus serpents. This displeased Ashura, who then turned to look at Instructor Ella, who was continuously casting the Water God's blessing. Instructor Ella's face had turned pale. It was clearly caused by excessive consumption of yellow rank magic, but she couldn't stop. She had to fight against the red poisonous mist spewed out by the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Seeing this, Ashura sighed softly, then shouted loudly, "Class 13 of Magic, listen to my command. Ignore the level 3, 4, and 5 Crimson Lotus Serpents, unleash your full power of lightning magic to assist the instructor in killing the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. The remaining martial arts students, protect the magic students, tighten the formation and concentrate on defense." Chapter 86 Standing in front of her. Perhaps because of the battle warning Ashura had given earlier, the students followed Ashura's instructions without much hesitation. Lan Yu and Magina also returned to the student lineup to protect the magic students, while the magic students rallied their spirits and unleashed lightning spells to bombard the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Because of the Snake King's enormous size, and with the instructors holding it back, the lightning summoned by the magic students was more likely to strike the Crimson Lotus Snake King. As bolts of lightning struck, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's scales flew off its body, and it swayed in pain, the numbing sensation from the lightning making it move even more slowly. Seeing the obvious effectiveness of the tactics, Instructor Aang and his team were greatly encouraged and put all their strength into trying to kill the Crimson Lotus Serpent King as soon as possible. The trainees were thrilled to see the tactics working, and they also secretly admired Ashura, who had just given the order. No one had thought of an effective way to stop the snake swarm, not even the instructor had spoken up to give instructions to the trainees. No one had thought of how to make the most of these rookies. Only that unconventional magician, who was also a great cook, not only gave advance warning of the battle but also organized everyone to make orderly battle plans at such a critical moment, unleashing the greatest power of magicians. Especially Lanyu, Magina, and Clara, the girls were all secretly glancing at Ashura with drool-worthy eyes. Just when everyone thought they would achieve final victory if they continued, the pale blue water ripples surrounding them suddenly disappeared. Everyone turned to look and saw that Instructor Ella, who had been continuously casting the water god's blessing, was kneeling on the ground with a pale face. It was clear that casting magic for a long time had exhausted her magical reserves. As the blessing of the water god disappeared, the red poisonous fog enveloped everyone again, and the combat power of the students was greatly reduced. Instructor Ella cast a sorrowful, apologetic look at everyone she had truly given it her all. Seeing that everyone was controlled by the poisonous fog, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King immediately revealed a ferocious look and gradually gained the upper hand in the siege. After it once again swung its body to repel the several martial arts instructors who were attacking it, it then aimed at the group of students and pounced on them. Ashura immediately shouted, "Scatter to both sides." The long battle had left all the trainees exhausted, and they had no will to fight when faced with the charging Red Lotus Serpent King, so they all dodged to the sides. However, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's target was very clear this time. Ignoring the students who were fleeing to both sides, it focused its attack on the female mage who had previously used water magic. With its intelligence, it clearly understood that as long as it killed the female mage who could use magic to counter its innate skills, it would always have the upper hand in the battle. Instructor Ella also saw the enormous body rapidly approaching, and saw the huge snake head opening its mouth to bite her. But she was just ambushed by a level 4 Crimson Lotus snake. The snake bit her thigh, and her entire right leg is now numb and has lost all feeling, making it impossible for her to move. In addition, she was exhausted from all her magic and mentally drained. She could barely stand up with the help of her staff, let alone run away. As the gigantic maw drew ever closer, she could clearly see its sharp fangs and smell the stench emanating from its mouth. Instructor Ella closed her eyes resignedly, as if accepting her fate of being torn apart and devoured by the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. For a fleeting moment, she recalled her past, remembering her regret of never having been in a relationship. She pouted and gave a poignant, bittersweet smile as she faced death with equanimity. Seeing her perilous situation, the surrounding students shouted for her to run away. Instructor Anthony took out a precious teleportation scroll, which could teleport him to Instructor Ella's front to block the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's attack for her. But at that moment, he was torn about whether to use this precious scroll. It was his trump card to save his life, and it would be a waste to use it here. In that instant of hesitation, he no longer had the chance to use the scroll to save his mentor, Ella. Anthony simply turned his head away, as if he couldn't bear to see the woman he admired perish. Just as Ella closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, and awaited death, the imagined tearing sensation did not occur. Instead, she was simply struck in the front by her back. Instructor Ella opened her eyes in a daze and saw a young figure wearing a magic robe holding two swords, one sword pressed against the upper jaw of the Snake King and the other against the lower jaw of the snake. His whole body trembled as if he was struggling, but he managed to hold the snake's mouth open and prevent the Red Lotus Serpent King's huge jaws from closing and biting down. Ella stared blankly at the tall, thin figure in front of her who was desperately protecting her, momentarily forgetting the deadly predicament before her. But Ashura shouted at the top of his lungs, "Are you stupid? Run! I can't hold on any longer." Ella blushed slightly as she realized what had happened, but she simply patted Ashura's shoulder and straightened up slightly, saying apologetically, "My leg is injured, I can't run anymore, why don't you move aside?" Upon hearing this soft, weak voice, Ashura inwardly cursed his bad luck, but he refused to back down even a step. Through this period of time together, he has come to really appreciate this beautiful mentor who was the first to join his barbecue team when he first entered the forest and the first to give him recognition and support when he was isolated. Moreover, he had promised to protect her. Ashura has broken through the two seals of Cabin's prison, but fortunately he has refreshing herbs to deal with the red snake mist, so his combat power has not been reduced. Just as he was considering whether to open the third seal, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, having failed to bite, suddenly swung its head, throwing him and Instructor Ella to the edge of the cliff. Ashura quickly got up, ignoring the pain in his arms, glanced at Instructor Ella who was lying on the ground with tears in her eyes, and rushed towards the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. He needed to draw the attention of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, otherwise Ella, who had lost her ability to move, would be in danger of dying at any moment. As expected, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King noticed the black-robed youth in front of him. It was he who had ruined his plans, causing the knife to stab its snake mouth and making it ache. Its pupils contracted and it lunged at Ashura to bite. Ashura unleashed his Wind Chaser and Thunder Chaser to the fullest extent, intending to use his agility to lure the Crimson Lotus Serpent King away. But then he saw Lan Yu and Magina rush back to help him, one on each side, disregarding the danger. This thwarted Ashura's plan, leaving him with no choice but to stand still and fight the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Instructor Engel and a martial arts instructor also arrived. The other martial arts instructor was already wounded and unable to fight, and Instructor Engel and the other instructor were also at their last gasp. Ironically, Instructor Anthony actually tried to cross the battle line to curry favor with Instructor Ella, but fortunately, Instructor Eng's angry shout stopped him and made him turn back to join the battle. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King was also in bad shape, its body covered with wounds of all sizes, bleeding profusely and taking away most of its life force, but this did not affect its bloodthirsty ferocity at all. Just then, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck its right eye, causing it to roar in pain and unable to fully open its right eye. Turning his head to stare at the silver-haired girl holding the staff, he ignored the attacks from the others and bit at the silver-haired girl with one eye half closed. But before it could get close to the silver-haired girl, a figure as fast as lightning approached from the left. Suddenly, a blinding golden light burst forth, and the Crimson Lotus Serpent King subconsciously narrowed its eyes. In that instant of narrowing its eyes, a pair of swords pierced straight into its intact left eye. With a shrill roar, blood gushed from the Red Lotus Serpent King's left eye, causing it to writhe and struggle in agony. The enormous snake's body deterred the attackers from approaching. Chapter 87: Falling Off a Cliff. Everyone looked at Ashura, who had rolled away to the side, with immense admiration. Just now, he unleashed his maximum speed, unleashing a blinding golden light from his twin blades to severely injure the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Clara, in particular, who was saved by Ashura, looked at him with starry eyes, which made the male students around her secretly jealous. Kyle, especially, who was hiding behind a large rock, had an increasingly venomous look in his eyes, and kept cursing Ashura to die. Ashura gave Clara a look, signaling her to step back. He took a few deep breaths, then turned and ran to Ella, who was still unable to stand at the edge of the cliff, wanting to help her up and leave the dangerous area. But just as they helped the tearful mentor Ella up, they heard the crowd behind them exclaim, "Watch out!" Ashura caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and broke out in a cold sweat. He saw the one-eyed Crimson Lotus Serpent King standing upright, staring at him fiercely with one eye half open. Without a second thought, Ashura picked up Instructor Ella and fled to the side, but the Crimson Lotus Serpent King pounced on them like a madman, and Instructors Eng and others rushed forward to rescue them. Despite being blocked, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King lashed out with its thick tail at Ashura and the other two without hesitation. Before the tail even arrived, a loud whooshing sound could be heard. Seeing the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's desperate attack, Ashura guessed that if he used his maximum speed and abandoned his mentor Ella, there was an 80% chance he could dodge the attack. But when he looked down at Instructor Ella, who was tightly wrapped around his waist with both hands and buried her head in his chest, he gritted his teeth and turned his back to deliver a hateful blow to the Snake King's tail. Amidst gasps of surprise, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's tail struck Ashura squarely as he clung to Instructor Ella. Ashura was immediately sent flying, plummeting towards a nearby cliff, his hands still tightly gripping Instructor Ella. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King, blind in one eye, also fell into the valley due to the immense inertia of its tail whip. Several cries of anguish rang out at the same time, and several beautiful figures rushed towards the edge of the cliff. In particular, the silver-haired girl who ran over cried out and tried to lean over the edge, but was pulled back by her mentor, Engel. Lan Yu wanted to use his agility to go down the cliff to check, but was sternly stopped by his mentor. Magina, filled with rage, plunged her saber into a crevice in the cliff edge, her eyes seemingly glistening with tears. The crowd stared silently at the misty valley below the cliff, where they could still faintly hear the increasingly faint roars of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Finally, it was Instructor Eng who spoke up to organize everyone to handle the aftermath, tally the casualties from the accident, treat the injured, and move towards the direction of the instructors who were rushing to the rescue, in order to prevent the Crimson Lotus Serpent King from attacking again. However, the silver-haired girl Clara was unwilling to leave and asked her mentors how to rescue Ashura and the other two. The mentors were silent for a moment and said that they should settle the wounded first and then organize people to come to the rescue. Clara, Lan Yu, and Magina were not satisfied with this arrangement and wanted to find a way to rescue the two as soon as possible. Mentor Engel truthfully stated that with their current personnel strength, they were unable to venture deep into the canyon. The most important thing right now was to ensure the overall safety of the team. Looking at the many students groaning in pain behind them after the battle, the three women silently went to help the wounded and tally the casualties, as if to compromise. Fortunately, the final casualty count was 7 dead, 29 seriously injured, 57 slightly injured, and 2 missing. The unexpected attack left almost all the trainees injured. As the battle ended, their tense nerves snapped, and they all collapsed to the ground, panting heavily to recover their strength and fight off their fear. They were still trembling and grateful to have survived. The 2 missing persons listed in the casualty statistics are Ashura and Ella, who fell off the cliff. As the 2 fell off the cliff, Ashura felt as if his back was about to be torn apart. He forced down a mouthful of bloody taste in his throat and tightly hugged the exclaiming instructor Ella. During the fall, there was a gentle slope, and after hitting the ground hard, it tumbled and colliding with trees and rocks. Ashura held his mentor Ella tightly in his arms and took the brunt of the impact. After an unknown amount of time, Ashura finally caught his breath. Seizing the opportunity, he drew a knife with his right hand and plunged it into the crevice beside him. The moment his body stopped, a tearing pain shot through the muscles of his right hand, but fortunately, it stopped his fall. Instructor Ella was already dizzy and disoriented from the fall. Ashura grabbed Ella with his left arm and, after regaining his balance, used both hands and feet to climb up the not-so-steep cliff face. They were surrounded by clouds and mist, with no view of the sky or the bottom. After slowly climbing for a long time, Ashura finally reached the entrance of a cave. The entrance was not large, only about the size of a well opening. But inside, there was a classroom-sized room, and spring water dripping from one of the rock walls had formed a sizable puddle. Ashura peered into the cave, sniffed the air, and, finding no other magical beasts, confidently carried instructor Ella into the cave. Ashura was in so much pain that he rolled over and lay face down on the ground. The pain in his back made it impossible for him to lie down and rest. He took out a few healing pills and put them in his mouth to calm his breathing. This was the most serious injury he had suffered since he last encountered the Earth Bear. After recovering for about half an hour, Ashura got up, went out of the cave, found some firewood, covered the cave entrance, and then lit the firewood to brighten the cave. Ashura then called out to the unconscious Ella, who was lying there. Ashura knew that he had protected Ella well when they fell off the cliff and had not caused her any impact. But when they looked up at Ella's head, they saw that her forehead was burning hot and her face was flushed. Ashura remembered that his mentor, Ella, had mentioned being bitten by a crimson lotus serpent. It seemed that the venom had taken effect, and he needed to treat it immediately. Fortunately, there are external herbal remedies for red lotus snake bites in the Ashura space. For the current poisoning condition, the snake venom needs to be sucked out and then the herbal remedies applied to remove the poison. Ashura immediately began searching for the location of Ella's injury, but upon closer inspection, he was stunned, because from the tear in the magic robe, he could guess that the snake bite was on the inner thigh of Ella. Through the bloody hole, a patch of pinkish white skin could be seen. Ashura swallowed hard, but he hesitated whether he should suck out the snake venom. The location of the injury was too embarrassing. He was really afraid that his mentor, Ella, would wake up and kill him. But Ella's body was already red all over. The snake venom had caused her to have a high fever and become delirious. If this continued, herbal remedies might not be able to cure her. Ashura remained silent for a long time, then suddenly clasped his hands together in prayer and said, "Mentor Ella, I did all this to save you. Please don't turn your back on me after you wake up." He muttered prayers to the various deities for peace, then gritted his teeth. With a heavy heart, he lifted up instructor Ella's magic robe. Chapter 88 Snake Venom. As the magic robe was lifted, 2 straight, slender, and shapely white legs swayed so much that Ashura felt dizzy. At the peak of his youth and vitality, Ashura felt the power of his energy rushing to the top of his head, threatening to take over his brain. Just as reason was about to lose control of his brain, the unconscious mentor Ella let out a soft whimper, pulling Ashura's reason back to his mind. He quickly looked away and took a few deep breaths to adjust his mindset. Ashura was annoyed by his own lack of ambition. He wasn't some naive newbie who had never seen the world before. Dai Fei's legs were no less impressive than the beautiful scenery before him. But perhaps because of the teacher-student relationship, there was a sense that a certain perverse sense of humor was teasing Ashura's senses. Fortunately, Ashura had strong self-control. He took a deep breath and glanced at the injured area, realizing that it was really inconvenient to treat. He frowned, made a tough decision, and pulled down Ella's panties. He squinted, not daring to look directly at the exposed flesh, and bent down to suck out the snake venom. If he looked up at that moment, he would see that instructor Ella's face was as red as a ripe apple, her pearly teeth were biting her lip, her hands were digging into the soil, and her insteps were stretched straight. In fact, Ella was always aware that a mage's mental strength was far superior to that of a martial artist, and she almost burst out laughing when she heard Ashura's prayer. Then she heard him muttering prayers to the gods for peace, and she felt angry at herself for being so fierce. It wasn't until Ashura lifted her skirt that she realized why he was praying. The snake venom left her weak and unable to move. She knew what Ashura was doing at that moment, and that he was trying to save her. But at this moment, as Ashura sucked, a strange sensation she had never experienced before assaulted her nerves again and again. She tried her best to suppress her trembling body and to keep herself from making a sound. Ashura would suck a few mouthfuls of dark red blood and spit it onto the ground. The more times he sucked snake venom, the brighter the blood he spat out became. Ashura knew that he had almost finished sucking out the snake venom, so he sped up his pace, intending to clean out the venom completely in one go. But with an uncontrollable sound, Ashura raised his head blankly and looked at Instructor Ella, who was also staring at him in a daze. Time seemed to stand still. Ella broke down completely, letting out a soft moan as she covered her head with her magic robe, covering her face with her hands, no longer daring to look directly at Ashura. Ashura forced a smile. He knew the situation was incredibly awkward, but healing was the priority, since they had already come this far. So Ashura took out the herbs for treating snake venom from his spatial belt. Lacking the tools to crush the medicine, she chewed the herbs in her mouth and spat them out, then applied the dark green herbal fragments to the wound. Ella shuddered and dared not remove the magic robe covering her face. Ashura took out a clean black samurai outfit from his spatial storage, tore off a long strip of black cloth to use as a bandage, and wrapped the herbs around his injured thigh. After finishing all this, Ashura subconsciously wiped his forehead again. He then said, as if talking to himself, "It's all right now, the snake venom is mostly gone. I can't move around too much for the next day or two and I'll need to change the dressing a few more times." After saying that, he got up and went to the pool inside the cave to wash his face. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Ella slowly lifted a corner of the magic robe covering her face, secretly glancing at Ashura who was washing his face, and revealed a girlish shyness. That allure wasn't seen by Ashura, otherwise, desire might have once again overcome reason. Instructor Ella felt a chill on her exposed legs and suddenly realized something. She muttered to herself, "You rascal, all you do is take them off but you won't put them back on." He gritted his teeth and reached out to cover his legs with the magic robe that had been flipped up. When Ashura returned after washing his face, he saw the magic robe that had been put back on, and then looked at Instructor Ella, whose face was flushed and who had turned her head away. He scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned enough not to think too much about it. He got up and went to the fire to prepare something to eat. Because Ashura dared not cook meat in this unfamiliar cave for fear of attracting monsters, and Ella was not suited to eat greasy food at this time. So he took out Clara's silver foot basin, took out some millet from the storage space, and started cooking porridge. Ashura kept stirring the thin porridge in the pot, thinking about what he should do next, how to leave the cliff, and whether the one-eyed Crimson Lotus Serpent King would come back. Ella, standing beside him, stared blankly at Ashura, who seemed to be deep in thought as he cooked porridge. Her mind was racing with thoughts. As his mentor, she had been seen naked, and Ella didn't know how to face this boy she had been intimate with. Lost in thought, she didn't notice that the Ashura opposite her had already carved a wooden bowl out of wood, filled it to the brim with millet porridge, and walked up to her. Seeing Ella lost in thought, Ashura tilted his head helplessly and coughed softly. The soft cough brought Ella back to reality. Upon seeing Ashura in front of her, Ella exclaimed in surprise and immediately pulled her magic robe up to cover her face. The sudden movement startled Ashura, and the alluring treat made him stare wide-eyed once again. Ella realized she had done something stupid again and quickly pulled her magic robe back over her legs. She covered her legs again, feeling shy, and could only let out a soft moan while covering her face with her hands, too embarrassed to look at Ashura. Ashura felt a pang of regret at the passing of spring, but seeing Ella's girlish demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. He bent down and placed the wooden bowl beside Ella. With his back to Instructor Ella, he sat down by the fire and began to examine and clean his injuries. With a blush creeping up her face, Ella peeked through her fingers at Ashura sitting by the fire with his back to her. Her affection for this accommodating boy grew stronger. She glanced at the wooden bowl beside her, and, already starving, picked it up without a care for the heat, finishing it in a few gulps. He licked his lips, still wanting more, and glanced apologetically at Ashura, who was wiping his wounds. Ashura had countless scars on his body, some from before and some from recent injuries. For some reason, Ella felt a pang of pain in her heart after seeing it. Seemingly having made up her mind, Ella sat up with a blush on her face and moved behind Ashura, taking the medicine from the side and applying it to the wounds on Ashura's back. Ashura felt the gentle caress of the jade-like hand behind him, and his muscles tensed, unsure whether he should move. A soft voice sounded from behind, "How did you get these injuries?" Chapter 89, Confessing the Secret. Hearing the question from behind, Ashura secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was communication, the atmosphere wouldn't be so awkward. But Ashura didn't know how to tell her about the origin of his wounds. He could only change the subject, saying, "Your injuries haven't healed yet, so try not to move around. I'll get you some more porridge if you finish it." Hearing his perfunctory words, Ella instantly felt very angry, and even a little wronged. He didn't trust her at all and was hiding his secrets from her. Ella was unaware of her change in mindset, and her delicate hands applied the medicine to her wounds with increasing force. Ashura felt a sharp pain but dared not utter a sound, silently enduring Ella's help. The atmosphere fell silent again, with only the sound of water dripping from the rock walls echoing in the cave. Each lost in their own thoughts, one ate porridge while the other tended to the fire. Ashura moved the fire to another location and covered the original fire spot with some dry grass. The heated ground conducted the heat up through the dry grass. Ashura silently bent down and picked up Ella, placing her on the laid-out hay. He then leaned against the stone wall at the cave entrance, closing his eyes to rest, the wound on his back still throbbing slightly. He plans to rest tonight to recover from the exhaustion of the battle he just fought. Lying on the hay, Ella felt the warmth emanating from beneath her and comfortably closed her eyes. She hadn't expected Ashura to be so caring, giving her a sense of dependence and security she had never felt before. She glanced at Ashura at the cave entrance again, gave a defiant humph, but then offered no response. She let out another heavy humph, and this time Ashura only opened his eyes, glanced at her, and then closed them again. Ella huffed and puffed several times in frustration, and Ashura helplessly returned to her side and asked, "What is it now?" Ella got angry when she saw his unwilling expression, pointed to the hay next to her and said, "Sit down and talk to me." Ashura rolled his eyes and said with dissatisfaction, "My dear Ella, I just fell from such a height while carrying you, and my whole body aches. I just want to get some sleep and recover. Let's talk about it tomorrow." But after saying that, Ella, as if a cat whose tail had been stepped on, cried out, "You still know I'm your mentor? You still..." She couldn't continue speaking, and just glared angrily at Ashura. Ashura, on the other hand, was shameless enough to wave his hand and go back to sleep. But Instructor Ella said quietly, "Wasn't it you who kissed Lan Yu by the lake earlier?" Ashura, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks. He turned around, about to retort, when he heard Ella say again, "And wasn't it you who forcibly kissed Magina by the lake?" Ashura's expression was as if he had suffered a great injustice. Just as he was about to fabricate an alibi, Ella preemptively said, "If word gets out that you did something to me again, you'll be in trouble at the academy." Ashura instantly lunged at Instructor Ella, covering his mouth and shouting anxiously, "Don't you dare slander me. I'll sue you for defamation. You've slandered me." Ella twisted her body to avoid his dirty hand covering her mouth, and said defiantly, "You still say I'm slandering you? I'm asking you, where are my underwear? Where did you hide them?" Ashura was instantly embarrassed. He didn't know what had gotten into him, but he had casually put the used underwear into his storage space. Ashura felt guilty and dared not meet Ella's eyes. Ella, however, proudly raised her chin like a victorious little rooster. Ashura, on the other hand, was defeated and obediently listened to the consequences. Ella patted the hay beside her, gesturing for Ashura to sit down and talk, but Ashura, whether he misunderstood or not, simply lay down next to Ella and turned to look at the beautiful Ella. Ella was startled by his actions and blushed as she moved to the side. Then, feigning a tough stance, he said, "Speak. Tell me all your secrets, including how you kissed Lan Yu and Magina. I think Clara's feelings for you are quite special." Ashura's eyes darted around after hearing this, and he was just thinking of how to make up a lie to cover it up when Instructor Ella seemed to see through his little scheme and said, "If I find out you're making up stories to lie to me, humph." Hearing this not-so-strong threat, Ashura could only shake his head and smile bitterly. His experiences over this period were already bizarre enough, and he couldn't come up with a story to explain them in a short time. But Ashura still cautiously said, "I can tell you, but first you must keep my secret, and second you must tell me your secret in exchange. In return, you must not betray me in the future." Ella, like a gossipy young girl, unconsciously turned her body towards Ashura. The two lay there facing each other, and after thinking for a long time, Ella said, "I can do the first thing, but I don't have any secrets worth exchanging with you for the second thing." Ashura shook his head dismissively after hearing this, and was about to refuse. Ella pounded his chest with her clenched fist and said, you want me to trade secrets with you? You've seen my biggest secret, what more do you want? Upon hearing this, Ashura's gaze involuntarily shifted downwards. Seeing this, Ella became even angrier and reached out to twist his ear. Ashura pleaded in pain, let go, let go. I'll tell you, okay? Ella twisted his ear a few times in a fit of rage, then stared at Ashura's face, seemingly continuing her brutal attack as she couldn't get the answer she wanted. As they playfully bickered, the two grew even closer, and Ashura could feel the hot breath Ella exhaled when she was angry hitting his face. Ashura sighed, realizing that he had always wanted to keep a low profile, but without realizing it, he had accumulated so much gossip and scandal. Just as he was wondering where to begin, he saw the impatient Ella reach out and pinch his ear again. Ashura immediately grabbed the outstretched jade hand and wouldn't let go no matter how much the other person struggled. Then he said, "Stop fooling around. If you want to hear it, then listen to me. Remember to keep it a secret." Then Ashura recounted his experiences during the year he had been away from the academy, and even did not hide his true strength. Ella listened intently, seemingly unaware that Ashura was holding her hand the whole time. However, when she heard about Dai Fei's existence and his rumored relationship with Lanya Magina, she felt a pang of jealousy. When Ella learned that Ashura possessed the strength of a second-stage Grand Martial Master and a second-stage Grand Magician, she seemed not to be very surprised. With a smug expression that suggested everything was going according to plan, she said, "I noticed your difference after we entered the forest. You seem to know a lot, and you seem particularly familiar with the monster forest. It turns out you've been training here for a long time." Ashura said helplessly, "I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but Instructor Anthony killed the Crimson Lotus Serpent with a single shot. I can't just stand by and do nothing, otherwise many people will die. I don't know what the casualties are this time." After hearing this, Ella said with a heavy heart, "Our class was well protected before we fell, and there were no injuries or fatalities. Later, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King fell off the cliff with us, but I guess he's not in much danger now." Ashura also expressed his hope after hearing this, and the two of them held hands and talked for a long time until the night was deep before Ella finally fell into a deep sleep. But in her sleep, she seemed to clench her fists even tighter. Chapter 90, Always by Your Side. The next morning, the campfire beside them had gone out, and a few rays of sunlight shone into the cave through the cracks at the entrance. Ella opened her beautiful eyes from her sleep, blinked a few times, and then scrambled to her feet in a panic. She discovered that the cave was empty, and the soft, dry grass beside her was no longer warm to the touch. At this moment, Ella was inexplicably enveloped by a sense of panic, an emotion she had never experienced in her 23 years of life. This feeling of loneliness and panic engulfed Ella like a tidal wave. She cried out anxiously like a drowning person, "Ashura, where are you?" Tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. After calling out several times without response, Ella ignored the pain from the wound on her right leg and staggered towards the cave entrance while crying. The cave entrance was quite high, and Ella's injured right leg made it impossible for her to climb. After several attempts, she knelt down on the ground and began to sob. She covered her face and sobbed, "Ashura, you bastard. How could you abandon me? You promised to protect me, you bastard. I'll never trust you again. Wah!" But then a sudden voice rang out from above, "Instructor Ella, talking behind people's backs isn't a good habit. How did I become a bastard?" After saying that, Ashura jumped down from the cave above, his body covered with a thin layer of morning mist and water droplets, and he was carrying a level 2 magical beast that had just died. Ella knelt on the ground, staring blankly at Ashura, who stood before her with a defiant expression, tears still glistening on her face. Ashura wanted to question Ella about why she called him a bastard. Suddenly, Ella rushed into Ashura's arms. The sudden impact almost made Ashura lose his balance and fall to the ground. He was about to touch Ella's head to see if she was delirious from a fever. The sound of Ella's heart-wrenching cries made his outstretched hand freeze in mid-air, as if he could sense the feelings of the beauty in his arms. After thinking for a long time, Ashura threw the monster in his other hand and put his arms around Ella's back. Ella's cries seemed to grow louder, and she tightened her grip on Ashura's waist as if in a fit of rage, as if trying to merge Ashura into her body. Such an intimate embrace made Ashura feel two large, soft objects squeezing his abdomen, which instantly aroused the young Ashura. However, he couldn't just push away the lovely girl in his arms, so he could only try to stick his butt out to avoid the embarrassment. Suddenly, Ella, who was crying loudly, spoke up and questioned, "You bastard, you big bastard, where have you been? How could you leave me here all by myself? Don't you know I was scared? Wah!" Ashura tried his best to control the unruly parts of his body, seemingly unintentionally coaxing the crying Ella, I'm just going out to get some food and check if there's any danger in the surroundings. How could I leave you here alone? I'll always be by your side. Be good, listen to me, my back is about to break. The crying stopped abruptly. Ella raised her head and stared blankly at Ashura. Her tearful appearance did not diminish her beauty, on the contrary, it added to her pitiful charm. Ella asked naively, you said you'd always be by my side? Ashura could finally catch his breath, hurriedly straightening his magic robes. Not noticing Ella's unusual reaction, he casually replied, of course I. Before Ashura could finish speaking, a pair of red lips passionately kissed his lips. Ashura's mind went completely blank for a moment, his wide eyes filled with disbelief. But the other person's awkward kiss made him realize that everything was real, and the spear that had just been pressed down instantly shot out like a dragon. At such a young age, full of youthful vigor, Ashura was instantly overcome by lust and took the initiative in the kiss, his hands beginning to wander. This series of actions immediately left the inexperienced Ella powerless to resist, her body going limp as she allowed Ashura to bully her, and her clothes gradually slipped away from her. Just as the two were about to take their relationship to the very end, Ashura suddenly looked down and saw the bandage on Ella's right thigh, and his body stiffened abruptly. He pulled his head away from between the towering peaks, pushed himself up with his hands, and quickly ran and jumped into the small pool inside the cave. The water instantly submerged his head, and he remained submerged for a long time. Immersed in lust, Ella saw Ashura's actions and seemed to realize something. 2 lines of tears silently flowed down her face. She lay flat on the ground with her arms crossed, tears streaming down her face. It took Ashura a while to stand up from the pool. He quickly found some clothes in his storage space and put them on. Then he saw Ella silently shedding tears. Ashura walked to Ella's side, puzzled. Looking at Ella, who had a hot figure but empty eyes, Ashura suddenly felt a little sorry for her. He quickly asked, what's wrong? Why are you crying again? As he spoke, he tried to cover Ella with the tattered magic robe beside him. Ella pushed his hand away and angrily questioned, are you disgusted by me? Are you disgusted that I'm 6 years older than you? Or am I not as attractive as other girls who like you? Or do you care about my status as your mentor? Her voice trembled more and more as she spoke. Ashura struggled to look away from that incredibly sexy body as he listened to Ella's suspicions. He shook his head with a wry smile and said, I don't even dare to look you in the eye right now. I'm afraid my lust is stronger than my magic. How can you question your own charm? You have just as many suitors as the swarm of red lotus snakes yesterday, don't you? Hearing these words of love, Ella, who had been silently shedding tears, finally let out a sob. Embarrassed, she covered her chest with her hand and said, blushing, then you. Ashura said helplessly, I saw the bandage on your leg and that you were injured. How could you stand it if I started to hurt you? That's why I jumped into the pool to cool myself down and calm down. Ella's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this, and she shyly covered her chest with her arm, but she still pouted and asked pitifully, you're not lying to me? You really don't mind that I'm older than you? Ashura was at his wits' end with the questions, so he had to swear an oath to all the gods in the sky that he had never lied, and it took him a while to finally coax Ella into smiling. Ashura never imagined that his previously elegant mentor, Ella, would be just like a young girl in love. Ella knew she was incredibly embarrassed, but since she had already confessed her feelings to Ashura, she wouldn't avoid his intense gaze. She hugged Ashura's waist again, buried her head in Ashura's chest, and kept rubbing against him affectionately. It's just that Ashura is suffering at this moment, he's truly experiencing both pain and pleasure. Chapter 91 Rescue arrived. 2 more days passed, and every day Ella clung to Ashura like a koala, just like a young girl in love. This was Ella's first time in a relationship, and she didn't quite know how to express her love. She only knew that being with Ashura every day made her feel incredibly safe and happy. She didn't know if this was what love felt like, but she knew she couldn't live without the boy in front of her who was 6 years younger than her. Powerful warriors and magicians can live for over 200 years and can slow down the aging process. Ella still felt insecure about her age. Perhaps it's because women in love always tend to wallow in self-pity, but these past 2 days Ella has been constantly pestering Ashura, asking him if he minds that she's too old. Who has a better figure, her or Dai Fei? Who has a better personality, her or Clara? Who has longer legs, her or Lanyu? Who has bigger breasts, her or Magina? And so on. Ashura was completely baffled by the question. In the end, the message was the same, no matter what, Ashura was never allowed to dislike her or leave her. To Ashura's surprise, when asked whether they should go public with their relationship after returning to the academy, Ashura wanted to keep it a secret and continue his low-key cultivation. Ella, however, really wanted to make their relationship public. The academy didn't have any rules against teachers and students dating, and it was normal for powerful men on the continent to have many women around them. People only admired the strong. Ella was fed up with the pursuit of the young male mentors and senior students, especially Mentor Anthony, who had previously declared that he would die for Ella. But when the Crimson Lotus Serpent King pounced, only the boy she was currently embracing stood in front of her, giving her an unparalleled sense of security. Ashura was at his wits' end. He spent a long time trying to coax Ella, appealing to her emotions and reasoning with her, saying that he was not strong enough yet and could not get along with Ella as an equal in the academy. He told Ella to wait a few more years until he grew up and then organize a confession, and so on. He used both words and actions to finally persuade the panting Ella to stop. The two had been inseparable for the past few days, with no one else around to disturb them. They had done everything they could except cross the final line. Ella even told Ashura that after she recovered from her injuries back at the academy, she would invite him to her mentor's dormitory, the implication of which was self-evident. Ella was now extremely attached to her young boyfriend, especially after he had refrained from taking her that morning because of her leg injury, which made Ella's love for him grow even stronger. The two have talked a lot these past few days, and they understand each other better now. Ashura even told Ella his secret of cultivating both magic and martial arts. Ella's eyes lit up when she heard this. She never expected to have struck gold. She never realized her boyfriend had such great potential, even rivaling the academy's star students. Of course, the stronger Ashura becomes, the more likely their future will be to be realized. Her stubborn grandfather, Archmage Ivy, is not someone to be trifled with. On the morning of the third day, Ashura suggested that they leave to find a way out. Ella's leg injury had almost recovered, but Ella threw a tantrum and made various excuses to avoid leaving the cave that belonged to the two of them. Ashura tried his best to persuade them, knowing that the academy would definitely send people to search for them, because Ella had a grandfather who was a great mage, and the academy couldn't just ignore them. He also expected that the messenger who was supposed to return to the academy to report the news had already arrived. Ella was still acting grumpy and sulking until Ashura picked her up on his back. Ella gave his back a few symbolic pats and then pressed her face against his back, letting him carry her out of the cave. Outside, the fog was still thick, with visibility less than 5 meters. There was no way to see the sky or the bottom, and every now and then, the roars of monsters could be heard. Ashura patted Ella's bottom, signaling her to hold on tight, and then climbed up using both hands and feet. The cliff wasn't too steep, and with Ashura's skill, he was able to climb up quickly while carrying Ella on his back. Ella whispered her worries to Ashura, concerned that he would ignore her once he returned to the academy. Ashura felt he hadn't taken enough advantage of her yet, so how could he possibly ignore her? This caused the beauty behind him to blush and scratch and bite him again. The two of them climbed up like this for a long time, playfully fighting. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out above them. Ella, who was on their back, first whistled with delight, then seemed to remember something and listlessly leaned back onto Ashura's shoulder. Ashura turned his head and asked her what was wrong. Ella said with an unhappy expression, "My grandfather came looking for me. This is his mount, the level 7 magical beast, the flamingo." Ashura immediately tried to put her down after hearing her words, implying that it wouldn't be good if her grandfather saw it. Ella responded by biting his shoulder hard. Before long, a hot breeze blew around them, and a fiery red level 7 flying magical beast quickly flew down and circled around Ella. Its body language showed that it was very happy. After biting Ashura, Ella let out a soft snort, then jumped off Ashura's back and backward. The flying beast, very intelligent, flew over and steadily caught Ella on its back. Ella affectionately patted the flamingo's neck and said, "Thank you for your hard work, little flamingo. Is Grandpa here?" The flamingo named Xiaolai cried out loudly a few more times. At this moment, a powerful pressure rapidly approached. Ashura narrowed his eyes and saw an old man with a long beard wearing a fiery red magic robe fly into the air and land on the flamingo's back. Ella threw herself into the old man's arms and cried out affectionately, "Grandpa! I missed you so much. I thought I would never see you again." The long-bearded old man also breathed a sigh of relief, patted his granddaughter's head and said, "It's good that you're all right. You scared your grandpa too. Tell Grandpa which beast bullied my granddaughter, and I'll go skin it alive and avenge Ella." The Archmage's intimidating aura spread outwards, but after Archmage Ivy said those words, Ella glanced at Ashura on the rock wall, as if to say that Ashura had bullied her. Startled, Ashura immediately glared at her, telling her to stop fooling around. Ella stuck her tongue out at him and said to her grandfather, "Ivy, it's all right, Grandpa. That beast fell to the bottom of the valley too. We don't need to look for it anymore. Let's go back as soon as possible so that others won't worry. After hearing this, Archmage Ivy nodded, then turned to look at Azura, who was still lying on the cliff. He had already sensed the little actions between his granddaughter and the male student through his powerful mental strength. He began to scrutinize the magician in front of him, who didn't look like a magician at all. Chapter 92 Rewards. The gaze of a Grand Magister is not something an ordinary person can withstand. The mental pressure is immense. Fortunately, Ashura had a thick skin and managed to force a smile, saying, "Respected Instructor Ivy, I am Instructor Ella's student. I fell to this place with Instructor Ella before, but fortunately there was a gentle slope that saved us from disaster. May I also ride on your mount?" Before Archmage Ivy could respond, the level 7 magical beast, the flamingo beneath him, let out a disdainful screech and used its wings to create a gust of wind that blew towards Ashura on the rock wall in protest. Ashura cursed inwardly and immediately gripped the rock face tightly with both hands to prevent himself from being blown off the cliff. Fortunately, Ella quickly stopped the flamingo's behavior and looked back apologetically at Ashura, who was clinging tightly to the rock wall. Archmage Ivy gave the young male student another deep look. Under the combined pressure of him and the flamingo, he was not flustered despite being disheveled, and he could still communicate clearly. Even among the top students of his academy, few could do that. And his arrogant granddaughter's gaze towards this boy was clearly off. Had nothing happened between them during the few days they were alone together? After thinking about this, Ivy decided that he definitely had to investigate this kid. He then casually said, "Jump down," and looked away. Ashura breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and then leaped onto the flamingo's back with a powerful kick. It was Ashura's first time riding a flying magical beast, and a level 7 flamingo at that. He was extremely excited. Thinking of how unfriendly the flamingo had been to him before, he secretly pushed off with his feet. Ella chuckled to herself as she watched his little antics, while the flamingo beneath her cried out in dissatisfaction. The intelligence of a level 7 magical beast was already quite high, and it was only because of its master, Archmage Ivy, that it did not turn over and throw the black-haired boy off. Archmage Ivy scrutinized Ashura once more. He hadn't heard of any particularly outstanding magic student among the new students at the academy, and the gap between the genius students hadn't yet widened. But the boy in front of her was in much better condition than his granddaughter, who was a second-level mage. When Ella saw him, she felt a sense of joy at escaping death, but the boy was surprisingly calm, as if he had everything under his control. Instructor Ivy, thinking of this, spoke up, "Your name is Ashura? I don't recall hearing your name in the rankings of the strongest new students at the academy. But when I heard the messenger's report, you were the first to spot the danger and give the team a warning. You're very good." Hearing this opening remark, which was half inquiry and half praise, Ashura pretended to be flattered and explained, "I am honored to receive your praise. I am just an ordinary magic student, but I also study martial arts, so I am more suitable to fight against magical beasts than a magician. Because I usually like to read miscellaneous books, I learned about the habits of the red lotus snake, which is how I happened to give the team a warning." Ivy nodded after hearing this, thinking to herself that this kid also practiced martial arts. No wonder she only sensed the strength of a first-level grand mage from him. It turned out he was also practicing martial arts. Maybe his martial arts cultivation level was higher. But why did he come to the Magic Academy? Filled with questions, Ivy was about to ride the flamingo away from the cliff valley when Ashura said, "Respected Archmage Ivy, whether it was my warning to the student team or my desperate rescue of Instructor Ella, you don't need to thank me too much." Ivy and Ella were both puzzled by this seemingly nonsensical statement. What was this guy trying to say? Seeing that Instructor Ivy didn't understand what he meant, Ashura forced a smile and said, "Didn't you give me any awards or anything on behalf of the academy? As Instructor Ella's grandfather, aren't you going to do something for me personally?" Ella wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. She really wanted to kick her boyfriend a couple of times. Instead of behaving well on their first meeting with her grandfather, he was asking him for a reward. Archmage Ivy stared in utter shock at the obsequious young man, who was known throughout the academy for his notoriously bad temper. Fire mages rarely had such good tempers. The outstanding students who were about to graduate and were studying with him all treated him with utmost respect, afraid of doing anything wrong and upsetting him. But this kid actually asked him for favors. This really opened his eyes. Ivy seemed amused and asked with a laugh, "Reward? I don't know what reward the academy will give you, but as for me personally, considering your protection of Ella, I can give you a reward. So what do you want?" Ashura felt instantly relieved after hearing this, his eyes darting around as he pondered what he wanted. But Ella kept giving him meaningful glances. She knew her grandfather wasn't someone to be trifled with, and she was afraid that Ashura's exorbitant demands would offend him. Ashura's eyes darted around for a while, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, he smiled even more obsequiously and said, "I've never seen anything good before. You are a Grand Magister, so whatever reward you think is appropriate for me, I will take it." This answer made Archmage Ivy narrow his eyes again and again. He wanted to lash out but couldn't find a way to do it. Instead, he was put in a difficult position by Ashura. He was reluctant to give good things, but giving bad things was not in line with his status as an Archmage. After taking a few deep breaths, Archmage Ivy, under Ashura's expectant gaze, reluctantly said, "Since you protected Ella, I'll personally give you a yellow rank martial arts technique as a reward. That's what I won in a bet when I was young. It's been sitting on the bookshelf and used. Since you're still practicing martial arts, I'll give it to you. Remember to come find me when you get back to the academy." After a moment of astonishment, Ashura was overjoyed and immediately showered him with flattery, expressing his admiration for Archmage Ivy. Archmage Ivy blushed and quickly coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. Ashura was overjoyed. His best martial skill was only the climbing tower sword technique, which was close to the yellow rank. Now that he could possess a true yellow rank martial skill, he felt that he could fight to the death with that blind red lotus serpent king. Magical beasts of level 6 and above were guaranteed to drop crystal cores. Ella, standing to the side, was also happy for Ashura, her beautiful face full of joy, completely oblivious to the fact that her grandfather was giving good things to her boyfriend, which made Ivy, the mentor, frown. Then, Mentor Ivy said, "I've already sent a message to the other search and rescue teams. We'll head to the safe area to meet them. Hold on tight, and if you really can't take it anymore, just climb onto the flamingo's back." After saying that, he stood in front of Ella, gave the flamingo a command, and the flamingo named Shaolai let out a high-pitched cry and immediately rose straight up, flying towards the top of the cliff. Ella had Archmage Ivy standing in front of her to shield her from the high-speed gale, but Ashura had to maintain his balance entirely on his own. At first, he was half-squatting, but within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he stood up straight and was fully adapted to flying with his beast. This greatly surprised Archmage Ivy, who was silently watching him with his mental power from the front. It was the first time he had seen a young student adapt to flying with a level 7 magical beast so quickly. "I can't understand this dark-haired boy anymore." Chapter 93 Soft Jade in My Arms. Ashura's playful nature was aroused after all, not everyone could experience riding a level 7 magical beast. Just as he was having a great time, he turned his head and looked at Ella, who was gazing at him with affection. The strong wind blowing in at that moment caused Ella's magic robe to flutter tightly against her body, revealing her curvaceous figure so much that Ashura's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When Ella saw his lecherous look, she glared at him shyly and gestured with her chin forward, indicating that her grandfather was still ahead. Ashura reluctantly withdrew his gaze, unaware that the Archmage Ivy, who was not turning back, had clenched his fists so tightly they turned white. At the speed of a flamingo, they soon arrived at a clearing on a hillside, the agreed meeting point for the search teams. Archmage Ivy had already notified the other search teams to come and assemble. The three jumped off the flamingo's back. Ashura was still a little reluctant to leave, but the flamingo, as if understanding human nature, flapped its wings at him to push him away, then proudly raised its head and walked to the side. Ashura narrowed his eyes in annoyance, wondering when he could pluck all the fur off this beast. He was a petty person, but he usually remembered his grudges very well. Before Ashura could figure out how to deal with the flamingo, several whooshing sounds came from the dense forest on the hillside, and a search team composed of several team teachers led by Instructor Ring rushed out of the forest one after another. Upon seeing Ella and Ashura, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the young mentor Anthony rushed to Ella with concern in his eyes and said with deep affection, "May the god of war protect you, Ella. I'm so glad you're all right. Do you know how worried I was about you?" As he spoke, he reached out and took Ella's hand. Ella took a large step back and said coldly, "Thank you for your concern, Professor Anthony. I'm glad you're all right. Don't worry about me." Hearing such resolute words, Anthony, who had only halfway reached out his hand, felt extremely embarrassed. He knew that his actions to protect himself had made Ella completely disappointed in him. Now that things had come to this, he could only smile bitterly, knowing that there was no longer any possibility between him and the goddess in his heart. Ashura watched the spectacle from the sidelines, detached from the situation. He knew that although Ella was usually gentle, she was incredibly proud inside, and those she rejected could never enter her world. Before he could finish watching Ella's antics, several more searchers rushed out of the dense forest above, accompanied by a flurry of footsteps. One of them, a slender figure, hurriedly ran up to him and stopped in front of him. Ashura stared in astonishment at Clara, whose magical robes were filthy, whose face was pale, whose eyes were bloodshot, and whose long silver hair was adorned with a few weeds. This was the first time Ashura had seen a girl in such a disheveled state. He had always seen her as noble and elegant. Ashura, seeing Clara staring at him without moving, wanted to ease the awkwardness. He forced a natural, handsome smile, waved his hand in front of Clara's eyes, and said, "Long time no see." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-haired girl closed her eyes and fell straight down onto him. Ashura quickly embraced the girl, disregarding the warm touch of the beauty in his arms. The sudden situation left Ashura at a loss. The instructor, Engel, remarked with a sigh, "Originally, after you fell off the cliff, we arranged for all students to quickly leave the monster forest. Only the student said that the missing people were her classmates and instructors, and refused to leave in advance no matter what. They've been searching with us in the monster forest for 3 days and have suffered a lot. They must be exhausted by now." After hearing this, Ashura bowed slightly to the mentors of the search teams to express his gratitude. Then, he gently lifted the girl onto his back, ignoring the jealous looks from the side, and wanted to follow the mentors to leave the monster forest. Archmage Ivy's bearded lips twitched, and he waved his hand, signaling everyone to return to the academy. He then rode a flamingo back to the academy ahead of time, as he still had to teach the graduates there. Ashura carried Clara and followed the other instructors to the edge of the monster forest, where a dragon horse that had been prepared in advance was waiting. Then, the group rode the dragon horse towards the academy. Ella walked up to Ashura with a smile and said she was there to take care of the unconscious Clara, but Ashura refused, saying that she was still injured. Ignoring Ella's increasingly cold smile, he held Clara in his arms and rode the dragon horse at full speed. It wasn't that he was blinded by lust, it was just that the girl's efforts in searching for him over the past 3 days had deeply moved Ashura. He had always been a grateful person, and he always cherished the kindness others showed him and wanted to repay them in every possible way. Clara collapsed from exhaustion while searching for him, so he had an obligation to safely escort the girl back to the academy. He wouldn't trust anyone else with her. Halfway through the journey, the girl in his arms slowly opened her hazy eyes, and it took her a while to realize that she was being held in Ashura's arms as they rode galloping. Clara's pretty face flushed red instantly. She twisted her body, trying to leave that warm embrace, but the strong arms around her slender waist tightened suddenly. Ashura said calmly, "Don't move around, rest well, I'll take you back to the academy." Clara's ears turned red after hearing this. She twisted her body a few times as a gesture, and then said in a feigned displeasure, "How can you be so domineering? I was worried about you for so long." But then she raised her pretty face and asked with concern, "Are you all right? We've been so worried about you these past few days." Ashura looked down at the charming woman in his arms, whose fragility only enhanced her allure, and felt a warmth in his lower abdomen. He quickly suppressed the wicked thoughts in his heart. Pretending to be nonchalant, she said, "It's all right, it was a close call. I'll tell you the details later. Hold on tight to my waist, I'm going to speed things up." Clara, annoyed by his perfunctory reply, lightly punched Ashura's chest with her small fist, then buried her head in Ashura's arms with her ears turning red, wrapping her arms around the boy's waist. Ashura's intense masculine aura was like the strongest wine, making Clara in his arms blush and feel dizzy, her mind wandering with all sorts of wild thoughts. She dared not look up, but at such close range she could clearly sense Ashura's muscular physique beneath his wide magic robe. Clara was a little flustered by being in such close contact with a boy for the first time, and didn't know what to say. She just kept nuzzling her head into Ashura's arms. While Ashura appeared to be focused on controlling his horse, his heart was not at peace. The tighter Clara clung to him, the more he could feel the 2 soft mounds of flesh being squeezed and deformed. Ashura wasn't some clueless newbie. After 3 days of passionate lovemaking with Ella, his desire, already aroused by not having broken through to the final step, was simply uncontrollable. Clara only realized what the hard object was when she belatedly discovered it, and she nearly fell off the dragon horse in a panic. Fortunately, Ashura pretended nothing was wrong and pulled her back into his arms, but Clara, feeling ashamed and indignant, twisted her 2 jade hands fiercely around Ashura's waist. And so, Ashura, with the beauty in his arms, spurred his horse and galloped towards the academy, baring his teeth in a snarling expression. The setting sun cast their shadows long. Chapter 94 Z-shaped slash. And so, the two of them, bickering and joking, arrived at the north gate of St. Gobain Academy. Clara blushed again and suggested that she ride a dragon horse with instructor Ella, refusing to ride into the academy gate with Ashura no matter what. Instructor Ella watched the 2 changing mounts with a smile, but Ashura felt a chill from that smile and quickly looked away, turning his head to look at the academy gate not far away. 2 figures, one in blue and one in red, were looking in this direction from either side of the gate. When they saw his gaze, they both turned back to the academy without prior arrangement. Ashura smiled slightly. It felt really good to be cared for. Sharing the points she earned from selling food with them hadn't been in vain. Just as Ashura was feeling quite pleased with himself, Ella rode past him on horseback with Clara by her side, casually saying, "Stop looking, let's go back to the academy and look at it then, it'll be dark soon." Clara rolled her eyes at him, and Ashura gave an awkward smile before riding into the academy with the others. A sense of security welled up within him as he stepped through the city gates. At that moment, Ashura felt a pang of longing for his home in the distant kingdom of Olay. He glanced up in the direction of Olay and secretly vowed to return to his family as soon as possible. The news of Ashura and his fellow new students being attacked by magical beasts spread throughout the academy. After all, it was rare in the academy's history for a training team to suffer 7 deaths and 29 serious injuries. But this was an unavoidable event. It is said that the mortality rate will be even higher in the next major assessment, which makes the freshmen feel uneasy. When the freshmen learned that their mentor Ella and Ashura, who had fallen off a cliff and gone missing, had safely returned to the academy, they were overjoyed, as if they had achieved a major victory. When Ashura returned to the dormitory, he was warmly embraced by his 3 brothers. Ashura could feel that they really cared about him, especially the 4th brother Angelo, whose eyes were filled with tears. Nawe and several of Ashura's classmates also came to the dormitory to visit him and express their condolences. The lights were on in dormitory number 138. Ashura was bragging to his few close classmates in the academy about how brave he was in the face of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, as if he had knocked the Crimson Lotus Serpent King off a cliff. The boys were all stunned. None of the young students had ever encountered a level 6 monster in the monster forest. It sounded exciting. Of course, he didn't mention his relationship with Ella. He only said that the two met by chance at the bottom of a cliff. He already has enough scandals. If he wants to stay in the academy, he should keep a low profile. When Ashura entered the Magic Class 13 classroom the next day, he was warmly welcomed by his classmates. During his training in the Warcraft Forest, Ashura gained popularity for his culinary skills. Previously, he was somewhat invisible in class due to his frequent truancy, but this time his classmates greatly appreciated his cooking abilities. His warning about the attack by the Crimson Lotus Serpents prevented the students from suffering greater casualties, especially the students of Magic Class 13, who were protected by the Martial Arts class and only suffered minor injuries. Most of the students were grateful to Ashura, except for Kyle and a few others who were jealous. Several female magic students looked at Ashura differently because Ashura's action of charging towards the Crimson Lotus Serpent King with dual swords in the final stage left a deep impression on them. He also severely injured one of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's eyes. The King's continent always worships the strong. Just as Ashura was feeling a little smug, a soft humph reached his ears. He looked up at the proud, swan-like girl, then awkwardly walked to his seat and sat down. Although the silver-haired girl next to him wasn't looking at him, a beautiful smile still appeared on her lips. Just as the students were discussing their life or death experiences, a noble and elegant figure walked into the classroom. The students erupted in even louder cheers when they saw that beautiful figure, and Ella smiled and waved to her classmates. Attentive students noticed that their instructor, Ella, seemed more radiant than before and had a new hairstyle, somewhat similar to that of married women in the Valencia Empire, which added to her elegance. Ella casually glanced at Ashura and saw the slightly lecherous look in his eyes amidst his surprise. Ella felt a little smug. But then he glanced at the silver-haired girl standing right next to Ashura and felt a pang of sadness. He couldn't understand why this guy was so popular with girls. During her time in the Monster Forest, she could clearly sense that the 3 outstanding female students who sold food together treated Ashura differently from the others. Furthermore, the 3 female students were so beautiful and outstanding, and most importantly, they were as young as Ashura, which made Ella feel a little frustrated. At the same time, she secretly resolved to hold on to this young boyfriend. Clara seemed to notice Ella's meaningful gaze, her beautiful eyebrows furrowing slightly. She then turned her head to look at Ashura, who was staring at her with a lovesick expression, and angrily reached out to twist Ashura's waist again. Ashura winced in pain in his lower back, wondering why this young lady was angry again. He turned to look at Clara, but the girl stared straight ahead and ignored him, though her slightly pouting lips indicated that she was angry. Ashura suddenly realized that he would rather fight the Crimson Lotus Serpent King than try to guess what a girl was thinking. Thinking of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, his heart stirred again. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King, having lost an eye, was greatly weakened. Could he kill it and extract its magic core? A level 6 magic core was an extremely precious treasure. He then thought of the yellow rank martial arts technique that Archmage Ivy had promised him, and the thought excited him. It was a yellow rank martial arts technique. He was told to go back to the academy and get it from Archmage Ivy. However, Ashura sensed, thanks to his sixth sense honed by his recent life or death experience, that Archmage Ivy seemed to be hostile towards him. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous it felt. Could it be that Archmage Ivy had discovered the more than friendly relationship between me and his granddaughter? This sent a chill down Ashura's spine. A Grand Magister was someone who could unleash forbidden level magic, and the more he thought about it, the less he dared to take the so-called reward. But that's a yellow rank martial skill after all. He's accumulated so many academy points over the past 2 years, yet it's not enough to buy any yellow rank martial skill, especially one left behind by a Grand Magister, which must be of a high level. The more I think about it, the more regrettable it seems. The more I think about it, the less willing I am to give up. Just as he was trying to figure out how to get a yellow rank martial arts technique from Archmage Ivy, Instructor Ella, who was lecturing on the platform, suddenly spoke up. Ashura, where was I? Please listen carefully. Ashura was taken aback by the sudden question, then his gaze toward Instructor Ella grew brighter and brighter, revealing a mischievous smile. This made Ella on the podium blush slightly, feeling somewhat flustered, and she cursed inwardly, "You bad guy." But in the afternoon, in the dense forest by the lake, Ella angrily threw a yellow rank martial arts manual to Ashura, whose eyes were shining. Ashura immediately caught the manual. The martial arts technique was marked with 3 large characters, Z-shaped /. Chapter 95 Immersive Cultivation. Seeing Ashura's excitement as if he had found a treasure, Ella was both angry and amused. Thinking about how this girl had pestered her for ages after class, trying to get her to ask her grandfather, Ivy, for the yellow rank martial arts manual he had promised to give him. Ella recalled the look of resentment and anger in her grandfather's eyes when he learned that she had come to help Ashura ask for a yellow rank martial skill. Grandpa seemed to have figured something out, and his little boyfriend must have realized it too, which is why he asked her to ask for a yellow rank martial arts technique. Ella blushed slightly at the thought, then reached out and tugged at Ashura, who was still ecstatic. Ashura was eager to study this yellow rank martial arts manual, but was interrupted by Ella and looked at the charming woman in front of him with a blank expression. Ella cleared her throat and said, "I got you the martial arts techniques. Is there anything you want to say to me?" After hearing this, Ashura belatedly said, "Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner another day." Then he tried to run back to his dormitory. He couldn't wait to learn the martial arts technique in his hand. At this moment, the martial arts technique in his hand was definitely more fascinating to him than the beautiful woman in front of him. Upon hearing this, Ella angrily grabbed his arm and wouldn't let go, threatening to ask her grandfather for the martial arts skills back if he didn't give her a satisfactory answer. Ashura sighed inwardly, glancing around to make sure no one was there. He then worked with his hands and mouth for a while before finally managing to coax Ella until she blushed and her sexy lips looked like luscious, fragrant flowers. Ella only remembered Ashura saying some words praising her beauty and promising to spend more time with her in a couple of days. When she came to her senses, Ashura was no longer by her side. She stomped her foot in annoyance, and thinking about how engrossed she had just been, she immediately covered her burning cheeks with her hands. She was really infatuated with her boyfriend. This must be what love feels like. Lost in thought, Ella skipped back to her dorm. On the other hand, Ashura seemed to have used a lightning-fast movement technique, rushing back to the dormitory like a gust of wind. He told Jinza, the eldest brother who was drinking tea in the living room, "Don't call me unless it's something. I'm busy for a while." Before Jinza could reply, the door to his room slammed shut. Jinza downstairs was completely bewildered. As the future head of the Gold Lion Group, he considered himself to have seen countless people, but he really couldn't understand the third brother in the dormitory anymore. But he had a vague feeling that this third brother was a bit unusual. He seemed to come from an ordinary background and was usually very low-key, but the things he did were all shocking events that stunned the academy. However, there are some things that others don't know he did, but as his roommate who lives with him day and night, he can guess that many things are the work of this eccentric third brother. In particular, news came from the family shop in Pro City that a young man possessing his identity token was selling many monster corpses and materials in the shop. It must have been Ashura who did it during the time he disappeared from the academy. I've never heard of any freshman daring to enter the monster forest alone to fight monsters before. Jinza sighed deeply, holding his teacup. Before he could figure out the strange things about the third roommate, the door upstairs slammed open, and Ashura rushed out, leaving Jinza bewildered in the living room. Ashura, who had run out in a frenzy, glanced at the martial arts techniques and found that the essence of the techniques was almost gone. He couldn't wait to go to the academy's private training room to practice the techniques. The essence of martial arts refers to the profound insights and experiences that the master who created the martial art condensed into it when he reached its peak, so that future generations could quickly grasp the true meaning of the martial art. The essence of martial arts techniques diminishes with use, especially yellow rank techniques, which are passed down very rarely. Of course, once you've mastered a martial art to its peak, you can pass it down, but its essence will become your understanding and insights into the art. Ashura spent 50 points to rent a private training room in the academy for 10 days. He was always frugal and didn't care about the points he spent at all. He couldn't wait to immerse himself in the training of the Z-shaped slash. While Ashura was immersed in practicing yellow rank martial arts, Clara from class 13 looked at the empty seat next to her and her mood became very unpleasant, her little mouth unconsciously pouting. When Ella, the instructor, came in to give the lecture, she frowned slightly when she saw the empty seat. That rascal had promised to spend time with her, but now she couldn't even see him. The training ground was filled with groans. Lanyu from class 7 and Magina from class 8 were in a bad mood for some reason and asked their instructor to spar with all the male students in their class. Upon hearing this news, all the male students in the class were stunned, wondering what sins they had committed in their past lives to offend these two ladies. As the male trainees from both classes helped each other walk back to their dormitories, a somber atmosphere enveloped them. At that moment, someone remarked, if only Ashura were here, he could have handled the sparring. The surroundings fell silent instantly. The male student who had spoken looked around at the male students staring intently at him, bewildered. After a brief silence, the group started shouting and asking about Ashura's dormitory. When they finally found dormitory number 138, the boys frantically pounded on the dormitory door and shouted Ashura's name. The three people in the dormitory, Ginza, Arthur and Angelo, were stunned. They thought the incident in the woods by the lake had been exposed, so they desperately blocked the dormitory door and dared not make a sound. It wasn't until the three of them overheard the chattering of the boys outside the gate that they understood what was going on. It turned out they wanted Ashura to be their class's female student's sparring partner. This result left the three of them looking at each other, completely bewildered. Ginza could only weakly call out through the door, Ashura has been missing from the dormitory for 2 days, and we don't know where he went? The students outside still refused to leave, and some even shouted that they were willing to give up their academy points to get the position of Ashura, which made Angelo, the fourth brother, light up. The three dared not let the male students in, fearing that they would tear down the dormitory. Only after their repeated assurances did the male students outside slowly disperse, grumbling and cursing. Has the third brother gotten into trouble again? Arthur asked with a serious expression. Angelo, the fourth brother, shook his head. With his intelligence network, he hadn't heard any explosive news from the academy. The three of them looked at each other and gave each other a wry smile. In a training room of the academy, Ashura, shirtless, suddenly charged forward and instantly swung his twin swords, unleashing a Z-shaped blade of light. When the blade of light hit the training room wall, the instantaneous damage it released slashed into the incredibly hard wall, leaving numerous marks. Seeing the knife marks on the wall, Ashura, who hadn't left the training room for 10 days, chuckled. He had finally mastered the Z-shaped slash. Smelling the faint odor of sweat emanating from his body, Ashura grinned, sheathed his twin swords, and stepped out of the training room. When he returned to the dormitory, he was completely bewildered by the intense questioning from his three roommates. It wasn't until the door was pounded on and people started yelling that Ashura silently looked up at the ceiling, trying to squeeze out a couple of tears. But in the end, all he could manage was a long sigh. Chapter 96: Re-entering the Monster Forest. Ashura hesitated for a long time but still didn't dare to open the door. He guessed why these male students had come to find him, and the thought of those two beautiful women made Ashura break out in a cold sweat. Ashura's cultivation progressed rapidly, but the two girls were not lagging behind him in terms of realm, and their family backgrounds were not weak, so they probably had several yellow rank martial arts techniques passed down to them. Their performance against the level 6 Crimson Lotus Serpent King was also commendable, clearly showing they had room to maneuver. Ashura knew that his return without seeking out the two women might have earned him a grudge, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. Although he is now strong enough to face the two of them, you can't reason with beautiful girls. He can't just use the Z-shaped slash he just learned to deal with two delicate beauties, can he? Actually, the person Ashura most wanted to see after returning was Instructor Yuanda, but he hadn't been able to find the time. Now, with this situation of being blocked at the door, Ashura lowered his head and pondered for a moment, as if he had made up his mind and made a decision. The next morning, before Class 13 of Magic officially started classes, Ella received a leave request from Kanazawa, a fellow Magic student. Seeing the powerful handwriting above, but the content being infuriating, Ella felt a vein throbbing in her forehead. She suppressed her anger and tried to maintain a smile to indicate that she understood, then let the bewildered Ginza leave the office. The moment Jinza walked out, Ella wanted to pick up the leave slip on the table and tear it to shreds, but she stopped when she picked it up. She stared at the leave slip for a long time, then put it back in the desk drawer with a sense of grievance. Ella felt a little wronged. Although it was her first time dating, she had seen other couples who were always sweet and inseparable during their honeymoon phase. Why couldn't she even see her partner? Even if he has something to do and goes out, he doesn't tell me in person, nor does he leave a message with his school badge. He just sends a leave slip to appease me. What does that mean? I'll make him pay when he gets back. Leaving aside instructor Ella's indignation, Arthur and Angelo were also spreading the news that Ashura had asked for leave from the academy, which made the male students who had taken the blame for him sigh with regret, and the two ladies' faces turned even colder after hearing the news. At this moment, Ashura had taken off his magic robes, changed into a black outfit, and arrived at the edge of the monster forest, reaching the famous Triumph Town. At this time, Triumph Town was still bustling with activity, with mercenaries and adventurers from all over gathering here, all hoping to make a fortune in the monster forest, which directly boosted the prosperity of Triumph Town. Ashura's purpose in entering the monster forest again this time was to deal with the injured and blind Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Firstly, that guy almost killed him and Ella, and Ashura is not a magnanimous person. Secondly, now that he possesses the powerful yellow rank martial skill Z/, he has begun to covet the magic core of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. However, he also wanted to be on the safe side. After all, if he went deeper into the monster forest, he might encounter other high-level monsters. So, to be on the safe side, he planned to go into the monster forest with the team this time and act according to the situation. Ashura weaved through the crowded streets and arrived at the mercenary bar in Triumph Town. The bar was deafeningly noisy, with burly mercenaries bragging loudly and without restraint. There were quite a few women drinking in the bar, but women who dared to hang out in the mercenary bar were no good. Few drunk male mercenaries who tried to chat them up ended up getting beaten black and blue, and everyone just laughed it off. At this moment, Ashura arrived at a large wooden sign, which was filled with various team requirements and team quests. Ashura looked carefully for a while and found a team looking for young elites to form a group. The requirements were that they be at least a first-level Grand Martial Master or a first-level Grand Magician, and that they would gather 7 people to go hunting in the forest without any purpose. Ashura's eyes lit up when he saw this. This team had a relatively high-level requirement, and Ashura preferred high-level teams. After checking the contact points behind him, he walked to the third stone pillar in the left corridor. There were already 6 people talking somewhat awkwardly under the pillar. The group consisted of 3 men and 3 women. One of the men and one of the women were wearing magic robes. The man was thin and slightly hunchbacked, and he was wearing a fiery red magic robe, so he was probably a fire mage. The woman wore a grass-green magic robe, the slit revealing her long, white legs. Her eyes held a hint of allure, making the fire mage beside her extremely envious. Beside him stood a young man and woman dressed in light silver armor, probably around the same age as Ashura. They possessed extraordinary bearing and bore a resemblance in appearance, suggesting they were siblings. The man was tall, imposing, and exceptionally brave, while the woman had exquisite features and an imposing presence. Her stunning figure made her silver light armor look incredibly full, and she was much taller than the average man. Her outstanding appearance caused the male mercenaries around her to frequently steal glances at her. At this moment, a long-haired male martial artist, presumably from the group, was trying his best to please the woman, while a tall man who looked somewhat similar to him was watching the woman's advances with amusement. The male martial artist who struck up the conversation was clearly a strong and powerful man, with arms that seemed as thick as a woman's waist, and a large sword on his back that looked quite heavy. On the other side stood a more beautiful and slender girl with long, light golden hair. She was leaning against a pillar with a cold expression, carrying a longbow on her back, giving off an attitude of keep away. However, her long hair could not hide her exquisite face. Ashura's eyes lit up. There were 3 beautiful women in such a small group. If a comparison had to be made, the female magician was actually slightly less attractive than the other 2. Ashura unconsciously straightened his clothes, revealed a bright smile, and walked towards the group of people under the pillar. The group of people by the pillar saw a tall, thin, black-haired young man walking towards them. He didn't look very old. As they looked at each other, Ashura, who had just approached, said, "Are you the team that's looking for members, number 16? Can I join you?" After hearing this, the group looked the smiling boy up and down. The tallest man in silver armor stepped forward and said, "Hello, my name is Clay. I posted the team-up information. Have you understood the team-up requirements above?" Ashura nodded to him and said, "Hello Clay, I understand. I also meet your team requirements. Do you need me to prove it?" After listening, Clay looked at the smiling boy in front of him again and said, "Could you introduce yourself? May I ask your age?" Ashura nodded and said, "My name is Ashura, I am 17 years old. I am a first-level Grand Martial Master, specializing in strength and speed. It's nice to meet you all." Chapter 97 Team Formation Turmoil. Everyone turned their heads slightly after hearing this. A 17-year-old with the strength of a first-level Grand Martial Master should be classified as a genius. Yet the young man calmly revealed his strength. Clay wasn't too surprised. Although he was 2 years older than the black-haired boy in front of him, he and his sister had also reached the first level of the Great Martial Master at the age of 17, which made him feel like he had met a genius of his own kind. Before he could even open his arms to give a welcome hug, an untimely voice rang out beside him. "Where did this wild brat come from? You think you're good at strength and speed with that little body of yours? Come on, give me a punch in the chest with all your might, let's see how strong you are." Clay looked displeased at the man who had spoken. It was the burly warrior who had just joined the party and had been flirting with his sister. His name was White, and he was quite famous in this adventurer's bar. It is said that he also participated in several palace intrigue competitions, which has always been his source of pride. Just as Clay was about to say something, he saw Ashura across from him turn his head and look at White with an even brighter smile, saying lightly, "All right, since you're so eager for me to punch you, I'll grant your wish. Let's make it clear first, whoever dodges is a coward." Everyone couldn't help but chuckle at the teasing remark, even the expressionless girl carrying the longbow on her back curled up at the corners of her mouth. The Wood Elemental female mage even gave Ashura a flirtatious wink. White, who had intended to show off his martial prowess, was struck by these seemingly innocuous words and instantly felt as if everyone around him was looking at him like an idiot. This caused the usually proud and arrogant White to change his expression in an instant. He used to bully others because of his strength, and no one dared to oppose him. But today, seeing so many beautiful women in this team, especially the silver-armored girl with long, golden waves, who immediately drove him to lust, and he joined the team, planning to find a way to get this beauty after entering the monster forest. He had been showing off in front of the blonde, wavy-haired beauty for a long time but hadn't received a single smile. Just when he was thinking of bullying this new black-haired boy to make a name for himself, he was unexpectedly verbally harassed by this boy with an infuriating smile. He instantly felt humiliated, shrugged his shoulders, and wanted to teach the black-haired boy a lesson, but no one around him intended to stop him. Even Clay hesitated for a moment and chose to remain silent, while Ashura kept his smile unchanged, only narrowing his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Before the two could even begin to fight, a hesitant voice asked, "Gentlemen, does your group need a guide? I'm quite familiar with the monster forest and can show you the way. You only need to pay me 5 gold coins. Is that all right?" Interrupted by the sound, the two who were about to make a move stopped and looked towards the source of the sound with the others. They saw a huge figure dressed in tattered clothes, hunched over and looking at them with expectant eyes. This man was tall, a head taller than Clay in his silver armor, but he appeared to be malnourished and not very strong. The clothes he wore could not even cover his body. He looked young, but he had a large bald head and was looking at everyone with pleading eyes. When all eyes turned to him, the tall man lowered his body and gritted his teeth, saying, "I can walk in front to scout the way for you. I will protect you from danger. I will not take any of your spoils, but could you give me 5 gold coins first?" After hearing this, everyone lost interest, especially the two self-righteous mages who cast disdainful glances at them. But before Clay could say anything, the others were already on the same page. White, the martial artist who had just been about to fight, laughed blatantly. "What day is it today? Where did you two blind little bastards come from? One of you needs a beating, and the other is here to beg. Hey you big oaf, come here. If you crawl between my legs, I'll give you 5 gold coins." "Ha ha, ah." Before he could finish laughing wildly, a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. A hand like a sharp claw grabbed his throat and easily lifted him up. With his feet off the ground, White stared incredulously at the black-haired boy in front of him, desperately trying to pry open the arm that was choking him, while wildly kicking his legs in the air to try and get a foothold. But no matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail, which turned his disbelief into fear. The boy who had lifted him up still smiled and said, "Now you know I'm good at strength and speed, right? Do you have any objections? Say something. I can't hear you." The people nearby felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the boy laughing so wildly, and they all categorized him as someone they shouldn't mess with. White, a master of the first level of martial arts, was able to have his life and death controlled without even being able to react. Everyone looked at the boy's smile and felt a chill run down their spines. Seeing that White's struggles were weakening as he was suspended in mid-air, Clay cautiously reminded him, fighting is allowed in the adventurer's bar, and the loser has to compensate the bar for its losses, but killing is forbidden. Violating this rule will result in being hunted down by all the mercenaries. Ashura simply smiled faintly, then threw the nearly unconscious White out of the adventurer's bar like a dead dog, slamming it against the ironwood door with a loud bang that sent chills down everyone's spines, making them imagine how much White's head was hurting. Ashura clapped his hands as if he had done something insignificant and laughed. "I promised to punch you, you got off easy." Turning his head to look at the bald giant who was staring intently at him, Ashura smiled again and asked, "Why don't you introduce yourself, big guy?" The hunched-over giant replied somewhat embarrassedly, "Sir, I don't have a name. Everyone in the village calls me Stone. I have the strength of a third-level martial artist. I am quite familiar with the monster forest and can guide you, sir. Just give me 5 gold coins." Ashura looked at the giant in front of him, who was almost 2 heads taller than him, with great interest, and asked with a smile, "Stone? That's a tough name. What do you mean by having the strength of a third-level martial master? Also, why do you insist on 5 gold coins?" Before the bald giant could answer, a similarly ragged boy ran into the adventurer's bar, crying out to Stone, "Brother Stone, my mother is dying. The village chief said she won't make it through the night if we don't get a priest to treat her soon. What should I do?" "Why?" The bald, burly man's eyes welled up with tears as he knelt down and hugged the boy, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, Roach, it's all my fault for being useless and unable to save Auntie." Just as the two embraced and wept, a cloth bag was thrown to the ground in front of them, making a crisp metallic clanging sound. The two looked up in astonishment at the still smiling black-haired boy. The crazed youth who had just nearly strangled a powerful martial artist to death spoke calmly, "Here are 20 gold coins. Take them and go save my life." Chapter 98 Team Member Introduction. Not only the two kneeling on the ground crying, but even the rest of the team looked at the still smiling boy in surprise. It should be understood that the powerful figures on the King's continent rarely care about the lives of ordinary poor people. They are simply from 2 different worlds. This black-haired youth, who was by no means a kind person, readily took out 20 gold coins to let 2 complete strangers save a poor person. The treatment fee might only be 5 gold coins, but he gave 20 gold coins instead. Each member of the team could afford 20 gold coins. This amount of money was nothing to them. But only the black-haired boy took it out without hesitation. The big guy named Stone, who was kneeling on the ground, grabbed the money bag on the ground as if it were a lifeline. But with a hesitant look in his eyes, he struggled to look at Ashura and said, "Sir, is it really possible? I only need 5 gold coins to hire a priest, and I will return the extra money to you right away." After saying that, he tried to open his money bag to count the money. Before he could even open the money pouch, Ashura casually said, "By the time you finish counting the money, your aunt might have already passed away. If she's important enough to you, you should immediately go back and save her life. The rest of the money can be used for your future livelihood." The seemingly dim-witted giant looked up at the still smiling young man, paused for a moment, then suddenly bowed deeply and kowtowed, shouting, "Sir, please wait a moment, I'll be right back." With that, he picked up the ordinary-looking boy named Roach, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and dashed out of the adventurer's bar like lightning. Seeing that there was no more excitement to be had, the surrounding mercenaries began to mock and ridicule, saying that the big guy had definitely run off with the kid's money and would never come back. They said that the 20 gold coins were better given to them so they could go to the brothel next door and have a good time for a few days. But when Ashura smiled and cast his gaze at them, they immediately shut their mouths. The bloodstains on the bar door hadn't been wiped dry yet, and they didn't know whether White, who had been thrown out, was alive or dead. Ashura looked around and, seeing that the noise had stopped, chuckled and turned to look at the team members under the pillar. He smiled gently again and said, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Ashura, and I specialize in strength and speed. May I ask how you all address me?" The people under the pillar immediately straightened up and gave a serious self-introduction. The strong will always be respected and recognized. The message to recruit the team was sent by the couple in silver armor. They were siblings. The man was named Clay and the woman was named Christine. They were 2 years older than Ashura and were just 19 years old. Currently, they are both at the 2nd level of Grand Martial Master. They are both knights, but their combat strength will be reduced if they cannot ride mounts when entering the dense monster forest. Therefore, they plan to form a team to enter. The reason for coming to the monster forest was not explicitly stated, only that the purpose was to hunt monsters. Clay was also a little embarrassed because he hadn't stood up when White attacked Ashura earlier. He actually wanted to see if the young Ashura really had the strength to join the team. If Ashura couldn't withstand the damage, he would step in to separate the two. However, things didn't go as he expected, which made things quite awkward. But Ashura still smiled and nodded at him. As for his sister Christine, seemingly to ease his embarrassment, she gracefully gave a knightly salute, tossing her long, wavy golden hair. In the instant that the figure, no shorter than Ashura, bent down, the sharp-eyed Ashura caught a glimpse of two large, round mounds through the collar of the silver-soft armor. Ashura unconsciously compared the sizes of several girls he had seen with those of others. Although he hadn't measured them himself, he figured they were probably just as big as the others. The two male mages are named guys. One is a level 1 fire mage, a high-level mage. Fire mages are highly sought after in the Adventurer's Bar because of their extremely high burst damage, and they are the kind of people that various teams compete to invite. As for why he joined the team, Gus made no secret of the fact that he did so to pursue a female wood-type mage named Zyra. Despite her sexy and alluring appearance, Zyra is actually the daughter of the vice president of the St. Gobain City Magic Guild. Therefore, few fools in the Adventurer's Bar dare to harass Zyra. Of course, Zyra herself also possesses the strength of a second stage wood-type archmage, and at 21 years old this year, she is at the age of youthful vitality. Coupled with her adventurous and restless nature, she exudes an alluring charm at all times, yet no one has ever truly gained the upper hand over this thorny rose. From the moment Gus first saw Zyra, he was completely captivated by her and launched a relentless pursuit, following her wherever she went. This time, Zyra was also attracted by the team's strength requirements and planned to go to the Warcraft Forest to train. At 21 years old, she has absolute confidence in her strength. Although she is a beautiful flower, she has never been put in a vase. When Zyra introduced herself, she gave Ashura a big hug and winked her bright, expressive eyes at him. The momentary impact of the fleshy bomb gave Ashura a secret thrill, but before he could fully savor it, he glanced at the dark-faced Gus next to him and instantly realized that this thorny rose was not simple. As for the cool girl with light blonde hair carrying a bow and arrow, she briefly introduced herself as Luna, a grandmaster archer and a good friend of the mage Zyra. After saying that, he nodded to Ashura as a greeting and then said nothing more. She seemed to be deliberately obscuring her face with her long, light golden hair, so Ashura couldn't see what she looked like. He only noticed that her facial features were particularly distinct, but Ashura didn't pay much attention to it. Everyone has their own secrets. He nodded to Luna and said with a smile, "If we encounter high-level magical beasts in the monster forest, please provide archery support, beautiful Luna." Luna seemed unaccustomed to communicating with strangers, shrinking back shyly and nodding weakly. Zyra, who was standing next to Luna, hopped over to her and whispered something to her, making Luna so shy that she didn't dare to look Ashura in the eye. This seemed to be the first time everyone had introduced themselves in detail, and the atmosphere was much more harmonious than before. Clay waved to the bartender, who brought over a round table and 6 chairs, and generously invited everyone to eat and drink. Ashura had just found a seat and sat down when the sexy Zyra sat down next to him on his left, her big eyes constantly flashing at Ashura, who frowned slightly. Fortunately, Clay sat down to his right, and as he sat down, he clinked glasses with Ashura, intending to drink a glass of rum. Ashura then started chatting and drinking with Clay, which made Zyra, who was on her left, frown slightly. It was the first time she had seen someone her age who could resist her charm, which made Zyra, who was confident in her beauty, feel a strong desire to conquer. She licked her sexy lips, thinking about how to make this dark-haired boy fall at her feet in her magic robe, only to be ruthlessly abandoned by her. Seeing Ashura's attitude, Gus breathed a sigh of relief and sat down next to Zyra before the adorable Luna could, showering her with attention. Luna seemed unsure how to handle the situation and stood there in a daze. Fortunately, Christine, with her long, golden waves, took the initiative to pull her to sit down next to her. The group seemed to be enjoying their meal and conversation when a series of hurried footsteps rushed to the round table, followed by a loud thud as someone knelt down, a sound that was clearly audible even in the noisy bar. A deep, resonant voice called out, "Stone pays respects to its master." Chapter 99 Sidekick Lock. The team members noticed the approaching people early on, and they were all slightly taken aback. Ashura was even more confused, but he knew that the big guy kneeling before him was him. Ashura turned his chair slightly, looked at the bald giant kneeling on the ground who was almost as tall as him, and slowly asked, "What did you just call me?" "Master." Stone, kneeling on the ground, called out without hesitation, his head still lowered and looking down at the ground. Ashura's lips twitched. The last time someone called him master was when Dai Fei was on the big bed in Pro City, and it was he who asked Dai Fei to call him master. Men's perverse sense of humor is something you all understand. But the word master that this bald giant called out sent chills down his spine. He shook his head to clear his mind of the unpleasant thoughts and said calmly, "Stand up and speak first." "Yes, master." Big Stone replied and quickly stood up. His tall figure made everyone around the round table look up at him, and the mercenaries around him pointed and whispered. Ashura gritted his teeth, looking constipated, and asked, "Why are you calling me master?" The big stone replied respectfully, "Thank you, master, for giving me 20 gold coins to save my aunt's life. Now that my aunt has recovered, my life is yours, master. I am willing to die for you." After saying this, he was about to kneel down to Ashura again. Ashura then kicked out with lightning speed, straightening the big stone's bent knee and preventing him from kneeling down again. He frowned slightly and said, "First, you are not allowed to call me master anymore. Second, I never said I wanted you to serve me. Even if I gave you 20 gold coins before, it was something I did willingly. Master, I..." The taciturn giant stone was about to explain something, but seeing Ashura's unfriendly gaze, he immediately shut up, looking like a child who had done something wrong and at a loss for words. Finally, as if he had figured something out, he lowered his head and stood in front of Ashura without saying a word, standing there like a statue. Seeing this, the fire mage guys laughed and joked, "Ashura, you should just take this servant. Someone this big should get much stronger after eating some meat. There aren't any good ones like this in the slave market." Ashura ignored Guys' teasing, simply holding his wineglass and looking indifferently at the bald giant behind him, while Stone stood there motionless, like a warrior statue. Seeing this, the team members didn't bother Ashura anymore and changed the subject to chat among themselves. Ashura stared at the giant for a long time before finally speaking slowly, "Come with me." After saying this, he nodded to the people at the table to express his apology and walked out of the adventurer's bar first, with the big guy Stone following closely behind him. By this time, it was getting dark outside. Ashura led the stone to a secluded spot with light. Ashura turned to the extremely nervous-looking stone behind him and asked, "Answer me a few questions. First, how old are you? Second, what is your relationship with the ant you saved? Third, what is your actual strength?" The bald, big man nervously replied, "I should be 15 or 16 years old this year. I don't really know my exact age. I'm an orphan. I've been wandering outside St. Gabain since I can remember. Aunt Celine took pity on me and took me in, so I could stop wandering. So I must repay her kindness. Last month, my aunt caught a cold but didn't see a doctor, and her condition worsened. In the end, she could only recover by the priest singing hymns, but I don't have those 5 gold coins, so..." As for my personal strength, to be honest, I have never received any martial arts instruction. It seems that my strength has increased due to my bloodline. I am currently at the first level of martial master. Ashura frowned after hearing this and said, "I remember you said you could have the strength of a third-level martial artist?" The big stone trembled slightly upon hearing this, but still firmly said, "Yes, I'm not lying. It's just that I have a secret, my awakened bloodline skill. I don't know what bloodline I have, but the awakened bloodline skill guides me that as long as I maintain anger, I can increase my strength. It can be divided into 2 stages, rage and fury. Currently, my rage can raise my strength to the 2nd level of martial master, but the strength increase will only last for 1 hour at most, after which I will have a 3-day period of weakness. Enrage can raise my strength to the 3rd level of martial master, but the increase will only last for half an hour. Afterwards, I may not be able to stand up for a month, and it may cause permanent damage to my body. I wasn't lying when I said I possessed the strength of a 3rd level martial master. Please believe me, or I can enter a berserk state right now and show you my power, sir." Ashura didn't speak, but waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to prove anything. After pondering for a moment, Ashura pulled a small knife from his storage space and handed it to the big guy, Stone. With Stone looking on in confusion, Ashura said, "Cut your finger." Although Stone was completely baffled, he immediately cut his finger. Ashura stared at his bleeding finger and noticed that the blood was faintly purple. He immediately understood why this big oaf had such a large body. He knew what kind of bloodline the stone had. He had previously read a biography of the Warcraft Forest and came across a record about an ancient tribe that lived in the Warcraft Forest and called themselves the Barbarians. They are incredibly strong, fight monsters for food, and have purple blood flowing through their veins. The higher a barbarian's talent, the more purple their blood becomes. The biography also states, "Never provoke an enraged barbarian." Later, due to the monster horde, the barbarians gradually disappeared from people's sight, but now I've actually seen one in this adventurer's tavern. It seems that the biography is related to the bloodline talent that Stone mentioned. Thinking that this big guy had told him all his biggest secrets, Ashura lowered most of his guard. Looking at the still nervous and uneasy giant, Ashura thought for a moment and said, "Are you sure you'll be loyal to me from now on? Are you willing to follow me?" Upon hearing this, the big stone knelt down before Ashura with a plop and said firmly, "I swear by my bloodline that I will be loyal to you, my lord, and never betray you. If I break this oath, my soul will be condemned to the endless sea." After saying this, he smeared the blood from his cut finger on his forehead. Ashura nodded after hearing this and solemnly said, "Since you are willing to follow me, there are a few things I need to make clear to you. First, always remember the vow you just made. From now on, please don't call me master or sir, just call me young master. Third, you must unconditionally obey any orders I give you from now on. Fourth, from now on, you may not easily enter a state of rage without my permission. Finally, don't call you Stone anymore, it's a bit old-fashioned. I'll give you a name, from now on you'll be called Locke." Chapter 100: The Horrifying Power of Barbarian Bloodlines. Not long after, Ashura strode into the adventurer's bar, followed by the big, grinning Locke. As Ashura walked to the dining table, he pointed to his left and called out to the waiter not far away, "Add a chair here." The waiter quickly brought over a chair and put it down. The food and drinks ordered by this table of guests were the best, far superior to those at other tables of mercenaries who could only drink the cheapest turbid wine, so he served them with great enthusiasm. The rest of the team could roughly guess Ashura's intentions. Although they didn't say anything, they all looked displeased, especially the beautiful Zyra on the left, who suddenly moved to the side. After Ashura sat down in his previous seat, he pointed to the seat next to him and said to Locke behind him, "Sit." Locke hesitated, not daring to step forward. This table was not a place for a poor man like him to sit. But Ashura casually said, "If my word doesn't carry weight, then get out of here right now." With a thump, Locke sat down nervously, almost breaking the chair beneath him. His body was trembling slightly. He knew he had just done something stupid. He had hesitated on the young master's order. After Ashura sat down, he addressed the group, saying, "I saw in the team information that we need to recruit 7 people. The strength requirements might make it difficult to recruit the 7th person quickly. So let me introduce my new follower, Locke. He has the strength of a 2nd-level martial artist and is familiar with the monster forest. He will be the 7th person. As for his lack of skill, there's no need to worry. I'll walk at the front of the group with him, and I guarantee he won't affect the overall strength of the team. So, regarding my proposal, who agrees and who disagrees?" After hearing this, everyone looked at each other, but no one directly voiced their opposition. Clay, currently the strongest member of the team, declared, "I trust you, Ashura." So, our 7-person team is now formed. The spoils will be distributed according to contribution, and if there are any unsatisfactory distributions, we'll vote to decide. We'll rest tomorrow, and then we'll meet here again the day after tomorrow and head straight into the monster forest. Everyone, make sure you have all the necessary supplies ready by tomorrow. Clay, currently the strongest member, has become the team's leader. His proposed distribution plan is fair, and no one objects to his decision. Since the decision has been made, everyone continues eating and drinking. Locke sat somewhat awkwardly next to Ashura. He was deeply moved by the young master's words. The young master did not treat him as a servant, but rather placed him on an equal footing with everyone in the team. Locke clenched his fists and secretly vowed that he would not let his young master down once he entered the monster forest, and that he would protect his young master at all costs. Locke dared not look at the delicious food and wine on the table. He had never eaten a full meal since he could remember because his appetite was simply too large. The tempting aroma of the food on the table would expose his ugliness. He couldn't embarrass the young master. Just as he was trying his best to suppress his hunger, he heard the young master beside him call over a waiter again, throw 2 gold coins at the waiter, and say, "Bring some meat and noodles to this big guy next to me, until he's full." Locke was stunned, staring in disbelief at the young master who had just spoken beside him, until the waiter happily brought a large platter of meat to his eyes, at which point he came to his senses. Ashura didn't look at him, but simply said, "Eat until you're full. I want you to be in top condition before you come into the monster forest with me." Locke quickly lowered his head, afraid that the tears in his eyes would fall, and grabbed the meat in front of him and began to gnaw on it. Gus, standing next to him, chuckled softly at his eating habits. But when the waiter brought out a large plate of meat for the 9th time, even Gus's expression turned to astonishment. This big guy had eaten almost half a month's worth of his food in one meal. After finishing his 9th plate of meat, Locke waved sheepishly to the astonished waiter, indicating that he was full. This was the first time in his life that he had eaten his fill, and it was even meat. He seemed to feel that his body had become noticeably stronger. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Ashura was filled with gratitude and awe. Locke, still basking in the satisfaction of a full meal, suddenly changed his expression. Ashura noticed his unusual behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" Is something the problem? Locke leaned close to Ashura's ear, a little embarrassed, and said, Young master, I think I've advanced to the second level of martial master. After hearing this, Ashura was stunned. The barbarian bloodline was terrifying. He could advance in rank just by eating a full meal. Where could he put his face as a self-proclaimed genius? Locke's appetite made some of the team members willing to talk to him, especially the lively Zyra, who would ask Locke if he could eat a whole bowl or drink a whole barrel of rum. Finally, in a pleasant atmosphere, everyone returned to their lodgings to rest, and Ashura even booked a room for Locke at the hotel. The tall Locke had half his body hanging off the bed, his legs dangling to the ground, but he was still overjoyed. This was the first time he had ever slept in a bed. He had always slept on the floor before. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Ashura snapped out of his meditation and opened the door to go out and find something to eat. He saw Locke standing guard at his door like a protector, who greeted him respectfully with a good morning. Ashura didn't say much, just shook his head, smiled, and said, Come with me. He first took Locke to have breakfast. Locke ate as much as before, but this time he didn't level up. This made Ashura secretly relieved. If barbarian bloodlines could level up just by eating their fill, it would probably discourage him from cultivating. Ashura took a storage pouch from his storage belt and gave it to Locke. It was a spoil of war he had obtained during the battle at the floating palace. I gave him 100 gold coins so he could buy food and water and fill the storage bag. Locke treasured it as if it were a priceless gem, keeping it close to his body. I took Locke to a tailor shop and bought several martial arts outfits. Of course, they were all custom made, and the wages were generous enough that we could receive the clothes that same day. They then took Locke to a weapons and equipment shop, but no matter what style of armor they had, none of them were Locke's size, and even if they increased the wages and made it in a few days, they still couldn't make it. Just as Ashura was about to give up, he looked up and saw the warrior statue at the entrance of the weapon shop. The tall stone statue was dressed in dark red armor and held a long-handled giant axe. Ashura glanced at the sculpture, whose height was almost the same as Locke's, and immediately expressed his desire to buy the sculpture's entire set of equipment, which put the weapon shop owner in a rather difficult position. It wasn't until Ashura offered a price he couldn't refuse that the warrior sculpture at the entrance of the weapons and equipment shop revealed its bare stone body, and next to it stood a burly warrior fully armed, who looked even more imposing than the sculpture. Ashura was worried that the equipment was too heavy and would affect Locke's movements, but when Locke happily picked up the giant axe as easily as wielding a tree branch, Ashura showed no expression on the surface, but was secretly extremely envious. Did he find a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex as a follower? Chapter 101: Leading the squad to find the snake. The next morning, all 7 members of the expedition team arrived at a pillar in the adventurer's bar. The group stared in astonishment at Locke, who stood behind Ashura, clad in dark red armor and resembling a demon god. The giant axe he carried on his back seemed to be much taller than Guy's. The team members then re-examined this poor man who had been starving just 2 days ago, and even Clay, who always acted like an aristocrat, was filled with regret. If Locke had been recruited as his squire back then, how prestigious that would be now. However, Ashura didn't like Locke standing behind him. He always felt that the contrast made him look short. Seeing the envious looks from others, he felt much better. After everyone arrived, Clay quickly arranged the team formation, with Ashura and Locke at the front, Guys and Zyra in the middle, Luna the archer and Christine the blonde with long waves on the sides, and Knight Clay guarding the rear of the team. Everyone felt that there was nothing wrong with the team arrangement. As for the destination, no one had a clear idea. Since the goal was to hunt monsters, it didn't matter where they went. Upon hearing this, Ashura was secretly delighted. He immediately thought of where to take his team and decided to go to the Grand Canyon. He had been thinking about the blind red lotus serpent king, which was also the purpose of his trip. So the powerful 7-person team quickly entered the monster forest, full of unknown dangers, in the warm morning sunlight. After entering the forest, Ashura observed his teammates' reactions and felt that apart from Clay and Christine, the others should have had experience entering the monster forest before. Especially Luna, the archer who was usually quiet, seemed to be much happier once she entered the forest, as if she were home. This puzzled Ashura. The wood elemental mage Zyra also enjoys being in forests with abundant trees. Her magical perception is much stronger than in other areas, and she can use her mental power to sense dangers in advance when entering the monster forest. Gus was relatively relaxed on the outskirts of the monster forest. He was very excited to be with Zyra. When he encountered some level 2 or 3 monsters, he casually and proactively unleashed a blast of fireballs to kill them. Although Zyra chatted with him with a smile on her face, Ashura could occasionally see a hint of impatience in her bright eyes when he turned around. Ashura dared not meet the gaze of this thorny rose. He did not want that exploding fireball to hit him. As for the siblings Clay and Christine, it was clearly their first time entering the monster forest. As soon as they entered the forest, they drew their night swords and looked around nervously. When they saw the puzzled looks from others, the brother and sister pretended to be nonchalant and turned their heads away, which made Ashura secretly laugh. It seems this is their first time entering the monster forest, but we don't know what their purpose is. No wonder they teamed up with the others, but their strength must be considerable. This delighted Ashura, who loved powerful henchmen like this, greatly increasing the chances of killing the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. As for Locke, he completely obeyed Ashura's orders and was becoming more and more like a follower. He walked at the front, wielding his giant axe to cut through the bushes blocking the way, which made Ashura seem quite relaxed. He was the most relaxed person in the group. The other members of the team also looked each other over. After all, they were all newly formed teams, and they were all strong young people. Their curiosity about the Warcraft forest outweighed their fear. As Ashura was thinking about what delicious food to have for lunch, a jade-like hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Zyra looked at him with a bright smile and said, "Ashura, where are you planning to take us? What mischievous idea are you thinking about while you're distracted?" Ashura's heart skipped a beat, but he remained outwardly calm as he said, "I'm thinking about how I should strike up a conversation with all these beautiful women in the team during the break." Upon hearing this, Jera covered her mouth and chuckled, causing her breasts to heave in waves, making Ashura's eyes widen in disbelief. But upon noticing the gloomy look in Gus's eyes, his own eyes immediately cleared, and he said with righteous indignation, "I know a relatively safe route. I've also discussed it with Locke beforehand. Let's go deeper into the monster forest first and then make further plans. After all, no one can claim to know this place inside and out." Seeing his well-hidden lecherous gaze, Zyra's lips curled up slightly as she thought, "He's still captivated by my charm, isn't he? Let's see how long you can keep up this act." Just as she was about to continue chatting with Ashura, she saw Ashura shout and rush into the woods ahead, fighting a level 3 magical beast, the Greenwood Bull, to a standstill. The team members looked at each other, wondering why Ashura was making things difficult for this herbivorous magical beast. Only Zyra reacted, letting out a soft hum as she strode forward. She knew that Ashura had guessed her plan to shift the blame elsewhere. She really didn't like the guy next to her. His jokes weren't funny at all, and he kept nagging in her ear. She had intended to find a rival for Gus so that his attention wouldn't always be on her. Of the men in the team, Ashura was the most suitable. It was obvious that Ashura had guessed her thoughts, which made Jera pout and look unhappy. After seeing Zyra leave, Ashura knew that she had also understood his intentions. Communicating with smart people as simple a glance or a gesture can resolve the matter. He easily put the corpse of the Greenwood Bull back into his space. Suddenly, he remembered the Greenwood Bull he roasted when he entered the monster forest with the academy team. He suddenly missed the girls who were around him at that time. And so the group set off at an extremely fast pace into the depths of the monster forest. The vast monster forest seemed endless, and no one had ever heard of any powerful figure who could traverse it. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. After traveling for more than 10 days, the team arrived at a canyon. Ashura was quite pleased, because if he remembered correctly, this should be the deep valley where the Crimson Lotus Serpent King fell off the cliff. With the powerful physique of a level 6 magical beast, it certainly wouldn't die from the fall. Ashura couldn't wait to find it and extract its magic core. After spending more than 10 days together, the team members became more and more harmonious and their cooperation became more and more skilled. They had already killed 4 level 5 magical beasts together. Only Locke suffered a minor injury to his left arm, while the team gained a great deal. Clay offered to hand over command of the squad to Ashura, a move that was unanimously approved by the team members. Ashura's chosen route was truly excellent. When encountering high-level magical beasts, he, being at the forefront, could always provide early warnings and allow everyone to prepare for battle. Although he rarely made a move, the destructive power he caused in the few times he did was truly astonishing. Making him the captain and commander would definitely be much more suitable than Clay, who was entering the monster forest for the first time. At that moment, the team members saw Ashura standing blankly at the entrance of a canyon, so they walked over and peered into the canyon. Suddenly, Ashura turned around, grinned, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a big job for you. Are you willing to take it?" Chapter 102 Showdown. At dusk, at the entrance to a canyon in the Warcraft forest, a team of 7 young people set up camp in an open area, sitting around a campfire and eating simple food they had brought from outside. The atmosphere was a little heavy, and the team members all looked at Ashura intentionally or unintentionally, waiting for his answer. Ashura was also eating simple dry rations he hadn't chosen to cook this time when he entered the forest. First, the team was moving very fast, and he was also a bit tired after fighting monsters all day. Second, the team members didn't have any academy points to pay him, which made him lose the motivation to cook. And there's a big glutton by his side with Locke's appetite. A whole Aoki bowl would be enough for him to eat by himself. Locke, this big guy, used to kill low-level monsters in the monster forest to make money. He didn't even have a decent weapon, so he couldn't beat monsters of level 3 or higher. He couldn't bear to eat the monsters he killed, so he sold them to buy some food to ensure that he wouldn't starve to death. This trip into the monster forest with young Master Ashura was quite a treat for him. Not only was his spatial pocket filled with dry rations, but he also haphazardly roasted and ate all the low-level monsters he killed along the way, which the other members of the team didn't want. Even his physique seemed to have become a bit more robust and taller. Ashura looked at the charred, burnt meat Locke had grilled, eating it without even adding salt and with his mouth dripping with oil, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Then, noticing the team members around him who were watching him intentionally or unintentionally, he knew it was time to lay his cards on the table. He then smiled and said, "Everyone, don't be so nervous. We're not in any danger right now. We've gotten to know each other quite well along the way. I know there's an injured magical beast ahead that we can kill. I wonder if any of you are interested?" The team members seemed slightly relieved upon hearing this, their expressions softening considerably. Especially the fire mage, Gus, who elegantly sipped his rum and casually asked, "An injured magical beast? What kind of magical beast?" Ashura replied, "A fully grown, level 6 magical beast, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King." Gus was so shocked that he spat out the rum he had just drunk before he could even swallow it, not even caring that it splashed on Zyra. He shouted, "What? A level 6 magical beast? The Crimson Lotus Serpent King? Are you crazy? Do you want us to die?" The others stared at Ashura in shock. Ashura frowned slightly, somewhat annoyed, and said, "What are you yelling for? Aren't you afraid of summoning the monsters? Mind your mage's manners. I already said it was just an injured Crimson Lotus Serpent King. I was the one who injured it. Would I have told you this if I wasn't pretty sure?" The group was even more astonished upon hearing this, their mouths agape. How could Ashura have injured the Crimson Lotus Serpent King? That's a level 6 magical beast. If they were facing the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, would they have the courage to take the initiative? Ashura felt a surge of pride seeing the way everyone was looking at him. He had boasted a bit although he was the one who injured one of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's eyes. It was the result of their academy team working together to hold off the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. He has greatly improved his combat power by practicing the yellow rank martial skill Z/, but he is not confident that he can kill the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. But if he didn't say that, none of the team members would be willing to risk their lives with him. However, the opportunity was rare, and he wanted to give it a try, at least to see the state of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King before making a decision. But Gus clearly wasn't determined to fight alongside him, and instead got up and started cursing as he tried to leave. After walking a few steps, he realized that no one was following him. Even the girls, though their expressions were serious, did not seem as panicked as he was. He then glanced at the dark, impenetrable monster forest not far away. Gus walked back to the fire, sullenly, and muttered, "Are you all crazy? Are you really going to die with this guy? I suspect he wanted to bring us here from the beginning, and we've all been fooled by him. What did I lie to you about? Did I lead you to suffer losses along the way? I admit I came here specifically because I'm familiar with this place. Besides, I'm just asking for your opinions. I won't force those who don't want to take risks, so what are you yelling about?" Ashura interrupted Gus's complaint with a displeased look. At this moment, Clay spoke up and asked, "Ashura, could you tell us the details? We hope you can tell us the truth so that we can make a choice." Ashura nodded slightly and replied, "No problem, the thing is." Ashura then recounted the situation of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King to the team members, but instead of mentioning that it was the St. Goban Academy team, he said that it was with other teams. After hearing this, the group exchanged glances, none of them daring to make a decision easily. Ashura glanced around at everyone and said, "You don't need to rush to make a decision. I'm not confident that I can kill the Crimson Lotus Serpent King either. I also want to go in and find it before making a decision based on its condition. You don't need to answer me tonight. Think it over carefully before going to bed, or you can discuss it privately and tell me the result tomorrow morning." As soon as Ashura finished speaking, a pleasant female voice rang out, "No need to wait until tomorrow morning. I'm willing to go into the canyon with you to find the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. But let me make this clear beforehand, if we find the Crimson Lotus Serpent King uninjured or in good condition, I will not accompany you to your death." Ashura stared in surprise at the blonde, wavy-haired beauty who was almost as tall as him. Christine had left a deep impression on Ashura throughout their journey. He doesn't talk much but acts decisively. His strength as a second-level Grand Martial Master is quite remarkable. Although it was his first time entering the monster forest, he showed no mercy when killing monsters. Her stunning figure always attracted Ashura's furtive glances, and sometimes when he was caught, she would glare at him fiercely as a warning. Ashura even discovered that although Clay was the older brother, Christine often made the decisions when things happened between the siblings. Ashura never expected that Christine would be the first person to decide to risk her life with him. Just as he expected, seeing his sister speak up and make a decision, Clay, as the older brother, immediately nodded to indicate that his decision was the same as his sister's and that he was willing to accompany Ashura inside to see the situation before making a decision. Christine said earnestly, "Everyone, if we can kill the Crimson Lotus Serpent King after entering the canyon, I hope you can give your magic cores to my brother and me. We can pay an equivalent amount of gold coins to buy the magic cores, and we can even give up the loot from the monsters we killed before." Hearing Christine's words, everyone became even more confused, and no one volunteered to grant her request. Seeing this, Christine knew she should come clean. So he explained, "My brother and I are here to complete the family trial mission. The family will determine our aptitude and courage based on what level of magical beasts we can kill, and then equip us with contracted mounts. Mounts are very important to us knights, so magic cores that can prove a monster's level are also very important to us. That's why we're willing to risk our lives to fight." Chapter 103 Drawing the Bow. After hearing Christine's explanation, the group looked somewhat relieved. Zyra seemed to have guessed something, and her expression became more respectful. She then indicated that she agreed to the allocation plan, but she had not yet decided whether to go to the rift. Only Ashura and the expressionless Locke were a little confused, unsure whether to pretend to suddenly understand like everyone else. 4 people have agreed to enter the canyon. Locke doesn't need to ask for his opinion. Even if Ashura asked him to go in and kill the Crimson Lotus Serpent King on his own, he would pick up the giant axe and walk into the canyon without hesitation. The other 3 looked hesitant, especially Luna, who was carrying a longbow. She had always been a nobody in the team, usually staying quietly to the side without saying a word. But Ashura noticed that several times she shot arrows that were both fast and accurate, and she didn't even need to aim to hit the target. Each time she shot an arrow, the wind from the bowstring lifted the hair that covered her face, allowing Ashura to catch a glimpse of her stunningly beautiful face. Zyra crossed her arms and smiled without saying a word. This gesture made her ample bosom appear even more prominent, and she deliberately puffed out her chest as she looked at Ashura. Gus looked reluctant, guessing he would leave the team tomorrow. He kept glancing at Zyra, as if trying to pull his goddess back to safety and prevent her from risking her life with a few lunatics. Ashura understood and smiled calmly, "Let's not talk about this tonight. Give me your answer tomorrow morning. Those who don't want to go, we can divide the spoils tomorrow morning. You can wait here for those who want to go come out and go back together, or you can leave on your own. Let's part ways amicably. Let's talk about something else fun now, since it's still early before bedtime." Everyone smiled knowingly after hearing this, but for a moment they didn't know what to talk about. Ashura wanted to liven things up, so he glanced at everyone and saw Luna, the quiet, unnoticed girl sitting there silently. The girl was carrying a wooden longbow and sat there quietly. When she saw Ashura's gaze sweep over her, she turned her head away. Ashura grinned mischievously, wanting to tease the quiet girl, so he called out, "Luna, can I see that bow on your back? I think you're quite accurate at archery." Luna, who was lost in thought, was startled when she heard her name called. For some reason, her pretty face, hidden by her hair, flushed red when she heard what Ashura said. She slowly removed the wooden bow from her back, touching the ancient patterns on it. Suddenly, she remembered her coming-of-age ceremony 3 years ago, when she prayed devoutly before the ancient war tree, "Grandpa Ancient Tree, I wish my people peace and health, and that the tribe may live in peace and tranquility forever." The ancient war tree, its wood grain resembling the wrinkles of an old man, spoke up, "Hee, when you kids come of age, the wishes you make here are basically the same. Don't you have any questions for yourself?" Luna, kneeling under the tree, blushed slightly after hearing this, and after a moment of hesitation, said, "Grandpa Tree, my mother said that after I come of age, I can find my own partner and get married." "Grandpa Tree, who is my partner? Where is he?" Upon hearing this, the ancient tree of war burst into laughter, causing its leaves to rustle. Seeing this, Luna stood up in embarrassment and anger, stomped her foot, and turned to run away. The ancient tree of war stretched out a root to stop her and laughed. Little Luna, are you shy? All right, Grandpa won't laugh anymore. Grandpa will tell you who your best partner is. Upon hearing this, Luna stopped in her tracks and looked expectantly at the ancient war tree that was deep in thought with its eyes closed. There were countless young men in the tribe who admired her, but she knew nothing about matters of love and didn't know what it felt like to love someone. That's why she sought help from the omnipotent ancient war tree in the hearts of her people. The ancient tree of war pondered for a moment, then gave Luna a meaningful look before saying, Little Luna, I can't guess exactly who your best partner is, but he will appear in the distance and you will meet him unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Luna was startled and anxiously said, Grandpa Ancient Tree, are you saying he's not a man from the tribe? And he's far away? How am I supposed to know who he is? What if I miss him? As Luna spoke, she was on the verge of tears. What young girl doesn't yearn for love? Knowing that her ideal man was so hard to find, Luna felt incredibly heartbroken. Upon seeing this, the war tree suppressed a laugh and said, Little Luna, don't panic, I'll think of a way for you. With that, the war tree cut off a branch from its own body, combined it with a vine, and made a wooden bow, which it then handed to Luna. Luna, her eyes red, looked at the ancient war tree in confusion, wondering what her best companion had to do with this wooden bow. The ancient tree of war said with a slight smile, Hold this bow carefully. It will help you find your best partner. Besides you, only the man destined to be your true love can draw this bow. So if any man can draw this bow in the future, don't miss him. Luna, who had just come of age, blushed upon hearing this, but quickly took the ancient wooden bow. She was about to turn and run away, but then she turned back and bowed to thank the ancient tree. Then, hearing the ancient tree behind her laughing loudly, Luna blushed and ran even faster. Luna dashed back to her treehouse, clutched her bow and arrows, and lay on the bed for a while before calming herself down. Touching the wooden bow, her thoughts drifted into the distance. Just then, she heard young men from the tribe singing outside her treehouse, which attracted her attention. As the little princess of the elven tribe chief, Luna's beauty is recognized as the most beautiful woman in the tribe. Now that she has come of age, the tribe's youths have lost interest in going out hunting. Whenever they have free time, they surround her treehouse, trying their best to attract her attention. Luna frowned slightly. He didn't like his former childhood playmate, but now he wanted to date her with ulterior motives. Suddenly, she saw the bow in her hand and remembered what Grandpa Wartree had told her. She gritted her teeth, took the bow and arrow, and left the treehouse. At this point, the unmarried young men in the tribe suffered a great blow, and no one could draw that seemingly flimsy wooden bow. In addition, with the guidance Luna gave her from the war tree, the young people in the tribe went to the war tree to complain about the injustice, causing the tree a great deal of trouble. Later, Luna took the bow and slipped out of the elven tribe to venture out into the world. She happened to meet Zyra, a wood mage. Perhaps because Zyra was a wood mage, the two naturally felt close to each other and became best friends who could talk about anything. Zyra helped Luna disguise her pointed, elfin ears, told her to be careful to conceal her face, and warned her to be wary of those lecherous men who tried to seduce her. Luna also told Zyra about the interesting things she knew, but she still concealed the function of the wooden bow, only saying that it was her personal wooden bow. Seeing Luna standing there, holding the wooden bow and lost in thought, Ashura wondered if his request was a bit abrupt. He coughed lightly and said, "I was just curious. If it's inconvenient, then forget it." Luna was startled out of her reverie and awkwardly handed the wooden bow to Ashura, just wondering how to make up a reason to tell Ashura that no one but herself could draw the bow. But Ashura simply stretched out his long arm and easily drew the wooden bow to its full length. He even glanced at the trees not far away and said, pretending to be an expert, "A fine bow." Luna, however, stared blankly at the young man with a roguish grin, who was holding a wooden bow, as if her soul had been ripped away. Chapter 104 Decision. The rest of the team noticed that Luna was acting strangely, and even Zyra, who was closest to her, couldn't figure out what was going on. Ashura looked completely bewildered, tilting his head as he stared at the dazed Luna. After a long while, Luna slowly stepped forward, glancing between Ashura and her own wooden bow, and stared at Ashura for a long time. This was the first time she had looked a man directly in the eye. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end she just snatched her wooden bow, hugged it, and ran back to her tent. The rest of the team were also completely bewildered. Ashura innocently spread his hands and asked, "I didn't do anything wrong, did I?" Only Jera seemed to understand her best friend's unusual behavior, and stood up to say, "I'll go check on her, she should be alright." Seeing this, Ashura realized that the campfire chat was about to break up, so he spoke up first, "I won't be on night duty tonight. I'm sure none of you will sleep well if I'm on duty. How can you guys take over?" The other members of the team smiled knowingly upon hearing this, secretly admiring Ashura's insight into people's hearts. In fact, they didn't dare to sleep soundly during their rest stops. No one in the Warcraft forest could completely entrust their safety to someone else. Finally, Locke and Clay were on night duty, and the camp was unusually quiet throughout the night. In Luna's tent, the girl tossed and turned, unable to sleep, clutching her wooden bow. She couldn't believe this was her destiny. Since she started traveling more than a year ago, this wasn't the first time a man had offered to draw her wooden bow. But only this black-haired boy with a mischievous grin easily drew a full moon bow on his first try, seemingly even more easily than she did herself. Guided by the ancient tree of war, this black-haired boy who was laughing and joking along the way was her destined partner. Luna buried her head under the pillow in embarrassment, her legs stretched straight, her mind a jumble of thoughts. Zyra, a wood-type mage with powerful senses, was also looking in the direction of Luna's tent with a puzzled expression. Zyra never thought of her best friend in the way of romantic relationships. Luna's behavior today is truly bizarre, as she has never expressed any particular feelings for any man before. Jera herself was also thinking about what to do tomorrow. To be honest, she didn't really want to go, because as a physically weak mage, if the team were to be defeated, who would be able to stand in front of her and protect her? Was it Gus, who confessed his love to her every day? Or was it Ashura, with his lecherous eyes? The thought of Ashura made her angry. Along the way, she found that this black-haired boy only took advantage of others and never suffered any losses. Her little tricks were completely ineffective against him. He was more cunning than a fox in the forest, which annoyed Jera so much that she slammed her pillow down. Everyone rested in this way, each with their own thoughts, until the next morning. They tacitly left their tents and gathered again around the campfire from the previous night. The fire had gone out, and Ashura was leaning against a tree trunk, gnawing on a meat pie. He didn't rush to speak, but slowly finished his meat pie and washed his hands with water from the kettle. Then he stood up and gave everyone an elegant aristocratic morning greeting, saying, "Good morning, everyone. Judging from your complexions, you didn't get a good night's rest last night." The team members remained expressionless and did not answer, seemingly waiting for someone else to speak first. Upon seeing this, Ashura first looked at Christine and asked with a smile, "Noble Lady Knight, are you still planning to have a level 6 magic core?" Christine tossed her long, golden hair that fell over her chest and said, "My brother and I are willing to go deep into the canyon with you, but only if the situation is as you say. If the information you provide is correct, I swear on my knightly honor that I will do everything in my power to kill the Crimson Serpent King." Hearing this guarantee, Ashura nodded in satisfaction and then extended his right hand. A handshake in the king's continent signifies cooperation. However, Ashura's resolute expression was actually aimed at touching the hand with long, golden hair. Before Ashura could even unleash his wicked smile, a strong hand gripped his right hand tightly. Clay said sincerely, "Don't worry, my sister and I, as the two strongest, are willing to hold off the Crimson Lotus Serpent King head-on. Of course, remember to sell us the magic core after you get it." Ashura nodded in agreement with a displeased look, while Christine, behind Clay, turned her head away, barely suppressing a laugh. Clay, however, wore a cryptic expression. He had long noticed that the dark-haired boy was always stealing glances at his sister. He had beaten up countless scoundrels with ill intentions since he was a child, until his sister became just as strong as him and beat these perverts even harder than he had. Only then did he slowly feel at ease. So when the fighter named White tried to harass his sister at the bar, he just watched from the sidelines, because he knew that his sister would never be interested in such trash, and he wondered if White would end up being stabbed to death by his sister's spear. But he couldn't really tell the depth of the black-haired boy in front of him. Although the boy had revealed that he was a first-level Grand Martial Master and his physical aura matched the description, Clay always felt that there was a sense of danger about him. Especially when he said he injured the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, such a boast that even Clay himself wouldn't dare to make, but since his sister made the decision, he supported her unconditionally, and they really needed that level 6 magic core. The reason Clay stopped the two from shaking hands was because when he noticed the lecherous boy peeking at his sister, she only glared at him a few times and didn't react otherwise. This puzzled Clay. When did his violent sister become so easy to talk to? Since the brother and sister did not change their minds, Ashura then looked at the other three, before he could speak. Then Gus shouted in a loud voice, "Since you want to go to your deaths with him, then go ahead, I'm not going to join you." Ashura looked at the arrogant guys and said understandingly, "I understand, we won't force you. We'll divide the spoils later. What about the two beauties? Are you going with him?" Surprisingly, Luna, who should have been the least vocal at this moment, spoke up softly, saying, "I'll go in with you. I can help you." The team members looked at the girl with the bow on her back with surprise, not only because she spoke first, but also because her answer seemed a bit ambiguous. Ashura didn't care about anything else with such a skilled archer girl joining them. Their success rate would increase significantly. Ashura then extended his right hand, and Luna gritted her teeth, meeting Ashura's gaze as she grasped his delicate hand. The moment their hands touched, Ashura felt a glimpse of the girl's beautiful face peeking out from between her hair. For a moment, I was stunned by the girl's clear and bright eyes. Chapter 105 Level 6 Magic Scroll, Fire Dragon Technique. After a brief moment of distraction, Ashura snapped out of his daze and calmly withdrew his right hand. He cursed himself for being so spineless. How could he be so easily attracted by her eyes? He wasn't some naive newbie. Luna's face also turned red, but she still insisted on staring at Ashura. This made Ashura's eyes start to dart away. She remembered that Grandpa Wartree had told her not to miss it if she encountered it. So Luna wanted to spend more time with him, but she was also worried about him entering the canyon, so she easily decided to follow him into the canyon. Whether or not she kills any level 6 magical beasts is not important. What matters is that she can still be with him, since she doesn't know him well yet. Everyone watched the two who had just shaken hands with amused expressions. Ashura coughed awkwardly and looked at Zyra, asking, "Beautiful mage, would you like to embark on an adventure in the canyon?" Zyra didn't rush to answer Ashura's question. Instead, she gave Luna, who was looking at her expectantly, a meaningful look and sighed inwardly. She said shyly, "I want to go too, but I'm just a weak mage and I'm afraid I'll cause you trouble. If you can protect me, Ashura, I'll go with you." Zyra's words were meant as a joke, but Ashura nodded solemnly and said, "Okay, I promise to protect you. Even if we can't kill the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, I guarantee I'll get you out of here unscathed." Jera was stunned by this sudden promise for a long time. There were plenty of men who made vows of eternal love in front of her every day, and she was tired of hearing them. She never took these words that were meant to deceive her seriously. But at this moment, Ashura's promise made her feel incredibly at ease for some reason, making her feel that he would definitely keep his promise. Coming to her senses, Zyra licked her luscious lips and replied, "Then I'll join too, but you have to remember you promised to protect me." As she spoke, she extended her fair and delicate hand to Ashura. Ashura grinned and grasped her hand, but felt her little finger gently scratch his palm. Ashura's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself that he would make the devil pay later, but on the surface, the two of them were extremely serious, as if they were fulfilling a sacred contract. The most embarrassed person at this moment was Gus. Of the 7 members of the team, he was the only one who didn't dare to enter the canyon. This made the usually arrogant Gus resentful, especially when he saw that Zyra was also planning to enter the canyon. He finally couldn't sit still anymore. He shouted anxiously, "That I want to go into the rift too. I can protect Zyra." To his surprise, Ashura shook his head and said, "Guess, I don't mean to belittle you, but we're going to fight to the death in the canyon. If you're hesitant and unwilling to fight with all your might, I can't risk the lives of the rest of the team. So I won't accept you into the team." "Boy, what did you say? How dare you look down on me?" Enraged, Gus muttered a spell, about to unleash his most proficient magic, the exploding fireball. Everyone was shocked and tried to stop the enraged Gus, but the magical flames in Gus's hands went out as soon as they rose. It turned out that Ashura had flashed in front of him, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. Seeing this scene, everyone thought of White in the Adventurer's Bar. Gus also remembered that although the black-haired boy was always smiling, he had no doubt that the boy would dare to kill him here. Thinking of this, Gus broke out in a cold sweat. He struggled desperately, but with his throat being choked, he could only make muffled pleas for mercy. Ashura, still smiling, slowly said, "I've already explained it to you very clearly, but you still won't listen. If you're not willing to fight with all your might, what are you doing going in? Do you want to kill us? You can come in if you want, but you have to believe me. If you don't give it your all, I'll kick your kneecaps to pieces and throw you to the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Whether it's to buy us a chance to kill or to help us hold off the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's pursuit, you are the only choice. Are you satisfied with my plan?" At this moment, Gus had given up struggling and his hands hung limply at his sides. Ashura shook his hand and threw him onto the grass beside him, still looking at him with a smile. Gus lay on the grass, retching and panting heavily. The people around him didn't know how to comfort the two of them. Only Jera looked at the two of them excitedly, as if the two of them were fighting over her. Gus lay there for a long time to recover, then rolled over and lay on the ground for a while, lost in thought. He then rolled over and stood up, dusted himself off, and seemed to have forgotten his previous disheveled state, regaining his usual noble demeanor as a magician. Gus looked at the smiling black-haired youth in front of him, his heart trembling slightly but his expression unchanged, and said, "I've decided to go into the canyon with you. I will do my best." Ashura merely tilted his head, his smile becoming even more playful, but he did not respond to Gus. Gus's lips twitched slightly. He sighed and pulled a scroll from his spatial belt. Gus said with a pained expression, "This is my life-saving treasure, a level 6 magic scroll, fire dragon spell. It's equivalent to a full-force attack from a magister. Is it alright if I contribute this scroll? But if we use this scroll to kill the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, I want an extra share of the spoils. Does anyone have any objections?" As soon as Gus finished speaking, Ashura snatched the scroll with his right hand and casually put his left arm around Gus's shoulder, saying intimately, "Gus, my good brother, you should have told me you had this treasure sooner. I was just joking with you earlier, you're not angry, are you?" As Ashura spoke, he tossed the magic scroll toward Zyra. The magic scroll could be activated as long as one had mental energy, so Zyra could also unleash its power while holding it. Gus looked constipated and wanted to slap off Ashura's arm that was on his shoulder, but after feeling the strength of the arm around him, he gave up the idea. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. The others were struggling to suppress their laughter at the sight. Ashura didn't expect that bullying guys would bring unexpected gains. The level 6 magic scroll fire dragon technique greatly increased their team's chances of killing the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. As for why Guys changed his attitude, Ashura didn't care too much. As long as he had the strength to kill Guys quickly, everything was under his control. So, under Ashura's leadership, the team held a brief battle meeting and made a simple plan on how to fight the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. After everyone understood the battle plan, Ashura waved his hand generously and shouted, "Everyone, give it your all. Killing a level 6 magical beast is enough for us to brag about for the rest of our lives at the Adventurer's Bar. The God of War is with us." Chapter 106: Crimson Lotus Serpent King vs. Lightning Leopard. In a deep canyon in the Warcraft forest, a pale blue mist permeated the canyon, and a faint stench of decay filled the air. The pale blue mist also seemed to be somewhat toxic. If an ordinary person inhaled it, they would experience dizziness, blurred vision, and numbness in their limbs. In this canyon with limited visibility, a team of 7 young people were carefully searching. All 7 of them maximized their senses and cautiously made their way deeper into the canyon. Along the way, they encountered many magical beasts. They tried to avoid fighting other magical beasts as much as possible, and if they couldn't avoid them, they adopted a strategy of forcefully killing them and ending the battle as quickly as possible. After traveling for another 3 days, Ashura and his companions were resting and eating something by a boulder. After 3 days of fruitless marching, the morale of the team was extremely low. Gus's face was full of dissatisfaction, but whenever he saw Ashura smile, he could no longer open his mouth to complain. Christine couldn't sit still any longer. She walked over and sat down next to Ashura. Ashura casually glanced down at her long legs and couldn't help but marvel at them. Christine seemed oblivious to his gesture of examining her legs, and said with slight hesitation, "It's been 3 days, and we've found nothing. Are you sure there's a Crimson Lotus Serpent King here?" Ashura, always calm and collected when dealing with beautiful women, said, "I didn't want to bring you here aimlessly either. I haven't been eating or sleeping well for the past 3 days." Ashura paused for a moment before continuing, "If news of an injured level 6 magical beast were posted in the Adventurer's Bar, people would come to search for it, whether it's true or not. I provided this information, and I stand with you all. I hope you can all calm down. Do you have any better targets to kill?" Christine and the others nodded helplessly after hearing this. In truth, they both hoped to encounter the Crimson Lotus Serpent King and did not want to. They had never imagined that their trip into the monster forest would involve killing a level 6 monster. Sometimes I think to myself, am I going crazy? As everyone was lost in their own thoughts, a shrill roar suddenly rang out in the distance, shaking the thin mist in the canyon and making it seem as if it had dissipated considerably. Everyone was startled and quickly got up and picked up their weapons. Although the roar was far away, it sent chills down their spines. Was this the power of a level 6 magical beast? Ashura listened intently for a moment, then said with a grave expression, "This isn't the roar of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, but it should be a magical beast no weaker than the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. It seems to be in battle, everyone." Ashura didn't continue speaking. Instead, he glanced at the group of people who were gasping in shock. The Red Lotus Serpent King alone made them tremble with fear, and now there was another powerful demonic beast here. They all had the urge to run away. Especially the fire mage guys, whose legs were trembling uncontrollably, said in a trembling voice, "Ashura, consider that magic scroll a gift to you, please let me go." Ashura, annoyed, said, you think you can just leave whenever you want? It's not like I forced you to come in. Who else wants to leave? Zyra opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't make a sound. Instead, she gave Ashura a charming glance. Luna seemed not to hear him, and continued to stare intently at Ashura from time to time. Clay and Christine seemed to have a slight disagreement. Ashura overheard that Clay wanted Christine to leave first. They were siblings born of the same mother. Clay was worried about the danger ahead and his sister's safety, so he wanted to go alone. Christine, however, completely disagreed and did not want her brother to risk his life alone. Just as the two were arguing fiercely, Ashura said impatiently, "What are you two talking about, this life or death situation? We didn't say we were going to fight that monster to the death. We're going to get closer and observe it. If we don't find a chance, we'll retreat. We're here to pick up bargains, not to die." Upon hearing this, both Clay and his sister blushed slightly. Christine glared at Ashura with a hint of annoyance before falling silent. So Ashura said to guys, "Then you go ahead, let's go take a look, and maybe we'll meet again someday." After saying that, he wanted to lead everyone towards the direction of the roar, but when Gus looked at the unknown blue mist behind him, he nervously swallowed. How could a magician possibly walk back alone? He already has a poor sense of direction, and now he's panicked. Going back on his own would be suicide. Thinking of this, he immediately rushed forward a few steps and grabbed Clay's arm, saying in a tearful voice, "Don't leave me behind, I'll go with you, okay?" Clay felt a chill run down his spine and shook off Gus, who was hugging him. However, he maintained his aristocratic manners and wouldn't resort to shameless tactics like Ashura. Ashura said in a deep voice, "Shut up if you don't want to die. Everyone, maintain combat alert and remain silent. Luna and Locke, protect Zyra and Gus, keeping them 300 meters away from us. In case of any emergency, everyone retreat immediately. Understand?" Everyone drew their weapons to show they understood, and then Ashura also drew his twin swords and together with Christine and Clay, they searched for the source of the roar. As they drew closer, the roars grew clearer, and they were the roars of two magical beasts. Ashura recognized one of them as the Crimson Lotus Serpent King who had knocked him off the cliff. After a moment's thought, he excitedly quickened his pace and rushed forward. Clay grabbed Ashura's arm, looking at the black-haired boy with a puzzled expression. What illness had struck him this time? Ashura then turned around and whispered to his brother and sister, "We're about to get rich. You could tell it was the roars of two magical beasts, right? One of them is the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, and the other is probably a level 6 magical beast that's no weaker than it. The two beasts are probably fighting. Our chance has come." The knight brother and sister looked at each other, unable to understand whether they should be so excited in the face of two level 6 magical beasts. Is this guy truly fearless, or is he a bit out of his mind? In the brief moment of hesitation, Ashura had already rushed forward and put some distance between them. The two siblings exchanged a helpless glance. Clay quickly caught up with Ashura, while Christine ran to the group behind them and told them the news she had just learned. Upon hearing the news, even Zyra wanted to run away, but Locke gave them a disdainful look and strode forward. Luna didn't say anything, but gripped her bow and arrow tightly and followed. Christine could only shrug at the remaining two mages, intending to follow as well. Zyra and Gus had no choice but to catch up with the group again. Without the protection of the warriors, the two mages would not be able to get out of this canyon. They felt like they were on a pirate ship and couldn't get off. As the roar grew closer, Clay's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He gripped his knight's two-handed sword tightly, watching Ashura, who was crouching behind a boulder, peering forward. He could clearly sense Ashura's body stiffen slightly. Clay followed closely behind and peeked out to observe, just like Ashura, but he froze on the spot the next second. Not far away, a snake-like monster with one eye was locked in close combat with a leopard-like monster that was 7 or 8 meters long. The fight was earth-shattering and incredibly brutal. Clay swallowed hard, turned to look at Ashura, whose eyes were gleaming, and asked in a trembling voice, "Is this the Crimson Lotus Serpent King you've been looking for?" Chapter 107 The Final Decision. Upon hearing Clay's question, Ashura nodded solemnly. He then shrank back and said to Clay, "That's right, that one-eyed beast is the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. As for the other magical beast, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the level 6 magical beast, the Lightning Leopard." Clay gasped upon hearing this. He had never seen the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, but the level 6 magical beast, the Lightning Leopard, was a mount that all knights dreamed of. If the Lightning Leopard targeted them, none of them would be able to escape. Clay's expression changed, his eyes fixed on Ashura, afraid that the guy would suddenly jump out and challenge two magical beasts to a duel. If Ashura dared to make a move, he would dare to use a jumping attack to stun the black-haired boy. Ashura seemed to notice something was wrong with Clay. He was startled when he saw those scarlet eyes and, feeling somewhat guilty, retreated with Clay back to the group not far behind them. Clay recounted what he had seen to the others, and the team members were speechless with shock. They all showed a clear intention to retreat. Seeing this, Ashura sighed helplessly and said, "Since you're considering retreating, then leave now. I'll give you 1 hour to withdraw. Also, my share of the spoils will go to Locke." After saying that, Ashura turned to return to the boulder. Locke said in a deep voice, "Young master, Locke will not leave. Locke is willing to follow you." Ashura calmly said, "Big guy, you go out with them. Your martial arts level is too low, and I'll have to take care of you." Locke looked anxious and was about to blurt out that he could activate his rage state to help the young master kill the monster, but he swallowed his words after being glared at by Ashura's sharp eyes. Looking at Ashura with utter grievance, the handle of the giant axe creaked as it was gripped tightly. The others remained silent. Ashura glanced around and was about to lift his leg when 2 delicate hands grabbed his sleeves. Ashura stared blankly at the 2 girls behind him. Luna, carrying a wooden bow, said timidly, "I won't go, I'll go with you." Then she blushed and lowered her head, but her little hands, which were clutching her sleeves, did not let go. With a furrowed brow, Ashura knew he wouldn't get any answers from this nobody. He wondered why she was willing to take the risk with him. He then turned to look at the blonde, wavy-haired woman on the other side. Christine seemed to realize her actions were somewhat inappropriate, her face flushing slightly, but she didn't let go of his hand. Instead, she asked a simple question, "How confident are you?" Ashura curled his lip in disdain and said, "Do I look like a fool to you?" He really couldn't understand why these people had so many concerns. He wasn't going to rush in and die on a whim. What Ashura couldn't understand was the little nobody next to him, who had always been quiet and reserved, and would blush and run away after saying just a few words to him. But now she dares to look him straight in the eye, making Ashura a little embarrassed to look at her. Why is that? It seems like she's become a completely different person ever since he saw her with her bow and arrow. Ashura even suspects that she might have been bewitched and controlled by the 9-tailed fox. Now is not the time to think about these things. Ashura felt that he should have a good talk with her after finishing what he was doing. Seeing that the 2 women were planning to fight him, Clay gritted his teeth, drew his knight's lance from his spatial storage, and silently walked to his sister Christine's side. He was worried about his own sister going on such a risk. Zyra looked at Ashura with a resentful expression and said softly, "Someone promised to protect me before, I wonder if that still counts now." Ashura sighed helplessly, glared at Zyra's magnificent chest a few times, and took out a few wind power runes from his spatial storage, handing them to Zyra, whose eyes lit up. The wind power rune can increase the user's speed for a period of time. These are runes that Ashura draws in his spare time. These runes are all one-time use, and their effects are directly related to the skill of the rune artist. Zyra gripped the wind runes. As a mage, she could sense the power contained within them. With the rune's enhancement, her speed would increase significantly, giving her a better chance of escaping. With a charming smile, Zyra wrapped her arm around Ashura's right arm and said in a coquettish voice, "You should have brought out these good things earlier. What other good things do you have for me to use?" Ashura felt his arm sink into something soft, and his body trembled slightly. He then said nonchalantly, "I've already given you the magic scroll for that fire dragon spell, what more could you want?" Zyra noticed the slight tremor in his body and felt secretly pleased. Just as she was about to continue acting cute and charming, an angry voice shouted, "What are you 2 doing? Let go of me." Gus glared at them through gritted teeth, the fire element around him raging violently, his furious expression as if Zyra had cheated on him. Ashura frowned, but before he could speak, Zyra spoke first, saying, "What I do is none of your business. Who are you to me? Stop pointing fingers here. I've put up with you for too long." Zyra's words completely enraged Gus. He stared at Zyra fiercely. Since he became a fire mage, no one had ever dared to point his finger at him and humiliate him like this. After Ashura forced him to hand over the magic scroll, he didn't actually harbor much resentment. He felt that giving it to Zyra was like giving it to his own woman. But recently, Zyra has shown no intention of standing with him when making decisions, especially now that she's making an ambiguous move by clinging to Ashura's arm, which has made Gus lose his mind. But just as he was about to speak, he saw Ashura's unsettling smile and swallowed his words, the shadow of death still lingering in his mind from when he was choked. Gus opened his mouth several times but swallowed it back. Finally, with a gloomy expression, he said, "Since you want to go and die, then go ahead. I'm not going to keep you company." With that, he turned and walked into the thin mist behind him. Ashura's lips twitched, and he was about to get up and follow Gus when Zella grabbed his arm. Jera said in a conciliatory tone, "Fine, let him go." Ashura frowned and looked in the direction Gus had left. At this moment, Clay stepped forward and said, "Let him go. After all, we've spent so much time together." Ashura looked at the group with interest. Although the others didn't speak, they seemed to be planning to let Gus leave as well. Ashura sighed inwardly, as if Gus was the only bad guy. He then smiled indifferently and turned to face the battlefield ahead, where roars continued. Chapter 108 Exposure. Having made the final decision, everyone followed Ashura with solemn expressions and looked towards the battlefield in the thin mist ahead, where they could vaguely see the figures of two demonic beasts locked in a fierce battle. Ashura pondered for a moment, then said to the others, "In preparation for the battle that may occur later, I want to use the level 4 and 5 magic cores we have collected along the way." Although the others didn't know what his plans were, they all nodded in agreement with delight. Zyra then took out 4 level 5 magic cores and 17 level 4 magic cores from her spatial ring. These were the results of their team's more than 20 days in the forest, and they were all placed in the mage Zyra's spatial ring. Choosing Zyra to be in charge of storing the magic core was a decision made after discussion among everyone. Others would have had some concerns about doing it. Only Zyra is the daughter of the vice president of the Wizarding Association, and everyone knows her background, so they are not afraid that she will run away with the treasure. And if it were someone else, some people would be worried, especially the siblings Clay and Christine. They are the strongest of the group, and if they had any other intentions, the others would be in deep trouble. After Ashura obtained the exquisite magic cores, he glanced at Luna and asked, "If I tie these magic cores to your arrows, will it affect your accuracy?" Luna shook her head in confusion, and Ashura said no more. He took out a magic rune inscription pen and the essence blood of a level 1.5 magic beast from his storage space and inscribed several small magic rune arrays on each magic core under the shocked gazes of the crowd. The way everyone looked at Ashura changed again. Everyone knew that magic rune inscription masters were rare, but they couldn't understand why Ashura, who could become rich through magic rune inscription, would come to the monster forest to take risks. Judging from his usual words, actions, clothing, and lifestyle, he doesn't seem to be from a wealthy family. This dark-haired boy exudes madness and mystery. The girls in several teams were looking at Ashura with sparkling eyes. Finding a magic rune engraver as a spouse should be a good choice. Before long, Ashura skillfully completed the carving of these magic cores and handed them to Luna, asking her to tie them to his arrows one by one. Luna obediently did so. But when Ashura told her to be careful when handling the arrows, he had engraved explosive magic patterns on them, which would cause the magic core to explode and cause damage if it hit. Luna's face immediately fell, and she looked at Ashura pitifully, as if she was blaming Ashura for giving her such a dangerous thing. Ashura didn't care about her mood. Instead, he looked at everyone with a serious expression and said, "If a fight breaks out later, everyone, use whatever tricks you have up your sleeve. Don't hold back now." The group nodded seriously, and then briefly discussed their tactics. The main point was to wait for the two monsters to determine a winner before they would work together to deal with one of them. The group then rushed to the boulder they had seen earlier and peered out from behind it. The pale blue mist in front of them was thinned out by the two magical beasts, but the red mist around the Crimson Lotus Serpent King surrounded the two magical beasts. The battle has now reached a fever pitch. The lightning leopard has its jaws firmly locked around the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's neck, and dark red blood is flowing from the Serpent King's wound. The serpent's head is shaking violently from the pain. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King tightly coiled its body around the lightning leopard, seemingly trying to strangle it to death. The lightning leopard was so tightly constricted that it could not move, and one could almost hear its bones creaking. Just when the group thought that the lightning leopard would eventually win as time went on, because it had its jaws firmly on the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's vital spot, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's painful roar said it all. To their surprise, the lightning leopard, for some reason, released its massive jaws that were gripping the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's neck, letting out a mournful roar filled with complex emotions. The unexpected event startled even the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Then, with a flick of its body, it slammed the lightning leopard heavily against the cliff face. The immense force caused the lightning leopard to cough up blood, its eyes to glaze over, and it to gasp for breath, as if it were about to die at any moment. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King twisted its massive body and approached the lightning leopard. Its sinister triangular eyes stared at the dying lightning leopard on the ground, revealing a human-like mocking expression, as if it were considering where to begin devouring the lightning leopard's flesh. The 6 young men and women not far away were secretly alarmed upon seeing this. Ashura seemed to be even more powerful than before when he saw the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. And the imagined life or death battle ended so hastily. Although the Crimson Lotus Serpent King had been injured, it was far from achieving a mutually destructive outcome. Thinking of this, Ashura gritted his teeth and secretly gestured to the crowd to retreat quietly, intending to leave the battlefield. He felt that this was not the best time. Just as everyone nodded in agreement, Ashura suddenly looked sharply at the thin mist behind him and muttered, "Damn bastard." As soon as Ashura finished speaking, a burst of fireball shot out from the mist behind them. Clay quickly raised his knight's shield to block the fireball's damage. After a moment's thought, the team realized which bastard was behind this. Gus undoubtedly wanted them dead. At this moment, the team members regretted stopping Ashura from causing trouble for that bastard Gus. But at that moment, they could clearly hear a rustling sound as something was rapidly approaching them. Everyone knew they had been exposed, and a sense of tension rose within them. Ashura drew his twin swords and shouted, "Locke, protect our rear in Zyra. The rest of you, fight alongside me." After saying that, he was the first to rush towards the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Ashura had been breaking the first seal of the cabin prison since entering the Demon Beast Forest. With the strength of a Grand Martial Master and the agility of chasing wind and lightning, he was just able to dodge the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's charge. Knowing that this battle was unavoidable, the siblings Clay and Christine drew their knights' lances. Even without the aid of mounts, the two used their movement techniques to quickly rush towards the sides of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Their family's knightly combat technique, Thunderstrike, accompanied by a piercing sonic wave, also stabbed towards the sides of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Although Luna is usually a bit reserved, she is decisive and efficient in battle. He nimbly leaped onto a boulder with a wide field of vision, casually drew a level 5 magic core arrow with engraved magic patterns from his quiver, and shot it at the wound on the Red Lotus Serpent King's neck. Zyra first used a wind elemental magic rune to boost her speed, then silently chanted a wood elemental magic spell to bind her. One by one, the wood-type vines broke through the ground and wrapped around the Red Lotus Serpent King. Although they could not bind the Red Lotus Serpent King, they greatly affected its speed and agility. Locke, wielding a giant axe, secretly protected Zyra while keeping an eye on the fire mage lurking behind him, ready to unleash his berserk state at any moment. He secretly resented his own weakness, for not being able to rush to the front to help his young master defend against the Red Lotus Serpent King. Chapter 109 Full Power. With the first powerful attack from everyone, especially the extremely explosive arrow shot by Luna, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King roared repeatedly, its body erupting in red mist and raising clouds of dust. Ashura and the three siblings, Clay and his sister, jumped to the edge of a clearing. Gazing at the increasingly thick red mist before them, unable to see anything within it, Ashura turned to them and asked, "How is it?" The brother and sister knew that Ashura was asking about the results of the battle. Christine replied solemnly, "I hit its left side of the snake's body, but it only penetrated the tip of the spear and did not cause it much damage. This beast's defense is so amazing." Clay nodded, indicating that his results were similar to his sister's. At this point, the group could only hope that the exploding level 5 magic core could inflict significant damage on the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. The battle was proving to be more difficult than they had anticipated. Just as the three were staring intently at the thick red poisonous fog before them, Ashura suddenly shouted, "Watch out." Before his words even finished, a snake's tail as thick as a tree trunk lashed out at them like a steel whip. Ashura instinctively rolled to the side and dodged into a ditch, only to see the Clay siblings take out their knights' shields to withstand the sweeping attack. As a result, the two were swept against the cliff face. The enormous impact caused them to cough up blood, and Clay's knight's shield even developed cracks, which shows how powerful the impact was. Ashura shook his head helplessly. Although these two were strong, they had too little experience in fighting, especially when facing ferocious magical beasts. They couldn't just charge head-on like knights. Seeing the two people who collapsed to the ground coughing up blood, the archers shooting arrows haphazardly into the red mist in the distance, and Zyra who was exhausted from continuously controlling the vines, Ashura suddenly felt a bit tired. It seemed that he was the one who could turn the tide, otherwise the others might all die here. With this thought in mind, Ashura made a soft click as the cabin prison on his wrist opened the second layer of seal. Ashura's aura instantly surged to the second level of a great martial master. He leaped backwards several times and arrived beside Zyra, shouting, "Give me the Fire Dragon Technique scroll, and also use the vines to bind the Crimson Lotus Serpent King as much as possible." Zyra didn't know why Ashura, a martial artist, would need a magic scroll. Magic scrolls can only be cast by mages using their mental power, but she still handed the Fire Dragon scroll to Ashura immediately, saying pitifully with her little face, "If you want to run away, you must take me with you." Upon hearing this, Ashura staggered and almost fell over, then turned and glared fiercely at the charming female mage. He then turned to Luna, the archer who was looking at him, and said, "Don't worry about the magic core consumption, keep shooting arrows at that spot." Luna nodded vigorously. All the arrows she had shot after her first one had level 4 magic cores. This time, she took out an arrow with a level 5 magic core and, relying on her innate powerful perception, shot it into the red poisonous mist. An explosion rang out at the same time, accompanied by the roar of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. This also aroused the ferocity of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Its huge snake head emerged from the red mist, and its remaining triangular eye was filled with ferocity. The wound on its neck was bloody and mangled. It ignored the others and stared intently at Ashura in the arena. It recognized the black-haired boy in front of it as the human who had blinded one of its eyes, causing it to recover from the injury for a long time. Its now blind left eye filled it with hatred for the human before it was determined to tear him apart and devour him alive. Ashura also saw the killing intent in the eyes of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, and shrank his neck guiltily. It seemed that he had no choice but to fight desperately today, and he was ready to break the 3 layers of seal at any time. Before the two, one human and one snake, could make a move, a dazzling golden light pierced the wound on the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's neck. It was Christine, who had activated her family's battle technique, charging towards the Crimson Lotus Serpent King with the fearless will of a knight in her eyes. Ashura's eyes held a hint of admiration, respecting the sexy beauty's fighting spirit, which was at least much stronger than her kneeling brothers. But in just a few rounds, Christine was slapped away by the swung snake head and flew to Ashura's feet. The blonde female knight was in a terrible state. Even a piece of her silver armor on her chest was torn, and from Ashura's perspective, a large, blinding white mass could be seen. Ashura struggled to shift his gaze from the snow-white area to the Crimson Serpent King. At that moment, Clay finally drew his two-handed sword and charged towards the Crimson Serpent King, managing to block it with the help of Luna's arrows. It is clear that the brother and sister's knightly combat skills are characterized by wide, sweeping movements, lacking the flexibility to dodge. This puts them at a disadvantage when facing the much stronger Crimson Serpent King. Luna was hesitant to use her bow and arrows for fear of accidentally injuring her companions when the magic core exploded. Zyra's pretty face had turned pale from the depletion of her magic. Ashura knew that if the fight dragged on any longer, the team's morale would crumble. Feeling the surge of power within him from the opening of the 2 seals, he raised his twin swords, ready to charge forward and fight to the death. But a weary voice rang out beside him, "Be careful." Ashura tilted his head and looked at the female knight with big golden waves on the ground. The girl, half lying on the ground, showed off her good figure. Ashura's gaze swept over the girl's face again and again until 2 rosy blushes appeared on her cheeks. Only then did he turn back to look straight ahead, swallowing hard as he replied, "Don't worry, you won't die. You lie here and watch how I kill the snake." After saying that, he used the wind-chasing thunder movement technique to rush towards the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. When the Crimson Lotus Serpent King saw Ashura rushing over, he swung his long tail and forced Clay back. Ignoring the arrows shot by Luna, it opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Ashura. Ashura dodged the attack with his agility and then used his ascending tower blade technique to slash at the Red Lotus Serpent King's body. As the blade struck down, a bolt of lightning also struck the blade's edge, causing the snake scales to fly off. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King visibly trembled, as the lightning not only inflicted damage but also paralyzed the snake. This is the power of Ashura's dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. It was the first time he had applied the results of his cultivation to actual combat. He didn't want to reveal this when he was in the academy team, but now that he's in a small team with different backgrounds, he has no such worries. While dodging attacks using the agility of the wind-chasing thunder movement technique, the tower ascending blade technique, accompanied by lightning, slashed at the Red Lotus Serpent King's body. It was clear that the Crimson Lotus Serpent King had new wounds all over its body, and bright red blood was splashed around with each shake. The rest of the team were completely dumbfounded. Ashura's aura was clearly no weaker than Clay's and Christine's, and what were those bolts of lightning? God of War above. He's actually a magician? And is he a magician who can cast spells without having to chant incantations? Or is he a magician wielding 2 swords? Chapter 110, Slaying the Serpent. Everyone was in a state of shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Especially Clay and Christine, both direct descendants of the powerful noble family of the Sind North Empire, the Ko family, which is known for producing knights, with the patriarch Craig being a powerful holy knight of light. The 2 were also outstanding students of Honest Academy. At this moment, they were randomly assigned to the Monster Forest in St. Gobain City because they had to complete their family's training mission. The brother and sister were of noble birth, so their knowledge and experience were naturally extraordinary, and they were also quite proud of their own abilities. They had seen many strong individuals of the same age, especially countless students who were pursuing Christine, the younger sister. There are young martial artists stronger than Ashura, but they have never seen a young powerhouse who can apply movement techniques, martial arts, and magic so well in actual combat. Compared to Ashura at this moment, their previous attacks were no different from those of a raging bull. Both of them blushed a little. They had never underestimated Ashura in their previous conversation, which was why they were willing to hand over the captaincy to Ashura to lead the team. They had assumed that the two of them were the strongest in the team and should be at the forefront to fight against the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, but now they realized that the real powerhouse was this black-haired boy who rarely made a move. Zyra and Luna watched with wide eyes. On the continent of kings, the strong are always revered, and Ashura at this moment was undoubtedly an outstanding young powerhouse. Zyra, in particular, grew up in St. Gobain City, which is near the monster forest, and witnessed too many of her peers becoming complacent after entering the monster forest a few times. Or perhaps they are proud of killing a level 5 magical beast on their own, but I wonder if they would dare to take out their weapons when they see a level 6 magical beast. At this moment, Ashura perfectly exemplified what it means to be strong. Strength is not only about physical power, but also about the courage and fighting spirit displayed when facing powerful enemies. Zyra seemed to breathe a little heavier, her eyes filled with seductive allure as she watched Ashura darting about on the battlefield. Before, she was always surrounded by suitors, but now, for the first time, she felt a genuine desire to pursue a man. Locke watched the battle with an adoring grin. He had never seen such a high-level fight before, and he felt proud that his young master was so powerful. At this moment, Ashura had already unleashed his 16th strike. The power of his ascending tower sword technique had accumulated to a sufficient level. With a single strike and the bombardment of lightning, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's wound was so deep that flesh and blood flew out, revealing the bone beneath. With its intelligence, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King noticed that the human sword strikes were becoming increasingly fierce. A red light flashed on the lotus-shaped growth on its forehead, and its speed suddenly increased as it charged towards Ashura, its thick serpent body lashing out at him. The sudden turn of events forced Ashura to hastily withdraw his sword stance, holding both swords in front of his chest, but he was still sent flying into the air by the force of the sweep. Ashura felt a sweet taste in his throat and swallowed the crimson in his mouth. A beam of red light shot towards Ashura in mid-air like an arrow. Before the red light, one could see the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's gaping maw and sharp fangs. Everyone was shocked by what they saw and shouted, "Watch out!" But Ashura narrowed his eyes slightly, thrusting his twin blades, Yaoguang, forward, unleashing a blinding golden light from their blades. Having learned its lesson, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King instantly closed its intact right eye and slightly tilted its head, but its momentum did not diminish. This time, Ashura didn't attack his eyes again. Instead, he threw out a magic scroll, and a fire dragon, about the size of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, roared and rushed out of the scroll, colliding with the serpent's head that was about to bite. As sparks flew, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's incredibly shrill screams rang in everyone's ears, and waves of heat spread outwards. The Red Lotus Serpent King's head was charred black, and black smoke billowed from its mouth. Its massive body fell straight backward uncontrollably in mid-air. The team members were stunned. Ashura's battlefield adaptability and move arrangement were truly amazing. They were concise, effective, and extremely lethal. What they didn't know was that these were all combat experiences that Ashura had learned through repeated trials in the Demon Beast Forest and the deadly battles in the Floating Palace. Life and death experiences always help people grow rapidly. White, who used to run the Adventurer's Bar, was very proud of participating in several battles at the Floating Palace, but the silver Floating Palace badge with the title of Thousand-Man Killer was still lying quietly in Ashura's storage space. Before everyone could react, a figure suddenly darted out from the fiery clouds in mid-air, rushing towards the Red Lotus Serpent King, which was falling backward, with the same decisiveness as when the Red Lotus Serpent King had pounced. Ashura's body was covered in charred wounds. The shockwave from the collision with the fire dragon had also caused him some injury. After all, he was very close, yet he still stared intently at the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Ashura gripped his twin swords tightly and, when he was less than 10 feet away from the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, roared, Z-slash. With lightning speed, the twin blades unleashed a yellow-rank martial skill, slashing towards the neck wound that the Crimson Lotus Serpent King had previously suffered from being bitten by the lightning leopard. 3 golden lights flashed by, the sound ceased, the knife fell, and the snake was severed in two. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King's enormous head was cleanly severed from the wound on its neck, and the 2 sections of its body fell to the ground in the canyon. Everyone gaped, their eyes fixed blankly on the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, who was dead beyond any doubt. The crowd could hardly believe it was true. In just over 20 rounds, the level 6 magical beast, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, had been slain. Although the Crimson Lotus Serpent King was severely injured in its previous battle with the Lightning Leopard, it is unheard of for someone with the strength of a Grand Martial Master to be able to kill a level 6 magical beast so quickly. Ashura landed with a slight breath, looking at the charred snake head in front of him, and finally let out the resentment that had been suppressed in his heart. With a casual stab, he inserted a knife into the snake's head and twisted it, picking up a small, red magic core, about the size of a little finger and stained with blood. He then turned around with delight to look at the other team members. Seeing the way they looked at him like he was a monster, Ashura struck what he thought was a very cool pose. He smiled and said to everyone, "Come on over, everyone, come and see our spoils." The group quickly approached the snake's body, still finding it somewhat unbelievable. Although they didn't directly kill the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, they did participate in the encirclement and kill battle, which is a feat they can boast about for a long time. Giella felt a slight chill as she looked at the dead Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Whether it was a physical reaction or intentional, she unconsciously leaned towards Ashura and even seemed to deliberately puff out her large breasts. Luna, standing to the side, pouted in dissatisfaction, but she didn't have the courage to lean on her true love like Zyra did. Grandpa Wartree was right. Such a young and powerful person is indeed my best partner. As Luna thought about it, her eyes sparkled like stars. Chapter 111 Lightning Leopard Cub. Clay walked up to Ashura with a slightly embarrassed expression, punched Ashura on the shoulder, and said, "Ashura, what's your strength? If you had told us you were this strong, we wouldn't have been so worried." Ashura grinned smugly, "I'm just a little better at actual combat. I told you I wouldn't bring you here to your deaths, but killing the Crimson Lotus Serpent King so easily was beyond my expectations. I didn't expect it to be with the Lightning Leopard." At this point, Ashura suddenly stopped, and then quickly flashed to the side of the Lightning Leopard lying there motionless. At this moment, the Lightning Leopard was only breathing weakly, its abdomen rising and falling slightly, and it was clear that it was about to die. Ashura, in high spirits, shouted to the crowd, "We've struck it rich. 2 level 6 magical beasts." Everyone else realized this too, and excitedly followed. Christine stroked the Lightning Leopard's massive head, sighing inwardly, "What a fine mount, what a pity." Suddenly, the Lightning Leopard, which had been keeping its eyes tightly closed, opened its fist-sized eyes abruptly. Its sharp, vertical pupils startled Christine, causing her to stumble backward and bump into Ashura's arms. Everyone was terrified and drew their weapons, bracing themselves for battle. Clay even used his broken shield to shield his sister Christine. Ashura wrapped his left arm around Christine's waist, feeling the softness of the beauty in his arms, while his right hand gripped a knife, ready for battle. Christine, blushing, tried to get up, but felt weak all over and couldn't muster the strength to leave his embrace. Just like Christine in his arms, Lightning Leopard couldn't stand up. After struggling a few times, it gave up helplessly, its fierceness turning into helplessness and a trace of sadness. After observing for a while, Ashura moved the beauty in his arms away, took a few quick steps and stood a few feet in front of the Lightning Leopard, staring at it for a long time. The leopard's eyes lost their ferocity and even turned into a faint pleading as it raised its front paws to protect its belly. Ashura seemed to understand the reason upon seeing this, and with a complicated expression, he sighed slightly and nodded at the Lightning Leopard. He then stepped forward with a knife and cut open the Lightning Leopard's abdomen, pulling out 2 wriggling lumps of flesh amidst the gasps of the crowd. 2 Lightning Leopard cubs. It turned out that the Lightning Leopard monster was greatly weakened due to giving birth, and was discovered by the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, who fell from the top of the cliff and broke into the territory. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King also wanted to take the opportunity to kill the Lightning Leopard, devour its flesh and blood, and seize the territory. So, on the day that Lightning Leopard was about to give birth, they launched an attack on Lightning Leopard, which happened to be encountered by Ashura and his team. The Lightning Leopard hesitated during the fight to protect its cubs. Finally, during the Red Lotus Serpent King's constricting and strangling attack, it was the first to release its grip on its vital organs, knowing that if it persisted any longer, its 2 young offspring would be strangled to death first. Lightning Leopard, who had given up all hope, thought it would be the most tragic end, but the appearance of Ashura and his team killed the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. However, many of its bones had been broken, and the broken bones had pierced its internal organs. At this point, it was completely exhausted and dying. However, it still used its front paws to firmly protect its belly, and only when it met Ashura's gaze did it plead with Ashura to rescue its cub. Although it was a magical beast, it made everyone feel the greatness of maternal love. Ashura handed the 2 blood-soaked cubs to the Lightning Leopard, letting its gradually dimming eyes look at the cubs it had risked its life to protect. The leopard wanted to stick out its tongue to lick its cub, but it was struggling to do even that. Ashura then placed the 2 cubs near its mouth. The lightning leopard gave Ashura a grateful look, then lowered its head to kiss the 2 cubs before falling silent. Everyone fell silent. Luna was even in tears. She missed her mother terribly and couldn't wait to return to her side. Ashura picked up the 2 lightning leopard cubs again. The 2 little ones had already opened their eyes and were looking at the world with great curiosity. They would lick Ashura's palm from time to time, seemingly very affectionate towards Ashura. Ashura turned to the crowd and said, "Now we can divide the spoils. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King Demon Core that you 2 need is here with me. You 2 name your price." But Clay and his sister didn't reply. Instead, they stared intently at the 2 lightning leopard cubs in Ashura's arms, their drool almost dripping onto the ground. Clay was the first to come to his senses. He nudged his sister Christine's arm to bring her back to her senses, and the 2 siblings exchanged a silent glance. In the end, it was Christine, the younger sister, who made a decision, as if she had just tossed her blonde hair aside and swung her long legs to Ashura's side. She wrapped her arms around Ashura's arm and said in a coquettish tone, "Ashura, we don't want the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's magic core anymore. We want these 2 lightning leopard cubs. Of course, we'll also offer our sincere gifts, okay?" After saying that, she shook Ashura's arm vigorously, and her breasts heaved in waves, giving Clay, who was not far away, goosebumps. His sister had never acted like a little woman since she picked up the knight's lance, let alone acted so coquettishly with a man. Ashura was also a little dizzy from the sudden wave, but he still leaned his arm forward to feel the surging waves as much as possible. After all, he was not exactly a gentleman. After enjoying the soft touch for a long time, Ashura finally said with a sense of helplessness, "I know you 2 siblings want these 2 lightning leopard cubs as mounts. I can agree to that, but you should ask the others. Of course, you need to show enough sincerity so we can allocate them." Clay and Christine immediately looked excitedly at the others. Locke didn't need to ask for his opinion. Ashura's words were equivalent to his will. Luna, being a quiet and unassuming girl, was constantly glancing at Ashura, and didn't seem to have any ideas of her own at all. As for Zyra, she was looking at Christine's hands, which were wrapped around Ashura's arm, with a displeased expression. Christine immediately let go of her hands and subtly tugged at her slipped breastplate. Zyra then pouted and said, "Since you 2 need 2 cubs the most, then I can give them to you. I know the market price of level 6 magical beast cubs, not to mention the lightning leopard, which is suitable as a mount. That's an opportunity that's hard to come by even if you're rich." Clay immediately replied, "Everyone, please rest assured, my sister and I only want these 2 lightning leopard cubs from the beast forest. We will not take a single penny of the other spoils. As for these 2 lightning leopard cubs, we are willing to offer 2 million gold coins. We don't have that many crystal cards on us right now, but please leave your crystal card codes. We will send someone to recharge your cards as soon as we get back. We swear on the honor of the Kokeo family." After saying that, Clay and Christine each took out a token representing their family identity. Upon seeing it, Zyra recognized it as the emblem and token of the famous Koko family, and she showed more respect to the brother and sister. Seeing that no one objected to the return of the 2 cubs, Ashura handed the 2 cubs, which were still licking his arm, to the brother and sister. The brother and sister were overjoyed, extremely excited. Clay said to Ashura, "From now on, you'll be my best brother. My sister and I owe you a huge favor. If you ever need my help, just let me know." Ashura thought to himself, "I have no use for you, but I'd like to use your sister. I just don't know how to bring it up." Chapter 112, A Bountiful Harvest. After the distribution of the lightning leopard cubs was completed, Ashura then proposed the distribution of the remaining spoils. Of course, Clay and his sister went to the side to play with the lightning leopard cubs. They had already received what they needed most. In reality, the main items were 2 level 6 magical beast cores and 2 level 6 magical beast corpses. Zyra and Luna unanimously decided that they didn't want any of these, since it was the Crimson Lotus Serpent King that Ashura had killed head-on. The previously agreed upon allocation plan was to determine the amount allocated based on the amount of effort contributed. They were overjoyed to receive 2 million gold coins, which would instantly make them quite wealthy. Jera had already decided what magical equipment she would buy with the money. In the end, Ashura decided that he would keep the magic cores and corpses of the 2 level 6 magical beasts, and he would not participate in the distribution of the 2 million gold coins. Zyra and Luna each received 900,000 gold coins, Locke received 200,000 gold coins, and the remaining magic core arrows inscribed with explosive runes were given to Luna. The corpses of the level 5 magical beasts they had killed earlier belonged to Locke. The rest of the group no longer cared about the corpses of level 5 magical beasts. This trip to the Warcraft forest made them incredibly wealthy. They never dreamed they could have such a bountiful harvest. Locke was so excited he didn't know what to do. After following the young master, he had earned hundreds of thousands of gold coins without doing anything, which transformed him from a poor man into a rich man. His eyes were filled with gratitude, and he wished he could go through fire and water for the young master. Azura himself was not as calm as he appeared. The magic cores and corpses of the 2 level 6 magical beasts were a fortune to him. In the past few years, he had mainly earned about 200,000 gold coins through the death battles in the floating palace. Now his assets had increased by a zero. What made him even more overjoyed was that after the battle just now, his strength level broke through again, reaching the 3rd stage of Great Martial Master and the 3rd stage of Great Magician. Because he has the conditions to cultivate both magic and martial arts, the increase in strength brought about by his advancement is not just a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. This battle with the Crimson Lotus Serpent King has already demonstrated the power of his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. The group cheerfully cleaned up the battlefield, chatting and laughing as they discussed the battle. The battle against the level 6 magical beast, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, will be something they can boast about to others for a long time to come. Azura, who was laughing and joking, suddenly froze. His ears twitched, and he grinned at a boulder not far away, then silently chanted a magic incantation. Azura can only unleash magical skills through weapons or limbs in close combat, which is related to the martial arts techniques that his mentor, Yuanda, planned for him. However, casting spells over long distances still involves silently reciting incantations, just like other magicians. Azura quickly finished reciting the magic incantation, pointed at the distant boulder, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck down from the sky, hitting the boulder squarely from behind. A shrill scream rang out, the voice so familiar. Everyone was startled and drew their weapons to prepare for battle. Azura simply gave Locke a wink. Locke immediately grabbed his giant axe and rushed behind the boulder, then lifted a charred human figure like a chicken onto the open ground in front of everyone. The group looked at the black man who was still emitting blue smoke and wailing, and recognized him as Gus, who had tricked them before. This guy actually dared to come back and spy on them. At this point, no one spoke up for him anymore. Clay even wanted to draw his knight's 2-handed sword and chop off this filthy head, but seeing that Azura did not make any move, he did not act rashly. Gus wailed and begged for mercy, but when no one reacted and they were all waiting for the wicked-looking Azura to give instructions, Gus simply stopped pretending to be pitiful. He said angrily, "Damn it, you guys are really lucky to have survived. It's a real pity that the Crimson Lotus Serpent King didn't kill you." Azura looked at the ferocious-looking guys, took out the little finger-sized magic core of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King from his storage space, tossed it in his hand, and said, "I'm sorry, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King you mentioned has already made me take out its magic core, so it probably can't help you fulfill your last wish." Upon hearing this, Gus turned pale. He simply couldn't believe that they could kill the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. When he was isolated from the group before, he was resentful, so he turned back and used the exploding fireball spell to let the Crimson Lotus Serpent King discover their hiding place. He then quickly retreated to a safe area, and soon he felt his precious level 6 Fire Dragon spell scroll being used, and the canyon quickly returned to calm. He had a vague doubt in his heart, hadn't any of them escaped? He wanted to see the seriously injured and those who had fled before striking them down. It's a pity about Zyra's sexy body. She has to die in the monster forest, otherwise she'll go out and complain to her father, the vice president of the Magic Association, and then the Magic Association will have nowhere to stay. So he waited for a long time, then turned back to the battlefield to see if the team members had already turned into flesh and blood in the monster's belly. But as he approached, he heard a group of people laughing and talking in the distance, which startled him. Just as he was about to eavesdrop on what they were saying, a bolt of lightning nearly turned him into charcoal. Then, the giant-like strong man threw him in front of everyone like a corpse. Looking at the magic core in Ashura's hand, the slightest thought of contempt in Guy's heart disappeared. He simply knelt on the ground, weeping and begging for mercy, completely losing the noble demeanor of a magician. But Ashura simply said to Locke in front of him, "Remember to take back the storage ring and clean it up." Locke nodded slightly, dragged Gus by the hair to a rock, and the wailing stopped abruptly. A short while later, Locke returned with the storage ring and respectfully handed it to Ashura with both hands. Ashura took the ring and was about to speak. Clay, standing beside him, said, "We siblings don't want this ring anymore. I'm not interested in what's inside. I see you're still using a storage belt, so you can keep this storage ring." The others nodded in agreement, and Zella chimed in, "Guys doesn't have any powerful connections or backing. If he did, I would have my father handle it. After all, he tried to kill me, so he deserves to die." Ashura nodded in agreement, but instead of immediately examining the items in the ring, he addressed the group, saying, "We've gained a great deal. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I suggest we leave the monster forest as soon as possible. What do you all think?" Everyone nodded in agreement, especially the Clay siblings, who couldn't wait to return to their family and claim credit. "By training these 2 lightning leopards as my mounts, my strength will surely increase greatly." After making the team decision, everyone immediately treated their injuries. They then headed as fast as they could towards the adventurer's bar outside the monster forest. Chapter 113 Confession. After traveling at breakneck speed for half a month, the 6-member team emerged from the monster forest and arrived at the adventurer's bar. At this moment, all 6 of them smiled knowingly with relief. As they approached the bar, the Clay siblings contacted their family, the KO family, via family communication. A full squad of 50 silver-armored knights was already waiting at the edge of the monster forest. After the leading knight captain dismounted and bowed, he first handed Clay a crystal card containing 2 million gold coins. He then carefully took the 2 lightning leopard cubs into his arms, his eyes filled with envy. As a knight, who wouldn't want a powerful mount? The silver-armored knights escorted the 2 cubs away from Saint Gabain, while the Clay siblings went with the others to the adventurer's bar, where they sat down for a drink before going their separate ways. Everyone was all smiles, and Jera was laughing so hard she was shaking with joy, because her savings had increased by more than 900,000 gold coins, making her a true little rich woman. Luna remained taciturn, showing no excitement at having gained 900,000 gold coins. The only change from when she entered the monster forest was that she kept glancing at Azura, intentionally or unintentionally. Locke was extremely excited after leaving the monster forest. He couldn't wait to hand over the hundreds of thousands of gold coins he had received to Aunt Celine, who had taken him in earlier. But Ashura told him that if he wanted something to happen to his Aunt Celine, he should send the gold coins over. How could an ordinary person keep such a huge fortune? Locke was deeply grateful to Ashura after hearing this, as he himself couldn't have thought of such things. Ashura gave him a few days off so he could buy some necessities to visit his Aunt Celine. "You can give him gold coins, but don't give him more than a few hundred. It's best to buy his Aunt Celine a shop so she can run a small business and make a living." The team drank themselves into oblivion at a bar until dawn, releasing the stress from the Warcraft forest. Even when they were drunk, the group didn't boast about their exploits in the monster forest at the bar, which reassured Ashura a lot. The team was reliable after all. The next morning, Locke couldn't wait to say goodbye to everyone and go buy things to visit his Aunt Celine, while Jera was also drunk and was picked up by her father, the vice president, in a carriage. Clay and Christine came over to say goodbye to Ashura, and the 2 of them gave him a warm hug. Christine, in particular, looked at Ashura with a strange emotion in her eyes. Ashura joked, "I know you 2 are focused on those 2 lightning leopards right now. These 2 lightning leopard cubs will also help you pass the family test. It's nice to meet you 2 siblings. I believe you will become powerful knights in the near future." Clay expressed that he highly regards Ashura as a brother and hopes that Ashura will have the opportunity to contact him in the North Sind Empire in the future. He will do his best to warmly welcome him as a brother. Christine pulled Ashura aside and asked softly, "You still won't tell me which family you belong to? Is Ashura your real name? How am I supposed to find you in the future?" A series of questions left Ashura both amused and exasperated. He said seriously, "First of all, Ashura is my real name. You don't need to guess. I'm not from any powerful family, so you don't need to question my name. I believe we will meet again in the future. I will have the opportunity to go to the North Sind Empire for training." Hearing this answer, Christine was clearly still not satisfied. She pouted and wanted to say something, but when she saw Ashura's mischievous smile, she swallowed her words. In the end, she simply tossed Ashura a token, allowing him to contact her from any knightly order in the Sind North Empire using it. Ashura accepted the token with delight and even smelled its faint fragrance, which made Christine stomp her foot in embarrassment and anger, turn around, mount her horse, and flee quickly. Seeing his younger sister, who hadn't appeared for a long time, in her usual girlish state, Clay just chuckled foolishly, winked at Ashura, gave a knight's salute, mounted his horse, and chased after his sister. Ashura then turned around and glanced at the inconspicuous girl behind him. The girl still hid her beautiful face in her light golden hair. When she saw Ashura turn around, she nervously gripped the wooden bow in her hands tightly. Ashura walked up to Luna, bent down slightly, and stared at the girl. The girl became even more nervous and at a loss. Ashura said flippantly, "Something's not right with you. You've been spying on me for ages. I know I'm great. You can pursue me openly and honestly. You don't need to keep glancing at me like this." This shameless remark actually made the girl laugh. Luna covered her mouth and chuckled as she looked at Ashura, who had a sour face. Trying hard not to laugh, she blushed and took Ashura's hand, leading him to a large tree behind the adventurer's bar. The girl's first words left Ashura speechless with shock. Luna bravely looked into Ashura's eyes and said, "Ashura, will you be my partner?" Ashura never expected Luna's first words to be so blunt. After thinking it over, he wondered if the girl was playing him for a fool. Seeing Luna's determined gaze, Ashura instantly felt that his own excellence was like the brightest star in the night, impossible to hide. Ashura casually smoothed his hair and asked, "When did you start pursuing me? Or rather, what outstanding quality of mine attracted you?" But Luna answered instantly without hesitation, "Because you drew my bow." Ashura stood there dumbfounded, completely bewildered. Luna felt an urge to laugh when she saw his dazed look, but the occasion wasn't right and she shouldn't laugh out loud. So she quickly told Ashura the whole conversation with the ancient tree of war. After hearing this, Ashura realized that he was just being delusional. Luna's attraction to him stemmed solely from his ability to draw that ordinary wooden bow. Ashura felt a little annoyed, pointed to the wooden bow on Luna's back and beckoned. Luna immediately took the wooden bow off her back and handed it to Ashura. As before, Ashura casually drew a few full circles, and to him it felt no different from any other wooden bow. Luna could see that with each draw of his bow, the arrow emitted a green halo that spread outwards. She became even more convinced of the guidance of the ancient tree of war, and her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Ashura. Ashura muttered as he drew his bow, "How could there be such a strange guide? Are you sure no one else can draw this bow? I don't feel any difficulty at all. Besides, I've never even seen what you look like. How can I just casually become your partner? My family is very traditional." Upon hearing this, Luna bit her lip, took out a green herbal ointment, applied it to her pretty face, and then tied up her light golden hair. Ashura, who was still chattering away, glanced at Luna beside him, and then watched as Luna tied up her hair, as if her soul had been ripped away. Finally, he declared with absolute certainty, "I believe the ancient tree of war is right." Chapter 114, Heart-to-Heart Talk. At this moment, Luna had tied up her light golden hair that was covering her face, and the makeup that was covering her face had been removed by the green herbal ointment, showing off the beauty of the elf to the fullest. Her delicate eyebrows curved like a crescent moon, her eyes were as clear as lake water, containing a pure light, and her fair skin shone with a faint glow. Such exquisite features made Luna extremely charming at this moment. A pair of pointed ears adds a touch of playful sexiness. As the daughter of the queen of an elven tribe, Luna was the most beautiful girl in the tribe and also very powerful. There were as many eligible male elves pursuing her as the branches of the ancient tree of war. Luna deliberately concealed her face with makeup before venturing out into the outside world, fearing that her beauty would cause unnecessary trouble. But when Luna regained her original appearance, she completely stunned Ashura. In terms of looks, Luna was no less beautiful than any woman Ashura had ever seen. Looking at the charming Luna in front of him, her big eyes full of expectation, Ashura had long since abandoned his own inner turmoil and took the initiative to lead the blushing Luna to a more secluded corner. Ashura sat down on a large roadside rock and, claiming the rock was unclean, dragged the blushing Luna onto his lap. He held the blushing beauty in his arms and listened as Luna recounted her past. This was not the first time Ashura had encountered elves. Among the nobles of the various empires, it was an honor to have a beautiful elven concubine. Ashura had even killed an elven male warrior who was fighting him in the deadly battle at the floating palace. The beauty in his arms made Ashura's heart flutter. He never expected such a good thing to happen to him. How could the young and impetuous Ashura resist such temptation? When something wonderful happens to you, your hands start to wander without you even realizing it. Luna couldn't withstand such an onslaught. The tips of her ears turned red and were covered in a fine sheen of sweat. Just as Ashura was thinking of a reason to bring the girl to the hotel, Luna suddenly said timidly, "Stop. We can't do that yet. I need to take you back to see my mother first, or she'll be unhappy." Ashura didn't stop what he was doing, but casually asked, "What happens when your mother gets angry? Does she chase after me and hit me?" Luna nodded without hesitation. Seeing that Ashura was still unmoved, she could only say in a low voice, "My mother loves me very much. She is a peak Grand Magister." As soon as he finished speaking, Ashura's large hand, which had been inside the girl's clothes, suddenly stopped, and then he quietly withdrew his hand. After tidying up the girl's clothes, he lifted her off his lap and placed her on the ground, much to Luna's puzzled look. Ashura asked with a beaming smile, "What level of power did you just say your mother was?" The innocent Luna repeated, "My mother is a peak Grand Magister, and Grandpa Ancient Tree said she will soon be promoted to Demon Saint." Ashura's lips twitched, but he still maintained his smile and said, "Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. Luna grabbed his arm and asked anxiously, "Where are you going? You can't leave me here. You weren't like this just now." Ashura thought to himself, "You didn't mention you have a Grand Magister mother just now, so how dare I touch a hair on your head?" But he said aloud, "I suddenly remembered something important, and I need to take care of it right away." Luna pouted and said unhappily, "You men are all big liars. Zyra told me to be careful of men outside the marriage, but I didn't expect you to be like that too." Ashura was stunned for a few seconds when he saw the beautiful elf's adorable appearance. He then weighed how many critical hits he could withstand from the enraged archmage, and reason prevailed over desire. Ashura shook his head and smiled bitterly, "I can't go with you to see your Grand Magister's mother right now. What I want to see most right now is my own mother." Having no other choice, Ashura patiently explained his past to the puzzled Luna, telling her why he came here to study, why he knew so much about the monster forest, and his desire for strength. He also told Luna that he currently has a relationship with two women that goes beyond friendship. Luna listened quietly to Ashura talk for more than an hour, feeling that Ashura's life was much more exciting than her own, and it seemed that being with him would bring countless new things. After hearing this, Luna asked if she should go back to her mother and help the Ashura family resolve the Blackwater family's troubles. Ashura said that his family should be fine for now. He promised to personally resolve the feud between his family and his family before he left, so he must become a strong person and then go home to face everything. Finally, Luna asked hesitantly, "You already have two partners, so what about me? What are you going to do with me?" Ashura was speechless. He looked at Luna's beautiful and perfect face and thought how prestigious it would be to bring her back to the kingdom of Olay to meet his mother, Qinlan. But when he thought about how his family had always adhered to the tradition of monogamy, and wondered if his father would make him kneel in the ancestral hall if he brought 3 beautiful daughters and wives back with him. Seeing Luna's determined look, Ashura pondered for a moment and said, "Go back to your tribe and see your mother first. After all, you've been away for a long time. If your mother agrees to our relationship, I'll see if I can find a way to get you specially admitted to St. Goban Academy." Luna asked excitedly, "Are you serious? You're willing to accept me? You're willing to let me go to the academy with you?" Ashura replied with a smile, "Wasn't I clear enough? Let me make this clear first, you can't let your archmage mother come looking for trouble with me." Luna, beaming with joy, tiptoed and kissed Ashura, then confidently declared that she could definitely persuade her mother. Ashura also started to get restless again, and the two chatted intimately until dark. Although Ashura kept trying to find various reasons to enter Luna's room, he was eventually pushed out by Luna, who was blushing. Considering the Grand Magister's imposing presence, Ashura ultimately didn't dare to force his way in. The next day, Ashura took Luna to the city of St. Goban to buy a large amount of daily necessities. This was Ashura's idea, to bring some supplies for Luna's tribe. After all, Luna didn't know how to spend the 800,000 gold coins. She purchased some daily necessities such as cloth, utensils, salt, and seasonings, filling Luna's spatial ring to the brim, but in the end, it only cost her 30,000 gold coins. Ashura took out several more magic cores he had acquired earlier, engraved explosive magic patterns on them one by one, and gave these magic cores to Luna for self-defense, including the level 5 Earth-type magic core of the Earth Bear that had almost killed him. The next day, he saw Luna off from St. Goban City with a reluctant expression, allowing her to return to her elven tribe. He told her that she could contact him at the academy when she returned to St. Goban City. After seeing Luna off, Ashura, who had no immediate plans, made a decision. He's going to Protown. He misses his dear Defi a little. Chapter 115 Underground Trade Fair. In front of an ordinary shop on a bustling street in Pro City, 7 or 8 women had already lined up outside the shop. It turned out that this shop was a clinic that specialized in treating women. The clinic had only been established in Pro City for a short time, but thanks to the beautiful and intelligent female doctor's superb medical skills, many female patients recovered quickly from their illnesses. He was especially famous among the noble ladies and young women in Pro City, so every day a steady stream of women came to see him for medical advice and treatment. It was no easy feat for a woman to achieve such success in opening a clinic in Pro City. Inevitably, some of her competitors would be jealous and try to cause trouble. Some nobles, seeing the female doctor's alluring beauty, planned to force her into their homes as a concubine. Without the female doctor even needing to respond, the troublemakers mysteriously disappeared from Pro City, causing those with ulterior motives to shrink back in fear. Inside the clinic, a young, intelligent, and beautiful woman was writing patient notes behind the consultation table, casually brushing a stray strand of hair from her forehead, which added to her charm. At this moment, Dai Fei sensed someone entering the consultation room. Without looking up, she casually asked, "Where do you feel unwell? Or do you have any chronic ailments?" But then a man's mocking voice rang out in the room, "Lovesickness. I wonder if the goddess doctor can cure it." Dai Fei suddenly looked up and saw the young man with a wicked grin on his face. She pushed aside the examination table in front of her and rushed into Ashura's arms, crying uncontrollably. Several women queuing outside the store saw a man in black exchange a few words with the waitress at the door before entering the consultation room. Several women were still speculating about the man's origins, since they had never seen him enter the consultation room before. Before they could come up with a solution, a shopmaid came out with a smile and told them that their shop was closed for the day. "Please ask these people to come back in a few days. We can reserve a consultation number for them so they can see a doctor in advance when they come for their follow-up appointment." None of the women had any serious illnesses. After hearing this, their gossipy nature outweighed their resentment at being referred for treatment, and they left the clinic in hushed tones. At this moment, Dai Fei had already been carried by Ashura into the small house in the backyard. No amount of words could express her longing for him as effectively as a vigorous performance in bed. An hour later, when the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped, Dai Fei, her hair disheveled, lay on Ashura's chest, her delicate hand gently stroking the stitched scar on her abdomen. As he listened to Ashura recount his experiences over the years, he naturally ignored the parts about other women. Dai Fei also briefly told Ashura about her recent experiences, especially the progress she had made in her medical skills, which led her to decide to turn the food shop into a women's clinic. Ashura also sensed that Dai Fei was truly talented in medicine and was considering whether to introduce her to his grandfather as an apprentice. The two of them stayed together like this until the next day. Ashura had to go out to take care of some things, and Dai Fei didn't ask any questions. She just told Ashura to come back early that night. Looking at the alluring Dai Fei at the door, Ashura felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen and quickly suppressed his thoughts, climbing over the wall and leaving the courtyard. Using his previous memories, Ashura wandered through the maze of streets until he arrived at a dark street. He then took out a black mask to cover his face and walked to a hidden door guarded by a guard. After handing the guard a gold coin, he smoothly entered the secret door and walked down the long staircase. This was the underground black market he had visited before, where he had bought the captain's prison on his wrist. Some things on the black market are illicit and offer much better value for money than those in shops in the city. Moreover, there are many strange and unusual items, and people barter here. Once they leave this place, they are strangers to each other, which makes Ashura very fond of this kind of trading market. There were even more people in the underground black market today than when he last came. Ashura wandered around the crowd and learned that there would be a major auction in the underground black market today. The organizers will put some rare items up for auction, which is why it's so popular today. Ashura was secretly pleased that he had come to the right place today. Even if he couldn't afford the auction items, he could still broaden his horizons. After considering his own assets, he realized that the 2 corpses and magic cores of level 6 magical beasts were his greatest assets, especially the level 6 magic cores with fire and wind attributes, which were still highly sought after in the market. After Ashura had been wandering around the market for an hour, a sweet voice rang out from the underground plaza, informing everyone that they could head to the auction house. Ashura followed the group to a venue resembling a theater. To enter, an additional 10 gold coins were required, which caused many masked buyers to complain. However, this also deterred many onlookers from coming in to watch the spectacle. Even so, 300 or 400 people had gathered in the arena. Ashura scanned the crowd and intuitively felt that they were all very powerful individuals. Just as the crowd was impatiently whispering and complaining, a dazzling white light suddenly shone on the stands, and a curvaceous elven beauty walked to the center of the stage. The beautiful woman, her face veiled, delivered a clear and melodious opening speech, thanking all the distinguished guests for attending and expressing her confidence that today's auction would not disappoint them. Without further ado, the first item was displayed before everyone, a suit of armor covered in fire attribute magic runes, which looked extremely domineering. In the world of kings, weapons and equipment are divided into 6 levels: common, fine, supreme, magic weapon, spirit weapon, and divine weapon. The radiant twin blades that Ashura is currently using are magical weapons, and this set of armor engraved with fire attribute magic runes is also a magical weapon, a rare treasure on the market. Moreover, this armor can cast a level 6 fire magic spell, the Fire Resistance Ring, once a day, which can knock away any powerful individuals below the level of a magic warrior or archmage. Some powerful individuals at the scene who were naturally suited to fire attribute armor were eager to participate, and the host promptly proceeded with the auction. There are 2 auction modes. One mode is based on gold coins, where whoever bids the most gold coins gets the item. The second method is to exchange goods. Whoever offers the most valuable item or the item that best suits the seller's needs will have the item auctioned off. This fire attribute magic patterned armor is auctioned using the first method, priced in gold coins. There is no reserve price. Interested buyers can bid freely, with each bid higher than the previous one. Before long, the armor was auctioned off for a high price of 500,000 gold coins, which made Ashura secretly gasp. They had such a good harvest from their trip to the monster forest, but they can only exchange it for one or two items here. In the end, the armor was bought by a burly, masked powerhouse for a high price of 680,000 gold coins. Ashura glanced at the powerhouse's physique and thought that wearing this armor would make him incredibly powerful. It's a pity that this armor is a men's version. If it were a women's version, Ashura would really consider buying it and giving it to Magina. Ashura had kept in mind that the soft armor Magina had lent him was damaged by the Earth Bear. He will repay the kindness shown to him 100-fold. If you enjoyed this, please give it a 5-star rating. Your encouragement is my motivation to update more frequently. Chapter 116 Spatial Magic Flash. Over the next period of time, the host took out various treasures, including weapons, martial arts techniques, medicines, and magical beasts. The enthusiasm at the scene was high, and the transaction amount was also rising steadily. Ashura made several bids, but was quickly overtaken by the next bidder. So he stopped participating unless he had a particular item he liked, as it was difficult to find a bargain in an auction with hundreds of people. But when the beautiful host took out a yellow rank magic item, Ashura instantly lost his composure. The beautiful elven host said, "This yellow rank magic is a spatial magic called Flash. Its effect is to allow the magician to move a certain distance instantly. The distance moved depends on the magician's level." The beautiful host had just finished her brief introduction, but the audience showed little interest. First of all, there are few mages, and even fewer spatial mages. This is also a type of evasion magic, which is far less valuable than combat magic. Furthermore, the host didn't explain how far this teleportation spell can teleport, which probably isn't very far, making the skill seem rather useless. The host couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed by the reactions of the audience, but since it was a yellow rank magic, she continued to introduce it. This magic skill was sold by a seller who asked us to sell it on his behalf. The seller wanted to use a barter method and urgently needed the corpse of a level 6 or higher wind attribute magical beast, which had to be in good condition and without any damage. Anyone who has a wind attribute magical beast corpse that meets the requirements can come up on stage to exchange. This still required a barter system, which further dampened the enthusiasm of the audience. Several loud voices shouted, "Hurry up and move on to the next treasure. Don't waste your time here." The host was speechless at the noisy scene. If the seller hadn't had a good relationship with the person behind the venue, this yellow rank magic book wouldn't have made it to the auction. Just as she was about to bite the bullet and say something to stir up the atmosphere, a hoarse voice rang out, "I have a level 6 magical beast, the lightning leopard, that I just killed. I don't know if it meets the exchange requirements." A tall, thin, masked strongman, carrying a single-edged sword wrapped in black cloth on his back, slowly walked to the center stage. The newcomer was none other than Ashura. While others scorned this magical skill book, he regarded it as a treasure and was determined to obtain it. He was currently worried about how to use his spatial magic. Furthermore, the lightning leopard he had just picked up from the monster in the monster forest was a level 6 wind attribute monster, which perfectly matched the seller's requirements. The single sword wrapped in black cloth on his back was just a trick he used to deceive everyone. As Ashura walked forward, before the host could even speak, a short, masked powerhouse jumped out from the shadows behind the center stage. Judging from the gray beard peeking out from under the mask, this man was no young. The masked old man glanced at Ashura and then impatiently shouted, "Boy, you said you just killed a level 6 magical beast, the lightning leopard? Is that true? Where is the body?" Presumably, the old man who suddenly appeared was the seller. Ashura did not rush to answer his question but instead looked at the beautiful host on the stage. The beautiful host quickly explained that this was the seller and that they could communicate directly with the seller. Ashura then took the lightning leopard's corpse out of his storage belt and threw it onto the platform. He had never worn or opened the storage ring he obtained from Guys, for fear of causing himself unnecessary trouble. When the more than 5-meter-long corpse of the lightning leopard appeared on the center stage, everyone below the stage gasped and looked at Ashura with more awe. A powerful individual capable of killing a level 6 magical beast, the lightning leopard, is undoubtedly strong. Even the old seller on the stage nodded seriously to Ashura upon seeing this, and then carefully examined the corpse of the lightning leopard. Ashura then put on the airs of a powerful figure, enjoying the admiring gazes of the crowd. He stared intently at the shrewd eyes of the elderly seller on the stage, and when he saw the barely suppressed joy in the old man's eyes, he knew that the deal was done. After examining the lightning leopard's corpse, the old man on the platform stood up and asked indifferently, "Indeed, it's the corpse of a level 6 lightning leopard, and it was killed less than a month ago. The body is well preserved. You killed it by slicing open its belly, right? So, where is the lightning leopard's magic core? Quickly hand it over to me to complete the transaction." Ashura frowned and said unhappily, "You said the corpse of a level 6 wind attribute magical beast, not the magic core. Why should I give you the magic core?" The masked old man insisted, "The demon core is of course part of the corpse. If you don't give it to me, wouldn't I be at a huge loss?" Ashura chuckled after hearing this, "Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I've already given away the magic core. It seems I'm destined to never have that magic skill." With that, he prepared to put the lightning leopard's corpse back into his storage space. But the masked old man pressed down on the lightning leopard's head with one hand. Ashura narrowed his eyes, looked at the old man, and asked lightly, "What do you want to do? Rob me?" The old man was so frightened by this simple sentence that he quickly withdrew his hand. After all, Ashura was now a powerful figure capable of killing level 6 magical beasts, and no one could tell his martial arts level before he made a move. Ashura guessed that the old man's strength was not high, otherwise he would not have traded goods to acquire the corpse of a level 6 magical beast, and would have gone to the magical beast forest to hunt it himself. The old man, realizing he had somewhat lost his composure, coughed lightly. His face was hidden by a mask, so it was impossible to tell whether he was blushing or not. He said, seemingly very reluctantly, "Since no one else has a more suitable level 6 or higher wind attribute magical beast corpse than you, then even though you are missing a magic core, I'll consider it a loss and exchange it with you." Ashura cursed inwardly, "You old bastard, trying to outsmart me." On the surface, however, he still chuckled twice in that hoarse voice. The elderly seller suddenly felt a little embarrassed and quickly turned to the beautiful, elfin-looking host for help. The host was quite experienced and immediately mediated the situation with a few words, restoring a harmonious atmosphere before the exchange of items between the two parties was completed. The old man, delighted with the sight of the lightning leopard's corpse, vanished into the shadows behind the stage without looking back. Ashura, meanwhile, followed the waiter to the side and retrieved the magic skill book, Flash. The waiter also gave Ashura a messenger token, indicating that their venue would protect the safety of buyers of the treasures sold at auction within Pro City. Anyone who dares to snatch the auction treasures in Pro City is considered an enemy of their underground auction house, and they will give the buyers justice. But once they left Pro City, they stopped caring about it, and the messenger token lost its meaning. Ashura nodded to indicate that he understood and put both items into his storage space. Suppressing his inner elation, he walked to his previous spot in the stands. Chapter 117: An unsettling sense of familiarity. After completing the transaction, Ashura wanted to leave now, but he was afraid that someone with ulterior motives would be watching him, and he also wanted to continue to see if any other treasures would appear to broaden his horizons. So he planned to walk out of the underground trading hall with the crowd after the auction. But as the next treasure appeared, a familiar sense of unease gave him a restless feeling of crisis. Seeing that the atmosphere had become a bit dull due to the spatial magic skill in the previous round, the beautiful host immediately spoke with a warm and enthusiastic voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, what follows is the highlight of our auction. Please pay close attention, as this may be a tremendous opportunity for you." The audience immediately fixed their eyes on the central stage, and even Ashura was intrigued and looked at the beautiful host. When the elven beauty saw that everyone's eyes were on her again, she smiled charmingly and picked up an ancient scroll handed to her by a waiter. The host announced in a pleasant voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, this scroll is ancient. According to our auction house's elders' research, it is a treasure map, and moreover, a treasure map about a divine artifact." As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of surprise erupted from the audience. The only known artifacts on the king's continent, whether weapons or equipment, were only worthy of being possessed by the most powerful individuals. Ashura knows of only a dozen or so divine artifacts across the entire king's continent. The treasure map in the female host's hand may foreshadow the birth of a brand new magical artifact. This made everyone in the audience's eyes burn with desire. Even if they couldn't possess it themselves, the resources they could obtain by selling it to top experts would be enough to make them superior to others. However, there are many shrewd individuals among the experts present. Why would the auction house put such a precious treasure map up for auction? These powerful figures stared silently at the host in the arena, and some even let out disdainful sneers. Seeing the various expressions on the faces of the crowd, the host on stage steadied himself and continued, "This treasure map is indeed a map of the location where a divine artifact is buried, but this treasure map is incomplete. What I have in my hand now is only a part of it. Our elders have deduced that there are 3 treasure maps that can be combined to form a complete treasure map. With the complete treasure map, we can find the lost artifact." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, feeling quite disappointed. Several masked men, who clearly couldn't afford the treasure map and were just there to watch the show, started jeering. The beautiful host on the central stage remained calm and composed despite the reactions from the audience. After the murmurs subsided, he said quietly, "Our auction house has already found out the whereabouts of the second treasure map. The person who bought this treasure map will be told the whereabouts of the second treasure map free of charge. As for the last treasure map, that depends on your luck, sirs." These words shocked everyone present, reigniting their enthusiasm. It was a treasure map containing a divine artifact, and there was even information about a second treasure map. All the powerful figures present were green with envy. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, the beautiful host shouted to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, the bidding will now begin. The highest bidder wins. The starting price is 1 million gold coins. Let's begin." This was the first item in the entire event to have a reserve price, a price that left Ashura scratching his head in disbelief. But then, a black-robed man diagonally in front of Ashura shouted out a price of 2 million gold coins in a strange voice. The bid silenced the room as everyone turned to look for the person who had immediately offered 2 million gold coins. Other powerful players didn't pay much attention and continued to raise their bids. But Ashura stared intently at the black-robed man who had just bid 2 million. This black-robed man also wore wide robes and sleeves, and was not tall. In fact, he was somewhat hunched over. The hood of his cloak completely concealed his face. But Ashura always felt a sense of familiarity about this person, a familiarity that made Ashura feel uncomfortable and extremely vigilant, because years of combat experience had made Ashura's sixth sense for danger exceptionally sensitive. Ashura's nerves were on edge as he stared intently at the man in black robes. When the man raised his hand again to signal the announcement of a bid of 3 million gold coins, Ashura noticed a pair of black sun and moon tattoos on a small section of his arm that was exposed by the raised hand. Ashura instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He knew why he felt a sense of familiarity with this person. He was the member of the mysterious organization Bloodzin, who had tried to ambush the dwarf caravan on his way to the academy years ago. The tattoo design left a deep impression on him. The black-robed man diagonally in front of him, seeing another powerful figure raising the bid, chuckled softly, "He, this is too interesting. I'll see who dares to take this treasure map in the end, he." Although the sound was faint, Ashura, who was watching him intently, heard it clearly and felt a chill run down his spine. Ashura immediately scanned the venue. With the aid of his mental power, he discovered dozens of suspicious black-robed figures scattered throughout the venue, which startled him. Even when facing the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, Ashura had never felt this panicked. But given the current situation, he knew that these black-robed men were bound to cause trouble tonight. So, ignoring the increasingly heated bidding atmosphere, Ashura turned around and walked out as if nothing had happened, clutching a wind power rune tightly in his hand, ready to increase his speed and escape at any time. As he ascended the stairs leading to the ground, he even sensed several black-robed figures approaching the bottom of the stairs behind him. Ashura inwardly thanked himself for the close call and quickly made his way back down to the ground. The moment his foot touched the ground through the hidden door, Ashura's heart finally eased slightly. He glanced at the guards at the door, wondering if he should warn them of the danger so they could prepare in advance. Before he could even speak, a violent explosion and shouts of shock and anger erupted from underground. The faint sound of a maniacal laugh could also be heard, and a red light could be seen flashing through the cracks in the hidden door. Ashura and the guards at the door instantly became serious, both knowing that something must have happened down below. Before the group could make any further moves, several men in black robes emerged from the street corner and ruthlessly attacked the guards. The 4 guards at the entrance instantly engaged the black-robed men in combat. Ashura sensed that the guards were all powerful martial artists of the same level as himself, but he was not gaining the upper hand in their fight against the black-robed men, which made him slightly alarmed. The black-robed figures who came this time were much stronger than the ones they encountered last time. And this was just the one guarding the entrance on the ground. One can only imagine how powerful the black-robed figures in the underground trading venue would be. Ashura couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Just as Ashura was about to leave, a man in black robes spotted him, grinning and brandishing a scythe-like weapon as he lunged at Ashura. Upon seeing this, Ashura immediately drew his twin swords, radiant light, instantly unleashing their dazzling golden brilliance. The black-robed man covered his face and screamed as he staggered backward. When he regained his sight and looked back, Ashura was nowhere to be seen. The man in black robes cursed angrily a few times, then turned to join his accomplices in attacking the guards at the door. Chapter 118: The Battle of Pro City. Ashura, who had slipped away, did not go far. Instead, he lay on a roof ridge not far away, observing the situation at the entrance of the underground trading fair. He wasn't unable to defeat the black-robed man who lunged at him, but rather he knew that this place was not safe to stay in for long, as being held back might lead to unforeseen events. After all, he had already clashed with the mysterious organization Blood Chaos, the black-robed man, and he was still too weak at the moment. The dazzling golden light not only repelled the men in black robes, but was also particularly noticeable in the pitch-black night, serving as a warning. Ashura could already see the city defense forces of Pro City rushing towards them from his vantage point. However, the guards at the entrance could not hold out any longer and were about to be surrounded and killed. So far, no one had been found to have escaped from the underground plaza, which made Ashura both shocked and furious. Just how powerful are these men in black robes? There are over 300 strong individuals below them, not even counting the guards of the underground trading hall. Ashura, lying on the roof, could feel a slight tremor from the ground, likely caused by the aftershocks of the battle. It seemed the battle underground was quite intense. Ashura pondered for a moment, then silently chanted a magic incantation and unleashed several bolts of lightning as thick as bowls towards the entrance of the underground trading hall. Hearing the exclamations and curses coming from the doorway, Ashura quickly changed direction and observed the roof ridge from a more distant point. Several bolts of lightning severely injured the black-robed men who had been dominating the fight. In particular, the black-robed man who had tried to attack Ashura with his scythe had his right arm visibly ruined, charred, and emitting smoke as he wailed in pain. The lightning also guided the arriving city defense troops. The first city defense troops to arrive had already engaged the wounded black-robed man at the gate, and the city's powerful figures were also rushing here. In particular, a terrifying aura rushed in from the direction of the city lord's mansion. Ashura knew that it must be the city lord of Pro City, Lord Gadillo, who had the strength of a great demon martial master. Just as Ashura was about to leave quietly, the door to the underground trading hall was smashed open from the inside out, and a burly man in black robes grabbed an old man with a white beard and lifted him into the air before crashing through the door and rushing out. More than 20 men in black robes, covered in blood, followed behind and filed out. The city defense troops who rushed to the gate were instantly killed, with most of them killed. Just as the man in black robes was about to unleash a massacre, a purple light suddenly shot out from mid-air and struck several times. The heads of the black-robed men at the forefront exploded like watermelons in an instant. The remaining black-robed men, filled with shock and anger, quickly hid behind the burly leader. Looking up into the air, one could see a tall, refined middle-aged man holding a purple spear, hovering in mid-air, staring at the group of black-robed men below with an unfriendly expression. Ashura guessed that this person was Gadiro, the city lord of Pro City, and that the spear in his hand was a famous spiritual weapon called Purple Dragon, which was said to contain the soul of a dragon. Before City Lord Gadillo could speak, the burly man in black robes below sneered, "Gadillo, you're too slow. Did you just get up from your still attractive wife's belly? We haven't seen you make a move all these years. Have you been using all your energy on women?" Upon hearing this, the black-robed figures below let out grating, eerie laughter. However, the city lord, Gadillo, remained unfazed, though the purple of the spear in his hand grew even more intense. The city lord, Gadiro, rang out with his magnetic voice, "Why do you cowardly rats come to my Pro City to cause trouble? Do you have a death wish? Kneel down and surrender at once, or I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs." The black-robed man below instantly lost much of his arrogance. The intimidation of a grand magic martial master who could levitate was not something anyone could directly confront. The burly man in black robes, however, tossed the old man in his arms to the men in black robes behind him like a dead dog, and said nonchalantly, "Since we dare to come to your city on business, we are not afraid of offending you, the city lord. This old man has something we want. Let us take him away, and we will leave quickly, how about that?" Gadillo glanced at the dying old man and knew he was the grand elder of this underground trading guild, possessing the formidable strength of a magister. They often met in private. Being able to hold an underground trade fair in Pro City means that the annual fee he, as the city lord, receives is not a small sum. If the man in black robes takes him away like this, where will he put his face as the city lord? Who would want to do business with him in Pro City in the future? Therefore, Lord Gadillo didn't waste any more words. He held his spear horizontally, and a purple dragon phantom behind him flapped its wings and roared. The powerful pressure made everyone afraid to look him in the eye. Ashura, lurking in the shadows of the rooftop, felt his blood surging. The power of the great demon warrior was terrifying. Ashura's desire for power grew even stronger, and he fantasized about standing in mid-air, looking down on everyone. The black-robed leader merely frowned, slipped his weapon, a pair of blood-red brass knuckles, onto his hand, and his aura instantly surged. A phantom image of a giant crimson tiger materialized behind him. The burly man in the black robe grinned maliciously and shouted, "Gadolo, let me see if you've been practicing your marksmanship on women's bellies all these years. Take this punch." The burly man in black robes sprang up instantly, unleashing a powerful punch at Lord Gadillo, who was suspended in mid-air. Lord Gadillo also looked solemn as he brandished his purple dragon spear and clashed with the burly man in black robes. With a loud bang, the two men were forced back 3 steps in mid-air, looking at the burly man in black robes who could also hover in mid-air. Lord Gadillo was both shocked and furious. This person was actually a powerful grand magician. No wonder he dared to openly challenge him. But he felt a sense of familiarity with this person. Suppressing his doubts, Gadillo engaged in battle again with the burly man in black robes who charged at him. The battle between the powerful grandmasters was truly spectacular. Ashura, who was watching from below, had eyes full of admiration, as if he had learned a lot, but also seemed unable to grasp the essence. At this moment, the two people above were fiercely exchanging blows, while the black-robed man below was also fighting with the city defense troops. However, the city's garrison is clearly no match for them, but they have the advantage of numbers and are skilled in battle. Among them are several generals who are also very powerful. Neither side can do anything to the other at the moment. At that moment, the burly man in black robes in mid-air unleashed an extremely ruthless punch, sending the city Lord Gadillo flying. The spikes of his brass knuckles stained Gadillo's left shoulder red. But Lord Gadillo, disregarding his injuries, exclaimed in shock and anger, "Star-shattering fist? How do you know this combat technique? Who exactly are you?" The burly man in black robes, hovering in mid-air opposite him, sneered, "Didn't expect that, did you, Gadillo? The combat technique you gave me back then can actually injure you now. What a karmic retribution. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Gadillo exclaimed in shock, "You're Brule? You're still alive?" The burly man in black robes opposite him suddenly pulled off his hood, revealing a bald head covered in scars. Staring at City Lord Gadillo with resentment, he said, "You actually still remember me, General Gadillo? I'm truly honored. It wasn't for nothing that I've spent the last 10 years thinking about how to kill you, ha ha." Chapter 119 Past Grudges. Upon seeing that familiar face, a past he didn't want to recall resurfaced in Gadillo's mind. The burly man in black robes in front of him was named Braun, a close friend of Gadillo's from his time in the army. The Valenci Empire had been engaged in continuous warfare, and it was in this environment that Gadillo rapidly grew and rose to power. He eventually became a leading general with the powerful strength of a magic warrior, while Braun was his personal guard captain with the strength of a third-level magic warrior, always protecting him and serving him faithfully. Although Braun was not as strong as Gadillo, he was still brave and loyal in battle. The two were very close, like brothers, and often drank and talked about everything together. This city of Pro was also the place where Brule was the first warrior to set foot on the city wall as the vanguard. But while Braun is fine as a brother, he has a fatal flaw: he's a womanizer. After taking Pro City, he celebrated with his men by drinking heavily. Despite Gadillo's repeated orders that military discipline must not disturb the people, the drunken Braun still stormed into a local noble's mansion. After killing several angry and defiant men in the mansion, the blood further fueled the drunken Braun, who laughed as he raped and murdered several young women in the mansion. This incident immediately caused a sensation in the post-war city of Pro. The nobleman, who had been so humiliated, went to Gadillo and demanded that he severely punish the murderer, or he would use his connections to find a powerful minister in the Valencian Empire to handle the matter. At this time, General Gadillo needed both the support of the local nobles and the strict adherence to the military discipline he had established. They had no choice but to reluctantly arrest Braun and bring him to the army headquarters. By this time, Braun had sobered up and realized he had made a grave mistake and was about to face military law. He was so frightened that he trembled like a leaf. Bound by chains and led to the main hall of the army, where he knelt down, Braun looked at his elder brother, General Gadillo, with a pleading expression, begging Gadillo to spare his life out of consideration for their past relationship, promising that he would atone for his crimes through meritorious service. However, under pressure from various parties, Gadillo, standing on the high platform in the army, suppressed his grief and ordered that Braun be executed after being whipped 100 times with fire vine whips. The fire vine whip is a whip made from a vine plant found in the monster forest. It contains toxins, and when it strikes a person, it causes a burning pain and leaves a mark. It is used to teach those who make mistakes in the army a lesson. Unable to bear hearing Bron's wails, Godillo suppressed his grief, gave the order, and turned to leave the camp. Meanwhile, Bron was tied to a pillar in the camp by the military discipline officer and whipped severely. The pain from the fire-vine whip pierced Bron's soul. Instead of reflecting on the crimes he had committed, he resented Godillo, whom he regarded as his brother, for refusing to spare his life. Just as the 70th or so lashes were being delivered, a sudden downpour began. Upon seeing this, the military discipline officer and guards suspended the execution and retreated to a nearby tent to take shelter from the rain. But after an hour, when the rain stopped, they found that Bron had disappeared without a trace, and the iron chains binding him had broken into several pieces and were lying on the ground. The military discipline officer immediately reported to General Godillo and led his men to hunt down Bron. Bron, who was severely bruised and battered, fled for 4 days before finally being caught up by his pursuers at a cliff. Outnumbered and unable to escape, Bron leaped into the bottomless abyss just before he was captured. Godillo, who had been holding back from taking action, witnessed the entire process from a short distance away. He glanced at the cliff and then ordered his troops to retreat to camp. From then on, Godillo was also appointed as the Lord of Pro City, and Bron disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought he had died deep in that canyon. But now, seeing Bron standing alive in front of him, with the whip marks on his face left by the fire-vine whip, Lord Godillo was filled with mixed feelings. He wanted to say something to explain, but he silently kept his mouth shut. But Bron, seemingly harboring endless resentment, said with a ferocious expression, "Godillo, you didn't expect this, did you? You didn't expect I'm still alive, you didn't expect I'd be at the same martial arts level as you, did you? Ha ha ha. For so many years, I've wanted to come back and take revenge, to see you, the city lord of Pro City who rose to power by betraying your brothers. The whip marks on my body have been preserved to this day, so that I won't forget the grudge from back then. Today, I'm going to trample you under my feet and smear your hypocritical face." Bron laughed like a madman. Lord Godillo looked at his former brother before him, and in the end only let out a melancholy sigh. He then stopped talking, his aura suddenly changed, and he thrust his spear tip toward Bron. When Bron fought Godillo again, he discovered that Godillo's gun was more than twice as fast. Godillo's knuckle duster was a short-range weapon and he could not get close at all. Several times, he was almost pierced through the throat by the tip of the gun. Bron's fear was even greater, and fine sweat even appeared on his forehead. After surviving a fall from a cliff, Bron joined the Blood Clan by chance and rapidly improved his strength through secret techniques. Last month, he finally broke through to the first level of the Great Magic Warrior realm. Eager for revenge, he couldn't wait to join this operation. But the current battle situation made him realize that Godillo's strength was at least at the second level of a Grand Magician. He was filled with resentment, but he was increasingly exhausted from dealing with Godillo's unpredictable spear thrusts, and his body was covered with wounds of all sizes. He knew Godillo too well. Godillo had a family heirloom yellow rank martial skill, the Shattering Star Spear, which he had not yet used. If he used it now, he would surely be defeated. He knew the power of the Shattering Star Spear all too well, because Godillo had passed on to him a family-inherited yellow rank martial art, the Shattering Star Fist, which had benefited him for life. Godillo's family-inherited martial arts were truly formidable. When Bron saw Godillo's purple dragon spear growing increasingly purple, he could no longer contain himself and shouted at the black-robed figures on the ground, "Elder Jess, why aren't you making a move?" Upon hearing this, Godillo's spirits lifted, and he glanced down at the battlefield. He saw a dark light fly out from the ranks of the black-robed men on the ground and quickly envelop his body. No matter how Godillo used his agility to dodge or how he attacked with his spear, it was all in vain. The dark light swiftly entered the body of Lord Godillo. City Lord Godillo saw his body sway in mid-air, seemingly struggling to regain control of his suspended form. His face darkened as he looked down at the black-robed man and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Despicable!" A hoarse, eerie laugh rang out, and a hunched-over man in black robes slowly hovered in mid-air. Azura, hiding in the shadows below, immediately recognized him as the same man in black robes who had made the offer diagonally in front of him. Unexpectedly, he was also a powerful expert at the level of a Grand Magician or above. No wonder so many powerful people underground did not escape. This made Azura very glad that he made the choice at that time. All that could be heard was Godillo shouting angrily, "And who are you? What have you done to me?" Perhaps it was because of the darkness, but Azura felt that black demonic patterns were appearing and disappearing on Lord Godillo's face, and even the purple dragon spear in his hand seemed to have dimmed somewhat. Chapter 120 Shaman. The hunched figure in black robes slowly took out a jet-black skull from mid-air. He said calmly, "Lord Godillo, you don't need to know who I am. We have no prior grudges. It's just that you have become a stumbling block for our organization. If you move aside now, we can remain safe. Otherwise, you might perish here due to the curse. He. Upon hearing this, Lord Godillo exclaimed in shock and anger, "A curse? You're a shaman? How dare such a filthy creature as you enter the Valenci Empire?" Azura, who was hiding in the shadows not far away, was also shocked. He learned of the existence of shamans from books in the Academy Library. They were a group of mysterious people in the monster forest outside the Sin North Empire. They live among magical beasts and feed on poisonous creatures. They are similar to mages, but they wield curses and control, and have no combat abilities of their own. The more magical runes a person has on their body, the stronger they are. Shamans have always been hostile to humans, often using them for curse experiments and even controlling magical beasts to unleash hordes that massacre cities. Therefore, various empires deeply resented shamans, and killing a shaman would earn a high reward from the empire. But the shaman in front of us dared to penetrate deep into the Valenci Empire and even provoke the city lord in a city. It seems that this organization called Bloodstained is far more powerful and evil than we imagined. The shaman named Jess didn't even glance at Godillo, but merely toyed with the black skull in his hand, the wisps of black energy emanating from the skull connecting with Lord Godillo. Shaman Jess casually said, "You must be feeling terrible right now, Lord Godillo. How much of your fighting strength do you have left? Make way, we'll only take that old man with us. He has what we want and information. That old bastard is incredibly stubborn, I'll make him suffer the most curses." After hearing this, Braun wanted to argue, but a glare from Shaman Jess silenced him, and he looked at Lord Godillo across from him with resentment. Lord Godillo hesitated. He was in a really bad state. He was cursed and probably only had 60% of his strength left. Moreover, the more he used his blood and chi, the greater the influence of the curse became. Just as he was hesitating, the long-bearded old man who had been unconscious and controlled in the street below suddenly sprang up, casually unleashing an instant-cast magic scroll that resisted fire rings, sending the two black-robed men guarding him flying. Several high-level instant-cast magic scrolls were thrown into the crowd, and the scene was immediately thrown into chaos by the magic. Several black-robed men who were nearby died on the spot. Upon seeing this, Brule and Jess were shocked and furious, and immediately tried to turn around and grab the old man. However, streaks of spear light, like meteors, struck the two standing together. Braun immediately shielded the shaman Jess, who was unable to fight, and endured the attack of the greatly weakened yellow-rank martial skill, shattering Star Spear, while inwardly groaning in despair. The shaman Jess behind him looked down at the dust-filled streets bombarded by magic, but couldn't find any trace of the long-bearded old man for the time being. Enraged, they realized that their meticulously planned robbery had gone awry. How were they going to explain this to their organization? Thus, his malice surged, and he took out the black skull and cast another curse to weaken Godillo's strength. As he silently chanted the incantation, a red beam of light shot out from the black skull and shone on Braun, who was standing in front of him. Bloom's eyes immediately turned bloodshot, and his muscles bulged and blood vessels protruded. He charged at Lord Godillo like a madman, launching a brutal attack on Godillo despite his own injuries. Lord Godillo was also under immense pressure, forced to retreat step by step. He couldn't unleash the full power of his spear in close combat and was struggling to hold on in a rather disheveled state. This sudden turn of events left Azura, who was secretly watching, dumbfounded. Before he could even react, he saw an old man with a long beard stumble and run toward the house where he was hiding. Before Ashura could decide whether to change his hiding place, he saw the old man take out an item from his storage ring and hide it in a crack in the stone in front of the house. Then, without stopping, he turned around and ran in another direction. Ashura's heart suddenly skipped a few beats, and he couldn't help but wonder what the old man was hiding. It must have been something the Bloodstained organization forced him to hand over. Could it be that treasure map? Before Ashura could calm his inner turmoil, a figure was slammed from mid-air to the ground, crashing into a house on one side. Ashura suddenly looked up at the sky and saw only the figures of Braun and Jess in black robes. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Oh no, Lord Godillo must have been defeated." In mid-air, Braun, who looked like a madman, roared like an enraged bear, seemingly out of control. His body was covered in gunshot wounds and blood stained half of his body, but he seemed to feel no pain. Just as he was about to plunge down from mid-air to kill Lord Godillo, the shaman Jess withdrew the red light from his body in feigned anger, saying, "Fool, don't worry about Godillo, go and capture the Grand Elder of the underground black market first. Don't let that old bastard get away." Once the red light was removed, Brulon instantly became as weak and listless as a deflated balloon, seemingly in worse condition than Lord Godillo. He looked at the shaman just beside him with dissatisfaction and fear in his eyes, but finally gritted his teeth and chased after the long-bearded elder. The shaman Jess in the air glanced at Brown with disdain, seeing him as nothing more than a magical beast that he could control. Did he really think that he used secret methods to help him improve his strength because the organization saw his potential? He's just a dog within the organization. He then stopped paying attention to Braun and instead activated the Black Skull to unleash its negative effects, continuing to harass Lord Gadillo, who was trying to crawl out of the ruins. Seeing that neither side was paying attention to him, Ashura tried several times to step out of the shadows to see what treasure was hidden in the crevice of the stone, but he ultimately restrained himself. The Grand Magician's power terrified him. If he made any rash moves and the Black Robed Man sensed them, he would surely lose his life. Moreover, it's unknown whether there are other powerful figures like him secretly watching this place, or whether there are any other powerful figures among the Black-Robed Men secretly controlling everything in the arena. He could see that the injured white-bearded old man had been caught up by Brule and cornered in a closed alley. Even with the amplification of wind power, an injured mage could not outrun a martial artist, especially one who was a whole level higher. Although he was weak, Braun grinned as he walked toward the old man. He had already planned to break all four of the old man's limbs first, so that the old man wouldn't have any other ideas. Knowing he was doomed, the old man straightened his slightly hunched back, as if tidying up his noble appearance as a magician. He roared at Brown, "You bastards will die a horrible death. The Underground Merchant Guild will avenge me. You won't get anything from me." After saying that, he took out a level 7 Hellfire instant cast magic scroll and pressed it to his chest. Immediately, boundless flames filled the entire street. The long-bearded old man and everything around him turned into dust in the sea of fire. Chapter 121 Hot Potato. As the sea of fire rose, the shaman Jess, suspended in midair, angrily cursed, "Damn it, you idiot. You can't even handle something this simple. You're driving me crazy." Because he was too close, Brulin was also burned by the hellfire magic, which only a great mage could cast. His chest was charred black and emitted a faint smell of burning. He knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Shaman Jess was even more enraged upon seeing this, and roared in midair, "Go and find where that old man's spatial ring is. Find it for me right now, or you'll all die." The remaining 7 or 8 men in black robes immediately disregarded the lingering heat of the fire and rushed inside to search. A moment later, a man in black robes, holding a mithril spatial ring that had been heated until it melted and deformed, quickly ran to the feet of the shaman Jess. "Elder Jess, the spatial ring has been found, but..." Before the kneeling man in black robes could finish speaking tremblingly, Jess fell from midair and snatched the spatial ring that was still radiating high temperatures. Seeing the severely damaged spatial ring, Jess knew that most of the things inside were probably gone. He then kicked the black-robed man kneeling on the ground, turned his head and glanced at Brule, who was still kneeling on the ground panting, and Gadillo, who had just crawled up from the ruins. Shaman Jess seemed to have endless rage to vent. The organization would surely punish them, and the thought of the blood-stained organization's tortures sent chills down his spine. But he knew it was all in vain. The robbery plan had completely failed, so he shouted out a single word in utter despair: "Retreat." The remaining 7 or 8 men in black robes then lifted up Braun and followed Elder Jess quickly toward the city gate. Just as the disheveled Lord Gadillo and the city guards were about to give chase, the priest Jess at the front threw a level 7 magic scroll, Chaos Barrier, at them. In an instant, darkness enveloped the entire area. Within the chaotic barrier, there was no light, no direction, and no distinction between friend and foe. Even the city lord of Gadillo, who was in poor condition, dared not act rashly. Reluctantly, he ordered, "All personnel, retreat in an orderly manner. Do not pursue." The city defense troops then slowly withdrew from the chaotic barrier, while the black-robed men had already blasted open the tightly closed city gates and fled. Lord Gadillo was so enraged by the devastation of the streets that he nearly vomited blood. He felt he would become a laughingstock among the other city lords and vowed to make those men in black robes pay. He immediately issued a military order to extinguish the still burning flames and go to the underground trading market to rescue people. "We'll tally the losses tomorrow, report tonight's events to the Valenci Empire, and issue an imperial bounty. Pro City will offer a reward of 100,000 gold coins for anyone who can provide clues about these men in black robes." Immediately afterwards, Lord Gadillo flew back to the city lord's mansion to recuperate. Judging from his flying posture, he was seriously injured tonight. At this time, the city's defense troops were busy working on this street. Ashura remained quietly hidden in the shadows, watching the crack in the stone where the old man had hidden his things, while the city guards carried out corpses one by one from the underground trading hall. Especially when the body of the beautiful elven host was carried out, one could guess from her terrified expression how frightened she had been. Ashura sighed inwardly that the world had lost another beautiful woman. A dozen survivors were also rescued from underground by the city defense forces. They were all skilled at hiding, and either they hid quickly or pretended to be dead while lying in a pile of corpses, which allowed them to escape the calamity. They came out weeping and wailing, showing no dignity whatsoever. It seems the underground was truly a hellish scene. Ashura shook his head inwardly. What a great underground black market trading location was gone just like that. It seemed he would have to find another city to trade in the future. The city defense troops were busy until dawn before they were basically finished. After a night of hard work, they sealed the gates of the underground trade fair. After leaving a small squad to guard the gate, the rest of them went back to camp to rest, grumbling and cursing. Meanwhile, Ashura remained motionless in the shadows until the sun rose, and the golden sunlight shone into the street, almost reaching the crack in the stone where the old man had hidden something. Ashura leaped down like a ghost, reached into the crack in the stone, and quickly left the quiet street. When Ashura darted over the wall and returned to Dai Fei's small courtyard, he saw the girl with red, swollen eyes rushing into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Ashura quickly patted the girl's back, carried her into the bedroom, carefully observed the surroundings, and then closed the door. With red eyes, Dai Fei said, "Where were you yesterday when I told you to come back early? I heard explosions and fighting all night, even the city lord joined the battle." The city defense army was shouting in the streets that no one was allowed to go out, or they would be killed without mercy. "Do you know how worried I was about you? Why? The hardest thing to bear is the kindness of a beautiful woman, and Ashura knew that the beauty before him was doing it for his own good. So without further explanation, accompanied by the birdsong and cicada chirps of the early morning, they got to work and finally exhausted Dai Fei, who hadn't slept all night, to sleep. Ashura, however, walked energetically to a corner of the desk. After sensing with his mental power once again whether anyone was around, he took out the treasure hidden in the crevice of the stone from his storage space. Just as he had expected, it was the incomplete treasure map of the divine artifact that was at the auction. It seemed that what the man in black wanted was this treasure map, and the information he wanted was information about another treasure map. The old man with the long beard refused to hand it over even at the cost of his life. "Now that the treasure map is in my hands, I hope that the bloodstained organization will no longer have any ulterior motives regarding this treasure map." Thinking of this, Ashura quickly opened the ancient treasure map. It was made of the hide of some animal, and it was covered with a large number of lines and words, which matched the information announced at the auction. "This treasure map is incomplete. It is missing 2 more pieces to complete it." This left Ashura speechless. The information on the other treasure map also became a secret with the death of that old man. His own treasure map was meaningless and could not be traded, otherwise it would bring him endless trouble. The treasure in his hands had become a hot potato, leaving Ashura somewhat amused and exasperated. With his extraordinary memory, Ashura quickly memorized all the information on the treasure map. He was about to take it to the candlelight and burn it, but then hesitated and put it back into his storage space. Ashura could hear the city guards outside shouting as they searched house to house for suspicious persons and questioned the man in black robes for clues. Ashura knew he couldn't stay there any longer, so he shook Dai Fei awake and told her that there was an urgent matter at his school that required him to go back. Under Dai Fei's resentful gaze, he repeatedly promised to stay longer next time he came, and persuaded Dai Fei with a combination of affection and coaxing. He instructed Dai Fei not to open the clinic for the time being, as things were a bit chaotic outside, and to stay home. This led to the discovery of Black Charcoal, who, using the badge of St. Goban Academy, left Pro City without hindrance and sped towards St. Goban Academy. Chapter 122 Reunion with Roommates. Ashura rushed back to St. Goban City under the stars and moon, and when he arrived, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. If the Blood God organization is powerful enough to cause trouble at St. Goban Academy, then Ashura will definitely choose to obediently hand over the treasure map to the Blood God in exchange for a chance to live. The thought of having a treasure map worth millions of gold coins in his storage space, which he couldn't use and dared not sell, made Ashura feel a bit frustrated. He secretly thought to himself that he would try to find the location of the treasure after returning to the academy. Upon arriving in St. Goban City, Ashura first found a broker in the city on the street, gave him a gold coin, and asked him to find Locke and deliver a message to Locke, instructing him to apply for this year's St. Goban Academy entrance examination. With Locke's second-level martial arts skills, he could easily get into the academy. Once inside, he could study diligently, and Ashura would come looking for him. The broker was extremely grateful and ran out to find the person. That 1 gold coin was almost 3 months' income for him. As brokers, they were very familiar with every street in St. Goban City, so finding someone was a piece of cake for them. Having learned from his previous experience of being forced to leave the academy, Ashura hesitated for a long time before deciding not to go see those old ladies. He walked into the academy wearing a hood to completely conceal himself. More than 2 months have passed since he left, and the academy still exudes a vibrant and tranquil atmosphere. It seems that as long as he is not in the academy will always maintain this peaceful and serene atmosphere. Ashura lingered outside dormitory number 138 for a long time. When he found that there was no one blocking the door anymore, he breathed a sigh of relief and pushed the door open to go inside. The first thing they saw was the eldest brother, Jinza, drinking tea in the living room on the first floor. Jinza also saw the sneaky third brother, Ashura. The moment their eyes met, Jinza's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Jinza then said with a wry smile, "Third brother, I'm really nervous to see you. I've been in the academy for almost 3 years, but I feel like you've only been here for a year. Every time I see you, the academy is in chaos. Last month, the door to our dormitory was smashed and replaced with a new one." Ashura couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed after hearing this and said, "Boss, you know me. I'm just an honest and upright ordinary student. I've just hit a bottleneck in improving my strength, so I like to go out and find inspiration." Upon hearing this, Jinza's lips twitched involuntarily, and he thought to himself, "I don't believe you for a second." But she changed the subject, saying, "After you left, your homeroom teacher, Ella, came to our dorm and asked why you skipped class again. She told me to tell you to go see her as soon as you get back." Ashura was speechless upon hearing this, as his academy badge had received countless messages from Ella. He never opened it to look. He could guess what it was about, but now that it had come to him, he can only give an awkward smile and say that he knew. Afterwards, Jinza told Ashura about the basic information of the people in their dormitory. He had now advanced to the second stage of the Great Mage and was working hard to break through to the third stage. Ashura couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. In his eyes, Jinza, the eldest in the dormitory, spent more time drinking tea than cultivating. Yet he remains a top-tier student among the new students in the academy. Does that mean the tea he drinks is made from rare and precious ingredients that enhance his strength? The second brother, Arthur, has just broken through to the third level of the Great Martial Master. He is now a prominent figure among the new martial artists in the academy and has been spending all his time in the training room honing his martial skills. Ashura couldn't help but feel happy for the second brother, Arthur. When they first arrived at the dormitory, Arthur was the strongest among them. Now, he was even among the top students in the group of geniuses. His royal bloodline and talent were extraordinary. Ashura casually asked, could he beat his cousin Magina? The eldest brother, Jinza, paused for a moment, then, after organizing his thoughts for a while, said with a bitter face, "The day the second brother advanced to the third level of the Great Martial Master, the three of us brothers were very excited. We agreed to have a good meal on the second floor of the academy's restaurant to celebrate, but his cousin actually came to our door asking if you were there?" Arthur got angry when he heard her unfriendly tone, and taking advantage of his momentum after advancing to the third level of Grand Martial Master, he started fighting with Magina on the first floor after only a few words. But his cousin is also a third-level Grand Martial Master, and she actually beat up Arthur in the living room on this floor. It was Magina who smashed up our dormitory door. Arthur didn't leave his bedroom for a week after he got beaten up. After he did come out, he stayed in the training room without saying a word. Third brother, the second brother beat you up to get revenge for you. When you come back, you should talk to him and persuade him. I'm afraid he'll be traumatized. Ashura swallowed hard after hearing this, and decided in his heart that he must stay far away from Magina. To be honest, he was no longer very confident in his own strength. Fearing the atmosphere would become too heavy, Jinza finally delivered some good news. He first transferred over 5,000 points to Ashura, which was a share of the profits from Angelo's tabloid, which Jinza had been saving for him. Ashura was overjoyed upon hearing this, staring at the number of points on the badge with a silly grin, and casually asked, "How come you have so many points? Has the hype surrounding the school beauty not died down yet?" Seeing his happiness, Jinza secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with an awkward smile, "Angelo used you as the model for some stories about the emotional entanglements of the school beauties, so the tabloid sold very well." Ashura's smile froze on his face as he mechanically turned his head and asked, "Did it mention Magina?" Jinza could only nod, feigning ignorance, and then cautiously added, "And Lanyu and Clara." Ashura laughed happily after hearing this, then patted his boss Jinza on the shoulder and said, "Boss, let me know when it's time for the academy's graduation exam. I won't be going back to the academy at other times." Jinza quickly grabbed Ashura, who was about to leave, and hurriedly assured him, "Don't worry, he didn't mention your name at all." Fourth brother just made up some lies based on the few words you said. Please don't take it seriously. Ashura was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. He was determined to use the tower climbing saber technique to cut this fourth brother 18 times. You actually turned the boasts the guys in the dorm were bragging about into the news? You're practically killing me. Ashura became increasingly frightened, truly feeling that the school was a den of dragons and tigers. Just as the two were struggling, Arthur, with a solemn expression, pushed open the door and entered. He was clearly taken aback when he saw Ashura, and then tears seemed to well up in his eyes. Ashura was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing his brother again, and opened his arms to give his second brother a big hug. But Arthur suddenly turned and walked out, leaving the two people inside completely dumbfounded. Jinza asked, bewildered, "Where are you going, second brother?" Arthur replied without turning his head, "I'm telling my cousin that Ashura is back, and that she shouldn't bother me anymore." After a few seconds of stunned silence, Ashura grabbed his twin swords and charged out of the dormitory. The three brothers then began a playful chase through the dormitory area. Chapter 123: The Strange Girl in the Library. In a secluded private room in the college's second-floor restaurant at dusk. Inside dormitory number 138, four brothers were raising their glasses in a toast. Despite their playful antics, the brothers in the dormitory had a good relationship. Although Ashura was rarely seen, he could sense that the other three genuinely cared for him. Ashura briefly mentioned the training he had done, but only briefly. His feat of killing the level 6 magical beast Crimson Lotus Serpent King would only be considered bragging if he were to tell others. Ashura boasted about his past in a half-truthful manner, and when talking about his martial arts level, he said that he was a second-stage Grand Martial Master. With the suppression of the cabin prison, Ashura's current strength is at most that of a second-stage Great Martial Master. The brothers congratulated Ashura, because when he first came to the academy, he was actually the lowest level, but now he has caught up with the progress of the main group of students through self-training, which makes them all look at Ashura with higher regard. But they didn't know what Ashura had sacrificed for this. His repeated life and death experiences had made him far superior to the other students in the academy in terms of combat ability. After all, the fighting skills taught in academies are far less memorable than a real-life, dangerous battle. Ashura also enjoyed this long-lost sense of relaxation, and chatting with his three brothers made him feel really at ease. But Ashura also made it clear to Angelo that he was not allowed to spread his boasts as news anymore, otherwise he was really afraid that those school beauties would dismember him. It wasn't until evening that Ashura suggested going to the library to find some information. The other three were surprised by his decision, as the library was usually deserted at night. The brothers then parted ways. Ashura proceeded with high vigilance towards the academy library, where he spotted the ancient war tree in the distance. Suddenly, I thought of Luna's exquisitely perfect face, and wondered if that little girl had returned to the tribe yet? How long would it take for her to come looking for him? He shook his head, dismissing the thought, clasped his hands in thanks to the towering ancient war tree, and headed straight for the academy library at the east gate. Although the library is open all day, there are hardly any people there in the evening. The students focused most of their energy on improving their own skill level and were not very interested in the books in the library. Ashura's purpose in coming to the library was to find out the location marked on the treasure map. He had memorized the lines and words on the treasure map clearly. He wanted to read some geographical travelogues and other books to find clues. So Ashura found the place for geographical travelogues in the huge library. After looking at the massive number of books on the shelves, Ashura shook his head and smiled wryly before picking out one book at a time to read. Fortunately, Ashura had an exceptional memory. He sat on the ground and scanned the contents of the books at a glance. He finished one book in no time and then picked up another to read. Just as Ashura was getting a little thirsty from reading the book, he looked up and saw a well-behaved young girl walking slowly towards him. The girl was wearing the academy's non-combat major uniform robe, and Ashura's first impression of her was that she was sweet and lovely. At around 1.7 meters tall, which isn't short, Ashura had a petite, lowly-like appearance, a small head, long twin tails, and a full chest. Ashura quickly suppressed his evil thoughts, but couldn't help glancing at it a few more times. Because of his keen observation, he noticed that although the girl's big eyes were very cute and blinking, they seemed to lack any luster, and her gaze was unfocused. Judging from her cautious steps, Ashura could tell that the girl was blind. Ashura couldn't help but sigh softly to himself, what a pity that such a sweet girl was blind. At this moment, the girl had arrived at the books in front of Ashura and stretched out a small, fair hand to feel the books on the bookshelf. After touching her for a long time, the girl seemed a little annoyed and stomped her foot. Ashura glanced at the agitated girl, then at the travelogue he had just finished reading, and suddenly asked, "Are you looking for this book?" The sudden male voice behind her startled the girl, who screamed "ah," and turned around, leaning frantically against the bookshelf behind her chest heaving rapidly with her breathing. Ashura, with his strong willpower, managed to look away from the girl's chest, realizing he had been a bit presumptuous, and quickly explained and apologized to her. Fortunately, the library was almost empty at this point, so even though the girl had screamed in panic, no one came to check on her. The girl was also embarrassed by her earlier panic scream. Her fair skin was covered with a rosy pink, which made Ashura's eyes light up. The girl realized she had misunderstood Ashura, and whispered, "I'm sorry," before trying to leave while holding onto the bookshelf. Ashura was curious about the girl who had been frightened by him and apologized. He tried to soften his tone and said, "Wait a minute, I meant no harm. Are you looking for this book, Denver Highlands?" After being called, the girl cautiously turned around. She seemed to have no experience communicating with people her own age. She said in a whisper, barely audible, "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were watching." "You can watch now, I'm not watching anymore." Then she turned to leave. Ashura found the girl increasingly strange and amusing. In reality, he just thought she was pretty and wanted to tease her a bit. Then Ashura continued, "Don't be nervous, and don't keep saying sorry. I've finished reading this book. Here, take it and look at it." With that, he shoved the book into the girl's hands. The girl who had just received the book was even more nervous. She didn't know where to put her little hands and seemed about to cry. Seeing this, Ashura quickly reassured her, "Don't be nervous. Can I chat with you for a bit? Forgive my abruptness, but you seem to have some eye problems, right? I'm curious how you read. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." Upon hearing this, the girl lowered her head even further, as if she wanted to bury it in the magnificent chest of her own body. After a long while, he said in a low voice, "I have been blind since birth, but I can perceive things very close to me. I can feel the objects I touch with my hands, and I can feel the road surface in a small area around me by walking. So I can understand the words in the book by touching them," the girl said weakly before lowering her head again. Ashura felt both sympathy for the girl and amazed by her perception, so he casually asked, "Then why do you want to read this travelogue?" The girl said in a voice that seemed to be directed at herself, "Because I want to see what the outside world is like." After saying this, the two fell silent for a long time. Then, Ashura took the girl's right hand, shook it gently, and said, "Let me introduce you, beautiful. I'm Ashura from Class 13 of the new magic program. It's a pleasure to meet you here." The girl opposite him reacted as if she had been electrocuted. Her right hand, which was being held by Ashura, was covered in sweat. Finally, she replied in a pitiful tremor, I'm Tangwa from the freshman alchemy class." Chapter 124. Perceiving the girl Tangwa. Upon hearing the girl's name, Ashura gently released her delicate, fair hand and sincerely praised, "Tangwa? What a lovely name. Your name is as sweet as you are." Tangwa seemed to have never heard such words before, and her little face flushed a rosy red. This was the first time Ashura had seen a girl blush so easily, and he knew he shouldn't tease her anymore. So Ashura changed the subject, patted the wooden floor next to him and said, "Tangwa, now that we're friends, sit down and let's chat." When the girl Tangwa heard the word friend, she was taken aback, then hesitated for a few seconds, as if she had made a great decision. I straightened my school uniform robe for the first time and knelt down on the wooden floor of the library. Seeing her like that, Ashura couldn't help but say, "When you're reading, you should do whatever makes you comfortable. Besides, there's no one else around right now, so do whatever you want and don't be too bound by etiquette." Tangwa simply nodded to indicate that she understood, but maintained her dignified kneeling posture, as if her upbringing from a young age had forbade her from doing such an indecent thing. Ashura was about to ask her why she came to the library so late when he thought for a moment that she was probably self-conscious about her eyes and afraid that others would point and whisper about her while she was reading. Ashura casually asked, "You're from the non-combat professional academy, right? Our fourth roommate, Angelo, is there? He's a weapon refiner." Tangwa kept her head down and replied softly, "I don't know any classmates who specialize in weapon crafting. I only know how to refine pills." Ashura sighed inwardly upon hearing this. There were very few students in the non-combat professional academy, and it seemed that Tangwa didn't have many friends either. Ashura knew it was pointless to talk to her about things at the academy. She probably knew less than he, the king of truancy, did. So Ashura steered the conversation toward the book in Tangwa's hand. He spoke eloquently about the contents of the book, having already traversed the entire Valenci Empire from west to east on his way to the academy. In the past 2 years, he has been wandering around the Warcraft forest. His rich travel experience, combined with the knowledge points in the book, has enabled him to talk eloquently in front of Tangway. Ashura was eloquent, and in front of Tangwa, a young girl with no experience, he could boast without any pressure. He spoke as if he had been to all these places, leaving Tangwa stunned. She looked at Ashura with a thirst for knowledge, and her empty eyes seemed to have gained some light. Ashura then pulled out various geographical travel books from the bookshelf one by one, explaining the highlights of the books to Tangway. Tangwa listened with great interest, occasionally asking questions in a low voice out of curiosity, and her expression toward Ashura became increasingly one of admiration. Ashura, amidst the girl's adoring expression, boasted smugly, and before they knew it, it was almost midnight. Ashura sensed that it was getting late, so he closed the book in his hand and said, "It's getting late, you should go back and rest." "You have class tomorrow, right?" Tangwa's face fell instantly, and she could only nod pitifully, trying to get up and leave the library. However, she had been kneeling for too long and did not have a strong physique. As soon as she stood up, her calves went numb and she was about to fall towards the bookshelf. Before she could even gasp, a strong arm wrapped around her slender waist and pulled her up, preventing her lovely head from making intimate contact with the bookshelf. Ashura couldn't help but complain, "I told you that the way you were sitting was uncomfortable, but you wouldn't listen. Are your legs numb now?" Tangwa blushed to the tips of her ears, and although she wanted to stand up straight, she couldn't muster any strength. Ashura thought his legs were numb and he couldn't stand, so she put one arm around his slender waist and used the other hand to massage his calves through his school uniform robe. Tangwa's mind went blank at that moment, and she felt her heart pounding so hard it was about to burst out of her chest. After calming down for a while, she whispered, "I'm ready." Ashura reluctantly let go of that soft little leg. If Tangwa could see, she would definitely see his sly smile. The two slowly walked out of the library. Seeing the unusually quiet campus, Ashura calmly said, "I'll take you back to your dorm." Without waiting for Tangwa's absent-minded agreement, he took Tangwa's small hand and placed it on his arm, then walked casually toward the girls' dormitory area. Ashura could clearly feel the trembling of the little hand in his arm, but he wore a wicked smile and led the girl along the academy road as if nothing was wrong. The two remained silent the entire way, and at this point, there were hardly any students to be seen on the academy's roads. Before long, they arrived at the girls' dormitory area. Ashura didn't turn around and casually asked, "Which dormitory building are you in?" Tangwa seemed a little nervous and said in a low voice, "I'm in dormitory building number 17. After hearing this, Ashura didn't ask any more questions. He quickly found dormitory building number 17 based on the dormitory building number. The girls' dormitory was basically the same as the boys' dormitory, both being two-story buildings with 4 people per building. When they reached the dormitory entrance, Ashura turned to Tangwa and said, "We're here in your dormitory, I won't go in. Be careful of the steps at the entrance." Tangwa seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and nodded quickly, withdrawing her small hand from the crook of her arm. She nervously took 2 steps up the stairs, just as she was about to open the dormitory door. She suddenly mustered her courage and turned around to ask, "Ashura, will you still come to the library to tell me stories tomorrow?" Ashura's mischievous smile froze for a moment, then he said frankly, "I've been enjoying reading travelogues lately, and I'll probably be going somewhere soon." Upon hearing the answer she had been hoping for, Tangwa quickly nodded, opened the door, and rushed into the dormitory. She was so quick that she herself didn't even realize that her barely perceptible nod was almost unnoticed by Ashura. Fortunately, Ashura's observation skills were sharp enough. Looking at the tightly closed dormitory door, she couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. What a strange, beautiful girl. Ashura turned around, humming a little tune, and swayed as she prepared to leave the girls' dormitory area. Meanwhile, the blind girl behind the dormitory door leaned against the door, trying hard to suppress her rapidly beating heart. Although she was born into a noble family, she was always self-conscious and timid because of her eyesight, and she never had any friends who were willing to communicate with her. Some talented young men came to her door, claiming they wanted to marry her, but her extraordinary perception allowed her to clearly sense their well-hidden contempt and disdain. Therefore, she became even more self-conscious and withdrawn. She was afraid to interact with others, but she also longed to understand the outside world. Until tonight, she met that sly boy who kept glancing at her chest and trying to take advantage of her, but her senses didn't detect any malice in him. Especially when he said that we were friends, it undoubtedly stirred up a storm in Tangwa's calm heart. Tonight was the night she talked the most with men other than her relatives in her life, and it was also the happiest night of her life. She couldn't help but look down at her exaggerated chest and muttered, "You bad guy." Chapter 125, Spending Money to Avoid Disaster. As Ashura, humming a little tune, turned and left outside the dormitory, feeling pleased that he had met such a well-behaved and lovely girl that night. Unbeknownst to him, on the second-floor windowsill of a girls' dormitory not far away, a stunningly beautiful girl with blue hair was holding a cup of herbal tea, quietly watching the departing boy's back as he swayed away. The girl had taken a liking to this beauty-enhancing herbal tea at some point, even though it cost 20 college points. But every night after practicing her cultivation, she would drink a cup of this beauty-enhancing herbal tea by her dormitory window before going to rest. Although the girl's face remained expressionless, the teacup in her hand was cracked from being squeezed. In the end, the blue-haired girl gently placed the flower teacup on the table beside her. The moment the teacup touched the table, the girl's figure vanished from the window, leaving only the curtains swaying in the wind. Ashura was still pondering whether or not to attend classes at the Magic Academy tomorrow, since his current cultivation path was vastly different from traditional academy teaching. But the thought of his homeroom teacher Ella's stunningly beautiful face gave him a headache. I finally decided to practice my newly acquired spatial magic, Flash, in the training room during the day, and go to the library at night to read books and tell stories. Just as he walked out of the girls' dormitory area and was about to reach the boys' dormitory area by crossing a bluestone path, a powerful whip kick suddenly came flying towards the back of his head with a whooshing sound. Ashura's reaction was also incredibly fast. He quickly ducked, turned around, and blocked with his arm. The whip kick struck Ashura's forearm with a dull thud. Ashura narrowed his eyes, trying to see the attacker's face clearly, but all he saw was a long, dazzling white leg. But those long legs made Ashura instantly realize who it was, because he had taken advantage of sparring sessions to peek at those beautiful legs countless times before, but now, seeing them, he felt a chill run down his spine. Without saying a word, he tried to turn and run towards the boys' dormitory, but a woman's soft voice came from behind him. "If you dare to run, I dare to go to your dormitory and catch you." Just as Ashura was about to unleash his wind-chasing and thunder-chasing movement technique, he immediately stopped in his tracks, as if deflated. After hesitating for a few seconds and weighing the pros and cons, he turned to face the blue-haired girl with an extremely fawning smile, her gaze as cold as ice. "Like a long-lost friend," she exclaimed with delight, "it's you, Lanyu. You've become even more beautiful in just a few days. I wouldn't have recognized you if you hadn't spoken. I thought I'd run into some bad guys and I ran away in a panic." Lanyu, arms still crossed, stared blankly at Ashura and said coldly, "How many days has it been?" How many days? When was the last time I saw you? Have you even thought of seeing me since you came back? You dared to fight the level 6 magical beast, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, with your sword, but you're scared and want to run away after taking one of my whip kicks? Fine, since you say you don't recognize me, then I'll beat you until you do. After saying that, Lanyu reached out to touch the dark blue dagger strapped to that long, slender thigh. Ashura was shocked and rushed in front of Lanyu in a flash. He grabbed Lanyu's hand that was touching the knife on his thigh with his left hand, raised his right hand to grasp the fist that was about to hit his face, and raised his left leg to protect the groin kick that was about to hit his groin. Ashura glanced at Lanyu, who looked like he was about to kill him, and didn't wait for Lanyu's next move. He instinctively shouted without thinking, "Wait a minute, let me explain. I haven't seen you lately because I'm preparing a surprise for you." After the shout, Lanyu calmly took 2 steps back to distance himself from him, his right hand still resting on the dagger strapped to his thigh, looking at Ashura with an expression that was both expectant and not entirely trusting. Ignoring the fine sweat beading on his forehead, Ashura's mind raced, trying to figure out how to continue the story and create a surprise. They were even considering whether they could knock Lanyu unconscious in the shortest amount of time and then escape. But considering that this girl's greatest strength is speed, it's probably unrealistic to think that you can subdue her in a short time. If this girl goes to fight with him in the boys' dormitory area, then tomorrow all her suitors will tear down their dormitory doors again. Just as Lanyu's gaze grew increasingly unfriendly and his patience waned, Ashura suddenly gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding, but outwardly displaying a deeply affectionate expression as he took out a level 6 wind attribute magic core and handed it to Lanyu. The level 6 wind attribute magic core of the lightning leopard shimmered with a faint blue light under the bright moonlight, and Ashura presented it to Lanyu like a treasure. Looking at Ashura, who was holding the magic core with a sincere expression under the moonlight, Lanyu's heart seemed to skip a beat, and then began to beat wildly. It seemed that only the sound of his own heartbeat could be heard in the world. A level 6 wind attribute magic core is perfect for an assassin like Lanyu who excels in speed. Whether it is socketed into equipment or worn on the body, it will greatly benefit the owner. However, Lanyu, who comes from a noble family, is not without a level 6 wind attribute magic core. She can even obtain higher level magic cores if she wants. But this level 6 magic core was meant to be given to her by Ashura, which filled the girl with endless sweetness. Lan Yu didn't even consider whether this level 6 magic core was originally meant for her by Ashura. She just stared blankly at Ashura opposite her. Meanwhile, Ashura on the other side felt extremely pained. He was at most a minor nobleman and had never owned such rare and precious materials. This level 6 magic core was also a spoil of war he had fought desperately for, amounting to almost half of his wealth. He kept praying in his heart, reject me, just reject me already. What are you blushing for? But in the end, Lan Yu blushed and accepted the level 6 magic core, while Ashura's smile froze on his face. Just then, a student happened to be passing by, and Ashura quickly pulled Lan Yu to the shade of the trees by the roadside. If other students see him and the school beauty lawn arguing on the side of the academy road in the middle of the night, they'll be blocked at the gate again tomorrow. At this moment, Lan Yu, who was lying in Ashura's arms, looked shy and embarrassed, showing no trace of her previous fighting spirit. Ashura wasn't stupid. He sensed that Lan Yu's feelings for him were unusual, as if she had a good impression of him, but he didn't know whether it had progressed to liking or loving him. He couldn't understand what it was about him, a poor boy, that attracted this beautiful woman. Ashura wasn't a novice anymore. He could easily come up with lies to coax girls, and soon he had Lan Yu blushing and overjoyed. During this time, Ashura asked Lan Yu, "Do you believe that this is a magic core I obtained from killing a level 6 magical beast for you?" Lan Yu nodded without hesitation and replied, "I believe you, I believe everything you say." This answer left Ashura even more confused. The two lingered in the woods by the roadside for an hour before parting ways and returning to their dorms, one skipping and hopping, the other walking heavily. Chapter 126 Misfortunes Never Come Alone. On the morning of the second day, Lan Yu was in a good mood and went for a jog in the woods by the lake. A level 6 magic core was simply tied with a thin rope and worn in the deep cleavage of the girl's body. Previously, many boys tried to replicate Ashura's success by approaching Lan Yu, but they were all easily and decisively kicked into the lake. Gradually, the number of clueless boys decreased significantly. At this moment, Lan Yu saw Magina running towards him from afar. Her tall and fit figure attracted the attention of passers-by. Her fiery red hair, illuminated by the rising sun, resembled a dancing flame. The two families are old friends, but they have always been competitive with each other since childhood. When Lan Yu saw Magina turn her face away, he came up with a plan to tease her. Just as the two ran off in opposite directions, Lan Yu suddenly spoke up, "Ashura has returned to the academy." That one sentence made Magina stop abruptly and turn to stare at her, but Lan Yu smiled and pulled the level 6 magic core pendant out of the cleavage of her chest. She boasted like a little girl, "This is a level 6 magic core he gave me. He said he got it from a level 6 magical beast he killed himself." He. Regardless of Magina's reaction, he quickly and happily ran off into the distance. You could almost hear faint, cheerful laughter, and behind her, Magina's fiery red hair looked even redder, like flames. Ashura is in a bad mood today, having just lost almost half of his wealth last night. Today I went to the academy's training room to study the spatial magic teleportation properly, and I made some progress in my training. That's when my mood turned from worry to joy. I hummed a little tune and walked towards the dormitory with the setting sun. But when he arrived at the familiar dormitory number 138, he found that the dormitory door was nowhere to be found. As Ashura stepped into the dormitory with a puzzled look on his face, he found the door lying quietly in the middle of the living room. The eldest brother, Jinza, stood trembling as he poured tea, while the second brother, Arthur, squatted on the ground, covering his bruised eyes and sobbing silently. The fourth brother, Angelo, stood trembling at the door of his room on the second floor, peering down. In the center seat of the living room on the first floor, a tall, hot, and handsome red-haired girl was crossing her legs and looking towards the door. Her crossed legs made her beautiful legs appear even more shapely and slender. Ashura felt like the sky was about to collapse. He kept recalling the spatial magic flash he had practiced that day, hoping to use it perfectly to escape the scene. Just as he was trying to mobilize the spatial magic elements within his body, Magina, who was sitting in the center of the living room, spoke calmly, "I heard you gave Lan Yu a level 6 magic core. Or did you personally hunt a level 6 magical beast?" Upon hearing this question filled with resentment, Ashura, as expected of a powerful expert at the third level of the Great Martial Master realm, reacted swiftly. He immediately knelt down on one knee, retrieved a level 6 fire attribute magic core from his storage space, and tenderly presented it to Magina. Half an hour later, Magina walked out of dormitory number 138 with a big smile, and even gave Ashura a sweet smile as he waved goodbye at the door. Just like Lan Yu yesterday, she skipped and hopped away from the boys' dormitory area. At this moment, Ashura stood at the door like a statue, not moving for a long time. The eldest brother, Jinza, watched him for a long time, fearing that something might happen to him. He slowly walked to the door and glanced at Ashura in front of him. At this moment, Ashura was already in tears. The eldest brother, Jinza, pulled him into the house and asked him in confusion, "Weren't you two having a pleasant conversation just now? Why are you crying now?" Ashura turned to look at the three brothers inside the house and said bitterly, "That level 6 Crimson Lotus Serpent King Demon Core was half of my fortune. It's gone just like that. You guys are so disloyal, you didn't even send me a message." Jinza said awkwardly, "It's not that we don't want to talk, it's that Magina warned us that if we don't see you today, we'll have to spar with each of us. Just because you came back a little late, look what happened to Arthur, the second oldest. She got beaten up. He probably won't be able to leave the dorm for another week." Jinza, the eldest, said, pointing to Arthur, who was squatting on the ground, sobbing silently. Just as Ashura was about to speak, Arthur, who was squatting on the ground, suddenly hugged Ashura's left leg. With a pained expression, he cried out, "Third brother, from now on you're my brother-in-law. I can tell, my cousin has taken a liking to you. You'd better control your crazy wife, my martial spirit is about to shatter." Ashura shuddered at the word brother-in-law. He quickly denied it, saying, "Don't call me that. You're messing up the hierarchy. You're my second brother. The second prince of the Valenci Empire, a future heir to the throne. How can you lose your confidence just because you lost to your cousin?" But Arthur wouldn't listen to his motivational platitudes at all, and said with a firm look in his eyes, "From now on, we'll call each other our own names. You'll call me second brother, and I'll call you brother-in-law. From now on, you must keep a close eye on your wife. As long as you control Magina and she doesn't misbehave anymore, I will go back and ask my father to abdicate the throne of your homeland, Ole, to your family, and I will appoint you as the great protector general." Listening to his second son Arthur's incoherent and unrealistic promises, Ashura wondered if the kid had been beaten senseless. The eldest son, Jinza, nodded in deep agreement and then declared that as long as Magina didn't come and kick down the door, he, the young master of Jin Lalai Trading Company, would take care of any level 6 or 7 magic cores. Ashura slapped his forehead speechlessly, but the fourth brother, Angelo, said with lingering fear, "That scared me to death. Third brother, from now on, you'll get an extra 20% of our gossip tabloid's profits. Now I understand, the material you provided was really hard to come by. I never imagined that such a beautiful girl could be so terrifying when she gets angry." The other two echoed their agreement, all three sharing the same sentiment. They absolutely could not let Magina or any other girls come to the dorm to cause trouble again. Ashura looked at the three pairs of expectant eyes and finally let out a sigh. After the four of them reached a consensus, they silently began to tidy up the messy dormitory and install the collapsed door. After working for a long time, it was already completely dark when the four of them finally finished cleaning up the mess. Ashura felt a little better when he thought about going to the library that evening to tell a story to a cute little girl. Ashura then ate a couple of bites of the food Angelo had bought and excitedly ran towards the academy library. On his way to the academy, he ran into Tangwa, who was also heading to the library. The girl still wore her cute pigtails today, moving cautiously along the edge of the road. Ashura glanced at the sky. Tangwa had clearly arrived much earlier than yesterday. Ashura smiled knowingly, stepped forward, and grabbed Tangwa's right hand, placing it in the crook of his arm just as he had done the night before. Tangwa was about to scream when her right hand was suddenly taken, but the sensation from her palm told her who it was. Aside from blushing again, she didn't resist much and obediently followed Ashura into the library, arriving at the bookshelf displaying geography travelogues just like yesterday. Ashura then pulled out a book and sat down on the ground, patting the floor beside him. Tangwa's face flushed again, and then she sat down on the ground like an Ashura, instead of kneeling reservedly to the side as she had yesterday. Ashura smiled knowingly at her change in appearance, glanced at the girl's impressive bust, and continued telling her the story as he had the night before. If you like it, please give it a 5-star review. The rating system is a bit tricky. Chapter 127 Hero Saves the Beauty. Tangwa was noticeably more cheerful tonight than last night, leaning against the bookshelf with her knees drawn up, listening to Ashura chatter on and on. She would ask a few questions every now and then, and chuckle softly from time to time. Although she couldn't see the outside world, Ashura felt that she only had eyes for him. Although Ashura was telling stories eloquently, it didn't stop him from flipping through books and looking up information. Some of the stories he told had absolutely nothing to do with the books he was holding, but Tangwa still listened very attentively. The pleasant time passed quickly, and it was almost late at night again. Ashura closed his book, and very naturally took Tangwa's hand, placing her little hand on his arm. Aside from blushing, Tangwa had no other reaction. Along the way, she would whisper to Ashura about the funny things that happened in her dormitory. I learned from her that the 3 people in the dormitory were all very kind to her and had never bullied her. Ashura still escorted her to the door of dormitory number 17 and then turned and left. Tangwa rushed into the dormitory and hopped upstairs to her room like a little rabbit. But a gentle voice sounded from above. "Tangwa, you just got back from reading again? Who was that guy who brought you back? Your boyfriend?" Tangwa immediately blushed and waved her hands repeatedly in denial, saying, "Lily, don't talk nonsense. She's a friend I just met. We met at the library. How could she possibly be interested in me? I'm going to sleep now." After saying that, she grabbed the handrail and walked blushingly into her room, while her roommate, Lily, gave the closed door a meaningful look. She then returned to her room, pondered for a moment, and then took out a communication scroll, saying, reporting to the patriarch, "The young lady has been getting very close to a boy recently. The 2 of them were reading together in the library at night. I wonder what the boy's intentions are. The young lady seems quite fond of him. I will investigate that boy's information in detail soon." As soon as she finished speaking, the words she had just spoken were transformed into text and appeared on the scroll, then quickly disappeared, as if the text had been transmitted to a distant place. Ashura was extra careful as he turned to walk back to the dormitory, afraid that someone would give him another whip kick, but this time he didn't get the kick. But then he saw a beautiful blue-haired woman standing gracefully by the roadside, like a blooming blue lotus, with her hands behind her back, waiting for him. Ashura's legs suddenly went weak. Where would he get a level 6 magic core to get through this time? He steeled himself and walked up to Lanyu, asking casually, "Why are you out exercising so late? You weren't just waiting for me here, were you?" Lanyu's attitude was noticeably better this time. She strode over to Ashura and said with a hint of resentment, "I waited for you all day at the training ground, but you never showed up. So I had to wait for you here tonight." Ashura feigned ignorance and said, "I've been quite busy these past few days since I just got back. Today I'm researching a new magic skill in the training room, so I won't be going to the training grounds for a while." Upon hearing this, Lanyu smiled and said, "So you want to cultivate magic skills? I misunderstood you. What kind of magic skills require you to walk back to the dormitory with a girl with pigtails every night?" Looking at that still smiling face, Ashura instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Ashura knew that his next answer was crucial, and he adhered to the principle that a person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. He told Lanyu in detail how he met Tangwei in the library, how they talked, and why he took Tangwa's arm and escorted her back to her dormitory. Lanyu listened to Ashura recount the whole story with a smile, and couldn't help but feel sympathy for Tangwa. Only then did she put her hands down from behind her back and put the dagger she was holding back into the sheath on her thigh. She walked up to Ashura, who was sweating profusely, and straightened his magic robe. She said in a relaxed tone, "I don't care who you make friends with. I just thought it was so late and I was worried that other people might misunderstand you. People can't wait for you during the day, so they're waiting here to talk to you. Please don't misunderstand." Ashura forced a stiff smile, his muscles tense for too long. But he quickly said that he would go and practice with her as soon as he finished this busy period. Afterwards, seeing that the danger had passed, Ashura pulled Lanyu into the woods by the roadside and whispered some sweet words to her. Unable to bear it, Lanyu covered her face and ran out of the woods after a short while. Back in his dorm, Ashura truly felt that his time at the academy was far more dangerous than that in the monster forest. In just 2 days, he had lost 2 level 6 magic cores, which represented a large portion of his wealth. Back in his dormitory, Ashura began his meditation for the night with a heavy heart. The next morning, Lanyu was warming up by running along the lakeside road when she ran into the tall girl Magina running towards her again. Magina wore a V-neck training outfit today, and a level 6 fire attribute magic core necklace pendant bounced up and down on her 2 snow-white mounds. When they met, they both slowed down. Magina deliberately puffed out her high breasts, gave a defiant snort, and then ran away haughtily. Behind him, Lanyu gritted his teeth and muttered, "You bastard. I'll teach you a lesson tonight." Ashura still goes to the training room alone during the day to practice his spatial magic, flash, and after dark, he changes into a clean school uniform robe and goes to the library. Seeing Tangwa walking carefully by the roadside from afar, Ashura realized that the girl had gone to the library ahead of time again. Ashura smiled knowingly and was about to walk a few steps faster to greet the girl when an unexpected incident occurred. A newly trained martial artist walked across the road leading a level 5 magical beast, a bloodthirsty demon wolf, seemingly not yet fully tamed. The new martial artist looked rather disheveled as he led the bloodthirsty wolf, which dragged him along in a staggering manner. The students on the road all dodged to the side upon seeing it, but Tangwa was blind. Although she kept to walk close to the side of the road, she was still knocked down by the bloodthirsty wolf. Tangwa cried out in surprise and fell to the ground, her arms and knees immediately scraping bloody marks. Before she could even get up despite the pain, she smelled a foul breath coming from in front of her and spraying it on her face. The bloodthirsty wolf stuck out its scarlet tongue and stared at the helpless Tangwa lying on the ground, as if it were looking at its prey. Tangwa sensed a powerful magical beast in front of her. The girl had never encountered such a situation before, and she trembled with fear, involuntarily moving her body backward on the ground. The freshman who was leading the bloodthirsty wolf, upon seeing that Tangwa was a blind freshman, even showed a mocking expression on his face, and slightly loosened his grip on the reins, allowing the bloodthirsty wolf's head to lean forward even more. Seeing Tangwa's frightened expression, before the freshman could even utter a mocking sound, a foot suddenly shot out from behind Tangwa and kicked the bloodthirsty demon wolf hard in the head. The wolf was kicked so hard it howled and staggered back several steps. Then, it glared at Azura standing in front of Tangwa with a bloodthirsty, enraged expression. Readers who enjoy this, please give it a 5-star review. Your encouragement is my motivation to update more frequently. Chapter 128. Do you want to see the outside world? At this moment, Ashura's face was devoid of his usual smile. Instead, he stared coldly at the human-beast duo opposite him, as if he was truly angry this time. He reached out a hand and patted Tangwa's head, whispering, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The simple 4 words and one gesture instantly calmed Tangwa down from her trembling body. She looked at Ashura with teary eyes, her large, unfocused eyes seeming to hold endless grievances, as if she wanted to pour out her heart to him. Ashura bent down and picked up the girl, patted the dust off her body, checked her wounds, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was nothing seriously wrong. But the freshman behind him roared, "Kid, who told you to kick my bloodthirsty demon wolf? That's a level 5 magical beast. If it gets enraged and hurts someone, can you take responsibility?" Ashura didn't even turn around to look at that idiot, and laughed angrily, "You beast, you hurt someone and you still blame others for provoking your magical beast? If you can control it, then discipline it properly. If you can't, then I'll treat it like a magical beast and see if it has a magical core in its brain." Ashura's blunt words left the new student speechless. He too came from a noble family, and this bloodthirsty demon wolf was a pet he had begged his clan chief father for half a year to obtain. He had intended to show off at the academy, but because his strength was only at the first level of the great martial master, he couldn't gain the bloodthirsty demon wolf's full approval. So, it was more like the demon wolf was leading him along the way, rather than leading the demon pet, making him look quite disheveled. But now a new mage in a magic robe was mocking him, which he, who was always concerned about his reputation, could not tolerate. A number of students had already gathered around and were pointing and whispering. So he said viciously, "Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Who told you to provoke my magical beast? I'll make you kneel down and beg for mercy in a moment." As he spoke, he secretly gave the bloodthirsty demon wolf a command to bite Ashura. The bloodthirsty demon wolf, which had already become ferocious from the kick, wanted to pounce on Ashura as soon as it received the command. Just as it was about to bare its teeth and leap high to pounce on Ashura, it suddenly sensed that the magician standing there had a sharp look in his eyes, and the aura and killing intent that burst forth instantly made the fur on its body stand on end. Monsters are much more sensitive to danger than humans, and it could sense that the tall, thin mage in front of it had definitely killed more than one level 5 monster. It seems that all its kind have suffered at its hands. That overwhelming killing intent is undeniable. Seeing the undisguised killing intent in the eyes of the opposing mage, the bloodthirsty wolf quickly retracted its outstretched front paw, no longer daring to bare its teeth, and instead crouched down and slowly retreated. The freshman behind him was unaware of the changes in his magical pet's mindset and kept urging the bloodthirsty demon wolf forward. But after his magical pet retreated a few steps to a safe distance, it completely ignored his orders and fled into the distance like a madman. The funny thing is that the arrogant student still had the reins of the wolf firmly on his wrist, and the huge inertia of the wolf's escape carried him into the air. No matter what commands he gave, the bloodthirsty wolf just desperately fled into the distance. The reins on his wrist were tightened, and the freshman was dragged to the ground in a very disheveled state, although his physique as a first-level Grand Martial Master prevented him from being seriously injured. But tomorrow, the incident of him being dragged around the campus by his magical pet will become the latest laughingstock in the academy. This was undoubtedly worse than death for him, who was so concerned about his image. Ashura smiled contemptuously, feeling rather regretful that he hadn't killed the bloodthirsty demon wolf. He casually took Tangwa's hand and placed it in the crook of his arm, ignoring the murmurs of the people around them, and led Tangwa toward the library. The two went to the bookshelf they used to frequent. Ashura took out a book, sat down, and patted the floor next to him. But this time, Tangwa did not sit down. Ashura looked up and saw that the big eyes were filled with tears. Ashura quickly comforted him. Why are you crying? I just avenged you. Didn't you see how badly that idiot was dragged to the ground by his demonic creature? But it would have been better if she hadn't said anything. Once she did, the tears in the girl's eyes finally poured out like a flood bursting its banks, and she buried her face in Ashura's arms and cried loudly. Ashura was almost knocked over by the sudden impact of the fleshy bomb. He steadied himself and kept telling himself to stay calm and restrained so as not to lose his composure in front of the girl. Ashura felt that his self-control had been getting worse and worse ever since he turned from a boy into a man. After crying for a long time, Tangwa seemed embarrassed and nestled her head in Ashura's arms. But she didn't leave Ashura's embrace, and asked softly, was I very pathetic just now? Was I very useless? Ashura understood the girl's feelings at that moment and wanted to comfort her, but he hesitated for a moment and then lifted the girl's head and slowly moved closer to her. Tangwa's mind went blank at this moment. Her heart was filled with a mix of anticipation and joy, but she had no desire to resist. The girl closed her eyes and pouted her alluring little mouth slightly. But two fingers of a large hand pried open her double eyelids, and she looked at them from left to right for a long time. Tangway was stunned for a moment and realized she had misunderstood him. She let out a shy whimper and tried to hide in Ashura's arms. Ashura patted her pert bottom and said seriously, don't move, be good. Then he cupped her delicate and lovely face in his hands, carefully examining Tangwa's eyes, sometimes flipping the girl's eyelids, sometimes touching the girl's wrist. Tangway was extremely shy at this moment, letting Ashura do whatever he wanted to her. She had no idea what Ashura was going to do. About half an hour later, Ashura gently released the girl's wrist and said in an extremely serious voice, Tangwa, do you want to see the outside world? The girl was stunned for a moment upon hearing the question, and almost burst into tears again. But she understood her situation and could only nod sadly. After seeing her nod, Ashura organized his thoughts and said, my maternal grandfather was a famous doctor in my hometown. When I was young, I was ignorant and did not study his medical skills seriously, but I think I have learned most of his skills. Based on my diagnosis just now, I have determined that your eye disease still has a chance of recovery. Upon hearing Ashura say that her eye condition had a chance of recovery, Tangwa's eyes widened suddenly. Then her life went dark again. Since her birth, her parents and grandfather had sought out countless famous doctors and folk remedies for her. She had consumed too many precious herbs and received all sorts of treatments. But she had never seen a glimmer of light. She had long since given up on the belief in pursuing the light. Because her family is one of the top pharmaceutical families in the King's continent, even her beloved grandfather was helpless. How could the boy in front of her have the ability to cure her? He was probably just trying to comfort her. But she could clearly sense that the Ashura in front of her was waiting for her response with utmost seriousness, and she couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. She asked in a coquettish tone, then what are your chances of curing this person? Ashura flashed his roguish smile again and said, 50% chance. It's either healed or he didn't. We have to try, right? And if he doesn't get cured, there won't be any worse outcome. So, beautiful lady, would you be willing to undergo my treatment? No matter how far apart we are, our hearts are always connected. Could you please give me a request to urge for more updates? Chapter 129 50% Confidence. Upon hearing Ashura say he was 50% confident, Tangway was initially taken aback. Then, upon hearing his explanation, which indicated he was only 50% certain, he couldn't help but chuckle. As Ashura said, what worse could happen if it couldn't be cured? Although she had only known him for 3 short days, Tangwa felt a sense of closeness to him, like that of a family member, especially now that she was nestled in the boy's arms. Thinking of this, Tangwa no longer hesitated and said in a coquettish tone, all right, then you can treat me. But let me make this clear first, you can't take off my clothes. Ashura's face darkened, and he immediately said unhappily, how could you think of me like that? By the god of war, I am such an upright, honest, and pure-hearted male student. How could I possibly have such filthy thoughts? But Tangwa didn't believe him. She buried her head in his chest and whispered, I don't believe you. You're always leering at my chest. Don't think I don't notice. After hearing Ashura's voice, I froze, feeling like my persona had collapsed, and I felt terrible. Tangwa, sensing his change in mood, smiled and said softly, I don't blame you. How are you going to treat my eyes? Ashura immediately said viciously, I'll prick your head with a needle as long as my palm, turning your head into a hedgehog. Upon hearing this, Tangwa immediately became frightened and began to burrow into his arms, her twin ponytails swaying back and forth, making Ashura's heart flutter. So he stopped teasing her and said seriously, "Have you ever received acupuncture treatment before?" Tangwa raised her little head and shook her head blankly. Ashura thought to himself that it was true. It seemed that apart from his maternal grandfather Qin Zongren, he had never seen any other physicians in the Valencia Empire who knew acupuncture. Most of the treatments were pills and holy light baptisms by priests. It seems that Grandpa's medical skills are indeed a family secret. I regret not having properly learned his skills back then. Even if I couldn't cure her myself, I would still have taken Tangwa to Alai country to let my grandfather take a look at her. Thinking of this, Ashura no longer hesitated and said to Tangwa, "I need to prepare some herbs during the day tomorrow, and I will take you to the academy's private training room for treatment at the same time in the evening. You will be blindfolded with a black veil for a whole day. The day after tomorrow, you can remove the veil to see the treatment's effectiveness." Tangwa nodded repeatedly after hearing this. In fact, she didn't have high expectations. She just liked the feeling of being cared for. After Tangwa agreed, Ashura sat down on the ground again and began to tell Tangwa today's geography story. This time, Tangwa sat close to him on the floor, resting her head on his shoulder and listening quietly to his rambling. When Ashura stood up late at night and said he wanted to go back to his dormitory, Tangwa blushed and took his arm, following him back to her dormitory like a little bird. Ashura, who had just left, also encountered a blue-haired girl waiting for him by the roadside. He had to say some nice things to the long-legged girl in the woods by the roadside before he could coax her back to her dormitory. During this time, Ashura had several lewd thoughts and tried to sneak his hands inside Lan Yu's school uniform, but the girl ruthlessly slapped his hands away each time. This made Ashura very depressed. He thought that Tangwa, the little lowly, was still better. She would snuggle up to him willingly. On the second day, Ashura went to the herb pavilion west of the war tree in the academy early in the morning. He spent more than 800 academy points to purchase some medicines needed for treatment, and then went to the training room to continue his research on the spatial magic teleportation. As evening fell, Ashura strolled to the entrance of girls' dormitory number 17, where Tangwa was already standing prettily waiting for him. Ashura smiled and greeted her, and Tangwa took his arm and left the girls' dormitory with him. Meanwhile, Lily, Tangwa's roommate upstairs in the girls' dormitory, narrowed her eyes in disbelief as she watched Tangwa leave intimately with a boy. She originally wanted to report to the head of the family right now, but after thinking about it, she held back for the time being, wanting to wait for Tangwa to come back before asking about the two of them. But she never expected that Tangwa, who was always well-behaved and sensible, would not come home at night. Ashura brought Tangwa to the academy's private training room. As long as you can afford the academy points, you can cultivate there without being disturbed by outsiders. The ceiling of the meditation room is a large piece of crystal, which allows students to experience the changing of day and night, thus preventing them from losing track of time. Ashura had Tangwa sit on a round cushion on the floor of the training room and briefly explained the next steps of the treatment. She would need to stay up all day without rest or closing her eyes, and he would stay in the room with her the whole time. Tangwa was initially a little nervous, but when she heard that Ashura would stay with her, she felt completely at ease and nodded to show that she understood. Ashura casually asked, "Is there anything else you want to ask? I can answer it for you now." Tangwa first shook her head, then nervously asked, "Can I touch your face?" Ashura was baffled by this request and asked again, "What did you say? You want to touch my face?" Tangwa blushed and nodded. Ashura reluctantly moved his face closer, and the girl's delicate little hands touched his face repeatedly, making Ashura's face itchy. After touching Tangwa's face for a while, she lowered her hands as if embarrassed. Ashura then asked, "Can you tell me why you touched my face?" Tangwa lowered her head and said in a voice barely above a whisper, "If my eyes could see again someday, I hope I would recognize you at first glance." Ashura fell silent after hearing this, and after a while, he reached out and touched her little head, saying, "If your eyes recover by tomorrow night, the first person you'll see will definitely be me, because there's only me in the house besides you." After hearing this, Tangwa squinted her eyes and nodded with a smile. Then she hugged Ashura again and sat there obediently without moving, letting Ashura do as he pleased. Ashura took a deep breath, took out the herbs he had purchased that morning, ground them into a cooling ointment, and applied it to Tangwa's tightly closed eyes. Then he covered Tangwa's eyes with black gauze. He took out a set of silver needles from his storage space, heated the needle tips in front of a candle flame, took a deep breath, and began to apply the needles to Tangwa's head. When the needles were inserted, Tangwa initially felt a slight stinging sensation followed by a tingling and itchy feeling. Ashura asked Tangwa how she felt while inserting the needles, and when he heard Tangwa say that she felt a tingling and itchy feeling, he felt much more at ease. After 2 hours of continuous acupuncture treatment, Tangwa's head and face were covered with silver needles. Fortunately, she couldn't feel them now, otherwise she would have been terrified and cried. Ashura was also in bad shape. His focused acupuncture treatment had almost completely depleted his mental energy, and his magic robe was soaked with sweat. When the last needle was inserted, Tangwa let out an uncontrollable groan, which made the shy girl want to snuggle into Ashura's arms again. Ashura quickly pushed her shoulder with his hand. Her head was covered with silver needles. If they were to pierce through, it wouldn't just hurt her. Fortunately, the acupuncture treatment is complete, and the needles can be removed in an hour to await the results tomorrow. Readers who enjoy this, please give it a 5-star review. Your encouragement is my motivation to update more frequently. Chapter 130 I'll Be Your Eyes. An hour later, Ashura removed the silver needles from Tangwa's head, but did not unwrap her bandages. After feeding the girl something, he continued to stay with her and began to tell her stories. It was late at night when Lanyu, who lived in a small building in the girls' dormitory, angrily drew the curtains and went back to bed. But Lily in dormitory number 17 couldn't fall asleep at all. Her young mistress, Tangwa, hadn't come home all night. She went out with a boy, which made Lily feel like she had fallen into an ice cave. If the head of the family found out about this, she would definitely wish she were dead. So she immediately ran to the library and searched for her several times, but she couldn't find her young lady at all. She sent countless messages with the college badge, but there was no response. Lily is now wandering all over the academy, constantly praying to the gods to help her find their young lady. At this moment, although Miss Tangway was blindfolded, she was in an exceptionally good mood, constantly asking Ashura all sorts of questions about everything she wanted to know. Ashura's mouth was dry from her questions, and he couldn't refuse her, nor could he spare any attention to study the spatial magic of teleportation. The two chatted for a whole day, until the sunlight on the roof turned into moonlight, and Tangwa was still chattering excitedly. Ashura, however, remained listless, but fortunately, the time for treatment had come. Ashura took a few deep breaths nervously and slowly walked up to Tangwa. Tangwa seemed to sense his nervousness as well, and her little hands unconsciously gripped Ashura's robes tightly. At this moment, candles were lit in the training room. Ashura raised his hand and slowly removed the gauze covering Tangwa's eyes. As the gauze was peeled off layer by layer, the girl's tightly closed eyes were revealed. The girl's eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she was also very nervous. Ashura did not urge her, but stared intently into her eyes, quietly waiting for her to open them. Suddenly, Tangwa closed her eyes and asked, "Ashura, what if I still can't see this time?" Ashura paused for a moment after hearing this, then smiled and comforted him. "Then I will be your eyes, see the wonders of this world for you, and then tell you stories like this." Upon hearing this, Tangwa smiled sweetly, took a deep breath, and slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, Ashura felt as if 1,000 lights flashed across Tangwa's eyes. Tangwa stared blankly at him, seemingly forgetting to breathe. Ashura felt a surge of anxiety. Had he accidentally made the girl stupid? So he quickly waved his hand in front of the girl and asked anxiously, "Tangwa, can you see me? Talk to me. Don't scare me." It seemed that Ashura's shout brought Tangwa back to her senses. The girl burst into tears and threw herself into Ashura's arms. He screamed with all his might, "I see you. I see you, Ashura. I can see again. I'm not blind anymore. I can finally see the outside world. Wow." The girl cried her heart out with her eyes wide open, and kept turning her head to look around, seemingly full of curiosity about everything outside. Ashura was relieved to hear her say that and was genuinely happy for her. He instructed Tangwa not to look at the candlelight, but to let her eyes adjust to the light first. After listening, Tangwa turned her head again and stared at Ashura without blinking. At this moment, the girl's eyes were no longer as unfocused and empty as before, but were full of light and liveliness. Ashura felt a little uneasy under the girl's gaze and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Are you a little disappointed in my appearance?" But the girl's response was direct. She wrapped her arms around Ashura's neck, stood on tiptoe, and suddenly pressed her lips to his. Faced with this awkward request for a kiss, Ashura paused for a moment, but adhering to the principle of always taking advantage of an opportunity presented to him, he immediately responded passionately to the girl. Tangwa, a little lamb, had never seen such a big bad wolf before. Before long, several buttons on her school uniform were undone, and one of her devilish claws had already reached the top. With her last shred of reason, Tangwa bit down hard on the tongue that Ashura had stuck into her mouth. Ashura cried out in pain, covering his mouth with both hands and jumping up and down. Tangwa quickly buttoned up her robe, watching Ashura jump around with a mixture of anger and amusement. Blushing, she playfully scolded, "You naughty girl." Ashura said with a pained and annoyed expression, "You were the one who took advantage of me, how come I'm the one who did something bad? You women are so unreasonable." Tangwa knew she couldn't win an argument with him, so she simply ignored him and looked around with great curiosity, trying to open her eyes wide and see the world clearly. Ashura, seeing that Tangwa wasn't going to bother him anymore, was happy to have some peace and quiet. He was still savoring the advantage he'd just gained. How could such a small body have such a large? Now that Tangwa has just regained her sight, Ashura asked her to observe her for another night. "If there's sunshine tomorrow morning and everything is fine, I can go back to the dorm for class." Ashura felt he hadn't rested all day while treating Tangwa and wanted her to sleep on a mat on one side, but Tangwa refused to sleep, touching this and that instead. Having no other choice, Ashura took out all the less important items from his storage space and let Tangwa play with them. Tangwa was like a child who had found a fun toy. She was interested in everything. Ashura, however, was depleted of his mental energy from yesterday's acupuncture treatment and sat down to the side, entering a meditative state. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone into the crystal ceiling of the training room, Ashura awoke from his magical meditation. Upon opening his eyes, he found an adorable little girl with pigtails staring intently at him. Ashura always felt that this little girl had become far less obedient than when they first met since they got to know each other. It seems to have endless energy that keeps you nagging every day. Ashura felt as if he had unleashed a little demon. Ashura examined her eyes and said, "Now that the sun is out, do you feel any discomfort or pain?" Tangwa shook her head and said, "I'm perfectly fine. I still can't believe I have eyesight. It's like a dream." "Ashura, I'm so afraid this is all a dream, that I might wake up at any moment." Ashura stroked Tangwa's little head and comforted her like a child. "Silly girl, how could this be a dream? People who dream don't feel pain. If you don't believe me, bite your arm and see if it hurts." But as soon as he finished speaking, Ashura started screaming. Tangwa bit Ashura's arm that was touching her head. Ashura didn't know whether to scold her or hit her, and he was afraid that he would hurt her if he made too much of a move. In a moment of quick thinking, he grabbed the girl's ample breasts with his other hand, and Tangwa gasped as she let go. Ashura rubbed his arm and shouted indignantly, "Why are you biting me? Why are you biting yourself?" Tangwa smiled blankly and said, "Because I'm afraid of pain."